The owner of the braised meat shop took pity on me and kindly gave me a rujiamo, Chinese hamburger. But I turned around and told him, "Your son is about to die." Seeing the horrified looks on their faces, I calculated again and said, "Your daughter is also going to die. If you call them now and tell them not to open the door, there might still be a chance." I felt guilty for eating their food, but I couldn't ignore such a situation. I treated it as settling this karmic debt. Seeing their increasingly worried expressions, I emphasized once again, "Auntie, trust me this time. I won't deceive you." Lu Tsuelan was a bit indecisive. She looked at her husband, then at me, and for a moment she became even more uncertain. My firm gaze made her a little flustered. This young man, although young, was very confident. They were from the countryside, and believed in some superstitions. Now was the time when the two children were alone at home. The little girl was only 4 years old, and the son was 18 years old, just admitted to the local university. Usually, the two of them worked outside, leaving the two children at home. Lu Tsuelan was still indecisive, while Chen Jiao next to her took out his phone, dialed his son's number, and said, "Young man, I trust you this time. It's better to believe there is, than to believe there isn't." He didn't know how this young man knew about their family situation, but looking at the young man's clear black and white eyes, there was always a convincing meaning, and just making a phone call, even if it wasn't, there was no loss. Chen Hang is playing with toys at home with his sister, both laughing happily. A phone ringtone sounded, and Chen Hang quickly put down the toy in his hand, took out his phone, and waved it in front of Chen Yao, saying, "It's Dad." Hearing that it was Dad's call, Chen Yao also came over, grabbing the phone in Chen Hang's hand, shouting "Dad" in her mouth. The phone suddenly slipped out of his hand and fell to the ground with a snap. Seeing that there was no answer when they called their son, Lu Tsuelan and Chen Jiao's expressions of disbelief suddenly turned a bit anxious, and both pairs of eyes looked at me. I picked up my own phone and dialed the emergency number, giving them a reassuring look, indicating that the two children were probably fine for now, signaling them to try calling again. Lu Tsuelan felt weak in her heart, her eyelids twitching, and seeing me confidently making the emergency call, she was already 90% convinced of my words. Trembling, she snatched the phone from her husband's hand and dialed Chen Hang's phone. On Chen Hang's end, as soon as he picked up the phone, he saw 2 missed calls and was about to call back to ask his father what was going on. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Chen Hang thought it was the food delivery he had just ordered and was about to get up to open the door when his phone rang again. It was his father calling. Afraid that something important might be happening, he immediately answered and put it on speakerphone. Chen Yao, seeing the call being answered, shouted cheerfully, "Daddy!" Chen Jiao, hearing his daughter's cheerful voice, felt his heart melt. Is Yao Yao being good at home? Seeing the two of them chatting, another knock on the door sounded. Chen Hang stood up again, saying, "Yao Yao, I'll go get the delivery. You sit tight." Chen Jiao and Lu Tsuelan also heard their son's words and immediately panicked. Lu Tsuelan shouted sternly, "Xiao Hang, don't go." Lu Tsuelan's voice came through the receiver clearly to the siblings. Chen Yao was startled, and Chen Hang, puzzled, asked, "What's wrong, Mom?" Seeing that the two had no idea how to explain, I spoke up, "Don't open the door. There are 2 serial killers outside. Quickly take your sister and hide in the room." Chen Hang was even more confused. He didn't recognize the voice, but the tone sounded convincing. Outside, the knocking became more intense as there was still no response. Each knock struck the hearts of the couple. I hurriedly urged, "Hurry, they're going to break down the door." The loud banging on the door could be heard clearly through the phone, causing the couple to become even more anxious. "Xiao Hang, hide quickly," Chen Jiao shouted before taking off his apron and running out. Lu Tsuelan hurried to catch up. Their home happened to be in the Jacaranda flower community where I had just come out. Although Chen Hang didn't quite believe his parents' words, the sound outside the door didn't seem like a normal knock, but more like banging, which made him unconsciously listen to my words. He quickly picked up Chen Yao, and the two of them hid in the master bedroom and locked the door. He then moved the computer desk in the room to block the door. After finishing these tasks, he looked at the phone that hadn't been hung up yet and said, "Mom, I'm done." Lu Tsuelan ran behind, holding a phone that was still on call, listening to Chen Hang on the other end saying he was done, but her anxious heart still didn't settle down. She clearly heard Su Chinkue say that outside the door are 2 serial killers. So vicious people. She simply cannot rest assured. By the time Su Chinkue chased out of the store, the 2 couples had already disappeared. Sighing slightly, this body was really weak beyond measure. Not wanting to run and bitterly chase after him, the State Master Lord made a seal with one hand, pulled open a ghost door, and stepped into it with a single step. Just as she entered, Su Chinkue was stared at by a divine sense. Su Chinkue gave a sarcastic smile, before the other party could make their next move. Immediately opened the ghost door and escape. Going out has arrived at the Chun family's downstairs. Su Chingkui patted her chest, scared to death. Now with only a single power, she can't beat the master of that divine sense at all. Luckily, it was a quick run. Not too reassured, she pinpointed in her hand that the two children were not in a life-threatening situation yet, but it was getting close. 10 minutes at the most. Su Chingkui, who still wanted to wait for the police to arrive, couldn't wait any longer at this time and went up in the elevator. Chen Hang sighed, had believed Su Chingkui's words and hugged his sister in the room, listening to the movements outside. It didn't take long for the person outside smashing through the security door to search the room next to it. He couldn't do anything but cover Chen Yao's mouth, not letting her cry out and startle them. The sound of two people talking also came from outside the door. Big brother, those two little brats aren't over here. The man with disheveled hair and shady glints in his eyes sniffed and came straight towards the master bedroom. Open the door. I know you're in there. The man's hoarse voice was like a horrible curse, exploding in Chen Hang's ears. Lu Tsuilan ran and shouted, don't open the door. Chen Hang was even more panicked, hugging Chen Yao, shivering. His 18 years of life in front of him was smooth. His parents loved him. His family was happy. He had never experienced such a terrible thing. Chen Yao cried so hard that she couldn't catch her breath. Her mouth was covered by Chen Hang again, tears and snot on her little face. Then the sound of door smashing sounded again. This time it was the door of the room that was smashed. Chen Hang couldn't care less at this time, and took Chen Yao and the two of them to hide into the bathroom inside the master bedroom. Anxiously, he looked at the door. The Chen family's house was on the topmost floor, and Su Chingkui waited in the elevator for a while, and when she arrived she saw the Chen family's front door wide open. Even though he knew that the two children's lives weren't in danger yet, he couldn't help but quicken his pace and dart inside. As soon as he went in, he saw two big men with big bodies, who had already smashed open the door of the master bedroom, and both of them were holding 40 or 50 pounds of sledgehammers in their hands, and were preparing to smash the door of the bathroom. Seeing that they were about to break through the door, Su Chingkui made a seal with both hands and cast a fixation spell on them, and the two were instantly immobilized. The two who had just been very excited about slamming the door all of a sudden realized that they couldn't move their bodies. It's like a ghost presses on the bed, and only the eyes can move in the whole body. The shady man rolled his eyes to the side, but saw nothing. He just couldn't move himself. Su Chingkui also could not control herself. All of a sudden sat on the ground. Her whole body was covered in cold sweat. Her forehead was also full of false sweat. Only 10% of her mana left. Pinch a few times, and open the ghost door 3 times. It has long been the end of her strength. Now that she had finally caught up, she relaxed instantly, but only after sitting for a while she struggled to get up. Her current power was not the same as before. These two people had to be tied up as soon as possible. Otherwise her fixing spell would not last long. After shoving the sledgehammers in both men's hands into the room, he shouted, Chen Hang, you can come out now. Chen Hang's side heard the door of the room was smashed open, but also panicked a batch of heart. Dead hold Chen Yao does not let go. Suddenly heard the sound outside the door, stopped for a moment, still puzzled, and then heard the sound of rustling outside the door. Chen Hang again did not dare to move. Then he heard the voice calling him to come out, and he dared not speak or go out, lest he should be swindled out. Su Chingkui had no choice but to find her own bedsheet to tie up the two people's hands and feet if he didn't come out. The two men's eyes seemed to want to eat people as they landed on Su Chingkui's body. Su Chingkai just acted as if she didn't see it. There were many people who wanted her life in the Li Kingdom, but she wasn't alive and well in the end. While the last person was being tied up, 7 or 8 policemen rushed in, with the Chen family couple right behind them. A handful of blackened gun muzzles were aimed at Su Chingkui. Su Chingkui had no choice but to stop her hands and stand up, her entire body exposed to the gun. Chen Jiarai hurriedly stepped forward to block the way, saying, Comrade police officer, this is the girl who figured out that there is a murderer in my house. The police officer in charge put his gun away and waved his hand next to a few police officers who quickly cuffed the two men on the ground. He walked up to Su Chingkui and asked, What's the name? Su Chingkui. What man? A freshman. The police officer in charge frowned. How did a college student with no hands subdue these two big, strong men? The policeman was still about to ask something, when someone over here called him, Boss, these two are the full moon Xuanwu we've been looking for a long time. Chapter 6, What else do you know? Upon hearing this, they couldn't be bothered to ask Su Chingkui and hurried over to see that the two brothers Quan Xuanwu were the culprits of a serial murder case that they had been following. He escaped after killing a family of 3 in his own village, and later killed a family of 4 who owned a wonton store. And this was the time he was finally caught. Chen Hang and Chen Yao had already come out of the toilet. The little girl was so frightened that her eyes were swollen from crying, and she huffed and puffed and nestled in Lu Tsuilan's arms. Su Chingkue couldn't bear to see a child cry. She pinched her one hand and used the last bit of her spiritual power to get a tranquilizing spell for the child. The police officer in charge was sharp-eyed and saw that there was a hidden golden light on the fingertips of Su Chingkue's point on the child's brow. He concealed his mind, and the suspicion in his heart towards the childish little girl in front of him grew even more. Lu Tsuelan saw that her daughter quickly fell asleep after Su Kinki's tapped her brow, and she was even more impressed with Su Kinki's. "Girl, thank you. If it weren't for you, our family would be finished." She bowed to Su Chingkue as she held the child. Su Chingkue smiled faintly. "Thank you for keeping me for dinner. This is for what you deserve." Next to him, Chen Jia was even more pragmatic, running into the room to rummage around and find a card, handing it to Su Chingkue with both hands. "Girl, thank you for saving my 2 children. This is a thank you gift." Su Chingkue smiled and pushed back. "The favor of a meal will be returned. This is the way of our cultivators. If you give any more payment you are breaking my way. This can't be accepted, but thank you anyway. The marinated meat is very tasty. Destroying other people's path is a big deal." So Chen Jia did not dare to say anything else, and snapped and took the card back. Lu Tsuelan said beside her, "Girl, my son also goes to school at a university, so if you want to eat lo mein in the future, let him bring it to you." Su Chingkue's heart was moved. Their marinated meat was indeed delicious. "My mouth started to water just thinking about it and I wanted another plate so bad." Chen Hang had now come back to his senses, and was very dissatisfied with his performance just now when he had egged out a batch. Now want to get back a scene. Heard his own old mother's words. Suddenly will his chest beat bang. "I am a computer science major." "You are which major?" "When I go to you." "Chinese language and literature major in the Chinese department." "Then it's right next to our academy. I'll look for you then," Chen Hang said excitedly. His optimistic and cheerful nature seemed as if what had just happened hadn't affected him at all. Su Chingkue nodded slightly. She actually didn't quite know what Chinese language and literature was for, but in the original owner's memory, it was indeed this specialty. The police also finished taking evidence, so they brought everyone back to the police station. Not knowing what the police had in mind for Su Chingkue, she was alone in a police car with the police officer in charge, and when they arrived at the police station, they took her alone into a conference room again. The lead cop and a younger cop sat across from her, the three just a meter or so apart at a small conference table. Su Chingkue was the first to speak. "Is there something Captain Zhou wants to ask me? How do you know my last name is Left?" said he. Also carefully recalled all the conversations since he met her today, none of which mentioned his name, and suddenly his brows furrowed. Su Chingkue provocatively smiled slightly. "I also know that your name is Zhuo Zhangyang. You are 32 years old. You have a 3-year-old son at home, and your wife is a university teacher." Zhuo Zhangyang stood up, his hands propped up on the tabletop of the conference table. His eyes were filled with the cold light of distrust as he stared at Su Chingkue. His family's information wasn't classified, but as a police officer you generally try to keep your family information to yourself, so how did she know about it? Su Chingkue was very unconcerned with his look and continued. "I also know that you bought 4 buns on the street corner this morning, 1 bean paste and 3 bean curd ones." With the fact that what he ate in the morning was known by Su Chingkue, Zhuo Zhangyang became even more unsettled, but his professionalism allowed him to stabilize his mind. Intending to ignore her, he asked directly, "How did you know there was a murderer breaking into their house?" "Look out, ya." Zhuo Zhangyang didn't say anything, but the small policeman next to him couldn't help himself. He slapped hard on the table. The cup in front of Su Chingkue shook, and the hot water inside spilled some on the back of her hand, which immediately stung. He shouted sternly, "Confess from leniency, resist from severity. Su Chingkue, give an honest account. Don't engage in all this godly nonsense." Su Chingkue narrowed her eyes. Her eyes gradually flashed with a dangerous look. Ever since she became a state master, it was the first time someone had slapped the table in front of her. It was really interesting. The state master lord, who was used to having revenge on the spot, felt her mana. It was good. It had recovered a little. Or was it the Chen family's gratitude to her that came as a merit? Pinching his hands together in front of the two, seeing Su Kinkies engaging in this kind of divine chatter in front of them, the little policeman couldn't help himself on the spot and shouted, "Su Kinkies, set your attitude straight." Su Chingkue pinched her decision in half and stopped just like that. "Set what attitude? I'm not your suspect." The little policeman was furious. The first time he had seen such a man, half uncooperative. Su Chingkue didn't care about him either, finishing the trick in her hand and pointing at the little cop. Seeing a flash of golden light, the little policeman couldn't move his entire body and stared at Su Chingkue with his 2 eyes wide open. Su Chingkite spread her hands out. She had always taken revenge on the spot. No one could mess with her head. If only that person was there, definitely not waiting for her to make a move, he would have helped her out. Su Kingris shook her head. There was no way he could be in this world. Zhou Zhengyang had witnessed Su Qingkui's magic with his own eyes, and was instantly not curious about her knowing about his family. He said softly, "Classmate Su, can you let him go?" "No, oh, I always take revenge when I have one," said she as she held out her left hand, which was red from the hot water. "I'm sorry, I apologize on his behalf." Su Qingkui hooked up the corner of her mouth and didn't say anything, obviously not very receptive to his apology. "Student Su, what else do you know?" Zhou Zhengyang also didn't care about the little cop, asked Su Qingkui. He always felt that the little cop, this staggering nature is actually not suitable for their line of work at all. "I also know that he won't live past next month if this nature of his doesn't change." Su Qingkui smiled. Although he was smiling, there was no laughter in his eyes, and the bottom of his eyes were cold. Through the face of the small police officer, she saw that they would have a major event at the end of this month, but because of an oversight by this small police officer, there was not a single one left in this criminal police team of Zhou Zhengyang. Zhou Zhengyang's heavenly court is full, and his features are upright, and he should originally be a blessed and successful destiny for the country and the people, and he should not have died in that event at all. Chapter 7, You don't have your own grandchildren. "I know, thank you." Zhou Zhengyang smiled and said thank you. He is now very trusting of this little girl in front of him. There are always many people in the world that they don't know. Just because they don't know doesn't mean others don't exist, so he actually accepts it well. He asked for some more details and then simply let Su Qingkui out. The small policeman who had just been unlocked from the spell stared at her back as she left, glaring angrily. "Captain, you're letting her go when the questions on her are still being asked. So you say there's something wrong with her. Do you have proof of that?" "Captain, her presence at the scene as a student is the problem." The little cop was even more unconvinced. In his opinion, such a person was a godly man and definitely had problems. Zhou Zhengyang pulled back the stool, packed up his things and went straight out, and turned back when he reached the door. "I will reflect to the top that you are not suitable for our team." The small policeman directly exploded, walking to Zhou Zhengyang in 3 or 2 steps, his eyes full of anger and disbelief. "Captain, what do you mean by that? I don't know how you passed the test, but we're too dangerous here for you." Zhou Zhengyang left after saying this, leaving the small police officer who was full of disbelief. He spent so much effort to come here to be a criminal police officer, and now he said that it is not suitable. He is not willing to do so, and he thought that he went in the opposite direction of Zhou Zhengyang. When Su Qingkui came out, only Chen Hang was waiting in the hall holding Chen Yao. The right 2 couples of the Chen family hadn't come out yet. Grandmaster, this way." Chen Hang's sharp eyes saw Su Qingkui shouting, "Exhausting too much mana." Su Qingkui, who was now very hungry, didn't want to pay attention to him at all, and directly passed in front of him. She was going to eat. Looking at the person who passed in front of him, Chen Hang was a bit confused. How could the master ignore him after just a moment? "Master, my mom asked me to take you to our store for dinner. Let's go." Saying that, he also greeted Su Qingkui to follow, having just thought about dinner. Now that someone had brought it to her door, Su Qingkui had no choice but to follow. The two returned to the small store. It is now past the mealtime, but there are actually people inside, and Chen Hang, who thought the store had been stolen, quickly stepped forward. Chen Hang looked at the store where all the acquaintances were. What else did he not understand? His eyes filled with tears. "Master Chen, Aunt Ho Hot." The middle-aged woman inside who was slicing the marinated meat for the guests looked back and saw Chen Hang standing in the doorway with Chen Yao in his arms, and a good-looking little girl beside him. As he busied himself, he asked, "Xiao Hang, what's going on in your house? It happens to be mealtime and there's no one there." "Aunt Ho Hot, thank you. Something happened at home and I didn't take care of it." Saying that, he put Chen Yao to sleep in the crib inside the cash register and went to help himself. The oldest man who was helping to wipe the table also asked, "Is everything okay at home?" "It's okay, my parents went and got it. Thank you so much for today." After sending away the guests who bought the brined meat, Zhang Hohat also breathed a sigh of relief and came over to sit down and said, "They're all neighbors, what's there to be thankful for?" Chen Hang was busy serving Su Qingkui a plate of lo mein and rice. "We only have lo mein and meat buns in the store." "Master, you eat first, next time I'll take you to eat something delicious." "Thanks." After saying that, he didn't care about them, and put a piece of marinated meat into his mouth. It really smelled good. Looking at the plate and the marinated large intestine, Su Qingkui had never eaten this kind of thing and was a bit afraid to put down her chopsticks. Chen Hang sat across from her, as if he had read it. "Master, my mom's brined pork sausage no one on this street compares to. It's delicious." "Girl, the old man doesn't lie. I have to wait 2 or 2 every day to go home and drink. The taste is simply divine." Several people sat across from Su Qingkui and watched her eat. Zhang Hohat secretly poked Chen Hang and asked, "Is this your girlfriend?" Zhang Hohat, who was used to a loud voice, said this, and everyone present heard it. Chen Heng hurriedly waved his hands plus shook his head. No, Aunt Hohat, this is a master. He had already heard from his parents about their family, that such amazing people, masters, were not within their reach. Zhang Hohat was a bit confused. What master? Both of them have been neighbors for decades, so Chen Heng told them all about what happened in the morning. Acute Zhang Hohat, but also 2 or 3 steps to the side of the sleeping Chen Yao, carefully looked at. See no injuries before resting down. No injuries, right? Grandpa Chen asked. No, fortunately the master came in time. It's good that you're okay. A great deal of good will come from a great deal of bad. After Zhang Hohat knew that their side was fine, she looked at Su Qingkue, a little disbelieving for such a young girl. Girl, are you really a master? Sort of. Su Qingkue looked at the plate that had been eaten up. Her stomach was not yet full, but it was not good to open her mouth. Her eyebrows knitted slightly as she thought about how to open her mouth in her mind. It was the oldest old man who understood Su Qingkue's meaning, and without saying a word took away the plate on the table and cut another plate of marinated meat for Su Qingkue, and took another plate with some vegetarian dishes. Thanks, girl, count for me then, Zhang Hohat said. 100 trigrams. Su Qingkue chewed on the meat in her mouth and said a bit vaguely. Zhang Hohat, who was now retired and receiving a pension at home, wasn't too far behind this $100, and people of their time would believe a little bit about this. Usually the fortune-telling masters at least have to charge a 500 or 600. Now Su Qingkue only charge 100. Zhang Hohat does not feel anything. Immediately, he took out $100 from his pocket and placed it in front of Su Qingkue. Girl, I won't say anything. Can you figure it out? Su Qingkue raised her eyes and took a closer look at Zhang Hohat and said, then I'll say it directly? Okay, you say. Zhang Hohat was also curious about what Su Qingkue could calculate, and directly said, next to them, Moncler outlet store Chen and Chen Hang also watched. You are 61 years old, born on the 8th day of July, 1962, and you have 2 sons and 1 daughter, and have adopted 2 sons, but you have no biological grandchildren's margin in your life. Su Qingkue's eyes could see births and deaths, and after practicing she could also read a person's natal chart and past lives. As soon as they heard the words next to them that there was no grandchildren's edge, Zhang Hohat and Grandpa Chen didn't believe them. But Zhang Hohat was usually a kind person who thought of everything and was not angry now. Girl, my youngest daughter-in-law gave me a grandsons. You can't lie. The 2 sons you adopted. The older one has a son and a daughter. The younger one has 3 sons. Your 3 biological children. The older son has 3 daughters. The second daughter died early, and the younger son only has 1 daughter. Su Qingkue said. Zhang Hohat didn't get angry but also hemmed and hawed and said, girl, what you said earlier is quite accurate, but my youngest daughter-in-law did give birth to a grandson 2 years ago. Chapter 8, all of us are suffering, aren't we? Yes, Hohat has been our neighbor for decades. That's it exactly. Grandpa Chen added from the side. Su Qingkue shook her head and said, you have grandchildren's karma, but not pro-grandchildren's karma, except for your youngest son, but I could be wrong about the rest. This is indeed correct. Zhang Hohat said, my 5 children. The first 2 children are adopted. When the situation is tense, the 2 children alone cannot let them starve to death. I will give to pick up as their own children to raise. After the first 3 children are my own. My daughter died as a child due to illness. These are indeed true, but my youngest son, 2 years ago gave birth to a son, and then a year ago gave birth to a daughter. Aunt Hohat, since all my previous calculations were correct, why is it that my calculations regarding your youngest son are wrong? Su Qingkue smiled faintly and ate the last piece of marinated large intestine on her plate, rubbing her small stomach in satisfaction. I won't lie to you. Your youngest daughter-in-law was already pregnant before she got married. Su Qingkue said. Aunt Hohat, the master won't lie. Now that science is advanced, you can even go to the hospital to check DNA? Chen Heng said from the side. After that encounter at noon, he now trusted Su Qingkue so much that he simply believed her words. Seeing that Zhang Hohat was a bit impressed, Grandpa Chen also hurriedly added next to her, but it will hurt the family's peace. Then secretly check. Anyway, I have 4 grandchildren and they are all filial. Zhang Hohat said. She did want a real grandchild, but she couldn't force herself without one, and she had 4 other grandchildren, who called her grandma all the same, so it didn't really make a difference. What's more, several of her children are filial, and come back to see her almost every week, so it doesn't make much difference if they're relatives or not. But the youngest daughter-in-law thing still needs to be told to her son. Chen Moncler outlet store was relieved. It's good that you can think about it. Zhang Hohat smiled and snorted. Let's not talk about this. Girl, you're really a god. How did you know about the old Chin family? It just counts. Zhang Hohat, who had always been very gossipy, still wanted to know. Then do you know why they killed? Su Chingkue let out a sigh and said, individuals have their own personal karma. Then added, all bitter people, I guess. Master, tell me more carefully. Zhang Hohat flashed her gossipy and curious eyes and said, Grandpa Chen and Chen Hang also looked closely at Su Chingkue, clearly just very interested in this. The two of them are brothers. Their parents died when they were young. They grew up eating 100 meals, and when they got older, they earned a few years' worth of money to finally marry a daughter-in-law. Su Chingkue stopped to take 2 sips of water. Zhang Hohat still couldn't hold back her curious heart and asked, and then? Quan Quan and Chuanwu are 2 brothers. When they were young, because their parents died, the eldest uncle's family didn't want to take care of the brothers, so they left them in the countryside. Their own family moved away, and the 2 children grew up eating 100 meals. People in the village are still good to them, from time to help some, until the 2 brothers grow up. A person in the next village said to take them to work to earn money. Who knows that the turn of the hand will be sold to the black coal mine. 2 brothers in the inside of the work of 5 years before escaping out. At this point they couldn't trust anyone else. They found themselves a construction site to work on and hid the money themselves when they got it. At first they didn't know how to deposit into the bank without studying, so they stayed every day and had 2 months' salary stolen. And they didn't complain and continued to work. After a few years of work, they had saved a fortune, and by this time they were in their 20s, so they wanted to go back to their village and marry a daughter-in-law for life. They returned to the village to build a new house. After the introduction of the village, the full text married a girl from the next village. The girl, although not much reading, long general, but the work is a good hand. The 2 people's life is very happy. Chuanwu was also introduced by the village people to marry a girl in the village, who was able to lead a peaceful life despite her second marriage with a child. After the 2 brothers, Chuanwu, got married and soon had children of their own, and their lives were prosperous. They started to go out to work again, leaving 2 women and 3 children at home. This day is on the construction site stranding steel wire. Full text received a phone call from the village. Hey, village head, what is the matter? Full text, you guys come back soon. Something happened to your house. Village chief, what can happen to my house? Quan Quan dropped what he was holding when he heard something was wrong. Your house should have been burglarized. It's very chaotic. I don't know if the adults and children are okay. Hurry up, said the other side of the phone. Hung up. Quan Quan directly yelled at Quan Wu at the top of his voice, and the 2 of them rode a motorcycle, taking more than 2 hours to get back to the village. At this time there is nothing to see in front of their house. The aunt of the next house saw them back and shouted, Quan Wu, you quickly go in to see if it is a burglar. Realizing that something big had happened, Quan dropped his motorcycle and tapped on the door of his house. Fong Fong, younger siblings, open the door. Or Quan Wu calmed down a bit, took out his own key and opened the door. The home is a mess, really like a burglar. Quan flew back to his room. The door was locked. He snapped the door. Fong Fong, I'm back. Open the door. The room was quiet without a sound, and Fullerton's heart grew even more anxious. Bang, bang. It took 2 slams to break the door open, but what came into view was something he had never been able to forget in his life. His daughter-in-law, completely naked and holding her baby, sat huddled in the far corner of the room, her eyes vacant. He hurriedly ran over to clothe Chen Fong, hugged her and whispered, Fong Fong, I'm back. Don't be afraid. Chen Fong froze a bit and looked at him with both eyes unblinking. Then, as if irritated, he struggled backward, shouting, Don't come over, don't come over. Quan's voice choked with tears in his eyes as he tightly hugged her into his arms. Fong Fong, it's me. I'm back. Chen Fong's sanity returned and she hugged Quan tightly. I'm sorry. I'm dirty. Don't want me. Fong, you're not dirty. I want you. A family of 2 women were defiled. Still do not know who did it. The 2 brothers thought of their own investigation, but also did not find out. The family is still not peaceful. They did not go out to work, at home with their daughter-in-law. In this way, after 6 months of peace and stability, the 2 women have also recovered some. The 2 brothers cannot sit on the mountain of empty. They discussed to go to the next village to do some odd jobs to subsidize the family. That day they were happily carrying home a large strip of pork they had just bought when they heard a different sound in the house. Chapter 9. Are you okay? Go ahead and scream. No one will come to save you if you scream your throat out. Be good and obey us. A man's voice came from the room. Big brother, what's the point of wasting words with them? Tie them up and have a good time first. Big brother, hurry up. This kind of young woman is the most fun. Blame the 2 males and their family for being home all the time. It's been so long since we've played once, so we're going to have some fun this time. The voices of the 4 men came out. The two brothers who were outside the door were on fire, and Fuller immediately dropped the pork in his hand, copied the burning stick next to him and rushed in. He couldn't believe his eyes when he went in. His daughter-in-law and siblings were trapped and thrown on the bed with their arms and legs, surrounded by 5 men whose hands were groping his daughter-in-law. Waving his stick in his hand, he knocked down the nearest man, and Quan Wu rushed in with his stick as well, and several men were suddenly wrestling. Full text. Full martial arts. Two brothers, although usually used to do hard labor, but also cannot beat 5 people. The two received many beatings, and finally the nose and face on the ground cannot get up. The people next door were shocked when they heard the noise and came over to see what was going on, and eventually called the police. The two brothers were admitted to the police station, but no one arraigned them while they were there, and they were thrown directly into a detention center for 15 days. When they returned home, they saw the daughter-in-law who was tossed to her death, and several children were nowhere to be found, rushing the two to the hospital. When this side is taken care of, the two brothers have time to go to the police. Their local police station received, but for a long time did not get the results, even if they go to make trouble. Finally, I learned from one of the aunts that the head of the Public Security Bureau of their county was the uncle of one of them, and that with him they would not succeed. The heart cannot bear the breath of the two brothers. Intends to go to the city to report the case, before they go out, but also special daughter-in-law back to her mother's home. Intends to go early to return. Who knew that just as they left the village, they were arrested by the police and held in a detention center for another 15 days. When they returned home, their daughter-in-law had been abused to death in their house, and no one had found her for several days, and her body was already stinking. They hated it. Why did God do this to them? They took care of their daughter-in-law's affairs very calmly and entrusted their children to the care of their mother's family. That night he killed the entire family of one of the men, stole away, and later killed a second man's family of 4 in the county. They found Chen Hang's family because they were looking for the wrong building, and the third home they booked was in the unit next door to Chen's. When they were poking around before they all came up from the basement, and today to carry out the operation, they didn't drive, they came on foot, and just came up from the first floor lobby. Who knew that they had gone to the wrong unit? That's what hit it. After listening to the two of him, the people present are sighing. These people are simply not people. Twine specializing in the finer points of the break-off. Master, what will happen to that public security director? Chen Hang asked curiously. Su Qingkue smiled faintly and said, soon. Master, what's coming soon? Zhang Hohat asked curiously. Su Qingkue smiled and didn't say anything. At this time, Su Qingkue was also full and stood up, saying, I'll go back first. Chen Hang shouted out in desire. Master. Su Qingkue turned around. What's wrong? Is there anything else? Zhang Hohat also looked at him curiously, and he was torn for a while before he said, it's just that I am just curious. If I open the door, what will happen? The moment you opened the door you were hit in the head with a sledgehammer. Your sister didn't manage to escape. Your parents came home and found out that the murderer had already escaped. They regretted and blamed themselves, and in the end, the family died. Su Qingkite walked as she spoke, and by the time she finished, she had already walked to the door. Zhang Hohat exclaimed out in shock and mumbled, fortunately fortunate. Chen Hang, who had come back to his senses, rushed out and blocked in front of Su Qingkue, handing her the lunchbox in his hand. Master, thank you for saving us. Here's some lo mein. Take it back and eat it. I'll bring it to you later. Su Qingkue took it. Thank you. Slipping through the streets, Su Qingkue now feels that life is so difficult. Touching the $100 in her hand, and the $100 in her cell phone, this money has to be earned from where she couldn't just grab someone on the street and say she'll tell your fortune for $1,000. People would definitely think she was sick. How could she do such a thing as the Lord Master of the state? Drop more points. Passing by a flyover, the sharp-eyed Su Qingkue saw underneath the flyover the fortune tellers who were setting up stalls, and knew at a glance that they didn't have any real talent. Are you going to set up a fortune-telling stall like them? No, no. No. Just as soon as the thought came out, Su Qingkue dismissed it herself. If it was known that she, as the state councilor, had set up a fortune-telling stall like a magician, wouldn't she want to lose face? She was contemplating the feasibility of walking back to school when the oncoming boss fell in front of her without warning. In the spirit of helping people, Su Qingkite still 1 step and 2 steps forward. The first time she saw the face of the boss, Su Qingkite felt that it was not quite right, and then looked again. It was still not right, but by this time, the old man was already lying on the ground and couldn't get up. Su Qingkue didn't look at it anymore and helped the old man up. Are you all right, Moncler? The oldest man got up and slowed down for a moment and went to sit down by the flower bed. Waving his hand, he said, it's okay, girl, thank you. It's good that it's okay. Su Qingkue curiously took another look at the oldest man in front of her. For the first time there was someone she couldn't see. Although this old master was dressed like other old masters, his body revealed the aura of a higher power, and this person actually did not have any merits on him. You should know that a person who does evil, his body will be stained with resentment and yin-chi and the fury. Ordinary people, even if he has nothing to do in this life, then there will be ancestor passed down the merits or sins. It is impossible to be as clean as he is. The grandfather also very keenly sensed Su Chingkue's gaze and smiled. What's wrong, girl? Is something wrong? Su Chingkue shook her head. Although she was curious in her heart, she wasn't so curious that she had to ask. There are many strange people in this world. After all, there were people outside of people. And if she was able to come here from the kingdom of Li, what else was impossible? Su Chingkue looked at Moncler Outlet Store the face, pinched with one hand, and counted out a piece of nothingness. Even if you can't see it, there's no way you can't figure it out. This in turn aroused Su Chingkue's curiosity even more, and she thought in her mind to take back the words she had just said that she wasn't curious. Approaching the oldest, he sat down next to him and said, Grandpa, have you seen any people with strange scents on them lately? Chapter 10, Can you change your major? The boss was a bit confused by her question. What do you mean by strange breath? It's the person who feels uncomfortable when he's near you. The boss thought it was strange, but the kid had just saved him and still looked like a good girl. How appealing. No, the boss affirmed. Su Chingkue frowned, lowered her head and pinched her hands. She just couldn't believe that she couldn't figure it out. Muttering, how can this not be figured out? Usually there aren't many situations where you can't count like her. One has to do with yourself. After all, fortune telling doesn't count for you. The second was that this person's kung fu was higher than hers and had hidden himself perfectly. The third was that the person was connected to the country's fortunes, just like how she had been unable to count the ruler of the kingdom of Li before. But she could sidestep the country's fortunes, and she could roughly count a little bit. She just arrived in this world. This Moncler Outlet Store obviously has nothing to do with her. This Moncler Outlet Store is an ordinary person, is not the second one. Then this Moncler Outlet Store in front of her is connected to the national fortune. It seems to be unlikely, right? Although the old man was old, he wasn't deaf, and she heard what Su Chingkue mumbled. Girl, what can't be calculated? You are the face of a general and marquis, yet there is no merit or karma on you. It's a bit strange. I did some math and actually couldn't figure out your current life yet. Su Chingkue wasn't one to hold things in, and said so on the spot. The boss's heart skipped a beat, and his perennial superiority kept his face calm. The girl understands the metaphysical aspect? Aha! Su Chingkue, who simply didn't want to give up, did the math again, and there was still no result. Got up and was ready to go back. The old man, however, hurriedly called out to her. Girl, you know how to tell fortunes? A little bit. Do you want to tell fortunes? Su Chingkue looked back at the old man with hopeful eyes. This old man is definitely a rich. If he wants to tell fortunes he has to pay 1,000 fortune for him to do so. Miss, could you please tell your fortune? The old man smiled slightly. Su Chingkue hurriedly sat back again. This was a good time to earn money. What do you want to count? Count on me. Su Kingra's eyes light gradually extinguished. This old man's this life she cannot even calculate. Only through the face to see a little. The boss laughed. Can't figure it out? Well, I can't do the math for you, but I can do it for the others. And I can read faces. So tell me what you know. Cannot count him. Look at the face or can see a little. You have 3 sons. There are 2 daughters. But his wife died early. The last 2 days you should be with the body of the people with yin chi. Close contact over a short period of time. Your upper body is also stained with a lot of. It is best to sunbathe more. The old man laughed straight, and did not say Su Chingkue counted right or wrong. Turned his head to say something else. What is the girl's name? Su Chingkue. Add a contact information, okay? The boss asked, and said he even pulled out his own cell phone and flashed the QR code. Su Chingkue had to add it, and as she was about to leave, she was once again stopped by the boss. Girl, I have a friend who's been in a bit of trouble lately. Can you do the math? Got a picture of him or an 8? The boss flipped a photo from his cell phone album of an old man fishing with a smile in his eyes. Su Kinkite's face went cold at the first sight. Master, you'd better stay away from him. He can't even count the human lives in his hands on one palm. The old man laughed out loud when he heard Su Chingkue's words. Girl, you're not counting correctly this time. He and I have both been to war. How can there be no lives under our hands? Su Chingkite coldly spoke. Going to war is for the country. For the people. Even if you kill someone there will be merit in your body. But his body is full of grievances containing wrongful death. You'd better investigate. Saying that, he didn't want to continue with the boss. This kind of people who start killing innocents indiscriminately when they have a bit of power is the last thing the Lord Master of the country can see. She stretched out a small white hand and placed it in front of the old man. The trigrams are finished. Pay the money for the trigrams. Although the boss was shocked in his heart, he still didn't show it and gave all the money on the face of his wallet to Su Chingkue. The tempered Su Chingkue grunted and turned her head away. The old man laughed cheerfully beside him without the slightest hint of anger. The young man who had been standing next to him for a long time finally walked up to the old man. Master, do you want to check her out? Check it out. It's a powerful little girl, he said as he stood up. Then he asked, how's it going on Xiao Zhang's side? The young man supported the old man and said, there's nothing wrong. Fifth Young has already gone to work at the company. Well, go back. Su Qingkite this side does not even know that someone is checking on her. Received a pile of money from the boss, a lot more than $3,000, a lot more small money in the pocket. The national master of the Lord of the Boldness of the Cab back to the school. Qingkite, you're back. How's your body? Tang Mingyue asked. It's fine. Do you guys want some lo mein? Su Qingkue handed out the lunchbox in her hand. Another housemate, Guan Shishir, also came over to look. Wow, Qingkite, the brisket is still hot. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Guan Shishir chucked a piece of marinated meat and immediately exclaimed again. This is so delicious. Qingkite, where did you buy it? Tang Mingyue ate the marinated meat while handing Su Qingkue her textbook. I've marked the key points and notes for today's class. Take a look. The teacher has also assigned homework. Thank you. Su Qingkue sat in front of her own desk and looked carefully at the textbook. Suddenly one head was 2 sizes too big. For the State Master Lord who had only learned modern language from the original owner's memories was very unfamiliar with the textbook. Snap! Su Qingkue violently closed her textbook and asked with a serious face, can I change my major now? The two people next to them who were eating the marinated meat looked at each other blankly. And in the end it was Tang Mingyue who said, it shouldn't be too good. In the end it was the Kokeshi-sama, who hadn't finished her homework, who swung for the fences, and she climbed into bed in 3 tries, pulling the covers over her head. Out of sight, out of mind. Guan Shishir asked in a low voice. What happened to Qingkite? I don't know. In Lai she had been studying since birth, and when she came to this world the last thing she wanted to do was not study. But now it's not the same as in Lai. Modern society needs a diploma for everything. It's so hard. The master of the state has decided to keep swinging for the fences and have something to talk about tomorrow. Tang Mingyue said again after the two of them finished the lo mein. Qingkite, let's go shopping together tomorrow Saturday. Thinking of going out to try her luck and see if there was any business, Su Qingkue agreed with alacrity. Guan Shishir rambled on about the flow of tomorrow. Going to a movie in the morning, eating hot pot at noon, shopping for clothes in the afternoon, and eating at a snack street in the evening. Su Qingkue thought that she still had to send Bai Yuan to hell tomorrow, so she said, I have something to do in the morning. Where will I eat at noon? Is it okay for me to come over and gather with you guys? Yeah, we can. We'll be at the State Street place. We'll send you the location when we get there. It was getting late, and in the wee hours of the morning, a flash of golden light floated in through the window and directly entered Su Qingkue's brow. Chapter 11, The Master is Coming. Knock knock knock. Su Qingkue, who was still awake, was awakened by the sound of knocking on the door. Tang Mingyue, who had already gotten up and cleaned herself up long ago, asked at the door, Who is it? Mingyue, there's a boy down there looking for Su Qingkue who majored in Chinese language and literature. Is he from your dorm? It's from our dorm. Who's down there? I heard that it's Chen Hang, the departmental grass of the computer science department. Go and take a look? The girl said and ran downstairs again with a bang to see what was going on. Chen Hang only feel very embarrassed. Yesterday forgot to add the master contact information. Can only inquire over? It is not easy to inquire. Who knows one stop that was surrounded. He so wanted him to just not show up, but bring breakfast to the master. The side is full of onlookers girls, and you can faintly hear them say that this is a boyfriend giving his girlfriend a love breakfast. He had a momentary jolt. A girl of the master's splendor was not for him to fantasize about. And then there's the one that says he's coming after people now and hasn't fixed it yet. To add insult to injury, there are those who call him a dog licker. It would be hard to judge. By the time Su Qingkue came down it was already 10 minutes later, and it was still thanks to Tang Mingyue lifting the quilt that she was able to get up from the bed. Her hair was disheveled. She was in her pajamas, and her eyes were still sleepy. She appeared in front of the dormitory building in such an image that the girls gathered next to her were shocked. How can a tethered grass be chased by such an unkempt one? Another girl next to her snickered. Maybe they're good at makeup? Maybe it's by that kind of relationship? A girl threw a resentful gaze towards Su Qingkue's side. The girl next to her said incredulously, No way? The girl snorted. Maybe it is. Su Qingris had accurately captured all of their words, but she didn't care. Looking for me? This is the pot stickers my mom made and the millet porridge. Eat it now while it's still hot and crispy. Chen Hang handed over a lunchbox and said. Then he handed over another lunchbox. This is a small dish made by my mom. You can keep it and eat it slowly. It's delicious with rice and noodles. Say thank you to auntie for me, and don't bother in the future. Su Chingkui wanted to go back after she finished speaking. Chen Heng hesitated for a moment and then said, my mom said to treat you to dinner at noon. I have something to do today. Auntie's kindness is appreciated. Tell auntie that you don't need to deliver food in the future, said waving his hand and went back. The girl behind her was even more angry and gnashing her teeth. She came to Chen Heng and said, Chen Heng, who is she? Chen Heng didn't even look at her. It was too late to hide, none of your business. After saying this, he walked away quickly without looking back. The girl stomped her foot hard in place and ran after Chen Heng. As soon as Fang Yanli returned to the dormitory, she violently slammed the small bag in her hand on the ground and cursed hatefully. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The girl who was applying makeup to the mirror let out a light laugh and said, Yun Ri, I heard that you went to block Chen Heng early in the morning? How could Fang Yanli not know that she was looking at her own jokes and scolded in a cold voice? Shut up. The girl was not at all abashed, and continued, after chasing you for a month, they didn't even look you in the eye. TSK, TSK. Bang Yun Ri, who was poked in the heart, kicked the girl's chair, causing the girl to drop the mirror in her hand on the floor at once. She stood up with hatred and looked straight at Fang Yanli. Her mouth said sarcastically, if you have the ability, go after them. What's the point of going crazy here? People probably don't even know who you are. Ah, shut up. Fang Yanli directly jumped up and grabbed the other party's hair to yank it, and her sharp nails didn't spare the other party. What happened? What are you two fighting about? The people in the next dormitory heard the sound before pulling the two apart, and by this time both of them were quite injured. Su Qingkai returned to the dormitory with 2 lunchboxes, and the 2 Tang Mingwei immediately cast gossiping gazes. Qingkai, the one below is, setting the lunchbox down in his hands. He said, want to eat? The 2 nodded in unison. Don't ask if you want to eat it. Aha. The 2 nodded again. It's not like you can't put up with it for food. Big deal. Ask someone else. After breakfast, Su Qingkai took a taxi to the door of Bai Yuan's house. Would have liked to open the ghost door, but she has not yet recovered her magic power. She may not be able to run in time, so she had no choice but to take the human transportation. Knock, knock, knock. Su Qingkui clearly heard a voice coming from inside the door. Old Bai, go open the door. Bai Lianbin said with a reluctant face. Wife, it won't be a master. Will it? It should be. Open the door quickly. Don't keep master waiting. Liao Shuafang said. I can't let go of Yuan. Bai Lianbin's eyes instantly turned red as a big man. Liao Shuafang sighed and said, didn't we discuss this yesterday? Saying that she got up to open the door when Bai Yuan floated out of the room. Mom, is the master here? Liao Shuafang to go to open the door. Bai Lianbin dead pull her hand. This is our daughter ah. She shook off his hand fiercely. This is what we promised. The daughter should go to the reincarnation, not here in the soul. With that, he opened the door with a smile on his face. Master, please come in. Responding to Su Qingkui, she sat down on the sofa and served her tea and fruit snacks. Master, let's have a word with Yuan. Good. Liao Shuefang dragged Bai Lianbin into the room with her, and when the 2 of them came out as one ghost, they both had a reddened look in their eyes. Is that okay? Su Qingkui asked in a cold voice. That's fine. That's fine. Please master. Liao Shuefang said. Su Qingkui's hands formed a seal, and a solemn and majestic black gate gradually appeared around her, with a hint of golden light on it. Get in. Bai Yuan took 1 step and 3 turns back. Slowly moving, Su Qingkui looked very upset. Open the ghost door is also to spend a lot of mana. What is the appearance of dilly-dallying? Instantly, he pushed her and quickly put the ghost gate away. With Bai Yuan already sent away, Su Qingkui was ready to leave. She still had an appointment with Tang Mingyue. Master, will I be able to see our family Yuan in the future? Liao Shuefang looked at Su Qingkui with openly hopeful eyes. Su Qingkui was a bit emotional. Pity the world's parents. But unfortunately she didn't have any. She shook her head, shaking the thoughts out of her head, and said, nowadays, there is also a queue for reincarnation, and it shouldn't be that fast for her, so you guys burn more money for her and let her dream for you. Hey, master, is there anything else to note? Bai Lianbin asked. I have to tell you in advance, she died by suicide in this life. According to the law she should go to the 14 layers of hell to receive punishment. Although I gave her a table to exempt her from the punishment, she will also be put into the road in her next life. Chapter 12, Hot Pot. Liao Shuefang's tears snapped. Master has no other way? No more, unless her soul is broken. Saying this she stood up to go, and after a moment's thought added, on the 2nd day of August next year, you will go to the alley to the right of the entrance to the A gate. Liao Shuefan didn't understand her strange words, but it was Bai Lianbin who got it and gave Su Qingkue the bag in his hand that had been prepared long ago. Master, we get it. This is the Gua money. Thank you. Su Qingkue didn't push back, took it over and left. Counting someone's next life is also very mana intensive, and receiving money means that the karma is over. Su Qingkite had just left when Liao Shuefan couldn't help but ask, Old Bai, what did the master mean by that? The master said that our daughters will be put into the road, and she meant that it should be the day that the daughters are reincarnated. So let us go ahead and wait, Bai Lianbin said. Su Qingkue, who had just walked not far away, also heard it and gave a cry of appreciation. A smart one. The two couples had been waiting at home counting the days, fearing that the time might be wrong, and the two had rented a house in the alley directly to the right of the University of A. Every day they watched the alley from their windows. To the second day of August, the two of them from the middle of the night began to see, has seen the sunset also did not see any animals. Suddenly the heart more uneasy. Old Bai, do you think the time given by the master is right? Liao Shuefang asked worriedly. Bai Lianbin was not too sure in his heart, but he could only comfort. It's only 6 o'clock. It's still early. Don't be anxious, said looking more closely at the alley. Two people watched the day. The body has long been unable to withstand. After dark, a time drowsy two people fell asleep. Woof woof woof. A mournful bark exploded in the alley. The couple was immediately awakened. Bai Lianbin with a flashlight in the depths of the alley, found that there are two stray dog theft. The two couples immediately ran down. Seeing someone coming, the dog stealer didn't dare to stay longer and drove off. By the time the two went down, the man was long gone, and there was a puppy left on the ground. Old White, this puppy was just born, right? Bai Lianbin's eyes widened as he cupped the puppy with both hands. Could this be the reincarnation of our daughter? Hearing this, Liao Shuefan was also full of joy and said, the time and place are right. The master is talking about it. Let's quickly send it to the hospital. Go go go. The couple, who lost their daughter in old age, had a new run and lived happily. But of course this is an afterthought. Su Qingkai taxi to the China World Trade Center this side of the time has been noon. She did not know that the China World Trade Center and the Bohemia district is two completely opposite directions. Rushed to catch up finally caught up with the meal. Tang Mingyue and Guan Shishir were waiting for her downstairs, and as soon as they saw her, they rushed to welcome her. And Guan Shishir said, Qingkite, hurry up, it's going to be our turn. It was Tang Mingyue who looked at the dark bag in her hand and asked curiously, Qingkite, what is this? Su Qingkue smiled slightly without saying anything, but how could the smile at the corner of her mouth not be suppressed? The Bai family gave her $30,000. A lot of small money she was finally not a pauper. The two of them pulled Su Qingkue one by one and ran. And when they arrived at the entrance of the hot pot restaurant, the caller sounded no. B40. Tang Mingyue looked at the number B43 in her hand and patted her chest. Luckily, I didn't pass the number, but I still have to wait a while. It's fine. Mingyue and Qingkite, sit here. Guan Shishir's sharp eyes noticed that 3 seats were vacant in the waiting area. The two of them quickly passed by, next to a middle-aged woman with a somewhat rich and kind face. The middle-aged woman was an idle one, and when she saw the 3 pretty little girls sitting next to her, she enthusiastically nagged them. 3 little girls. You're so pretty. How old are you? Su Qingkue took a look at her face. A person who had lived a life of kindness and great wealth. Then he smiled and replied, I'm 18, and they're my classmates. Next to her, Guan Shishir was also a talkative one, and happily returned to such a kind and enthusiastic person. Auntie, you look good too. The middle-aged woman was flattered. I really envy your parents for having such a good-looking daughter. Auntie, if you're so good-looking, the baby must be good-looking too. After chatting for a while, I heard the numbers B43 and C65 being called out. Tang Mingyue happily held up the numbered ticket in her hand. It's our turn. The middle-aged woman's husband also looked at the small ticket in his hand. Just in time. Let's go in together. It happened to be their turn. Auntie came with her husband and chose a seat for 2. They were 3 so they chose a seat for 4. Several people went in together. The middle-aged woman and her husband and wife went first, and the 3 of them followed. The 3 were just about to go in, when 4 gangly men cut in beside them, and one of them reached out and snatched the numbered ticket from Tang Mingyue's hand. What are you doing? Give me back my ticket. Seeing that the small ticket in her hand was lost, Tang Mingyue reached out to snatch it back, but a few men were obviously not good. The 3 men in the back stepped forward to stop Tang Mingyue, and the man who grabbed the ticket took it and headed for the calling desk. What are you doing robbing the tickets? Give them back to us. Guan Shishir anxiously shouted. Without saying a word, Su Qingkue protected the 2 of them, and, after glancing at the faces of the 4 did not intend to intervene. The middle-aged woman and her husband and wife who had gone one step ahead, heard the sound and looked back, and saw that it was the three little girls who had been chatting happily just now who were being bullied. Immediately, he turned back and scolded. "What's the matter with you guys? A tall man bullying three little girls. Want to be shameless?" Her husband also stood behind her staring aggressively at the four. A couple of the men were unmoved, and with their small tickets they were about to ask the waiter to bring them in. Her husband was right in front of them, making a point of going in to see if I agreed. The manager of the hot pot restaurant also noticed the dispute over here and rushed over to mediate. "Gentlemen, I'm glad you like our food and come to eat in our store, but the small ticket in your hand belongs to these ladies. I'll give you another one. Can you wait a little longer?" The manager had a kind attitude. One of the men said with a leathery smile, "The ticket is mine when it's in my hands. Now isn't it my turn?" "That's ours." Guan Shishir had already exploded and was almost about to rush up. Su Qingkue hurriedly pulled her back. There was really no need to talk to this kind of landlubber scoundrel. The manager smiled faintly and his attitude became more kind. "Several gentlemen, we have surveillance here," said also pointed at the camera above their heads. "Bah!" The man balked and walked away with a few people. Seeing them go, the manager added slowly, "Sir, there is a fine for spitting." Guan Shishir and Tang Mingyue hemmed and hawed. The manager looked over and they hurriedly stopped laughing as Tubbs gave him a thumbs up. "Come on in, little girl." "Manager, thank you." Chapter 13, Hot pot is really delicious. Seeing that it was all right, the middle-aged woman added, "In the future, you must branch out and not let anyone bully you." "Thank you, auntie." The concern and defense from strangers was greatly appreciated by several of them. The middle-aged woman smiled and said it was okay, and pulled her husband inside. Su Qingkite's table for the three of them was right across from the cash register, and there were more people coming and going, but it was quite nice. Tang Mingyue greeted them and ordered. Su Qingkue, who hadn't eaten hot pot yet, didn't know what tasted good, so she left it all to them. The two of them came together to look at the menu. "Qingkite, do you eat spicy food?" Su Qingkue thought back to her previous life's diet, which was all clear soup. "Not quite." "Then let's order the Mandarin duck pot," Tang Mingyue said. "Then we'll order a butter one. And since Clear Kite can't eat spicy food, we'll order a tomato pot?" Guan Shishir glanced at the menu again and said, "Qingkite, is tomato pot okay?" "Could be." Then the two of them ordered all the regular dishes and set a full table. Tang Mingyue was a bit hesitant. "So much, the three of us can't finish it." Guan Shishir busied herself with the dishes. "I can eat." Tang Mingyue half disbelieved. Usually they all eat together. Guan Shishir is what meal size she door clearer. If you can't finish it, you can pack it up, so you can start ordering without worrying about the food. Su Qingkue glanced at the dishes on the table and said, "I'm a big eater. I can finish it." Tang Mingyue didn't know if she believed it or not, and while placing the dishes, she fished for Su Qingkue and Guan Shishir. "Qingkite, do you want to try the butter pot? It's delicious." Guan Shishir took a bite of the red oil-stained tripe, while saying in a slurred voice. Tang Mingyue fished Su Qingkue a slice and placed it on her plate, signaling her to try it. Looking at the two of them who were clearly spicy and huffing and puffing while still eating, Su Qingris still wanted to try it. The entrance is the spicy excitement. The tripe is crunchy and tender, really better than the tomato pots. It's just a little bit of pain in the mouth spicy. Delicious. The two of them, Guan Shishir, smiled at each other and fished out a bunch more for Su Qingkue. "I really feel that the original owner's memory said that the hot pot was delicious. The people in this world are really great. What kind of food is available?" Even though she was the state master in the kingdom of Li, what she ate every day was boiled or stewed, and every dish almost always had the same flavor. Only half of the dishes on the table were eliminated before the two Tang Mingyue put down their chopsticks and rubbed their stomachs. "I'm full." But the state master lord never told lies. They were full and she continued to eat. Tang Mingyue saw that she wasn't full, so she concentrated on giving her the next dish to fish for. The middle-aged woman and her husband and wife went over to the cashier's side of the checkout counter to settle the bill when they happened to see the three of them. "Little girl, you haven't finished eating yet?" Hearing the familiar voice, Tang Mingyue and the two of them looked over in unison. Only Su Qingkue was still struggling with the meat on her chopsticks. "Auntie, you guys ate so quickly?" Guan Shishir said. "Eat up, you guys take your time. Auntie will go first." The two waved. "Bye, Auntie." Su Qingkue subconsciously was about to follow suit and wave goodbye. The moment she looked up, her brows furrowed. These two people's foreheads were flooded with deathly aura. She shouted out, "Sheem, don't go out there." The middle-aged woman looked back in surprise. "Girl, how do you know what my name is?" Her husband also thought back for a moment and really hadn't revealed his name just then. "Don't go out. You two have blackened seals, and there is a deathly aura on them. There will be bloodshed in a while." Her husband looked displeased. "Girl, You can eat nonsense words, can't talk nonsense. Xia Mei wasn't happy to hear that either, seeing that all three of them weren't as amiable as they had been earlier. The two of them, Tang Mingyue, didn't know what was going on, and when they saw that someone had gathered around, they tugged on Su Qingkue. The people at the next two tables heard her. This girl is not learning at a young age. I'm afraid it's not a scam, is it? It could be. What are the times to lie to someone about a bloodbath? Yeah, and I don't know what her parents taught her. The two of them, Tang Mingyue, listened to the words beside them and were a bit anxious, but they didn't know what to say. Auntie, I won't lie to you. Just wait here for a while and you'll see. Her husband was even more angry, pulling Xia Mei to leave. He also felt in his heart that Su Qingkue was a liar. Seeing that they were about to leave, Su Qingkue added, I know that your name is Wan Xingye, a native of B City, with a son and a daughter at home. Wan Xingye turned around. He was indeed from B City. He came here to visit his family, and he admitted to himself that he had never met with the little girl in front of him. Girl, how did you know? Xia Mei asked. You'll see in a moment. After saying that, seeing that they had no intention of going out, they continued to eat the meat on their own plates. Wan Shanyi was determined to find out what this little girl was up to, so he waited in front of their table. After a short while, a middle-aged man hurriedly ran in, panting, forehead full of sweat. Saw still in the store, Wan Xingye husband and wife breathed a sigh of relief. Sir, it's great that you guys are okay. As the middle-aged man ran up, the downstairs began to buzz with a group of people exclaiming murder. There were also screams that broke through the eardrums. Many people in the store ran out to see what was going on. Su Qingkue once again glanced at the two men's faces, and the deathly aura on them hadn't dissipated yet. Clearly their calamity had not yet passed. Wan Shengye saw his own driver panicking. Old Zhang, what's going on down there? Old Zhang patted his chest and said, Boss, there are two murderers down there randomly killing people, and now they've already injured a few people, all of whom went out from the hot pot restaurant. Before old Zhang could finish his sentence, a person came in among a group of people who ran out to see what was going on, appearing a bit abrupt. Su Qingkue took a look and said that it was not good, and hurriedly stood up. As soon as the man came in and looked around, he came straight towards Wan Shengye's side, with his back to the door. Wan Shengye didn't even notice the person who came in. When he was still 2 steps away from Wan Shengye, the man's hand reached into his arms and pulled out a knife from his arms, stabbing straight at Wan Shengye. Su Qingkite, who had already guarded against her hand, kicked him in the knee, and the man's weight was unsteady until he fell backwards. Wan Xingye heard a voice behind him and looked back to see a man falling behind him with a knife in his hand. Old Zhang immediately reacted, snatching the knife from his hand and holding him down on the ground. The set of processes took a split second, and by the time those in the room came back to their senses, the man was already under control. Tang Mingyue didn't even see when Su Qingkue went out of her seat, and the two of them hugged each other tightly in fear. Chapter 14, $1 million for you. There were even people who reacted and started to call the police, and one after another. The people who reacted were shocked and started to whisper as they looked at Su Qingkue. Xia Mei at this time also reacted from a series of accidents. These people are rushing to them. Just check out downwards. There are people waiting below. See, they have not been out. Directly into the store also want to kill them. After the robbery, Xia Mei eased up for a long time and finally found her voice. Girl, really thank you so much for saving our couple's lives. Just a favor. After saying that, he went back to eating his own. The hot pot was really delicious. Wan Shengye handed over his business card with both hands. Girl, thank you for saving our lives. You can call me if anything happens. After Su Qingris received it, he greeted the waiter and put their table on his tab. A great favor is not appreciated. If there is a need for us in the future, we will never shirk, Xia Mei said, adding Su Qingkue's contact information in passing. Just a moment later, the police arrived. From the police station out, Tang Mingyue two people are still dizzy. They inwardly flooded with waves. Simply cannot believe their own housemates so powerful. It's really awesome to death. Kicking people to the ground and reading faces. Guan Shishir opened her big round eyes and looked at Su Qingkite, her eyes all begging. Qingkite, can I learn this face reading? Su Qingkue touched her head and struck. You don't have the talent, and you have to start learning this business at birth. Tang Mingyue also came over, pointing at herself and asking, what about me? Is it okay? No. The two men suddenly hung their heads inside. Su Qingkue lost her smile. These two roommates of hers were really interesting. Alright, didn't you say you were going to buy clothes? Hearing about buying clothes, the two instantly threw away the thoughts they had just had and discussed where they would go to buy clothes better. In the end, the three of them went to a nearby shopping mall. Su Qingkue also wanted to go shopping for clothes. Now that she had money, she should go and buy some good-looking clothes. The former state master lord had thousands of pieces of clothing. Tang Mingyue and the two of them walked hand in hand towards the mall. Su Qingkue followed alone and couldn't help but sigh at how good it was to be young. After a few days at school, the daily class days finally tossed the state master lord out of his mind, and it was harder to learn than all the things he had learned in the first place. Just in time to receive a call from CMA, Su Qingkue finally relaxed for a moment and immediately took her leave to go out. CMA asked her to meet her at a restaurant, saying she had a client she wanted to introduce to her. She didn't care what the client was, as long as she could stay out of class for a while. When she arrived, CMA had already arrived, and there was a noblewoman in a cheongsam sitting beside her. As soon as CMA saw Su Qingkue, she pulled her over and introduced her. Ah Lan, this is the master I told you about. Turning back to Su Qingkue again, she introduced herself. Miss Qingkue, this is the friend of mine who hit a ghost that I told you about. Her name is Yilan. Take a look for her. Yilan frowned, looking at the girl in front of him who looked only 16 or 17 years old. In his heart, he didn't quite believe that such a young girl could be capable of anything, but without showing it on his face, he greeted Su Qingkue and sat down. It was at this time that CMA said, Alan, Qingkite is awesome. Your family's matter can definitely be solved. Yilan smiled slightly, not saying what was going on at home, and smiled as she poured tea for Su Qingkue. Su Qingkue only took one look at her face and began to sneer in her heart. MS. Yeah, tell us the situation carefully. Yilan lifted the teacup in her hand and slowly took a sip. Miss Su, may, quickly taste this tea, the new tea this year. Ah Lan, what else to drink tea ah? You rather say ah. Su Qingkue wasn't in a hurry, but it was CMA who started to get anxious. May, what's the hurry? Taste it, he said raising his hand to signal her to taste it quickly. Su Qingkite as usual picked up the teacup in front of him. The tea was rich, just the aroma of the tea emitted knew that it was a good tea. CMA looked left and right. See, both sides are not in a hurry. Their own anxiety is no use. Also picked up the teacup to drink tea. There's actually nothing going on in our house, so I'm troubling Miss Su to make a trip today. Yilan said. CMA frowned. She took a closer look at Su Qingkite. Although the work was mature and stable, but the childishness was clearly visible on that pretty face, and she also realized that Yilan was not believing her. Su Qingkue wasn't very much taking this job, but seeing CMA's anxious and inflamed appearance, she still said, is there really nothing in MS? Yes house, you don't see her every day. Hearing Su Qingkue's words, the noblewoman's hand trembled, and her complexion soon returned to normal. Miss Su is joking. We are all mortals, how could we possibly see a ghost? Su Qingkue dismissed it, picking up the teacup in front of her and taking a sip. Is that so? Then she added, didn't Ms. Yi say that everything was fine at home? How did she know that I was talking about a ghost? Alan, you say it instead. CMA was the first to get anxious. This was her bosom friend for more than 10 years, and the two of them had always had a very good relationship. The smile on Yilan's face ended, and there was a threat implied in her voice. Don't talk nonsense, Ms. Su, I don't have anything like that at home. Su Qingkue was most annoyed with dealing with such people, and without waiting for them to speak, she stood up and said, Auntie Xie, I'll go back first. Qingkite, what about the problem with Alan's family? CMA hurriedly pulled Su Qingkue back. Su Qingkue laughed. Auntie Xie, you'd better stay away from their family. They're making a fool of themselves now, not far from bankruptcy. Yilan finally lost her composure when she heard Su Qingkite's words. One sentence made her unable to distinguish whether Su Qingkite was bluffing or had real skills. She hurriedly called out to Su Qingkue, Miss Su, as long as you help our family solve the problem, our family will give you $1 million. Su Qingkue turned back with a cold face and said, doesn't Mrs. Lin know how best to solve this? The color in Yilan's eyes was obscure. Staring tightly at Su Qingkue, she knew that Su Qingkue knew. Miss Su, $3 million, Yilan said. Then seeing Su Qingkue's unmoved look, she herself became anxious and added, 5 million. Miss Su, as long as you can help me out, I'll give you 5 million immediately. Su Qingkue's hard heart moved. A lot of money but she also just a heartbeat. After all, this money are not clean. She took a careless to be struck by God's thunder. Or forget it. She clapped her hands mischievously and said, Ms. Yi is really sorry about it. What about the fact that I've already called the police? Hearing the alarm, Yilan stood up with a flourish. Su Qingkue, what exactly do you mean? It means sending you into squat. Ms. Yi, you wouldn't be ignorant of the truth that murder pays for life, would you? Su Qingris glared back with a cold face. Yilan was instantly scared back by Su Qingkue's eyes, a cold light flooding her ancient black eyes. Frightened back, Yilan panicked a bit and stood up to leave. Chapter 15 Ghosts. Su Chingkue sat back down again and said, "Ms. Yi, I advise you to wait here rather. Who the hell are you?" Yi Lan had a ghost in her heart and was now stunned. She was at a loss for words now, just wanting to get home as soon as possible. Wanting to walk but realizing she couldn't move. Only her eyes were still able to move on her whole body. She glared frantically at Xiemei, but Xiemei was flanking her and squashed her eyes. Linen, who slept until 10 o'clock, finally got up from his bed. He didn't want to get up at all when he went to bed only in the middle of the night, but he had to get up when his brother asked him to do something. Moving to the bathroom to wash up with dazed eyes, he vaguely saw a flash of red as he inadvertently scanned the mirror, but there was no such thing as red in this room of his. He only glanced at it, and then didn't look at it again, thinking he had misread it. Humming a little tune, he walked into the bathroom, the water running down through the shower over his head as he rubbed the foam over his head with his eyes closed. Suddenly, rubbing his lathered hands, felt how they didn't feel quite right today, and he reached out and fumbled with the towel at his side. However, the towel did not touch. His hand touched a cold thing, bone-piercing cold, all of a sudden penetrated into the flesh and bones of the kind. Scared him, hurriedly shrugged off. The other hand wiped a handful of water from his face in a haphazard manner, and what came into view was a flash of extreme red. There was also a bloodied, tearful, greenish-white face. Ah, ghosts! A mournful scream rang out, but none of the servants downstairs heard it, and continued to busy themselves with what they were doing. Linen shivered and stepped back, but the bathroom was so small. Where was there room for him to step back? Only one step and his back hit the wall. "Don't kill me. I can give you whatever you want." Linen's voice was already shaking, but the female ghost in red in front of him didn't care about him, and laughed loudly in front of him. "Linen, give me back my life." Linen didn't even dare to look, it just begged for mercy. His whole body was cowering in the corner. The female ghost jumped straight up and grabbed Linen's neck with both hands. "You give me back my life. Give me back my life." The female ghost shouted as she tightened her force, trying to strangle Linen. Linen was caught by the throat, unable to say a word. He blushed and his voice was hoarse. "Save life." Just when he thought he was going to die, there was a knock on the door and the maid's voice, "Young master, sir is calling." Just then the force on his neck abruptly disappeared and he breathed in fresh air. Linen didn't dare to stay alone anymore, so he casually grabbed a bathrobe and ran out. The maid outside the door was startled when she opened the door violently, and she even moved her eyes elsewhere when she saw his outfit. She handed the phone in her hand. "Young master, sir, phone." Linen answered the phone. "Dad, what's up?" It took a long time before a middle-aged male voice came. "Pack up your things. I'll arrange for you to leave the country." "Dad, I'm not going abroad." Linen had just almost let the female ghost get away with his little life. Now equals what he wanted most was to find a master to catch the female ghost. He didn't want to go abroad at all. The man on the other end of the phone obviously didn't care what he thought, and said directly, "It's already been arranged. 1 o'clock flight. Pack yourself." The other side hung up the phone after saying that, and the angry Linen directly slammed the phone in his hand against the wall. The maid said anxiously from the side, "Young master, I'll go down first." Linen waved his hand, and the maid quickly walked downstairs. Bravely, he went back to his room, grabbed his cell phone and ran, just in case the ghost girl was still in the room. "Rat, ask you something." Dialing a phone number. Linen didn't dare to stay upstairs alone and sat on the sofa in his bathrobe. "Ange, what's up? The party's about to start. When are you coming? Do you know any reliable masters?" Linen asked. "It's just a female ghost. As long as you don't die, you can't kill her." "Ange, what master?" "The kind that can catch ghosts. Contact one for me. I need it today." "How much is not a problem," Linen said. "Okay, I'll ask around." "Are you still coming to the party?" "Not coming. Put it on my tab. Hurry up and help me find someone." After saying that, Linen hung up the phone. A glance around the living room didn't reveal anything, but he was too afraid of ghosts to go anywhere, and the general feeling of near death he had just experienced was still present in his mind. As soon as Lin Feiwen came back at noon, he saw Linen, who was still sitting on the sofa, and immediately his anger rose from his heart. "I told you to pack up your things. What are you doing here unclothed?" Lin had never been much of a listener to his dad and didn't react at all. Lin Feiwen became even more furious. The son is not like him at all. Eating, drinking and playing all kinds of things. Then greeted the 2 bodyguards to go forward, hold him down and send him to A. Linen also stood up in a rage. "Dad, I'm not going. You're going or you're not." While the 2 fathers and sons were at a standstill, a loud male voice came from outside the door. "Brethren, I've recruited the master for you." As soon as the words fell, a 25 or 26-year-old man with a dry and thin body walked in through the door, followed by an old Taoist priest wearing a Taoist robe and holding a duster in his hand. Seeing that Lin Feiwen was also there, The man instantly didn't dare to move and stood stiffly in place. Good day, Uncle Lin. Lin Feiwen held his frame and sat down on the sofa next to him, looking at Tan Lu and saying, Tan family's child, how come you're free to come over? Tan Lu hurriedly pulled out the Taoist priest behind him and smiled sarcastically. Uncle Lin, this is the ghost-catching Taoist priest that entrusted me with. I'll leave first. After saying that, without waiting for Lin Feiwen to speak, the person ran away, and by the time Lin called for someone to come, he had already run into the courtyard. Lin Feiwen had already resumed his superior stance and said with a smile, Please sit down. Sir, the hospitality is not good enough. Mr. Lin, I don't know what I was invited for? The Taoist priest flung his duster, but he had the odor of an immortal. There's a female ghost in my room. Please master. Without waiting for Lin Feiwen to speak, Linen stood up and said. With that, he pulled the dowser toward the stairs. Lin Feiwen looked at Linen's back as he went upstairs and cursed. You brat! What are you talking about? But he didn't wait for Linen to answer, so he could only sit on the sofa himself to see what the ungrateful son was up to. Linen kept going until he reached the door of his room. Then he said, Master, this is the place. As long as you catch the female ghost, I'll give you $1 million. The old Taoist priest who had just been a fairy. When he heard 1 million, his voice lightened up a bit. Don't worry, young Mr. Lin, the old Taoist will live up to his promise. Linen didn't dare to stay longer and stomped downstairs. Only where there were people could he rest assured. Chapter 16, I'm going to kill you. As soon as he saw Linen return to the living room, Lin Feiwen resumed his appearance of just rising up into a violent rage. What kind of godly stuff are you up to? Can you learn something good? What do you mean you don't learn? Didn't you learn from you? Linen said sarcastically. Lin Feiwen was so angry that he almost fainted. What kind of sins had he created to give birth to such a son? He slowed down and said, What did you just say? Where did we get a ghost in our house? If you're sick, go to the hospital. Don't get into all this God talk. I don't need you to mind my business. Linen finished with a flutter of his sleeve and sat down on the sofa furthest away from Lin Feiwen. When Lin Feiwen saw that his son still looked like this, he was furious and pressed his chest for a long time without being able to calm down. Su Qingkue. Several people waited for more than half an hour before Zhuo Zhengyang arrived with 2 policemen. Yilan stood motionless for more than half an hour. Her feet had long been numb from standing. She still wore high heels on her feet. She couldn't move. She was simply going to fall down. Siamei heard Su Qingkai's words and vaguely knew something. She wasn't some kind of idiot and naturally knew that her best friend wasn't the way she usually acted. So she stayed by the side and waited. She did believe in Su Qingkue. After all, Su Qingkue had saved both of their lives. As soon as Lin Zhengyang came in, he saw Yilan, who had a strange posture, and Su Qingkue, who was drinking tea slowly. For a moment neither knew what was happening. It was Su Qingkue who greeted her. Long time no see, Captain Zhuo. Miss Su, long time no see. The female police officer behind Zhuo Zhengyang greeted Su Qingkue with a smiling face. She was very interested in the little girl. Ms. Su, you said there was a murder here? Zhuo Zhengyang had a businesslike attitude. Yeah, look at the murderer right there. Su Qingkue pointed at Yilan with a smile on her face. Any proof? The policewoman also resumed her work. Zhuo Zhengyang, however, didn't believe her side of the story. Where are the victims? At her home. Su Qingkue said very nastily to Yilan, looking at her with a look of horror in her eyes as things fell apart. I'm counting 2 girls. It's buried in the back garden of their house. Said also revealed a look of horror. Captain Zhuo? Such a terrible person should be arrested as soon as possible. Zhuo Zhengyang eyes flashed an angry look. If this is the truth is that the 2 girls in the flower season in general, life ended in the beautiful time. Ms. Su, please tell us in detail what happened. Zhuo Zhengyang said in a deep voice. Su Qingkue slowly turned her head to face Yilan and said, Both girls are the ones your husband has his eye on. You think they're youthful and beautiful while you're already old and decrepit, aren't you? Yilan heard her words, although she couldn't move but her eyes were full of anger. Obviously she felt the same in her heart. Su Qingkue let out a light laugh. She didn't understand why all the people in this world were so much more cruel than the people in their country of Li. Brutally tortured 2 innocent people without a single piece of good skin on their bodies. She continued, You think they seduced your husband? You asked them to your home, put LSD in them to knock them out, and then locked them in the basement for a month before they were abused to death. But you don't know, and you don't care, whether these 2 girls have agreed to be your husband's mistresses or not. And you think her husband's heart has been seduced by them, don't you? Zhuo Zhengyang quickly stepped forward as soon as Su Qingkue's words fell and gave Yilan a pair of silver bracelets. Next to Siamei has been shocked speechless. Know each other to see more than 10 years of girlfriends actually kill people. It is not that she did not doubt Su Qingkue's words, but things have been clear, by her not to believe. Student Sue, can you take us there? The policewoman said very seriously. She was a very capable policewoman, and she couldn't see such a thing happening. Zhou Zhengyang had already handcuffed Yilan, but Su Qingkuei's fixation spell hadn't been lifted yet, and she couldn't move at all right now, not to mention the escape that Zhou Zhengyang was thinking of. Ms. Su, please take us to the deposition. Missy's request. Of course, Su Qingkuei happily agreed. She was now a big fan of the laws of this world. Their police enforcement was so much better than in Ri. It made the people safer. Yilan had been shocked with tears in her eyes. She had regretted it. She shouldn't have asked Xiamei to invite a master to this demon for her. She didn't even know how she knew. It was something she had hidden so well that even her family didn't know. This demon hadn't even said 2 words yet. The one who called the police straight away. If I knew she was so capable, I would have known that I would have made a good relationship with her. Yilan, that regret, but now she cannot move at all. Even if she can move, hands are still handcuffed by the police. Eyes can only blink, but did not attract the attention of others. The old Taoist priest had just entered the room and instinctively felt that something wasn't quite right in the room. But he wasn't well schooled and didn't see what was wrong at all. He warily made his way around the room and was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when his afterglow caught a glimpse of a red dress. Shocked for a moment, hurriedly pulled out the mahogany sword from the bag. This is 50 years of mahogany. He made it himself. Whether it is useful or not I do not know, but it can be pretentious. Usually meet are small problems. Open altar practice muddle through. He is sure that now this is absolutely true. He touched his heart and thought, what about $1 million? How many orders would he do to get $1 million? Holding the hand of the peachwood sword to cut around. Cut did not cut to do not know, but the old Taoist priest tired out a cold sweat. As the old Taoist sat down to rest, the ghost in red floated up to him and the lights in the room began to short-circuit and flicker. A pair of eyes streaming with blood and tears stared straight at the old Taoist priest. Give me back my life. Give me back my life. She shouted as her hand reached out to strangle the old Taoist priest's neck. Of course the old Taoist priest couldn't let her get away with it, and couldn't stop backing up. Girl, I didn't kill you. Whoever killed you, you look for. The old Taoist priest shouted as he backed away. But the severe ghosts that had already lost their sanity, where could they listen to him? And I don't know which word stimulated the female ghost in red. She let out a stormy cry, and the ghostly aura around her body rose. I'm going to kill you. The red-robed female ghost charged straight toward the old Taoist priest, who knew he didn't have the ability to do so, and turned around and ran toward the door. While running he also shouted, Ghosts! Ghosts! The 2 shrill cries startled the father and son downstairs. The red-clothed female ghost floated down. Her eyes were resentful. Her blood and tears fell continuously, and her hair grew wildly, instantly trapping the 3 people present. The Lin family's father and son were directly tied up without reacting, tied up so tightly that they almost couldn't breathe that way. Inside the living room became gloomy the moment the female ghost appeared. Obviously the sun was still shining outside, but the inside of the house was gloomy, with a piercing coldness. Chapter 17. The group's really round. Linen was already shivering from the cold as he looked to his father. Dad! Save me! Save me! Lin Feiwen wanted to save but nay, he was also tied up. There was no way to move. Glanced at his own son and snapped. Shut up. For the first time, he felt that he had been raised wasted as a son, and he was having thoughts of having a new son, or else who would inherit his huge family business. Dad! I'm going to lose my breath. Help me! Linen continued to shout. Lin Feiwen's mind was still very clear. Although he had no way to move, he still put on a negotiating stance and said, Girl, whatever you want, we can give it to you, as long as you let me go. Lin Feiwen was startled by the female ghost's greenish white face and eyes that were filled with blood and tears. Everything is negotiable. Whatever you want. Tribute, paper, money. Just say the word. The female ghost's face was right in front of him, just a few centimeters away. Lin Feiwen was now about to be scared to death, but now he could only ask her to let himself go. I want your lives. The female ghost's eerie, ghastly voice still had some hoarseness to it. Hearing Lin Feiwen, 2 father and son ears will be even more horrible. Next to the old Taoist priest, heart remorse to death. His own today is not going to be accounted for here. Linen struggled while shouting, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. It had clearly fallen into a state of madness and insanity. As the trio felt like they were going to die here, a bright female voice came from outside the door, with the petulance of a little girl in her voice. No killing. Killing will be ashes. Oh. The female ghost sensed the unusual aura outside and hurriedly tightened her hair, wanting to get them all in one go. Su Qingkuei took the lead and walked in. The red-clothed female ghost who had already almost lost her mind didn't hear it in general. Her hair once again skyrocketed in an attempt to grab everyone who came in. The people around her were seeing this scene for the first time, and all of a sudden they were trapped by the female ghost's hair. Su Qingkue only protected Xiamei, who was by her side. The others did not have her shelter and were bound tightly by the ghosts. The door behind him slammed shut, and the inside of the living room became even more chilly, with a cloudy frost already forming beside it. And next to it, Xiamei was freezing and shivering. Su Qingkue's fingertips condensed a sliver of golden light and struck into Xiamei's body. Looking at the hair that sped in front of her, Su Qingkue's eyes surged with a cold aura. Pulling the red-clothed female ghost's hair with one hand, her eyes icy cold. A newborn ghost that's not even 6 months old has such strong ghost power. One hand yanked at her hair and the other pulled toward her, catching the female ghost off guard with a tug that caused her to stumble and fall. Another strand of hair flew out, charging straight at Su Qingkue's face. Su Qingkue wouldn't give her such an opportunity. Catching the hair that sped by with one hand and attaching mana to her hand, she directly pulled the female ghost to herself. The female ghost saw that things were bad, took all her hair back, turned into a black mist and tried to run. But Su Qingkue wouldn't give her this chance at all, tugging on the black mist with one hand and pinching with the other. With a flash of golden light, the black mist resumed the appearance of a female ghost, revealing a greenish-white ghostly face full of blood and tears. Su Qingkue was not a good person. Picking up the female ghost and balling it up into a ball in her hands, she kicked it to the corner. After doing this, he also turned back to Xiamei, who was filled with horror, and said, "Auntie Xie, sorry, scared you, didn't I?" Xiamei at this time can still say what? All body dare not move. The female ghost is still over there eyeing it. Now that it was with Su Qingkai here, the female ghost didn't dare to resist, and without her, none of them would be enough for her to fill her stomach. The old Taoist priest was the first to react, running over with his butt, plopping down in front of Su Qingkue and shouting, "Master, please accept me as your disciple." Su Qingkue glanced at him and moved away on her own. A quick glance could tell that this person was a narrow-minded person with interests at the forefront of his mind. Zhuo Zhengyang and the two policemen were no longer able to speak. Their materialism, which they had adhered to for 30 years, collapsed at this moment. "Classmate Su, that ghost is not right. That is the victim in where?" The policewoman stuttered and asked, not daring to look toward the female ghost at all. "But it's rare that she remembers this." Zhuo Zhengyang and the other policemen sneakily looked toward the female ghost, and then quickly retracted their gaze. "Sins of Yo, the group is really round." Zhuo Zhengyang also coughed twice and asked, "Ms. Su, where is the body you mentioned?" At this time, the old Taoist priest also got up on his own, obviously also noticing that Su Qingkue was not treating him well. Over here, Linen had already been trembling with fear. His whole body shrank in the sofa. Even if he was loosened, he didn't dare to move. He had just been bundled up to the point of almost suffocating, and now his whole body ached. It was Lin Feiwen who was the first to react. After all, he was someone who had gone through a great deal. Seeing that the danger was temporarily resolved, enduring the pain in his body, looking at the police in the house, he said, "What are a couple of comrade police officers doing in my house?" Su Qingris looked at this person with a smile on her face. "An interesting one. This family couldn't put together a good one." Zhuo Zhengyang eased his thumping heart and very formally pulled out his police officer's license and showed it to Lin Feiwen. Then said, "We received a report of 2 corpses in your home and came to investigate." Lin Feiwen's face was filled with a displeased expression. "My family doesn't have such things." The policewoman curiously came up next to Su Qingkue and asked, "Master, why is it so cold here?" Saying that, she looked outside the window. Just now when they came in it was still very sunny. The female ghost seen she is too heavy, forming a yin caste boundary in this neighborhood. Su Qingkue said, "This female ghost looked like she had just died not long ago, but the yin qi of her entire body could be compared to an old ghost that had been dead for 100 or 200 years. Lin Feiwen clearly felt the female ghost looking at his eyes. He is a person who can bend and bend. Looked around the circle of people, and made an instant decision in his heart. He jogged over to Su Qingkue and bowed. "Master, please help us with this female ghost and I'll give you $1 million. Su Qingkue pulled Xiamei leisurely towards the sofa and leisurely sat down, looking behind him through Lin Feiwen in a good manner. Lin Feiwen looked warily at the female ghost in the corner behind him, thinking that Su Qingkue was looking at the female ghost behind him, and was very wary in his heart. He immediately increased his chips. "Master, 3 million, do you think it's okay?" Su Qingkue gently stretched out a hand, resting her chin, and laughed softly. "Mr. Lin Feiwen is quite generous. Master, 5 million. Lin Feiwen continued to raise the price. Su Qingkue didn't say anything and looked at his face, gently hooking her lips in a smile. "Captain Zhuo, what you want to know is under that peach tree at the very back." Zhuo Zhengyang did not stay long when he got the news and left with the people, leaving only a small police officer here to watch the crowd. Su Qingkue did not want to care. Anyway, the body above all the evidence. As long as to find the body to convict her is not a problem. She is now curious about the two people on Lin Fei-wen's back. Two ghosts. Chapter 18, You have to pay me for my services. Su Qingkue looked at Lin Fei-wen and smiled as she looked at the two people behind her through him. Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, coming down to talk? Lin Fei-wen thought that it was him who was talking, then realized that something was wrong. Su Qingkue didn't look at him, he was speaking to his back, and all of a sudden, his whole body's jolted and he jerked his head back to look, and he saw nothing. He had been on the throne for many years, and for the first time he had been snubbed by such a milquetoast little child, and hadn't yet ignored it, and although his face was still smiling, his eyes already contained a cold intent. The others even looked at each other in disbelief, not knowing what she meant by that. Su Qingkue didn't care what they thought and smiled. As long as you guys can pay me, I can avenge your deaths. The couple who had been lying on Lin Fei-wen finally realized that Su Qingkue's words were spoken to them, and just after seeing her clean up the female ghost, they wanted to run away. But this house didn't know what was stopping them, and they couldn't get out at all. Lin Changping slowly walked to Su Qingkue with his wife and he plopped down on his knees. Master, please avenge us. You have to pay me for inviting me. Oh. Su Qingkue laughed lightly. The people next to her were even more shocked as they watched her speak to the air. Xia Mei went up and pulled her hand, asking, Qingkite, there's no one in front of you. Are you not feeling well? Su Qingkue was so helpless, for the first time being made to feel crazy. He could only pinch a trick and point it on the eyebrows of Lin Changping and his wife. And suddenly two transparent people appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Xia Mei cried out in shock, but still reflexively shielded Su Qingkue behind her, her own hands and feet trembling, and did not leave. Thanks auntie, I'm fine. Where no one else noticed, Lin Wenfei watched the two transparent figures in front of him step back, his eyes full of disbelief. Hadn't they been dead for more than 20 years? Lin Changping thumped and kowed out twice to Su Qingkue. Master, all the merit in my body is for you. Su Qingkue was instantly beaming with joy. This was what she wanted the most, since the first day when she had used up all her mana. It had now been almost half a month since then, and she hadn't recovered much at all, let alone recovered to the level of her previous life. Add to that the fact that her body wasn't original now, and she still had to get her soul to fuse with her body, and it was even harder. She mused for a moment. I can let you avenge yourself without being punished by hell. Would you like that? She cocked her head at Lin Fei-wen who moved to the doorway and said, No running. Oh. The small police officer immediately reacted and held Lin Fei-wen down, very quickly snapping a pair of silver bracelets on him. Who the hell are you? Let go of me. Lin Fei-wen was being held back, and he finally got a little flustered. Su Qingkue clapped her hands and said mischievously, I'm here to collect you. Ah. She pointed to the man and woman kneeling in front of her and introduced them. This is Lin Changping. This is Zhang Zi. Mr. Lin Wenfei must know it. Saying that, he also very nastily twisted Lin Fei-wen's twisted over face back, right towards Lin Changping's couple. Looking at the eyes of that ghost couple that wanted to eat themselves, Lin Fei-wen became even more afraid. He shook his head frantically and shouted, I don't know them. Where the hell are you, a liar? Su Qingkue slowly spoke. Let's see where to start. Let's start from 30 years ago, when you guys walked out of Dave Village together, shall we? Lin Fei-wen looked at Su Qingkue in shock. She really knew that he was going to be finished. Master, how much money do you want? I'll give it to you. Don't say anything. The more you don't let me say it, the more I want to say it. She pulled a stool over and sat down in front of Lin Fei-wen, and winked mischievously at him. Lin Fei-wen, who had already had his mouth covered by Su Qingkue, was filled with horror, not knowing at all how this teenage girl in front of him knew about the events of 30 years ago, but he could sense that she must have known. He shook his head frantically, but Su Qingkue just had to say it in front of him. It only felt like this person in front of him was an absolute devil. 30 years ago, you made an appointment to go to Sheepshead together to earn money, and the money was earned, but it wasn't earned by you. It was earned by them, wasn't it? Su Qingkue looked at him with good grace. He couldn't say anything anyway. Lin Fei-wen was drenched in cold sweat. He was finished. You fell for a scam in Yancheng and lost all your money. But Lin Changping used his unique vision to earn his first bucket of gold. And then the two of them, husband and wife, invested in the cab market and became millionaires in the 90s. Didn't they? Su Qingkue removed the rag from his mouth, and Lin Fei-wen cried out, No! Where the hell are you, a liar? It's all mine. You see their success, but you're not convinced that, obviously coming from the same village, what makes them earn money and you have to work for someone else? When you were working, you met a Taoist priest who still had some Taoist skills. The two of you teamed up and killed both husband and wife. Then the Taoist priest practiced the practice of detaining the souls of the two men in the place where the bodies were buried. And you disguised the incident as an accidental disappearance, took all their money and the company, and step by step, you became the current president of the forest. Everyone present looked over. There was no way to imagine that a foundation as large as the Lin family's actually succeeded by killing people. What proof do you have? Decades have passed and they have all become white bones. After saying this, Lin Feiwen covered his mouth as an afterthought. You're trying to say there's no evidence? Su Qingkue said. Lin Feiwen stalked his neck, apparently meaning just that. Su Qingkue looked at his deadpan look and found it very funny. Even if he could escape the laws of the human world now, what about after death? All people will be judged after death, and all their sins in life will be liquidated one by one. So what if they can escape now? When Lin Changping heard this, he also knew that it had been so many years since then, plus the fact that surveillance wasn't common in the past, so they had no evidence at all. Seeing that it was tough to make the scum ambush, the two couples instantly appeared in front of Lin Feiwen's eyes and kicked him in the heart. The two gradually had a tendency to move towards the knight's ghost, and the kick was not a good one, and Lin Feiwen fainted on the spot. Su Qingkue pretended to pull a bit, then evened it out and said, "We don't have any evidence. But what about the fact that I can make you get beaten by ghosts every day or take revenge in an honorable way?" The Kokeshi-sama, who couldn't do anything without his mana, felt so annoyed. Chapter 19, Disapproval. She looked to Siame next to her and asked, "Auntie, does it come with paper?" Siame asked in a small voice while pulling out the small notebook with a long strap from her own small bag. "Shinkite, is there really no way out?" "There is a way. Don't worry, Auntie." There was no yellow table paper, no good vermilion sand. An ordinary piece of paper was placed in front of Su Qingkue, and she sighed deeply. "It's so hard without money." Quickly biting her own finger, she wrote down the form on the paper, which was the form she gave to the Lord Judge, asking him to be accommodating to give Lin Changping a pass ultimatum, so that he could take his revenge openly and honestly. The moment the last stroke fell, Su Qingkue held her finger in her mouth. It hurt her so much. This body has not been refined and is fragile. She held the paper between two fingers of her right hand, her mouth reciting an obscure mantra, and as her last word fell, the paper in her hand slowly burned. In the end, there is only a dust. When Su Qingkue thought that the judge agreed, the dust slowly rose up in the air. In the air, cohesion into two words not approved. Su Qingkue is confused. The others also saw it and looked towards Su Qingkue in unison. It was the first time they had seen such a marvelous scene. The corner of Su Qingkue's mouth twitched with angry buzzing. Definitely not approved by that dog man. She turned her head towards Siame. "Auntie Xie, tear me another piece of paper." Siame tore a piece of paper for her and said, "Shinkite, don't force yourself." Su Qingkite wrote another form and added one more sentence at the back. This time the form was burned smoothly. Even the ash disappeared. Su Qingkite nodded with satisfaction. After 2 minutes or so, a clearance document glowing with golden light slowly appeared in Lin Changping's hand, which meant that he could take his revenge in name only. Husband and wife looked at the paperwork in their hands, happy expression overflowing. Suddenly Lin Changping saw the last paragraph of the paperwork. The expression is a bit of a word. Looking at Su Qingkue with great hesitation, he said, "Master, here are the words for you." Su Kingris looked at the last sentence, which read, "Kingris, you conscienceless bastard, get lost and come see me." She hemmed and hawed and returned the paperwork to Lin Changping. "Don't bother with the words." With that, the slender finger made a point towards the top of the line, and the words slowly disappeared, leaving no trace at all. Siame also saw it and was a bit worried. "Shinkite, will it be dangerous?" She shook her head and confessed, "No, don't worry about it." Lin Changping and his wife knelt in front of Su Qingkue in unison and kowtowed 3 times. "Master, thank you." She stood up and said, "It's okay, money and goods, you guys are paid." Beckoning the female ghost in the corner, she said, "Auntie Xie, it's over. Let's go." The female ghost was uncontrollably coming straight towards Su Qingkue, whether she wanted to or not. Su Qingkue picked up the cup on the table. "Come in. I'll send you to reincarnation later." Siame was a bit jittery. All she had seen and heard today had completely refreshed her perception. Zhou Zhangyang came in through the door with a gloomy face, looking at the Lin family, several people with poison quenched in their eyes. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Cuts all over the bones, some of them growing back after being broken. It was completely unbelievable how much they had been tortured. Walking up to Su Qingkue, she said, "Miss Su, thank you." "No need to thank you. Purely I can't stand to see them. Contact me if anything happens." Su Qingkue said and left. Zhou Zhangyang stopped her and said, "Ms. Su, we also need to trouble you to go back with us to make a statement." The policewoman came over to Su Qingkue, pointing at Lin Feiwen, who had collapsed on the ground, and asked, "What's his condition now? It's been too long for us to necessarily check for clues." Su Qingkue smiled faintly. "It doesn't matter, they avenged themselves." The policewoman squared her shoulders and said, no matter how tough it is. I'm going to make sure they are punished to the full extent of the law. Come on, you can do it. A large number of police officers came over with forensic doctors and various experts, and Zhuo Zhengyang personally took Su Qingkui and Xiamei back to make a statement. Everything on this side was handed over to the police, and after making a statement, Su Qingkui even specifically reminded Captain Zhuo, Linan's problem isn't small either. You can pay attention to the computer in his room. Zhuo Zhengyang is the first time to contact these things, and he doesn't understand this aspect, but he knows that there is a man outside the man, and there is a sky outside the sky. And just now when he reported to the director only told him to befriend Su Qingkui. He hesitated for a moment and asked, "Ms. Su, can fortune-telling tell so much?" Su Qingkui spread her face and smiled widely, and all of a sudden the colors around her seemed to gather towards her. Others can't, but I can. And of course those who have gone through cultivation can as well. The old Taoist monk saw Su Qingkui about to leave and hurriedly chased after him, saying with a smile on his face, "Master, please accept me as your disciple." Su Qingkite looked at him askance and said, "You're not in the right frame of mind. It's best if you don't dance in front of me, or else you won't be able to afford the consequences." With that, he waved his hand and walked away. She still has to go back to school. Walking out the front door, Xiamei was already waiting outside, and Wan Changyi was also beside him. "Qingkite, is everything alright?" Xiamei greeted her as soon as she saw her and asked with concern. Su Qingkui nodded. "I'm fine." He also greeted Wan Changyi. "Mr. Wan, it's been a long time. Ms. Su, where to? I'll give you a ride." Wan Changyi pulled open the car door and let Xiamei in first. "No, thank you, Mr. Wan. You can take Auntie Xia back." Wan Changyi nodded and got on the car. He had come specifically to pick up Xiamei. He had just received a call from the police, which had scared him. Su Qingkite suddenly thought of something and knocked on Xiamei's side of the window. Xiamei hurriedly rolled the window down and what came into her eyes was Su Qingkite's smiling face. "Qingkite, what's wrong? But where are you going?" Xiamei asked. "Auntie Xia, extend your hand out," Su Qingkui said. She may put her right hand out without asking anything. Su Qingkite noticed for a long time that Xiamei was wearing a jade bracelet on her right hand that was of very good color and had been enlightened. "Auntie Xia, I'll draw you a peace talisman on the bracelet. Is that okay?" Well. Thank you, Qingkite." Xiamei had seen Su Qingkite's means. After all, she could ball up a ghost into a ball. She retired the bracelet and handed it over to Su Qingkite. Wan Changyi revealed a questioning look. Su Qingkui took the jade bracelet. Her fingers condensed golden light. Her fingers as a pen, and the golden light of merit as ink, and carved a peace talisman to coalesce into the jade bracelet. "Alright, Auntie Xia, be safe." Su Qingkui handed the bracelet to Xiamei, then waved her hand and walked away. She had to get some yellow table paper and vermilion. Without the talisman on his body, there wasn't enough mana to go around. On this side, Wan Changyi saw Su Qingkite walking away. Xiamei was still looking at her back a bit tasteless. "Daughter-in-law, what are you looking at? It's all gone." Xiamei retracted her gaze and said, "Qingkite is truly an amazing girl." "What magic?" Wan Changyi asked. "Hurry up and go back." "What's the point of asking?" Xiamei glanced at him angrily. Wan Changyi could only slowly start the car. They had been in a city for too long. They had to go back to be city. Xiamei let out a sigh of emotion and said, "If I go back, I won't be able to see Qingkite." "Why don't you go back?" "I'll stay here for a few days." Taking advantage of the red light gap, Wan Changyi twisted his head to look at her, eyes full of disbelief, which only met twice to hook his daughter-in-law away. If a few more times is not good. "Daughter-in-law, there are still things to do at home? Let's go back quickly." He was adamant that he couldn't let Xiamei stay here. Who knew if he would still have a daughter-in-law by then? Xiamei sighed and didn't say anything, then told Wan Changyi about the Lin family. Wan Changyi kept it in his heart, but didn't show it on his face. Chapter 20. In 1990, Lin Changping, who had just recently gotten married, took his wife, Jiangzi, with him to Yangcheng to look for opportunities. They started from selling small goods in Yangcheng, gradually have some money. The two intend to enter the cab market. They borrowed from the bank to have 3 cars, used cars. To have 20 cars took a small year. That time was hard but satisfying. Until they met, once again, Lin Feiwen, who had come out of Date Village with them. He was cheated out of all his money and was wandering around. So Lin Changping and Jiangzi recruited him into the fleet thinking that they were all from the same place. Changping, based on the current income, will be able to recruit a batch of people in the next month to expand the scale, Jiangzi said. Jiangzi was the boss's wife and had been in charge of finance in the company, and Lin Changping was in charge of fleet management. Lin Changping, who was looking at the bill next to him, also came over to look at it. All the money they had earned over the years had been invested in the company. Can we buy 10 cars? Jiang Zi pressed the calculator and said, yes, the income is good now, and the money we owe the bank will be paid soon. When the time comes, we'll borrow another sum from the bank, buy a few more cars, and take this opportunity to fully dominate the market in the south of the city. Lin Changping said, okay, I hear you. The two chatted some more details about the future. Jiang Zi finished the accounts and looked at the accounts that were much less as usual. Looking at Lin Changping he added, Changping, Lin Feiwen is our fellow countryman. I can only give him another chance for his recent incident. If he still commits the crime I won't be polite. By then whether to dismiss him or let him compensate you have to listen to me. Lin Changping also felt a brain ache. I know. I'll talk to him first and give him a chance. Lin Changping also sighed. In the beginning it was also because of the relationship of being from the same hometown and coming out together that he was placed in the fleet. Who knows, Lin Changping sneakily obscured a lot of money did not turn in. To know the same car. He drove the car is always less than the other car to earn half of the money. Once or twice is normal. But time and time again this is not normal. Originally, Lin Changping thought that the car broke down, and gave it to someone else to drive and nothing was wrong, and the amount of money per day was almost the same as others. Lin Changping also thought about whether Lin Feiwen was more unlucky and couldn't pick up any customers on this street, so he let him switch with someone else. Who knew that the other person was still very normal? And at this time, what else didn't he understand? The two men were talking about future plans in their office, not noticing that there was a man standing on the heel of the wall, listening to all of their conversation. Lin Feiwen exited the caravan with an exasperated face and headed towards a small restaurant. Familiarly, he walked to a private room where a man in his 30s was already drinking. When he saw Lin Feiwen, he shouted, Mosquito, why are you free to come today? Lin Feiwen sat down next to the man with an exasperated look on his face, poured himself a glass of wine, and poured it down in one whole gulp before he said, stop it, that wants to fire me. The man's eyes rolled back and an idea flashed through his mind as he said, aren't you from the same neighborhood? How else could she fire you? Lin Feiwen said as he poured himself some wine. You don't know. She's high and mighty every day in the company. What else would she not dare to do? I think she can't wait to not want to see poor relatives like us. Come, drink. It's not cost-effective to be angry. The man persuaded Lin Feiwen as he poured wine for him. Lin Feiwen is also nonchalant. Picked up and drank. Even drank several cups. The man again pretended to be careless. They should have earned a lot of money in the past 2 years. Hundreds of thousands is there. Lin Feiwen remembered what he had just heard. They were planning to buy 10 more cabs. One would cost 50, 000 to 60, $000. 10, they would have at least 500, 000 to 600, $000. He thought to himself that this money would be nice if it were mine. The man said as if he had heard what was in his heart. People are different than people. We can only work for others who already have hundreds of thousands of dollars, said with a feigned sigh. Lin Feiwen thought in his heart. Obviously they recruited themselves in, and now say dismissal is dismissal, which is not so simple. He's going to make them look good. The man continued to add fuel to the fire. Mosquito, if you don't do it there anymore, come here to brother. Although brother has no money, but if there is a mouthful of food from brother, there is a mouthful of food for you. Lin Feiwen's dark thoughts grew wildly in his heart, and he fiercely stood up and headed out. The man hurriedly stopped. Where to? The wine is not finished yet. Something's up. Tell my brother what's wrong and he'll help you out. The man again from close to Lin Feiwen's ear said, to tell you the truth, my family used to be engaged in that area. Small means or will be a little. Lin Feiwen suddenly didn't understand and asked, which way? The man leaned in and whispered a few words in Lin Feiwen's ear, then slowly hooked a morose smile where Lin Feiwen couldn't see it. Brother, do something big no? Lin Fei asked. What for? The man asked. He knew what Lin Feiwen wanted to do, but he couldn't show it, if he was the one who was pulled onto the car by Lin Feiwen. Lin Feiwen then moved to the man's ear and whispered. The man narrowed his eyes and said, you're sure it'll work? I'm sure. Brother, just say yes or no. The two of them hit it off right away, and that night Lin Feiwen went to Lin Changping's house with a breath of alcohol, saying that he wanted to have a drink with him. There was ecstasy in the wine, and the couple fainted on the spot. Lin Feiwen and the man did not do anything, split the bodies of Lin Changping and his wife, and then threw them into the Huangpu River after engraving the seal of approval. The couple spent 30 years in the Huangpu River before breaking free of the talismanic seal, and by the time the two found Lin Feiwen, he was already successful and admired. But what gives him the right? Their bones are still in the cold river water. What gives him the right to live? They took him in, gave him a job, and he tried to get them killed. The two would just keep following him, consuming his qi, and when the qi was consumed it would be his time to die. They didn't think they'd meet Su Qingkue and that they'd be able to take revenge in a fair and square manner. Ever since Lin Feiwen returned home from the hospital he felt that the family was not quite right, but asked the master to see if there was any discovery. That night he had a dream. In the dream, he was lying in a dimly lit room with two men with knives cutting his flesh one after the other. He was in pain. He screamed for help, but he couldn't open his mouth as if it was glued shut. He tried to struggle, but couldn't move. He could only clearly feel the flesh being cut off his body piece by piece. The next moment after dying he was back in that dimly lit room with two men cutting his flesh. He didn't know how many times he had died in his dreams, but that piercing pain followed him like a shadow. Gradually every night he dreamed of it, and he dared not sleep or close his eyes. It didn't take long for him to fade beyond recognition, and the whole thing faltered. Gradually, day or night, the couple could always be seen cutting his flesh. Chapter 21, The Girl Buys Vermilion. Yilan was immobilized by Su Qingkait's fixation spell and couldn't do anything, so she could only be taken away by the police in the end. Because of the evidence, Yilan was directly admitted to the detention center, ready to be arraigned at any time. She was still waiting in her heart for her husband and son to come to her rescue, but she couldn't wait. Lin Feiwen was now in the hospital because of Lin Chengping's slap with resentment. Yilan had not dared to sleep every day since she had been imprisoned in the detention center, and as soon as she closed her eyes at night, she would go back to the secret room she had built with her own hands in the first place. Then a whip fell hard on himself, beating himself to a bloody pulp. Week after week, that extreme pain prevented her from sleeping and she could only force her eyes open. If you don't accidentally sleep through it, you'll be mistreated even more brutally than the day before. Yilan, who hadn't gotten enough sleep for a long time, was rapidly aging down, a far cry from the noblewoman she was before. When Lin Feiwen came over to see her he simply didn't dare to recognize her. Yilan, who was only in her 50s, already looked like she was in her 60s or 70s, and Lin An, who was stunned and passed out at the time, was arrested for Yin, and the shocking video in her computer is tangible evidence that people are now next door to her. Can't count on it at all, and Lin is waiting for his dad to save him, and Lin Feiwen, who he was waiting for, couldn't even go to his rescue right now. Su Qingkue went out after saying goodbye to Xiamei and arrived at the antique street. People come and go. There are walking grandpas, there are shopping couples, and there are even a Taoist priest in a Taoist robe. There are also vendors with stalls selling antiques. Su Qingkite only took one look and knew that it was all fake, but she couldn't help but believe it. All the way up the road did not see the sale of cinnabar. Su Qingkue had to look for someone to ask. Stop to walk with the birdcage of the grandfather. Grandpa, do you know where to sell cinnabar? The older man looked Su Qingkue up and down and asked, girl buying vermilion sand? Su Qingkite nodded, and the grandfather said, 7 or 8 meters to the front. There is a store called Linqing Pavilion. Their vermilion sand is the best. Thank you, Moncler. I wish you peace and health. After saying that, Su Qingkite left, leaving behind a confused look on his face. Moncler outlet. How did he just feel his body suddenly relaxed a little bit? Looking at the girls far away back, Moncler outlet store finally shook his head and walked away. Su Qingkue found her way to Linqing Pavilion store, which was a bit empty, with only some yellow table paper on the shelves, and some not-so-influential magic weapons. A young man, about 25 or 26 years of age, was lying on a recliner in the store playing a game, and every now and then he shouted, playing the field. Are you rooting around in the wild? Shooter, is there gold waiting for you to pick up down the road? Auxiliary, can you get off the batter's head? Knock, knock, knock. Su Qingkue's knock on the door caused the young man to raise his eyes towards the doorway to see a young girl aged 17 or 18 years old. Missy, you want to buy something? Ask for a bit of vermilion sand and yellow table paper. Su Qingkue smoothly entered the store. The store was small, but the things on the shelves were real, not in the same class as what was sold on the street outside. The young man didn't put down his cell phone either and said, what's Missy buying vermilion for? Qingkite didn't answer either and said, please bring it to me to see the quality. Hearing this, the young man finally put down his cell phone and got up from the recliner, walking over to the innermost shelf and taking 3 boxes of vermilion sand and placing them on the counter in front of Su Qingkue. Su Qingkue only took one look and said, these vermilion sands don't meet my requirements. The young man glanced at Su Qingkue in surprise and took 2 more boxes from the nearby shelves. Su Qingkue frowned not very satisfactorily. The young man also saw, usually come to buy cinnabar is basically their same people. The general public cannot see the cinnabar is good or bad. The young lady in front of him could tell at a glance, but he didn't find the aura of a fellow traveler in Su Qingkue, so he didn't move to watch. Although he was not a good student of the art, he still knew a little bit of the basic means of reading people, and he actually didn't see at all if the person in front of him was a fellow traveler. I wonder where your mentor comes from, the young man asked. Su Qingkue didn't answer the reply and pushed all the vermilion sand on the table back saying, none of these meet my requirements. Once again lamenting his lack of learning, the young man said. Missy, wait here, I'll call my grandfather. Saying that and not waiting for Su Chingkui to agree, he lifted the side curtain and headed inside, shouting as he went, Grandpa, someone's buying vermilion. Then came a somewhat old but middle-aged voice, you take it to him and call me what for? Grandpa, she wants good vermilion. The young man pushed open a room in the backyard and headed inside. An older man in his 60s or 70s walked out, looking a bit older, but walking with a steady, tiger-like gait. He knocked a chestnut on the young man's head. Who wants good vermilion? Are you being bluffed? The young man held his head in aggravation and said, she could tell at a glance that the other vermilion was good or bad, and said it didn't meet her requirements. Go on, check it out. The young man could only follow his grandfather, rubbing his head. It hurt so much. His grandfather really showed no mercy at all. As soon as Moncler outlet store I saw the little girl standing in the store, 17 or 18 years old. But there is a composure that does not belong to her age. What kind of vermilion does the girl want to buy? The older man was the first to ask. Su Chingkui smiled faintly and pointed at the row of vermilion on the table. At least it's not this kind. The old man was not angry, and pulled out 3 boxes of vermilion sand from the locked cabinet, saying, this is the best vermilion sand in our store. So let's see if the girl is still satisfied. Su Chingkui knew with just a glance that this was indeed the best. The effect of talismans drawn with this kind of vermilion sand was much better than normal ones. How much? $300,000 a box. Simply do not have so much money. Su Chingkui frowned. How so expensive? Think of their hands only remaining 20,000 yuan. The master of the country lord agreed to look at the side of the average quality of the vermilion sand. In the heart of the matter to say to themselves to not will be on the 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 will. The old man was also a man of character and said, Miss, is there something wrong? Su Chingkui didn't know what to do for a while, and suddenly she looked towards a ruddy molded magic weapon on top of the shelf and said, this magic weapon is broken. Moncler outlet store also raised his eyes to see that it was a magic weapon he had recovered some time ago, and had wanted to find someone to fix it, but after finding a few close friends there was no way to fix it. Moncler outlet store online. Indeed, the girl has a way. Grandpa, let's talk about it, shall we? Su Chingkui said. Chapter 22 Return my Lingyue sword. It was true that she didn't have that much money, but now that aura was thin and mana recovery was slow, talismans were the best thing. You say. Moncler outlet store a little curious. He has not seen Su Chingkui in this business for so long. I do not know which junior she is. I'll help you fix the spell, and you send me a box of vermilion sand. Su Chingkui said, there are 3 formations engraved on top of this magic weapon. All of them are ordinary formations, but these 3 formations are intertwined with each other, pulling one to start the whole body, and it's not that simple to repair them. Moncler outlet online. This girl is young. A few of his best friends do not have a way to repair. This girl just look at a glance and said that can be repaired, either exaggerated or have real skills. He removed the spell and handed it to Su Chingkui. As long as you can fix it, the vermilion is not a problem. Su Chingkui took the spell. The main thing about this spell was protection. So the 3 formations inside were all protection-oriented, intertwining with each other to form a large formation. What went wrong was that one of the formation's eyes was broken, causing a chain reaction, and the whole thing just went to waste. Su Chingkui stretched out her delicate jade fingers, extracting her own golden light of merit to supplement the array eye, and then using her mana to complete the array's energy. After a set of processes, Su Chingkui's mana was basically used up. And because of all the concentration, her mind was extremely consumed, and her forehead was covered in sweat. In his heart, he said, this is a big loss. The merit is so hard to earn, and he has lost a little bit. I blame myself for not properly learning formations from my master in the first place. If only my senior brother was there. His formations were out of this world. Returning the repaired magic weapon to the Moncler outlet store, he said, Moncler, it's repaired. From the series of just now, the grandfather also knows that Su Chingkui is a real skill. Said, which family is the girl? How come I have not seen? None of them. Su Kingris knew that there were definitely other people like her in this world, but she wasn't like them. Her master was not supposed to be in this world. The grandfather did not ask again and said, we are the Lin Yuan Qin family. Would the girl like to visit my Qin family? Su Chingkui knew that he meant to recruit himself. The ruler of the state of Li himself didn't even listen to him, let alone the current Qin family. He shook his head and said, I have a master. Qin Moncler outlet online didn't mind, took out his cell phone and said, girl, add a contact. I don't take advantage of you. The price of restoration I'll give you the market price to replace the vermilion can be good. Qin Yuanqing also pulled out his own cell phone. Miss, can you add a contact? Su Chingkui didn't mind. and immediately added the contact information of the two. Master Chin took 3 boxes of vermilion sand and boxed them up, and took a big pile of yellow table paper, and took a few good brushes and handed them to Su Chingkui. Here, contact me again if you want vermilion in the future. Moncler Outlet Store, Chin said. Su Chingkui nodded, carried her things and went back. Master Chin looked at Su Chingkui's distant back, and then looked at his eldest grandson, who was indulging in playing games beside him, and was suddenly furious. Pointing at Qin Yuancheng, he scolded, "Look at you. You just know how to play games every day. When will you be able to match others halfway?" Qin Yuancheng was scolded, a face of confusion. He played a game how? In the way of the old man what? And he played the game did not affect his cultivation but didn't dare to resist, saying, "Grandpa, I know. I'll go back and work on it now," he said and turned to run. Whoever doesn't run is a cutie. Su Qingkai returned to the dormitory. Day is already very late. Tang Mingyue and Guan Shishir has fallen asleep, and it is too late to draw the talisman. Reach out and pinch and recite the incantation. And suddenly a person exactly like her appeared on the bed. She herself, on the other hand, pinched and opened a ghost door and went in. And there were so many dead and miserable ghosts floating around the ghost tunnel that there were no eyes to see them. All the way to the judge's mansion, the ghosts next to her acted as if they didn't see her, skimming right over her. Su Chingkui was helpless. It seemed that senior brother was angry. There was no need for anyone to lead the way. Su Chingkui entered the judge's mansion familiarly, and above the main hall a handsome young man sat on the upper seat. He wore a purple and gold crown on his head that bound his hair, and was dressed in a basalt-colored rolled python robe, with a white jade belt tied around his waist and a white jade lingerie jade pendant, with an elegant and compelling temperament. The moment Su Chingkui came in, a block was flung out of the man's hand and came straight towards Su Chingkui's face. Su Chingkui, who knew what the hell her senior brother was like, had always been on the defensive, and immediately ducked to the side, quickly dodging the things that were flung at her. "Senior brother, why are you still in this ghostly temper after not seeing you for so long?" Su Chingkui said. "Roll." An object was thrown from the tabletop. Su Chingkui had no choice but to hide as long as she could. While ducking, he said, "Didn't you tell me to come?" The man got even angrier and scolded, "You heartless one, give me back my Lingyue sword." Su Chingkui rubbed her nose. The Lingyue sword had been cleaved into slag by heavenly lightning when she crossed the threshold. "Senior brother, you don't welcome me. I'm going back." Oh. After saying that, he made a gesture to leave. "Master, his old man, wants to see you." The man was exasperated, but couldn't continue to be angry. Suffocating his heart, liver, spleen and lungs, the voice hardened, obviously still very angry, frequently glaring at Su Chingkui. "Where is Master Man?" Su Chingkui asked. For her senior brother she is indeed a disadvantage. When secretly took the senior brother's sword, who knows was split into slag. Without looking at her, the man said, "Follow me." After the two of them exited the judge's mansion, they headed to one place, and Su Chingkui curtly said, "Don't be angry, senior brother. I didn't mean it. The man didn't even look her square in the face and walked straight ahead. "Senior brother, look how pitiful I am now. Will you forgive me? You deserve that. What you were told and what you did in the first place." The man didn't even listen to her selling out. "Senior brother, I know I'm wrong. I've been split into slags. So miserable." Su Chingkui continued to be miserable. The man ignored her, so she could only continue on her own, blathering the whole way, and the man was not at all impressed. The two of them walked until they reached a mansion, and a handsome and clear man came out from inside, wearing a green robe and his hair tied up with a bamboo hairpin. The instant Su Chingkui saw the man she darted forward and hung onto him like a wombat in a single lunge. "Master, I thought I was just going to hang up and never see you again." The man hugged Su Chingkui with a helpless face. "Kite, why are you still acting like a child? Come down quickly." Su Chingkui wrapped her arms around his neck, not meaning to come down at all. "I don't want it." The man had no choice but to hold it up and walk away, while greeting the person outside the door. "Ching Son, hurry up and come in." Kayamatsu gave him a sidelong glance, his gaze seeming to be stabbed at the man like a knife. "Master, I've been split into crumbs. Why don't you come and save me?" Su Chingkui pouted. Ching Song glanced at her and said, "If Master and I didn't come to save you, how do you think you got this body?" Su Chingkui looked at him in shock and said, "Master, you and senior brother got me over here, ah?" The man nodded with a soft smile. ####. If you pupupas like this one, everyone move your slim little hands and rate this book. Thank you. Chapter 23, Taking Luo Lakon's File. Ching Song explained from the back. He felt bad when the last thunderbolt hit, and collected your soul at the last moment, and searched for a long time before he found a body that matched yours in this world. and we calculated that the original Su Ching-kite's life expectancy would be close, and only then did we get you into her body after her death. The man entered the house before setting the wombat hanging on himself down. Iris, this body is the most compatible with you, but after all, it's not your own more or less. You need to warm it up in order to integrate it completely. The man instructed. I know. The three sat around and talked for a while. The man then went indoors and took some things out and said, Iris, these are the ones you used before. You should be just right with these now that your realm is lowered. Touching another bracelet at his waist, he said, this storage bracelet, which Chang Song prepared for you earlier, was intended to be given to you after you succeeded in crossing the tribulation. Su Chingkue took it and touched it up and down very fondly, putting it on her own wrist and said sweetly, thank you, senior brother. Kayamatsu grunted very arrogantly and twisted his face away. Su Chingkite very doggedly ran behind Ching Song and squeezed his shoulders for him, saying, I knew that senior brother was the best for me. Kayamatsu couldn't stand her actions very much and dodged away in a flash, saying in a twisted manner, it's good that you know. Iris, hurry up and go back. You can't stay here much longer in your current body. The man saw that things had been said and things had been given, so he rushed her back. Her body is not fused enough with her soul right now, and it's easy for In Chi to enter her body if she stays in hell for too long. Ching Song was even drier, tearing open a ghost door and kicking Su Ching Kite inside. The man looked and shook his head. You obviously care about her the most. Why is it like this every time? Kayamatsu didn't say much and disappeared in front of the man in the twinkling of an eye. Su Chingkue was kicked in and fell on her, but before she could react, in his heart, he secretly vowed that next time, he would make that dogman Ching Song pay the price. Pulling out everything she had bought today, she snuck out onto the balcony and prepared to start drawing charms. She planned to draw more charms to keep for her slow use. In the future, you could go out and do things without using up your mana, and mana recovery was really too difficult. Su Chingkue also thought to pack a mountain with spiritual veins to cultivate. Never mind. The big city inhabited by human beings does not have spiritual chi even if the impurities are still many. But now she had no money, everything could only endure. Halfway through drawing the talisman, Su Chingkue saw a flash of golden light flying towards her, and after seeing that the golden light was only half the size of her thumb, she raised her middle finger towards the heavens with great disdain. The heavens are too stingy. After drawing talismans all night, the results were also very good. More than 100 talismans of various kinds, such as the peace talisman, which should be able to be used by themselves for a while. It was already dawn, and Su Chingkue didn't intend to go back and continue sleeping. After all, she still had to go to class later. After a week of quiet and engrossing studies inside the school, Su Chingkue was finally liberated. After eating in the morning, Su Chingkite went out. She was going to earn money. Yesterday she swiped a news. There was a wanted criminal, police rewarded $100,000. She decided to go and earn this money. Took a cab and went straight to the police station where Zhuo Zhangyan was. Many people came and went inside. Just did not see Zhuo Zhangyang. Su Chingkue had no choice but to call. Hey, Captain left. MS. Su, what can I do for you? Zhuo Zhangyang asked. They were now tracking a transnational drug trafficker. They were so busy that they were ready to run out of time to answer the phone. There's a little matter. I'm in the lobby of your police station. Is it convenient to meet? Su Chingkue asked. It's not that she doesn't want to find other people. It's really that she only knows Zhuo Zhangyang, and she also knows a policewoman. But she forgot to add people's contact information. Wait there, I'll call someone to bring you over, Zhuo Zhangyang said, and hung up the phone directly after saying that. After waiting for 2 or 3 minutes, a cute girl in a police uniform came over and asked, Miss, are you Su Chingkue? Su Chingkue nodded. The girl breathed a sigh of relief and said, Captain Left asked me to come and take you to the Criminal Investigation Division. Then he spat with Su Chingkue. He's so unreliable. He just told me it was a good-looking young lady, not giving any description at all. Su Chingkue smiled faintly, not knowing what to say. She couldn't just spit it out with her, but she obviously didn't need to be attached to someone to talk on her own. It took the two of them 10 minutes to walk to the criminal investigation section, and she read Zhuo Zhangyang all the way by herself, finally stopping in front of a door before putting away all his words. He knocked on the door to signal Su Chingkue to enter. When she finished, she didn't go in herself and ran off like the wind. Zhuo Zhangyang is so scary? It was obviously an office, a bit cluttered, and there were 4 or 5 tired-looking young men looking at a computer screen. A young man looked up and said, You're MS. Su, right. Come sit there for a while. Our captain has something to go out and will be back in a while, he said, reaching out and pointing to a bench inside the corner of the office. Su Chingkue nodded and went to sit down. On the way also took a glance at the faces of these people. Are quite good. Is not very good spirit. Obviously stay up all night. After pulling out his cell phone and swiping it for a while, Zhuo Zhengyang came back and greeted Su Qingkui as soon as he returned. "Is there anything Miss Su came to see me about?" said Su Qingkite, directly bringing her to her desk, and also grabbing many snacks from those few youngsters, all of which were given to Su Qingkite. At once, it drew angry glances from the rest of the office. A group of people peeked over and began to talk and whisper. "Who is this Ms. Su, so familiar with the captain?" "No, but she's so good looking. Look at how fine and fair that skin is. I'd love to ask her what skincare products she uses." The only female police officer among them said. A few people looked at each other and no one chimed in. Su Qingkui pulled out her cell phone. On it was the screenshot of the news she had watched yesterday. She asked directly, "Captain Zhuo, as long as there is news of this person there is a 100,000 bonus, isn't it?" Zhuo Zhengyang took a closer look and nodded. "Indeed. This is the murderer of a major serial murder case. Since he committed the crime half a year ago, he disappeared. And we haven't been able to find anyone for half a year." Then he thought of something and asked with a straight face, "Miss Su knows news about this person. I can figure it out, as long as he has a date of birth and a recent photo of him." Su Qingkui said. Zhuo Zhengyang stood up in shock and said in a trembling voice, "Are you serious?" "Yes. You can try if you don't believe me." Zhuo Zhengyang is convinced. After all, the previous case of Yilan and the case of the Chen family are all dependent on her. Thinking of just giving the person's date of birth. Then he shouted towards the back of Su Qingkui, "Qingzi, go to the archive room and get Luo Lacan's file." Chapter 24, I'm a fortune teller, not a clairvoyant. A few of the people who had gotten together were a bit surprised and looked to the man named Shiroko, who was also surprised that there had been no progress on this case for most of the year. But Shiroko didn't say anything and turned around. Su Qingkite, according to the date of birth given by Zhuo Zhengyang, began to pinch. Pinch 2 times did not calculate. Obviously the date of birth is wrong. She pinched out the results show that this date corresponds to should be a girl. The photo above should be from a few years ago. And it's too different from now to be able to figure out the specifics. And without the specific 8 characters, it's still a bit difficult to pinpoint. Shiroko jogged all the way back to bring the file back and came over to ask, "Captain, any progress on this case?" "Get to work." A snatch of the dossier bag. Zhuo Zhengyang pulled out a somewhat blurry photo from the file bag and said, "This was taken a year ago." He then lined up all the photos in the file bag. And Su Qingkui looked all the way through, her fingers quickly pinching. Speaking in Zhuo Zhengyang's anxious gaze, he said, "Southeast, 500 kilometers. Nearby is a mine. He works in the mine. To the west of the mine is a reservoir. And to the southeast is the village." Finished counting. Isn't Captain Zhuo going to look for it? Looking at Zhuo Zhengyang still in place, not moving, Su Qingkui looked at him askance. Zhuo Zhengyang asked, "No specific place?" Su Qingkui rolled her eyes and said, "I'm a fortune teller, not a clairvoyant. When you think the national map is engraved in your brain, then I don't need to tell my fortune. Just remember the map." Su Qingkui was very speechless. There were so many place names in the country and they still had to be counted. Why didn't he go to heaven? She was able to figure out the person's bearings by the person's 8 characters and photographs, and what was near the place where the person existed, and what it was connected to, and she wasn't a map. She didn't know what to call it. Zhuo Zhengyang also knew that he said the wrong thing, smiled and arranged for people to go and check. In less than 3 minutes, Xingzi shouted, "Captain, we found out about the Anyang silver mine in D-City. Get on the phone and notify the D-City police." He then stood up and said, "Ms. Su, please wait here, I'll go out for a while." Su Qingkui nodded, and then began to play with her phone again, brushing through the news to see if there were any great injustices that could make her money. She then went to a website full of police announcements of suspects, based on a recommendation from an internet user. It was a lot of money. One scratch is money, this 50,000, that 20,000. Another scratch is still money, and all of them are wanted by the state. Earning money without any trouble, that is, it will be tainted with karma. But she believes that the merit given by God is enough. After a long time we're ready to eat lunch. Zhuo Zhengyang did not come back. Su Qingkui touched her small stomach. She was hungry. It was the policewoman who had brought her here in the morning who ended up packing her meal, followed by a quick walk away. Looking at the empty office, I wondered how they were comfortable with her being alone in such an important place. After waiting for another half a day, when Su Qingkui didn't want to play with her cell phone anymore and wanted to leave, Zhuo Zhengyang finally came back, and he had an excited look on his face. Bowing deeply to Su Qingkui, she said, "Miss Su, thank you." Su Qingkui didn't hide it from him and said directly, "I just want to earn that bonus. You don't have to thank me." Zhuo Zhengyang also hemmed and hawed and said, "No matter what, I still have to thank you. Of course there's one more thing I want to ask for your help." "Is there a bonus?" Su Chingkue asked. You won't help without the bonus? Zhou Zhengyang sat in his seat good-naturedly looking at her. It depends. Su Chingkue was looked at by him as if she had been guessed into his heart, and skimmed her face to keep him from looking. Zhou Zhengyang really didn't believe her, directly took out a file bag and said, this is the children lost since this half-month. A total of 15. Several nearby cities have been losing children as well, and have lost about 50. Su Chingkue looked at the photos of the children spread out on the table one by one, singling out one of them and saying, this child is dead. Zhou Zhengyang was silent for a while before he took the photo and said, what about the other children? Su Qingkite began to pinpoint through the child's face, and after calculating the specifics, her eyes narrowed, and a cold light surged from her eyes, all in one place. Where? Zhou Zhengyang asked eagerly. 80 kilometers to the west. Underground. Su Chingkue's hands were still pinching rapidly, then her face changed drastically as she said, I'll go over there first and send you the location. Not caring whether Zhou Zhengyan answered or not, Su Chingkue summoned a ghost gate, intending to take the ghost path to quickly pass. Zhou Zhengyang was a bit shocked as he looked at the dark and solemn ghost door that suddenly appeared in the office, but the moment Su Chingkue stepped into the ghost door, he quickly followed and entered the moment the ghost door disappeared. In a dark basement, several children sat in a group, one little boy crying the loudest. He'd just been captured here. He'd just been at an amusement park with his mom, and now he was in a place like this, and it made him very frightened and panicked. Mommy, I want mommy. His cries infected the other children, one after the other. I want daddy. Mom, grandma. The cries from inside finally caught the attention of the watchman outside, who kicked at the iron door and yelled, shut up, all of you. The children were so frightened that they stopped crying, but the powerful fear and dread made them unable to control themselves from crying out again. A male voice said, let them cry. Cry enough and stop. The man who had kicked in the door stopped talking at once, reclosed the door, and sat down in the corner farthest from the children. A child next to him didn't cry. He sat peacefully next to him, flushed and trembling. The child sitting next to him touched his burning skin and cried out anxiously, Bin Bin, what's wrong with you? Lin Lin, I'm so hot. After saying that, she leaned up to Lin Lin's shoulder. Lin Lin reached out and touched Bin Bin's forehead. It was hot. He knew it was sick. His mother used to take him to the hospital when his forehead burned. His eyes swished with tears. He wanted his mother. Bin Bin had fallen into a coma due to the persistent fever. And Lin Lin, after all, was a 5-year-old with no way to support the body of a fellow 5-year-old, and the two gradually slipped and fell to the ground. Bin Bin, don't die. Lin Lin's tears fell one by one onto Bin Bin's face. Two of the children couldn't be bothered to cry when they heard this and gathered around Bin Bin, shaking his body. Bin Bin, get up. Bin Bin, don't die. The children's shouts failed to wake Bin Bin up, and his body continued to roll. Lin Lin took him in her arms and cried a flood of tears. One bold girl ran over and kicked the door while shouting, Bin Bin is dying. Bin Bin is dying. Chapter 25, There's no air left. The men outside also panicked for a moment when they heard this. The children were all set, and there was no way they could account for one less. The two men outside looked at each other and said, Rat, go inside. It was hard to sit away from the man who didn't want to hear the child's magic voice in his ears, but he went up to check it out even though he was helpless. He pulled out his key and opened the door, and the girl who had just tapped on the door ran back to hide behind the other kids as soon as she could, and the 8 kids inside ducked into the corner in unison. The unconscious Bin Bin and Lin Lin were revealed. The man saw the unconscious Bin Bin at a glance and said toward the door, Third brother, come in quickly, there's a child with a fever. The man outside the door put down the cell phone in his hand and walked in and also saw Bin Bin, who was unconscious with a flushed face. Stains. With a TSK he said, take it out of here. It can't be dead. The man called Rat also knew the seriousness of the matter and walked straight over to pick up Bin Bin in Lin Lin's arms. Lin Lin held Bin Bin tightly, but a child is always no match for an adult. And Bin Bin was in the man's hands in an instant. Let go of Bin Bin. Give it back to me. The man carrying Bin Bin didn't even care about the tiny little man who was screaming on the floor. Lin Lin didn't know where he was going to take Bin Bin, and hurriedly got up to chase him back. He hugged Bin Bin's legs. Give it back. Give it back. The man called Sango picked him up by the back of the neck and lifted him up, then threw him toward the pile of children behind him. Rat was disgruntled. Don't break it. Sango was full of disinterest. It won't break, and it's fine if it does, the two said and went out, and closed the door. Ringling landed on his butt and grimaced from the fall, but he didn't give up and got back up. While tapping on the door, he shouted, Open the door. Open the door. Give Bin Bin back to me. Rat kicked at the door threateningly. Shut up or I'll chop you up. Lin Lin was too scared to make a sound by the menacing voice, but his best friend's life revitalized him and he continued to bang on the door. Give Bin Bin back to me. This kid is so annoying. Chop it up? Rat said. Shut up. How can I explain to the top with one less? Sango shouted angrily. Then looking to the child he was carrying in his hand, he said, go out and get some medicine. But you can't die. Rat couldn't care less. If it's dead, it's dead. Big deal. We'll get another one. Hurry up and go. You know how hard it is to get kids these days? Looking at Sango did get a little angry before Rat grabbed his wallet and headed out. Sango threw Binbin casually on the couch and covered him with a quilt. Everyone else said that covering him in sweat would make him better. And he didn't have any kids anyway, so he'd give it a try. After finishing, he continued to play with his cell phone, not even looking at the child next to him whose face gradually turned from red to white. Lin, who had been tapping on the door, already had red hands and tears in his eyes that had been flowing nonstop, but he couldn't do anything. All I could do in the end was crouch by the door and cry. The other kids were too scared to make a sound like quail after 2 intimidations plus shock. It was hours later when Rat returned, casually dropping the medicine on the table. Give him some. Then the bread buns that had been brought back were thrown into the room, and several of the children were already hungry. When they saw the food, they all gathered around and took a bun each and started to nibble on it. Lin was still relieved to see Binbin, and hugged the rats who came in. Uncle, where's Binbin? Rat casually rips Ringling away and drops him. But what Lin found strange was that this time his butt didn't hurt when he fell to the ground. He continued to tap on the door, manipulating his hoarse voice to shout, Uncle, where is Binbin? Binbin. Sango picked up the medicine and casually flipped through it saying, which one for him? Rat bristled. How should I know? Just watch and feed. Sango hadn't raised any children either, and got a few random medicines out of the bag, holding them in her hand, lifting the quilt off the couch. The Binbin inside was pale and motionless, and Sango instantly felt something was wrong. Reaching over to touch it, his hand was a cold mass. Rat also looked over and saw Sango's shocked withdrawal of her hand, and instantly felt bad about it too. Rushing over, he reached out with both hands and probed under Binbin's nose. There was no breath left. In a trembling voice he said, Sango, dead. Sango, obviously not quite convinced, reached out with 2 fingers of her own and probed under Binbin's nose. There was no breath, and with the coldness of what she had just touched, he had to admit it. Third brother, there's no way we can account for the death of a child. Rat grabbed his hair with both hands, clearly not knowing how things should be resolved now. Sango obviously didn't anticipate this situation either and said, call big brother and tell May to be looking for a child. What about this kid? Rat pointed to the child on the couch. Sango was furious. Throw it out. Do you need me to teach you? Bad luck. He was anxiously circling around inside, delaying his decision to call, and Rat looked at the child on the couch, not daring to move. He was just scaring the kid, not thinking about death. But now the kid is dead. Sango looked at Rat, who hadn't made a move yet, and got even angrier. Hurry up. Still want to do it or not? If we don't do it now, we all have to die. Third brother, it's not safe to throw it out now. Let's put it here first. We can strike later anyway. Rat's heart was abashed and weak for no reason. He really didn't dare to move the child's body. He'd gotten a lot of this kind of thing before, but only this time, seeing the kid's body brought out a kind of fear. Thinking about it, Sango left it alone, sat a little farther away from the couch, and dialed the phone. Hey, boss. What is it? Didn't I say not to call during this time? A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Knowing that he couldn't hide this from his third brother, he could only tell the truth. Big brother, there's not one left. What did you say? How do you two do your jobs? The man's stormy voice was heard clearly even by Rat, who was far away without the speakerphone on, shrinking his neck, not daring to look over there at all. Sango was also in a cold sweat. You two wait for me. If it's any less from now on, you don't have to do it. The other side snapped and hung up the phone after saying that. Sango also angrily slammed the cell phone out of her hand and snarled, watch these little brats. Rat slowly moved over and said, Sango, what did the boss say? No more problems before the shot. Tie up that door slapper. The banging on the door from inside made his head hurt. What was this disobedient little kid going to do? The kid didn't dare touch Sango, so he got up and went inside. Chapter 26, I heard you wanted to eat the man I brought. Lin was still tapping on the door. He had a vague feeling that his Binbin wasn't doing too well and needed him. Binbin. The whole thing was a bit off because of the prolonged crying and door slamming, but he still didn't give up. He told Binbin they were going home together. Rat came out with Ringling by the back of the neck, and Sango took a side of rope and duct tape, ready to tie him up. Ringling also knew what they were trying to do, and with his strength open, he took a bite out of Rat's arm. Grip grass, a plant. Sango pulled this little brat away. It hurts me. Rat squealed in pain. Lin didn't let him off the hook either, biting down hard on his arm, biting off a piece of flesh on his arm with a vicious bite. Rat covered his bleeding arm and violently threw Ringling out of the way. Linlin's back hit the wall, but he didn't feel any pain, as if someone had caught him and he wasn't hurt at all. With an angry face, he walked towards Linlin, his arms stained with blood everywhere, making the whole person look hideous and scary. Linlin cringed at the shock and quickly ducked toward the couch. Before he could avoid it, he found Binbin lying on the sofa. He happily pounced on him and shook Binbin, shouting, "Binbin, wake up!" Tears then snapped and fell as he said, "I'm sorry I didn't protect you." He hugged Binbin's cold body tightly. Sango also pulled Rat to a stop and said, "Don't fight. How will you account for it when the time comes?" Rat could only endure the pain and tie himself up to stop the bleeding. "Sooner or later, I'll get this little brat." "Well, it's almost time, tie them all up," Sango said. Rat cursed and tended to his wounds, then entered the room with a bundle of rope. The two men worked together to tie up the 6 children inside the room and throw them in the corner. "Sango, is it coming?" Rat asked. He took a piece of rope and handed it to Sango. "Tie that little brat up too." Linlin also heard the cries of the other children inside the room, and he wanted to cry so badly, but his mom said it was useless to cry. He had been holding Binbin's body and not letting go, and Sango had walked up to him with the rope. Linlin moved back little by little, but he was sitting right on the couch with no place to move at all. "You get out of here! Get out of here!" Linlin resisted as she struggled. But can't a grown man's control be something he can resist? Seeing as he's about to fall into Sango's hands, Sango's hand holding the rope was suddenly sore and numb, and the rope in her hand just fell to the ground. Rat came over and picked up the rope and asked, "What happened to Sango?" Sango frowned. "It's a bit strange. I suddenly can't make my hands work." "I'll do it." Rat approached Linlin with the rope in his uninjured hand, when a sharp pain shot through his injured hand as if he'd been hit, and the blood that had just been stopped came back. Rat looked around. Sango was behind him and couldn't reach him. Linlin, a little kid with short hands, couldn't reach him either. So who the hell hit him? He looked around suspiciously and didn't see anything wrong. With that, and without further thought, he took the rope and continued. Sango also looked at him as abrasive and said, "Hurry up, the bus is almost here." Good, but there was always something in front of her and someone hitting him when he was near Linlin. Upon closer inspection and nothing, all sorts of thoughts came to mind. He said in a trembling voice, "Third brother, it's a bit evil." Sango said dismissively, "What's so evil about it? I can't get near him." "What are you talking about? What do you mean you can't get close? Do you not want to work?" Sango obviously didn't believe it, and then went over on her own. His experience was the same as the rat's earlier. A small hand kept hitting him as soon as he put his own hand out to tie up Ringling. It was too much for him to get close. Rat's voice shivered. "Isn't that a bit evil?" Sango also felt evil, and immediately put down the rope and said, "I'll go see if the car has come. You stay here and watch them." Said fire went out as if trying to run for his life. Rat was scared to death as well, and looked at Linlin with a wrong look in his eyes. Su Qingkue counted that some children were in danger when Zhuo Zhengyang asked her to count, and immediately intended to open the ghost door and go over. Just after entering the ghost tunnel, I realized that Zhuo Zhengyang, who is not afraid of death, also followed me in. You have to realize that a place like Ghost Road is full of ghosts who have committed crimes and haven't been judged yet, waiting around to take their lives. He'd be lost if he got lost as a human entering the Ghost Road. Asai could only go back to him. Zhuo Zhengyang followed Su Qingkue into the ghost door to the Ghost Road, felt his worldview collapse even more. As soon as he came in, he felt that a group of ghosts next to him were staring at him intently. There was also a female ghost who hooked her neck and asked if she wanted to have double sex with her. And there were other ghosts who came up and told him he looked delicious and scared him to death. As he was about to be eaten by the ghost, Su Qingkue stood next to the male ghost with a smile on her face and asked, "Do you think he's tasty?" "Sure, it looks delicious." After he said that he felt something was wrong and turned back, the male ghost, obviously not expecting to be surrounded by humans, was confused for a split second. The tip of a long spear was then pressed against his neck, the chilling head of the spear, and the blood-red spike of the spear, both of which caused the male ghost to stiffen in fear. Su Qingkue laughed softly. "I heard that you wanted to eat the people I brought." "No, no, no. My lord, have mercy." The male ghost crazily begged for mercy. His voice did not dare to be louder, for fear that if he moved his neck would be cut by the sharp tip of the gun, and then his life would be over. Eyes looked to the surrounding ghosts, but the ghosts around them apparently didn't want to make a sound and disappeared into thin air. Zhuo Zhengyang is also a smart. See, Su Qingkue appeared, immediately to hide behind her. This is not their own familiar range, or can avoid it. Life is important. Know what to do next time. Su Qingkue asked the male ghost with a smile on her face, as if the lance against the person's neck wasn't her own. I know. Don't worry, my lord. The male ghost desperately agreed. Only then did Su Chinkue slowly retrieve the lance in her hand, and the moment she turned back she saw a flash of white not far away, and immediately greeted, Little White. White Impermanence, who was passing by this place, didn't want to greet Su Chinkue at all, but was so helpless. Lord Chinkue, Su Chinkue said to Zhuo Zhengyang, pull on my clothes, or I'll leave you in hell as an errand boy. After saying that, he rushed on while saying, Little White, after so many years, why haven't you been promoted yet? White Vagabond chose to close the mic, literally where the pot calls the kettle black. Gone I'll find you to talk next time. Su Chinkue, who had flirted with White Impermanence, quickly walked away, pinching the child's botsie while pulling open the ghost door. Chapter 27, Hold him down and handcuff him. Rat looked at Linlin warily while suspiciously surveying the humble basement. It had only been 3 days since they had arrived here, but looking around it wasn't much different from the previous 2 days. Why did it feel like today was particularly different? He looked around suspiciously. Then he looked at the corpse in Linlin's arms and felt even more bad luck. At this time the next to the suddenly appeared a black hole, but also vaguely displayed the appearance of a solemn gate. The next second he nearly shrieked as 2 people, a man and a woman, came out from inside the dark hole. Zhuo Zhengyang relied on his experience as a criminal police officer for so many years, and as soon as he came out, he saw a man, and he intuitively felt that this person was not right. With the man still in a dazed state, he jumped right in and held him down, then handcuffed him. Rat finally came back to his senses the moment the handcuffs were cuffed, the cold touch on his wrists letting him know that the man holding him down was a cop. As he was about to shout out trying to inform third brother, Su Chinkue gave him a fixing spell. Then looking in Linlin's direction, a nearly transparent soul body was blocking Linlin's front, and it wouldn't be long before he dissipated. Su Chinkue pulled out a talisman from her bosom and said, Little ghost, come in. Binbin shook his head frantically, his soul body becoming even less solid as he shook violently. No, they'll hurt Linlin. It won't. Look, that uncle over there is a police officer. We are here to save you. Su Chinkue pointed at Zhuo Zhengyang and said. Zhuo Zhengyang wasn't sure what was happening over here, but hearing Su Chinkue's words he still took the initiative and said, I'm a police officer. He said and pulled out his law enforcement credentials as he watched beside the man who was still messaging his colleagues at the station and still on guard for anyone who came in at any time. Nor did she pay attention to Su Chinkue's side. She thought Su Chinkue was talking to Linlin. He walked up to Linlin with his law enforcement credentials before he finally got a good look at the 2 kids, one of whom was already blue and obviously not right. He reached out and touched Binbin. His hand was cold, and his heart sank to the bottom. He looked at Su Chinkue with pleading eyes. Miss Su. Su Chinkue didn't say anything and nodded slightly. Then he said, the other kids are still in the room. I'll pull a ghost path. You take these kids back to the police station. The other kids are in danger now. I'll get there first. Ms. Su, I'll accompany you. Zhuo Zhengyang said, take care of the child first. With that, he choked and summoned a ghost gate. Another shout toward the ghostly door. White, come and help. White Impermanence, who had just thought he had finally left the sight of this demon, winced when he heard the summoning, thinking that nothing good could come from meeting her, but it couldn't be said. A white light appeared from the ghost gate, and the White Impermanence holding a wailing rod appeared in front of Su Chinkue. Lord Chinkue, you're looking for me. He's taking these kids down the ghost path, so keep an eye on them. Su Chinkue said. Yes, Kiyoshi-sama. Su Chinkue walked out the door after ordering, and the moment she turned around, her entire body's aura became dangerous, slowly drew out from her back a pitch-black lance that was taller than her person. White Impermanence saw the lance and winced. In the end, who had provoked this bogeyman? After Su Chinkue walked out of this room, there were 2 paths in front of her, one going upwards and one going downwards. The steps of the tunnel were wet and dank, and an odor of decay filled the air. The steps were a little slippery, and she took 1 step down until there was utterly no light at all, and a huge platform appeared in front of her, with a deep pit in the center of it. The deep pit was more than a dozen square feet deep underground, bubbling with steaming heat. On the platform next to the deep pit lay a row of small children, all unconscious, and one of them had his wrist slashed, and blood was flowing inside the deep pit. Su Chinkue stepped forward and flung a health talisman at him, taking a closer look and confirming that none of it was life-threatening before continuing down the road. It was only when she stood on the platform that she realized that there was a human statue suspended in the middle of the deep pit, and he had a smile on his brow and a look of compassion for all beings, but he was suspended over the gurgling, bubbling blood, which was eerie. Su Chinkue appeared in front of the statue holding her lance, looking down at the blood and water that churned even more violently, and let out a light laugh. The blood stagnated for a split second before continuing to churn up. Su Chinkue was not someone who would greet people properly, flinging out a talisman, which rose into mid-air, and a purple thunderbolt struck down towards the statue. A black light appeared around the statue, keeping the lightning from the rune out, and it all fell into the blood water. Suddenly, 3 men appeared in the passageway Su Qingkite was walking towards, each carrying 2 children, and were a bit stunned the moment they saw Su Qingkite, then immediately reacted and snapped. "Who are you and how did you get in here?" "Stain." Su Qingkue didn't want to talk to him, and a talisman flung over to fix them all in place. Su Qingkue didn't want to talk nonsense with them. As soon as she came in, she realized that this place was set up as a sacrifice array. Sacrificing a small child was simply an unpardonable sin. The long spear pointed and poked the statue right in the face. "Come out." The statue was not at all moved, but the churning blood below revealed his thoughts. The blood, which suddenly continued to churn, twisted into a stream that came straight towards Su Qingkue's face, and a dense qi began to permeate the surroundings. Knowing that this fleshly body was weak, Su Qingkite could only hold up a golden light shield to quench the blood water. But the statue's means were obviously more than just that. A thick baneful aura emanated from the statue, mixing in with the blood water as it attacked Su Qingkite. With a sweep of the lance, the blood and water were cut off, and even the fury was absorbed by the lance. Su Qingkue laughed lightly. "It's my turn." After saying that, the lance had already reached the statue's heel, poking a hole straight into the statue's chest. The second shot poked the statue straight in the head, and the third poked the statue in the stomach. Only 3 shots poked the statue to pieces and it all fell into the bloody water. Pulling out a few talismans from his pocket and flinging them out, the surrounding qi was absorbed by the talismans at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then Su Qingkite looked at these children. Nothing wrong is inhaling a little qi. A good rest in the sun can be eliminated. He also put down his heart, and moved the children one by one to the door. This side is too close to the blood and water. The qi is too heavy, is not good for the children. When Su Qingkue returned for the 4th time to help the child, a grayish mist with a bloody light quietly came out from the other side of the deep pit. Chapter 28, Caught You. The corner of Su Qingkue's mouth, who had her back to him, hooked up into a smile. "Gotcha." The 5 thunder talismans that had been prepared long ago swished and flew out, trapping the black fog in the center, and the lance flew out alone, nailing a corner of the black fog. "Let me go. Let me go. I was wrong. I was wrong. Please." Black Mist sputtered out a plea for mercy. Su Qingkue curiously stepped forward to take a look. "What a thing you are." It was really the first time she had seen this kind of thing after living for so many years. Neither qi resentment nor hostility. Su Qingkue's curiosity was hooked. "You're the thing. You're the thing." Black Mist cracked. "Do you want to die?" Su Qingkue pulled out a bunch of 5 thunder talismans from her bosom and waved them in front of it. The Black Mist shut up instantly. Just as Su Qingkite wanted to get closer to observe, the Black Mist instantly surged all over his body and a baleful aura came towards Su Qingkite's eyes. Sensing that Su Qingkue was in danger, the lance instantly let go of the Black Mist to block in front of Su Qingkue, absorbing the fury. It was also at this time that the Black Mist was without confinement and ran outward in a hurry. A few 5 thunder talismans instantly exploded, all of them splitting on the Black Mist, which let out a miserable scream. Su Qingkue fished out the lance, turned around and leaped onto the stone wall with a stump. The lance was like a cracker, deeply piercing the Black Mist floating in mid-air, directly nailed to the stone wall. The Black Mist struggled desperately. He had just been struck by the 5 thunder talisman and was seriously injured. He couldn't resist the lance, and failed to escape the lance's head, which emitted a burst of golden light, and the Black Mist let out a mournful and miserable shriek. Just as Su Qingkue landed back on the ground, the Black Mist split in half and the other half quickly disappeared inside the passageway. Su Qingkue had the intention to chase after her, but with her own frail body, just one movement was like killing her, so she couldn't catch up even if she wanted to. Sigh. It seemed like it was really necessary to arrange body refining, or else this weak body wouldn't know when to die. Pulling out a small glass bottle from his storage bracelet, he collected the remaining half-dead half of the Black Mist into the bottle. Draw many charms on the bottle with the golden light of merit. That's why he called Zhuo Zhangyang to come over quickly. And at that moment, in a private house more than 1,000 kilometers away, an old Taoist priest with an appearance in his 70s spat blood from his mouth and instantly fell unconscious. And at that moment, he had instantly aged more than 10 years because of the backlash. Outside the door, a middle-aged man in his 40s anxiously ran in and helped the old Taoist priest up. "Master, how are you doing?" The old Taoist was shaken awake by the man and anxiously said, "The formation has been broken. Let's hurry and change places." The man was shocked to hear this and didn't dare to move a muscle. His lips trembled as he said, "Master, will we be discovered?" The old Taoist priest coughed up blood as he said, "Don't ask. Go pack up and run." The man didn't dare to ask any more questions as he sniffed, and quickly went to pack up his things, ready to run away. Zhuo Zhangyang appeared with a bunch of police officers. and everyone was shocked that such a large underground palace had not been discovered by anyone. Did you catch all the people outside? Su Chingkui asked. Zhou Zhengyang nodded and said, a total of 8 people were arrested outside. One of them was from that room just now, and the rest were responsible for abducting the child. Su Chingkui nodded, confirming that the people had all been arrested, and carrying her lance, she headed out, saying as she walked, go back, you guys can take care of it yourselves. She had just followed the formation to pinpoint his roots and actually smelled a trace of dragon's aura. She desperately needed to go back and ask her master now. That is, she didn't know if there was a place in this world that specialized in this kind of thing, or else she'd let them do it. The policewoman who had fought with Su Chingkui a few times asked, Miss, that one is full of blood and water? Aha. Then this. Su Chingkui turned back and said, the offender ran away. Let's catch him back next time. There's no danger here anymore. Zhou Zhengyang nodded and said, I know. I will truthfully report to my superiors. Sighing, Su Chingkui still continued. This place is infested by evil things and also the Fury In Chi. The feng shui has basically been destroyed. There are no decades to recover from. This place is still not to be developed. Even if it is developed, things will keep happening. Zhou Zhengyang's pupils quake. This is exactly one of the next places to be developed in a city. But he still said with a straight face, I will report it. Su Chingkui nodded and left. She had said all she could. The next thing was those developers, informing the obligation she had already done. This place is too far away from the city, and when Su Chingkui returned to the city it was already the middle of the night, so she had to book a hotel near the school to stay. Messaged Sifu didn't get a reply. Su Chingkui thought about things while releasing the female ghost she had captured earlier. It was shut in the cup before and forgotten for a while. The female ghost had already appeared and looked at Su Chingkui spitefully. Su Chingkui had nothing to say to the female ghost who had already lost her mind. A slap slapped her against the wall to clear her head. But it was clear that physical attacks weren't going to do much good. The female ghost floated back to Su Chingkui's side in anger as usual. Su Chingkui pulled out a 5 thunder talisman, and the female ghost instantly drifted to the corner and shrank into a ball. Seeing that it still didn't help, and that the yin chi on the female ghost had already affected her thinking, Su Chingkui had to take out a talisman again and absorb the yin chi from the female ghost. What's the name? Su Chingkui asked. My lord, my name is Chung Frost. With that, she knelt down towards Su Chingkui, kowtowing as she said, many thanks, my lord. You're welcome. Do you want to go to the cast? I can send you down. My lord, can I reincarnate? Chung Shuang looked at Su Chingkui with open, hopeful eyes. Yes, but you have devoured ghosts after all, so you must be punished. My lord, can I go home to see my mom and dad? Chang Frost asked. Yes, I can. I'll give you 3 days, he said and drew a talisman out of thin air, which finally disappeared into Chung Frost's forehead. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Chang Frost drifted out through the window after kowtowing, and Su Chingkui received a golden light of merit as thick as a small thumb from the heavens and went to bed very satisfied. The Ching Frost family is a happy family with surviving parents and a brother above them named Chingshan, who is expected to take up the family. After Chang Frost graduated from university, she went through 5 hurdles before entering the Lin family company to work. She has outstanding ability. Starting from a small staff, only took 3 years to achieve department manager. Department manager will inevitably have contact with the boss from time to time. Lin Feiwen is a meat and vegetables, but all women feel that the other side like him, to rely on him on the throne. Therefore, Chang Shuang was so annoyed that once their department received a big order, she was reporting inside Lin Feiwen's office, and while listening to her report, Lin Feiwen approached her and looked at her with lustful eyes. When Chang Shuang was about to resist the urge to slap Lin Feiwen, Yilan pushed the door in and saw the image of the two almost coming together. Yilan did not move and glanced at Chung Frost. She only felt piercing. The woman in front of her was young and beautiful with a hint of mature charm. Her whole body was full of vitality, something she did not have at her current age, and she was so jealous that she wanted to destroy it. Chang Frost only felt that she was finally liberated, and turned around and left Lin Feiwen's office. But she didn't know that it was this scene that got her killed. At the celebration banquet after the completion of the project, Lin Feiwen also appeared, and he frequently showed another eye to Chung Shuang, making Yilan next to him look at him and gnash his teeth. Chapter 29 Frost, you're back. The gradual rise of darkness in her heart made her even more out of control. After work that day, Yilan drove her car to the underground parking lot to wait for Chung Shuang. Miss Chang. The moment Chang Frost came down, Yilan called out to her. It was already nighttime and the parking lot was deserted. Ms. Yi, you're looking for me? Chang Frost asked. There's a little something I want to ask you for advice. Yilan raised her lips and smiled. It's off-duty time. Ms. Yi can discuss anything tomorrow. Chang Frost refused. She didn't have much contact with Yilan, but she had also heard from her colleagues that Yilan was not a good person to get along with. Trouble ms. Chang for a moment. Chang Frost was about to continue to refuse, when two tall men appeared from the side, and as soon as they came up, they covered Chang Frost's mouth and nose with a cloth stained with anesthetic. Then he dragged Chang Frost into Yilan's car. "Ma'am, we'll go first then," one of the men said. The two then drove out in Chang Frost's car, and Yilan waited in the garage for another half hour before driving the car out of the garage and back home. She dismissed all the servants and dragged Chang Frost into her specially prepared basement. Inside, it was dim and windowless, with only a door connecting it to the outside. Throwing Chang Frost casually on the only bed inside, he put another collar around her neck, the chain attached to the corner of the wall. After a long time, Chang Xuan slowly woke up. The moment she first came to her senses, she was still a bit confused. Her memories instantly returned. She struggled to sit up from the bed. The chains pulled tight. The collar instantly strangled Chang Frost's neck. A powerless, suffocating sensation struck her. Chang Frost eased up for a while before it became clear where he was now. Yilan also came to the bottom room at this time, holding a steamed bun in one hand and a whip in the other. Standing in a place out of Chang Frost's reach, he asked with a smiling face, "Ms. Chang, are you still satisfied with this room I prepared for you?" "Yilan, what the hell do you want? Captivity is against the law." Yilan threw the steamed buns at Chang Frost's feet and said, "I didn't break the law. You're dead now because you drove into the river. Your body hasn't been found, and your parents are crying at the riverside that they're going to jump out of the river." With that, she threw a whip towards Chang Frost, who fell straight to the ground because of the news she had just received in the ferocious whip. "Yilan, what the hell have you done? Why are you arresting me?" Chang Frost roared angrily and lunged towards Yilan, but the collar around her neck controlled her movements, making her unable to get close to Yilan at all. Instead, the whip that Yilan swung over could land perfectly on Chang Frost's body. After Yilan had beaten enough to finish getting out of breath, Chang Frost had already been beaten to death. Yilan stepped on her face and said viciously, "You have yourself to blame. Seducing my husband, you say I don't kill you to kill Hua. I didn't. You will never admit it. But how can I let you go? You have a long time to live," said and walked away. Chang Frost's family had no way of accepting that she was dead, and went to the company and the police station every day to ask for the results, but in the end the case was closed as an accident. The Chang family's parents had aged 10 years at once, and had not gotten over the loss of their daughter at all. Chang Frost received daily torment from Yilan until he was broken after 2 months, and after Chang Frost's death Yilan thought this method was quite good. No one could find out about her. When Chang Frost couldn't accept the torture and died, Yilan brought back another girl, a secretary beside Lin Fei Wan, and Chang Frost, who became a ghost, just watched the girl, who was tortured to death in less than a month. Yilan buried the bodies of Chang Frost's 2 men under a tree while it was night, and in order not to be discovered also supported all the servants in advance, and then did not allow anyone to go near that area, and she thought that was the end of the matter. Chang Frost was already killed, and after witnessing the death of another girl while the murderer was still on the loose, Chang Frost quickly turned into a severe ghost after swallowing that girl's ghost. She swallowed many wandering souls so that she could avenge herself, causing her to be completely unconscious and only knowing revenge. Until that day Su Chung Kite appeared, otherwise the entire Lin family would have died at the hands of Chang Frost, and Chang Frost would have been captured by the Hell directly soul. She floated straight home with tears in her eyes. Their home was in an upscale neighborhood that she and her brother had combined their efforts to buy for their parents after their jobs. Dad, who had appeared very young, now actually looked much older than his age. She watched from the window, suddenly afraid to go in. She didn't know what to tell her mom and dad, let alone how she was going to explain it to them. On the contrary, Chang's father, who came to close the window, saw Chang Frost floating outside the window at a glance. Their home is on the 20th floor. They also know that their daughter has died, but they did not expect to see her again. Chang Dad's eyes instantly turned red as he looked at his daughter and said in a trembling voice, "Frost, you're back? Dad." Chang Frost finally couldn't control his tears and they instantly came out. She flew into Chang Dad's arms, but in an instant she was through Chang Dad's body, who was also in a hugging position but not holding his daughter. Chang Frost turned her head. She knew she was dead. Ghosts had no entity. "Dad, I'm sorry, it's all my fault." Chang Dad slowly walked up to her, reaching out his hand to pull his daughter, but knowing in his heart, he froze his hand in mid-air. It's not Frost's fault. It's all those bad people's fault. It's Daddy who didn't protect Frost. Chang mother, who came out in the room, also saw Chang Frost, who came back, happily ran over, happy and excited look by turns, and finally controlled herself. "Frost, Mom." Mother Chang wiped the tears from her face and raised a smile. "Is Frost hungry? Mom will make you something delicious." "Mom, I'm not hungry." It's late. You guys get some rest. It was now 12 o'clock, but Mom and Dad hadn't gone to bed yet, and the whole group was very tired. Mom is not sleepy, Chang mother insisted. Chang Frost smiled faintly and said, Mom, don't worry. I can still stay at home for 3 days. Mother Chang instantly cheered up and said, Mom will make you something delicious, said cheerfully and went away, leaving father and daughter to talk. Chapter 30, The Trigrams Show Great Evil. After Su Qingkue finished solving Cheng Xuan's matter, she took out the half of the black mist that she had caught today and studied it for a while, not realizing what it was. She was always a poser. She didn't know what it was now, but one day she would, and with that she dropped the bottle back into the drawer. I was so happy to see my master last time that I forgot to ask her who the divine sense was that she met when she opened the ghost gate for the first time, and I plan to go there again, and I also want to ask about the dragon's energy. At this time, a ghost door appeared, and the man holding a whaling stick appeared in front of Su Qingkue. It was a city-wide impermanence. Generally every city has one or several white impermanents. This is a post. No matter who to do it is called white impermanence. Just will be added in front of the so-and-so city white impermanence. And the white impermanence that Su Qingkue met in the ghost road before is the boss of all the white impermanents, and all of the white impermanents are all under his control. Lord Qing Kite, a city white impermanence bowed. Get up. What is it that you're looking for me for? Su Qingkue said. A city white impermanence respectfully presented the letter in his hand with both hands and said, This is a letter from Lord Judge to you. Su Qingkue reached out and took it. It was indeed her senior brother's words on it, and immediately opened it to read it. And there was nothing important written in it, just that she should not go to hell in the near future, and should not open the ghost gate. What's going on down there? Where's Little White? Su Qingkue asked. I don't know, a city white error said. Su Qingkue waved her hand. She knew what her senior brother meant, and also knew that even if she asked she wouldn't be able to ask anything, and casually threw a city white impermanence a gathering talisman, saying, Tough job. A city white impermanence instantly smiled with an open brow and said, Thank you, Lord Qing Kite. Is there anything else you wish to order? Su Qingkue shook her head and said, Come back and let me know if anything happens. A city white impermanence quickly disappeared into thin air. Su Qingkite smoothly pinched his hand and started a hexagram. Immediately his face looked serious. The hexagrams showed great evil. Su Qingkue was stunned, and then linking it to the letter just now, she quickly pulled open a ghostly door and lifted her foot to step in. The moment she entered she was pushed out by a force she knew very well, her master's. Then Master's cool voice came from the ghost door. Iris, it's just a small problem, don't worry. It'll be solved soon. Master, what are you hiding from me? Su Qingkue asked. Master sighed and said, Iris, you just need to know that whatever it is Master will fix it. You're in an unstable soul and weak body. Don't get involved. After saying that, the ghost door closed. And this time, no matter how Su Qingkue pinched it, the ghost door didn't open. Su Qingkue hatefully drew a long spear from behind her, reached out and pinched her hand to sense the location of the ghost gate, and was about to stab down with her spear when a very helpless voice rang in her ears. Iris, it's really fine. It's just that there's a thief in the hell. We've been closed for 2 days to check it out. Su Qingkue said, Master, I believe you to hell. This is how you lied to me when I was a child. Then added, the clear trigrams show great evil. The voice was even more helpless saying, You never counted right every time you counted your senior brothers. Can you grow some heart? Su Qingkue rubbed her head and thought about it. It seemed like it was indeed the case. Qing Song, this dog, used a magic treasure to cover his real situation every time, and on the contrary, his cultivation was higher than his own, resulting in him never counting correctly. The voice obviously knew what she was doing, and then added, It's really okay. The ghost path will open in a few days. Then the sound disappeared completely. Su Qingkite didn't fully believe in her master's words, but since her master said it was fine, then it wasn't a big deal. And even if it wasn't, according to her current cultivation it simply wasn't enough for people to stuff their teeth. The man over here put down the longsword in his hand and sighed. Iris's confused nature doesn't know who it follows. Kayamatsu snorted in mockery. Didn't you teach them all? The man didn't answer. Get inside. Your body won't last much longer. Xing Song nodded, and just after taking a step out, he added, Iris is at a low cultivation level now, so keep an eye on her. Alright, hurry up and get lost. Then he kicked Xing Song's ass, and Xing Song fell into the formation in a flash. Kayamatsu, who had fallen into the formation, doubted for a million years that the kicker was from a line of their division. The formation then activated and Xing Song instantly disappeared. The man looked at the empty array a little frustrated. At this time, a burly man wearing a purple and gold python robe came from the side and said, Ying Lin, you're regretting this. Ying Lin glared at him, turned around and walked back. The man obviously didn't let him off the hook and shouted from behind. Didn't you already know? If you didn't intervene at first, don't regret it now. The only response to the man was, get out. The man's brows were furrowed as he looked at Ing Lin's distant back, a little out of focus. Not knowing the original story of several things, Su Chingkui finally became a bit anxious, and she now wanted to quickly recover to her cultivation in her previous life. She sat cross-legged by the window and began her daily practice. A few wisps of golden aura flashed in the sky, flying in rapidly and finally twisting into a ball as big as a small thumb to float into Su Chingkui's body. This time, probably due to rescuing numerous children, the heavens were extraordinarily generous. Such a large mass of meritorious golden light that would allow her to stabilize her divine soul. The next day was Sunday, and Su Chingkui wasn't going to go back to school. I was just about to go out for breakfast when my cell phone rang. Su Chingkui took out her cell phone to look at it and was very surprised that it was actually Siamei calling. Siamei had gone back to B City since the last incident at the Lin family's house, and he hadn't seen her for many days. Hey, Auntie Sia. Su Kingris slowly walked back to her room to pick up the phone. Siamei over there didn't say anything for a long time until Su Chingkui was about to hang up and call again when Siamei over there finally spoke up. Kite, I have something I want to trouble you with. Siamei's voice was not as clear as it used to be, hoarse with a crying tone. Did something happen to Auntie Shay? Kite, my son may be dying. Can you help me? Su Chingkui frowned slightly. She had met Siamei before and her facial features showed that she was a person with a long history of good fortune, and there were no signs of missing children's palaces. You speak carefully. Jalan has been having pus on his body since a few days ago. We've searched many big hospitals and the doctors couldn't check what it was. He's in a coma now. Siamei on the other end of the phone huffed. After smoothing out his voice for a moment he added, we asked someone to find a master to look at it. The master said that the Yin Chi is too heavy for him to solve. Can you help Auntie? Kite. Su Chingkui thought for a while and said, Auntie Xie, I'll go over and take a look. You send me the address. Siamei was different for Su Kite. Siamei would protect her in times of danger, even though she was able to protect herself on her own. Her concern and worry were genuine, and since she had called her indicating that it was already very serious, it was logical that Su Chingkui would have to go and see if it could be resolved. She packed her backpack and headed downstairs to check out. While going downstairs to buy a plane ticket and take a taxi to the airport, Su Chingkui had to once again marvel at the fact that the humans in this world were really too smart. The distance between a city and B City is still a bit far, but it takes 2 hours by airplane to get there, and as soon as I came out, I saw Wan Qingye standing outside. Chapter 31. After a few days, the current Wan Changyi is really a different person from the one he saw before. The original straight suit now also carries a hint of wrinkles. There is stubble on his face that he didn't have time to shave off, and his body is full of disheveled breath. Miss Su. Wan Chengye greeted Su Chingkui with a complicated look. Mr. Wan, how is Auntie Xie doing? There's nothing wrong with her. Get in the car first. She's waiting for you at home. With that, Wan Chengye turned around and walked forward. Su Chingkui followed, and it was only when he got to the car that Wan Chengye told him about the situation at home. Originally, a few days ago, they went back from the A city. They saw their son Wan Jialan body with a lot of red rashes. A few people originally thought it was hives. The family doctor opened the ointment did not pay much attention, but the next day, Wan Jialan body rash is bigger. There are white spots with the growth of ripe pimples, which Wan Jialan also panicked. Immediately went to the hospital to see the doctor examined a circle did not see what the problem is. And finally when the skin disease gave him the ointment, Wan Jialan went home and rubbed the medicine for a day did not see any good. But more serious, the original only grow in the hands and feet, now has grown to the chest. Siamei husband and wife only then pay attention to. With Wan Jialan ran all over the B city large and small hospitals, invited a lot of famous doctors, and finally failed to find out what the problem is. And at this time the Wan Jialan has been unconscious. The old lady of the Wan family invited a master back outside, and it was this master who said that the Yin Chi on Wan Jialan was too heavy for him to handle. And that's when Siamei thought of Su Chingkui, who had witnessed Su Chingkui's miraculousness with her own eyes, and that's why she called Su Chingkui. Ms. Su, please take a look for us. We have no complaints if we succeed or fail. Wan Chengye said. Auntie Xia asked me to come and see. I'm bound to be attentive. Don't worry, Su Chingkui said. And by this time the car had already driven into the Vanguard Villa, a small 3-story house in European architectural style, with many valuable flowers planted in the yard. Siamei was waiting at the door early. As soon as she saw Wan Changye's car coming back she happily greeted her. She pulled open the door for Su Kite. Kite, Auntie is really going to trouble you this time. Auntie Xia doesn't have to be so polite with me. Su Chingkui looked at Siamei. Her destiny hadn't changed in any major direction. It was just that she had been worrying and laboring lately. Her whole body was very tired, and her face was full of sadness. Quickly enter the house. Xiamei held Su Qingkuei's hand and quickly walked into the house, leaving Wan Chunye behind. Qingkite, have some tea. The nanny served tea and Xiamei greeted. Auntie Xie, let's go see your son first. Su Qingkuei looked at the gust of qi permeating this home, and was instantly a bit speechless in her heart. Fine. I'll take you there. Xiamei's tone lightened up when she heard Su Qingkuei say that she wanted to go see her son first. Wanjuren's room was on the easternmost side of the second floor, and it was large, decorated in a modern, mechanical style, with an entire wall of hand-me-downs. As soon as I opened the door there wasn't a single light inside with the curtains drawn tight. Xiamei turned the light on a little awkwardly, and only then did Su Qingkuei look at the large bed in the center of the room, on which lay a 16 or 17-year-old boy. It was covered in pus, some of which had broken, and mucus flowed slowly over the skin, filling the air with a fishy odor. Su Qingkuei looked towards Wan Jialan and once again lamented. People, it's simply a case of make or break. Xiamei looked at Su Qingkite for a long time without saying anything. The expression on her face gradually became taut, and the tears in her eyes quickly slid down. Her voice trembled as she asked, Qingkite, is my Jialin hopeless? Wan Chunye, who was following behind, tightly embraced Xiamei and comforted. It won't happen. May, wait for Ms. Su to take a look first. Auntie Xie, I'll take a look first. You don't have to rush. With that, he lifted his steps toward the bed, and at this time the old lady one who was resting in her room, when she heard the maid say that Xiamei had invited a master to come, she was not in the mood to sleep, and immediately got up from the bed, and walked towards Wan Jialan's room with her cane. Just down the hall she saw a few people enter Vangaren's room, and she quickly followed. Xiamei walked over to the window and pulled the curtains open with one hand. The sunlight outside instantly flooded the room, dispelling the darkness from earlier. But the boy on the bed did not feel a thing and remained unconscious. Su Qingkuei lifted all the covers from the boy's body as soon as she could, and his body was covered in a dense, red and swollen rash. The unbroken ones were full of thick white water inside. The broken rashes had thick water flowing everywhere. Many of them stuck to the bedsheets, while the clothes on the boys were already soaked with thick water. The nanny came to change Wan Jialan's clothes every now and then, but the rashes broke and grew again, continuously, not only on his body, but also all over his face. The whole person looks very horrible. Looking at people's heart chills, Xiamei asked cautiously from the side. Qingkite, what is this situation with my son? Su Qingkuei bristled. Someone put a curse on him. Several people were taken aback by this statement. Old Mrs. Wan, who had rushed over, leaned forward with her cane and anxiously asked, You are a master, aren't you? Can the curse be broken in my grandson's case? Xiamei also reacted, tears brimming in her eyes as she wiped them away while asking, Qingkite, can this be solved? Su Qingkuei didn't answer immediately, only saying, I'll wake him up before I say anything. He said, pulling out a charm from his own bag, holding it between his index and middle fingers and reciting an obscure mnemonic. For only a moment, the charm spontaneously combusted, and then not a speck of ash remained. Xiamei asked in a whisper, Will this make Karen wake up? Su Qingkuei replied, He'll wake up later. Several people looked at Wanjuren on the bed. It really was just as Su Qingkuei had said. Only a minute had passed before Wan Jialan opened his eyes. Wanjuren looked to the circle of people gathered around the bed and reacted by going to pull the covers. Su Qingkuei said, There's no need to cover it. It's all been read. Wan Jialan glanced angrily at Su Qingkuei when he heard this. Su Qingkuei didn't care at all, skimming her lips. If it wasn't for Xiamei's son, this kind of death-defying fart should be allowed to be taught a lesson. But Wan Jialan didn't cover himself with the quilt anymore and leaned against the bed. The rash on his body had broken a lot more after his strenuous exercise just now, and the pus had slowly flowed towards the bed sheet. Have you been somewhere you shouldn't have been lately? Hearing Su Qingkite's words, Wan Jialan was very dissatisfied in his heart. What did he mean by places he shouldn't go? As long as he could go he could. Seeing that he didn't answer, Xiamei frantically glared at Wan Jialan, trying to get him to answer truthfully. But Wan Jialan didn't respond at all, twisting his face away, which left his neck all exposed, covered in a dense rash. Wan Jialan, give me an honest explanation. Wan Chunye chided. Old Mrs. Wan was also worried. Jialan, where the hell have you been? Tell me honestly, don't scare grandma. Okay. Chapter 32, Failure to Teach Your Children. I didn't go anywhere, Van Garen whispered. Yes, that didn't go either. It was just an adventure to a haunted house, Su Qingkuei added from the side. Wan Jialan glared at Su Qingkuei, his face all defiance. Ms. Su, what exactly happened? You can just say it directly. He just doesn't see the coffin. Wan Shengyan no longer wanted to know what Wan Jialan meant. He only wanted to know how to solve it. It's a good solution. I'll draw him a few talismans and take them every day by burning them into ash and water, and he'll be fine in 3 days. When Xia Mei and old Mrs. Wan heard this, their eyes flashed out with joy. Just before they could be happy for more than 2 seconds, Su Qingkue continued, but hurry up and find the person who put the spell on you, or else I can undo it for you this time. But what about next time? Xia Mei was also anxious at this time, and couldn't help but reprimand. What in the world have you done with this child? Who have you offended? Don't say it quickly. Wan Jialin whispered. I don't know who was trying to harm me. Then tell us what happened when you went to the haunted house. Wan Chengye said impatiently. Wan Jialin looked at his dad in a goony manner and whispered. Then you can't hit me if I say so. Wan Chengye nodded. With a sigh of relief, Van Garen began to narrate. It turns out that last weekend 3 of his friends asked him to go with them on an adventure to an ancient mansion in the suburbs, which the internet says is an old house that has been abandoned for decades and is still halfway up a hill, surrounded by few people and overgrown with weeds. They picked the lock on the outside iron gate, then smashed a window to enter the ancient house. After entering inside the ancient mansion, they realized that it was very clean, not at all the same as the overgrown yard outside, and they didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it, and they wandered up and down inside the ancient mansion before coming out. I'm done, Wan Jialin said. Su Qingkue let out a light laugh and said, it's not just about strolling around, but also taking people's things, right? What did you take? Speak quickly. Wan Shengye looked at Wan Jialin with bad eyes. He was simply infuriated. How in the world did he give birth to such a stupid son? What kind of sins had he created? Wan Jialin was also confused. He just went for a spin. He didn't take anyone else's stuff. He thought back more carefully to make sure he hadn't taken anything from the ancient mansion. Didn't take anything. You're still not telling the truth, are you? Dad, I really didn't take anything. Su Qingkue walked to the side and picked up a backpack with grass clippings still hanging from it. Handing it to Wan Shengye, he said, take a look. Wan Shengye didn't care. Immediately opened the backpack, and after rummaging around inside, he found an old watch in the compartment, a Shanghai brand, a decades-old watch. Wan Shengye instantly became even more angry and questioned, where did this come from? Wan Jialin looked at the watch in his dad's hand with a confused face. He had never seen this thing at all. Su Qingris narrowed her eyes and said, he doesn't know, he didn't take it. In Wan Shengye's astonished eyes, she added, is there a person in these people who has an ordinary family and often borrows money from you? Van Garen nodded. Su Qingkue pulled out a talisman in her pocket and handed it to Xia Mei. Auntie Xia, you burn this talisman seal in a bowl, add water after the remaining ash, and give it to him to drink. Xia Mei held the talisman in her hand, thinking that Su Qingkue's talisman could ignite itself without fire in her hand. But she couldn't. Hesitantly, he asked, Qingkite, how do you burn it? Just light the lighter and throw it in the bowl. So, he said and went downstairs to get the bowl. Su Qingkue turned her head and asked Wan Jialin, how much has he borrowed from you? It must be over 100,000. When Wan Xingye heard this, he copied the vase on the nightstand and wanted to smash it. How did he give birth to such simple-minded sons? He set me up with this watch? Wan Jialin asked with a disbelieving look on his face. Su Qingkue nodded. Wan Jialin became even more skeptical and muttered, impossible. At this time, Xia Mei also came back with a bowl, with a lighter in the corner of the talisman lit and thrown into the bowl. Only a moment the talisman was burned out, leaving a little bit of ash. The water was then poured in, and the ashes instantly dissolved when they touched the water, leaving not a trace behind. Wan Jialin picked up the bowl and scrutinized it. It was amazing. Su Qingkue signaled him to drink quickly. Wan Jialin was obedient and finished the water in the bowl in one gulp. In a split second, a few people then saw that the rash on Wan Jialin's body wasn't as scary anymore, and even if it broke, it wouldn't ooze pus out, and it actually had a slight tendency to heal. Xia Mei burst into tears of joy. Others could not see it, but she came to see her son every day. How could she not see the difference? A smile spread across Xia Mei's face as she used a towel to wipe the pus from Wan Jialin's body. Wan Shengye signaled Su Qingkue to come out and talk, and the two of them went to the study together. Ms. Su, tell me more carefully, Su Qingkue said. The ancient mansion they went to is not a deserted mansion. It's someone's ancestral home. Although they don't live in it, someone will clean it up regularly. Do you understand if I say so? Wan Shengye nodded his head. His own son was just a death wish. A few of them went into the mansion, and it turned out that the owner of the mansion didn't mean them any harm, and was protecting them from behind as they explored the old mansion. Who knew that when they were leaving they took away his favorite watch when he was alive, broke his wife's picture frame, and turned his home into a mess. So could people not be angry? Not wanting his little life as people being merciful. Su Qingkue was very speechless. These few people were just making a fool of themselves. Then the words changed. This time it was the man who specifically lured them there. So check for yourself. And who put the curse on Garen? The owner of the house put it down to scare him. He wants his watch back. And even if I don't come, he'll wake up in another 3 days. And in a week the rash on his body will clear up on its own. Wan Shengye said. Miss Su. Thank you. I know. I'll take her to apologize to the people when he gets better. And at this time, Su Qingkue looked to the side and asked, Master, what else do you want them to do? Wan Xingye was also shocked and looked towards the direction Su Qingkite looked towards. There was nothing over there. He was surprised and looked towards Su Qingkite. Su Qingkue sighed and could only give Wan Xingye a temporary opening of the heavenly eyes. Only then did Wan Xingye see the old man standing there. He was wearing a black Zhongshan suit. His hair was white, and his face was kind, so that one could tell at a glance that he was a very kind person. Wan Xingye bowed deeply to the old man and said, Old man, it's all because I taught my son poorly. I'll definitely bring him to the door to apologize, and I'm even more grateful for your mercy. Chapter 33, This is life-saving money. The old man wasn't very angry. He mostly wanted his stuff back. Waving his hand, he said, Just give me my stuff back. To be, thank you for being an adult. As you wish. The old master finished and then asked Su Qingkue, My watch really wasn't taken by that doll? Su Qingkue nodded. It's true that he didn't take it. There's no karma connected to him on your watch. Thank you, girl. My old man knows. The old man floated away through the window when he finished. After 2 days after Wan Jialin completely well, a family of 4 with offerings and cleaning door to door. To the old man burned a lot of yuan bao, and find someone to clean the yard house. Of course this is after the old man's children and grandchildren agreed. Just their children are in B city. Wan Changyi to give them a big open door. But it has led to a good business. It was only after a long time that Wan Jialin realized that the friend who had borrowed his money had nightmares every night and didn't dare to sleep at all. Then it pestered him to pay him back. Wan Jialin was also very speechless. And after recovering the money he had lent out, he completely cut off contact with that person. That's an afterthought. Of course, after talking to Wan Changyi, Xiamei rushed in and said excitedly, Qingkite, Jialin is fine. Thank you. And brushing away tears as he said it, Su Qingkue had no choice but to pull out her own handkerchief to wipe her tears. Wan Shengye also came over at this moment and took the handkerchief in Su Qingkue's hand. Su Qingkue breathed a sigh of relief. Xiamei wiped her tears while saying, Qingkite, the meal is ready. We're having seafood today. You'll absolutely love it. With that, he pulled Su Qingkue away. Su Qingkue was also a little confused. How could she change her face so quickly? But in order to stop seeing her cry, Su Qingkue had to follow. When they walked to the dining room, the round dining table was already filled with a wide variety of seafood, and Xiamei had already gathered her own excitement and led Su Qingkue towards the table. While holding her down on the seat, he introduced, These were just pulled out of the water today. They're all fresh, so you'll want to try them, he said and gave her a large crab leg. Su Qingkue looked at the table where it was just the 3 of them and asked, Has Grandma Wan eaten yet? Xiamei laughed. She's too old to eat seafood. She's accompanying Jialin now. This table is all yours. She knew that Su Qingkue could eat, and when she thought about the hot pot, her little mouth had been eating without stopping. Wan Xingye unwrapped the crabs on one side. One for Xiamei and one for Su Qingkue. Miss Su, try this crab. Xiamei glared at him from the side and said, What's the name Miss Su? Kiyoshi. Su Qingkue nodded. Xiamei said, Qingkite, you can just call him Uncle Wan from now on. It's fine to call him Old Wan. Su Qingkue said as she unwrapped the peeps. Uncle Wan. Her mind was on the delicious food and she basically ignored what they were saying. Wan Xingye had been unwrapping crabs for the 2 of them, and had basically eaten nothing during the meal. On the contrary, Su Qingkue ate with great satisfaction. All of these ugly things were very tasty, especially that big pot of seafood pot, which was basically all she ate. Su Qingkue patted her small stomach with satisfaction, but there is also a bit of guilt. Such a big table of delicious basically eaten by her. The couple did not eat much, a bit embarrassed it. Xiamei looked at Su Qingkue as if she were her own daughter, watching her touch her stomach and asked with a smile, Qingkue, there's still a big lobster in there. Do you want it? Su Qingkue thought back to the delicious food she had just eaten and forced herself to resist the urge to nod her head. Auntie Xie, I'm full. Looking in the direction of the kitchen as she spoke, she missed the good food. Xiamei smiled and said, Is it a good night to eat then? Su Qingkue shook her head decisively. Auntie Xie, I'll have to go back later. I still have to go to class tomorrow. Xiamei is also forgetting that she is still a student. Know that she has something is not good to delay. Immediately said, That put the rest of the lobster. Give you to put the thermos box you take back to eat okay. Su Qingkue ate seafood for the first time. Very greedy. did not control himself, nodded quickly. After nodding his head and then regretting that he had just failed to maintain the solemnity that he should have as a national teacher, Xiaomei lost her smile and went smoothly to the kitchen, asking the cook to prepare more dishes. Wan Shengye brought Su Qingkue to the sofa to drink tea. He has always been a good hand at making tea, specially learned from the master for a period of time. Which person outside does not say good? But he clearly saw that Su Qingris only took a sip and then skimmed it, and immediately couldn't help but ask, "Qingris, is this tea bad?" "Pretty good." The corner of Wan Shengye's mouth twitched. So that was bad. Sighing deeply, he didn't know if Su Qingris didn't know how to drink tea or genuinely felt that this tea was bad, but it was still very hurtful. In order to avoid hurting himself again, he decisively skipped this part and pushed the bank card in his hand in front of Su Qingkue. Su Qingkue looked at him with open, confused eyes. Wan Shengye was instantly adorable, and Wan Shengye, who had always wanted a little daughter-in-law, finally experienced the feeling of his daughter-in-law. Who wouldn't be thrilled to have such a well-behaved and good-looking daughter with outstanding abilities? He coughed lightly. "It's life-saving money." Su Qingkue hurriedly pushed back. "Don't. He can get better on his own even if I don't come for a few days." "Yes, yes. Your talisman paper is so effective it must be hard to draw. Buy more good food to make up for it." Wan Xingye now had a boudoir filter on Su Qingkite, desperately trying to stuff Su Qingkite with goodies. Su Qingkue looked at the bank card on the table. So heartfelt. Before the money given by Lian Bean, she has now used some of the most important thing is that she is now addicted to snacks. Every day in the dormitory nibble snacks, but also addicted to point takeaway. Every day point a bunch of delicious. The small amount of money is consumed a little fast. Su Qingkue quickly rummaged through her bag. Wan Xingye was watching from the side, and Xiaomei also came over at this time, neither of them knowing what Su Qingkue was doing, only watching. Su Qingkue rummaged around for a while before rummaging through the bag, actually the storage bracelet, to find a few talismanic seals. Pushing it in front of Wan Changyi, he said, "These are the ones I drew. This is the peace talisman, the spirit of tranquility talisman. 5 of the same. The peace talisman you can just wear it on your body. The spirit of tranquility talisman will be placed under your pillow." Curious, Xiaomei picked it up and asked, "Qingkite, how does this work?" "Just put it on your body. When you run into ghosts, monsters, dangers and such can save a life." She slowed down and then said, "Auntie Xia does not need to wear. I previously gave you the jade bracelet painted the peace spell. That is more effective than the peace talisman. It's really that powerful." Xiaomei didn't look at the peace talismans at this time and touched her bracelet. Chapter 34 Manny. "Wait a minute." Su Qingkue nodded. "Really? The peace spell inside your bracelet, as long as the bracelet doesn't break, I can still repair it. Even if I use it over the next time I can still continue to use it. Thank you Qingkite, you're really wonderful," Xiaomei said to Su Qingkue with a beaming face. Su Qingkue arrogantly nodded her head. The State Master Lord couldn't show it even after being praised. "You're welcome." Thinking of something, Su Qingkite pulled out a few more talismans and placed them in front of Xiaomei. "This talisman, just like just now. Give it to him once in the morning and once in the evening, and he'll be fine in 3 days." Xiaomei took it and thanked her, and in her heart, she was even more satisfied with Su Qingkue, plus she liked it. Such an outstanding ability and good-looking daughter is really a favorite of anyone who has one. Su Qingkue looked at the time. It was already 2 in the afternoon. She wanted to go back. Wan Xingye was worthy of being a businessman. His acumen was very good. Su Qingkue just looked at his cell phone twice. He understood it. Immediately, he went to the kitchen and looked around, then came out with a huge lunchbox. Smiling, she told Su Qingkue, "I'll take you to the airport." Su Qingkue nodded, then said goodbye to Xiaomei. On the way to the airport, Wan Shengye asked Su Qingkue a little bit about metaphysics while driving. As long as it didn't involve secrets and her identity, she told him. Halfway there, Su Qingkue suddenly said, "Uncle Wan, let's take the left." Wan Shengye didn't react, but obediently turned to the left. They could get to the airport in another 20 minutes or so if they went straight ahead on the viaduct, but a left turn would require a walk of about 40 minutes. It was only when he drove the car onto a smooth road that Wan Xingye asked, "Qingkite, what's wrong?" Before Su Qingkue could speak, he saw from afar that flames had appeared on the viaduct. At that moment, his hand shook the car violently toward the greenbelt. Fortunately, he reacted in time, quickly steering. The car twisted twice before driving smoothly. Fortunately, the vehicles on this road is relatively small. He looked ahead with his heart in his mouth and said, if we go." Su Qingkue didn't wait for him to finish before responding. "Aha." Hearing Su Qingkue's calm voice, Wan Shengye also settled down and continued driving without saying anything. He kept sending Su Qingris into the ticket gate before he braced his hands against the wall next to him, his arms and legs going weak. he almost died. I thought of something and pulled out my cell phone to look at it. Sure enough, it was already on the news. The tanker truck crashed into a guardrail, killing 3 people and injuring dozens more. He patted his chest with palpitations and didn't dare to drive himself, calling a driver to pick him up before going home. Su Qingkite back to a city has been almost 6 o'clock. Carrying a huge lunchbox, she is very happy, just secretly open to see. This lunchbox inside a total of 6 layers, or can be heated, to the dormitory to eat or just right. As soon as they returned to the dormitory, Tang Mingyue and Guan Shishir welcomed them out and quickly took the lunchbox out of Su Qingkue's hands. Qingkite, you're so kind to think of us when you have a big meal. Tang Mingyue placed the lunchbox on the table and waited for Su Qingkue to open it. Su Qingkue smiled. You guys open it first, I'll go wash my hands. Only then did Tang Mingyue and Guan Shishir open the lunchbox. This is the heating lunchbox. The first layer is the neatly yards of braised pork. The oily red color looked delicious. Below that were cassoulet prawns, diced chicken with chile, sweet and sour pork, beef with scallions, and on the bottom tier was a whole jumbo lobster. When Su Qingkite came back, she saw the two of them staring at each other in the face of the 6-course meal and couldn't help but ask curiously, "What are you looking at? You're not eating yet." Only after hearing Su Qingkue's words did Tang Mingyue come back to her senses and said, "Qingkue, it's so sumptuous. Which chef made it?" Guan Shishir also picked up. "There is no rice inside the lunchbox. I'll go to the cafeteria to get rice. You guys wait for me. Must not eat first." Su Qingkue laughed. "Go and return quickly. We'll wait for you." Guan Shishir ran out with her meal card when she heard that. "It smells so good." Tang Mingyue looked at the rice on the table and drooled for a while, her eyes unblinking. Su Qingkue lost her smile. These two housemates of hers were really very simple people. Seeing that Tang Mingyue didn't come back that quickly either, Su Qingkue went down to take a shower. And only when she came out did Tang Mingyue come back with 3 portions of white rice. As soon as he came in, he yelled, "You guys didn't eat first." No, just waiting for you." Tang Mingyue hurriedly opened the lunchbox she had just covered again. Su Qingkue also rubbed her hair while sitting down next to her. "Eat quickly, or else Shishir should be done eating." Tang Mingyue hurriedly gave Su Qingkue her lunchbox. "Qingkite, where have you been for the past 2 days? We haven't seen you in person and we still want to go to Game City with you," Guan Shishir said vaguely as she took a big bite of her meal. Su Qingkue smiled faintly and said, "I had something to do and went to City B." Then both of them looked at her in shock. And Guan Shishir said, "You went to B City and came back so quickly, just going on an errand, where it takes long." The two heard and stopped asking questions, and turned to talk about their 2-day trip to Game City. Listening to what they said about flying cars, dolls, bumper cars, Su Qingkue was very interested and immediately asked, "Is it really so much fun?" Guan Shishir also became interested and patted her chest to assure, "Qingkite, you believe me, it's really super fun." Tang Mingyue also nodded her head with conviction. "Can you bring me along next time?" Su Qingkue asked. Her original owner had never been to Game City, and she had no memories of anything related to it, and had never been there herself, and was very curious. "Good, then shall we go on Wednesday?" Guan Shishir looked toward Su Qingkue and Tang Mingyue. Guan Shishir saw both of them looking at themselves and said, "The teacher is on leave for Wednesday afternoon's class, so we're just in time to go out for a barbecue at noon. Then we'll go to Game City and have a barbecue in the evening. How about that?" The State Master Sama, who wasn't very familiar with this world, of course agreed, and although she had outstanding abilities, her insight in this world was really short. Tang Mingyue also nodded her head in agreement, and while the 3 of them were eating happily, the dormitory door opened from outside. The 3 men looked to the door in unison. In came a girl wearing a long floral skirt with a beige trench coat. Her face was delicately painted with makeup, and her body was clean and elegant. As soon as she came in, she saw the trio's neat gaze and was a little embarrassed. "Sorry to bother you. I came back to get some things." Tang Mingyue took the lead. "Manny, do you want to eat some together?" Lin Manny shook her head and said, No, you guys just eat. I'm just taking some things." With that, he walked over to his locker and grabbed a bag before saying hello. "I'll be back." "Manny, wait." Su Qingkue called out to Lin Manny as she was about to walk to the door. Handing her a peace talisman in her hand, she said, "This is a peace talisman for you. If there are any problems that can't be solved, you can also find me." Chapter 35, My Peace Charm. Lin Manny looked at Su Qingkue with a bit of surprise. In her impression, Su Qingkue had always been quiet. They had known each other for so long and hadn't actually crossed paths too much, but she couldn't have imagined that Su Qingkue would take the lead in calling her today. She had never quite believed in such things, but her domesticity and cultivation did not allow her to show dissatisfaction, and she immediately thanked him politely. "Thank you, Qingkite." "No need to thank you. and wait for a while when you leave the school gate later. Don't be in a hurry. Su Chingkue finished speaking and started to continue picking up her meal again. Seeing that Su Chingkue had no intention of continuing to speak, Lin Manny went out with her heart full of questions. But she didn't think anything more about it. Putting the peace talisman Su Chingkue had given her in the pocket of her trench coat and getting into her car to go home. When almost driving to the school entrance, the heart suddenly a little uneasy. Violently thought of Su Chingkue said to wait for a while in front of the school. I do not know what the mood. Immediately stepped on the brakes, parked the car in front of the school door. The uncle in the security booth next to him saw Lin Manny's car parked right in the gate. The gate fence was up, but Lin Manny's car just didn't move. So he came out to see what was going on. Just as he stepped out of the security booth, a small car rushed towards the school at a great speed in the distance, crashing head-on into the security booth, and the makeshift security booth was quickly torn apart. The security uncle looked at the security booth he had just stayed in, and a great fear rose in his heart. If he hadn't come out just now to see what was going on, his little life would have been lost. Lin Manny is also very shocked and scared. Just now if they do not stop in place, according to her habit in the past, left turn will stop at the intersection to look at the oncoming traffic. The car rushed over will be just hit themselves. Instant panic filled Lin Manny, and couldn't help but think of Su Chingkue's words just now. And for some reason Su Chingkue's words she now didn't feel as palpitating as she did just now. Looking at the security uncle next to her, Lin Manny decisively pulled out her cell phone to call the police. Guan Shishir and Tang Mingyue watched as Su Chingkue gave Lin Manny the peace talisman, and their two pairs of eyes looked at Su Chingkue with burning eyes. Su Chingkue had no choice but to pull out two peace talismans from her bag and give one to each of them. The two of them also knew that Su Chingkue knew about metaphysical matters, and immediately put them inside their own personal pockets. Tang Mingyue asked, Qingkite, but something happened to Manny. Su Chingkue shook her head. I don't know, but she is tainted with yin qi. I also saw that she was about to be in danger of dying. It won't be anything, will it? Tubbs he asked as well. It won't be. With my peace talisman, keeping her alive isn't a problem. Lin Manny is their dormitory people, but her family is in the local. Usually basically do not live in the dormitory. Su Qingkite came here so long has seen Lin Manny twice, but in her eyes, Manny Lin had a strong ancestral merit in her, and was herself a gentle and kind person. But today, at a glance, the body is stained with a lot of yin qi. The body of the ancestors of the merit is also in the process of depletion. At a glance, it is not right, so I gave her a talisman. Whether she can get through it safely depends on her own. After the two of them put away the peace talisman, Guan Shishir came over to Su Chingkue and asked, Chingkue, did you draw this peace talisman yourself? Su Chingkue nodded her head indifferently and swept away the rice on the table. Guan Shishir put away her usual big personality and asked in a twisted and hesitant manner, then can you sell me two of them? My grandmother is old and her health is still particularly bad these days, so can you do it at the usual master's price? Su Chingkue didn't say anything either, pulling out a few more peace talismans and giving two to each of them, saying, there's no need to pay. Then thinking about the other masters that Guan Shishir had mentioned, he asked again, you know the other masters? Guan Shishir was very embarrassed and waved her hand to refuse. I'll just pay for it. Other masters have to pay 10 or 20,000 apiece. Thinking about Su Chingkue's words, he added, I don't know, but my grandfather had invited a master to look at feng shui before, and it was quite powerful. Su Chingkue nodded and said, give it to you. I drew it myself, as much as I want. Instead, it was Tang Mingyue, who had been silent next to her for a long time, who said, Qingkite, can I trouble you with something? You say, I didn't want to bother you, but my uncle is now in a hurry and on fire every day, and the house is a mess. We hadn't thought about this aspect before, but yesterday my uncle asked a master to look at it, and the master said he couldn't solve it. I called you this morning to ask about this too, but you weren't at school and I didn't have the luxury of saying it over the phone. Su Chingkue also remembered. This morning when she got on the plane she did receive a call from Tang Mingyue, but at that time the plane was about to take off, so she didn't answer the phone, and then after she got off the plane she forgot about it. Immediately, he straightened up and asked, what happened? Tell me carefully. Tang Mingyue was like pouring beans out of her head of what had happened during this period of time. It turns out that Tang Mingyue's family is the next city over. Her uncle is doing real estate in their city to get a piece of land, ready to be made into commercial housing. But now we are still laying the foundation, and there have been accidents inside the construction site. The first one was a worker accidentally broke his leg, then another worker died suddenly while sleeping at night, and the last one was a couple of workers said that they had met a ghost. Then there is her uncle's house. This time is not peaceful. Her uncle all day long nightmares, her aunt directly out of the car accident into the hospital, And then there is her just went to high school cousin broke his leg in the school. Her cousin said there is a person to push him down from the stairs, but checking the surveillance found that there is no one behind him. It is his own fall down. And then there's the fact that her mom hasn't been doing so well lately. She's been in a trance all day and almost got hit by a car while crossing the street. Now several people in the family are basically in the hospital. Her uncle almost overnight whitehead. Every day is very worried. Hearing this from her, Su Chingkue asked, "Is someone on your aunt's side having problems?" Tang Mingyue looked at Su Chingkue in surprise, not understanding how she knew she had an aunt, but still said truthfully, "My aunt isn't doing too well right now. She almost lost her job when she made a mistake at work. I probably know what's going on, but I still have to go and take a look." Su Chingkue said. "Qingkite, really?" said she happily pulled up Su Qingkite's hand and said, "Thank you, I'll go and call my uncle right now, just to trouble you to go to my home to take a look. Do you think it's okay?" Su Chingkue nodded. Tang Mingyue had been very kind to them all, and she helped her when she could. When Tang Mingyue saw Su Chingkue nod her head, she happily ran outside the balcony to make a call. Chapter 36. Pick up the phone. Su Chingkue, who had very good ears, heard her words as usual. The phone was connected and Tang Mingyue happily shouted, "Uncle, I found the master." Kushi Nian on the other end of the phone looked confused, but quickly responded by asking, You, what master have you found?" "Uncle, you have to believe me. She's my friend, she's awesome, she'll definitely be able to fix things in our family." Kushi Nian sighed on the other side of the phone and said, You, don't be fooled." Tang Mingyue instantly stood up and said, "Uncle, I'm serious." Then she told Kushi Nian everything about what happened to them at the hot pot restaurant. Kushi Nian secretly thought for a while, felt that this friend of his niece may have a little ability, but with his niece is the same age, should not be powerful to wear, and now their own family inside the thing's so dangerous. The people involved in the little girl would not be good. Immediately he refused, said, You, our current situation is too dangerous. Already invited 3 masters have said that they cannot be solved. To involve the other little girl, if any accidents can be what to do. You listen to uncle's words to go to school properly. The family does not need you to worry about things. Tang Mingyue was also a stubborn one. "I don't care. Now that the situation at home is already like this, you still treat me like a child. I'll bring Ching Kite back to take a look when I make an appointment with her. If anything really happens, I'll pay for her with my life, but I can't let go of the slightest bit of hope, 'cause Ayani inside secretly, it is not that he does not want to solve the things in the family, but he went to the hospital this morning and found out the middle stage of stomach cancer. Their family may be broken up, but cannot involve his sister and sister's 2 families. Then come back for 2 days. Uncle will make you delicious food." 'Cause Ayanian said, he knew that everyone in their family was of this obstinate nature. Tang Mingyue happily agreed. She knew that her family's affairs might not be easy to solve, but she still didn't want to give up. Hire a few more masters. There's always something that can be solved. She moved in front of Su Chingkue and said, "Chingkue, our family's business might be a bit dangerous. Do you think it's okay?" Although she had just spoken to Kushi Nian with conviction, she still wanted to make things clear to Su Qingkite. "It's fine. I can fix it," Su Chingkue said. Tang Mingyue didn't put her heart down at all. She either didn't believe Su Chingkue, or her family's matter was really dangerous. Several masters said they couldn't solve it, and one master didn't even go in the construction site and said that the yin chi inside was too heavy, not something that ordinary people could solve. Su Chingkue looked at her tangled face and said, "Don't worry, if you're in a hurry, take tomorrow off and I'll accompany you." Tang Mingyue nodded. "Thank you." Tang Mingyue went on to give the details of what was going on inside her family. The worst of their family was her uncle's family, and then her mother and sister-in-law. Su Chingkue understood after a little thought. At night, Chen Dahai and his wife lay in bed and slept. Jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle bells. A cell phone ringing. Chen Dahai's wife Li Qing rolled over and was woken up by the ringing of the cell phone. Pushed Chen Dahai next to her. Her eyes didn't even open, and said in a daze, "Hurry up and answer the phone." Chen Dahai, also in a daze, felt the cell phone on the bedside table and answered it without looking at it. "Hey, who is it?" No one spoke for a long time on the other side of the phone, but there was a very distinct breathing sound. Chen Dahai thought it was someone's prank and cursed, "Nuts," and then hung up, tossed the phone away and went back to sleep. The two hadn't been asleep long when the phone rang again. Li Qing was woken up again, in a bad mood, kicked Chen Dahai and cursed. "Answer the phone quickly. Noisy, still sleeping or not?" Chen Dahai is also a ball of fire. Took the cell phone on the bedside table, saw that it was an unfamiliar phone, just wanted to turn the phone off. That's when the phone just hung up. Chen Dahai turned his cell phone off and threw it back on the nightstand. Sleep brewed for a while and fell asleep. Jingle bells, A violent ringtone sounded, and Chen Dahai sat up violently, scratched his head with both hands, and shook his head in annoyance before looking at the cell phone on the bedside table. At this time, Chen Dahai realized that the cell phone that had just been turned off now had someone to call, and at a closer look, it was the same familiar phone call just now. His heart was pounding. He remembered that he had turned his cell phone off, so how could anyone call him now? He didn't dare touch the phone and reached out to shake his daughter-in-law beside him awake. Daughter-in-law, daughter-in-law, wake up, get up. Gas very heavy. Li Qing almost gave Chen Dahai a slap and said, what do you do in the middle of the night? Chen Dahai didn't get angry either and said, daughter-in-law, I remember that I had just turned off my phone, so how did this call come in? Are you misremembering? Li Qing directly crossed Chen Dahai, picked up the cell phone on the bedside table, saw that it was an unfamiliar number, and did not think about it before picking it up. Hello. There was still no one talking on the other side of the phone, only the sound of breathing. Li Qing thought it was a prank and directly hung up the phone and turned it off. Said, go to bed. After saying this, he didn't care about Chen Dahai himself directly lying down to sleep. This looked Chen Dahai also a little suspicious of themselves. Just now is not the cell phone is not turned off. Think about the feeling is. Also feel free to go back to sleep. It went on until the second half of the night, when the couple was deep in sleep. Jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle bells. The cell phone rang again, and the two couples, who had been woken up several times, sat straight up. Li Qing glanced at the cell phone on the nightstand and hesitantly asked, I just turned it off, didn't I? Chen Dahai had goosebumps on his hands and said, it's off. Qingli pointed to the cell phone and said, how did that turn on? Chen Dahai shook his head. Neither husband nor wife dared to reach for their cell phones, and the two looked at each other and didn't dare to speak. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief until the ringing of the cell phone stopped, but that sigh didn't end there as the ringing continued. Both were taken aback, hugging each other in the darkened room. The only light inside the room was the faintly bright glow emanating from the screen of the cell phone. Honey, what's going on here? Li Qing felt weak in her heart and thought that it might be Chen Dahai lying to her. Daughter-in-law, I don't know. Chen Dahai's heart is also weak. He really does not know what the situation is. He said in a trembling voice, could it be a ghost? Ghost? Li Qing hugged him tightly. No way. The two dared not speak anymore, staring at the cell phone that kept ringing until dawn. Chapter 37 Master, please help me. As soon as the day outside dawned, Chen Dahai hurriedly climbed up. The two people did not sleep all night, both sleepy, but Chen Dahai is not a person who is at the mercy of others. Packing himself up, he went out with his cell phone. He got someone to look up this phone number and went to the store that repairs cell phones to look up this phone. The young man who took the phone all apart said, brother, hi, there's no problem with this phone. It's quite normal. Chen Dahai didn't believe it and asked, then how did it turn itself on? The young man carefully fitted back in to check the settings on his cell phone again, saying, it's really no problem. Chen Dahai was very suspicious and walked away with his cell phone. It was just about the same time that the person who checked the cell phone number called back. As soon as the phone was connected, the one on the other side said, brother, hi, this number you gave me is an empty number. No one has used it yet. Chen Dahai was only silent for a moment before he said, that's fine. Thank you. Next time let's drink together. Ah. The person on the other end of the line answered and hung up. When Chen Dahai drove his car to the bridge, he looked at the river below and casually threw down the cell phone in his hand. And then it's home. Let's see what else comes out this time. The couple who hadn't slept well at the latest, went to bed as soon as they had enough to eat today. Inside the silent room, there was not a single moonlight outside the window, and the two people were lying quietly on the bed sleeping very deeply. Suddenly a familiar bell rang. Chen Dahai's husband and wife sat up in unison, looking at the cell phone on the bedside table in horror. Li Qing asked in a trembling voice, Dahai, didn't you lose your cell phone in the river? Chen Dahai is also very scared. He personally lost his cell phone. He naturally knows. Then where did this cell phone come from? Qingli asked, pointing at the cell phone. Can't blame the two of them for being scared. Chen Dahai, the cell phone is what Li Qing helped to choose. And the phone case is also the big red color that Li Qing likes. The cell phone he just bought today doesn't have a case. It's still original, nor is it this model. The two men looked at the cell phone in horror. Looking at the cell phone that kept ringing, Chen Dahai gathered courage and took the cell phone over, and looked at it carefully, and it was really his original cell phone. With a trembling hand he picked up the phone and there was still no sound on the other side, just heavy breathing. Chen Dahai suddenly a little regret to connect the phone. After connecting the phone he did not dare to speak, and did not dare to hang up the phone. It's not right to lose the cell phone in your hand, and it's scary to keep holding it. Dahai, what to do? Chen Dahai did not know what to do, looked at the cell phone that was still on the phone, hung up the phone with a cruel heart, and then quickly rolled over and got out of bed. and threw the cell phone out of the window. Their home is on the 22nd floor. Below is the community's artificial lake in Greenbelt. Throwdown is not afraid of smashing people. With that done, he sat back down on the bed with his heart in his mouth. Li Qing hurriedly turned the light on, only to see that Chen Dahai was already covered in sweat. Dahai, is everything okay? Chen Dahai shook his head. Li Qing instantly fell on the bed. What's going on here? Didn't you say that the cell phone was fine and had been lost? Chen Dahai did not know what was going on, and could only comfort Li Qing that it was fine, and the two of them could not sleep at all, and kept their eyes open again until dawn. The next night when you go to bed, Chen Dahai deliberately checked the house inside and outside once and did not find the trace of the phone, before turning on the lights to sleep. But once the phone still appeared on his nightstand in the middle of the night, the two men completely panicked. Li Qing couldn't hold back any longer, running out of the house overnight. Chen Dahai did not dare to stay at home, and the two of them went to a nearby hotel to open a room. But shortly after lying down, the cell phone that was still on the nightstand at home reappeared at their side. Chen Dahai and his wife were completely devastated. Li Qing pulled Chen Dahai and cried, "Dahai, are we inviting ghosts?" Chen Dahai was also worried to death and said, "Tomorrow we'll go inside the temple and ask a master to come back to see if it's okay." Li Qing cried and nodded. The two did not dare to stay alone inside the room, so they simply sat in the hotel lobby with their clothes on. The staff on duty saw these two people do not sleep to come here to sit are very puzzled, but Chen Dahai wasn't in the mood to know about these things. Early in the morning Chen Dahai took Li Qing to a particularly famous local temple. As soon as I entered the door, I made many donations and got the opportunity to meet Master Kong Chi. Li Qing had been about to be driven mad these past few days, and as soon as she saw the master, she pounced on him and shouted, "Master, please save me." Master Empyrean Chi snorted, "Amat Ba Buddha, scholar, speak slowly if you have something to say." Chen Dahai hurriedly pulled Li Qing up, and only then did he tell what they had met in the past few days. It wasn't like the couple hadn't thought that these things were a special setup to screw them over, but there was surveillance inside their living room, and the surveillance hadn't even been in their house. The hotel also has surveillance, and no one has been in their great room, and the home and hotel are on the upper floors, so people can't even get in. Chen Dahai was now thinking that they had hit a ghost. After asking about their birth dates, Master Kongji said, "I'll go with you to take a look." Chen Dahai instantly smiled with joy and hastily agreed. Well, as long as Master can help us out, we will definitely donate more money to charity." Master Kongji nodded and said, "It just so happens that I have nothing to do in the morning, so let's go now." Hey. Chen Dahai hurriedly led the way in front. When the three of them returned to Chen Dahai's house, Master Kongji frowned. As soon as he came in, he felt that the aura of the place was not right, but the biggest problem was not the houses, but Chen Dahai. He took out the Bagua disc he carried with him and circled around inside the house. Then a cloud of thickly molded inchi was seen, instantly gathering into a few words: "Baldhead, don't meddle in what you shouldn't, or die." Looking at the inchi that was almost coalescing into substance, Kongji instantly realized that he was no match for this ghost. Immediately, he turned back to Mr. and Mrs. Chen Dahai and said, "I'm not his opponent. I'll go back and ask my senior brother," he said, and walked away without looking back. He's trying to make money, but he's not stupid enough to know which one is not to be messed with. Such a rich inchi, basically already a ghost general level. He let himself regardless, then pick up a life, otherwise how to die do not know. Immediately, Kong Chi returned to the temple and told his master and brother about the day's events. MTG's senior brother, MT Jean, hurriedly put down what he was holding and asked with a serious face, "Are you serious? The inchi has almost coalesced into substance, and there's a bloodbath in it." Kong Jean pondered for a moment and said, "Let's go tell master together." The two of them spoke and came to Ming Guang's residence, telling Ming Guang about this matter in detail. Ming Guang said, "Restrain your disciples, the ghost generals are not for you to deal with. I'll go and take a look first." Chapter 38 Dead. The two men hurriedly agreed, but Master Ming Guang didn't set out immediately either, but took out his cell phone and made a few calls. Chen Dahai was really about to be driven crazy lately. His cell phone rang every night, no matter where he threw it. It still comes back to his nightstand in the middle of the night, even if it's smashed. As much as he didn't want to work, there were still a bunch of workers on this side of the site, and it was all he could do to buck up and handle the work. Chen Dahai was still inside the office planning to squint for a while when a man hurriedly ran in and shouted, "Brother Hai, something's wrong." Chen Dahai, who hadn't slept much in a few days, frowned angrily and scolded, "What are you shouting about?" The man ran inside the office while gasping for breath. "Hai, Lao Li, fell." "What fell?" "Fell and sent to the hospital." "Ah." Chen Dahai dissatisfied. The inside of a construction site is not a very safe place, so if you have a problem, take it to the hospital. The man took a while to get his breath back and said, you go and have a look. It's a bit evil. When Chen Dahai heard this, he became even more angry and said angrily, what are you talking about? With that, he took the lead and walked outside. He didn't know what kind of taboo he had committed lately, meeting such evil things day in and day out. When he got to the place, he saw a group of people gathered in a circle and shouted, what are you doing? Not working. Workers see as Chen Dahai are hurriedly dispersed. Chen Dahai only saw the fall Li Shubin. He was lying on the ground. A steel bar had penetrated his right thigh, and Chen Dahai hurriedly shouted, call an ambulance, call an ambulance. The man who had just been behind her said, hi, it's been called, but old Li passed out. Chen Dahai looked around Li Shubin's surroundings. That is being tied rebar place, basically flat. There is no vertical rebar. Do not understand Li Shubin leg of the rebar is how to tie in. Then he asked, monkey, what's going on with old Li? Called the monkey Ho Zhongming quietly in his ear, brother hi. At that time we were over there to tie steal it. Old Li said thirsty to this side of the water. Just in the moment he turned around somehow stumbled on the ground this section of scrap steel, and then inexplicably tripped and then pierced through. Everyone said there may be ghosts. Monkey said still palpitating and patting his chest. Their construction site is still quite a lot of discarded steel. Never met this kind of thing. Chen Dahai did not know whether to believe or not. Looking at the ambulance that came in outside, said, you follow Lao Li to the hospital. Wait for him to wake up you are asking. Monkey nodded his head in agreement and followed the doctor to put Li Shubin into the ambulance. Chen Dahai thought about the monkey's words while walking towards the office. He knew that the monkey wouldn't lie to him. After all, he was the one who brought him up. But something this outrageous shouldn't be possible. He would rather believe it was an accident. His head hurt even more as he thought about the last few days. At that moment, he also stopped caring. After all, this project is still a long time to go. It's just that things don't go his way. Later that night, while he was sleeping, he heard the phone ring again. At that moment, he quickly opened his eyes again, and after seeing that it was his new cell phone, he was relieved that it wasn't that evil cell phone. He looked at it and saw that it was a call from a monkey. Woken up in the middle of the night, coupled with his fear of cell phones, he got angry and said, look what time it is, you better be something. But the monkey on the other side of the phone's voice trembled. Hi, dead, dead. Chen Dahai sat up violently from the bed. What did you say? Say it again? The monkey still trembled his voice and said, old Zhao is dead, dead. What's going on? Speak clearly. Chen Dahai hurriedly put on his clothes and ran outside. Monkey said on the other end of the phone. Qin Weiwei went to the toilet and found old Zhao lying motionless inside the toilet, and went up behind him to find that old Zhao was stiff. Chen Dahai continued. And then? Qin Weiwei immediately called the police in fear. And now the police are almost here. Brother Hai, come quickly. By the time Chen Dahai arrived at the construction site it was already half an hour later. By this time a group of police were checking out the scene and had long since surrounded it. Chen Dahai took the initiative to step forward and said, hello officer, I am the person in charge of this construction site. The police hurriedly called for someone to bring him in for questioning, and only then did Chen Dahai see the scene inside the toilet. Old Zhao was lying on his back in the middle of the toilet, one pair of eyes wide open with a look of horror. Chen Dahai dared not look at it again after only one glance, and his heart was flooded with mutterings. The police left with the body after asking only a few questions and ordered them not to leave the local area until they found out the truth. Chen Dahai is now panicked to death. 2 days' time is sight out of two such a big thing, and his evil cell phone. To say it is a coincidence he himself do not believe. It was with some trepidation that I returned home. Now Li Qing doesn't even dare to live with him, since she knows that he is the only one following her at home. Li Qing decisively moved to her mother's house. He thought he could be driven crazy in a few days, and it's now in trust for a guru with no luck. And the actual owner of this site over here, Ko Xinyan, is not doing well either. His son, Ko Zian, had broken his leg inside the school, and as his son insisted that someone had pushed him down the stairs, he was going to find out who had the audacity to do such a thing in the school. Only when he saw the monitor he and the teacher were silent. On the monitor no one pushed Ko Zian, but in the monitor it was clearly visible that there was a dent of a hand on his back, and it was this palm that pushed him down the stairs. At once, the circle of people inside the monitoring room were flooded with goosebumps and white-haired sweat. Ko Zianian had just come out of school when he received a call from the hospital. Hello, are you Mr. Long Yingying? Ko Shiyan said with a puzzled look on his face. I am. We are from the first hospital of M City. Your wife has just had a car accident on Ningxiong Road, and has now been sent to the emergency department of our hospital. Please come to our hospital as soon as possible to doc. Okay, I'll be right there. Ko Zianian instantly couldn't care about the fear he had just felt, and all that was left in his heart was worry for his wife. When Kushi Yen arrived, Long Yingying has been sent to the surgical operating room for surgery. Turned around and went to Kuzian's hospital room to take a look. There is his sister Kushia looked at it as nothing. Having two members of the family in the hospital at once was too much for the top man to handle, and he leaned against the wall of the operating room clutching his head. Kushia had long since received the news. Seeing his brother now turned into this appearance hurriedly went up and comforted. Brother, don't worry, it's fine. Chapter 39, don't go away, come and stay with me. Xiaoya trouble you to take care of Xian. Kuzianian saw that the visitor was his sister and barely managed to squeeze out a smile. Kirshia spat. You might as well stop smiling. It's ugly, said coming over and patting him on the shoulder. It's going to be okay. But that's not what Kuzianian thinks. He's been out there for so many years. He knows some amazing things. And he also knows that this world isn't as simple as it seems on the surface. After handing over the hospital matter to Kushia, Kushiyen contacted the master who had made friends with him. And the master also bought his face and promised to come and see him tomorrow. But Kuzianian was still uneasy in his heart. After his wife Long Yingying came out of surgery, the doctor said she would wake up tomorrow. But until the appointment the master came, Long Yingying still did not wake up. Kushi-Nyen guided Master Li to Long Yingying's hospital room. Master Li, this is my wife and son. Give it a look. Is there something wrong? Master Li also had a little skill. Wiping cow tears on his eyes, he saw the yin chi on the two men that was almost thick into substance, and made a prompt decision. Boss Ku, I can't handle this matter. You find someone else. Kushi-Nyen looked at Master Li with a shocked face and said, Master Li, what is going on here? Please tell me. Master Li sighed and said, I really can't handle this matter. I'll be honest with you. You're offending someone. Kushi-Nyen asked as he pulled Master Li. What do you mean by offended, Ran? This is someone else screwing you, which I'm telling you because we're close, and I wouldn't say anything in general. After saying that, he turned around and walked away, looking as if there was someone chasing after him. Kuzianian do not believe in evil, and entrusted someone about the master, but his wife Long Yingying but has not been awake. The doctor also said that her surgery is very successful, but not awake also have to be checked properly. Who knew that Master Su, who came the next day, also said there was no solution. And on this side of the construction site, once again, something happened. A worker fell straight off the scaffolding in the middle of the day. Not dead but dying. Urgently sent to the hospital. Chen Dahai forehead cold sweat. Such accidents one after another on the screen, so that his heart uneasy look gradually elevated. And at this time the construction site has begun to panic. Everyone is scared to death, just afraid that tomorrow's death is their own. Chen Dahai had to let people take a vacation. Those close to home go home. Those far away can only live in the construction site. And Chen Dahai, who was tortured every night, finally couldn't take it anymore and told Kushi-Nyen about the construction site. This site, although he is the contractor, but the ownership is still Kushi-Nyen. Knowing that he cannot carry Chen Dahai can only report. Kushi-Nyen brought Master Su to the construction site again. Kuzi-Linian respectfully said, Master Su, please take a look. Master Su looked at the site full of yin chi in front of him, and didn't dare to step in with a single foot, just glancing at it and backing away. He quickly got back in the car. Drive. Kushi-Nyen was dumbfounded, but he could only follow when Master Su left. Once in the car, the driver quickly drove the car away. It was only then that Kuzianian had time to ask Master Su, Master Su, is there a problem? Master Su let out a sigh and said, Boss Ku, I've known you for so long, and I won't lie to you. I really can't solve this matter. This was already the most powerful master Kuzianian had ever known, and he was now in six minds. Master Su, you have to help me. This matter really can't be solved by the general public. If you don't look for the people of the hidden sect, they should be able to. So what's causing this in our family? Master Su and Kushi-Nyen also know each other for a long time, and also not hide him said, someone has laid a formation at your construction site, but I can't tell exactly what kind of formation it is, and your family's situation is because of a problem with the ancestral tomb. Kushi-Nyen didn't want to give up and said, Master Su, then can you solve my family's problems? Master Su shook his head. Kuzianian instantly disheveled down. The hidden sects and is not so easy to meet. Even Master Su cannot be solved. He simply do not know in the end who is so cruel. Want his whole family's life. But he didn't want to give up. And after sending Master Su back, he asked people to contact other masters. But perhaps their family's business had already spread inside the circle, and no masters agreed to come and take a look at them at all. Kushi-Nyen is still on the other side of the master. The construction site this side continues to have problems. A worker crazy at night inside the dormitory, crying and laughing. While dormitory inside all the people woke up. He ran out of the dorm oddly, and a group of people looked a little strange and tried to cut him off, but none of them did. Kenji Tam, stop. Kenji Tan, don't run away. Kenji Tam. Kenji Tam. A young man in his 30s, laughing loudly, ran in front of him, with a few people from the same dormitory chasing after him. While chasing, he also shouted, but the Tanjianji in front of him obviously didn't hear the person behind him shouting at him. Keep laughing and keep running ahead. Soon running up to the front of their newly constructed building, Tankenji stopped to look upstairs for a moment before turning his head. That's when the people behind him saw him now. The corners of his mouth were curled up high, forming a complete arc, and the inside of his eyes were full of whites, and the corners of his eyes were curved downward, so that his whole face looked strange and very gruesome. Inside the crowd, I don't know who shouted, "Ghosts!" The group of people stared at Tanjianji in front of them with wide eyes, backing up one step at a time, but Tanjianji looked as if he had seen something amusing, and the smile on his face grew wider and wider. The mouth also issued a jia strange laughter. That group of workers was even too frightened to speak, trying to run, but don't dare turn and run. Several big, burly men looked in Tanjianji's direction with frightened faces while backing up. Before he could take a few steps out, Tanjianji's laughter stopped, and he waved at the crowd. Don't go away. Come and keep me company. That pretentious voice and posture should have been that of a woman, but now it appeared even more horrifying on a big, burly man. Ghosts, help! There was a loud scream of horror. A group of people were so scared that they tried to run, but there were too many people. They all crowded together, their feet mixed, and a few big men instantly fell into a ball. While over there, Tanjianji was walking towards them step by step, and when he was about to walk in front of them, a man pulled out a piece of something from inside his pocket and smashed it towards Tanjianji's face. Tanjianji, a moment of inattention. Things are just right to be smashed in the face. Tanjianji movement stalled for a moment. The expression on his face instantly transformed mold. Chapter 40, What should I do? He took one angry step toward the crowd, his stride stiff, but the somber expression on his face, the whites of his eyes all white inside their sockets and not a trace of black, scared everyone. You guys stay with me. Tanjianji laughed jaggedly. The group was already speechless, all scared to death. The man who had just thrown the object said in a trembling voice, "Don't kill me. I'll give you whatever you want. Trying to take your lives." Tanjianji's voice was so wordy that it actually echoed in such an empty place. "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Help! Help!" Everyone let out a mournful cry, and the man who had just thrown the object jerked up and stepped forward, shoving Tanjianji, but his shaking hands from fear didn't push him back, and he stumbled himself instead. Tanjianji looked at the man with a face topped with a very weird smile. The man was looked at in his heart, but there was no strength in his feet. He could not run at all. One can only cry out helplessly, "Don't kill me." Tanjianji still topped a smiling face towards a few people. "Stay with me today. I'll treat you guys oh so well," he said and gave a few people a flying kiss. The man didn't even know if he was disgusted or scared and threw up on the spot. Seeing this, Tanjianji stepped right up and choked the man. Save lives. The man's neck was being choked by Tanjianji, and just when the man meant to think he was going to die here, Tanjianji suddenly let go of the man. The man snapped and dropped to the floor, this time not even having the strength to stand up. The people behind him were even more so as some of them had already fainted from the shock. Tanjianji looked at the fainted people and was so envious that he might as well have fainted himself. If you want to die or live, it's a big deal. Tanjianji looked at the men and smiled. You can't die. What do you do if you die? Slave said everyone in the room was rendered unconscious. Chen Dahai came to the construction site early in the morning. Inside the quiet suddenly a little strange. Shouted, "Monkey, monkey, stepping on the horse, where have you people gone?" Chen Dahai cursed up. The last few days of construction site accidents. People on edge. He also let the neighborhood first go home to live a few days. Now in the construction site are more distant, but there should be quite a few people left. So how come we can't see any of them today? Chen Dahai angrily dialed the monkey's phone. But the phone actually rang inside the dormitory. Chen Dahai even more angry. The heart thought, "You this kid are here. Actually do not pick up the old man's phone. Do not want to live." Thinking of a push opened the door of the dormitory. Their construction site dormitory are 10 people. Usually a row of simple rooms or dormitories. But Chen Dahai opened this one quiet, a little scary. He saw this dormitory inside the neatly lying 10 people, sleeping bored. But he opened the door so loud sound also do not see wake them up. The atmosphere inside the dormitory was so quiet that it was scary. Chen Dahai lightly walked into the dormitory and saw that it was the monkey lying on the outermost bed. He gently shook the monkey, but the monkey didn't move at all. He didn't believe it and upped the ante. But the monkey is still not moving. He suddenly thought of something. His heart tightened, stretched out 2 fingers to put under the monkey's nose tip, felt the warm breath. Chen Dahai was relieved. With that, he increased his force and shouted the monkey's name. But no matter how much noise he made inside this dormitory, the 10 people inside the dormitory didn't have a single reaction at all. Chen Dahai suddenly felt even tighter in his heart. He walked over to the next dormitory and found that there were still 10 people inside lying motionless on their beds. The fear inside Chen Dahai's heart gradually climbed up, and he stood in place not knowing what to do. A big man in a hurry. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, with trembling hands, he took out his cell phone and dialed the police. He didn't dare to wait for the police inside the dormitory again, and only took a glance inside the dormitory before flying towards the outside of the construction site. It wasn't until he stood outside the construction site that he looked in the direction of where the dormitory was with his heart in his mouth. The police quickly rushed to the scene. Looking at the scene, there are no traces of what vigorously damaged. But inside the 24 unconscious people, police are no way out. Can only call an ambulance to pull all the people away. Chen Dahai was also taken back by the police for questioning. But of course he didn't know anything. Chen Dahai got into the police car while saying in a trembling voice, "Uncle policeman, I really don't know what's going on." The police officer who pulled him had a helpless face. "Who is your uncle? He is only 26 years old. Being called uncle by you, a 40-something-year-old uncle, is really good. He really does not quite want to recognize police comrade." Silent Chen Dahai on the police car. Now Chen Dahai is not at all refreshed in the past. The whole person is a little disheveled. The police also found that this site is actually Kuxiyan Company, and immediately sent people to find Kuxiyan to go to the investigation. Kuxiyan is now even more ahead, too big. His wife has not yet woken up. His son every day as if he has changed. Every day said that someone behind him followed him. It's a total mess right now. Now there are also one accident after another at the construction site, and it won't be long before the company goes out of business. On this side, Su Qingkue and Tang Mingyue went straight to the train station early in the morning and boarded the earliest train to East City. The difference between East City and a city is very close, and the moving train is only 50 minutes. So when Tang Mingyue brought Su Qingkai to Kuxinyan's door, it was only more than 9 o'clock. Tang Mingyue familiarly opened the gate herself and led Su Qingkue inside. Su Qingkue knew something was wrong as soon as she arrived at Kuxinyan's house. Their house is so heavy with yin. It's still radiating directly from inside the house. It seems she was right in her suspicions. And Tang Mingyue had already inquired with the family's housekeeper about Kuxinyan's whereabouts. The housekeeper said, "Miss Mingyue, Mr. hasn't been home for most of the month." "Thank you, Uncle Chun." Tang Mingyue could also understand that after such a big incident, her uncle must not be in the mood to sleep. Immediately called Kuxinyan, "Uncle, I've brought the master here. It's at your home. Come back here quickly." Kuxianian is now inside the hospital looking at his son, who has fallen into a frenzy and has directly asked the doctor to sedate him. Already at the end of his tether, Kuxianian, holding the mentality of a dead horse, immediately agreed to go back. In the back of his mind he was thinking that it couldn't be any worse than it is now anyway. Tang Mingyue greeted the maids to prepare breakfast for them. She knew Su Qingkue had a large meal and had specially instructed the chef to make more. Chapter 41, The Box. By the time Kuxinyan returned home, the two had already eaten. But of course, it was basically Su Qingkai who was eating, and Tang Mingyu didn't have much of an appetite at all. When she saw Kuxinyan come in, she dropped the buns in her hands and greeted him. "Uncle, you're finally back." Seeing that the host family had returned, Su Qingkue couldn't be bothered to eat over here by herself, so she stood up and greeted, "Mr. Ku, hello." It was only then that Kuxianian saw this excessively pretty-looking girl, and the corner of his mouth pulled out a smile as he said, "Ms. Su, hello." He looked at Su Qingkue's appearance, not at all like a capable master. The general age of the master at least 40 or 50 years upwards, which has such a young. Immediately, his trust in Su Qingkue dropped from a little to the lowest point. On the contrary, Tang Mingyue didn't even see Kuxinyan's expression, happily pulling Kuxinyan's arm and said, "Uncle, this is the master Su Qingkaitsu that I told you about. She's very powerful." Kuxianian didn't believe it in his heart, but he wouldn't brush Tang Mingyue off. Laughed, "Hungry? Sorry, I'm not at home. I didn't know you guys arrived so early. Eat a little bit of a little tummy first. Uncle will take you to eat delicious food at noon." "Yes, Uncle will keep his word. Of course it counts. Who would dare to lie to us, you?" Tang Mingyue shook Pity Nyan's arm and pouted. "Uncle, let Qingkite show us first, okay?" Kuxinyan nodded and said politely to Su Qingkite, "Then we'll have to ask for Miss Su's help." Su Qingkite looked at the table where she had not yet finished the crab roe xiaolongbao, and sighed slightly in her heart. The chef of this house is really too good at his craft, and this xiaolongbao is super tasty. Now that we've started talking about business, then we can't continue to eat. Su Qingkue had to withdraw her own gaze and asked towards Kuxinyan, "Has Mr. Ko brought back any antiquities from his family recently?" Kuxianin was also a bit unresponsive to the sudden question, and thought for a moment before saying, "It seems like there isn't." Think carefully about the ones within the last 2 months. Kozainian thought back carefully and said, the contractor at my construction site gave me a box 2 months ago, but I never opened it. Does this count? At that time this box is Chendahai de Kushinyen. Said in the antique street, Kushinyen is also like this kind of antique. Plus the pattern of this box is very nice. Immediately received. But Kozainian studied for a month, but did not find a way to open this box. Gradually coupled with busy work, Kozainian basically has almost forgotten about this matter. It was only now that he heard Su Chinkue ask that it came back to him. Hearing her words, Su Kingris nodded slightly and said, can you show me? Kushinyen also does not know what is the matter inside his house with this box, but now also did not invite a new master. Let's see if Su Chinkite can see the problem. While thinking about it while going upstairs to get the box, Tang Mingyue was jittery, looking at Su Chinkue in a tangled way while frequently looking in the direction of the stairway. After waiting for less than 5 minutes, Kushinyen came out holding a box, which was about 30 to 40 centimeters, square and square, with many intricate patterns carved on the surface. Su Chinkue felt a bit familiar with just a glance, but after thinking for a while did she remember when she had seen this box. There was no obvious lock on this chest, nor was there anything obvious to open it. Obviously using an ancient machine lock, Kushinyen placed the box on the coffee table and said, Ms. Su, this is the box. Do you see any problems? Tang Mingyue also came over to look at it, but she only knew that it was a good-looking box and didn't see anything in it. Su Chinkue only glanced at it, suddenly remembered, reached up and pressed her hand twice above the eyes of the bird on the right side of the box, and moved her other hand above a petal on the left side of the box. The box then snapped open. Kushinyen and Tang Mingyue both looked at Su Chinkue in shock. Kushinyen is simply skeptical. This box so good to open? He has been studying it for a month, and he has not found any hint that this girl can open it with a single glance. Chinkite, you're amazing. How did you open this box? It's quite simple. Inside are just a few small organs. Get them in order and you'll soon be able to open them. Su Chinkue said. In fact, what she didn't say was that the chest should be hers. Not as she is now, but as she was when she was the master of the state. This box was a birthday gift given to her by the ruler of the kingdom of Li when she was 20 years old, but she disliked it for being too small. And later this box was taken by her to contain jewelry, and she didn't know where this box went after she died. The reason why she still kept remembering this box was that the king of the kingdom of Li had carved her name on it, but she disliked it and scratched it away with a knife herself. Hence the reason why there were some visible scratches on it. She didn't know how this chest came to be here. It shouldn't have been possible for it to be here by all rights, let alone what this chest had to do with Rigua. Tang Mingyue took the lead. Then let's open it and take a look. With that, he lifted the lid and was greeted by the palm of his hand at the very bottom of the box. It's obviously a human hand, or it's been air-dried. Ah! Tang Mingyue was so scared that she stepped straight back. The lid snapped off in her hand, and she closed the box again. What is this? The knowledgeable Kushinyen was also startled, and in his heart, he thought that he had been studying this box for a month, and every day, he was looking at an air-dried and looked at the palm of his hand, and a wave of nausea was committed, and he almost vomited out. Human palms that have been dead for decades. Tang Mingyue instantly sat the farthest away from the box, looking at it with a wary face. Su Chinkue comforted. It's just a hand. What are you afraid of? But in her heart, she was angry. This was her hallowed state master lord's box. She would like to see, in the end, who dared to use her alley box to contain such disgusting things. Kushinyen said as if he thought of something. Ms. Su, is this the culprit behind what happened to our family? Su Chinkue took out the palm inside the box and placed it in front of her eyes to take a look. Tang Mingyue whispered. Chinkite, it's not clean. Don't take it with your hands. It's okay, he said casually, dropping his palm back into the box, and slapping his hand as if to slap the dirt off of it, saying, no, she's just a knife, and the person who's really handling the knife is still watching from behind. Master Su, please help me. Kozainian plopped down on both knees in front of Su Chinkue. Chapter 42, Chinkite is very powerful. Su Chinkite sighed slightly. She really didn't understand. When the people of Li country didn't move to kneel, how come the modern people still don't move to kneel? Looking at it puts people in a bad mood. She said, get up. I promised Mingyue that I would manage to the end. Don't worry. Tang Mingyue also ran over at this time to help Kushinyen up, saying, Uncle, Chinkite is very powerful. Kushinyen looked at his niece and gently nodded. The few masters he had invited had come to his house, but no one knew they had this box in their house. They all just said they couldn't come to solve it. He was now all but certain that the people his niece had hired would definitely be able to solve this problem for him. Su Chinkite pulled out a few piece talismans from her bag and said, one for each person in your family. It can temporarily save your lives. After the family's matters are resolved, You still have to resolve the matter of your family's ancestral tomb. You will still continue to be unlucky for this period of time. Kushi-nyen received the fruit and arranged for the housekeeper to send it to his wife, and arranged for the driver to send it to his two sisters. Only then did he return to Su Chingkue's side and asked, "Master, you said that there is a problem with my family's ancestral tomb." Su Chingkue nodded. Ancestral graves are related to a family's qi, of which the one that bears the most qi and ancestral patronage is your family. So you'll be more affected. And your elder sister and younger sister have already gotten married, so they are less affected by the small amount of patronage they receive. Do you know what it's about? Kushi-yen asked. Having gone from disbelief just moments ago to full trust now, the matter of the ancestral tombs has to be looked at to know. But the matter of your family is man-made. Let's settle this side first. Su Chingkue said. So what now? Master, I'm all yours. Go to the place where this chest was unearthed. All the yin in your house comes from this chest. Master, this chest was plucked from an antique market. I don't know exactly where it was unearthed. Kuzainian said. Su Chingkue cast a sidelong glance at him and said in disgust, "Are you stupid?" Kuzainian didn't react for a moment, but having been in business for a long time he wasn't that naive to believe everything. At once he realized it and bit his back teeth. "You come with me." Saying that, Kushi-nyen took Su Ching-kite to the construction site of their newly built neighborhood. A policeman on this side of the construction site ran over and said, "Boss didn't contact Kushi-nyen. What's going on?" A cop who looked like he was in charge asked. "We contacted his company. The company side said he went home, and the home said he went out, and his own cell phone has been unreachable." The police officer who ran over said. The boss mused for a moment. "Keep in touch. We must bring him back to investigate something this big." "Good." The police standing around also asked. "Boss, this is a bit strange. There's no trace of anything in there. It's like it fell asleep on its own. Take the evidence and go back and analyze it." "Okay." The other cops agreed. Not yet to the site. Kushi-nyen saw a row of police cars and ambulances from afar. Immediately tightened his heart. A bad feeling welled up in his heart. Inside, a cordon was drawn, and a group of doctors and nurses moved in and out, carrying one person after another to the ambulance. Kushi-nyen hurried over and asked toward a police officer. "Comrade police officer, what happened?" The policeman looked at Kushi-nyen with a guarded face. "Who are you?" "My name is Kushi-yen, and I'm the owner of this place." The policeman immediately looked up at him as soon as he heard his words. "You come with me." The policeman led Kushi-nyen over in the direction of a group of police officers, and Su Ching-kite and Tang Mingyu had to follow. A slightly older policeman asks Kuzainian about the construction site, but Kuzainian has already contracted out the work to a contractor. Something he doesn't know. Thus it leads to him not knowing what to ask. Seeing that they couldn't ask anything, the police went about their business first, leaving Kuzainian to wait here, in front of a bunch of police officers. Kuzainian couldn't ask Su Chingkue directly, so he quietly approached Su Chingkue's side and asked in a low voice, "Master, what's going on here? Can it be solved?" He had just heard that there were 24 workers unconscious here, and immediately felt that something bad was happening, and that the construction site wouldn't be haunted as well. Su Ching-kite whispered, "This place has been set up by someone to gather in array. The In Chi in the neighborhood will gather here. Afraid that you will not die in the eye of the array sealed a stern ghost, but also send her body to your home. This method can make this construction site completely turn into a In land, and will not be able to use it at all in the future. Coupled with a stern ghost nourished by In Chi. Judging by the In Chi here, this ghost might be close to the level of a ghost general." Tang Mingyue asked in a low voice beside her. "Ching-kite, isn't this place heavy with In Chi? Then how come I didn't feel it?" Su Chingkue explained in a low voice. "With so many police officers here, of course she wouldn't go out in the middle of the day and get into a fight with someone. And since the professions of police officers and doctors have great merit, ghosts usually don't have the need to and won't mess with them. After all, the punishments they receive are doubled." Tang Mingyue muttered in a low voice beside her. "No wonder. What's wrong with these people then? The living soul was detained by the night ghost. What can we do about this?" Kuxiong worried. "Wait a minute," Su Chingkue said. Kuzainian thought for a while beside him, but in the end he didn't say anything, looking at the coming and going crowd with a worried face. At this time, Chen Dahai rushed over from the side and ran directly to Kuxinyan's body and said, "Mr. Ku, I'm sorry for you the site now happened such a thing I can't take the blame. Please don't blame my team Kuzainian finally picked up his image of a domineering boss and said telescopically, "I know." Chen Dahai wanted to say something else, but the surroundings were basically empty. The ambulance left after loading everyone on the bus, and the police followed many of them, leaving only 4 officers in the end. The remaining police officers said to Kuxinyan and Chen Dahai, "Mr. Ku, Mr. Chen, please follow us back to the police station for investigation." Kozainian looked at Su Chingkue and then at the police. It was a bit hard to choose. Days of blows. So that Chen Dahai can no longer control himself. Shouted. Police uncle, really does not have anything to do with me. I do not know what happened to them. I just call the police. Su Chingkue said. Comrade police officer. I'm the master that Mr. Ko asked to come and take a look. Can you wait for a while before bringing him back? The policeman said with a straight face. No. He must go back now to be investigated. Then he looked at Su Qingkite again. In his heart, he didn't believe in Su Qingkite's words about the master at all. What kind of master can there be now? Who would believe it? Kuxinyan also wanted Su Qingkite to be able to solve it all at once and said, then can I trouble you guys for some time? This is my construction site. I'll confirm the situation and cooperate with you back to the police station. Chapter 43, Investigations. A few police officers looked at each other and agreed. Kuxinyan and Shen Dahai are now only under investigation. Not even suspects yet. A reprieve is not impossible. One of the cops said. You have half an hour. Kuzainian raised a smile and took the policeman's hand. Really thank you so much. May I ask your name? My name is Chen Jiping. The policeman said. Then he introduced the few policemen around him. This is Zhuo Wenwen, Qiu Jiwei, and Meng Feng. Kuzainian greeted them one by one. Officer Chen, Officer Zhuo, Officer Qiu, and Officer Meng. It's really troublesome for you. Come and have a cigarette. Said from inside the pocket took out cigarettes. Not yet waiting to give out cigarettes. Was interrupted by Chen Jiping. He said, what are you going to look at here? And when you're done you'll have to come back with me to the police station to be investigated. Okay. It's really troublesome for you guys. Kuzainian responded. Then looked at Su Qingkue. Su Qingkue said, follow me. She'd seen basically everything here since she'd first come in, and could take them right away. Kuzainian hurriedly followed. And a few policemen followed when they saw this. Su Qingkue brought them to the open space in front of the newly constructed building, pointed to the ground beneath her feet, and said, dig this place up. Several people looked at Su Qingkue with puzzled faces. Tang Mingyue is now trusting Su Qingkite. Seeing her uncle not moving at all, she urged Kuxinyan, uncle, quickly go. Flabbergasted what? Kuxinyan then reacted. Immediately went to the side of the find a shovel. To Su Qingkite feet of the ground began to shovel soil. The ground are back to fill in the soil back. Digging open is not so difficult. Kuzayanin only dug for a moment before digging up a black cloth bag. He dropped the shovel in his hand and tried to get the contents out. Su Qingkue slapped his hand away and pushed him aside, saying, don't move. Kuxinyan hurriedly moved aside his body, and Su Qingkite pulled out a talisman from her bag and pasted it on the bag of bean cloth. Master, what is this? Su Qingkite didn't answer and opened the cloth bag. Inside there was a big red cloth with many words written on it, because it was folded together. I didn't see what was written, but there was also a hair wrapped inside. Tang Mingyue curiously came over and asked, Qingkite, what is this? Your uncle's birthdate and hair. Su Qingkue said. Tang Mingyue instantly felt herself getting goosebumps. Burying someone's birthdate in the ground, or in such a way that looked abnormal. What's this for? Used to detain your uncle's soul. Kuxinyan pointed to himself and then pointed to the red cloth bag. His lips moved without saying anything. Su Qingkue watched his face change rapidly, then pulled out a talisman seal from her bag and wrapped the entire red cloth with it. Then in the crowd's astonished gazes, the red cloth wrapped in the talisman began to burn up, and was instantly burned away, leaving not a single bit of ash behind. Everyone present was shocked by the scene before them. This scene didn't match their previous worldview of life at all, and a few people instantly began to wonder if what they had learned in the past was right. After this place was dealt with, Su Qingkite took Kuxinyan and the others to 3 more places and burned them one by one according to this method. Then returned to the front of the workers' dormitory. Su Qingkue said to Kuxinyan as usual, Mr. Ku, here, let's all dig in together. Kuzainian very skillfully picked up the shovel and shoveled at the place Su Qingkue said. The others still believed in Su Qingkue after the 3 times just now, and when she let the shovel go, they all did it together. Just when everyone thought it was a black cloth package, Kuzayanin shoveled into something very hard. It was only after a few people had cleared the dirt from the side that they realized it was actually the wooden box. A few people didn't dare to take it, just in case it was something strange. It was still Su Qingkue who picked up this box. Tang Mingyue curiously came over to look. Qingkite, what is this? Su Qingkue casually opened the box, and the few people beside her also curiously put their faces together to come over and look, only to see that it was full of grayish powder. The look on the 4 policemen's faces changed as they took the box in Su Qingkue's hand and looked at each other twice more before Chen Jiping finally said, this box is something we're going to take back to the police station. Su Qingkue actually didn't quite understand the modern case process, but still explained. It's just ashes. Or ashes that have been dead for decades. What's there to investigate? Chen Jiping and a few other police officers obviously didn't believe Su Qingkuei's words and quickly closed the box. Then Chen Jiping pulled out a large bag from inside his pocket and packed the box in it. Su Qingkuei was very helpless. This box fell into the hands of the police. Then how else could this construction site be solved? She said. Then is it okay if I fix you first before I bring it back? Solve what? Chen Jiping asked. Su Qingkuei didn't know how to answer and didn't want to beat around the bush anymore. So she immediately began to pinch and recite the incantation. In her eyes, a giant array appeared in front of her, and the 4 points connecting the array had disappeared, leaving only where she was standing now. Making a seal with one hand, he grabbed the connecting threads and ripped them off one by one. As the last thread was disconnected, an old man over 1,000 kilometers away violently spewed out a mouthful of blood before his body shook violently and instantly collapsed to the ground in a coma. Su Qingkuei simply and roughly cracked this formation, and also followed the line of karma over to give people a blow, and in a very good mood took out another yin-absorbing talisman to suck out all the surrounding yin qi. As the last trace of yin qi was sucked away, the air around them gradually condensed, gloomy and depressing enough to make one breathless. A few people looked at each other face to face and just didn't know what was going on. Before they could react, the sky around them gradually clouded over, like the feeling of a storm coming. Before Su Qingkuei could utter a word of warning, she felt the few people around her stiffen in place and not move. Su Qingkuei sighed and didn't move, just stood straight in place, slowly pulling out a pitch-black lance from behind and slamming it heavily on the ground. The sky shattered and several people rejoined the ground. The moment Tang Mingyue reacted, she immediately pounced towards Su Qingkite, grunting and crying, "Qingkite, where did you go just now? It's so scary. There are ghosts all around." Several people were looking at Su Qingkuei with palpitations. Su Qingkuei said helplessly, "It's an illusion, and I've already quickly shattered it. But how come I went in for so long? How come no one answered me when I called you?" Tang Mingyue was even more aggrieved and scared. "It's fine," Su Qingkuei comforted. This consolation was so hard that Tang Mingyue didn't even know if it was a consolation. Who's up to something? Kuzainian's face was also very bad. This illusion was presented specifically for the most feared and dreaded things inside the memory. So Su Qingkuei was not surprised. Chapter 44, Want to be broken up or? The owner of that palm. Su Qingkuei said. Then she looked at her cell phone again. Half an hour had passed since she'd told the police, and he didn't have time to go around in circles with her. A pitch-black lance pointed at a clearing as she said in a cold voice, "You come out or just die inside." A young woman in a cheongsam slowly appeared in the ground amidst the shocked gazes of the group. She walked to Su Qingkuei with a swaying figure. She bowed slightly and said, "My lord, what are your orders for calling your slave out?" She was so flavorful that she instantly attracted the attention of all the men in the arena. Tang Mingyue kept a constant eye on her uncle and pinched his arm when she saw that he didn't look right. But Ku Xingyan acted as if he couldn't feel it, his two eyes staring tightly at the woman in front of him. Tang Mingyue got anxious and slapped Ku Xianian hard on the back, but it had little effect. Tang Mingyue became even more anxious and slapped Ku Xingyan even harder. Several other men also looked at the woman in front of them with eyes as straight as Ku Xingyan's. Su Qingkuei sighed. "Man ah." Without speaking, a lance was pointed straight at the woman's throat. "Release the control, or I'll send you to hell." The woman laughed delicately. "My lord, my slave doesn't know what you're talking about." Su Qingkite had never been a good talker, immediately stabbing out with her long spear, but the woman's reaction was also very fast, quickly pulling away from Su Qingkite. The yin qi all over the ground lunged towards Su Qingkuei, who stood motionless, as if shocked by the sight before her. The corner of the woman's mouth hooked up, and just as she was about to wrap Su Qingkuei's entire body in yin qi, Su Qingkuei's lance flew out alone and stabbed the woman's shoulder. Su Qingkuei threw out a few 5 thunder talismans in a smooth manner, sealing the woman's back path. Seeing that there was no way to escape, the woman lunged straight towards Su Qingkuei, her eyes all ruthless. Of course Su Qingkite is not to be messed with. She was in place and did not move. The woman cannot help her. As long as the yin qi over will be absorbed by the lance itself will be able to suppress. The woman cannot move. Finally Su Qingkite threw out 5 thunder talismans. The woman was instantly struck by lightning. Several thunder all fell on the woman. Even the strength of the ghost general could not carry a shot from the lance, and the power of the 5 thunder talismans, not to mention that she was not a ghost general yet. Suddenly the woman lay dying on the ground. Ghosts and the like are most afraid of the most masculine things like thunder. Simply avoided. Seeing that she had finally quieted down, Su Qingkuei asked, "What's the name?" The woman was at once speechless. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Su Qingkuei asked again, "Where are those people's souls?" The woman still didn't say a word. Su Qingkuei sighed. Why can't they just talk properly? They have to be threatened by people. While thinking about this, He pulled out a pile of 5 thunder talismans from his bag. A thick pile that probably had to be more than 30. The corners of the woman's mouth twitched. But in the end, she didn't get the curse out, but still cursed Su Chingkui in his heart. Who the hell goes out with so many 5 thunder charms? She looked at the pile of 5 thunder talismans and said bitterly, "My lord, I swallowed them all." Su Chingkui didn't care and said, "Then spit it out." The woman's heart was very reluctant. These raw souls tasted so good. She was thinking that she would slowly refine them, and once her ghost power rose she would be able to reach the level of Ghost General. Su Chingkui didn't reason with her either, raising the 5 thunder talisman in her hand with one hand and fiddling with the lance in her hand with the other. The woman's fear from being pierced by the lance just now was still there, and although the Yin Chi was able to quickly patch up the injury, the fear of a direct hit of death was still deeply seared into her, and she shivered outright this time. Seeing that she still didn't say anything, Su Chingkui added, "Then I'll break you up before letting them out." The woman shook her head frantically in horror. She knew that what Su Chingkui said about breaking up was to beat her soul into oblivion. In the end, they could only spit out the raw souls that they had just swallowed and hadn't had time to digest one by one. Su Chingkui flung a talisman to each of the raw souls, and with this talisman they would all return to the inside of their own bodies without any problems. Having just been severely injured, and now having spat out her raw soul, the woman was even more moribund, and now she didn't even have the strength to move a bit. The few people who had just been mesmerized by the woman also came back to their senses, and they all felt embarrassed. A few people looked at this scene that made the 3 views shatter. They had just been confused, but they should have seen it, and all of a sudden they didn't know what to say. On the contrary, it was Tang Mingyue who grinned broadly and ran to Su Chingkui's side and asked, "Chingkui, who is she?" The female ghost that was sealed inside this formation. She was already a red-clothed stern ghost, and after absorbing the Yin Chi inside the Yin gathering formation, she is now on the verge of reaching the level of Ghost General. Then was she the one who messed up my uncle's construction site? Tang Mingyue asked the thing Kazayanian wanted to ask the most. Su Chingkai also patiently explained. Pretty much. This site has been having problems because it has been set up with a Yin gathering formation, and when there is enough Yin Chi, it will attract ghosts from the surrounding area. Plus this Yin gathering formation uses a stern ghost as the eye of the formation, which makes it even more powerful, and the ghosts attracted to it will be swallowed by this female ghost, so she will soon grow to become a Ghost General. Kazayanian thought of the red cloth bags that had just wrapped his birth date and 8 characters as well as his hair, and asked, "Then what are my 8 characters for?" Use your 8 characters to combine your hair to start the formation. Then this gathering Yin formation is closely related to you. It will suck the vitality from you as the nourishment for the formation to run. And when you die your soul will be trapped here to become part of the eye of the formation until your soul flies away. That man wants you dead, and he wants this place to be another world. A dark aura flashed in Su Chingkui's eyes. Kozayanan winced, unable to believe that something so insidious had been met by him. So, that now? The formation is broken. You can't die now, but you'll be unlucky for 2 days. Su Chingkui glanced at him. Kozayanan laughed twice sardonically. He asked, "Master, is it all right?" Su Chingkui nodded and pulled out a talisman towards the woman. "Do you want your soul to be scattered or come in and I'll send you to hell?" The woman's face was very reluctant, but she still transformed into a wisp of Yin Chi that floated into the talisman in Su Chingkui's hand. Tang Mingyue was just a curious baby. Seeing that there was no danger, and now that she wasn't afraid, she immediately came up and asked, "How did she get in?" "This is a ghost-collecting talisman, specially designed to collect ghosts." Tang Mingyue didn't dare to get her hands on it herself, so she scrutinized it from the side. It was the first time she saw something so amazing. Chapter 45, So Hungry. Several police officers looked curiously at Su Chingkui. Their hearts were very shocked, but none of them showed it. Chen Jiping was even more shaken in his heart. It wasn't the first time he had seen such a magical thing. "My uncle's not dead, is he?" "No. Master, do you know who set up the formation here?" Kuxin Yen asked. This was something that concerned his life. He couldn't afford to be sloppy. Su Chingkui lazy to count, make such a thing is sure to receive backlash. And think that the creation of the Yin land such a thing, backlash is sure to be quite a lot. They will just watch on the line. Maybe people simply cannot resist the backlash it. Then he said, "Pay attention to yourself and see who is particularly unlucky this next period of time is him." A few police officers frowned at Su Chingkui, not sure how they felt about what she was doing, but it just didn't feel right. Su Chingkui saw it too, and she said, "Comrade policeman, I didn't break the law." The police officer nodded in silence. Su Chingkui really hadn't broken any laws. "You're coming back to the police station with us to be investigated," Chen Jiping said. Thinking that Su Chingkui didn't know why, he pointed at the urn in his hand. "This is one you dug up to go back and make a statement." Su Chingkui nodded her head in agreement. Before Zhua Zhangyang also said the same thing. She did not have a problem with it. Now that there are no more ghosts here, and the yin qi has been absorbed, there is no point in staying here. And the people over there are suffering from karmic repercussions, so they probably won't be able to get away with it. Kozyanian saw Su Qingkui agree and nodded as well. Several people followed the police to a nearby police station. Su Qingkui was already very familiar with this process and told what she had done in a nutshell, whether the police believed it or not. Faced with a bunch of police officers who were almost treating her like she was sick in the head, Su Qingkui didn't have a problem with it. After all, it was all like that at first. The interrogating police officer handed Su Qingkui the statement in her hand to sign, and she didn't look at it, signing it directly. Then the police didn't release her either, but they left on their own, leaving Su Qingkui sitting inside alone. Su Qingkui looked around in boredom, thinking that the police station is really too much trouble. What to do in the future will have to avoid them. Otherwise it's not good to go into the police station every day. Has been sitting inside until noon, and no one to get her a meal to eat. And now a meal is not eaten difficult. Su Qingkai even more unbearable. This is a human society, not the land of the Ri. Hold it. Su Qingkui desperately psychologized herself while holding back her desire to eat. Until the afternoon there is no one to send food to Su Qingkai. At the edge of madness Su Qingkai's sanity began to be no moment before. She suddenly thought of something, and Su Qingkui said, "Can you give me a cell phone?" A policeman pushed his way in and said, "What do you need a cell phone for? You can't use it yet, comrade policeman. I just want to make a phone call." The cop looked hesitant, obviously not wanting to. Who knew what she was trying to contact now? And it would be bad if she was a suspect. Su Qingkui continued, "I'm just an assisting investigator right now. I'm not a suspect yet. You guys can't not call me." The policeman thought for a moment and then went out, as if he had asked for anyone's opinion, before coming in a few moments later and saying, "You come with me." With that, he brought Su Qingkui inside an office and pointed at the phone. "You can use this phone." Su Qingkui touched her stomach, so hungry, but still, relying on her memory, she dialed the old man's phone number that she had met on the street back then. She hadn't wanted to bother people, but now that she was old enough to go into the police station herself, she wanted to ask if there was a place that specialized in metaphysical people. Just because someone is in charge means they can talk properly, and there are some things to tell the police that they can't even understand. The phone dialed and the old man's voice came from there. "Hello, master, it's me." The old man over there apparently didn't remember who she was the first time, and was silent for a moment. Su Qingkui had to say, "The one on the street who said you had a special destiny." The old man instantly remembered Su Qingkui. He had added Su Qingkui's cell phone number that day, but he had been very busy for a while and had basically forgotten about it. "What can I do for you, girl?" Su Qingkui was also a person who was used to getting to the point and spoke directly. "Master, do you recognize anyone who specializes in managing people of the metaphysical sciences?" The old man over there froze for a moment before asking. "Recognizing is recognizing. What happened on your end?" "The things on my side are done by ghosts as well as evil cultivators. The general police can't explain it clearly, and I don't want to go into the police station anymore," Su Qingkui said helplessly. The old man did believe her words, also know that she is a capable. He is also a person who cherishes talent. Immediately said, "Which police station are you in now? I'll find someone to find you later." The old man was suspicious of Su Qingkui. A person without a father and mother suddenly had a skill, and his character also became flamboyant, like a different person. But after his investigation, he found that no one around her had noticed anything unusual about her. Su Qingkui was happy that she was finally going to get out of the police station and said, "I'm at the East City Longdon District Police Station." "Fine, I'll find someone, but if you really commit a crime, the Sarah can't help you," the old man said. "Old master, don't worry, if I want to do bad things, I would have done it long ago. Which ordinary police officer can do it? It's not enough for me." Alright. Su Qingkui's words were interrupted by the old man before she could finish. Su Qingkui bristled, not even giving her the chance to show herself. But she didn't care and said, "Master, thank you then, bye." Su Qingkui, who had achieved her goal, hung up the phone at fire speed. The old man on the other side of the phone who had not finished his words blew his nose in anger. Such a child in the end who taught him how he was angry every time. But he was filled with a heart full of talent. Their country was now in a decline of metaphysics, and the metaphysical greats were basically all in hermits behind closed doors. There is also a large part of the family heritage. Many are not assigned by the state. That is why the old master will be so attached to Su Qingkui. After all, Su Qingkui ability is not weak. As long as it is not a particularly big problem, the old master has thought about recruiting her into the Special Administration Bureau. The Special Administrative Bureau is a specialized department set up by the state to manage special events. and very few people know about it. Although he was infuriated by Su Chingkue, the old man still resigned himself to making the call, and it was a good idea to recruit one more for the country. Old Joe, busy? The old man greeted with a smile. Something's up, the person on the other side of the phone said in a cold tone. Chapter 46 The Special Administrative Region. The old man didn't get angry. He knew that his best friend was a person of such character. He got right to the point. I met a girl with a decent amount of power. Which family? Old Chow asked. By my guess not from a family nor a hermit sect. Are you interested? Lao Zhou is interested. They are now a total of just over 100 people in this special administrative bureau. Looks like more than 100 people a lot. But China is so big. Vast. More than 100 people is really not enough to see. Some people are still half-assed. There are big things simply cannot be solved. His voice took on the slightest rise and fall as he asked, what's going on? What can she do? I've checked her out. Her life is clean. But I just haven't found out where all the skills came from, the old master said. Then he told the things that he had met Su Qingkai before. You know my situation. Ordinary people can't see it at all. But this girl could see the problems on my body as soon as she laid eyes on me. And Ho Ping, before we arrested him, this girl told me that he had more than a dozen lives in his hands. Old Chow was a bit puzzled. It's really that good. Lao Zhou knew how rare such a person was, and they needed one now. It was just that he himself had no talent for the metaphysical side of things, and he was only in charge of management, which was still a troublesome position that was pushed up to him by those who were capable of it and didn't want the troublesome position. The old man said with certainty, yes, but we need to send someone to make contact with her first. Turning her head, she added, she has now given a feng shui reading. In the East City London District Police Station. You quickly find someone over there to go over and take a look first. This is a good seedling. The old man spoke affirmatively, and old Zhou was also a bit impressed. After all, nowadays it was really uncommon to see no sects, and those that could be recruited into the Special Administration Bureau were really few. Old Zhou agreed after a moment's thought, saying, I'll call that side first to make it clear, and send someone there later, and this case will also be handed over to the Special Control Bureau of our department. The two of them hung up the phone after saying their words, and old Zhou quickly found someone to go over there. He also sent another person to check on Su Qingkue. After all, the one who was ready to be recruited into the Special Administration Bureau couldn't just check on everything. Su Qingkue hung up the phone and saw the police officer next to her looking at her intently. A little confused, she asked, what's wrong? The young policeman said, if you've really committed a crime, it doesn't help that there are people at the top. With that, he grunted and walked away. Su Qingkue let out a light laugh. This herself was disliked. She was brought back to sit inside the interrogation room again. Although Su Qingkue felt bored, it wasn't like she couldn't sit. After all, she could sit all day without moving when she was practicing. But he didn't wait long. A middle-aged man pushed the door in, and with a smile on his face, he said towards Su Qingkue, Miss Su, how are you? I'm the director here by the name of Lin. I'm really sorry for troubling you to make a trip. You can go back now. Su Qingkue nodded. It seemed that the old man was very efficient. When she returned to a city she must get a few more peace talismans for the old man. The last time she saw him she couldn't even arrange it for him. This time he helped so much. She must thank him properly. Following the director all the way out, two young men greeted them, and the director introduced them. Ms. Su, these two are comrades from the Special Administration Bureau. Then he introduced himself to the two young men. Comrades, this is Miss Su Qingkue. Su Qingkue nodded towards them. They looked at Su Qingkue with great curiosity, but they didn't show anything particularly obvious. Not facing herself directly, Su Qingkue didn't want to care. She just didn't want to go into the police station anyway. After introducing several people to each other, Director Lin said, I have other things to do, so I'll take my leave. We'll hand over now? One of the two young men inside the two young men with a slack-jawed face nodded and said, no need, just give us the materials. Lin director obviously want to play good relations with them but did not succeed. Now accompanied by a smiling face two people also do not see to take care of him. He looked at Su Qingkue, these people, a little embarrassed to go. When he left, one of the young men came over to Su Qingkue's side and said, my name is Qin Yuannan. His name is Yang Fenglin. And you're Su Qingkue? Ha? Su Qingkue cast a sidelong glance at him, and that look was filled with dislike. Yang Fenglin said, are you deaf? Qin Nan said, it's our director who sent me here. Our director said you're very good. Isn't that right? It was rare for Su Qingris to be very self-absorbed and not be able to say that she was great. Giving him another sidelong glance, he found himself a place to sit. Su Qingkue said, did you say it clearly? To be clear, this case falls under our special authority to take over. Yang Fenglin said. Su Qingkue nodded. The three were not familiar with each other and she did not want to talk to them, but Na Chin Nan wanted to talk to them as he said, "Sister, which clan are you from?" Seeing that Su Chingkui didn't say anything, he asked again, "So which sect are you from?" Su Chingkui cast a sidelong glance at him. Really, why did this person have so many questions? No clan. No sect. Sister. Then do you want to join our Lin Yuan Qin family? Our Qin family is one of the 5 great families. How about you come to our Qin family as a guest secretary? Qin Yuan Nan said. Not good. Su Chingkui said. Our Qin family has money and resources as well as secret books. You definitely won't lose out by coming to our Qin family. Su Qingkite finally got her cell phone and wasn't interested in what Qin Yuan Nan said. After all, there was a person who had asked her to join the Qin family before. She asked curiously for a moment, Lin Cheng Pavilion? Hearing that she still knew her family, Qin Yuan Nan became even happier and said, "That's my great-grandfather. Are you interested? Our family specializes in getting magic weapons. We have money and resources." Not interested? Aren't you from the State Department? Recruiting people to your own home every day. Su Chingkui fiddled with her cell phone. Qin Yuan Nan's voice stalled, but didn't give up just like that. He said, "It's not that I'm saying that there are too few capable people in the Special Administrative Bureau. Everyone understands the reasoning of a good bird choosing a tree nest. The Special Administrative Bureau doesn't have any underpinnings, and there's still a gap between it and the lineage that has a legacy." Su Chingkui didn't take a stance, but said, "The lineage is also under the state's control." Qin Yuan Nan was once again choked speechless. Before he could continue to persuade Su Chingkite, a police officer came from the side with Tang Mingyue, who ran to Su Chingkite. "Chingkite, you came out so quickly. What did they ask?" "Nothing. Get ready, we're going to eat." Su Chingkui said. "Good. Then where's my uncle?" Tang Mingyue looked around without seeing her uncle. At this time Ku Xinyan also came out. Seeing Su Chingkite is still a little surprised. He has been in the shopping mall for so many years. He is not a white man who does not know anything. He was able to come out so quickly, and coupled with the sight of the 2 young men beside Su Chingkui who had a different aura about them, he basically understood. "Master, it's such a bother." Chapter 47, Settling the Ko family's matters. Su Chingkui was hungry now, not in the mood to care about them. This police station still didn't care about the food. Except for the buns he ate in the morning, he didn't even eat anything else. As she walked, she said, "Let's go." Just outside the entrance of the police station, Chief Lin waved goodbye to them from the doorway. "Chief, what are you so concerned about them for? What do they do?" Chen Jiping, who was next to Director Lin, was a bit confused as to what the director meant. There was nothing special about the few of them, so why was the director being so nice to them? Even when he hit the wall, he smiled and he looked offended. Director Lin laughed. "You don't understand now." He did not tell the identity of several people. Their identity knows only 2 or 3 people. It is to be kept secret, and as far as their ability can afford him to look at them differently, who can guarantee that nothing will happen to your family? And it is of course the best to know someone who is so capable. Although Chen Jiping had seen Su Chingkui's ability, he still didn't quite believe it, and in his heart, he felt that they were just putting on a show like this, and it was probably just looking for someone to act. Tang Mingyue was a rather forgetful person. Having just come out from inside the police station, she had now forgotten about what had just happened happily. With an excited face, she asked Su Chingkui, "Chingkui, what are we going to eat?" Ku Xinyan has been thinking about things in his mind. Although the things on the construction site over here have been resolved, but Su Chingkite said that the matter of their ancestral graves has not yet been resolved. Where is he in the mood to eat right now? But now it was getting late, and it was time to think about eating. So he said, "If master wants to eat anything, it's better to go home and eat. Eat whatever you want. Later on, go and take a look at your family's ancestral tomb." Su Chingkui said. Ku Xinyan took a look at the current color of the sky and said with a bit of worry, "Master, it's getting late. Let's go back tomorrow." Su Chingkui was not a person who liked to procrastinate, and if she could solve it as early as possible, she said, "It's fine. Solve it early. I still have to go back to school for classes, because several people are in the police car to come." Kozayanian called the assistant to pick up, delayed a little time. When the car Su Chingkite aircraft Qin Yuannan a glance, Qin Yuannan quickly followed the car as if he didn't see it. Young Fonglin also skimmed his face, but it was Tang Mingyue who asked curiously, "Chingkite, who are those 2? Less important people," Su Chingkui said as she got into the car. But obviously Tang Mingyue didn't believe it and looked at the 2 men sitting behind her with great curiosity. Qin Yuanan very much wanted to strike up a conversation with Su Chingkui, but Su Chingkui had no intention of paying attention to them. Ku Xinyan smilingly led several people to a restaurant and ordered a table of food. While waiting for the food, Tang Mingyue curiously asked Kozylinian, Uncle, what did you see inside the illusion? Kuzainian blushed and said, it's nothing. Tang Mingyue obviously didn't quite believe it. Uncle, just tell me. A bad smile flashed across Su Qingkue's eyes, and she was aware of which pot was which, but Tang Mingyue obviously didn't realize it. She continued to ask, Uncle, I'm just curious. Tell me quickly. Master, would you like anything else? Milk tea? I'll have my assistant buy it for you. Kuzainian had originally just been digressing from the words. Who knew that he immediately saw Su Qingkue nodding her head, but he reacted quickly and immediately asked his assistant beside him to go to a nearby milk tea store to buy milk tea. Without asking Su Qingris what kind of milk tea she wanted, the assistant went out directly. The dishes were served one after another, and Kuzainian greeted, Master, 2 gentlemen, eat the dishes and eat the dishes. Su Qingkue was really hungry and picked up her chopsticks and started eating. Kuxinyan gave Su Qingkai a large piece of elbow and said, Master, this is their signature dish. It's stewed softly and flavorful, although it's not exquisite in appearance. It's really tasty. Try it. Su Qingkai took a bite. And it was indeed like Kuzainian said, melting in the mouth, soft and flavorful, yummy. The 2 gentlemen also have a taste. These are our East City specialties. Kuzainian greeted. The 2 of them didn't be polite. They picked up their chopsticks and started to eat. They were usually treated as guests of honor wherever they went, and now that Kuzainian was being this polite to them, they didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it either. Kuzainian was now in awe of them all cautious. After all, it was the unknown that was the most frightening. Su Qingkue then took 2 days off. She still wanted to quickly resolve things here to go back to school. Just as he started eating, he asked, Mr. Ku, where is your hometown far away? It's pretty close, right in the western suburbs, about a 2-hour drive from here. Well, go take a look when you're full. Su Qingkue said, Master, is it really okay now that it's dark? It's fine, Su Qingris said as she struggled with the rice on the table. It was exactly at this time that the assistant came back with a dozen cups of milk tea. And he said, Miss Su, I don't know what you like to drink. I've bought all the signature milk teas for you to try. Thank you. Su Qingkue took the pearl milk tea closest to her. The pearls inside were round and full of chewy, very tasty. This was also the thing that Su Qingkue couldn't carry the most after arriving in this world, and it was really good in every flavor. The food on the table was not as attractive as it had been a moment ago. Su Qingkue drank milk tea with vigor. Qin Yuannan saw her quickly drink half a cup, and took a cup to drink himself. Yang Fengling usually acted together with Qin Yuannan, and saw this and took a cup himself. Tang Mingyue saw that several people had now started drinking milk tea, and also chose her favorite, and then took a look at the rest and said, Qingkite, this taro mud one of theirs is also good. Said also put this cup of milk tea in front of Su Qingkue. Su Qingkite was now at a level where she was curious about all flavors. She wanted to try every one of them, so when Tang Mingyu said it was good she wanted to try it as well. Thanks. Qin Yuanan didn't know what flavor he got, and his whole face wrinkled up after just one sip. Assistant Li, why is this so sour? Assistant Li, who was trying to dry his rice, heard the president's honored guest call him and instantly put down the chopsticks in his hand, glanced at the milk tea in Qin Yuannan's hand and said in embarrassment, Mister, I'm sorry, this is lemonade. I want to use it to refresh my mind. I didn't put any sugar in it. I'll huan a cup for you. Saying that he chose a cup of raw coconut matcha from the remaining milk tea. You drink this. Our office colleagues all like this flavor. Thanks. Qin Yuanan didn't have a problem with it, and took the milk tea in Assistant Li's hand and drank it, instead putting the lemonade aside. Assistant Li then breathed a sigh of relief. The president's honored guest could not be offended. Chapter 48, Threatened. When the few people had almost finished eating and drinking, Tang Mingyue looked at Su Qingkue with shocked eyes as she watched Su Qingkue drink 3 cups of milk tea, 2 bowls of rice, a bowl of soup, and many dishes. Then she looked at those 2 men over there. A table of dishes Su Qingkite ate half. They ate half. To know that this is a northeastern restaurant, the meal portions are very large. Usually just a few of them 3 or 4 dishes are enough. Her uncle but ordered 12 dishes. The table is still a little bit left. She was a bit worried. Qingkite, is your stomach comfortable? Do you want to take an elimination tablet? We have cultivation. We'll be able to digest it soon. What's the point of worrying blindly? Qin Yuannan said. He fell back on not being able to see Su Kite even more clearly. He didn't see the breath on Su Qingkue, but Su Qingkue must not be a simple person, definitely more powerful than him, to know that he is the most powerful of their Qin family generation. Even he can't see Su Qingkue. Tang Mingyue didn't unilaterally believe Qin Yuannan's words and looked at Su Qingkue with a pleading look. Really? Su Qingkue said. Really? I can use my mana to digest what I eat, no matter how much I eat. It's fine. Tang Mingyue instantly changed from the worry she had just felt to 2 bright eyes. Qin Kite, can I learn? Before Su Qingkue could reply, Qin Yuannan next to her interjected. You don't have the root and talent for this, so it's better not to think about it. Su Qingkue glared at him. Qin Yuannan felt Su Qingkue's eyes and instantly wimped out, reaching out and making a zipper motion around his mouth. Looking at the light in Tang Mingyue's eyes dimmed a bit, Su Qingkue hurriedly consoled. How about I find out if there's anything suitable for you after some days? Tang Mingyue said. Isn't it hard? If it's too hard, I don't need it. I'm just an ordinary person. I've read in the novels that those who don't have any talent or root bones need to wash their tendons and cut down their marrow before they can start to practice. Isn't that right? Su Qingkite nodded. According to Tang Mingyue, now this kind of no talent, if you really embark on this road, basically no hope. Other cannot but mount and doctor these two after their own efforts or can. After all, these two basically cannot use cultivation. Otherwise rely on Tang Mingyue's qualifications. Even the first step of the introduction of qi into the body are the most cannot do. But Su Qingkue couldn't crack down on her, so she said, wait for me to ask master if there's a suitable technique for you. It's not impossible if you really want to take this path. Qin Yuannan skimmed his mouth in disgust, and in his heart he was very disdainful. Is it so easy to get into this business? What kind of big words are they talking about? With so many people in his Qin family, not all of them were able to enter this business, and some of them had spent their entire lives not even touching the door. The two of them, Qin Yuannan, instantly felt that Su Qingkue was talking big. Qin Yuannan immediately began to speak in a conspiratorial manner. Where is your master's sect? Ah, is it a hermit sect? So powerful? Ah, Qin Yuannan asked directly. And when Su Qingkue didn't answer, he asked again. Aren't you without a sect? You're not afraid of flashing your tongue when you talk big. Su Qingkue cast a sidelong glance at him, not wanting to bother with him at all. She had always been most annoyed by this kind of worldly son, who spent all day acting like everyone owed him and no one was better than him. Back when she was still the state master, there was simply no one who could dance to her. This man didn't even have a title. Who would want to take care of him? Seeing that Su Qingkue didn't reply, coupled with the way Su Qingkue had ignored him all the way, Qin Yuannan's young master's temper came out as he said, you can't be talking big. After all, who doesn't know how to talk big? What are you talking about? It's none of your business if Qin Kite says it's there. Tang Mingyue choked. Qin Yuannan glared fiercely at Tang Mingyue. He couldn't move Su Qingkue, but Tang Mingyue was an ordinary person. He still couldn't move it. Put away your eyes. Su Qingkue said softly. Who the hell are you to control me? Toasting me is not enough. My Qin family is not something you can mess with as a small sect. Qin Yuannan slammed the teacup he was holding in his hand on the table. Recruiting you is looking up to you. Still here to take Joe. Who do you think you are? Do you think that my Qin family is something you can refuse whenever you want to? Qin Yuannan was now completely displaying his true nature. Su Qingkue had also seen it a long time ago, so she didn't want to have too many interactions with this kind of person. Then what do you want? Su Qingkue said. Su Qingkai's words, in turn, made Qin Yuannan was afraid of their Qin family, and became even more dejected as he said, join our Qin family as a guest secretary, and work for our Qin family. Su Qingkue held her teacup and laughed softly. I'm afraid your Qin family can't afford to invite me. Qin Yuannan snorted. Our Qin family has money and power, but we still can't afford to invite you. Joke. Su Qingkite was still calmly drinking tea, but it was Tang Mingyu beside her who was in a hurry. She came together and whispered in Su Qingkite's ear. Qingkite, don't promise him. Although her words were in a low voice, but Qin Yuannan and the two of them have cultivation. Both of them have enhanced their five senses, and at such a close distance. It was only pity that Nian and assistantly didn't hear it, and the two of them heard Qin Yuannan clearly. Qin Yuannan glared fiercely at Tang Mingyue, who was so frightened that she instantly hid behind Su Qingkue. Your Qin family can't afford to invite me. You can't afford to give me what I want. Qin Yuannan was fuming, putting down harsh words. You have to agree even if you promise, and you have to agree even if you don't, or else you'll see if you can still survive in Huaxia. Are you threatening me? Su Qingkue put down the teacup in her hand and looked towards Qin Yuannan, who was standing in front of her, and said, so what if it is? Facing Qin Yuannan's direct gaze, Su Qingkite didn't answer and said towards the next pity year and assistantly, can mister, could trouble you in buying 2 cups of milk tea for me? Okay, I'll get a few more cups and get all your favorites. Thank you Mr. Cole. Cushin Yen could see that they were trying to settle this privately, and immediately pulled assistantly away. Su Qingkue stood up from her seat, pivoted Tang Mingyue to the sofa behind herself, and took a step towards Qin Yuannan. She slowly drew a long spear from her back, which was as black as ink, with a cold light glowing from its tip. No one saw how the lance appeared. They only saw Su Qingkue reach behind her and make a movement to draw her sword. The lance appeared in her hand and slowly drew it out. like a sharp sword coming out of its sheath. Su Chingkui held a long spear, the tip of which was pressed against the knot of Qin Yuannan's throat. He was going to dodge, but it was like he was locked in place when the lance pointed at him, frozen in place and unable to move until the tip of the lance was against his throat. Yang Fenglin even took several steps back when Su Chingkui drew her gun. Retreating straight to the corner of the box, Qin Yuannan finally panicked, feeling the cold and terrifying aura on the spear. He did not doubt for a second that the spear had been stained with blood on it. No one can threaten me. Oh. Su Chingkui smiled as she moved the lance in her hand a little bit, and a gash instantly opened up on Qin Yuannan's neck, blood slowly flowing into his collar. The pain in his neck, coupled with the immense fear surging through his mind. He would have never imagined Su Chingkui to be this kind of person, striking at the drop of a hat. Chapter 49, But I'm not happy. What do you want to do? I didn't do anything. What did you see me do? Su Chingkui asked him with a smile. Yang Fenglin was already too frightened to move, and he did his best to minimize his presence. But I'm not happy about it. Su Chingkite said. The lance violently turned a sweep, hit Qin Yuannan's waist. Qin Yuannan was picked up and smashed on the dining table. There is still not come to remove the dinner plate. The soup above all splashed on Qin Yuannan's body. He was under the dinner plate is still all broken, and many fragments stuck into his flesh. A wail rang out. The lance slowly disappeared in Su Chingkui's hand as she said, "If you're not convinced, you're welcome to come and take revenge on me." Only then did Tang Mingyue run to Su Chingkui's side and said, "Chingkui, are you alright? It's fine. Let's go." With that, he walked outside, not caring that Qin Yuannan was wailing behind him. A hint of a cracking sound appeared behind her, and Su Chingkui quickly turned her head, reaching out to catch the talisman that was about to be affixed to the back of Tang Mingyue's head. She slowly walked towards Yang Fenglin, her aura biting. Not waiting for Yang Fenglin to react, Su Chingkite kicked him in the heart. "You want to die." One foot also crushed on Yang Fenglin's chest. Yang Fenglin shivered and couldn't speak, and Su Chingkui's suppression made it even more difficult for him to move. "Stain." She stretched out her right hand and placed it on top of Yang Fenglin's head. Without exerting any force, Yang Fenglin's transparent soul appeared in her hand. The moment he was pulled out, he also looked around, obviously not yet clear of the current situation. Upon seeing that he was in the hands of Su Chingkui, he was too terrified to move, and his soul began to tremble. This is a ruthless person who can drag souls alive, and ordinary people who are afraid of karma would not dare to do so. "Please let me go," Yang Fenglin shouted. Su Chingkui raised the talisman in her hand and said, "But you didn't want to spare Mingyue just now." I'm wrong. Let me go. I really don't dare anymore." Yang Fenglin's begging for mercy Su Chingkite just as did not see and did not hear. She has always had revenge on the spot. No one can bully to her. "Really? I was wrong. I won't dare again." Amidst Yang Fenglin's pleas for mercy, Su Chingkui sealed his soul in a teacup, which was still used by an unknown person just now. With this scene in front of him, Qin Yuannan couldn't even care about wailing, lying stiffly on the dining table and not daring to move. There was only one thought in his mind. Where the hell did such a horrible person come from? Without the support of his soul, Yang Fenglin's body lay limply on the ground, and Su Chingkui only glanced at it, turning towards Qin Yuannan. "If you want to get his soul back, look for me in a city." After saying that, he took Tang Mingyue and left. Kuxin Yan and assistantly carrying a few cups of milk tea had long been waiting outside. They had heard the loud noise inside just now, but they didn't dare to go in without Su Chingkui's words, so they had to stand outside and stop all the waiters. "Mr. Cole, there's something going on in there, and we may need to compensate for a little bit of the dishes." "Okay, I'll go compensate them." Assistant Lee heard it from the side and immediately went to the front desk to discuss the compensation. Before a few people walked to the door, the manager of the hotel walked to Kuxin Yan's side and greeted him with a smile on his face. "Mr. Ku, it's been a long time since I've seen you. How come you didn't say hello when you ate here with me? Didn't give me the chance to properly entertain you." "It's Manager Tsun. It's been a long time since I've seen you. I brought my family to dinner today. It's not good to disturb you," Ku Xianian said. "Mr. Ku, you're out of line to say that," Manager Tsun said. "Then the next time I come, must find you a drink. I just that box your people first do not care have a problem with me," Ku Xianian smilingly told Manager Tsun. The voice just now, Manager Tsun obviously also knew, and immediately said, "Mr. Ku said of course we are good to do it. Next time must remember to come. Remember. I have a nice bottle of wine that I've been wanting to treat you to for a long time." "Mr. Cole, then I am truly blessed." The two of them exchanged pleasantries until Assistant Lee came back and said hello that they were leaving. Ku Xianian very much wanted to know what had just happened, but Su Chingkui's face was expressionless, and Tang Mingyue was looking at Su Chinkue with starry eyes. Instead, Kozainian couldn't see what was going on. When it was time to get on the bus, Kozainian looked at the sky, which was already completely dark, before asking Su Chinkue, "Master, are we going to the ancestral tomb now? It's too late, should we rest for the night first?" "No, go over there first, find a hotel to stay in, and go up the mountain early tomorrow morning," Su Chinkue said. "Good," Kushiyen agreed, letting assistant Li drive off. Tang Mingyue obviously hadn't come back to her senses from what had just happened. Her eyes were full of Su Chinkue, and it was all written in there about how you're so powerful. Su Chinkue didn't care and began to close her eyes to rest her mind. 2 hours later the four of them arrived at the county where the Ku family's ancestral tomb was located, and a few of them checked in before separating. Assistant Li also very thoughtfully prepared a new change of clothes for all of the several people. Su Chinkue was all a bit moved, and said towards Assistant Li, "Why don't you jump ship and work with me?" Assistant Li waved his hand repeatedly and said, "Mr. Ku is very good to me. Thank you for your appreciation." Su Chinkite had to give up. Now that it wasn't Li Guan, no one was taking care of her and she was still not used to it. As Su Kingris began her daily meditation, the news inside the small group of four in their dormitory simply exploded. Lin Manny was inside saying thank you to Su Chinkue and had even etched her, but she was meditating and naturally didn't see it. Then it was Tang Mingyue who told Lin Manny and Guan Shishir about today's events in colorful detail, and both of them were shocked to hear it, regretting very much that they hadn't followed along and hadn't been able to see such an explosive moment. Tubsy also said she wanted to get on a plane and come see it now, so she could catch it tomorrow. It was only after a burst of persuasion by Tang Mingyue that the idea was dispelled. By the time Su Chinkite saw the message in the group, it was already the next morning. She went out to eat after meditating and practicing all night. She saw the message they 999 plus inside the group and didn't even look at it carefully. She turned her phone off. Eating inside the hotel's restaurant, Tang Mingyue only appeared after she had finished 3 cages of Xiaolong Bao. Both eyes were green and black underneath. "Didn't sleep well? Wow. Clear iris. I can't sleep." Tang Mingyue pulled over Su Chinkue's hand and began to cry. "As soon as I close my eyes, I think of that poem, that female ghost. As soon as I fall asleep, I dream of that female ghost. I'm going to be scared to death." Su Chinkue sheepishly touched her nose. She had forgotten to give Tang Mingyue the amulet of tranquility. Immediately, he comforted. It's fine. I'll give you a tranquilizing talisman, the kind that can sleep until dawn." Chapter 50, No Feng Shui. Tang Mingyue instantly put away the exaggerated deep emotion on her face and said, "Really?" Su Chinkue nodded. "Really?" At this time, Kushinyan also came over from the side with a vegetable face and said, "Master, can you give me a copy of this tranquilizing talisman as well?" He hadn't dreamed of any female ghosts, but he had been dreaming of the things he had seen inside his visions during the day. He dreamed that this time there was no Su Chinkite to show up. His wife never woke up after the surgery, used many methods to no avail, and finally became a complete vegetable who could not move. And because of his own cancer, not even 2 months did not last past the death. His wife and son after his death are taken care of by 2 sisters, but his wife eventually did not wake up and died in the hospital bed. His son hallucinations from the upstairs leaped down. His own sister was left without a job because of continuous mistakes at work. He was hit by a car on the sidewalk in a trance. His sister was killed in a home invasion. His brother-in-law and sister-in-law's house was a mess, and his family ended up in a state of disarray. He really didn't have the courage to see such an outcome again. And even though he had Su Chinkue this time, and he knew that it wouldn't be like what he saw inside the illusion, he still didn't have the means to face it directly. "It's fine. You can have as many as you want, but you have to pay for them," Su Chinkue said. Kuzainian nodded his head in agreement. Before he went bankrupt he was still a boss. He could still afford to give money. "How much for one? Will you give me 10? Su Chinkue secretly rummaged through her storage bracelet and realized that there weren't many talismans left, so it seemed that she would have to draw a little more as soon as possible. She pulled out 5 tranquilizer charms and said, "There are only so many left. Either, to be, I sweep you," Kushiyen said. Su Chinkite quickly showed his collection code. Kuzainian is not a stingy. 5 ancient talismans he gave 100,000. Su Chinkue instantly smiled with a frown on her face. "There's money to buy good food." Tang Mingyue looked at her uncle and then at Su Chinkue. A bit confused. Was she being cut off? Of course Su Chinkue didn't forget about her. Pulling out a talisman that had been folded into a triangle and handing it to Tang Mingyue, saying, "This one is more effective than the tranquilizer talisman." Tang Mingyue instantly cheered up and looked at Kushinyan with a dejected face, and Kuzainian looked at the 5 tranquilizing talismans in his hand, and for a moment he didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Reaching out, he ruthlessly rubbed Tang Mingyue's head and quickly walked away before Tang Mingyue could get mad. By the time he came back with the dinner plates, Tang Mingyue was already laughing and whispering with Su Chingkue. There was a sigh of relief. Kuzainian said as he ate his breakfast, "Master, should I tell you about the situation of our family's ancestral tomb?" "No, eat quickly. I'm going back to school when I'm done." Both of them instantly sped up their breakfast when they heard this. Ku family's ancestral tomb is on the mountain next to the East City, Xiling County. This is a treasure land that they have specially looked for someone to see the feng shui. All the people in the Ku family are buried here after they die. Assistantly parked the car at the foot of the mountain, and a few people walked up the mountain. The road down the mountain was a normal stone path, but when they reached the halfway point of the Ku family's ancestral tomb, something started to go wrong. The entire Ku family ancestral tomb looked like it had been soaked in water. The concrete beaten pavement underfoot was gone, and there was wet dirt everywhere. Kuzainian looked anxiously at the tombstones of his ancestors. None of them were spared. Every one of them was wet. Su Chingkue looked around and said, "Mr. Ku, this will have to be reburied." Tang Mingyue came over to Su Chingkue's side and said, "Chingkue, why do I feel weird? It doesn't feel the same as when I came here before. The feng shui here is broken." She then pointed to the surrounding acacia trees and said, "Acacia trees are in and are usually not planted in ancestral graves. And the fact that you have made a circle here means that you have trapped your ancestors inside the circle, which tends to nourish more yin qi." Su Chingkue frowned. "How come there are so many things that nourish yin qi in artificially creating land lately? Sick in the head or a pit?" Kushinyenni said with a worried face. "Master, what can we do about this? Find a new place to be buried." Kushinyen nodded. "It's good that it can be solved. Who is so unethical to do such a thing?" Tang Mingyue asked again. "Qingkite, we're halfway up the mountain. Where did this water come from?" Su Chingkue reached out and pointed to the river at the foot of the mountain. "How can it be so far away?" Su Chingkue laughed softly. "Nothing is impossible." She took another closer look at the river at the foot of the mountain. According to the feng shui projections of the Ku family's ancestral tomb, the river below should be living water. And now it didn't feel right. The living water here became half dead. Su Chingkue took out her cell phone and located the map of this place, and instantly realized what was wrong. The river at the foot of the mountain has built a reservoir a short distance away. No wonder the complete feng shui bureau was truncated. Kuzainian carefully followed Su Chingkue. "Master, how's it going? Get someone to read the feng shui and change the place." "Master, don't you think so?" Su Chingkue said. "I'm not good at reading feng shui. Later I'll break the formation that affects your ancestors. You just find someone to move away within half a month." "Master, can you take a look? I don't read feng shui," Su Chingkue said. It's not that Su Qingkite is not good at feng shui. It's not that Su Qingkite doesn't help people with feng shui. It's purely that Su Qingkite lost to the ruler of Li Kingdom back then and promised him that he wouldn't show feng shui to anyone else in the future, but only to him alone. Su Chingkue was filled with regret. She was just idle in the first place and had to make this bet with him, but she didn't show it, either, and made a move to clean up the yin and fury that had coalesced here from too many acacia trees. After Tang Mingyue paid homage to her grandma and grandpa, she came back to Su Chingkue and said, "Chingkue, who do you think did this?" Su Chingkue laughed softly. "No matter who did it, I broke his formation. This backlash is enough for him to drink a pot of water. Whether he can live or not, it's still a toss-up." "Really? So powerful. Do you know who it is?" Tang Mingyue looked at Su Chingkue with a curious expression. "Really? Not dead or crippled?" Tang Mingyue was instantly happy. Su Qingkite did not give these people a good face. The upper hand is a killing move. It is also because they run fast. She is not lazy to find, otherwise where they can carry it. After knowing that Su Chingkue didn't read feng shui, Kozainian contacted the masters he usually worked with regularly and asked them to help find a feng shui site. It was only after everything was arranged that she asked Su Chingkue, "Master, is my family alright?" "It's okay. I got a formation here at your ancestral tomb. As long as you all move away within half a month there's no problem. Your family is affected because of the ancestral tomb. Your wife will wake up later." The moment Su Chingkue finished her sentence, Kozainian's cell phone rang. Chapter 51, What if I don't let go? Kushiyen pulled out his cell phone and saw that it was his sister Kushiya's call. Kushiyen hurriedly answered the phone. "Hey, Shiya." Kushiya's excited voice on the other side of the phone could be clearly heard through the phone. "Brother, sister-in-law has woken up." Both of the people present at once looked at Su Chingkue in shock. "Qingkite, how did you know?" Su Chingkue laughed softly. With the things affecting her gone, she naturally woke up. Seeing that there was nothing else going on here, Su Chingkue said, "Things are settled. I'll go back too. Find me again if there's anything." Tang Mingyue said, "Qingkite, I have to stay here for a while. I can't go back to school with you." "Sorry." There was no way for Kushinyen to leave from here now. So he said, I'll ask Assistant Lee to give you a ride. Su Chingkui nodded and waved her hand as she walked. She was not too concerned. After all, she had come here because Tang Mingyue had begged on her as well. She didn't want to care about people in general. Assistant Lee sent Su Chingkite all the way to the moving station. Su Chingkite still didn't give up and said, Assistant Lee really doesn't intend to jump ship? Assistant Lee shook his head and said, thank you for the favor. Su Chingkui sighed. Taking a step back, he said, do you know anyone who is as capable as you are? Assistant Lee laughed. There's really one. He's my college classmate. He's been staying at home since he left his last job. Is it okay if I introduce you to him? Yes, please. Assistant Lee took out his cell phone and said, you add my contact information. I'll talk to you when I have an appointment. Okay? Su Chingkui nodded happily. The station's radio was yelling that the train Su Chingkui was sitting on was starting to check tickets, so the two waved goodbye. But without waiting for Su Chingkui to enter the station, 3 men in their 40s came straight towards Su Chingkui. Assistant Lee directly protected Su Chingkui behind her when she saw this. We are the Ling Yuan Young family. Just you, an ordinary person, dare to stop me. A man with a somewhat short stature rushed at Assistant Lee, his eyes full of dark light and ferocity. Su Chingkui gently flicked Assistant Lee to one side and looked at the 3 people in front of her. It came quite fast. I advise you to release our people, or else our Yang family is not one to be messed with. A younger person behind the man said, what if I don't let go? Su Chingkite was never a person to be messed with. When she was a child, she had her master to help her cover, and when she grew up, she had the ruler of the country of Li, so she had always been a person who didn't offend me. I don't offend people, and if they offended me, they would get them killed. You're trying to go against our entire Yang family. You're a little girl. I advise you to think clearly. No one has been able to threaten me yet. Try it instead. Su Chingkui said, toast her, take her. The man at the front ordered. The 2 men behind him then rushed towards Su Chingkui. Assistant Lee turned around and blocked in front of Su Chingkui again. Kidnapping is against the law. What are you doing? Get lost. Our Yang family's affairs are also for you, a commoner, to meddle in. A person pushed Assistant Lee out of the way. Assistant Lee was just an ordinary person. He couldn't carry someone with cultivation. He fell down in a flash, and the Yang family's people went straight to Su Chingkui. Su Chingkui but smiled and looked at the 3 people in front of her with a smile on her face. Have you guys thought about it? What's the waste of words? Come with us or knock you out and take you away. The young man said. Su Chingkui smiled. Assistant Lee, the ticket was changed to the afternoon for me. With that, he turned toward the men. Let's go. She walked on her own, which left a few people not knowing what to say, so they had to follow. The young man whispered from behind. Third uncle, is she okay like this? Seeing our Yang family's people goaded. What can happen? The man said, full of concern. She's the kind of person who has no sect, so she's afraid, so what's the point of worrying blindly? Another person also said with full concern. The middle-aged man also skimmed his mouth full of concern and said, you've also read the investigation report. This kind of orphans with no discipline and no sect. I don't know where they learned some carving skills, so they came out to fool people. Now they don't just want to curry favor with us. The other 2 also felt that it made sense and despised Su Chingkui even more. Su Chingkite, who was walking in front, heard all of their words, but didn't really care. She just wanted to go and see how much cultivation the current people had. Looking at the 3 behind her who were weak and still high and mighty, she felt in her heart that their families shouldn't be any stronger. Pure curiosity. A few people drove to the front of an ancient courtyard, which still maintained the appearance of the former Highgate compound. As soon as the car stopped, the man driving said, get out. Su Chingkui lifted her foot to get off the car. A deep mansion. The front was actually a red lacquered wooden door. Through the corridor and the garden before entering the living room, in which an old white-bearded man was already seated on the upper seat. The first time he saw Su Chingkui, an imperceptible contempt flashed in his eyes. As usual, he picked up the teacup beside him and took a sip before looking straight at Su Chingkui, who was standing in the center, and without inviting anyone to sit down, he directly said, Miss, could you release my uncontested grandson? Su Chingkui looked straight at him and had no intention of speaking. The old man wasn't angry and said, Miss, this matter is our Yang family's fault. My grandson was young and impetuous and offended the girl. I'm really sorry. Su Chingkui looked at the old man in front of her with a smirk on her face, and in her heart, she was even more unimpressed with such a family. Generally know that the other party is a cultivator. Do not know the other party's cultivation. Will call a friend of the road. In the case of knowing that the other party's cultivation is higher than their own, will call a senior. This old man a mouth a girl. Rather, it is a laughingstock. It seems that the world's families have drifted even more, unable to see the situation clearly. Su Chinkue saw through the cultivation of the old man in front of her at a glance and skimmed her lips. Too bad. At that moment, he didn't want to say anything more to them, and found himself a seat to sit down. If you want to get his soul back, what do you guys want to trade for it? The old man frowned and said, does the girl know about us, our Yang family? Su Chinkue hooked one hand into her hair, looking even more unfavorable to these people, not wanting to pay for anything and wanting herself to let them off the hook, thinking what good things. She looked absently at the old man as she said, so what if I know and so what if I don't? The girl is afraid that she doesn't know our Yang family very well. The old man laughed as he sipped his tea. This obvious threat, Su Chinkue just ignored it. She hadn't been afraid of anyone in her entire life. Tell me how to understand. I haven't heard of your Yang family. What's good about it? Tell me. Chapter 52, Who the hell are you? Seeing Su Chinkue's oil and salt attitude, the old man didn't have the patience to break it up with him. In his heart, such a person from such a background, what ability can be compared to their 100 years of inheritance of the family? Talk to her properly is to look up to her, and now still here to put up any kind of frame. Simply do not put the face of their young family in the heart. He violently flung the teacup in his hand towards Su Chinkue, but it was instantly dodged by Su Chinkue inclining her head. Pop! The teacup was in pieces on the floor. Su Chinkue looked at the debris scattered in front of her. The color of her eyes obscure. A group of tall men rushed in from the doorway and surrounded Su Chinkue inside the living room. Is this an intention to rob hard? Su Chinkue looked at the person in front of her in a good manner. I advise you to hand it over quickly. Su Chinkue laughed. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill him now? His soul is in my hands. Saying that, he pulled out the cup that held Yang Fenglin's soul from the bag he was carrying, actually from his storage bracelet, waving it in front of the old man. He said, what do you say if I break him up now? The old man could no longer control his emotions and directly stood up from his position. You dare? Su Chinkue snorted. You can try, he said, pulling out a 5 thunder talisman and sticking it on the cup. The old man's expression could no longer be controlled, and he walked towards Su Chinkue step by step on his crutches. Give him to me and let you go, the old man said. Simply letting her go like this was already a favor to her, or else she would definitely not be able to take half a step away from their young family. Can these people alone trap me? Su Chinkue's expression remained unchanged as he teasingly looked at the circle of people surrounding him, but the old man, who had always been flamboyant and accustomed to it, apparently did not take her words to heart. There was obvious contempt in his eyes, and he thought that such a sexless person could know anything about the heavens and the earth, and those who were sitting on the wells and watching the sky were mercifully sparing her for once. I advise you not to be arrogant. This is my young family's territory. Saying that, he winked at the men, who then slowly approached around Su Chinkue, not stopping until Su Chinkue was surrounded by them. You guys are trying to make a move. Su Chinkue looked at the old man who was outside the crowd and said, we're just asking you to release my grandson. It's fine to discuss it properly. The old man laughed. Stain. Su Chinkue felt bored. How are these people always like this? If you want to do it, just do it directly, but also pull what nonsense. Su Chinkue casually threw the cup into her bag, clearly having no intention of releasing the person. But this action of hers also angered the old man in front of her. The heart that thought of letting Su Chinkue off the hook just now was quickly put away, now only wanting Su Chinkue to look good. The cane in his hand was jammed hard on the ground, and the person in front of him looked at Su Chinkue with a fierce expression on his face. Seeing that Su Chinkue didn't look scared, the old man directly ordered, do it, snatch Fenglin's soul back. Yes, family master. The group of people responded in unison. Then they revealed the weapons in their hands, swords and spears, as well as various talismans flung towards Su Chinkue. Su Chinkue was no white rabbit, pulling out her lance from behind her, the tip of the lance poking at the ground. She left the middle of the crowd with a borrowed force, holding her lance and looking at them with a smile on her face. The old man tapped the ground with his cane and shouted, that way, get her. Su Chinkue glanced at the sky outside. It was already late. It was time for lunch. At that moment, he didn't want to circle down with them. Originally he wanted to see how the cultivation of the people in this world was now, and now that he had seen it, he didn't want to entangle with them more. The lance in his hand flew out alone with a thought, quickly picking everyone off, leaving the old man alone. His face sank as he looked at Su Chinkue. Who the hell are you? Su Chinkue walked straight to him and said, if you want to return their souls, come to a city to find me. Of course, the next time we meet I don't want it to be this situation now. Otherwise, she turned and walked away when she finished. The old man looked at the group of fallen and unconscious people inside the living room, and he didn't go after any of them. He knew that this person was not to be underestimated. These people were basically already the highest force value in their young family, and they actually didn't even resist a single move from her. At this time, A butler-like person came forward and said, "Family master, just let her go like this? What else can I do?" he said as he narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashing in his eyes. "I'll go report to the old ancestor. You handle this place." "Yes, master of the house." The old man finished his speech and headed for the backyard with his cane, walking directly into a courtyard where no one was very quiet. He walked through the garden and stopped in front of a room, bowing and saying, "Old ancestor, son has something to report." "What is it?" An old voice came out of the door. "Old ancestor, Feng Lin's soul has been detained." The old man continued respectfully. "What exactly happened?" "Feng Lin and the Qin family's boy accidentally angered a little girl. She detained Feng Lin's soul. Today we invited her to come to our door to discuss in good words, but she injured many of our disciples and ran away. The grandson is now out of options, and couldn't help her before coming to report to the old ancestor, and ask for the old ancestor to chastise him." "I know. Go back," the pale voice said. "Yes, grandson excuses himself." The old man leaned on his cane and slowly returned to his room, putting down the heart that had just been raised. There is an old ancestor to step in. Dealing with a little girl is not a handful. The old man thought to himself that he would let her know how powerful his young family was. Su Chingkui left the young family home and there was a car waiting outside the door. When he went over, he saw Assistant Li in the driver's seat, with a young man sitting next to him on the passenger side. He was dressed in a very slim suit and his hair was combed meticulously, the look of the current white-collar elite. Assistant Li turned his head and saw Su Chinkite, getting out of the car and pulling open the backseat door for Su Chinkite. He said, "Ms. Su, are you alright?" "It's okay, I'm hungry." "Go eat." Assistant Li hurriedly agreed. "Okay, what would you like to eat?" Saying that, he sat back in the driver's seat before he embarrassed himself. "Ms. Su, this is the one I told you about this morning. My classmate Tang Shuaisian." Tang Shuaisian also turned his head from the co-pilot and said, "Ms. Su, sorry to bother you. I heard Yanfeng say that you need an assistant. This is my resume." Saying so, he handed Su Chinkui a document. Su Chinkui took the document and looked at his face in passing, and didn't say anything, only saying, "Assistantly, I want to eat hot pot." "Okay." After the words, the carriage instantly quieted down. Su Chinkui did not want to turn over the appearance of his resume. Tang Shuaisian frequently toward Li Yanfeng make eyes, but Li Yanfeng acted as if he didn't see it and concentrated on driving. Su Chinkui, who was sitting in the back seat, didn't say anything either, but fiddled with her cell phone. Chapter 53, You've mistaken my grave. Seeing the two react like this, Tang Shuaisian instantly regretted a little. Had he known that he should not be in such a hurry, and missed another job opportunity? He's basically shut down in the biz right now, and he's going to be eating dirt himself if he doesn't find a new job. There was a deep sigh. Li Yanfeng brought Su Chinkui to a chain hot pot restaurant. Su Chinkui ordered all of her favorite dishes before looking at Tang Shuaisian across the table. Facing Su Chinkui's eyes, Tang Shuaisian instantly felt like he was being stripped naked and displayed in front of people. He carefully looked at Su Chinkui across the table and said, "Is there something wrong with Miss Su? Do you recognize an old man in a Chinese suit with a scar on his cheek and no hair on his head?" Tang Hakjin was a bit confused. Wasn't it about his job search? But he still thought carefully and said, "Is it the one with a scar on the left side of his face and eyes that look particularly fierce?" Su Chinkui nodded her head while looking at the menu. Tang Shuaisian laughed. "What you're talking about should be my grandfather, but he's been dead for 3 years. So how do you know?" Su Chinkui said carelessly, "Oh, he's been following you all along. But you have the shelter of an enlightened object on you, so there's no way for him to get close." Tang Shuaisian was a bit unable to react and looked at Su Chinkui with a confused expression. "What did you say?" Li Yanfeng, who had already seen Su Chinkui's miraculous abilities, was not surprised at all as he asked, "You're serious?" "Aha." Tang Shuaisian frantically glared at Li Yanfeng, who implicitly nodded at him. "Ms. Su, can I see him for a moment?" Su Chinkui finally put the menu in her hand down, pinched her finger with one hand, and placed a point on Tang Shuaisian's forehead. A pale figure appeared in front of him and he gasped out, "Grandpa." Tang Hakjin was moved to tears, but the old man was clearly not as happy as he was, raising the cane in his hand and smashing it on Tang Hakjin's head. But the cane passed through Tang Hakjin's body and landed on the ground. The old man was even more angry, pointing at Tang Shuaisian's nose and cursing, "How could I have such an unfilial son or grandson like you?" Sinning ah. Tang Shuaisian, who had just been touched to the core, hadn't yet had all of his moods explode out when he was urgently stowed away by the old man's angry scolding. He looked at the old man with a dumbfounded expression and whispered in a goaded voice, "Grandpa, I didn't do anything." As soon as he said this, Elder Tang became even more angry, raising his cane and wanting to hit him. He didn't know if it was because he thought about whether he would hit or not or what, and stiffly withdrew his cane, blowing his nose and glaring. "Tell me about you. My old man has only been dead for 3 years, and you have mistaken my old man's grave, and you go to worship the lonely ghosts year after year. What else can you do? And how did my old Tang family come up with a person like you?" Sinning the old man's words, the turn of Tang Shueishan confused. He saw the old man buried. The place is also his choice of candidates, year after year to worship. How can be wrong? He whispered. "Grandpa, I didn't get it wrong. The place is still the one I chose with my parents. How could I get it wrong?" What he said made the old man even more angry. "You say there's no mistake. How come I didn't receive a single penny? And all the offerings you gave me went into the pockets of the lone ghosts." Tang Shueishan became even more confused and turned his head to look at Li Yanfeng next to him, but he was looking at the wrong person. Su Qingkue didn't open the heavenly eyes for Li Yanfeng. He couldn't see Elder Tang. He had just watched Tang Hakjin talk to the air with a look on his face. At this time, Su Qingkue spoke up as she said, "You did worship the wrong grave." Tang Shueishan looked at Su Qingkue with a confused expression. "Miss Su, you're serious?" Next to him, Elder Tang became even more angry, the cane in his hand poking the floor with a thud. "Keep saying, ungrateful, ungrateful." Su Qingkue wanted to laugh so badly that the corners of her mouth curved, desperately trying to control herself. Tang Shueishan was firm that he did not worship the wrong grave, but the old man did not receive the offerings, and the two, one person and one ghost almost fought. Li Yanfeng couldn't hear the old man's words, but he could hear Tang Shui really, very curious about what happened. So he came over and asked Su Qingkue, "Miss Su, what are they arguing about?" Su Qingkue didn't want to relay it, so she could only pinch her finger and give Li Yanfeng a temporary opening of his heavenly eyes. Li Yanfeng looked at the table stood in front of the old man shocked speechless. Just now although he heard his Tang old man, but heard and see with their own eyes there is still a certain gap. Plus, he was also acquainted with Elder Tang, and he was present when Elder Tang was buried. So for Tang Shueishan to worship the wrong grave, he does not believe. Tang Laozi buried where? He can still think of now. Not to mention Tang Shueishan his own grandson. How could he forget? He asked Su Qingkue, "Miss Su, could it be a misunderstanding?" It just so happened that this was the dish they ordered was also on the table. Su Qingkue picked up a piece of brown sugar poop, a bite down. The outside is crispy and tender, lips and teeth. Su Qingkue ate several pieces of brown sugar poop with satisfaction before speaking. "It's not a misunderstanding. It's just that Tang Shueishan went to the wrong place." The old man, who was blowing his nose at the side, turned to Su Qingkue and said, "Master, please tell me." As Su Qingkue ate the small crispy meat, she said, "Are there a lot of graves on that mountain? Some of which still have no one to worship them?" Tang Shueishan nodded. There were a total of 5 graves on that hill from the foot of the hill all the way up, and the place he chose for the old man was halfway up the hill. "When you were first buried, did you kick over a bowl and step on a little dirt bag?" Su Qingkue ate the little crispy meat one bite at a time while still having to explain to them. Tang Shueishan sniffed and nodded again. He did accidentally kick over a bowl when he was going down the mountain. At first he thought it was broken and no one wanted it, so he didn't care and went straight down the mountain. The reason for the little dirt bag was that the hill was a little steep, and on the way down he saw a little raised dirt bag just under his feet, so he stepped right on it. "Is it that bowl?" Tang Hakjin asked. Su Qingkue's mouth was full of small crispy meat, and a plate of small crispy meat was at the bottom of the plate in a twinkling of an eye. "Well, that's the bowl that people eat from. You kicked it over, didn't say a word of apology, and stepped on the roof of someone's house. What do you think they will do?" After she finished speaking, Li Yanfeng and Elder Tang, one person and one ghost, looked at him in unison, living as if he had done something unforgivable. "I don't know. I thought the bowl was unclaimed, and the dirt bag was right on the side of the road and really good to get off of." Su Qingkai equipped him with a glance and said, "People's graves are embossed with red paper, and it happens to be the bowl that is embossed. The first time you went down the mountain and kicked over people's bowls, the red paper flew away, and the second time you went down the mountain and stepped on people's graves. So people can't not retaliate against you?" Chapter 54, Too Expensive for Me. At that moment, one person and one ghost looked at him even more straightly, directly making him embarrassed. "I didn't mean it. What should I do? Then can I go pick up the bowl and apologize to him?" Tang Shueishan said with a face of remorse. "On the contrary," Li Yanfeng curiously asked Su Qingkue, "then why did he worship the wrong grave? The owner of that grave knew that you would surely pass by his grave when you visited it, so he just used his ghost power to make him hallucinate. And he got so confused that he thought it was the old master's grave and started to pay homage on the spot. So he went to pay his respects year after year, but they were all cut off. The two men were a ghost, and they were even more at a loss as to what to say. It just felt like a bunch of black lines passing over his head. The owner of this grave is also really cruel. Tang Hakjin asked. Then was my grandfather's grave never worshipped? Su Chingkui said as she dismounted the fat cow. Yeah, your family was stopped at the man's grave. That's why the old man never received any offerings. The old man was angry and pointed to Tang Shuaisian has pointed to himself. Said, hoping that it is this little brat's sins. The old man starved for 3 years. Su Chingkui nodded with an air of unconcern and said, it was him who did it. At that moment, the old man copied his own cane towards Tang Shuaisian swung. No matter hit or not, that cane warped the ground bang bang sound. Fortunately they are now in the box inside. There is no one else can see, or else can be scared to death of other people. Only after the old man had finished venting the anger in his heart did he ask, Master, then what to do now? He died for 3 years without receiving an offering, and every time he was hungry he could only rub himself against his ancestors, who resented him. It's too much to say. Su Qingkai took out 3 thread incense from her bag and lit them, and said towards Tang Shuaisian, you bring the offerings to that grave to apologize, and discuss it with him. If he agrees to reconcile in the future when you guys visit the old man's grave, you can also give him a share of it, and if he doesn't agree to it, you'll come back to me on the weekends. Tang Shuaisian thanked him. Thank you, Ms. Su. Thank you, Ms. Su. Then curiously asked, why the weekend? Can't we do it tomorrow? Su Chingkui gave him a sidelong glance and said, I have to go back to school this afternoon. Do you know that students have to rush to the morning 8? She took 2 days off, and if she didn't go back, the class director could blow up her phone. Tang Shuaisian was full of surprise. Seeing that there was a way to solve his matter, he immediately became curious again and asked, you're still a student? Several people just now did not have the heart to eat. The dishes on the table were basically wiped out by Su Chingkui. She placed another order, and she was in a very good mood in between waiting for the dishes. I go to U of A. Tang Hakjin was even more confused and asked directly, then what do you need an assistant for? Su Chingkui said, I want to earn money to buy a house, and I need someone to help me match clients. Tang Shuaisian instantly understood, thinking of Su Chingkui's magical place, pointed at himself and said, do you think I can do it? My ability can be good. When serving is also 500 powerful enterprises. Su Chingkui nodded and said, how much salary do you want? It's too expensive for me to afford. Tang Hakjin hesitated for a moment and held out a palm and said, $5,000? Su Chingkai silently put away her heart to give him a salary of 30,000. She asked assistantly, whose salary was 50,000 a month. She thought that someone with similar abilities to him would have to offer 30,000 at the minimum, but since Tang Shuaisian said 5,000, then it would be 5,000. She was happy in her heart and nodded her head in agreement with a high-strung face. That's a lot of pennies saved in one fell swoop. Tang Shuaisian was also happy. Being an assistant beside such a person was really full of security. He didn't believe that anyone would dare to touch him, and the previous blockade on him could almost be treated as nothing. Assistant Lee was beside him holding back his laughter until his heart, lungs hurt, but both of them looked like they had picked up a great bargain. Elder Tang looked at this worthless grandson and also felt that he had no eyes, and after the threaded incense on the table burned out, he quickly disappeared in place. Tang Shuaisian quickly switched to work mode and asked, boss, what exactly is my job? Su Kingris didn't know what to arrange for him to do for a while. Suddenly she said, help me find some sheets that need to catch ghosts and exorcise evil spirits, preferably in the vicinity of a city. I usually have to attend classes and can't go too far away. Tang Shuaisian nodded his head in agreement. He knew quite a few people before. Just a little bit of inquiring to know who needs it. And in the future, when he made a name for himself, he won't have to go through so much trouble. The administrative section of the A City Police Department solved a child trafficking case earlier. So help me press Sui Zhangyang for the bonus. Su Chingkui said. Didn't hear any news? Tang Shuaisian asked. Generally this kind of major case more or less will be a bit of news out. It is impossible to have no news until now. So he asked a mouth. The nature is too bad. The police side shouldn't publicize it. Anyway, just remember to ask him for the bonus. In the short time of chatting, Su Chingkui again put all the dishes on the dining table into the pot and ate them all. By the time Tang Hakjin wanted to eat there were only empty plates left on the table. He looked accusingly at Su Chingkui and Li Yanfeng, both of whom twisted their faces away from him. He had to order a few more dishes for himself. Eventually the well-fed and well-drunk Su Chingkui was sent by the two of them on a moving train back to a city. It's just that there's someone waiting for her outside when she's out at the station, and it's clearly the same Qin Yuanqing and his grandfather that she bumped into when she was buying the vermilion. Qin Yuanqing looked at Su Chingkui with an apologetic face and said, I'm sorry, I didn't know that my cousin would do such a thing. Su Chingkui nodded and walked around the two of them before leaving. Anyway, she has already offended their Qin family. Lice are not afraid of itching. Offended. What is there to be afraid of? That is, Their family's vermilion sand is indeed the top of the adult. In the future, I am afraid that will not be sold to her. Only before she could walk out a few steps, Grandpa Chin called her to a halt as he said, I'm sorry for not being able to apologize to little friend for what happened at home. I'm so sorry, Su Chinkite said as she walked. No need to apologize. It's none of your business if you didn't do it. But I still have to remind you that I, Su Chinkite, am not one to be messed with. After saying that, he didn't care about the two of them, and directly got into a cab on the side of the road. Instead, it was Qin Yuanqing in the back who looked worriedly at his grandfather and said, Grandpa, what can we do about this? You don't have to care, but you don't go back to the old mansion. If something happens, there's Grandpa. Grandpa Qin's heart is also worried. He is more or less a little understanding of Su Chingkuei's ability. In the beginning, which magic weapon is not ordinary people can be fixed. Plus he listened to Qin Yuannan's words after more firmly believe in their own ideas. Behind her is definitely not as simple as she is showing right now. To be able to teach such a powerful person, behind her should at least be a hidden sect, which is not good to mess with. Chapter 55, that's a harbinger of things to come. Grandpa Qin and Qin Yuanqing on this side watched Su Chingkue go far away. Their hearts filled with sorrow. But with their Qin family is difficult to young family head is joyful. He thought in his heart is all there is an old ancestor face, but also afraid of her that little girl is not. For both sides Su Chingkue didn't care too much. All the way back to school and normal classes the next day. Instead, Lin Mani purposely sat next to Su Chingkue during class. It was only after a while that a note was handed to Su Chingkue, which stated that she was to be asked to talk about it in detail after class. Su Chingkue expressionlessly gave her a hum in return. She waited until the people inside the classroom had basically gone, before Lin Mani said, Chinkite, let's go outside and talk. I've booked a restaurant, let's have a meal together. Su Chingkue nodded her head in agreement, although she had given Lin Mani fewer encounters, but she had already voiced a reminder before, so it wasn't good to ignore it now. Sitting behind the two, Pikeshish scampered up and looked at the two with a look of I caught you red-handed. She charged, I heard it all. You guys went out for a nice meal together without calling me. A trace of difficulty flashed across Lin Mani's face, but Guan Shishir had already pulled on Su Chingkue's arm, with a big feeling that I won't let go until you say yes. Su Chingkue was helpless and looked at Lin Mani. Together? Lin Mani nodded her head, and the three of them went together to a Sichuan restaurant near the school, which was notoriously good at keeping secrets, and which she had specifically chosen because she had heard that Su Chingkue liked to eat hot pot. Having booked the compartment in advance, they had just sat down when Lin Mani pulled out a scented capsule from inside her pocket and said, Chinkite, I'll get right to the point. The peace talisman that you gave me earlier has now turned to ashes. Su Chingkue only glanced at it and said, deflected a robbery for you, I guess. Lin Mani nodded her head with a bitter smile, so she told Su Chingkue what happened after she went out from the dormitory that day. It turns out that on that day, she listened to Su Chinkite's words inside the school gates and didn't go out, thus dodging a bullet. But when she thought that this matter was about to end, something happened again. By the time she got home from seeing her grandfather at the hospital the next day, it was late enough that the streets were largely empty of cars by this time. She was waiting for a stoplight on a street with almost no traffic, and the moment the streetlight came on, she started the car, and before she could step on the gas, there was a sudden rolling sensation in her right pocket, and there happened to be no other cars, so she stopped and reached in her pocket, but she only pulled out a handful of ash. She knew that this was where she had put the peace talisman given by Su Chingkue, and now the peace talisman had turned to dust. Before she could think much about it, a large tree fell 3 or 4 meters in front of her car the moment she reached for her pocket and pulled it out. If she hadn't stopped to pull out the peace talisman in her pocket earlier, then the large tree would have landed on her car. She broke out in a cold sweat. She came to the school early the next morning to look for Su Chingkue, but after hearing Guan Shishir say that Su Chingkue wasn't at school, she could only wait. She asked with a palpitating heart, Chinkite, what's going on? Su Chingkue looked at him, the dwindling chi on her, and asked, has your family's ancestral tomb been moved recently? Like relocated, renovated or something like that? Lin Mani said without even thinking. No, all the elders of our family who have passed away in immortality rest in the South Mountain Cemetery, and that site hasn't been touched for more than 20 years. Su Chingkue looked down and thought for a moment before asking again, has your family moved recently? The kind that moved their family in the last year. Lin Mani didn't know what was the point of Su Chingkue asking this, but she still told the truth as she said, it's true that our family has moved, but it was already 2 years ago. Su Chingkue pulled out her cell phone and said, where is your house now? Point it out to me. Lin Mani also didn't pick up Su Chingkue's cell phone, took out her own cell phone, found her home's location on the map and said, this is it. Our family moved there 2 years ago on the National Day. This is the place that my grandpa specially asked a master to look at. Su Chingkui only glanced at it and said, let's eat first. If your family is willing, I'll go to your house to take a look after a full meal. My family definitely intended to. Thank you, Lin Manny said and started laying down meat dishes for Su Chingkui to eat. While giving Su Chingkui some food, she said, Chingkui, what's the problem in my house? Su Chingkui was busy with the hot pot, so she said perfunctorily, we'll know when the time comes. Lin Manny didn't get angry and took the duck intestines next to her and was about to put them in the pot. But when she placed the duck intestines, she accidentally touched the duck blood that was placed next to her. There was a clunk. A whole plate of bright red duck blood was just scattered directly on the ground. A bright red color that looked very harsh. Lin Manny glanced back and put down the plate with duck sausage in her hand, saying remorsefully, sorry, I accidentally touched it. Su Chingkui's face instantly clouded over, staring at the plate of duck blood with an obscure look in her eyes. Seeing that she didn't look right, Lin Manny asked, Chingkite, what's wrong? Let's order another plate. Without answering her words, Su Chingkui quickly stood up, grabbed her bag and said, Sure. You keep eating. I'm going to the Lin family. Lin Manny hadn't returned to her senses yet, and Su Chingkui hurriedly greeted her. Hurry up. She didn't have time to think too much and quickly followed Su Chingkui's footsteps. Guan Shishir looked at the two people who disappeared in front of her eyes. She had no idea what had happened. She had the heart to ask, but the two people had already disappeared into the box. Lin Manny started the car and went straight in the direction of the Lin family. It was only then that she asked, Chingkite, what's wrong? Do you remember that plate of duck blood? Manny Lin said as he drove. Of course I remember. That's the precursor. What? Lin Manny asked her back between stoplights. Su Chingkui explained, just for example, if you move into a new house, break pots and pans, and the red candles go out when you are newly married, then it means that all these times are not suitable, and you have to choose another one, which is God's way of reminding you that this time is unlucky. Lin Manny, as a new age 18 or 19-year-old college student, had never heard of such a thing at all and said in surprise, there is such a saying? Su Chingkui nodded. Duck's blood is blood, which means that things in your house are a bit serious now, and you might have to see blood. Lin Manny instantly tensed up. What's going to happen then? There are so many people in my family. Su Chingkite did not say is that their family things may be more than just see blood so simple. Heaven foretells and difficult to change. It is likely that the Lin family all have to play the end. The Lin family's current home was on the outskirts of the biased area, and the entire mountain was within the Lin family's boundaries. Lin Manny drove the car with Su Chingkui, all the way unimpeded to the Lin family villa halfway up the mountainside. Chapter 56, The Lin Family. The house where the Lin family now lives was moved in 2 years ago. All of them are ancient-style buildings, the same as the former High Gate compound. One step at a time, the curved water flow, from the master's carved railings and paintings, all of them show the owner's luxury. The butler in a black suit had been waiting at the door. He bowed toward Lin Manny and said, Third miss, you're back? Lin Manny nodded and said, Where's my dad and grandpa? While saying this, he led Su Chingkui into the flower hall. The subordinate does not know. Lin Manny didn't say anything. Seeing that there was no one inside the flower hall, Lin Manny directly called her father, but no one answered the phone after ringing for a long time. Lin Manny said awkwardly, Chingkite, I'll go take a look. Is it okay for you to turn around in the yard? Su Chingkui nodded her head gently and slowly strolled around the garden outside the flower hall, which was filled with exotic herbs, and through the garden was a wigwam of flowing water. Just as Su Chingkite wanted to continue walking forward, the butler he had just met at the door appeared in front of Su Chingkite. He reached out to stop Su Chingkite. Sorry, the front is under maintenance. It's not convenient to show it to guests. Su Chingkui looked at the rolling wigwams and the flowing water below, and suddenly said, Is Elder Lin in good health? The housekeeper didn't know what Su Chingkui meant, so he said, Master's health is very good. Thank you for your concern. Su Chingkui smiled faintly without saying a word, glancing once more at the rockery that was glowing with a gust of blood, and the pond that had been emitting a sinister aura outwards. She turned around and walked back. Mentally, he snorted, Another human who doesn't do anything. Why is it just so insatiable? By the time Su Chingkui returned to the flower hall, Lin Manny had already returned, and beside her was a middle-aged man of about 40, with meticulously combed hair and a neatly tailored suit. Lin Manny stepped forward and introduced, Chingkite, this is my father. Su Kingris nodded gently at the man in greeting. Mr. Lin. The gentle and elegant man extended his right hand and said, Miss Su, long time no see. Su Chingkui didn't know where his long-standing admiration came from, and seeing that she extended her hand for a handshake, she also extended her hand and shook his hand, only to say nonchalantly, Mr. Lin, The land of Dragonshing is not such a good place to live. Lin's father looked at Su Kingris in shock. The expression on his face was a bit uncontrollable. Their family's place was not something that ordinary people could know about. Miss Su saw it. Su Qingkue didn't answer, only saying, I want to see the old master for a while. Lin's father is a bit confused. The family said good sound is handed over to him, but the actual power is still the old man. He cannot do the old man's master. Lin Manny said anxiously from the side, Dad, what are you hesitating for? Haven't there been enough things happening in our family lately? It's only right to solve them earlier. Lin's father glared at Lin Manny, but he didn't refute her words. Their family had indeed had a lot of things going on lately, one by one, making people panic. He said, I don't know if the old man wants to see you or not, but I can take you there, as long as you can settle things in our family. Su Qingkue but smiled without saying anything. She was also annoyed with this kind of unproductive. It's only when something goes wrong that you regret it and try to make up for it. What have you done? Elder Lin was dealing with papers inside his study. When he saw Father Lin walk in with a strange girl, he said, Is something wrong? Lin Manny said, Grandpa, this is the master I invited back to handle our family's affairs. Elder Lin's eyes went cold and said, Our family is fine. What masters are we inviting? What are the crooks on the street inviting back? Then he said to Su Qingkue, Manny is still young and unintelligent, so I'm going to trouble you to make a trip. There's nothing going on in our house. Su Qingkai does not have to care about this. She turned around to go. Now get out of the most stained a little karma. But involved in is against God. Which is the lesser of the two she can still distinguish. When Lin Manny saw Su Qingkue leaving, she hurriedly pulled her back and begged, Qingkue, I beg you to help me. Su Qingkue sighed and said, Do you know what the problem is with your family? Lin Manny shook his head. Seeing her look of not knowing anything, Su Qingkue was also very helpless. Seeing her pitiful look, Su Qingkue said, Master Lin, I don't know which master saw this forceful dragon Xingland. Hearing her words, Elder Lin finally raised his eyes to look at the person in front of him. The looks were voluptuous, but there was still greenness in her face, and her eyes were black and white, as if she could see through people at a glance. How did you know? Elder Lin put down the pen in his hand and asked in a good-natured manner. Elder Lin, it's not good to be insatiable. There are still ancestors sheltering in the guarded city. Elder Lin looked straight at Su Qingkue. He was suddenly a bit scared. In her eyes he looked like he was standing naked in front of her. Any secrets were in her eyes. He braced his courage and shouted angrily, Shut up! Su Qingkue didn't want to talk to him either, pulling out her long spear from behind her. The three people present were all very shocked at the sudden appearance of the lance, and didn't even see clearly how it came about. Su Qingkue gently tapped on the ground with her lance, and a transparent boundary slowly wrapped the entire study. Elder Lin stormed out. What are you doing? How dare you make offerings to a messy thing and not be afraid of burying your whole family in it? Elder Lin stopped speaking at once, cold sweat gradually spreading out on his forehead. There was fear and regret in his eyes. He hurriedly came out from behind the desk and stood in front of Su Qingkue, his eyes filled with anxiety. Master, you see it? What can our family do now? Master, help me. Dad, what the hell is going on? Lin's father asked anxiously as he watched in a daze from the side. Didn't Master Dustbite say at first that this was a good place to gather wealth and energy? Elder Lin was filled with remorse, but she didn't say it in front of her juniors. She looked at Lin Manny and said, You go out first. Lin Manny didn't want to go out, but the consistently obedient her didn't know how to retort, and after glancing at her father and seeing that he had no intention of letting her stay, she had no choice but to go out. Su Qingkue walked to the sofa and sat down by herself, saying, Tell me what you all did? Elder Lin was full of remorse and said, Our ancestral home is in B City. When we came over to a city to develop, we wanted to build a villa. Then we found the Qin family to look at the feng shui for us. After looking at many places, the Qin family said that the feng shui was not good, not suitable for our Lin family, and then he recommended this place to us, saying that it was just right to build a manor. They say that this place is where the dragon vein is located in a city, and if I can build a house in this place and live here I can. Su Qingkue snorted. Can you be an emperor? Chapter 57, Goodbye Black Mist. He looked askance at Master Lin and said, Do you know that if you don't build a house here, if you don't live here, if you don't crave for this momentary money, according to the shade of your ancestors, your family can be brilliant for 3 more generations? Elder Lin looked at Su Qingkue in shock, his lips moving for a long time before he said, But our family is about to go bankrupt. Su Qingkue looked at him even less and said, You have a grandson who is a stern wrist with outstanding abilities. As long as you give him another 3 years, he will be able to lead your family to glory again. And now because of your greed, he is already comatose inside the hospital with a short life. Lin's father next to him was even more widely shocked. He had always thought that his son was just an accident, and now he was suddenly told that there was a reason for all of it, because of his dad's greed. Dad? Really? He asked in a shaky voice. Hearing that his family still had a ray of hope, Elder Lin could no longer control himself and fell to his knees with a thud. Su Chingkui moved to the side in disgust. Nowadays, people don't know how to kneel to heaven and earth to kneel to parents. How to move to kneel. Really can't understand. Su Chingkui continued. If the Qin family can discover the dragon vein, can't others? You also don't think about why this place has been idle for so many years until you took over. The others are probably still glad that they finally threw the hot potato out the window and you're living in it with your ass on the line. How can you be so capable? Elder Lin was so ashamed that he didn't know what to say even more. Su Chingkui gave him another sidelong glance and said, "Tell me, where did that thing come from?" That's after the construction. The site was never peaceful during the construction. And one day a Buddha statue was dug up. And the statue wasn't any kind of Buddha statue we see nowadays. And he told me that if I made offerings to him, he would give me an endless stream of wealth. At that time, the Lin family was already almost bankrupt. I half-heartedly started to offer him, thinking of beating a dead horse. Who knew that after only 3 days, we got a large amount of investment. And it was with this investment that the Lin family got out of the brink of bankruptcy. So I built a shrine to him in my home to worship him. And since worshipping him, the family's business is getting better and better, vaguely to become a leading company. But behind the scenes, Su Chingkui's white eyes simply want to roll up to the sky. Human beings are really amazing creatures. How to think about getting something for nothing every day? Where under the sky is such a good thing? If there is, who still works hard every day? All go to get something for nothing. Next to him, Lin's father looked at the old man with a look of disbelief as if he thought of something. You put living things inside that shrine before? Master Lin was poked and prodded by his own son, and did not hide. Said, yes, the original as long as the incense and candles offerings, the back-to-life things. In the future, I am afraid that. Lin old man said also early to know the things behind. Also dare not continue to say, before that Buddha statue said to him to his heavy grandchildren. He did not agree. Quickly sent his heavy grandchildren elsewhere, but also in the master of the heavy money to ask for a talisman. Su Chingkui was even more speechless. How is it that at this point in time, he still thinks that he can continue to hide it? Immediately, he got a little mad and blurted out, "Are you going to say it or not?" Elder Lin was startled, glancing at the unpleasant-looking Su Chingkui, then slowly said, "Last month, 2 workers fell to their deaths in the backyard." Lin's father couldn't help himself even more and said, "Dad, you're confused." Elder Lin, being spoken to like this by his own son, could not help himself at once and shouted, "I am not doing this for the sake of this family. Is it possible to declare bankruptcy like this and have a large family drinking the northwest wind on the streets? He's absorbing your family's chi now, and the next thing you know, it's your entire family's lives." Su Chingkui said, "Your family has been very unlucky lately. It's because the chi on your body has basically been absorbed by him. And when the shade of your ancestors is absorbed, it'll be your turn to be killed." This was the reason why every time she saw Lin Manny, she could see the chi and ancestral merits gradually depleting from her body. As long as these things were consumed cleanly, then he would absorb their lifespans, and finally their souls. At this time, Lin's father also fell to his knees in front of Su Chingkui with a thud. "Master, please save us." Elder Lin was also remorseful and lowered his head without knowing what he was thinking. Su Chingkui sighed. How can people believe that there are good things falling from the sky? Also do not think, there is this good thing can still get your turn? Lin father thumped his head towards Su Chingkui. "Please save us, please save us. Do you guys know what that Buddha statue is?" Although it was very helpless, it was better to make it clear to them. "Not Buddha." "Buddha?" Elder Lin said with a trembling voice. "You've seen a Buddha that eats living things to harm people's lives." Su Chingkui scornfully said. "One day at a time. No work, no greed." The 2 fathers and sons of the Lin family were immediately covered in cold sweat. Elder Lin even lost his essence all of a sudden. He was not just seeking skin with a tiger this time. Su Chingkui sighed, "I'll tell you directly. The dragon vein here has long been gone. When the situation was turbulent, the dragon vein of the dragon gas was then able to save the country gradually consumed. Although there is still a little bit of the dragon gas residue, but basically are used to suppress that statue of the Buddha. You're good to dig out but also offer up." Master Lin was even more terrified. An old man in his 60s, kneeling in front of Su Chingkui thumping his head. Su Chingkui so helpless. Move a little to the side. Master Lin also followed a little. "Alright, don't get high." Su Chingkui gave them a disgusted sidelong glance. That's when the 2 fathers stopped kowtowing. Su Chingkui stood up, moved her muscles, and said, "You guys take Manny and just stay inside this study and don't go out, or no one will be able to guarantee your safety." After saying that, Su Chingkui stepped on the balcony with one foot and flipped over to the inside of the garden. This is the same garden where the wigwam is located, and it contains a modest shrine. Su Chingkui didn't care, and directly threw a few 5 thunder talismans over, instantly blowing up the entirety of the shrine. Looking at the Buddha statue in the middle of the ruins, Su Chingkui slightly hooked her lips. It was quite familiar. With that, he greeted, "Hey, not a thing, long time no see." That Buddha statue turned around and tried to run as soon as he realized it was Su Chingkui. But how could Su Chingkui do as he wished? A few 5 thunder talismans sealed his path. Seeing that it could not escape, the Buddha statue's sinister aura filled all around, and it also separated most of it towards the direction of the study and sped away. Su Chingkui snorted, still wanting to do bad things even now. Chapter 58. The 3 men who were looking inside the garden from the study window panicked a bunch when they saw a cloud of darkness coming their way. Lin Manny's quick eyes and hands slapped the peace talisman Su Chingkite gave her behind on the window. She upholds that no matter whether it is useful or not, first paste it. But there was no need to use Lin Manny's peace talisman either. The formation Su Chingkui had raised earlier inside the study instantly bounced back the Yin Fury Chi. Seeing that the action over there didn't succeed, the Yin Fury Chi converged into a ball towards Su Chingkui, and he tried to escape like last time. But how could Su Chingkui give him this chance? Flying forward, the lance came straight towards him. He gathered up a ball of Yin Fury Chi to resist, but the lance absorbed all the Yin Fury Chi in a smooth manner. The momentum was so strong that it pushed right into the statue, and he instantly shed the statue's body and reverted to the appearance of a black mist. Last time, he escaped halfway, and the lance was very annoyed. This time, it didn't even need to be held by Su Chingkui, chasing after the black mist on its own and beating him to death. The 3 people watching from the window were all very shocked as they watched Su Chingkui's lance move on its own, chasing after a cloud of black mist. Seeing that it was almost time, Su Chingkui pulled out a talisman and sealed the black mist in. Elder Lin suddenly felt that his entire body had loosened up, without the feeling of a titanic weight that he had felt before. Seeing that the situation below was over, the 3 men in the den thumped down the stairs. Lin Manny pulled Su Chingkui over and said, "Chingkui, are you alright?" Su Chingkui shook her head. On the contrary, Elder Lin flopped down and knelt in front of Su Chingkui again, and Lin's father flopped down as well when he saw this. Elder Lin kowtowed 3 times before saying, "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master." Su Chingkui cast a sidelong glance at the 2 of them and said, "Get up. The matter is settled. Master, what else do we have to do? This place is not suitable for human habitation. You guys move out quickly." Su Chingkui was very helpless. The neighborhood was full of Yin Chi, and she didn't know how this family had been living here for as long as 2 years. If it wasn't for the fact that their ancestors' shade seal was deep enough, it probably wouldn't have been enough for them to hobnob. Fine, we'll move right away," said Elder Lin. Sneaked a glance at Su Chingkui, thinking in his heart that so young and so powerful, knowing that the people from the Qin family that he had invited before did not have a solution. What exactly was she? Looking at the way she was very familiar with his granddaughter, Elder Lin planned to ask his granddaughter later. It was Lin's father who still remembered his son in the hospital. "Master, will my son be alright?" Su Chingkui took another look at his face, with his children's palace intact, and said, "He can't die." It's not like she can't be a little more specific in her math. It's just that she's lazy and doesn't want to spend her mana. She thought for a moment and said, "Your family's chi has been depleted a bit, and I'm afraid you won't have a life like this in the future. But doing more good deeds might be possible in the future." After saying that and not letting them continue to ask, Su Chingkui turned her head and said to Lin Manny, "I'm going back." None of the 3 reacted, and as Elder Lin looked at Su Chingkui's back, he hurriedly pulled out a bank card and handed it to Lin Manny. "Quickly go and send Master off." Lin Manny didn't dilly-dally, taking the bank card and catching up with Su Chingkui. "I'll send you back," he said, and shoved the bank card in his hand into Su Chingkui's hand. Su Chingkui didn't refuse and put the bank card into her bag. Lin Manny, driving silent, did not say today's things to her. Impact is very big. Although she does not know what kind of role Grandpa and Dad played in it, but on today's menace to say it, things are definitely not small. She didn't know how to open her mouth. She was the one who invited Su Chingkui to come, but she also put her inside a dangerous situation. She spoke after a moment of silence. "Chingkite, I'm sorry. I didn't know that our family's situation was so dangerous and put you inside danger." Su Chingkui said while playing back the message. "It's fine. It's not anything dangerous. But thanks anyway. I'll buy you dinner tomorrow. I didn't even eat any of today's hot pot, and now sure is probably full." Yeah. The one who sent a message to Su Chingkite was Tang Shuizhen. His side of the matter was not resolved. That ghost said nothing to forgive him, burned the offering several times to no avail, and apologized in a nice voice to no avail. He just bites the Tang family. Su Qingkue made a video call over to Tang Shuezhen. The phone had been connected to see Tang Shuezhen's big face. Su Qingkue moved her eyes away in disgust. Tang Shuezhen also saw Su Qingkue's disdainful eyes, and with a sarcastic smile, he changed the lens to the rear camera. It was only then that Su Qingkai opened the invitation, and the family was at the edge of a grave, and there were people burning yuanbao paper money in the center. By the looks of their faces, they should be Tang Hakjin's father and mother. In Su Qingkai's eyes, there was also a flowing male ghost. He wore a dark blue short beat. His hair was messy, his eyes were tiny and narrow, a mouth of yellow teeth. The whole ghost was flowing. Very spicy. Su Qingkue instantly moved her eyes away, simply unable to bear looking at her. Tang's family couldn't see the ghost, and still burned paper money and yuanbao diligently in front of his grave, and asked him to spare their family with their mouths. Tang Shuezhen saw Su Qingkue looking at her for a long time without saying anything and asked curiously, "Master, how is it going? Turn on the PA and get over to the graves." Okay. Tang Shuezhen said and headed over to the grave. When Tang's father and mother saw that their son still had time to play with his cell phone, Tang's mother immediately said, "Shuezhen, quickly come over and apologize. What are you doing?" "Mom, I got in touch with the guru to show us." With that, he pointed his cell phone at the grave, and the male ghost instantly looked towards Tang Shuezhen with a disdainful expression all over his face. Mother Tang still wanted to come up to see what her son was up to when she heard a clear female voice coming from inside the cell phone. "I'll give you 2 choices. 1. Accept the Tang family stuff and they'll give you back paper to burn in the future. Or 2. I'll just let your soul fly away." Tang's mother's eyes signaled her son what the situation was. Tang Shuezhen didn't answer either, and the hand holding up the cell phone didn't move. The male ghost came forward to see a gorgeous-looking girl inside the cell phone, and immediately drooled. Su Qingkue skimmed her mouth in disgust, wanting to break him up right now. Seeing that the male ghost didn't say anything for a long time and was still looking at himself colorfully, Su Qinggra's heart instantly turned to the worst. She said, "Manny, pull over." Manny Lin didn't know who she was calling, but obeyed and pulled over to the side of the road. "Hold my cell phone for me," said Su Qingkue as she pulled out a talisman from inside her bag. The male ghost also saw the 5 thunder talisman in her hand and instantly shivered, but still did not concede. Looking straight at Su Qingkue, he thought in his heart, "So far, what can you do to me?" Su Qingkue let out a cold smile. The last person who dared to show this kind of expression to her was already not even a dregs left. Chapter 59, I hate it when people play tricks on me. Su Qingkue pinpointed Tang Shuezhen's position with one hand and squeezed the 5 thunder talisman with the other, as the corner of her mouth slowly hooked into a smile. Once again, the male ghost looked dumbfounded, but before he could react, a thunderbolt struck down from above his head, and before he could call for help, his entire soul dissipated between heaven and earth. Su Qingkue let out a light laugh. The Tang family members over there immediately came to their senses as they watched a thunderbolt strike in front of their son. Tang's mother nervously pulled Tang Shuezhen. "Son, are you hurt?" Tang Shuezhen also didn't react. His eyes were all shocked as he looked at Su Qingkue. "Grand Master, just now, that is?" Su Qingkai equipped him with a glance and said, "Why are you making such a fuss when you're going to be my assistant?" She then glanced over to the grave and said, "All right, there's no need to burn paper. Things are settled. I'll go back." After saying that, he didn't wait for Tang Shuezhen to speak and snapped to hang up the phone. She quickly pulled the car door open and dropped her cell phone and her bag on the seat. "Manny, don't get out of the car." And without waiting for Lin Manny to speak, she was already several meters away from the car. Pulling out his lance from behind him, a thunderbolt struck down from above his head before he could block it over his own head. It split Su Qingkue's hair all the way up. She carried her lance in one hand, and with one hand she raised her middle finger in the direction of the sky. The clouds in the sky looked as if they were angered, coming up sharply towards Su Qingkue's head, and there were flashes of electricity in the clouds. Su Qingkai instantly wimped out, arching his hand while saying, "I'm wrong, you're a big man, don't bother with the little one." But the heavens didn't listen to her pleas for mercy. The second thunderstorm came as promised, and Su Qingkue had no choice but to place her lance horizontally on top of her head. In his heart, he cursed himself for provoking this petty heavenly Tao. Otherwise it wouldn't have carried so many thunderbolts. The heart is very sorry, but regret couldn't control the third thunderbolt falling. Luckily, the lance blocked most of it for him, or he would have had to get hurt. The dark clouds above her head dispersed, and Su Qingkue didn't dare to provoke the heavens anymore. Running one hand through his hair as he walked toward his car, the lance finally spoke, a clear male voice. "Can you not be deadly next time? It's almost splitting me apart." Su Qingkue let out a sarcastic laugh. "Huai Ming, you're a gun. You'll scare the humans if you spit out human words like that." Longshot spoke in a disgusted tone and said, It's not because of you. That male ghost is looking at me colorfully. This I can tolerate. If Shachen is there, you'll see if I don't cut him into pieces. Next time you make a fool of yourself, don't take me to block the thunder. I'm afraid I'll be chopped into crumbs just like Shachen." After saying that, he disappeared in a flash. Su Qingkue sighed. She also do not want to Who knows that God is so pitiful? To give her the thunderbolt is several times stronger than the average person. She can resist to the last thunderbolt before hanging. Her magic power is strong good. Seeing Su Qingkite back, Lin Nani hurriedly got off the car and pulled Su Qingkite's hand. "Is it okay?" "Just now that," Su Qingkue said. "It's fine." Seeing that she had no intention of saying anything either, Lin Nani had no choice but to stop. But the heart is very worried. The average person was struck by lightning, not dead, also have to lose layers of skin. This how nothing happened, will not be internal injuries. While thinking about this, she looked at Su Qingkue. "Qingkue, should we go to the hospital to take a look?" "No, just go straight back to school." Lin Nani had to drive back to school. The Tang family side was even more confused as a thunderbolt fell out of thin air. Then the extraordinarily good-looking girl said it was okay. Tang Xuezhen was half convinced, but at the request of his parents, he still sent a message to ask Su Qingkue. Su Qingkue had to call again. "The ghosts in that graveyard have been dispersed by lightning, so you can go straight to the old man's grave, and you don't have to worry about it in the future. There are no more ghosts anyway." Tang Xuezhen hurriedly agreed repeatedly. Su Qingkue added, "When are you coming to work?" Tang Xuezhen froze for a moment, then said, "I'll go to work tomorrow. Do you have anything scheduled? Let's talk about it when you get here." Okay. After saying that, he hung up the phone again. Tang Xuezhen's family looked at the hung-up phone a little stunned. Tang's mother said, "Son, is this master right?" "That must be right. Let's hurry up and burn paper money for grandpa." "Xuezhen, how did you and the master meet? And you're going to work for the master as an assistant in the future?" Tang's father also asked from the side. "It's a long story. Let's hurry up and burn paper money for grandpa. I'm going to work on the master's side tomorrow." Tang's mother glared at Tang's father and said, "What are you asking nonsense? When you run into such a powerful master, you have to hold on to your thighs. Son, you do a good job." After saying that, he also gave Tang Xuezhen a cheering gesture. Tang Xuezhen looked helpless. Although Tang's father and mother didn't know what was going on, it must be a master who could invoke the thunder. The two men were chanting on the side, letting Tang Xuezhen must hold on to his thighs and work well by the side of the master. Must not slacken off, and must take out 100% of the enthusiasm. Tang Xuezhen was so annoyed that after paying homage to the old man, he packed up his things and rushed to a city in the night. At night, Su Qingkue sat at her desk and swiped her phone, looking at the file that Zhuo Zhengyang had sent her, which contained materials to ask for her help. Tang Mingyue didn't come back. Guan Shishir went to the club, and Su Qingkue was the only one inside the dormitory. At that moment, Cheng Frost winced and floated in from the balcony. Su Qingkue didn't even raise her eyes. Cheng Frost floated right in the aisle, and seeing that Su Qingkue didn't make any movements, he knelt straight in front of Su Qingkue. "Master," Su Qingkue faintly said, "you missed your appointment." She had sent Cheng Frost home on Saturday night, giving her 3 days, but it was now Wednesday night. Su Qingkue was very angry. She was looking at Cheng Shuang's pity, so she gave her this opportunity. Otherwise, in accordance with the fact that she had swallowed so many ghosts, she basically had no life left in her, and her soul had long since been dispersed. And instead of cherishing it, she actually tried to escape and stay on Earth, letting her compassion feed the dogs. If it wasn't for the restraints she had left inside her soul body, it probably wouldn't even be in front of her right now. Cheng Frost scrunched herself up next to her. She thought she was free, but that was just what she thought. She had underestimated the ability of this celestial master. "Master, you give me another chance. I don't dare. I won't dare anymore." Cheng Shuang thumped his head and begged for mercy, but Su Qingkue wasn't moved at all and didn't even take her eyes off the cell phone screen. "You know what I hate the most?" Su Qingkue put her cell phone down, and Cheng Shuang became even more flustered. "Master, I was wrong. Please give me a chance." Su Qingkue hooked her lips and laughed lightly. "I hate it when people play tricks on me." Cheng Frost's pupils shrank as she turned around and tried to run. But how could Su Qingkue give her this opportunity? Pulling out a 5 thunder talisman and flinging it out, a lightning bolt struck down towards Cheng Shuang. Without even a cry of agony, they simply dissipated into the heavens and earth. Chapter 60, Happy Birthday. Wyoming Gun's clear voice rang out of thin air. The inside of his voice was full of dislike. "You're killing ghosts again. When the heavens strike you later, you don't take me to block the thunder." Su Qingkue smiled sarcastically. This couldn't be blamed on her. Who made her dare to play her? She was supposed to be given a chance, and now she's actually trying to run away and stay on Earth. What does she want with a stern ghost left on Earth? Giving her back her sanity is not for her to play her. Playing with her? Is she that easy to play with? Joke. It's not like I did it on purpose. Su Chingkui said sheepishly. Do you believe yourself when you say that? Wyoming Gun said. It was meant to be. Meh. The corners of Su Chingkui's mouth twitched, not wanting to talk to this disrespectful master at all. Su Chingkite solved the Lin family. The heavens gave so much more merit and golden light. Su Chingkite's current mana has already recovered to 2 or 3% of her previous life. When she finishes refining the elixir her master gave her to use to fuse her body, she should be able to recover to 0.5%, and by then she's basically not afraid of anyone in this world. Thinking about it all, Wyoming Gun was disgusted, wondering what kind of brain fart he had in the first place to choose this unreliable master out of so many people. Tang Shuejian arrived at University A early in the morning and stood in front of Su Kinki's dormitory before calling Su Kinki's. Maestro, I've arrived at the University of A. Su Chingkui was inside the cafeteria tasting the chef's new product, red oil tofu brain. Do you want some red oil tofu brain? I'm in the north cafeteria. Are you coming over? Tang Shuejian only felt full of black lines. What red oil tofu brain? Tofu brain should not put white sugar. How can there be such a reactionary thing as red oil? He immediately said, Master, tofu brain should have white sugar. How can you put red oil in it? But the ones with red oil are really good. Master, wait for me. I'll be right there, said Snapped and hung up the phone. Su Chingkui looked at the phone that had been hung up. Her eyes flashed with confusion. It was all about her hanging up other people's phone calls. Now someone dares to hang up her phone. Tired of living. By the time Tang Shuejian rushed to the north cafeteria while asking for talent, Su Chingkui had already finished 2 bowls of red oil tofu brain. The corners of his mouth twitched. When Su Chingkui saw him coming, she said, I ordered one for you as well. It's spicy and numbing. Very tasty. The corners of Tang Shuejian's mouth twitched even more as he looked at the bowl of tofu brain that was full of red oil. He hurriedly averted his gaze and bristled. I'll have it with white sugar. Only then did Su Chingkui raise her eyes to look at him. Surprised. Don't you want to taste it? Then I'll eat it. After saying that, he quickly finished his own bowl and picked up the bowl in front of Tang Shuejian and ate it one bite at a time. Tang Shuejian looked at his eyes hurt, so he got up and went to the window next to him to see what's good to eat, only to look around and return to Su Chingkui's side and said, Grandmaster, lend you your meal card to use. He felt very embarrassed. How could he do such a thing on the first day of his employment? But it's so unreasonable that the cafeteria at this school only allows you to swipe your meal card. Su Chingkui pushed her meal card to him as she ate her own xiaolongbao. By the time Tang Shuejian returned, the red oil tofu brain and xiaolongbao in front of Su Chingkui had all been eaten. He actually went and bought a tofu brain with sugar. Is it good with white sugar? Tang Shuejian nodded his head very seriously and said, It's delicious. Master, will you try it? Seeing Su Chingkui nod, Tang Shuejian ordered another one for Su Chingkui. Su Chingkui only took a bite and said, I'll eat the red oil ones next time. Tang Shuejian choked and held back in his heart for a long time. Dian also didn't want to discuss this north-south dispute that hadn't been discussed with Su Chingkui, and directly asked, Master, what is my main job today? Su Chingkite took out the bank card given by the Lin family to Tang Shuejian. You see how much money is in it. Is it enough for me to buy a house? To buy a villa with a yard kind? After a pause Su Chingkui said, If it's not enough, how much is the difference you tell me? I'm thinking of a way, but you first help me look at it. What are the suitable houses? Tang Shuejian took the bank card and said, Okay, I'm going to look for a house for you. Do you have any other requests? Su Chingkui thought for a moment and said, It's best if it's closer to the school. I'm afraid it's inconvenient for me to go to school in the future. Okay, I'll let you know when I hear something. He worked for himself, but giving such a small salary, Su Chingkui was still a bit embarrassed, so she took out 2-piece talismans and handed them to him. Thinking of the 3 people in their family, she took another one and said, Here you go, an accident can save your life. Tang Shuejian joyfully took it and said, Thank you, Master, just so I can send it to my parents. Then he took the bank card given by Su Chingkui and left. Su Chingkui had nothing to do recently, so she could only stay at school for 2 days in peace. And then early Saturday morning she went to the police station where Zhuo Zhengyang was again. Familiarly, he went directly to Zhuo Zhengyang's office. As soon as Zhuo Zhengyang saw Su Chingkui happily came out to greet her, saying, Miss Su, you're finally here. This time I still have to trouble you. Su Chingkui cast a sidelong glance at him and said, Where's my bonus? You are a master. How can you just hold on to this bonus? Zhuo Zhengyang snorted. Shouldn't that be for me? After saying that, she gave him another sidelong glance. How had she not noticed people like him? Come, follow me. Zhuo Zhengyang led the way in front and kept going forward. It didn't stop until it reached a door. Zhuo Zhengyang's lips moved, and his eyes were filled with happiness and excitement, as well as a bit of a look of watching a good show, before he said a moment later, "Ms. Su, you go in first, I forgot to take something." Su Qingkue looked at him suspiciously, glancing at his expression. She didn't see anything. She said, "Captain Zhuo, did you forget that I can tell fortunes? Even if you don't say it, I can still figure it out." Zhuo Zhengyang revealed the same remorseful look, but still said, "What's the count? Just want to ask you to look at the case. You go in." Su Qingris looked at him, and just when Zhuo Zhengyang thought that he was about to be seen through, Su Qingris suddenly let out a light laugh, turned around and gripped the door handle. Zhuo Zhengyang exhaled deeply. It seems that this hurdle has passed. At that moment, he also got excited, looking at Su Qingris' hand holding the door handle. Seeing that she hadn't had the intention to open the door, he was a little anxious in his heart. Su Qingkue suddenly turned her head and said, "Isn't Captain Zhuo going to get something?" Zhuo Zhengyang laughed twice, a little embarrassed. "I'll go. You go in. Are you guys up to something?" Zhuo Zhengyang continued to chuckle. "How could we possibly have any conspiracy? We really just have something to look for you." Su Qingkue had a disbelieving look on her face, but she didn't say anything more, twisted the doorknob and went in. "Happy birthday, Ms. Su. Happy birthday and have fun every day." The moment Su Qingkue opened the door, the ceremonial flowers exploded and fell in droves from above her head. Inside was a supersized conference room filled with people of all shapes and sizes. There were old and young men in suits, and little girls in flowery dresses, and the little round-faced police officer. She smiled and presented Su Qingkue with a bouquet of flowers. "Miss Su, happy birthday." Su Qingkue was dumbfounded. Today was her birthday. How did she not know? Chapter 61 is occupying a military position? A grandmother in the back stepped forward. Seeing Su Qingkue's unresponsive appearance said, "This is what we are all thinking together. We don't know how to thank you properly. We also heard Captain Zhuo say that your birthday is approaching, and only then did we come up with the idea of arranging a birthday party for you, to thank you for saving our child." This thing she also heard from Zhuo Zhengyang, and the strange things in it have not been told to the parents. It only said that it was Su Qingkue who stumbled upon the traffickers abducting and selling children, followed them herself despite the danger, discovered the traffickers' lair, mapped out the situation alone inside, and finally succeeded in calling the police before the traffickers were eliminated in one fell swoop. Seeing that Su Qingris still didn't look like she was going to take the flowers, the person behind the old granny was also a bit anxious. He was afraid that Su Qingris wouldn't be satisfied, and said, "Thank you for saving my grandson. If it wasn't for you, I don't know if my grandson could be found yet. You don't excuse yourself. This is all what we have prepared for you from our own pockets. Yeah, we just wanted to thank you for saving our kids. Thank you. This is all we have for you. All your favorites." Su Qingkue finally reacted, remembering the date above the ID card. Today was indeed the original owner's birthday. She took another look at the entire conference room. A long row of tables in the center filled with a variety of dishes ranging from south to north, and in the center was a large three-tiered cake. Again, I looked at these people with a bit of worry and apprehension. Su Qingkue took the flowers and said, "Thank you everyone. It's the first time someone has celebrated my birthday. Thank you all. You're welcome. We're the ones who want to thank you. Yes, thank you. These are our own specialty dishes. You should try them. Thank you for saving my child. She is fine now." Su Qingkue felt a little curious. Her first birthday in this world. Looking at the dishes on it all looked so delicious. "Thank you all." The people at the front of the room flanked Su Qingkue as she walked into the conference room. It was only then that Su Qingkue saw that almost all of the parents of those children from before were here. A young woman stepped forward and pulled Su Qingkue. "You come and try the specialties of my hometown. I don't make them for ordinary people." Saying so, he took the lead and pulled Su Qingkue away, much to the chagrin of those behind him who were a step behind. All of them were gritting their teeth as they watched her take Su Qingkue's hand. Only when Su Qingkue followed her over did she see that her side was full of Y City specialties, with white-cut chicken, steamed pork ribs with black beans, and duck stewed with baby ginger on top. The flavor that went straight to his nose at once caused Su Qingkue's mouth to water. The woman laughed. "I'm Yao Yao's mom. These are all specialties from our side. Try them," he said, and also handed Su Qingkue a pair of chopsticks. Su Qingkite looked at all the people around her looking at her. Rare a little embarrassed up. So many people looking at it is also strange embarrassed. Seeing that everyone had the intention of letting her taste it quickly, Su Qingkite clamped a piece of duck stewed with ginger, and there was a small stove heating up underneath, and the flavor drifted into Su Qingkite's nose in a very overbearing way. "Very tasty." Seeing Su Chinkite said it was delicious. Yaya Mom was also very happy and kept greeting Su Chinkite to eat more. Only after Su Kingris had tasted all the dishes on the table once did Zhou Zhengyang, who had disappeared for a long time, appear. Su Chingkui glared at him, but he didn't panic at all as he came together in front of Su Chingkui. He laughed and said, "This can be everyone to prepare for you. Full of all the heart. If the average person our police department does not give her to do this kind of thing in our place, that is, you." Su Chingkui cast a sidelong glance at him. Why hadn't she realized he was so before? Sure enough, first impressions are a pita. The others also went to communicate with each other. Probably also saw that Su Chingkui was not too comfortable, but did not keep staring at Su Chingkui. Only then did Zhou Zhengyang talk about this time. It turns out that after Su Chinkite left that day, their police department will send all the children back. This time dozens of missing children. The parents of the children have come to the police station to thank them. To come more people. The police department cannot afford. After all, their police department is also to work normally. Cannot find someone every day to receive the parents who come here. So their director came up with a way to tell the parents that it wasn't them. That it was all because Su Chingkui had saved their child. All of a sudden, the parents of the children began to shift the goalposts. Coupled with Zhou Zhengyang's explicit and implicit revelation that Su Chingkui liked to eat delicious dishes, the parents proposed to invite Su Chingkui to dinner. But they were afraid that Su Chingkui would not agree. It was followed by Zhou Zhengyang saying that Su Chingkui's birthday would soon arrive, which led to today's bureau. Su Chingkui glared at him fiercely. "Hurry up and give me my bonus, or you'll wait." Zhou Zhengyang looked at Su Chingkui and regretted a little in his heart. He should not have said this. Now it is good. The bonus must be given. He said, "Well, I'll apply with my superiors," said with a bit of a droop. Su Chingkui laughed softly. "How many bonuses are there in total? You'll have to do the math for me, or else." The threat inside the words was so obvious that anyone who was an individual could hear it. Zhou Zhengyang regretted even more. Blame it on his mouth. But it was good to think about it. She'd have to ask about the bonus sooner or later anyway, but she'd actually solved the big case for them. This party finally ended after Su Chingkui went through wave after wave of people thanking her, almost paralyzed with exhaustion. Su Kinki's heart that wanted to knife Zhou Zhengyang could no longer be controlled. Seeing him grinning beside him made it even more impossible to resist. Su Chingkui choked with one hand and flung Zhou Zhengyang a fixation spell. Seeing that he could not move, Zhou Zhengyang looked straight at Su Chingkui and saw what else she did not understand with a bad smile on her face. The eyes rolled frantically, but Su Chingkui acted as if she hadn't seen it. Instead, the round-faced policewoman said, "Chinkite, Captain, he often pits you. Quickly let him stand for a little longer." "Good." Su Chingkui agreed with a smile. The two walked away from each other, leaving Zhou Zhengyang standing alone inside the conference room. The round-faced policewoman called Chen Evening is a newcomer who graduated from the police academy only this year. Who knows that the first job after graduation to Zhou Zhengyang under the hand. Since she added Su Chingkui's WeChat, she often spat on Zhou Zhengyang in front of Su Chingkui, and now she is already going to be on the same page with Su Chingkui. When the director came, he saw Zhou Zhengyang alone like a wooden stake. "Curious," he said. "Are you standing in the military position?" Zhou Zhengyang's eyes rolled. But the director apparently didn't understand him and said, "You continue. I'll go talk to Comrade Su." Zhou Zhengyang cursed in his heart. If he hadn't seen the smile on the corner of the director's lips, he would have really believed his bull asterisk. It was the secretary's idea, but why is he the one who suffers in the end? God is not fair. Chapter 62, Drinking the Northwest Wind? By the time the director arrived, Su Chingkui already had many snacks in front of her, and next to her was a smiling Chen Evening. Chen Evening was the first to notice the director come in and hurriedly stood up straight and saluted. "Good day, Director." "You're welcome. I just wanted to talk to Comrade Su." Chen Evening turned around and went out, very much in the eye of the beholder. What did the chief want to tell me? I wonder if Comrade Su would be interested in being an advisor to our police department. Counselor? Su Chingkui froze. What was an advisor? It's the equivalent of a supernumerary in our police department. You don't have to sit on duty. You can just come and give us a hand when we need it, the chief explained. These few times Su Chingkui had struck out, letting them all know that Su Chingkui was the real deal. Now that it has attracted the attention of the top, sooner or later the people above will have to make a move, and their police department will have to make the first move. Let Su Chinkite, such a capable master, has to stay in their bureau. Cannot let the people above get rid of it. After hearing the director's words, Su Chingkui didn't make a statement on the spot, but said, "Is there more?" The director choked and said, $10,000 a month in salary and pay 5 insurance policies. Su Chingkui thought about it and said, "If I were to become your supernumerary, would there be no bonus? Then I won't do it." The director is even more full of black lines. Thinking that a master like you, why do you keep looking at this bonus, toughing it out? He said. Bonus as usual. When I finished speaking, my heart was even more throbbing. Their police department is also broke. It all relies on financial allocations, and every dollar is squeezed out of his teeth. Su Chingkue was satisfied. There's a salary, bonuses, proper status, and you don't have to go to work every day. It's just great. No wonder the internet says the end of the world is preparation. Netflix is honestly not kidding her. She's not too far removed from having an establishment now, is she? Putting on a dignified face, he said, it's an honor to help. The director also held back his heartache and said, it's only an honor to have you on board. The director, in order not to have a long night's sleep, immediately said, Comrade Su, give me your ID card and I'll find someone to do your entry. Su Chingkue pulled out her ID card and gave it to the director, who went out in a hurry to find someone. At this point Su Chingkue had successfully become a supernumerary member of the police department. By the time she finally got back to school from the police station it was a little after 8 o'clock at night. During the period to help Zhou Zhengyang count a few fortunes, our old cases, now has no clue cannot find the kind. Then the director invited Su Chingkue to dinner again with great enthusiasm. She met someone she wasn't expecting in front of the school. Master, what are you doing standing here at this late hour? Drinking the northwest wind? Su Chingkue said. This old man is unreliable. When it was agreed that the matter of the Ku family to the special administrative region, who knew that there are two of the second generation? Things didn't work out and they had the nerve to threaten her, pissing her off. Elder Tang glared at Su Chingkue. Waiting for you. Oh, wait for me for what? Looking for you to discuss a little something. And this time it's absolutely reliable. Su Chingkue didn't believe his bull and walked straight inside the school. Elder Tang was a bit anxious at the sight and hurriedly pulled Su Chingkue back. Su Chingkue looked at his hand pulling on his arm, and Elder Tang hurriedly let go and said, let's go to the side and discuss it. Okay. Su Chingkue let out a light laugh and said, fine, what do you want to discuss? Go. Elder Tang led Su Chingkue to the car next to him. By this time there was a middle-aged man in the back seat. He smiled and greeted Su Chingkue as Elder Tang sat in the co-pilot seat and said, we've already set the place. Go over and talk. After saying that, he didn't care if Su Chingkue answered or not, and directly told the driver to drive. The middle-aged man next to her kept smiling apologetically at Su Chingkue. Su Chingkue twisted her head away not wanting to look. The first moment she saw the man she basically knew who it was, but wasn't sure. The man introduced himself. My name is Zhou Zhigang. I'm the director of the Special Administration Bureau. Comrade Su, nice to meet you, Su Chingkue said. Those two second-generation ancestors were sent by you? When she said this Zhou Zhigang became even more embarrassed. He basically had no cultivation and was basically in a state of ignorance on the matter of metaphysics. But the top had asked him to manage the Special Administrative Bureau, and the people below him were not convinced of him. It used to be mandated that all lineages were subject to state management, but he couldn't overpower them, resulting in the people at the Bureau being basically the second generation of each lineage. Basically, they don't listen to management, and there are only a few people who actually listen to management. I'm sorry, they were the two closest to your place in the first place, and I didn't know they were capable of such a thing. Oh, what did they do? Tell me. This time Zhou Zhigang was even more baffled. How can he still ask about this? But he also understood that Su Qingris just wanted to know what they said. Then he said, Xin Yuannan said that you had a verbal altercation. Then you beat him up without any reason. And he couldn't beat you before letting you take the soul of like Yang Fenglin away. Zhou Zhigang said while looking at Su Chingkue's complexion. Seeing Su Chingkue's face all mocking, he added, we all know what kind of people the two of them are. So of course we don't have a letter. So what are you guys doing here today? I don't have any friendship with you to sit down and talk slowly. Zhou Zhigang looked embarrassed. This was also the reason why he had to find Elder Tang to come with him. He really didn't have any friendship with Su Chingkue, and it was because of this incident that she had started such a big conflict with the Qin families. Elder Tang snorted beside him. Qin Kite, this matter is indeed our fault. Isn't it time to make up for it? Just then, the tea house they had arranged to meet at arrived. The three of them then stopped talking and headed inside the cha-cha-cha-cha. Zhou Zhigang poured tea for Su Chingkue before saying, Comrade Su, I won't hide it from you. We do have very few capable people nowadays, and many of the lineages are stuck in their ways and don't accept the state's jurisdiction. Elder Tang also said next to him, these families, let them do something to push and block. No benefit is determined not to do. Even if it is a national event must let the country to give them a little benefit. This matter we are also very headache. Yes, they're used to being lawless. And seeing that the country doesn't have the appropriate talents to be able to control them, they are now not putting the country in their eyes at all. Zhou Jigang sighed. Su Qingkue, did she come here to listen to you guys spout off about the families? She just wanted to hear them talk about what the Qinyan families were reacting to, and didn't want to know about your grudge entanglements. Seeing that Su Qingkue didn't have any reaction, Zhou Jigang stood in front of Su Qingkue, bowed deeply and said, Comrade Su, I know that you have the ability to do this. Right now the country simply can't manage to listen to those lineages. We are also helpless, so please make sure that you're on the side of the country. Chapter 63, Not doing anything even if it's beneficial. Just tell me straight what you want me to do. Su Qingkite didn't want to know about them at all. She now very much regretted why she had to follow these two people here. Wasn't she rushing to find something for herself to do? Zhou Jigang hammed and hawed twice and said, How about you come and be the director of the Special Administration Bureau? Su Qingkue, Donald Trump. Even Master Zhou was very speechless. Can this dumping be a little more obvious? Zhou Jigang smiled twice and said, The Special Administrative Bureau has a lot of power. How about you being the director and me being your deputy? Su Qingkue. For the first time she felt so breathless. Say what the hell do you want? Su Qingkue said. She really didn't want to listen to his bull ********. I'm serious. You'll definitely have the ability to straighten out those lineages when you're the director. We can't keep letting those lineages over our heads. No, I have to attend classes. I won't do something so troublesome. Su Qingkue refused on the spot. Whoever likes to do such a troublesome thing will do it. As long as she agrees it means she is against all the families. Although she is not afraid of them, but she is not stupid to do such a troublesome thing. She will not do it. Comrade Su, it would be beneficial for you to reconsider. Zhou Jigang said. Not even if there are benefits. Su Qingkue once again refused. Zhou Jigang had no choice but to look at Elder Tang. Tang Laozi is very speechless. Before coming you did not say this now let him how to persuade. Discuss all the things that are not negotiable. But looking at Elder Tang's burning eyes, Elder Tang had no choice but to speak. Qingkite, why don't you think about it? No way. Wouldn't she be giving herself a hard time if she said yes? She might as well eat 2 more meat buns if she had the time. Just when the two of them were unable to do anything at all about Su Qingkue, the door to the box opened on its own. Su Qingkue raised her eyes and looked over. Very surprised. Zhou Jigang and Elder Tang stood up at once. Both of them were from the military, and they saluted at the visitor in unison. He waved his hand and walked to Su Qingkue with a warm smile and said, Your comrade Su Qingkue Su, aren't you? I've heard Jigang and Mingliang talk about you. I am. Hello. Su Qingkue stood in front of him, unassuming and with a normal demeanor. Rather, it made the man look high. He sat straight in front of Su Qingkue and said, Comrade Su, Jigang said that it was actually my idea to make you the director of the special administration. Halfway through his speech, he saw that Zhou Jigang and the two men were still standing, so he said, Jigang, Mingliang, what are you standing for? Come and sit. Yes. Zhou Jigang and Elder Tang both went back to where they had just been and sat down, sitting bolt upright. Even Su Qingkue glanced curiously at Elder Tang. Now that his back wasn't hunched and his hands weren't shaking, he continued with what he had just said. You know the situation of our country now. In the past, there were still people from the hidden sect in charge of those lineages, but since the hidden sect announced its closure, those lineages have become even more unscrupulous, and now they have no choice. Su Qingkue's expression was light, without the excitement and awe that Zhou Jigang felt when he met his leader. Seeing that Su Qingkite did not take a stand, he continued, Of course, we also admit that asking you to be the director is meant to take advantage of you. There's nothing that can't be said. What do you want us to help you with? You just say it. Su Qingkue laughed lightly and said, You are frank, but I simply do not want to get involved in such things inside. According to my ability simply no one can provoke to my head. Why do I want to do such thankless things? Of course, if you use the state heavy weapons my mortal body is not able to resist. All 3 men in the room choked. He slowed down and said, I beg you to please clean up the country. With that he stood up and bowed towards Su Qingkue. Su Qingkue sat upright without moving, but it was Zhou Jigang and Elder Tang who stood up. Donald, leader. This cannot be allowed. Just as Su Qingkue was about to refuse again, a tiny thunderbolt pierced through the roof and struck down directly towards Su Qingkue. It wasn't any big thunder, and it basically didn't do any damage when it landed on Su Qingkue. The power wasn't even 1/10 as powerful as the thunder she killed the ghost with that day, but Su Qingkue's hair was all branched out. Su Qingkue instantly quit, stood up, put up her middle finger and cursed in the direction of the sky. Thief god, I invited you to mess with you. For no reason. What are you doing splitting me? After saying that he was still not relieved, he took out his Wyoming gun from behind him, and pointed the tip of the gun in the direction of the sky and continued to curse. Thief god, you split me again to try. Last time you split me, I admit it. and now if you don't make it clear, this thing can't go through. Everyone present looked at Su Chinkue in shock. Apparently they hadn't reacted from the lightning falling from the sky. Seeing Su Chinkue cursing at the sky was even more unresponsive. But what they were shocked about was yet to come. As soon as Su Chinkue's words had fallen, a thunderbolt even thicker than the one just now struck towards Su Chinkue. Su Chinkite quickly dodged to the side, but that thunder kept following Su Chinkite, the kind that wouldn't stop until it struck her. Seeing this, Su Chinkite had no choice but to stop, and in an instant that thunder struck Su Chinkite's body, and the ends of her hair were scorched black, but the heavens obviously didn't let her off that easily, and the second thunderbolt fell on Su Chinkue again. Su Chinkite has been thunder split out of habit. Su Chinkite also did not hide, plus this thunder is to look terrible. In fact, even when she was robbed of the thunder of 1% of the power is not. Even she killed the ghost of the thunder cannot be compared to. We must know that when she was robbed of the thunder but hard to carry 80 thunder. And now this is a small meaning. She just stood still and waited for God's thunder to finish. Mouth agape. She muttered again. Thieving God. The next second the sky quickly gathered many dark clouds, and there was a feeling of black clouds pressing down on the sky. Su Chinkite was not in a good position to continue provoking him, saying, "What exactly does your old man want me to do? Can you say it properly? My current body hasn't gone through a forging process. If you come back 2 more times I'll be gone." As if seeing Su Chinkue's compromise, the dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed. Since it was nighttime, people didn't notice anything unusual. Instead, it blindsided the staff of the climate observatory. This cloud that flew together and flew apart? He walked to Su Chinkue and asked worriedly, "Comrade Su, are you alright? Do you need to go to the hospital?" Su Chinkue shook her head. "I'm fine," said to look at the sky, outside the dark. Do not know what God means. Su Chinkue instantly wanted to leave. She was afraid that the heavens were splitting her. "Promise him that I'll add half of the merit golden light you gain in the future." An old voice resounded in the air. None of the 3 people present had heard the words, and it was obvious that God had spoken them to her. Are you serious? Chapter 64, in here. Really? Su Chinkue was very happy. More than half, that is not much more at once, but she wasn't too sure about it either. Saying, really more than half, 50% more kind of thing? Aha. You're not backtracking, are you? No. God has been very patient in saying yes over and over again. Su Chinkue muttered in her heart, but she wasn't someone who could tolerate it, and added, "You can't chop me up again in the future." Apparently her inch-perfect request wasn't granted, and a thunderbolt hung over her head. Su Chinkue sighed, "You have been chopping me before what? I admit that I kill ghosts is not right, but you can not every time to chop me ah." Her words went unanswered as she looked at Lei, who was getting closer and closer to Su Chinkue. It doesn't seem to be unresponsive. Su Chinkue said to herself again, "What exactly are you going to do? You tell me instead." She waited for a long time without hearing an answer, and muttered with a scowl, "He's your own son, helping him so much, but the heart is still happy." The 3 people present finally snapped out of the series of events. Although they didn't hear the words that followed, it didn't stop them from making up their own minds. After what he had just experienced, he was even more convinced of Su Chinkue's ability, and said to Su Chinkue, "Comrade Su, do you want to reconsider? We'll give you the greatest convenience, as long as you're willing to help." "Alright, I promise, but let me make it clear. I'm not involved in the day-to-day management. I'm only responsible for contributing, and the most I can do is step in when you guys can't handle it. Yes, as long as you're out of the way, I'll find someone else for the management." He nodded slightly. Seeing that things had been finalized, he said, "I still have a bit of business over there. I'll go back first. If there's anything, G-Gang, you can just call me directly," he said, and gave Su Chinkue a business card, saying, "Comrade Su, thank you for your great righteousness. This is my phone number. If you have a problem then call me directly. I will try my best to solve it for you if I can." Seeing that he was about to leave, Su Chinkue asked, "How much power can I exercise?" He smiled slightly and said, "As long as no one gets killed, I can cover for you." "Good, then I'll be relieved. You can't talk about me when the time comes. I'm not much of a talker." His smile widened and he said, "I believe you." Su Chinkue bristled. He knew a hell of a lot. She was mad she was afraid of herself. Only after he left did old man Tang slow down and say, "Old Zhou, why is he here?" Zhou Jigang also had a confused look on his face as he said, "I don't know. I didn't receive any news before." Elder Tang said with a chagrined expression, "There are so many things I forgot to ask just now." Zhou Jigang didn't care about him and said toward Su Chinkue, "Director, when are we going back to the bureau to take a look?" Su Chinkue looked at him askance and said, "It's dark now. What are you looking at?" Zhou Jigang gave a sarcastic smile and said, "Then how about we go tomorrow?" I'll introduce you to the people in our bureau. Su Chingkui didn't want to listen to him ramble on. I'm going back to bed. You can call me tomorrow. Also do not wait for Zhou Jigang to answer. Just said the whole person has walked to the door. Director, I haven't finished yet. Zhou Jigang chased Su Chingkui out of the box. For Zhou Jigang, who started to call himself the director now, Su Chingkui didn't want to care, but couldn't bear the fact that he was a dog skin. He followed her wherever she went. Don't you follow me? I'm going back to school. Su Chingkite stopped a cab on the side of the road, but Zhou Jigang had been watching her from the side. He was also a bit embarrassed and said, Director, do you want me to tell you about the current situation inside our bureau? Aren't you going to the bureau tomorrow? It's better to know the news in advance. No, I'll beat the ones that don't listen until they do. You go back and pick me up from school tomorrow. Just in time. Su Chingkui stopped a cab, lifted her foot and got in. Zhou Jigang shouted anxiously from behind. Director, there are still so many things to discuss with you? He shouted so loudly that the drivers in front of him looked back at him, thinking that the man had shouted the wrong thing. It's his outfit that makes him look like a director. It's the pretty little girl getting in the car behind him that looks like a college student. It's not some kind of psycho, is it? Su Chingkui didn't want to care about him either, and directly told the cab driver, Master, go to the north gate of a university. Okay. The master answered and drove straight away, leaving Zhou Jigang with a car full of exhaust. Elder Tang also came out and saw Zhou Jigang, who was sighing on the side of the road, and said, What are you doing? Ching Kite agreed. Shouldn't you be happy? Why are you still sighing? You don't understand. Those of us who are there, none of us listen. I'm afraid the chief will be bullied tomorrow. This time it was Master Tang's turn to not understand. He said, She's alone to fight the Young family alone. You're afraid that she'll be bullied. Who can give her a guilt trip? You're just blindly worried. Zhou Jigang choked. As if that was indeed the case. Then wasn't he just worrying blindly? He went back to the station after saying hello to Donald Trump. He still had to send out notices and inform everyone. I am afraid that people will not come, and I have to call them one by one to make it clear, or else no one will come tomorrow. Then won't there be no way to end the meeting? He called as soon as he got back to the office, and the first one he called was the usually more obedient one. Old Lia, did you see the notice I sent? Be sure to be on time tomorrow. I know, Chief. What's the big announcement tomorrow anyway? There's a new director up here. What about you? New chief? I'm a deputy now. Well, no more nagging. You must remember that tomorrow. He called everyone inside the station again. This director of his is simply a showpiece, and the notices he sends out are not heeded by many people. Basically just some newcomers. The next day he showed up at the A gate with panda eyes. The first time Su Chingkui saw him, she said, You went as a thief last night? Zhou Jigang smiled sarcastically. You're joking. Let's set off now. Su Chingkui nodded, and as she got into the car, she arrived. My methods are rather harsh, so you have to be prepared. Zhou Jigang obviously did not understand very well. He usually treats the competent people in the bureau or offered up, have not even spoken to them seriously, but he nodded his head to show that he knew. Looking at Su Chingkui's very young face, she said, The situation inside our bureau is a bit complicated, so how about I tell you a little bit about it? Su Chingkui spread out, closed her eyes and said, I don't want to know. I only know that none of them can be beaten, and if they don't serve, they will fight until they do. Zhou Jigang was even more at a loss as to what to say. Seeing Su Chingkui close her eyes, it was even more difficult to continue. Silently driving the car to the entrance of the city hall, Su Chingkui was surprised. In here? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't this kind of place be hidden away? Why is it located inside the city hall compound with a big grin? 65. 101 Institute. Zhou Jigang said, This is arranged by the leader. Su Chingkui was silent. Well, it drove inside the compound for a while longer before stopping in front of the small four-story building in the far corner of the compound. The sign at the entrance reads National Institute 101. Su Chingkui looked at Zhou Jigang in surprise. Zhou explained, The official plaque is inside. This is for show. Su Chingkui nodded in understanding. This world revered science, and this country had only been founded a short while ago, and there had been a crackdown on feudal superstitions, and metaphysics was categorized within. The Sarah is for things that can't be explained scientifically, and aren't fit to be put out in the open directly. The two raised their feet inside the building to go. There are guards on both sides of the door. After going in, I saw a plaque written above the National Special Things Administration. There was also a very old man inside the duty room, slumped over his desk in a stupor. Zhou Jigang smiled sarcastically and rushed over to wake up the old man. Uncle Zhao, wake up. The old man opened his eyes, and when he saw that it was Zhou Jigang, he quickly greeted him. Director, I'm just squinting for a while. Zhou Jigang didn't accuse him either, pointing at Su Qingkue in the doorway. That's our new director Su. You'll call me deputy director from now on. Zhao Jun looked at the young and beautiful Su Qingkue outside in great disbelief. He looked at Zhou Jigang again, and it was all written in his eyes. Are you lying to me? Zhou Jigang didn't care and said, Uncle Zhao, don't sleep, we'll go in first. Turning around, he greeted Su Qingkue and went to the conference room on the third floor. At this time the third floor conference room inside has been sitting in great numbers dozens of people. One of the young men looked at his watch and said, what were we told to come for? Why don't we come now? A woman said, Li Hai, what's the hurry, the time hasn't come yet. Wang Yanli, what are you saying? I'm Li Yang. Li Yang shouted. At this time, another young man next to him said, I'm the one who's Li Hai. Wang Yanli skimmed her mouth, obviously not very much want to know, only returned a faint "oh" word. Immediately let Li Yang stormed. Wang Yanli, what do you mean? Wang Yanli wasn't made of clay either, and immediately shouted back, try calling out Wang Yanli again, and say it again. My name is Wang Qingqing. The two were obviously not dealing with each other. Li Yang continued to shout, Wang Yanli, who recognizes it when you change your name halfway? The small snake on Wang Yanli's sleeve slowly poked its head out, spitting its snake letters, and a pair of eyes looked straight at Li Yang. But Li Yang wasn't one to be messed with either, brushing it and pulling out a sword from his bag. Seeing that the two were about to fight, Li Hai hurriedly pulled Li Yang to a halt. Brother, don't do it. Are all watching? Let you go for now. Li Yang will put away the peachwood sword in his hand. The snake in Wang Yanli's sleeve also slowly retracted. The two grunted at each other, skimming their faces. It wasn't as if no one had seen this little farce, but they were usually so used to doing their own thing that they all watched with a look of amusement on their faces. Others were discussing things on the sidelines. In bringing Su Qingkite into the elevator inside, Zhouji just now said, Director, our bureau, in addition to ordinary employees, capable people, are 105 people. There are 21 outside on a mission. This time it should be up to 84. Su Qingkue nodded her head to indicate that she knew. Zhou Jigang took the lead in pushing open the door of the conference room. The clamor inside suddenly quieted down, and all looked in the direction of the door. All they saw was a very good-looking girl pushing her way in, with a face of great voluptuousness and regal air. Su Qingkue only took a general glance and realized that there were not 84 people here, but at most 50 or so, but she didn't show it right away either. Zhou Jigang led her to the front of the podium and picked up the microphone. Comrades, this matter is our new director, Su Qingkue. Su Director. In the future, everyone should cooperate with the work of Su Director. He even led a round of applause when he finished. Su Qingkue only felt that this person is not sick in the head. Even she, who likes to be straightforward, felt that he is just a little cute. She was afraid that it wasn't by being sick in the head that she got into the position of director in the first place. But Su Qingkue didn't want to care. She snatched the microphone from her hand and said, I know you guys must be unconvinced, so I'm not going to say anything grandiose. As long as you guys can beat me, this chief will sit for you. The people below looked at Zhou Jigang and Su Qingkue in unison, and no one explained it, coming up and giving them such great news. A woman sitting in the center stood up and said, Seriously? Su Qingkue nodded. Of course, as long as you guys can beat me, it doesn't matter if you guys go one by one or in a group. Wang Yanli, let's go together. Li Yang said. Wang Yanli glanced at him and said, I'm not interested in being a director. Wang Yanli didn't say anything either, only looking in the direction of the stage, her eyes full of watching the show. There were others who watched with a bit of interest, but no one was the outlier. Su Qingkue smiled faintly. There's only this one chance. You guys have to think about it. If you don't make a move now, then you'll have to listen to me next, or else. At this time, a middle-aged man in the front row stood up and sneered. You're not afraid of flashing your tongue when you talk big. Saying this, he pulled out his own peachwood sword and stepped forward. Let's try it out first. Let's see what ability you have to talk big. Not waiting for Su Qingkite to answer, he directly made a move. The mahogany sword pointed at Su Qingkite. His mouth recited the incantation. Before the incantation was finished, Su Qingkite yawned. The irony was so full of meaning that the man was simply exasperated. Afraid of not being angry enough, Su Qingkue added, Hurry up. There are so many people back there. Why don't you guys go together? The man headed towards Su Qingkue after the spell was recited, but Su Qingkue simply stood still as if she hadn't seen it. Watch the lightning he invites to strike him. Su Qingkue sighed. Why do they all like to attract thunder? Don't they know that she's already been cleaved out of her antibodies? When the thunder finished, Su Qingkue stroked her somewhat fried hair and said, Is there more? Middle-aged man. Suddenly do not know what to say. Good. This has been his biggest killing move. The presence of the people who can invoke the thunder is not much. He is considered to be more powerful one. Just she did not get hurt at all? You're not hurt? You see where I'm hurt? And if there's anything else, come along. Seeing the middle-aged man invoking out the thunder, Zhou Jigang was also silent for a moment. He still remembered that yesterday the thunder that was a few times thicker than this was not a threat to Su Qingkuei at all. Not to mention that now that they had found out this thunder, it was even less of a threat to her, and probably painless. Fuming, the man pulled a flag out of his bag and waved it while chanting an incantation. At the end of the last incantation, 2 female ghosts floated out from inside the flag and directly lunged towards Su Qingkuei. Chapter 66, Where's My Ghost? Su Qingkuei didn't give them a chance to get close at all. Directly stretching out her hand, she held down one of the female ghosts. With her other hand she called the other female ghost on the wall of the conference room. The female ghost in her hand then placed in her hand to ball it up, balling it up into a ball, and then stretching out her foot. The female ghosts were kicked off directly. The man pointed his finger at Su Qingris. What have you done? Where is my ghost? Su Qingkuei laughed. I'll disengage you. Ghosts? It's better not to touch this stuff. How dangerous. The man's fingers trembled and he was half speechless. Suddenly the man looked as if he had been greatly stimulated, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out. And if Su Qingkuei hadn't dodged quickly, it would have sprayed on her. She patted her chest very thankfully. The man staggered a little and fell back, and wondered how they usually got along. At this time, there was actually not a single person who came up to help him. He directly lay on his back and fell to the ground. The back of his head landed first, with a bang. Su Qingkuei looked at it and felt the pain for him, but the man passed right out, not reacting at all. And no one was going to come up and give him a hand. In the end, it was Zhou Jigang who got someone to help him to lie down next to him, waiting to see the situation, whether to send him to the hospital. Su Qingkuei didn't care about him and directly asked the people on the field. Anyone else want to come? Qin Jiaying, please enlighten me. The one who came up was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, roughly 1 meter 7 in height, but a black robe covered the entire person, making it impossible to see his face and figure. Su Qingkuei raised her eyebrows slightly and said, The Qin family? Qin Jiaying grunted coldly. It's good that you know. The man took the lead. 8 flags surrounded Su Qingkuei, followed by 3 talismans. Su Qingkuei didn't look closely. She only looked curiously at the flags in front of her, a little interested. She had never been very good at formations, and now that someone was using one, she still wanted to see it. After that chess piece had surrounded him earlier, the scene in front of her changed to the street, and she said she was standing alone in the middle of the road with traffic, and a big truck was coming straight at her. Su Qingkuei was only curious for so long before she lost interest. This person's array cultivation was not in place. The first time she was pulled into the environment she remembered the situation of this formation to come. The most powerful thing about this formation is to appear. Can make people ignorantly trapped inside the environment cannot come out? Will make people involuntarily think that the environment is the real world. With his kind of ability, he hadn't even utilized 1,000th of this formation's ability, and she felt that the scenery around her was fake once she entered. Sigh, how did the world's esoteric arts fall from grace to what they are now? With a wave of his hand, the formation shattered, and the scenery of the surrounding traffic began to shatter, and the meeting room reappeared in front of him. Qin Jiaying looked at Su Qingkuei incredulously, not understanding at all how she had broken through her illusion. You, he said half-heartedly. Su Qingkuei didn't care about him and added, Is there more? The people below looked at each other. None of them dared to come forward. Qin Jiaying's illusionary formation could be broken in one go. Small shrimps like them were not a match for others. Seeing that no one below was slow to come forward, Su Qingkuei said, You guys can all go together. At once the people below began to stir, calling back and forth to friends, or acquaintances. The 8 men sitting against the front row stood up in unison. We'll do it. Su Qingkuei looked at them with a slight smile and said, In order to show my respect for you guys, I'm going to pull out my weapon now. The people below started whispering again. She's got a small bag on her. Where's she going to put a weapon? Let's see. She was so powerful just now where she didn't have a weapon. If she had a weapon, who would still be able to fight? We'd better not go. How do you demoralize yourself? Who said no? You talk a good game. If you want to go, you go. I'm not going. I just want to earn some resources. Who is the director is none of my business. The man finished and continued to look at his cell phone, not caring about the things above. Amidst a group of shocked looks, Su Qingkuei slowly drew her Wyoming spear from behind her, pointing it at the 8 people who had stepped forward. The last person had originally come up here by listening to them, but now that he saw the extremely powerful gun in Su Qingkuei's hand, he instantly didn't want to do it. Just that gun alone was basically something no one could beat, not to mention that Su Qingkuei wasn't one to be messed with. The tip of the gun was pointed at himself, and he also became firmer, saying, Director Su, My name is Mengwenshan. I'm sorry for coming up here, not my intention. I'm just a casual cultivator, and I have no intention of fighting against you. I'm sorry." After saying that, he even cupped his fists and arched his hands at Su Chinkue in apology. Su Kingris looked at him with a smile. Instead, the people next to him who had brought him along were looking at him with a look of betrayal. The man was honest and said, "You don't need to look at me either. I know how many pounds I have. A figure like Director Su is not something I can fight against, and I've always been a person who knows what's right." After saying that, he gave Su Chinkue another arching salute in the complicated eyes of the 7 before returning to his seat again. Instead, the remaining 7 were directly roasted on the fire. The one who started was also a hard-tempered one. The duster in his hand flung out, directly attacking towards Su Chinkue, while also flinging out a few talismans in his hand, sealing Su Chinkue's back. The other 6 people saw him make a move and had to all follow. Su Chinkue stood still, Wyoming gun against the 6, not losing any ground, but also slipping around them in a straight circle. Deception. Do it yourself if you can. When the 7 saw Su Chinkue standing on the side watching the show, they became even angrier. Su Chinkue laughed out softly, "You can't even carry my weapon, so you don't need me to come on yet." In the end, Wyoming guns was a wilting mess and threw the lot of them out of the window. You have to know that this is the 3rd floor, even if they have mana to protect their bodies, but according to their meager mana, it is expected that they will be injured quite a bit. The rest of the people below dared even less to come up and speak. The corner of Su Chinkue's lips hooked up slightly as she looked at the people below, and in her heart, she was also very clear that people like them wouldn't simply give in like that, purely knowing that they couldn't beat them, and temporarily endured it. She didn't have that much time for them to think about it, and God had given her such a great opportunity, so she had to take advantage of it. Straighten up, and try to earn merit every day. Holding her Wyoming gun in one hand, she said with an imposing aura, "Is there anyone else coming up? If not, I'm your new chief." No one below answered. She didn't care. There was. "I'm a person who has always adhered to the idea that if you have the ability, you can get to the top. As long as you guys can beat me in the future, you can also challenge me like today. Of course, before you have the ability, you all have to listen to me." Chapter 67, Su Chinkue is really too scary. She looked around the week again and said, "I don't care how you all treated Director Joe in the past, but in the face of me, Su Chinkue, all you have to do in the future is to do as you're told, and if you dare to disobey me you'll be like him." Before Su Chinkue's words even fell, she had already appeared in the doorway with one hand around a man's neck. Everyone present didn't see her move, leaving a residual shadow from her speed. In everyone's shocked eyes, she directly broke the man's neck. The man opened his unbelieving eyes, lost his breath, and directly fell to the ground. But Su Chinkue didn't let him go just like that, directly pulling out his soul and giving it 2 slaps, beating the man's soul until it was almost transparent before collecting it into the talisman. This hand of Su Chinkite's, no matter how old or young they were, they all looked at Su Chinkite in unison. Some people were very glad in their hearts that they hadn't gotten into a fight with Su Chinkue just now. This was a ruthless person who would have made a direct move. The man who had his neck broken by Su Kingris they were also very familiar with. After all, they had worked together for several years. But today it was just a fight with Su Kingris and then it was gone. Most of the people who didn't have the eyes of heaven open rushed to ask about the people who could see. At once the field was again in an uproar. Su Chinkue reached out her hand and pressed down, and the voices in the arena stopped. Zhou Jigang anxiously circled around Su Chinkue, but Su Chinkue acted as if she didn't see him. She knew what he wanted to say. Wasn't it just that she couldn't kill? Can she not be more anxious than he is when she herself has to bear the karmic consequences of murder? Su Chinkue said, "Sorry, there was a little hiccup just now. We'll continue now. Where were we just talking about?" Wang Yanli whispered. Speaking of listening, her voice was small, but inside the very quiet conference room, almost everyone heard her. As if reacting, Su Kingris said, "Thank you." Then her face gradually became gloomy. "I remember that Director Joe told you that he wanted everyone to be on time for the meeting, and I also remember that there are a total of 105 people in our bureau. Where did the rest of them go?" The gradually harsh voice caused the young man with little cultivation to shiver. "Director Joe, did you get the notification in place?" Su Chinkue did not directly lash out at those people, but instead faced Zhou Jigang directly. Zhou Jigang frantically shook his head and said, "Director, I've called everyone to inform them. There are records to prove it." "Yes?" Zhou Jigang nodded frantically. "Yes, yes, yes." He felt for a moment that Su Chinkue was really too scary. Su Chinkue violently turned her head to look at the people sitting under the field. "Really? You all received the notice?" The young man basically couldn't withstand Su Chinkue's death stare and stuttered. "Received, received, received." Su Chingkue's face quickly turned cloudy to sunny as she smiled and said, "That's good. I trust you guys." None of them quite understood what Su Chingkue meant right now. Right now in their eyes, Su Chingkue was a shifty person. But Su Chingkue wanted them to react like this. She opened the bag she brought with her and dumped all the 5 thunder talismans inside onto the table, scattering the table all over the place. A group of people with burning eyes looked towards that pile, piled up like a small mountain of 5 thunder talismans, very eye-catching. But they knew that Su Chingkue wasn't one to be messed with and didn't move. Just watched. Su Chingkite was very satisfied with their actions, regardless of whether they served themselves or not. As long as they obeyed and feared her, she didn't care about anything else. She laughed. "You are the people who will follow me from now on. Of course you can't be treated poorly. Now each person come up to receive 2. When it's my meet and greet gift to you. Of course, after taking my things, you have to be obedient." Oh. Young people like Li Yang and Wang Yanli usually had very few resources to give them, so it resulted in their abilities being the weakest, and their divisions not being very capable, causing them to be often bullied by the people of the lineage and the bureau. They were weak in their abilities, and usually it was considered good to be able to draw 1 talisman a day, let alone such a rare 5 thunders talisman, which they were not capable of drawing at the moment. And you still have to rest for 3 days at a time to draw a normal talisman, and it doesn't always work. Even the ones with stronger abilities could draw 1 5 thunder talisman a day was very impressive, causing their eyes to light up at once as they looked at so many 5 thunder talismans. Li Yang was the first to stand up, still pulling his brother Li high. "Director Su? You're serious?" Su Chingkue smiled. "Of course, just come up and choose 2. The quality is the same." "What about the quality?" They saw it all the way across the room, and they all knew that this 5 thunder talisman was absolutely superb. The 2 of them came out of their seats together, and Wang Yanli followed them. They didn't feel real until the 2 5 thunder talismans were pinched in their hands. They had never seen a 5 thunder talisman of this quality in their lives, and now they could have 2 at once. The others saw Su Kingris just watching from the side. Without any words or hands, they all went up and took 2. No one dared to take more. After all, Su Kingris's ruthlessness just now was still fresh in their minds. In the end, after everyone had finished taking them, there were still 50 or so left on the table. And Su Chingkue was counting them according to 84 people, 2 for each person. Su Chingkue picked them up one by one and asked, "I heard Director Zhou say that there are still 84 people left in City A. So what are the 20-odd people doing in addition to the rest of you? And why didn't they come to the conference room for a meeting today?" The people who had just finished receiving the 5 thunder talisman and hadn't been happy for long, all of a sudden put away the look on their faces, and they suddenly had a very ugly expression on their faces. Instead, it was Wang Yanli who stood up and said, "Director, I'll speak." Su Chingkue nodded both and said, "Yes, go ahead." Wang Yanli said with a look of disgust, "They are all people from various families, usually used to doing wrong, in the bureau who do not listen to the words. Our bureau is just like their family backyard. Want to come and go." Su Chingkue laughed softly, "I know." After saying that, he flung a 5 thunder talisman to Wang Yanli and said, "Reward you. Keep up the good work in the future." Wang Yanli held the extra 5 thunder talisman with both hands. The happiness on her face couldn't even be hidden, and she said with an excited face, "Thank you, Director. I'll be cheering." Li Yang and the others all looked at Wang Yanli with envy. Had they known that they would have opened their mouths first? Su Chingkue said, "Zhou Director, in the future you will be responsible for managing personnel. In the future, we will only have these people in the conference room inside the bureau. Those who didn't come, you directly inform them that they won't be coming in the future. If they have any opinions, you can just tell them to come to me." Then he turned to them and said, "You should listen to Director Zhou in the future. Out of the mission I will arrange. Each mission has a reward. In a couple of days I will come out with a list of rewards and punishments. As long as you are honest, there will be more benefits in the future. Understand?" It was Wang Yanli who stood up and said, "Chief, can you tell us what benefits are available?" Chapter 68, "We'll work hard from now on." Su Chingkue said, "How does the 5 thunders talisman in your hand feel?" "I have many more talismans in my hand. I have everything you can think of. Work hard. There are plenty of benefits." After saying that, he pulled out a bunch of talismans from his own bag and unfolded them one by one in front of them. Each one was different, and their eyes went straight as they looked at them. "Chief, we'll do a good job from now on." Me too. So are we." At this moment in their hearts, Su Chingkue's horrifying image from earlier seemed like it was all gone, and all of them looked at Su Chingkue with burning faces. After bluffing those people, Su Chingkue brought Zhou Jigang back to his office. The offices are all on the 4th floor. It says Director's office. Zhou Jigang awkwardly scratched his head and said, "Director, I'll get someone to change it later." What kind of decoration style do you want? Su Chingkue ass on the sofa, said. These are not important. You will arrange those people as soon as possible. And how come the deputy bureau arranged by the leader has not come yet? Zhou Jigang, a bit abashed after experiencing Su Chingkue's thunderous tactics just now, said. Director, I'll go ask now. Su Chingkue took the teapot to make tea herself, and Zhou Jigang went out to make a phone call by himself. When Su Chingkue had finished her cup of tea, Zhou came in with a man just now. He was pale, wearing a sharp black suit, the extreme blackness of which set off his face even more. Su Chingkue knew what this person was all about just by looking at him. She hooked her lips. Master Tang's grandson. Her words were not a question but an affirmation. Seeing this person, Su Chingkue realized that the reason for the lack of merit and balefulness in Elder Tang when she saw him before, dare I say it was all in this person. The man also hooked his lips and said, Yes, I've heard Grandpa talk about you. My name is Tang Songyan. Director, this is the new Deputy Director Tang. Zhou Jigang introduced. Su Chingkue nodded. I know, Deputy Director Tang. How about in the future you take charge of management and I take charge of forceful suppression? Tang Songyan choked, then laughed softly. Of course, I'll listen to all your arrangements. I've heard that you have a big Fortune 500 company in your hands. Why are you suddenly here as a small director? Su Qingkite said heard or blind nonsense. This is the first time to see Tang Songyan. Said his company are speculation from the face. After all, this was a person with an imperial destiny. And the purple aura on his body was uncharacteristically thick. You're kidding. How can your place be a small place? Su Chingkue had always been a fickle person, so she only said a couple of sentences and then said, Then please ask Deputy Director Tang to organize a reward and punishment system and management system out as soon as possible. The expression on Tang Songyan's face was the same as always. Okay, don't worry. Is there anything else you need to arrange? Su Chingkue sighed, looking at this weak body of his, and instantly realized what Elder Tang was trying to do by getting him here. From the bag, which was actually a storage bracelet, he pulled out a jade pendant and used his own blood to carve a life-preserving talisman on it, so that there was a formation. According to his situation, no one to protect him. He didn't know that one day people would be eaten up and wiped clean. In the past, there was Master Tang's merits to hide for him. Now those have been consumed almost. The moment they are consumed he will have to be gone, either by occupying his body, or by losing his life. The last stroke fell, and the blood that covered it gradually seeped into the jade pendant, with not a trace of it remaining at the end. Su Qingkai tossed the jade pendant to Tang Songyan and said, This will save your life. But what? You'd better not stray too far from me if you want to live, or you won't make it in time to save you. No one will work if you hang. Tang Songyan took it in a panic before letting the jade pendant fall to the ground. Thank you, Director Su. After handing over everything to Tang Songyan, Su Chingkue finally relaxed and was in a better mood. She pulled out the spirit she had just gotten dead. The spirit tried to run towards the window as soon as it appeared, but he had clearly underestimated Su Chingkue's ability. Taking only one step, he carried it back for Su Chingkue. Director Zhou, find a professional to come and interrogate him. Su Chingkue said. Okay, what's his offense? Zhou Jigang could now see this transparent soul, and remembered what the leader had said before. He was afraid that Su Chingkue was young and didn't understand, and added, Director, the leader didn't let you kill anyone before. I know, go ahead. Zhou Jigang went out with trepidation, still thinking in his heart about how to hide this matter from Su Chingkue. What happened inside Su Qingris meeting room in the morning quickly spread. Of course, those who didn't go to the meeting know about it. The 24 or so men gathered and looked at each other, looking at a couple of slightly older men sitting at the top. After all, between them, the ones who usually made the decisions were the elders of the family, and they had no chance to speak. Qin Shun, the elder of the Qin family, directly slapped the table in front of him with a bang. This yellow-haired girl is so official. If I don't give her some color, does she still think that this place is under her control? Lin Jialiang said. Old Qin, your family's words are not good now. She has someone above her to back her up. After saying that, he also heatedly laughed twice while drinking tea, with mockery hidden in his eyes. After all, who didn't know about their Qin family now? Qin Shun glanced at Lin Jialiang and said, Your family is no better. Lin Jialiang didn't get angry either, and beside him there were 4 other old masters looking at the two without saying a word. On the contrary, Qiusin of the Qiu family's face was gloomy and said, You guys stop talking. We have to discuss this, or else she's going to step on our heads. Lin Jialiang asked Yu Songbai, who had been silent next to him. Old Yu, what do you say? Letting this little girl come is saving up to deal with us. We can't let them have their way. There were a total of 7 of them. The young family's people hadn't come since the last time. Only the 6 of them were left. All of them were elders within the family, with a great status, and now they were being given such a low face by a little girl who had just arrived. Say, throw them out as soon as you can. Knowing that in this world it's easy to invite the gods but hard to send them away. How can it be so simple to let them join and now say kick them out? Whatever they joined for in the first place, they were just using each other. I didn't realize that the top was actually going to go after them now. Yu Songbai coldly said. Don't they just want to get us out? That also requires them to be able to do it. Changming, those old undead don't make a move. We still can't be afraid of her. When the time comes to directly get dead, Pang Changchao said. What do you say we do? There are still so many disciples around? Do we still want to lose face if we don't do it? Chen Tianhe, who has the lowest status among them, actually doesn't want to get involved in this matter. Their family is declining, and they can barely speak among them. Chapter 69, I just killed a Vulcan. Normally, their family is a working life here, and it's not up to them to say anything about what they're doing. Truth be told, he'd wanted to draw a clear line with them for a long time. They're old, undead, narrow-minded people think that the most powerful person in the world is in their house, and they can't see eye to eye on anything. Don't you know that there is a world outside of this world? Seeing that several people were explicitly and implicitly trying to get people's words, Chen Tianhe stood up and apologized. I'm sorry, old brothers. I'm afraid our family won't be able to participate this time. While saying this, he scratched his head in shame and said, as you all know, we have a small family, and now that everyone in our family is injured, we really don't have any manpower left. Our family isn't as big as yours, so I can only apologize this time. While saying this, he also took out his cell phone and said, look guys, my daughter-in-law is urging me to go back again. I just can't get away from things at home. But they were obviously not going to let him off the hook for such a reason. Qin Shun said nonchalantly, old Chen, it's not appropriate for you to say that. You are trying to do nothing. Chen Tianhe smiled twice and said, I'm not out of ideas? Last time, both of my sons were injured and are still lying in bed recuperating from their injuries. Now there is really no one else. I can't be an old man and take matters into my own hands, can I? Wouldn't that tarnish the reputation of our lineage? He also said while pouring tea for a few people, I'll toast all the old brothers with tea instead of wine. I'm really sorry. Lin Jialiang and Qin Shun didn't even take their teacups and didn't even look at them. Chen Tianhe couldn't help it, but he really didn't want to hang out with them, regardless of what they thought. Chen Tianhe added, I'll go back first. My little grandson is clamoring for a candy cane. There was another burst of apologies before he went off on his own. Just after he left, Qin Shun was out of sorts and said with a black face, what does he, the Chen family, mean by this? Chiosen sneered. Don't you understand what it means? Doesn't it mean you don't want to be with us anymore? Let's directly kick the Chen family out of the ranks of the lineage. I'll discuss this matter with the family head. Their family doesn't have the qualifications now. The entire family only has 3 that can hold their own. What can they compare to us? Lin Jialiang said. He had long been displeased with the Chen family as a peacemaker. Everyone else nodded in agreement. The disciples sitting not far away hadn't heard their conversation, but they were all a bit curious when they saw that the Chen family elder had suddenly left. However, several of the elders didn't care what the others thought. Continued discussing how to deal with Su Qingkue. Chen Tianhe walked out and went home happily. He also had to buy good food for his little grandchildren. And how could those old men be as good as his own little grandchildren? Even if they knew their family was going to be kicked out of the lineage, they probably didn't care in the slightest. After all, this kind of vanity is for whoever wants it. Tang Songnian sat face to face with Su Qingkue. The corner of his mouth twitched imperceptibly as he watched her finish 4 pieces of cake, drink 2 more cups of milk tea, and now have a cup of milk tea in her hand. There was a soul bound and a dumpling shivering next to it. Knock knock, please come in. Su Qingkue heard the knock on the door and said as she sipped her milk tea. The ones who came in were 3 men in suits who gave Su Qingkue a military salute and said, Director Su, how are you? I'm Su Jin from the National Security Division 1. Only then did Su Qingkue look at them and said, there's no need to be so formal. Just come straight in. With that said, she opened her heavenly eyes for all 3 for the time being and pointed to the transparent soul next to her. He's a Vulcan. You guys do a good job of interrogating him. And there's 2 more on the way. So you guys sit here for a bit. Yes, said 3 people sat down on the sofa, boarded up. Su Qingkue couldn't even say anything about them. Tang Songnian poured tea for them. The 3 people were all of the character of a slap in the face, and the atmosphere inside the office was quiet all of a sudden. Su Qingkue sipped her own milk tea while swiping the takeaway software, looking at the many delicious things on it, ordering a copy of all the ones she was interested in, and then suddenly stood up. Su Jin and the 3 of them followed suit and stood up, and Su Qingkue saw them like this and said, you guys can just sit here. Only then did the 3 of them sit down again. Su Qingkue sighed. Who the hell taught these three? How come they were so one-dimensional? Su Chingkui pulled open the office door and directly called out, Sa Chang. A small, round-faced girl came out of the next office and asked, Sister Ching Kite, what can I do for you? She was the secretary that Su Chingkui had chosen inside a group of ordinary staff, looking like a very young person, but she was quite capable, and mixed quite well inside this special authority that was full of metaphysicians. I ordered takeout, please help me get it, and call Li Yang and Li Hai for me. Okay, I'll call for someone right now and get you takeout later. Su Chingkui nodded and went back to the office. The Special Administrative Bureau is inside the compound. Takeout is not allowed to come in, can only go outside the gate to get it, but the gate was far away from their place, and Lu Xiaoqing had a small electric donkey that made it easy to walk inside the compound, until she saw Li Yang and Li Hai appear at the door. Su Chingkui directly greeted, You two go with the people from National Security to work on the case, and keep an eye on that person's soul. Okay, Chief, what happened? Li Yang asked with a smile. You guys just follow. It was now noon, and it was already time for the noon meal, so Su Kingris couldn't wait for them to leave quickly. The inside of the office was finally empty, and Su Chingkui looked at Tang Sungyan, who had been sitting on the sofa without making a sound, and said, Aren't you going back to your own office? Tang Song laughed youngly. Didn't Director Su say that I'm safer around you? Su Chingkui choked and shut up. He should have just let him die out there and let it go. Nothing happened. Seeing Su Chingkui's expression like this, Tang Songyan didn't continue and smiled gently. Su Chingkui didn't care about him. Directly pulling out the business card that the leader had given her that day, she used the red phone on her desk to dial over. The phone was picked up after 3 rings on the other end. What came through was the voice of a middle-aged man. Hello, I'm the leader's secretary, Xiao Bai. I'm Su Chingkui, I'm looking for the leader. Director Su, wait a moment. After a few minutes, the leader's voice came from over there. Xing Kite looking for me? Su Chingkui laughed. I can't call you if there's nothing wrong. The leader's hearty laugh came from the other side of the phone. Of course. Su Chingkui also put away her joking mood and said, I just killed the Vulcans. He has infiltrated the special administration for a long time, and after soul searching, he knows quite a lot of things. You may need to find someone to do it as soon as possible. The leader also gathered his composure and said, What is it exactly? Chapter 70, Bring back all the evil things. You will give me Bai's birthdate, and send you my evidence. You'll know when you see it. I'll trip them up now. Do you want to arrest whoever pops up now, or wait and then kill them all? Of course I believe that there are still many people that the country can use, and the people around you are capable of doing the job. Surely more than just this little 2 or 3 kittens inside our special administrative bureau. Secretary Bai was also beside him and heard Su Chingkui's words and wrote his 8 characters on a piece of paper for the leader to see. And the leader didn't respond to Su Chingkui's words, only saying, I'll take a look before I give you an answer. Su Chingkui quickly pulled out a yellow sheet of paper and used vermilion sand to write Xiao Bai's 8 characters on it, then drew a small teleportation array on the ground with vermilion sand. She coalesced the information obtained from the soul search into a small ball and threw it into the middle of the formation. The small ball instantly disappeared inside the office, and Su Chingkui wiped out the formation again with her hand. Previously, her master had gotten her quite a few treasures that stabilized her divine soul, and now that the fusion of her body with her divine soul was complete, there was no difference between her body and her own. Coupled with the fact that the heavens had been particularly generous lately, refining merit to restore mana quickly restored him to half of his previous life's realm. So many things come easily. Unlike the day I first came here, my soul was unstable, not fused with my body, and I nearly exhausted myself by opening the ghost door a few times, and there were already a few people waiting on this side of the leader's office, including 2 gray-haired old men. Looking at the formation that appeared at Secretary Bai's feet, they were all shocked and didn't know what to say. Such a teleportation array had been lost in their country for so long that they couldn't even find the ancient books, but they didn't expect that there would still be people who would use it now. They picked up the small ball in the center of the formation and were even more shocked, not knowing what to say. Master Clarity's voice trembled as he said, Such an ability has been lost in our country for too long. Leader, who is this who has such an ability? The leader didn't have much contact with metaphysics, but it was the first time he had seen them look like this, and said, It's the Su Chingkui I told you about earlier. Master Changming was very excited and took the leader's hand and said, She may be more powerful than me. Leader, in the future the country will be handed over to her for guardianship. Master Clarity, what are you talking about? The leader said disapprovingly. The other old man, Jiang Chang, said, Changming, take a look at this first. With that, he tugged on the leader's hand and read the message in the blob together. The leader was instantly shocked and speechless. Master Changming was the first to react and said, Leader, this matter can't be underestimated. They have stolen so many secrets from our country. And now they want to release infectious agents in our country. It can't be tolerated. I know. Then he called Su Chingkue again to explain. Su Chingkue was very happy to receive the news that he said that he had given her full authority to take charge. Such a great thing for the country. Su Chingkue sent out a message inside their Special Administrative Bureau's work group, greeting them as they gathered in the conference room. Although she could do it all by herself, the leader had gotten her here with the intention of letting herself teach them. Use it for a while if you can, and work more to learn. When they were all gathered, Su Chingkue began to make arrangements. She took a pile of materials, looked at the following: these 54 people. There is no opening statement. Directly, we now have a task. 5 people in a group. A total of 11 groups. In accordance with the materials to set off. Now I began to read the name of the leader of the group. Come up to get the materials. The precautions and the things that need to be done are written in the above. And there are things that cannot be resolved to Komi. Got it? Understood. They all looked at Su Chingkue with a bit of confusion. But after what happened in the morning, they were now very obedient for the time being. Lu Jianing, Zhuo Xiaojie, Li Yening, Meng Xuelan, Zhou Jinbai, Chen Yuancheng, Bei Wang, Lei Hao, Luo Zhongliang, Cheng Huayong, and Duo Hailing, come up and get the materials. You are the group leaders. You have to manage the people inside your own group. Got it? These people are Su Chingkite has seen the face. There is no problem, and will not do anything wrong. The ability is also inside the relatively good. Seeing that they greeted their group members and discussed after they went back, Su Chingkue was still in a good mood and said, "You guys did a good job this time. Each of you will be rewarded with 1 ghost invoking talisman, and 2 for the group leader." There was another displeasure at her remark, saying, "Chief, why 2 for the group leader?" Su Chingkue hooked her lips and smiled. "The current group leader isn't fixed. I'll organize a group leader competition once every 3 months, and whoever wins over everyone in the group can become the new group leader." After saying that, he also waved a brand new ghost invoking talisman in front of the crowd and said, "It's this kind of superb ghost invoking talisman, so all of you have to work hard. The group leader can't slack off. It's not likely that you'll be compared after 3 months." Her words came down and instantly lifted everyone up. Someone else asked, "Chief, does the team leader double every time?" "Yes, double the team leader as long as you complete your mission, but don't take anything for granted. If the mission fails, your entire group will practice your marksmanship with me," she said as she drew her Wyoming gun. After saying that, he even knocked on the ground with his wyvern, and a wave of wind formed by powerful mana blew to everyone. The group gulped, awe flashing through their hearts. They fought to the death to get the job done so they wouldn't have to practice their marksmanship with this devil. Several team leaders were even more pressurized, with 4 team members eyeing them from below and the enormous pressure of the director from above. "What happened was that I didn't want to do it at once," Su Chingkue said after tossing them. "Let's go. Remember to bring back all the evil things." "Yes," the group shouted in unison. Very enthusiastic. The corner of Su Chingkue's mouth twitched. Going out to work, what was there to be happy about? A few dozen kilometers away in the opposite direction from the TEA, a man of small stature and wearing heavy glasses was anxiously circling inside a private room of a food restaurant. Another man sitting on one side, while drinking tea, said, "What are you in a hurry for? The time has not yet arrived? Maybe the road is delayed. Come and have a cup of tea." The man with the glasses glared at him and said, "What time is it? You're not in a hurry if you get caught." The tea-drinking man put the teacup in his hand down and said, "What words to say and what words not to say? Don't you know?" The man with the glasses was silent for a moment and sat his butt on the stool. "Lin Jinjie, it's not your turn to speak up about me." Lin Jinjie laughed lightly and poured another cup of tea, drinking it while saying, "Luo Hui, I know what you think in your heart, but I advise you to better weigh yourself." Luo Hui gave him a mocking look and said, "The item is in my hands, and I know what's in your heart." Chapter 71, I want to take it and stuff it in the toilet. Lin Jinjie said, "Don't say so much. We'd better get out of the country as soon as possible, or we won't be able to curry any favor. Do you understand?" Luo Hui stabilized the panic in his heart and looked at his watch frequently. Now that the time had passed the time they had agreed upon, the panic in his heart increased dramatically. His trembling hands showed his nervousness. Lin Jinjie's eyes were filled with mockery, but he didn't say anything about him, glanced at his watch, saw that the person he was waiting for still hadn't come, stood up and said, "Let's go. I guess it won't come." Luo Hui's eyes widened at once. "He lied to me." Lin Jinjie ignored him and took his own things. "I guess there's something wrong. You have to know that our plan is absolutely seamless. Go back and take another look." Luo Hui also grabbed his things in a panic and followed Lin Jinjie. Lin Jinjie was the first to pull open the door of the box, but they were greeted by a pair of silver handcuffs and a black hole of a gun. Zhuo Zhengyang came forward, took out his own documents, unfolded them in front of the two, and said, "Police, you are now under arrest for selling state information." Then he waved his hand and said to the police officer who was escorting them, "Take them away." It was only then that Lin Jingjie and Luo Hui realized that the restaurant was all but empty. Only these police officers were there, and they hadn't heard anything moving. Zhuo Zhengyang took out his own cell phone and dialed the number, and it rang a few times on the other end of the phone before someone picked up. "Counselor Su, the people have all been captured." Zhuo Zhengyang voice inside the happy how cannot hide. Very excited. "They have caught the traitor Ah. Well, send them to the Sarah." Su Qingkui's words made Zhuo Zhengyang not react. "Send it over? What about their second class? Flu?" Hearing the silence on the other end of the phone, Su Qingkui said, "You can't handle this matter. The credit that should be given to you will be counted to you. Send it over quickly." Okay, Counselor Su. We'll be right there." Hearing the busy sound of the phone hanging up, Zhuo Zhengyang sighed, unable to interrogate. "What about treason? How about selling national information? The minimum is second class. But think about it, anyway, no matter where the trial, it is something favorable to the country. It is best to try out something else. When the time comes, it will be a clean sweep." They were then greeted and walked them towards the city hall. Su Qingkui ate her takeout while commanding the Wyoming gun to carve small paper figures with its own tip. Tang Songnian also ate his own boxed lunch, having accepted things well on Su Qingkui's side. After all, that gun was now cursing while working. Su Qingkui sighed. "Huai Ming, are you tired or not? Why don't you rest for a while?" "I'm resting my ass. All you know how to do every day is to make me. I really had the bad luck of my life to choose you." Su Qingkui shivered the powder as she said, "You're an artifact spirit. Not even in your last life." Wyoming gun gas instantly disappeared in place, leaving his cold grunt in the air. Su Qingkui had to pick up all the little paper figures and snickered in her heart. Every time, with vermilion sand to light the eyes of the little paper figures, they are sent out one by one. Those sent out have basically found the location of their mission and are ready to move. And Tohai Ling brought her own group to the place given inside the material. This is a very ordinary neighborhood. In order not to draw attention to herself, Tohai Ling planned to let Wang Yanli go first to fight. After all, the compulsion in her hand was not something the average person could even get close to. Wang Yanli's usual dress is very ordinary, and now it's cold or thick jacket with jeans, so she appeared in other people's neighborhoods and did not appear to have any different eyes. Coming to the door, Wang Yanli first thumped the door and shouted, "Wang Bing, I know you're in there. You dared to dump me. You don't dare to make a sound, don't you?" Before Wang Yanli could knock on the door a second time, it suddenly opened from inside. A gorgeous-looking woman poked her head out of it and asked, "Who are you looking for?" Wang Yanli's ability was average, but as a compassionist, her sense of yin qi was very keen, and the yin qi on this person was very strong, so she immediately said, "I'm looking for Wang Bing, and you're his new love. So no wonder he couldn't wait to dump me." Then he cried out, "Wow." It was so loud that it was heard up and down the stairs. It was a signal that their group had discussed, and as soon as they realized there was something going on inside, they signaled and they rushed right in. Sure enough, before the woman could speak, Tohai Ling had already kicked in the door with 3 people. Inside they were shocked at the view, curtains drawn in broad daylight and a red-lit offering table in the middle of the living room. The tablet enshrined above was covered by a red cloth. Before Tohai Ling and the others could take a closer look, a large amount of yin qi surged out from the body of the voluptuous woman next to her towards the several people. Although Duo Hai Ling was a loose cultivator, she also had a master. Directly pulling out a talisman and quickly sticking it on the woman's forehead, pulling out another one and clamping it in his hand, he mouthed the incantation. And just as it was finished, the woman let out a scream and fell to the ground with her head in her hands. A gray-green spirit ran out of the woman's body. As soon as he came out, he ran for the row in the middle of the living room. But how could Tohai Ling give him that chance? The incantations kept coming out of his mouth, and before he could reach the tablet he was absorbed into it by the talisman in Tohai Ling's hand. Folding this talisman into a triangle, he wrapped it tightly with another talisman seal before calling it quits. "Sister To, what about this woman?" When Wang Yanli saw the series of operations of Tohai Ling, her eyes were filled with stars, and her movements were so powerful that they flowed in a cloud. "Wake her up. Just a normal person." Wang Yanli was very obedient and took out a small medicine bottle from her bosom and touched a little medicine on the woman's forehead. A roundworm then emerged from her fingertips and burrowed through the woman's brow. It took 2 or 3 minutes for the parasite to burrow out of his brow again, coming out fatter than just one more time. Wang Yanli retrieved her compulsion and said while pacifying her compulsion, "Sister Tua, my little cutie can only eat so much. If she eats any more she's going to explode." Tua Hai Ling said, "It's fine now. The yin chi inside her body has been eaten most of the time. She'll wake up soon. Another member of the group, Zhang Ping, came over and placed the woman on the couch. A few people then had time to look at the offering table in the center. Tohai Ling ripped the red cloth off the top, only to see on it, Ryoko Nakajima. Several people's complexions all became very ugly at once. Wang Yanli picked up the tablet and slammed it against the wall. Sister Tua, it's the Vulgaria. During the period also ran over towards the tablet and kicked it twice. Not addicted to it generally said. Sister Tua, I so want to take it and stuff it in the latrine. The former dry latrine in our village is suitable for him. The few people from Tua Hai Ling were also gloomy. This matter was resolutely intolerable. It took a long time to hold back from exploding. Said, take it all back. The woman too. Chapter 72, put away your worthless look. The other groups were in a similar situation. Basically offering up war criminals inside their homes, just waiting for them to be recaptured one by one. For the other ordinary people, Su Chinkue sent a message to Zhou Zhengyang, asking him to bring people to capture them back. These are the news from that Vulcans. When Su Chinkue was almost done eating, she drew a formation in the empty part of the office. Tang Songyan, who hadn't said anything, asked curiously, Director Su, what is this for? Teleportation array. Get out there. By the time she finished, the formation was finished being drawn. The mana had not been fully restored, and the ghost road could not be traveled, so he could only rely on the formation. Su Chinkue, who wanted to be lazy when she was full, finished drawing the formation and paralyzed back on the sofa, asked Tang Songyan next to him, who was very curious about the formation. Where do you think so many war criminals were captured and put back? Tang Songyan didn't know what she meant by that, but still cupped his hands and asked, what war criminals? The Vulcans? Su Chinkue nodded. There's also a gathering place for war criminals that I have to go to. Tang Songyan, who had not received any news just now although he was sitting beside her, suddenly understood. You sent them to capture the Vulcan war criminals? Su Chinkue lay back, not wanting to speak, but still nodded. Before Tang Songyan could speak, Lu Xiaoqing, who was delivering milk tea to Su Chinkue, also heard their conversation. Very excitedly, she ran to Su Kinkies. Sister Kinkies, those people are so hateful. They are still so hateful even after their deaths. But don't we have the martyrs' cemetery? The martyrs who fought against them are all in the martyrs' cemetery. We can ask them to help. The materials that Su Chinkite had just sent down were all gotten by Lu Xiaoqing, so no one in this operation knew her best. Su Chinkue thought about it. Maybe those martyrs didn't go to reincarnation. She doesn't have to work if she has help. Go to the martyrs' cemetery. Su Chinkue said she'd do it, practically writing on her face that she didn't want to go to work. The fact that she was working so hard today was all because of the God-given lure of welfare. Otherwise she would have quit a long time ago. Su Chinkue also knew the history of this country from within the original owner's memories before. Now after Lu Xiaoqing's reminder also remembered. It's just the right time to let those forefathers avenge the revenge of that year. It also keeps her hands off and lazy. Two birds with one stone. Vulcans who used to die in the country of China were not accepted in hell, so they were stranded within the country of China. They have no relatives and no offerings before they let the Chinese make offerings to them. It was also known from within the memories of that Vulcan that they had many more such offerings for war criminals. One large one that she would need to go over to in order to fix it. As Su Chinkite walked inside the formation, Lu Xiaoqing came over and said, Sister Chinkite, can I come along? No, you stay here and watch, and when they come back follow the arrangements I taught you. Okay, promise to get the job done. Tang Songyan, however, took advantage of the two people's inattention to stand directly beside Su Chinkue. What are you doing in here? Not afraid of losing your life? Su Chinkue laughed. Go see. Su Chinkue didn't say anything. Who cares? Just follow if you like. He has so much violet chi on this person. When the time comes, just pluck the violet chi on him and use it, just so that you don't have to spend so much mana. It's really two birds with one stone. White light flashed in the formation, and the two disappeared inside the formation to Lu Xiaoqing's shock. Tang Songyan only felt that his entire body was dizzy, the feeling that his feet were not on the ground. After a while, Su Chinkue saw that he didn't even respond and said, Are you going to hang up? Tang Songyan instantly returned to his senses and gave her a sidelong glance. There was an avenue at the entrance of the theater, with tall trees planted on both sides, and now that it was getting dark, and the trees next to it were all growing toward the middle of the avenue, it appeared to be even darker. Tang Songyan spoke on a rare occasion. I used to feel physically uncomfortable going to other cemeteries, but I don't feel this way every time I come to the mausoleum. Su Chinkue ignored him and only looked at the huge stone monument in front of her, which read, Monument to the People's Heroes. Behind the monument were rows of smaller stone monuments that stretched halfway up the mountain. That's where countless heroes are. As Su Chingkue looked up, more and more Yinglings gathered beside her. A young Yingling in a tattered uniform even floated in front of Su Chingkue and said, "Woman child, it's so late. Why don't you go home and do something here? The family will be worried." He didn't care if Su Chingkue could hear him or not, and kept rambling in front of Su Chingkue. "You're still at school age, so you can't run away from home. You have to study hard and learn every day." Several mooring spirits floated over and looked at Tang Sungyan beside Su Chingkue and said, "Woman child, is this man tricking you to come here? He's not a good person at first glance. You can't be tricked. Hurry up and go home." A middle-aged Yingling next to him slapped him on the back of the head. The young Yingling was very upset and said, "Chief, what are you doing hitting me?" The regimental commander did not give a bit of face to say, "You died when only 17. You call people what girl child it? It is not possible that they are older than you." The other engine smiled very politely. "You might want to call someone sister." The young Yingling was a bit embarrassed. "I've been dead for so many years, so what's wrong with calling a girl child?" Su Chingkue, all she wanted to say was that she was only 18 in this body, but she had been almost 1,000 years old in her last life, and it was enough to be their ancestor. Su Chingkue looked at the young Yingling and said, "I'm 18 this year. You have to call me sister." The eyes of the Ying spirits looked at Su Chingkue with sizzling heat, and another young Ying spirit said, "Headmaster, this girl child can see us." Tang Sungyan was a bit confused as he listened to her suddenly muttering a sentence to herself. Su Chingkue saw it with sharp eyes and could only open the heavenly eyes for him. A white jade-like finger nudged up to his brow, and the purple aura from her body mischievously wrapped around her fingertips, pulling them forward as she drew them away. Su Chingkue jerked her hand back, shaking it off in disgust. How is this purple aura on him and smug? The moment her fingers left, circles and circles of Yingling appeared in Tang Sungyan's eyes, the kind that couldn't be seen to end, the kind where souls squeezed souls. Tang Sungyan bowed deeply. "Greetings, forefathers. Hello, can you really see us?" the young engine asked. Tang Sungyan nodded. "Chief, he can really see us." The regimental commander's slap arrived late but disgusted. "I heard you. Will you put away your worthless look?" The young engine hammed and hawed twice, rubbing the back of his head in a bit of embarrassment. But Su Chingkue couldn't let go of such a good opportunity and laughed. "I'm older than you. You have to call me sister." "What?" The young engine hid behind the headmaster nonetheless, ignoring it all. Su Chingkue bristled, thinking that a Yingling had actually called her sister. Chapter 73, What are you doing here? The regimental commander gave the young Yingling another slap on the back of the head before saying, "Girl child, it's so late. What are you doing here? Hurry home." "I'm here because there's something I'd like to ask you for." The regimental commander smiled and said, "It's a peaceful time now. What do you need our help for?" With a wave of Su Chingkue's hand, the small paper figures fed back, and the images of many people making offerings to the war criminals appeared in front of everyone, as if it was a giant curtain. One by one all the names above the plaque were names they hated with a passion. Su Chingkue also told them everything about them occupying the bodies of the countrymen, lurking in, stealing state secrets, and tempting the countrymen to make offerings to war criminals. The regimental commander grimaced, drew the pistol at his waist, and said, "What do you want us to do? You tell us." The young Yingling pulled out his own Chang as well. "There are still people who worship them. Are those people out of their minds?" A bunch of Yingling in the back were very shocked when they heard this. They really don't get it. Their generation. How much blood was spilled to pave the way for the new China? They haven't even had a chance to take a good look at it yet, and now they're going to be hogtied by them? Have they forgotten history? Have you forgotten the days of being called DYBF? Su Chingkue also thought that those people might be sick. They're still thieving now, and they're still planning to train in soldiers and take over China. Su Chingkue added more fuel to the fire. It was something she had made up. The only thing the man remembered was that they were planning to put an infectious agent in Wasia, but what did that have to do with anything? The result is the same anyway. She's such a little wit. But apparently the spirits took her word for it. "Seniors, we now know some of the places, but there are still many places that are very hidden that we have yet to find out." Su Chingkue frowned. "In fact, it is not found. Is Su Chingkite lazy? Just according to the news and the person's memory calculated most of them. There is still a part. Need to get up the trigram slowly calculate. She's lazy and she wants to dump the pot." Her words came down and fully mobilized the passion of the Yinglings to kill the ghosts. "Headmaster, we can't let them go like this. They're not at peace when they're dead." The young Yingling had an angry face. He was the chief's guard when he was alive, and the chief was a brotherly and fatherly presence to him, so he dared to say anything in front of the chief. "I know. Don't worry. We'll take our time, and we'll be sure not to let them go," the regimental commander soothed. "Yeah, you kid don't need to rush. We all listen to the headmaster. We have been here for so many years without going to reincarnation, isn't it because we want to continue to watch over the country that we are guarding? The Yingling next to him also comforted those of them who had been gone long ago, many of whom had not yet had families. The young Indians were like younger brothers to them. They died at a time when the country was at war, the hell was full of souls, and the Ghostbusters were basically too busy. Later, when the country was stabilized, they kept looking at the prosperous world outside from inside this mausoleum and felt very relieved. Now since they are asked to pick up the Chang they put down back then and strike again, they are also obliged to do so. Hearing their words, Su Chingkui was very happy, her heart simply bursting with joy. She doesn't want to work anyway, so someone else will. She'll still have her merit and the spirits will be avenged. Another 2 for 1. Su Chingkui pulled out a piece of paper from her bosom, and on it was the place where she had counted the large offerings to war criminals. Elder, this will trouble you guys. These are the places we've found out. And there are still some places that we need to trouble you guys for interrogation. The regimental commander got the place Su Chingkui gave him and started discussing with the people around him on how to get it. Su Chingkui, on the other hand, used a yellow form of paper to upload a form to her senior brother, asking him for a customs clearance ultimatum. Ghosts running around also need to have a passport, or else the Ghostbusters will take all those souls to hell and lock them up. But the form text burned for a long time without a reply. Su Chingkui secretly thought, could it be that the matter in hell hadn't been resolved yet? But according to the ability of the master and elder brother cannot have not yet solved. Is there any mistake? Thinking of this, Su Chingkui panicked a bit again. I pinched and felt the direction of the ghost gate, and sure enough, it was still closed. Just as Su Kingris was about to pull out her wyvern gun and break open the ghostly door to go in and take a look, her ears rang with her senior brother's voice again. Tell me about you. Can't you think properly with that brain of yours? Every time you use force to solve the problem. Who will fix it if you break it? I'm your old mom. Can I take a break? Do I have to keep an eye on your news every day? Take the paperwork and get the hell out of here, you conscienceless bastard. Listening to her senior brother's chattering voice, Su Chingkui was relieved that her senior brother still had time to scold her like this, so it seemed that nothing was really wrong. Ignore the words that keep ringing in your ears. Su Chingkui gave the customs clearance document to the head of the group and said, "Thank you for your hard work. It's not hard work, it's all we should do." After saying that and discussing things with Su Kinkis, he drove Su Kinkis back, saying that they had to discuss the details. Su Chingkui didn't care, and directly went back inside the office again through the teleportation array just now. It was almost 9 o'clock now, and it was dark outside, and it was always dark in hell. Lin stood in the middle of the courtyard, looking at the sky above that was gloomy without a single ray of light. The man in the brocade coat stood behind him. What's on your mind? Nothing. The man chuckled softly. Do you believe that yourself? Then you're still asking. The man laughed, suddenly feeling lonely and isolated. Lin did not answer his words, but in his heart, he kept thinking about what had just happened. He knew Ching Kite and knew her big-headed personality. It also knew how to disabuse her of any disturbing thoughts in her mind. But how long could something like that be kept from her? She'd have to make a scene if she couldn't hide it all at once. Lin suddenly regretted a little bit. It would have been better not to let her go out of Dragon Island back then. The latter would not have happened. The man snorted as if he knew what was on his mind. Can you protect her inside Dragon Island for the rest of your life? Don't think about such impossible things. It has already happened, you should think about what you should do behind it. Then he added, we have all promised to guard her well. Lin still didn't say anything, as if there was no such person as him. The man sighed and didn't want to talk to him. It was boring, and then went off on his own. Only Lin was left alone to look at the sky. Chapter 74, Sanliang's brain. Su Chingkui, who had returned to the office, was at ease. She stood up and said, I'm going back to school. The day after tomorrow the merit in your body will have to be consumed. Remember to come and find me then, or else I don't care if someone takes over your body. Nor did he wait for Tang Songyan to react. Saying things quickly disappeared in the doorway. Tang Songyan cupped the jade pendant in his hand, his eyes smiling as he hung it on his chest. Before Su Qingkite could run far away, Lu Xiaoqing shouted from a great distance, Sister Qingkite, they've all captured people back. What should we do with these people? Su Chingkui dwelled on the fact that she had just been so focused on discussing with the spirits about catching other spirits that she had forgotten about the people she had sent out. Then after some thought, he pulled out another piece of paper. Handing it to Lu Xiaoqing, he said, buy the things according to the list above, and have them fold the yuan bao, and burn more yuan bao paper money for the Ying spirits. After saying that, he ran away in a puff of smoke. It's after 9 now, so whoever wants to work is working, and she's going back to rest anyway. She's got a midnight snack to go to. No one can stop her from having late night snacks, small barbecues and milk tea. took a cab and made it to the snack street next to the school without any problems. Su Chinkue bought a copy of all the snacks she wanted to eat and sat down at the barbecue stall's table. The owners of the barbecue stand are a husband and wife team. Looking at Su Chinkue carrying a lot of food, the boss smiled and said, "Little girl, you can still eat the barbecue after eating so much." Su Chinkue nodded. "I have a large meal." Both husband and wife are happy. The boss is responsible for the barbecue. The boss's wife is responsible for collecting money to serve food to clean up the table. Are a harmonious scene. Su Chinkue also ate their barbecue often, but she usually ordered takeout inside the school, and it was the first time she ate on top of their stall. Soon part of the barbecue Su Chinkue ordered came up. The boss's wife apologized and said, "Classmate, there are a bit too many people today, so eat first and we'll hurry up and bake it for you." Su Chinkue nodded, picking up a skewer of roasted lamb and stuffing it into her mouth. "This one is really best when it's freshly baked." Picked up another skewer of roast beef and was instantly wowed. This was delicious too. Not to be outdone, it's known as the best barbecue stand near the school. Sure enough, I didn't come to the wrong place. After finishing basically everything in front of her, with some of the barbecue still left to come up, Su Chinkue turned her eyes around. There were definitely a lot of people today, and all the nearby tables were full. A young girl sitting on the far side of the room caught her attention. The girl was wearing a pink pinafore with slightly curly hair. What caught her attention was because she had more than she could handle in front of her. Desperately, he shoved everything on the living table into his mouth. Some of it swallowed right down without even chewing. Just as Su Kingris kept looking at her, a black mist appeared behind her head, opening his mouth wide to terrorize Su Chinkue. And all the energy of what the girls ate went into the body of that black mist. The black mist was getting more and more solid, and the girl who had eaten so much looked pale instead. At that moment a girl dressed in white sat down next to the girl. Su Chinkue's sharp eyes saw the same black mist on the girl. Originally, Su Chinkue didn't want to care, but she clearly felt that the girl in the pink duvet had something to do with her. Turning the original owner's memories back over again, she remembered that she was the original owner's aunt's daughter, Chen Yingying, 21 this year in her junior year at a university in this neighborhood. Su Chinkue sat down directly beside them. Chen Yingying looked up and was even more surprised to see that it was Su Chinkue. This cousin of hers had never had much to say to them and had always been quiet. They hadn't had any very deep interactions growing up. "Qingkite, why are you here? Yingying is this?" the girl in white asked. When Chen Yingying saw that Su Chinkue didn't speak, she introduced, "This is my cousin Su Chinkue." The girl in white smiled. "Hello, I'm Yingying's good friend. My name is Xie Dandan." Su Chinkue really didn't want to care about her. Her aim was Chen Yingying. Inside the original owner's memory, after she was kicked out by her eldest uncle's family, it was Chen Yingying's mother who gave her living expenses every month and brought her delicious food, and she promised the original owner that she would then take good care of the people she cared about. Directly pointing at the center of Chen Yingying's eyebrows, he gave her a temporary opening of her heavenly eyes. Chen Yingying was about to say something just now, and as soon as she opened her eyes, she saw a black mist appear above the back of Xie Dandan's head next to her. The black mist opened its bloody mouth at her as if it saw she could see. Chen Yingying was shocked and fell backwards. Coupled with the fact that the ones here were stools with no backrest, Chen Yingying almost landed on the back of her head. Luckily, Su Chinkue yanked her back in time. Xie Dandan looked puzzled and asked, "Yingying, what's going on?" Chen Yingying didn't care and asked directly towards Su Chinkue. "Chinkue, what was that just now?" Su Chinkue was surprised. "You don't know? It doesn't make sense. Gluttony possessions are done with my consent." Su Chinkue wasn't one for euphemisms and said directly, "There's a glutton in your body. You know?" Chen Yingying's face instantly flashed with weakness, but what came out of her mouth was, "I don't know." Su Chinkue also understood that it was another one who had gotten himself killed. Su Chinkite angry, if not for the original owner's aunt, who loves to care about her this kind of their own death, love to die where to die. Looking at Su Chinkue's gloomy face, Chen Yingying said, "I know, but he's a good ghost. He just eats more. I just eat more every day. He didn't hurt me. He didn't have bad intentions. I just didn't want to exercise to lose weight. I ate too much for him. I got him on my own. It's none of your business. I know how to take it easy." The corner of Su Chinkue's mouth twitched, and at this moment she really didn't want to care. If you want to die then you can die yourself. In her mind, she thought of her mother's gentle face and the original owner's instructions before she was reincarnated. She endured. She snapped, "You've started binge drinking now, and you're telling me you know the difference. Now you say he's good, but what about later, when what you're eating doesn't satisfy his appetite? What you feed him with? Think with your 3-2 brain about what he'll be eating when the time comes. By then he'll have eaten you whole. Do you understand? There's no such thing as a free lunch. Do I need to tell you that?" It was only after Su Chingkui chopped and snapped a call down that Chen Ying came back to her senses and thought of something she had been ignoring before. She's not stupid. On the contrary, the fact that she got into college in a city shows that she still has a brain. If only someone would point her in the right direction. She couldn't care less about this matter. Her tears bristled. Qingkite, what can we do about this? Su Chingkui held down her hand that wanted to hit people, really wanting to beat up these self-made deaths, saying, in the future, use your 320 little head to think properly before doing it. Now lean your head over. Chapter 75, Qingkite is now stumped. Chen Ying didn't dare to speak either. Obediently sticking her head in front of Su Chingkui, the heart kept muttering, how did her cousin turn into such a fierce person, who used to be obedient and coquettish? Su Chingkui didn't care what was going on in her mind. She directly reached out and grabbed the mass of gluttony and directly crushed it in her hand. Not even a scream came out. Seeing Chen Ying's shock, she still asked, where did you get this from? Chen Ying then told Su Chingkui all about her trip during this time, and also told her about this ghost's place. It turns out that half a month ago Chen Ying met a boy he liked. Chen Ying felt that this boy should be like a beautiful slim people, and I think I'm a little fat now, embarrassed to confess to others. Then they fell into appearance anxiety inside the dormitory, shouting to lose weight every day. Xia Dandan was also from their dormitory, and immediately told Chen Ying that she had another good thing that he could help eat and lose weight. Chen Ying looked at Xia Dandan, who had indeed lost dozens of pounds from before, so she believed him and followed Xia Dandan to a club. Sheridan only had her meet with a woman, sign a document, and then sent her back. She thought it didn't work out, but the next day when she ate, she realized that no matter how much she ate, she didn't hold out, and even more so the next day, when she ate so much and realized that her weight hadn't gotten heavier at all and was 2 pounds lighter than before. She knew that Xia Dandan hadn't lied to her. For the next half a month she ate even more, but her weight was dropping, and she thought it was because the method was working so well to lose weight. Until today when she bumped into Su Chingkui while having a snack. Otherwise she hadn't even suspected the matter. Su Chingkui no longer had the heart to eat barbecue and said, get more sunshine in the recent period of time. Don't go out of the school gate if you're not doing anything. Go back quickly. On the contrary, Xia Dandan directly stopped Su Chingkui and said with a pitiful face, Ying's cousin, can you help me with what I have on me? Su Chingkui shook off her hand and said, I can't. Then he turned toward Chen Ying again. You stay away from this woman, or I'll break your legs. After saying that, he threw a peace talisman to Chen Ying and said, keep it with you. Remember my words, and call me if this talisman turns into ashes. Seeing Chen Ying's dumbfounded look, Su Chingkui was furious. Loudly, do you hear me? It drew frequent looks from the diners eating nearby. Chen Ying shivered, her head like a chicken pecking at rice. I understand. Su Chingkui got angry. Repeat that. Chen Ying was even more abashed, and for some reason when she saw Su Chingkui's angry face, her entire body was like a quail. Stay away from her, turn to ashes and call you. Stay out of school and get lots of sun. Su Kingris nodded in satisfaction and glared at her. Why don't you go back and stand here for what? Chen Ying didn't dare to say a word and immediately disappeared in front of Su Chingkui with her own bag. Only then did Su Chingkui apologize to the diners next to her. Sorry to bother you guys. My sister isn't very obedient and doesn't study properly to run around. Looking at Su Chingkui's face, which was even more youthful than the girl just now, many diners snorted out a laugh. Although they didn't hear the words in front of them, they could all hear Su Chingkui's admonishment behind them. Both were happy to see their sister being lectured like a quail by her sister. The owner was beside himself. Classmate, your barbecue is ready, and your sister's table hasn't been paid for yet. Su Chingkui was even more angry, and she had wasted her money on a barbecue. Anger. Seeing Xia Dandan still standing still, Su Chingkui warned, I don't care what purpose you have. You remember that my Su Chingkui's sister is not something that you can covet and play with. Weigh your own little life hard enough or not, and it's best to stay away from Chen Ying, understand? Not caring at all what Xia Dandan was thinking, he carried his own barbecue and went back to school. Nor did he see the resentful eyes behind Xia Dandan. Of course, even if you see it, you don't really care. Chen Ying would go back to school while still a bit not quite understanding what had just happened. Their cousin had always been of a quiet nature. Why was she suddenly so cranky? It could all be about to break her legs. With that in mind, she immediately called back to tell her mom. Mom, let me tell you something. Su Lifan looked at the time. It was already 10 o'clock and wondered what her daughter was up to, but still propped up her body, leaned on the bed and asked, Ying, what is it? Mom, I'm telling you Qingkite is branching out now. She dares to speak to me out loud now, so you don't have to worry about her being bullied from now on. Su Lifang was instantly happy. You're serious? That's great. I'm afraid now that she'll be bullied away. Seeing that her daughter did not answer, She added, have you asked her if she is doing well inside the school? Is she still short of living expenses? Before I gave him living expenses. I didn't see her receive it. Quickly ask her if she still has money to spend. You can't condemn yourself outside. Listening to her own mother's rambling words, Chen Ying realized just how wrong she had been before. She actually let her family go unattended for a moment of greed. She choked out, Mom, I missed you so much. Ying, was she bullied outside? Su Lifang worried. No mom, I'm just homesick. I'll tell Qingkite next time I see her. Don't worry. I see Qingkite is doing quite well now. Su Lifang didn't put her heart down all the way when she saw her own daughter say this. Just instructed. Take good care of yourself. Tell Qingkite that it's not a problem for our family in supporting her one. Your father and I are still young and can afford to pay for you guys. And you make sure she doesn't get bullied at school. I know. Mom. The two chatted happily for a while longer before hanging up. Chen Ying, who had a huge reflex arc, then remembered that just now it seemed like her cousin had a different ability. A little on her brow and she can see ghosts. The next day went to the class guide to ask for leave. Su Qingkite really hit a snub again. The class guide said nothing to agree to her leave. Said she had too much leave during this period of time, deducting the usual points. Su Qingkue did not do anything, directly made a small paper man, using the blindfold method to make it look like himself to go to class for himself. As for herself, she took a taxi to the entrance of the club according to the address Chen Ying gave her yesterday. The porter stopped her as she entered the doorway. I'm sorry, ma'am. Our club is a membership system. Do you have a membership? Chapter 76, The Black Mist. Su Qingkue certainly didn't have a member, but it didn't stop her from looking for someone. Su Qingkue took out her cell phone and barreled through it, flipping out Lin Manny's cell phone number and dialing it directly. Hey, Kiyoshi, Su Qingkue said directly. Manny, do you have a membership to the Chia Clubhouse? Give it to me to use. Lin Manny apologized. Qingkite, our family doesn't have one either. They all entertain the locals. We're not from here. We don't have any members of their family. Su Qingkue wasn't discouraged and said, okay, it's fine. After saying that, he hung up the phone, and the doorman next to him became even more eye-rolling. With a look that people like you still want to come in, Su Qingkue pretended to be invisible. There doesn't seem to be anyone he knows who's local and has money besides Manny Lin. Suddenly, she thought of the man who had been inside her office all day yesterday, called immediately. The phone just connected, and without waiting for the other side to speak, Su Qingkue asked directly, do you have any members of the Chia Club? Tang Songyan was surprised. What are you doing there? Su Qingkue frowned. Is there any? Tang Song let out a young laugh and said before Su Qingkue could get angry. Yes, wait for me for a while. They have to be brought in person before they can go in. By the time Tang Songyan arrived, Su Qingkue had already finished eating a bag of snacks. When he saw Tang Songyan, he flung the bag toward the trash can next to him and said, let's go. Take a look inside. Tang Songyan laughed. Won't you tell me what's going on? Private matter. Tang Songyan was almost laughed at. Coming to the Special Administrative Bureau as a deputy bureau is what the old man asked for, but also let himself keep running after this person. He also has a serious job. Seeing that he didn't move, Su Qingkue asked, you're not willing. Being angry and laughing at Tang Songyan, he suspected that his dad was sick in the head, but still, he resigned himself to walking over, and as soon as the doorman saw that it was Tang Songyan, he stepped aside and respectfully said, please come in, Mr. Tang. The two entered the clubhouse, which looked quiet and elegant inside. A gorgeous-looking woman walked up and said with a smile, is Mr. Tang dining or meeting with guests today? Tang Songyan glanced at Su Qingkue beside him. Su Qingkue said, top floor dining. A hint of surprise flashed in the woman's eyes, but she didn't say much and said straight, both of you, please follow me. Su Qingkue ignored those eyes that were like substance and walked behind the woman as usual. Tang Songyan keenly felt that something was wrong, but there were people around all the time, so he couldn't say anything, but instead, he frequently looked at Su Qingkue. Su Qingkue laughed lightly. At the first sight of that woman, Su Qingkue had a number in her mind. This club is not very high, only 6 floors, and you can walk or take the elevator upstairs. Seeing the staircase next to her, Su Qingkue walked up the somewhat dated staircase 1 floor at a time. With each passing floor, one could feel the een and light red blood mist that filled the air, floor by floor, until the 5th floor. Su Qingkue finally saw the place with the heaviest een chi, but instead of going straight over to see it, he took a step up to the 6th floor, which had a large terrace. Su Qingkue stood on the edge of the open-air platform, overlooking the bottom. One could only see layers of een chi spreading out from this clubhouse, then rising up into the air, wrapping the entire clubhouse inside the een chi. Tang Songyan still wanted to ask Su Qingkue to order, but he saw her look at her for a moment before heading down the stairs, only able to follow behind. The two met the woman who had received them again on the stairs of the fourth floor. She stood at the bottom of the stairs, looking up at the two men and smiling. There was greed and desire in the smile. Su Chingkue's eyebrows twitched slightly, coldly skimming over her as she walked downwards without looking away. Who knew that the woman behind her face sank? Her eyes looked at her greedily, and then a large mass of black mist spread out from her body, opening into a huge spider web. From behind, they surrounded towards Su Chingkue silently. It was an ability she had used many times without missing a beat. The people who come to this club are all rich and powerful, so as long as they are careful to extract some out of them, as long as they are not found out on the spot. The expression on her face intensified as she thought this. The large net formed by the black mist almost wrapped Su Chingkue. As long as it could touch her, it would be able to constantly absorb the other party's vitality, and in time, even her appearance would be copied over. The woman subconsciously touched her face, thinking that by absorbing this person, she would be able to have this person's beautiful face. The 10,000 thoughts in his heart made his hand movements unceasing, and the spiderweb-like black mist was about to drill into Su Chingkue's mouth and nose. However, without waiting for her to make her next move, Su Chingkue grabbed a black mist first and turned to look at her with a smile. But the smile did not reach her eyes. Squeezing the black mist in her hand, Su Chingkue laughed. So the black mist is such a thing. The woman was startled and subconsciously tried to retract the black mist, but realized that there was no way to break free from Su Chingkue's hand. She blanched, knowing that she had kicked the bucket this time. Her body exploded like a bomb, and a large amount of black mist instantly spread out, filling the entire stairwell. The corner of Su Chingkue's lips hooked into a smile, and the whole person swept out in a hurry. Lifting up the woman who had fled downstairs through the cover of the black mist, Su Chingkue picked up this no longer humanoid thing and shook it. The thing had no five senses, and its head kept turning as if it was looking for a chance to escape. But how could Su Chingkue give him this opportunity? Not a single person came out to look at such a big commotion. Either it was an accomplice of this thing or they were all gone. According to the fact that this clubhouse was so heavy with yin qi, Su Chingkue felt that they should all be accomplices. With that thing in one hand and the Wyoming gun in the other, he knocked a big hole right through the hall floor. Tang Songyan watched from behind her, wanting very much to leave. Why on earth would he follow this woman who only knew how to solve things violently? Su Chingkue, of course, was unaware of this and directly jumped in through the knocked-out hole. An opulent parlor. Su Chingkue's lips hooked as her eyes stared at a corner. You're still trying to run. Do you think you'll be so lucky this time? The mass of black mist inside Su Chingkue's line of sight was clearly the one she had encountered in the underground palace back then, and had also escaped. You shut up. Black mist was clearly enraged. A black mist called towards Su Chingkite, and whichever thing Su Chingkite was carrying in her hand flung black mist towards Su Chingkite's face again. Su Chingkue was completely unafraid, and in passing, he also let go of this thing, and he melted inside the black mist in the next moment, when his mana was not restored to allow him to run away. Now he couldn't run away. Su Chingkue didn't even recite the mantra. She directly opened her hand, and the cloud of black mist was grasped in her hand. Where else do you want to run to? Su Chingkue laughed. After taking a good look at his entire body, Su Chingkue asked, where is your original body? The entire black mist twisted its head. Chapter 77, should we add more fire? He also had no face, no features, and he didn't know which side was which, so he just twisted his face anyway. The black mist does not speak. Su Chingkue can also calculate. Pulled a little bit from the black mist, casually pinch. Standing in an open space, Su Chingkue did as she had done and punched through this floor as well. Below it was the dark basement, and right in the center was a black piece of something that looked like a plant and meat. Seeing that his essence had been found, the black mist only began to panic and shouted, you let me go. I won't dare to do it again. Seeing that Su Chingkue didn't answer, she added, I can give you whatever you want. Please let me go. Really? You know what I am in my true form. I'll cut a piece of it for you, if you'll let me go. Su Chingkue laughed lightly. You're in my hands. I can cut as much as I want. Black Mist was even more flustered. This place he had been hiding for so long. He had no idea why he had been discovered. It's just that I missed one last time, and I didn't realize that the lair was now being stolen. Wouldn't he be finished in the future? Would he have to live a life where he was cut up every day? With a wave of her hand, Su Chingkue collected his essence into her storage bracelet and even made a special place for him. Very much disliked. The black mist instantly began to cry and whine in Su Chingkue's hands. Su Chingkue instantly felt eyeless. What are you crying about? Black mist cried a sob. I don't want to be sliced. Your that whole body is all in chi. All fury and blood chi. Who wants slices to eat you Also not afraid of death. You won't eat you even if you can't think about it? Su Chingkue was really very disgusted. A good heavenly creature that had gotten itself into this state was probably going to be chopped to pieces by the heavens the next moment. I'm asking you if it was you who did the whole thing about getting the girls a glutton for punishment. Black Mist had a moment of weakness, but he did not have a face and could not be seen. But Su Chingkui just knew that it was him who had done it, and something else to go back and try again. Call the bureau to seal up the clubhouse. Tang Songyan looked at the hole, and for a moment, he didn't know whether to follow her and jump down, or wait up there. It was also the first time he saw such a brave girl, daring her to break into any place. It wasn't until she came out of it peacefully that she was relieved. The sun was warm, the breeze was gentle, the air was filled with the faint scent of tea, and a man was sipping tea while admiring the garden outside the window. But his good mood didn't last much longer when noisy voices came from outside the door. He said in a cold voice, "What is it?" A butler-like person pushed the door in. "Family Master, Shin Hai has returned. What's he doing back here? Tell him to come in." The man handed back his eyes looking out the window and went back to his desk and sat down. Shin Hai was very flustered, and as soon as he came in, he directly bent his legs and knelt down in front of the man. "Family Master, Chia Club was sealed by the special authority, and I only escaped when they weren't paying attention. What can be done about this?" Qin Lin, the head of the Qin family, revealed a fierce light in his eyes as he said in a cold voice, "Say that again." "Family Master." This morning Tang Songyan of the Tang family took the new director of the Special Administrative Bureau to the clubhouse, and in less than a quarter of an hour he knocked out a large pit in the floor of the clubhouse. Then a group of the special authorities surrounded the clubhouse, and all of our people were taken away. As soon as Qin Lin thought of what was in the basement of the clubhouse, he asked, "What about what's down there?" Qin Hai clearly felt the oppression of the cold breath on Qin Lin's body, and immediately panicked even more. Trembling, being taken away. Pa! Qin Lin picked up the cup in his hand and threw it at Qin Hai, hitting him right on the forehead, and blood spurted out. Qin Hai dared not move even more, stiffening his body, not daring to wipe the blood as it flowed inside his eyes. Qin Lin saw him like this as even more angry. "You fools, not let you do not provoke her?" "We didn't provoke her. She came to our door to provoke us herself," Qin Hai whispered in defense, but it was obvious that Qin Lin didn't believe it. "How much does she know about us? Tell whoever goes in there to shut up and not to reveal the family. Know what I mean?" No, I know and I'm still going." Qin Lin is now the guy who gets angry when he sees him, the guy who makes things happen. Qin Hai stood up and hesitantly still asked, "Family Master, what about the people who were taken away?" Qin Lin glared at him. When Qin Hai left, the butler re-entered and said, "Family Master, what are your next arrangements? Should we find someone to do away with Su Chingkui and get it over with? It's not realistic to do her in. She has the backing of the people above. Although Chengming, those old guys are old. But now the country is very scrupulous about us. Should endure or have to endure? First we'll stop the business outside. Look at the wind." He paused and then said, "You go and warn them, don't make any noise during this time, and find out where Su Chingkui is keeping that thing. We have to get it back as soon as possible. We can't let it fall into someone else's hands, and find out what happened this morning. We can't just swallow this loss." "Yes, Family Master. I'll go make arrangements now." After the housekeeper went out, Qin Lin was still very angry in his heart. He also wanted to get Su Chingkui killed, but now that their family's old ancestor was in seclusion, there was almost no one who could carry off those people from Chengming. Otherwise, after offending his Qin family, how could he let Su Chingkui get away with it for so long? Inside the ancient Chinese courtyard, a panicked voice rang out, "Family Master, it's not good. Yang Buochuan really isn't happy with anything these days, and now there are people shouting in front of him that it's not good anymore." The mood got even worse. A deep frown creased his brow. "What is it?" The person who had just shouted had a look of watching a good show as he said to Yang Buochuan, "Family Master, news has come from a city that the Qin family's Chia Club has been copied by Su Chingkui." Yang Buochuan's frown deepened as he asked, "What's going on?" They didn't dare to go head-to-head with Su Chingkui right now. The old ancestor hadn't come out of the gate, and their grandson's soul was still in her hands. "Our people said that they found out that the Qin family's people tempted a lot of women to sign a contract with the gluttony ghost to extract the life force from them. Who knew that one of the people in there was Su Chingkui's cousin, who single-handedly cracked the contract last night, and then killed Kia this morning. Everyone inside has now been brought back to the Sarah." Yang Buochuan instantly laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, their Qin family also has today. Family head, what do we do now? Should we add more fire? This kind of thing the Qin family dares to do. It's really bold." The man said, "No need. You tell our people to hold back for a while. We'll make our move when Su Chingkui puts all her eyes on the Qin family." Chapter 78, the more he scolds, the more excited she gets. Finished also drank a mouthful of tea inside the cup. Smilingly continued, "There are so many inside the family. Can't always be your Qin family to say it, should also change people. Family master. Then I'll go make the arrangements. What else do you have to explain? With his grandson's soul in mind, Yang Buchuan still intended to be soft for the time being, so he said, have the butler prepare a generous gift. I'll go pay Su Qingkue a visit. The man was a little taken back. Last time he had a fight with someone, and now he was going to visit the house with a gift? You go and make the arrangements. In addition to having the hospital side make sure to maintain Phone Lin's body. Yes, I'll be right there. In fact, Yang Buchuan didn't want to give in so quickly, but that woman wasn't someone who played her cards according to normal. Moreover, he still has his grandson in her hands, and now that she has gotten the Qin family directly, he must not pay a good visit and blow off some steam, and it is best to get the Qin family directly killed. Making good relations is only temporary. When the old ancestor is out of the gate he can get her killed. After arresting everyone back to the Special Administrative Bureau and sealing the clubhouse, Su Qingris was seen collapsing on the sofa again. Only then did Tang Songnian ask, what was that just now? Su Qingkue was confused by his question. What just now? Dark. Moving meat? Ha ha ha, very graphic. Su Qingkue heard his description and all of a sudden laughed herself out of joy. He waited until he had laughed enough before saying, don't you know it? It's the spirit Tai Sui that will appear inside your mythology. I remember when you all said you could live forever by eating taiyaki meat. Tang Songnian also became interested. Tai Sui really exists. So is it possible to cut a piece to try? Su Qingkai looked at him askance, her eyes full of disgust. You can forget about the one just now. He has done too much evil. His whole body is stained with karma. His whole body is full of Yin Qi baleful Qi. Even the aura that arose has been saturated with Yin Qi. Su Qingkue curiously scanned his entire body then said, if you eat it, you'll have to be gone on the spot, and no one will be able to save you. Tang Songnian choked. He didn't say he wanted to try it either. He was just curious about the stuff of legends. Driven by curiosity, he asked again, do normal Taiyans really have the power to live forever? Su Qingkai thought for a while and said, there is, but Tai Sui is a natural-born spirit, which mortal dares to eat it, and even if he dares to eat it, he won't be able to carry the karmic retribution. These spirits are blessed by God. As long as the spirit can be produced, cultivation is basically a flight of no can. I have previously run into a 10,000-year-old. People have been able to open the altar to preach. 10,000, I can't beat more than one person, not to mention eating the meat of others. So don't hit people so easily, that ooze won't work either. These spirits are God's own sons. Then he muttered in a small voice, this little Taiyuyu has done so many stupid things, and I don't see the heavens splitting him. It's really unfair. Every day I just know how to split me. In Tang Songnian's shocked eyes, Su Qingkue saw the thunder above her head again and sighed in her heart. Surely this petty heavenly way can't mutter about him. Day after day, she knows how to threaten her, and then she'll quit later, resisting the urge to give him the middle finger. Su Qingkue curtly said, Junior was wrong. Junior will never dare again. She has always been able to bend the rules. In Tang Songnian's shocked eyes, the thunder on Su Qingkue's head slowly disappeared. He had really seen a lot of things in the past 2 days that he had never seen in his life, and it had simply refreshed his 3 views. Angry at being seen as a wimp, Su Qingkue gave him a sidelong glance and said, doesn't Deputy Director Tang have a job? What is he doing here at my place day after day? Tang Songnian still had a lot of things he wanted to know, but seeing Su Qingkue angry, he could only leave. Thinking about the people they recaptured yesterday, all the ordinary people were handed over to the National Security Bureau, and those who were capable were locked up inside the dungeon. Su Qingkue then wanted to go and see what the Vulcans wanted. Lu Xiaoqing, who had been at the door, saw Su Qingkue come out and happily went forward. Sister Qingkue, the takeout hasn't arrived yet? Su Qingkue laughed. I'll go down to the basement to take a look. You help me call over a few of Tua Hailings and their group leaders. Promise to get the job done. As soon as Su Qingkue arrived at the basement she found many ghosts locked up inside, compartment by compartment. Su Qingkai patted his head. So many ghosts can be how to do I should have known to break up even if, catch back to do what is not to let themselves more things to do? A man ghost inside said sorrowfully as soon as he saw someone come in. I advise you to let us go quickly, or you will regret it one day. The eerie tone was chilling, but it is not very coincidental that he said cruel words as Su Qingkai. Su Qingkai afraid of who? When she knew that she could not fight, she still dared to lift the people nest of the cruel people, and now actually dared to talk to Su Qingkai to say cruel words. I have to say, this volcano ghost is a bit of ability in the body. Without some ability would not dare to say such words. Su Qingkue gently waved her hand, and the male ghost was directly set on the wall, the kind that couldn't even be snapped off. Raising an eyebrow, he asked, What do I have to regret? The man on the wall couldn't get down at all, and could only hiss in impotent rage. My great empire will not let you go. My great empire will always protect us. Su Qingkue snorted and squinted at him. Before she could say anything, Lu Xiaoqing, who came in behind her, directly scolded. What kind of bull empire you have? Ding dong, tomorrow the volcano erupts. The day after that the sea water floods. Later I'll slice you up and see if your great empire will come to your rescue. While saying this, he put the bucket he had been carrying in his hand in front of the male ghost and asked the male ghost with a big smile, "Do you know what this is?" The male ghost huffed and twisted his head away, and Lu Xiaoqing pulled out a soup spoon from behind him and scooped a spoonful from inside the bucket. Smilingly, she said, "I've heard that you ghosts hate filthy places like toilets the most. I haven't seen it yet. I want to try it today. This is the water I asked Auntie to help me scoop up from inside the toilet, so I'll give it a try for you today, okay?" Lu Xiaoqing heart is very happy. She has long wanted to shower these ghosts with feces and urine. Last night on the thought, has been thinking of today. The secretary Kane she dared to put into action, so is not also counted to the more than 300,000 forefathers of the vengeance. How can she be considered anti-Japanese? Back in the old country make sure the matriarch puts her name on the first page. Thinking in his heart, his hands were not ambiguous at all, and he directly splashed a spoon on the male ghost's face. The male ghost cursed angrily. "Damn you DYBF. You, I'm going to get you all killed. I'm going to get you all killed. I'm going to get you all killed by 1,000 cuts. Let me go. I'm going to let you all die by 1,000 cuts." Lu Xiaoqing is simply do not care. He scolded the more fierce. She splashed water splash more excited. Anyway, she's got the chief's back. Chapter 79 The determination to rewrite the genealogy. The 11 team leaders she brought with her and Su Qingkue all had a look of not knowing what to say. Mainly because when they came down just now, they saw her carrying such a big bucket. They all kindly helped her carry it over. They really didn't know that it was filled with the water inside the toilet. Why would a gentle-looking girl do such a thing? It was quite a relief, but bar a bit gross. Even more mournful cries came from the male ghost, but Lu Xiaoqing was not moved at all. It was only after all the buckets of water had been poured out that he said reluctantly, "1 bucket of water is still too little. Tomorrow I'll ask my aunt to leave me 2 buckets. The corners of several team leaders' mouths twitched, and they didn't know who told her about this method. Teaching a little girl to use such a disgusting method was really a lack of great virtue. The ghosts inside the other cubicles all saw the scene, and all of a sudden they cowered inside the corners not daring to make a sound. Lu Xiaoqing trotted back to Su Qingkue. "Sister Qingkue, can I still come tomorrow?" Su Qingkue subconsciously stepped away from her. "Yes, but you can't do anything like that tomorrow." She clearly remembered that she was still a delicate and soft little girl when she chose Lu Xiaoqing before. How did she become like this only a day ago? In the end, who taught her little secretary badly? Lu Xiaoqing suddenly hung his head in shame. How good this is. Look at the effect. Su Qingkue was instantly infuriated, but she chose it herself and still had to endure it, saying, "Isn't there a peach tree in front of our door? Go and fold a branch tomorrow and come over and smoke them. The effect will be better than toilet water." "Really? I'll go now then." By the time Su Qingkue tried to call out to her, the person had already disappeared inside the elevator. Well, Su Qingkue had completely underestimated the determination of a G-City person for the genealogy to be written starting with her. "Have you interrogated these people yet?" The 11 team leaders nodded their heads in unison, and Tua Hai Ling said, "Director, they've all been interrogated, and the confessions have been handed over to the National Security Bureau." "Good, this matter you must follow up. Although most of the things are handed over to the National Security, but we have to follow the process to do things. Materials and what not to keep a copy of the day-to-day work to the Xia Qingyiat, to you out of the hand to be serious as well." Su Qingkue also had a bit of a headache as she looked at the ghosts that were still cursing and seemed to have crushed them. "Yes, alright, calling you guys here is to see how your errands are going. The current management process is not suitable for these ghosts. In a few days, Deputy Tang will come out with a breakdown, so you guys do as you're told. But if she sends it to hell, her senior brother can flay her alive. She can only stay in her hands and see when those spirits come back, and then throw these ghosts in the martyrs' cemetery, which is also considered to be off the hook. Simply to perfection." Su Qingkue's calculation snapped, and on this side, the spirits had already arrived at the first large offering to the war criminals of the Vulcans. The 11 men went back jittery, none of them understanding what the chief meant when he told them to come down and not say anything. Bei Wan looked directly at Tua Hai Ling, who was walking at the end of the line, and asked, "Sister Tua, what does she mean, Director?" Tua Hai Ling gave him a blank look. "How should I know?" Chen Yuanchang sighed. The director said half and left half like this. "I'm a bit panicked. Did we make any mistakes this morning?" Lei Hao recalled in his mind. This morning Xia Qing called to tell them that the director wanted them to immediately rush to Kia Club. They immediately set off, in the middle of nothing delayed, and quickly captured all the people back, and did not miss He shook his head outright and said, "It was a pretty smooth morning." The others also looked back and none of them realized they had done anything wrong. Meng Xuelan directly hugged her head, lifelessly said, "I'm just a casual cultivator. I just want to earn some living expenses. Why have I been reduced to the point where I have to guess people's minds? And the director's mind is not something we can guess even if we say so." All 11 went back jittery. Actually, it wasn't Su Qingkait's strange behavior today. Originally Su Qingkait called them because she wanted to teach them something, but after Lu Xiaoqing's thing, she was completely out of the mood. And now the inside of her mind was full of Lu Xiaoqing splashing toilet water on ghosts. She also wanted to know who had taught her little secretary badly. We'll just have to let them go back for now and talk about it another time. Su Qingkui looked at all the ghosts to see if they were hiding something they didn't say, but it was a great pity that they were quite full of it, and there were actually no ghosts that didn't tell the truth. It was Lu Xiaoqing who came in carrying a peachwood branch that was more than 2 meters long. I don't know how old Joe at the door was willing to cut her one so long. She leapt to her feet and ran to Su Qingkui. "Sister Qingkui, can I smoke now?" Su Qingkite nodded, afraid that she would get hurt, and gave her a few more peace talismans and 5 thunder talismans. It was fine for her to watch from here, but she was afraid that this little ninny would come in on her own when she wasn't there. Although this place is all formations and the ghosts inside can't make any waves, it's still safer to be prepared. With the talisman given by Sister Qingkite inside her pocket, Lu Xiaoqing was very excited and pulled out her own cell phone and handed it to Su Qingkite. "Sister Qingkite, when I start to draw later on, can you record a video for me? I want to send it to our family group so that the patriarch of our village can rewrite the genealogy of our village. Just starting with me." Su Qingkui looked at the small secretary whose mouth was grinning to the back of her head, and instantly didn't know what to say. Who the hell taught her little secretary badly? "Fine, smoke it, I'll record it for you loud and clear." Hearing Su Qingkui's promise, Lu Xiaoqing carried the peachwood branch majestically towards the Wugui ghost. One has to step out of a kind of six-pack pace, holding the mahogany branch in both hands. He also had to turn around and say, "Sister Qingkite, you should start recording. I'm going to start." The ghosts in front of her were shivering and cowering in the corners. They didn't understand what the two people said, but they still knew about the peachwood branch Lu Xiaoqing was holding. Ghosts are naturally afraid of this kind of thing. Kiriko gave a speech, but neither of the two understood it, and when Lu Xiaoqing saw that Su Qingkui had already started to record, she directly used a peachwood branch to whip at the Bulgaria ghost in the corner. After hitting 2 sticks, probably inspiring some extreme patriotic feelings, Lu Xiaoqing directly cursed, "You sons of es. I'm not Chinese if I don't beat you to death. All of your souls dare to kill so many of our compatriots. You don't want to live either. All of you die for me. Disgusting baloney. How dare you put nuclear wastewater into the sea? Why don't you all drink it yourselves? And how dare you discharge it in the direction of Huaxia, all of you? How dare you rob our Huaxia people's bodies and enjoy our Huaxia people's offerings? Not afraid of choking to death. Still dare not recognize Qinhuazanxing." Su Qingkui. Chapter 80, Who taught her little secretary to be bad? Lu Xiaoqing scolded while beating. After beating this is not out of breath, and then beat the next one, until the 15 volcano ghosts locked up in this were beaten once, like very unrelieved general, and back to the first continue to fight, but also people out of the wall. To know that the nest of national ghosts themselves buckle for a long time did not come out of the wall. Su Qingris very doubtful in front of her. This is still the small secretary she chose in the first place? Was it replaced by someone she didn't realize? After venting all the anger in her heart, Lu Xiaoqing threw the peachwood branch in her hand and fixed her messy hair and clothes before trotting to Su Qingkui. A warm and soft smile, not much different from the person Su Qingkui had seen before. The corners of her mouth were the perfect curves of a smile as she said, "Sister Qingkui, I'm done with the fight. Will you film the whole thing for me? Do girls' personalities change so much in this world? It's the same 2 people as just now, isn't it?" "Shot," he said and handed his cell phone to Lu Xiaoqing. Lu Xiaoqing was very satisfied at first glance, but her mouth still muttered, "I'm going to post it in our family group right away, and the patriarch will definitely agree to change the genealogy." While fiddling with her cell phone, she saw Su Qingkui still in place and laughed embarrassedly. "Sister Qingkui, I'm not usually like this. Can you believe it?" Su Qingkui nodded. It really wasn't usually like this. Thinking that it's true that a girl's mind is not something that can be guessed by the average person. "I wanted to go back. You can't come here alone in the future. They're all ghosts. You don't have magical powers, and prolonged exposure to yin qi is bad for your body," Su Qingkui admonished. Lu Xiaoqing nodded her head obediently. "Sister Qingkite, I know all about it, And there's something written inside the employee handbook that we ordinary employees can't come. Go back and get me takeout. I'm hungry. Okay, I'll be right there. Su Chingkui looked at her bouncing figure and thought it was not bad. When I returned to the office, I saw Tang Songnian sitting on the sofa in his old age again. Doesn't this man have his own work to do? Is his office made of gold? Why does he come every day? I didn't even want to go in the office. But Tang Songnian, the very sharp-eyed one, immediately spotted Su Chingkui and shouted, "Director Su." Su Chingkui gave him a sidelong glance. It didn't matter that he directly released the spirit of the Taiyu that he had captured back in the morning. Another small half of the last time in a small bottle, placed on the table and looked at Taiyu with a smile. "Are you flush now?" The Taiyukai didn't look at her either, and simply grunted and turned his head away. Su Chingkui snorted, "You're just a black mist now. You can't see it even if you twist over. Where did you get my original body? Quickly give it back to me. I am a spirit that was born and raised in the earth. If you dare to do anything to me, the heavenly Tao will not let you go." After a noon of thinking, Taiyu also thought out a way to deal with Su Chingkui, but Su Chingkui was not very interested. She laughed coldly. "Just the way your entire body is now covered in karma and yin chi. Are you sure the heavenly Tao won't split you first?" Tai Sui was silent for a long time without saying anything, although it was a spiritual creature blessed by the heavenly Tao. But what Su Chingkite said was also the truth. The way he was now, the heavenly Tao might not really split at first. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Su Chingkite added, "Hurry up and become human. If you're like this, I'll beat you up later, believe it or not." The Taiyukai was also afraid of her, and directly turned into a 15 or 16-year-old boy, but his face was covered with a black line, which was the materialization of karma. Su Chingkui glanced at him. "How old?" 5,000. Hearing her dry words, Su Chingkui glared. "Tell the truth." The Taiyukai's lips twitched, but finally said, 352. Su Chingkui looked at his wimpy appearance and directly said sarcastically, "I think you're a 205. Even though I can't beat you, you can't curse. I'm a spirit." Taiyu stretched his neck with a defiant look on his face. Tang Songnian came next to him. "Children have to be taught well, and if they can't listen to a beating, they'll be fine." Taiyu fiercely glared at Tang Songnian, viciously saying, "Try saying another word, you human. I can't beat her. I still can't beat you." Tang Songnian spread his hands cheaply. "Try it. You." Taiyu ruffled his sleeves and was about to charge, when Su Chingkui slapped him and hooted him against the wall. "Speak properly. This is my place. You want to turn the tables." Taiyu instantly didn't dare to speak, but his two eyes looked fiercely at Tang Songnian. But people simply ignored him. Old-fashioned and watching the show on the couch, Su Chingkui said directly, "Tell me, who helped you with these things you did?" Taiyu stalked his neck, not saying a word, with an air of "I just won't say anything." "What can you do to me?" Su Chingkui laughed softly and only glanced at Taiyu before directly twisting her head away, loving to say that she could know without saying anything. Taiyu saw that Su Chingkite only asked one question and then stopped, but he was anxious and moved next to Su Chingkite with small steps, whispering, "I promised the others I wouldn't tell." Su Chingkui looked at him askance and said, "If you like to say it or not. If you don't say it, I'll directly hand you over to the heavenly Tao. It's none of my business." Hearing her say this, Taiyu became even more anxious. His face was all anxious, but he couldn't say that he had promised someone else, and inside his inheritance it said that he had to be honest and keep his word. If Su Chingkui knew that he was thinking this way, he would probably have to laugh even more, and would have to mock him by saying how there could be something as stupid as him. He carefully said, "That, can you not turn me in?" Su Chingkui played with her phone and didn't care about him. Looking at her expression, Taiyu was genuinely afraid that Su Chingkui would hand him over, and then he wouldn't be far from his soul. You have to know that the heavenly Tao is fair. Usually he relies on the identity of the heavenly creature to do so many things. The heavenly Tao didn't find out it can be temporarily uncovered. But if the heavenly Tao found out, then no matter if you are a heavenly creature or an ordinary human being, you have to be punished. And the lowest thing that can happen like him is that his soul will be dispersed. He had cultivated his spiritual intelligence with great difficulty, but he did not want to turn into a dead thing and return to his muddled state. "I'm going to tell you everything I know. Will you hide it for me?" Su Chingkui gave him a sidelong glance and said, "I helped you. What benefits can I get? You know that if I hand you over to the heavenly Tao, he'll even give me a large mass of merit. So what do you think you're going to use to compensate me for the loss of merit?" Golden Light. Chapter 81, Karma Visualized. Su Chingkui's words confused Taiyu. He had nothing of value on him. The only thing of value was his own body, but the body was now impregnated with yin chi, so he thought that Su Chingkui wouldn't want it. "I'll cut half of my body for you?" Taiyu hesitated. Su Chingkui snorted. "What do I need that body of yours for? Even if the yin chi is cleared, the efficacy is still less than before by a large margin. I might as well use something else. I still don't need to clear the yin qi. In a place unseen by the heavenly Tao, Su Qingdao slowly hooked up a smile. Such a simple little thing is really easy to trick. Tang Songnian hooked up the corner of his mouth to look at Su Qingkue, watching how she tricked people. Su Qingris didn't feel the slightest bit bad about her behavior. And seeing that Taiyu was completely taken in, the smile at the corner of her mouth became even more pronounced, adding to the fire from the sidelines. He said, as long as you can afford it, it's not impossible to help you hide it. Taiyu's eyes lit up at the sound of it, and in his mind he began to calculate again what he could afford to pay. Tang Sungyan was also curious as to how this Taiyu, who had already lived for more than 300 years, could be so silly, and he didn't know who had taught him. Taiyu calculated over and over again, or only his own body is the most useful. Anyway, his body cut in half can also live. Is that it will be injured? The realm will also decline, but later on, hard cultivation will still grow out. If he were to be directly struck to death by the heavenly Tao now, it would be true that there would be nothing left. He gathered his courage and said, I only have the main body left. I'll cut half of it for you, so don't hand me over. Okay. Su Qingkue pretended to think for a while and said, it's fine, but you have to give me a copy of your inheritance, as well as tell me everything you've done. As soon as he heard that Su Qingkue wanted his inheritance, Taiyu balked again and said, no, our Taiyu clan's inheritance is never outsourced. Su Qingkue twisted her head over again, and sadly said, forget it then. You're here because you're inside my office, and there's my formation to hide it for you. As soon as I remove the formation, you're going to be exposed. Law. No. Taiyu reached out to pull Su Qingkue's sleeve as he did so, but how could Su Qingkue let him get close and directly dodged away? He stomped his foot fiercely behind Su Qingkue. I really can't give you my inheritance. I'll give you my original body. Okay. Su Qingkue laughed contemptuously. What do I need your 300-year-old body for? It's not useful at all. Saying that, he took a piece of still writhing meat from his storage bracelet and waved it in front of him. Know what this is? In the Taiyu's shocked eyes, Su Qingkue slowly said, this piece of Taiyu's meat is already more than 5,000 years old. Do you think your 300 years old one can be compared to this one in my hand? The Taiyu was shocked and speechless. He had actually been in this world for over 1,000 years, but it wasn't until over 300 years ago that he slowly became conscious. And this was the first time he had ever seen a Taiyu other than him. He then suddenly reacted to the fact that Su Qingris really didn't need her own body. After all, people already had even better ones, so what did she need her own, which was more than 1,000 years old, compared to the soul flying away? The Taiyu himself of course wanted to live. After all, he also produced consciousness by mistake. Usually, it would be like the piece of Taiyu in Su Qingkue's hand. It did not produce consciousness until it was discovered by someone, and then it would be used up, never having the chance to produce consciousness. In a low voice, he asked, what do you want with our inheritance? Su Qingkue said unconcernedly, I just want to see if this piece in my hand can produce a consciousness for me to study. Taiyu didn't know whether to believe her bull or not, and said beside her, I promise you, but you have to help me clean up the karma on me. Su Qingkue snorted and directly refused. Can't do it. Do you know that all the karma on you has already materialized? Tell me how much merit is needed to offset it. Do you think I'm the heavenly Tao? The corner of Taiyu's mouth twitched. He just opened his mouth. Was the refusal so dry? Taiyu also got angry and said, what the hell can you do? Su Qingkue didn't get angry either and said, I can help you hide it temporarily, but the karma on you has to be erased by yourself with the golden light of merit. Tai Sui was like looking at a little cutie. Like looking at her. He said, do you think that merit is issued by you? Saying that you can get it. Su Qingkue also was looking at the little cute, as if looking at him. If it wasn't for the fact that he was God's own son and really wanted to see what was inside their inheritance, she wouldn't have wanted to care about him. Something that was a death wish. And this method can't be used by ordinary people. Only their kind of heavenly creatures. God's own son can work. Otherwise it would have been too dead to die. Just tell me if you'll do it or not. I'm now the director of the Special Administrative Bureau. As long as you work by my side in the future and try to do good deeds, there's still merit. Afraid that he wouldn't believe her, Su Qingkue even hooked a trace of golden light from herself that hadn't yet come to be refined into merit and virtue out. Look at the aura on it. Are you familiar with it? Is it from the heavenly Tao? The spirits were most familiar with the heavenly Tao, and immediately stared again. The human in front of them actually had a golden light of merit given by the heavenly Tao. It doesn't seem like it's a bad idea to follow her. But then he was a little worried. You're not going to lie to me, Su Qingkite said very dryly. Su Qingkite, swear by my heart demon. Taiyu was relieved and got a copy of his inheritance out to coalesce into a small ball and hand it to Su Chinkue. Su Chinkue was also very dry. From inside the storage bracelet, she pulled out a vestment, which was made from her master's fated scales. Now this world's heavenly Tao's ability was not as powerful as the heavenly Tao of her previous world. This vestment was enough to conceal her breath. She instructed, "I'll have to return it when the time comes." Taiyu looked at the vestments in his hand and was a bit shocked. This was still something that was only inside his inherited memories. He hadn't seen it in this world yet. Dragon. He was stopped by Su Chinkue just before he spoke out. Her master's identity couldn't be said outwardly. Taiyu nodded in silence. Su Chinkue saw him put on his vestments before she began. "Tell me everything, or else I won't be able to help you." When Taiyu heard this from her, he also knew that he couldn't do without saying anything, and he directly held his head in his hands and crouched on the ground. There was a long silence before he spoke. "They have shown me kindness, and I promised to guard his bloodline." Su Chinkue looked at little cute. The same look at him, didn't want to talk to him at all. But the Taiyu didn't need her to answer. He himself directly said, 353 years ago, I was still an unconscious Taiyu. That day a man came in from the cave where I grew up. I don't know what method he used, and I gradually became conscious. And it only took me more than a year to produce spiritual wisdom and get the inheritance of the Taiyu. Chapter 82, Cloud Merchants. He helped me to open my spirit, and I promised him to guard his bloodline for 500 years, and I'm going to work for him for those 500 years. Su Chinkue was very speechless. Were all spirit beings such stupid things as him? But then wondered what he could say. Then he asked, "And then what?" "In the beginning I barely understood much of anything. Basically I did whatever he told me to do. He ate my flesh later on for over 300 years he let me prey on humans for a lot of life." Su Chinkue no longer wanted to listen to him and said, "Have you ever thought that this was originally a conspiracy?" Taiyu opened his own eyes wide, not believing a word of it, and said, "That's impossible." Su Chinkue was so angry that she directly slapped on him and slapped him directly on the wall. Not relieved to get him down again and chased him around inside the office as a ball. By the time she had a bit of relief, the entire inside of the office, except for the sofa Tang Songyan was sitting on, was in powder. Su Chinkide lifted him and slapped him 2 more times, saying hatefully, "How could Yunling have such a stupid son like you, being cheated by a human for more than 300 years and still defending people?" Not relieved at the thought, he threw him right out and said coldly, "Give me a copy of the memories between you." Taiyu hadn't reacted yet and was still lying motionless on the ground. Su Chinkide was furious, and kicked him again. She just looked at the hit very hard. In fact, in accordance with the physical quality of Taiyu, is to let him suffer a little bit of flesh wounds. "Come on, get up and don't make me hit you again." Taiyu stood up with a jolt. He was truly afraid of Su Chinkue. "Elder, what do you want my memories for?" Su Chinkue glared at him. "Come on, don't piss me off or I'll let you know why the flowers are so red," Taiyu asked while getting his own memories out. "Elder, do you know who my mother is? Aren't we spirits born and raised?" Su Chinkue's hands itched and she really wanted to kick some ass. In the beginning, she got a little bit of his soul and didn't see what it was. Then it was only when Yunling's body reacted that she remembered about it. It wasn't until the last time she was at Lin's house that she was sure that it was this unlucky thing, but it ran away so fast that she didn't find his original body. The Taiyu clan is very difficult to conceive a new life. 10,000 Taiyu have not been successful, basically born and bred, but there are special ones, like the mother of this unlucky thing, Yunling. She fell in love with a demon race back then and gave birth to Taiyu with a demon race, but at that time there was a huge turmoil inside the demon race's family, and in the turmoil Yunling and her husband and wife died, and when Su Chinkue arrived she only found Yunling's body that had transformed into its original form, and her consciousness had already dissipated, and her child has disappeared, until she crossed the threshold. Have been looking for this child. She had thought that in this world should be even more unlikely to find Yunling's child. Did not think that this unlucky bastard of a thing, every day to die. Now this unlucky person was still in front of her and asked cheerfully, "Senior, who is my mother?" Su Chinkue really wanted him to be split apart by the heavenly Tao and forget about it. How could a Taiyukai as smart as Yunling give birth to such an unlucky thing? Seeing that she didn't say anything, Taiyu cheaply came forward. "Elder, you tell me." Su Chinkue backhanded a slap and gasped, "Consider it a fight for Yunling. Your mother named you Yun Shang. We'll talk about other things later. Don't hang around in front of me lately. I'm afraid I won't be able to resist hitting you, but you can't leave this building, okay?" Then as if looking at something disgusting, he coldly said, "Get out." Su Chinkue huffed and looked at the office that already had nothing in it, getting even angrier. Seeing Tang Songyan over there like he was watching a good show, he wanted to hit someone even more. She pulled open the door and called out, "Xia Chang, hire someone to decorate the office tomorrow." shouted and just walked away. Cloud Spirit's children are not for anyone to deceive. More than that, it's not for anyone to bully. The boy is her godson. The bullies simply didn't want to kill him. Su Chingkui directly rose up in the air and flew forward in a hurry. The next day a person flying in the air video fire out of the circle. A group of people ate official. The official is also very helpless. Can only explain is a mirage is not real. There are even more headaches for leaders to curse. Of course that's for tomorrow. By this time, Su Chingkui had already vacated the air and stood inside the Qin family's courtyard. Xin Lin smilingly came out from inside, saw Su Chingkui standing up in the air very shocked, but also did not show it. Su director suddenly came to the humble abode. Really have lost a long way to welcome Hold out your hand as you say hello. But Su Chingkui ignored him and directly said, tell Qin Min to come out. The people behind Xin Lin were all furious. Is our old ancestor's name something you can shout? Quickly apologize to our old ancestor. Su Chingkite had come today to get back at that unlucky kid, as well as to take out her anger. But she didn't care what they were thinking. She directly drew her Wyoming gun. I'm going to count to 3, and if he doesn't come out, you'll all die with him. Director Su, we didn't have any enmity or grudges in the past. What do you mean by coming to our door today and asking our old ancestor to come out? Are you trying to make an enemy of our Qin family? In the face of Qin Lin's words, Su Chingkui didn't care at all and didn't put it in her eyes. She generally treats people well, but if they touch her bottom line, then they all give her death. The child she had searched for 100 years in the land of the Re but hadn't found was here to work for them as a cow for over 300 years, and the thought of it made her angry. How was she going to explain to Yunling? Might as well just get killed. Coldness was all in her eyes as she tapped her wyvern spear towards the ground. A wave of air swept through, and everyone in front of her turned into powder and dissipated between heaven and earth. The ordinary people without any mana next to them had all been terrified and frantically ran towards the door. Su Chingkui didn't go after them either. This matter was not their business. She wouldn't involve them, but anyone who appeared inside Yun Shang's memory who had utilized him had to die. She was not from this world. All of them in the cultivation world relied on strength to speak. After coming here she thought she had endured a lot. At most she had killed 2 ghosts, but she could not endure what happened today. If she didn't kill them to avenge Yun Shang, she wouldn't be able to get through this life. And what should she say if Yun Ling regained consciousness one day and asked her why she didn't take care of Yun Shang? A yellow-haired child dares to break into our Qin family. If you don't want to live you can stay. An old voice came from the side. Su Chingkui didn't twist over to look. Lifting her lance she stabbed over. This old man was Qin Min, the one who had deceived Cloud Merchant. Chapter 83 Exterminating the Qin Family. In reality, Yun Shang's generation of consciousness was not his doing at all, but rather, it was the work of the divine stone that Su Chingkui had placed on Yun Shang's body back then. This divine stone was obtained by Su Chingkite only after 9 deaths inside the secret realm. It was to allow Yunling's child to not be like the Tai who was born and raised in the earth and might not be able to produce consciousness in his entire life. With this divine stone Yun Shang basically was able to produce consciousness in less than 1,000 years. But unexpectedly, this human actually deceived Yun Shang when he was just beginning to develop consciousness, and dared to eat Yun Shang's flesh, and made Yun Shang tainted with so many karmic consequences. It was important to know that her deep cultivation could withstand the karmic backlash, but how painful it would have to be for Yun Shang, whose consciousness had just arisen, to be able to resist a body full of karma. She was sorry for Yun Ling if she didn't kill their Qin family. Even if it was karma she recognized it. The big deal is that the heavens will strike her with lightning. Su Chingkui's body was full of hostility. The whole person was like a god of killing. The wyvern spear directly pierced through Qin Min's body, and even his soul was directly picked out. What the hell are you doing? Qin Min did not finish his words. His soul was directly pinched apart by Su Chingkui. After settling Qin Min, Su Chingkui swept through the Qin family, not sparing a single one. While pinpointing, he hurriedly headed towards where the Qin family was. And Su Kingris had just left the Qin family, and what she had done in the Qin family had already been reported. Su Chingkui's cell phone kept ringing, but no one could stop her as she directly threw it inside her storage bracelet. All of the Qin family's people outside were also killed, and in the end, only Qin Yuancheng and his grandfather were left. Su Chingkui's entire body was covered in a murderous aura as she passed in front of the two. Qin Yuancheng asked in a trembling voice, "Why did you kill our family?" Su Chingkui didn't look at him, leaving behind a sentence. "This matter has nothing to do with the two of you. I won't kill you, but you're welcome to come find me if you want to take revenge." "Grandpa, what the hell is going on? Half the day his family is gone." The old man is aware of it, but he cannot say it explicitly. He was that year is that he felt that such a thing cannot be done. So early on, he took Qin Yuanqing out of the home. At the same time, All the other lineages had received the news that Su Chingkui had singled out the Qin clan and killed their entire clan. Each of them reacted differently, but they all dismissed the idea of trying to deal with Su Chingkui. The leader almost wanted to hit someone now. It was the first time he had met someone like Su Chingkui. He turned his head and asked Master Clarity beside him. Master Clarity, did you find her person? Master Clarity's bare head was covered in sweat as he said, I'm sorry, I didn't find it. Her realm is too much higher than mine, and there's no way for me to find her location. The leader was also that angry. If it wasn't for the fact that Su Chingkui hadn't done anything that was a threat to the country or the people right now, he wouldn't have been able to hold back as much as he did. Only after Su Chingkui had gotten everyone in the Qin family killed did she pull out her cell phone from inside her storage bracelet. She smiled and said, Leader, I'm sorry, did I scare you? You still have the nerve to say that. You hurry up and tell me what's going on. Su Kinkai's lips hooked up in a smile and said, Nothing whatsoever. You directly find someone to take over the Qin family. Su Chingkui was now standing on the sea, and her head was full of dark clouds, in which thick lightning was gathering. She also knew that this was the handiwork of the heavenly Tao of this world, and every heavenly Tao would eliminate things that would affect the development of this world. And the fact that she's not from this world still affects the existence of this world here really, but according to the heavenly Tao in this world, it's not that easy to kill her. After all, a contract exists between them. A thunderbolt struck down towards Su Chingkui's head, and Su Chingkui placed her Wyoming spear across her head. The thunder that descended from above was basically absorbed by the wyvern gun, and there was basically nothing left when it landed on Su Chingkui. The leader listened to her side and said, What are you doing over there? Su Chingkui laughed softly, It's fine. It's just being struck by lightning. I'll find you later. After saying that, she threw the cell phone into the storage bracelet. She could resist the lightning, but the cell phone could not carry it. The leader looked at the phone that had been hung up and was furious. But don't show it yet. Get someone in right away to ask where it's thundering right now and tell them to watch Public Opinion. When a picture of Su Chingkui standing in the middle of the thunder and lightning came back, the leader was completely numb. It was the first time he had met such a thing after living for decades. Even the most powerful Master Clarity didn't have such an ability. Master Clarity was also very shocked. The only one who could fight against him in the country right now was the old man of the Qin family. However, he couldn't do it in the middle of the thunder and lightning unharmed, and he was still able to make a phone call. Looking at the information, Su Chingkui was only an 18-year-old. Whose kid is 18 enough to do something like that? On Su Chingkui's side, the heavenly Tao directly dropped 18 thunderbolts before the dark clouds gradually dispersed. Luckily, most of the power was resisted by the wyvern gun, or else according to Su Chingkui's current mana which had not yet recovered to its full strength, she would definitely be injured. Seeing that the heavenly Tao had finally let her go, Su Chingkui also went back, using the White Secretary's 8 characteristics, pinpointing his direction. Su Chingkui flew directly towards that spot, flying directly into the leader's office. The frontal alarm outside went wild. Su Chingkui touched her nose sheepishly. Leader, there's something you want to ask. The leader was filled with speechlessness and could only wave off the people rushing in first. What you did today, don't you want to talk about it? I could have just arrested you. Su Chingkui headed to the sofa and said, No one can catch me. You just want to know what the Qin family has done. Saying that, he threw the memories he had searched out from inside Qin Min's soul to Master Clarity. These are the things that the Qin family has done, but I can't tell you the reason why I killed them. Then added, He's my godson. No one can bully him. The leader really wanted to get Su Chingkui killed and forget about it. Look at what kind of words she said. Can a human being say that? What else do you want to do next? Can you say it earlier? Master Clarity said from the side. I used to be good. It's just that they had to step on my head and jump on me. Seeing that the leader and Master Changming had no intention of letting herself go, Su Chingkui pulled out a small book from inside her storage bracelet and said, This is the method of drawing talismans that I summarized. I've written it in great detail, so if you guys don't know how to do it, you can ask me as well. Changming hurriedly took it and only opened the first page before his eyes widened with disbelief. Then another page, each one shocking him enough. He exclaimed excitedly, You drew all the ones in here. Su Chingkui nodded. He added, We can all learn. Chapter 84, If you don't have the talent, change your profession as soon as possible. Su Chingkui gave him a sidelong glance. I've written this in such detail, and if you still can't learn it, then it means that you don't have the talent to do so. So change your profession as soon as possible. Changming choked and said excitedly again, If you can't learn how to do it, you can still ask you how you drew that teleportation array before. You learn all of this up here first. It's all enough for you to learn for the rest of your life. Su Chingkui said with nonchalant sarcasm, but Clarity obviously didn't care very much. Can I teach others? Whatever. Seeing that Changming, an old man, was still so happy. He added, I still have a lot of formation talismans there, so don't just pass over like this. Chang Ming choked. This person really does not know how to care for and love the elderly at all. Seeing that the leader didn't want to let herself go, Su Qingkai had assured, Leader, I won't do it in the future. I promise to report everything, okay? The leader looked straight at her. Who the hell are you? Su Qingris did not expect him to ask directly. After all, he appeared for so long many people are clear in their hearts that they are not the original Su Qingris, but he is still the first person to ask directly. Laughing, he said, I'm just Clear Kite. The leader nodded knowingly and said, I know you will not let anyone keep you in check, so I would like to ask you not to hurt this country. Su Qingkue laughed softly, of course, but I promised you that I would manage the Special Administrative Bureau properly. The leader laughed. That's good. Then leader, I'm going back. On his way out, he threw the leader another little locket. Hang this on you when you go out tomorrow. Clarity had a start and looked directly at the leader, but didn't see anything, and Su Qingkue knew that the leader was going out tomorrow. It was only when Su Qingris walked to the door that Chang Ming caught up with her. Senior, what did you mean by that just now? Su Qingkue frowned. So simple that she didn't see it? Study hard. It's so simple you can't even see it. Then explained. A little nasty mind. With my jade pendant, even if he's gone, I can still pull him back. Chang Ming still wanted to ask for clarification, but Su Qingkue disappeared in an instant. You can only go back and do the math yourself. Mentally, he regretted that he was still too different from her. Su Qingkai went all the way back to the office. Tang Songnian was no longer inside the office, so Su Qingkai had to sit on the only sofa, intended to recover to restore their mana. After all, today consumed too much. Other things are even. The biggest is that 18 Thunder. Su Qingkue had only been sitting down for a minute when her cell phone rang. It's Tung Hak Jin calling. As soon as the phone was connected he shouted, Master, where are you? I went to the school today to look for you, but the people inside the school said they didn't recognize me. Do you not want me as an assistant? I'm going to lose my job on my first day of work. I don't want it. Master please. Su Qingkue pressed her brow. The school doppelganger only had the memories of the original owner and herself at school. Of course she didn't recognize Tang Shuezhen. It was because she hadn't thought it through well, thinking that no one would go to the school to look for her. After all, people call nowadays. Who knew this pit went to school specifically to find her? There's no need to sack you. What's the matter? Tang Shuezhen instantly happy. No is good. You previously let me find the house I have inquired about. These several houses I have gone to the field to see. The video also sent you. You look. If not satisfied with me tomorrow to look at other. Su Qingkue did not look carefully. Just clicked on the microblogging. Each of them counted once. To see that one with their own destiny to choose which one. A moment later, he said, pick this one in Chongning Court. How much is it? Tang Shuezhen said happily. You chose just the right one. And you gave just enough money to buy this. Then I'll bring someone with a contract to you tomorrow. Where are you now? Thinking that he still had to look at the news from Yingling's side inside the Special Administrative Bureau in the next few days, he directly gave the address of the Special Administrative Bureau and asked Tang Shuezhen to come at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Tang Shuezhen looked at the address on it and was a bit confused. City Hall Compound, 101 Institute. The master isn't the one who will do the research. Why did he go to the institute? Puzzled, he asked. Master, your address is not wrong? No. Tomorrow you can just tell Uncle Zhao at the door to look for me and he'll bring you up. After finalizing the matter of signing the contract, Su Qingris looked at her empty office with a bit of a headache. It's going to cost a lot more. You still have to renovate the house after you buy it. You still have to bring grandma over to live with you. You still have to hire people. And you still have to spend a lot of money. Humans are so hard to earn. It's better to be in our world, where you can rob a house. Just as Su Qingkue was recovering her mana inside her office, the various lineages were already going crazy with chaos. They had also gotten a video of Su Qingris killing the entire Qin family by herself. A cold shiver ran through his body, and the young family head even directly called up his own old ancestor. And after a few people discussed the matter, they all unanimously agreed that they would bring a generous gift to apologize to Su Qingkue tomorrow. Never underestimate her as before. The reactions of the other families were basically similar to the young family. The one who reacted the least was the Chen family. For one thing, the Chen family was already small, and secondly, they hadn't met Su Qingris, much less explicitly offended her. At best, she didn't show up when she first arrived, but Chen Tianhe still decided to bring a gift tomorrow to see what this director Su was like. The family is actually inclined to accept state jurisdiction, but that's not how other families see it. Just like that there was already a large group of people waiting to give her gifts tomorrow while Su Qingris was still cultivating. The next morning Tang Hakjin came to the door as promised with a lawyer and a manager. Zhao Jun at the door was very curious. They hadn't seen a single normal person come over to their unit in 10 years, and today there were 3 all at once. Very curious, she asked. Who are you looking for? Tang Xuezhen saw that it was a 60 or 70-year-old man, and came up and respectfully said, "We're looking for Su Qingkue. We've arranged to meet at 9 o'clock. Zhao Jun glanced at him curiously. This man actually dared to call their director by his first name, knowing that their director was already a god of death in their place, but didn't dare to delay. Directly walked out and said, "You guys come with me? The director's office is on the 4th floor. You can't go in the office below." After saying that, he led the way directly in front, taking the elevator directly to the 4th floor. Zhao Jun knocked on Su Qingkue's office. The door was also open, but it was empty, with only a couch standing in the middle of the office. Zhao Jun instantly panicked. Who is this who is so bold as to dare touch their director's office? He panicked and ran next door. Xia Cheng, the director's office has been robbed. Several secretarial assistants inside the office looked over in unison, but Zhao Jun was still just as anxious. Chapter 85, Meet me now, or I'll kill you, Lu Xiaoqing said with a helpless face. The director smashed it himself yesterday, and we're still looking for a decoration company. Then she saw the 3 people behind Zhao Jun and said in embarrassment, "You're the Mr. Tang that the director said would be coming to sign the contract today, right? Our director went to have breakfast, so please sit here for a while for the 3 of you. Our director's office needs to be renovated." Zhao Jun, seeing that it is not stolen, saw the people also sent the road. He left. He couldn't help but be staggered in his mind. Their chief was really not a human being. He was a bogeyman. Lu Xiaoqing took the 3 of them to sit down in the secretary's office. A few of them were ordinary people. They were in charge of some daily work. The tough ones they couldn't do. The 3 of them didn't know each other well and didn't have anything to chat about. So they all fell silent until Su Qingkue came back from outside. Tang Xuezhen was instantly happy. Yesterday he thought the master didn't want him as an assistant. Seeing the master today, Tang Xuezhen couldn't help but run up to him. "Master, I've brought it all to you. So take a look at the contract first. If you're not satisfied, I'll go look again." The lawyer and manager next to him rushed to deliver the contract, and the lawyer introduced himself. "My name is Lin. Nice to meet you. This is the last house on our side. I'm glad you've taken a look at our company's house." Su Qingkue also didn't understand what the current contract looked like, and couldn't read the regulations either. So she directly said, "There's nothing wrong. Where do I sign? When can I move in? I'm in a bit of a hurry on my side." Lawyers and managers also specialize in dealing with the purchase and sale of their houses here, and immediately said, "Our houses are all ready to move in directly. I will hand over the keys to you, and you can move today. You move this side of the need for us to arrange for a vehicle. Our company is also responsible for relocating and moving in." Su Qingkue shook her head. She basically didn't have anything in mind. That is, she was going to make a trip to the original owner's hometown and pick up the original owner's grandmother. It's also mainly for her to live in, so we'll have to see what kind of decorating style she likes when the time comes. A few people chatted for a while longer, and Tang Xuezhen said, "Master, I've understood all of this clearly for you, so you can just move in directly when the time comes." Su Qingkue nodded. She really didn't have much free time in the last few days. There was still something going on over at Yingling's side. "You watch over it for me. I'll go find you when I'm free in the next 2 days. Tang Xuezhen patted his chest and assured, "Master, don't worry. I'll definitely do a good job for you." Su Qingris also nodded, and only after they left did Su Qingris say to Lu Xiaoqing, "I have something to go out for." Then took out a small booklet and explained to Lu Xiaoqing, "Wait, you notify them to come over. Give this book to Tuwa Hailing. Let her urge them to study. You watch from the side. Which one is not serious, I'll come back and break their legs." "Okay, Sister Ching Kite, what else do you have to explain?" "No more. Those who don't listen are written down. In the event that they don't listen, they will be given a 5 thunder talisman to taste. Got it?" Saying that, he also gave Lu Xiaoqing a bunch of 5 thunder talismans. Lu Xiaoqing's 2 eyes narrowed in delight. Su Qingkue only smiled and said, "Work hard." The place Su Qingkue was going to today was the place where she had previously calculated that there were many Vulcan ghosts gathering. Back then, due to the war, there was a shortage of manpower in the hell, plus the fact that the hell didn't want to take over these foreign ghosts, and there was no ghost messenger from the hell in their own country to take them back, which led to them being stranded in China all the time. Who knew that all of a sudden, regardless, they could make so much noise? It is a Taoist temple. It has been exposed before that they offer Zhanfan inside the Taoist temple, but in reality they offer far more than the 4 seen on the surface. Secretly there are many more. The whole Taoist temple has been occupied by the Nest country ghosts. Those offerings of tablets with a name on the surface are actually followed by the name of a Vulcan Janfan. Su Chingkue had bought a ticket to come in and walked up from the foot of the mountain step by step like a normal tourist. Of course, there was also a Tang Songnian behind him who was out of breath after a few steps. She didn't know what a body like his had to come along for, but fell back on the idea that she had too long a life. Yuchuanguan is a famous Taoist temple here, and although there are many fewer tourists after the news of the outbreak of the offering of Janfan, it still seems to be quite a lot of people coming and going now. As soon as he stepped into the hall, Su Chingkue sneered. These are all clay statues. A little bit of immortal Buddha's breath or not, but the next to the past life plate above all the ghost gas. Next to it, many people came to buy fortune-telling and open objects. All of them lulled the tourists into more or less buying something. Tang Songnian followed behind her, panting and feeling like he was going to faint in the next second. Su Chingkue is really helpless. This person, this kind of body, still dare to follow. Really is convinced. Why don't you sit here? I'll go take a look. Tang Songnian no longer had the strength to speak, but he didn't say he would sit down either. Still following Su Chingkue. Su Chingkue just wanted to say, it's best if you just hang up. Don't even worry about it. Seeing that he might actually hang up, Su Chingkue had no choice but to pull on the little Taoist priest passing by and say, I want to see the person in charge of you. The little Taoist glared at her with great disdain. My master is also something you can see whenever you want. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. But did Su Kingris have such a simple way of letting him go? Director of the Special Control Bureau, Su Chingkue, ask him if he'll see me now, or if I'll kill my way in. The little Taoist was startled by Su Chingkue and could only hurry to find someone. After a while, another little Taoist walked up to Su Chingkue and said, my master wants to see you. Su Chingkue laughed coldly in his heart. He wanted to see what the people who worshipped the ghosts of the Vulcans actually looked like. The little Taoist priest brought Su Chingkite and the two of them to a compartment in the back, pointing at the compartment with a cold face. You guys wait here, my master is busy. Su Chingkite was instantly exasperated and laughed, and instantly didn't want to look at the people, pulling out her Wyoming gun from behind her, the tip of the gun pointing at the little Taoist priest, a bright smile on her face. You're afraid that you don't know me, Su Chingkite. I've always been the one who can do it and never move my mouth, and I'd like to do it right now. You. Where did you escape from? The little Taoist stuttered in his speech in surprise. Su Chingkue smiled coldly, and the moment the wyvern gun touched the ground, the stones on the ground instantly shattered into powder. It gradually spread from where the Wyoming gun touched until the bricks of the entire courtyard were turned into powder. Then it spreads right down into the ground, and a hole leaks right out from underneath. Su Chingkue jumped straight in, and Tang Songnian followed behind, knowing that he didn't have this kind of ability, and could only stand on top and wait. Below the cave entrance was a wide passageway, and she carried her wyvern towards the front, and it didn't take long before she smelled the strong scent of blood, and there was a huge space ahead of her. Chapter 86, Two Birds with One Stone. It was as big as a basketball court, and in the center stood a stone pillar with 3 people tied to it, while underneath it was a circular pool filled with water, which was still red in color. One of the men had a gash cut into his shoulder, and blood flowed drop by drop into the pool below, and the other 2 were shivering because they knew it would be their turn when the one in front of them bled to death. The 2 people looked at Su Chingkite. Their eyes were full of pleas for help, but their mouths were sealed, so they couldn't say anything. They could only use their eyes to plead for help. With a wave of Su Chingkue's hand, a talisman was pasted onto the man's bleeding shoulder, and instantly the bleeding stopped and his face recovered a bit. A burst of yin qi came towards Su Chingkue next to her, and it was only then that Su Chingkue saw that around this circular pool, next to it, were rows and rows of plaques, all of which had the names of Vulcans on them. Just as Su Chingkue was sizing up the tablets, a furious shout came from behind her. Who is it? Who dares to destroy my formation? Su Chingkue turned around and realized that it was an old Taoist priest in his 70s or 80s and a middle-aged man in his 40s. Su Chingkue looked at the 2 men who still had injuries left by the backlash and laughed softly. So it's you guys? I told you how I didn't find any trace of you before. So it's hidden. How does the backlash feel? The old Taoist was surprised. It's you. How did you find your way here? Su Chingkite's face was full of anger. I didn't think that your Qin family actually dared to commit treason. It was really cheap for you before. You should have been allowed to suffer in the 18 layers of hell, hurting so many lives for selfish reasons. The old Taoist priest raised the peachwood sword in his hand. I want you to accompany our Qin family to the funeral. Then he laughed coldly. After entering our formation, do you still think you can get out? Su Chingkue had long since seen that this was a menacing formation. Once inside it was easy to be trapped, and even if one could escape they would be stripped of a layer of skin by the formation. As long as it is a world cultivation person to come in, not to die will certainly be seriously injured. if one is not careful will also be lifeless. But he underestimated Su Kingris. They are them. Su Kingris is Su Kingris. Su Chingkue stood right in the middle of the formation, and the old Taoist's aura rose high. He had set up a formation that he himself knew how powerful it was. Seeing that Su Chingkue still had a calm expression now, the old Taoist monk swung his peachwood sword and said sternly, "Suffer death." As the old Taoist's mahogany sword flew up and down, ripples rose in the middle of the pool, and then the ripples grew bigger and bigger, and finally a wall of water rose. The wall of water absorbed all the yin qi from the surrounding rows, and the yin qi and grievances coalesced to form a twisted human face. Hissing and screaming at Su Chingkue, black qi churned around Su Chingkue, cutting the corners of her clothes, but it didn't harm her in the slightest. The peachwood sword in the old Taoist priest's hand continued to fly, and in his heart, he waited for the formation to form, and then he saw how she could still be calm. When all the yin qi coalesces, she must be seriously injured. With that, the peachwood sword in the old Taoist priest's hand swung even faster, and Su Chingkue stood right in the middle of the formation and watched coldly. When the last sword fell, the old Taoist priest was completely relieved. The formation had been formed. Let's see how she can escape. She must die here today. Su Chingkue watched as the Vulcan ghosts inside the surrounding plaques were all absorbed inside the formation and laughed softly. Do they know that's what you're planning to do? The old Taoist sneered. It is their honor to work for our Qin family. Su Chingkue asked with a light smile. Who else is in your Qin family besides you? The old Taoist had no intention of answering his question. He knew it was hard to do it as soon as possible. As soon as the mahogany sword was waved, the coalesced yin qi came towards Su Chingkue face to face. Su Chingkue pressed down towards one of the places in the center of the formation, and the formation instantly lost its movement and came to an instant halt. In the next moment, the formation shattered, the wall of water disappeared, and the yin qi bane in front of Su Chingkue was absorbed by the talismanic seal in her hand. What's going on here? What did you do? The old Taoist was dumbfounded. This was a secret method that had been passed down from their family. How could it just be cracked off? Before he could think clearly, the wyvern gun had already reached him and pierced right through her head. Su Chingkue said angrily, Huai Ming, the memories are not yet available. Wyoming guns didn't care, and got the man over there killed as well. Su Chingkue had to go over and find out the old Taoist priest's soul and use the soul search technique to get his memories before breaking him up. By the time Su Chingkue went out from the ground floor, the outside had already been controlled by the police and people from the Special Administrative Bureau. All of the tablets enshrined outside have also been captured back by the people from the Special Administration Bureau. After all, they are all harboring the ghosts of the country inside, and they have to be taken back to be locked up. When Tua Hailing saw Su Chingkite come out, she stepped forward to report, Director, the Taoist priests have all been arrested. In addition, we've captured a total of 152 Bulgaria ghosts. We can't keep them in our basement. Su Chingkue laughed. Take them back and lock them up. And when they've asked for all the information, bring them to the Yinglings and do with them as they please. Wan Yanli said happily beside her. This is a good solution for the director. Killing two birds with one stone. There are 3 more inside the basement. Get a doctor to take them away. You guys take care of the rest. I'll head back. Su Chingkue made a ball of the old Taoist priest's memories just now, drew a small teleportation array, and sent it to Secretary Bai's feet again, letting the leader's headache go. This is the place with the most Vulcan ghosts. As long as this place is solved on the Yingling side, there is no place to worry about. Anyway, there is a pass ultimatum. Let them toss themselves. It is best to catch and play with all the Vulcan ghosts in the country so that they do not have to worry. She hadn't paid attention to looking at Qin Min's memories before, and she hadn't expected the Qin family to do treasonous things. Sigh, this country is so plagued. Thinking about the Lai Kingdom at the beginning, there was basically no major incident in the 100 years she was there. All of them were beaten back by her. I also don't know what happened to the Kingdom of Li after she failed to cross the threshold, and whether the king of the Kingdom of Li is dead or not. Thinking of that person, Su Chingkue sighed. She had been living on Dragon Island and basically had no contact with other people, and many of the fun things later on were still things that the ruler of the Kingdom of Li had brought her to experience. Su Chingkue shook her head, throwing away the thoughts inside her head. It was fine now. The people in this world didn't have mana, but the food was very tasty and the humans were very nice to deal with. She basically hadn't eaten anything since she had been in the valley, and it was only after she came to this world that she had experienced so many delicious things. The important thing now was to recover his cultivation early and then mingle and lie down. The main one doesn't want to work. Chapter 87, The Secretary is long gone. Su Chingkue thought about what she had forgotten that she hadn't thought of along the way. When she finally returned to her office, she remembered that she had forgotten Tang Songnian at the Taoist temple, and then the optimistic thought that he shouldn't lose it for someone his size. On this side, Tang Sungyan has been sitting inside the compartment waiting for her, until the people of the Special Administrative Bureau are about to withdraw, but also did not see Su Chingkui. Then a little anxious, seeing Wang Yanli pass by his side, Tang Sungyan hurriedly asked, Wang Yanli, have you seen the director? Wang Yanli had a confused look on her face. The director had been gone for a long time. He might have returned to the bureau. Then he said directly, the chief left a long time ago, probably all the way to the station. This time it was Tang Sungyan's turn to get angry. That woman is treating herself as a burden. Right. Running so fast. Anger. But it can't be said. He steadied his voice and said, I know. Then he took his own car back to the station. But in his heart he was furious. In his heart, he decided that he would resolutely not follow that woman out in the future. But, Secretary Bai was giving a report to the leader when he saw the familiar white light born around his feet and immediately stopped what he was going to say next. Pointing to the bottom of his feet, he said to the leader, Leader, Director Su has passed something over again. The leader also saw the white light that lit up around Secretary White's feet and was instantly very helpless. Can't this Su Chingkui go the normal way? He also stopped what he was about to do in his hands. Please ask Master Changming to come over. Changming and Jiang Chang also came very quickly. The leader had been looking at the small ball on the floor, wondering what exactly Su Chingkite had gotten over when Master Changming arrived. Directly picking up the small ball on the floor, just by looking at it he was infuriated and cursed angrily on the spot. These bastards, for the sake of a bit of profit actually dared to do this. They are really tired of living. Jiang Cheng took the small ball in his hand and looked at it as well, and only after a long time did he say, Didn't you already know last time? Why are you still so angry? It's bad for your body. Then he showed it to the leader, who also knew what Qin Min did last time, and now has a bottom for what is going on here, and is not so angry. After all, everyone in the Qin family was already gone, and the speed with which Su Chingkui had laid her hands on them had left them all without a chance to be judged. Secretary Bai, make arrangements to properly investigate the Qin family. Even if it's gone, we have to give the public an explanation. The Tai directly arranged. Okay, leader. Secretary White went to make the arrangements. It was only then that Master Changming sighed. We really didn't expect the Qin family to be like this. How do you think they made it out? Lure young people to raise gluttonous ghosts and take advantage of the opportunity to absorb the life force of young people to increase life expectancy for themselves. Murdering people to create a netherworld and plot great deeds. Cooperate with foreign countries to sell national information. This is still the big one. There are also the small ones. All the Changbi of this article are not enough for them to get a shot. Okay, you don't say. Jiang Cheng directly interrupted clarity. Then he said to the leader, Leader, we'll go back first. We haven't studied the book given to us by Director Su. The two finished and left. These things are not what they should consider. They are only responsible for watching over this country not to have a big event in metaphysics. The usual things are still left to the leaders to do. After all, they have foreign ghosts to deal with. The leader didn't calm down so quickly. The appearance of that infectious agent 3 years ago had him on guard against foreign countries. The source of the infection 3 years ago cost their country so many people. What happened 3 years ago must not happen again, or their country's economy will not be able to take another 3-year hit. There are still so many lives yet to be returned to them. The thought also made a big resolution in his heart for these days. He directly dialed Su Chingkui's phone number from the red landline. Su Chingkui is now shopping inside the mall. Now there is basically nothing more to do. The house is also bought. She intends to go back to pick up her grandmother to come over to live together. When I saw it was a landline number I remembered it was from the leader's office. Hey, Xing Kite sorry to bother you during off-duty hours. There is something I want to discuss with you. Is it convenient to meet? The leader directly opened the door to meet. After all, this matter is better to say in person. The phone is not safe after all. Su Chingkui's fingers gently pinched and knew what he wanted to say, and immediately said, yes. The leader also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Su Kingris was not an ordinary person, and he could not order her. Then wait where you are. I'll send someone over to get you. By the time the two met in the office, it was an hour later. Su Chingkui asked directly, Leader, what are you trying to say? The leader didn't get all bent out of shape and just said, Did you know about the source of the infection 3 years ago? Su Chingkui nodded her head. She still knew about this matter, and Chingsong even spat out that the workload had suddenly increased. The leader said, We know who's behind this, but we have no proof. But last time you led us to catch one with an infectious agent. I'd like to know if they have any other sources of infection coming into the country besides this one. Su Chingkui gently shook her head. No. The leader relaxed for a moment, and it was good that he didn't. Then he handed Su Chingkui another map. Su Chingkui had a confused look on her face. Seeing no response, the leader said, A few months ago the Vulcans dumped nuclear sewage into the sea. Do you have any way to make our countrymen less affected? Su Kingris looked at him, like she could see clearly if a man of his age had suddenly lost his head. There's no way? Su Chingkue laughed softly. I can make all of these things flow back to their families. The leader's two eyes light up. Really? False. I don't have it. The disappointment inside the leader's eyes was visible to the naked eye. Su Chingkue was speechless. Is he treating her as a god? Can she do it and she won't do it, okay? Every world has the laws and laws of how every world operates, and it is not good for anyone to intervene hastily. She can only help the people of this country as much as she can, instead of directly intervening and breaking the laws of how the world operates. By then the heavenly Tao would have killed her with all its might. She wouldn't dare to underestimate the heavenly Tao of a world. Although this world wasn't a powerful cultivation world like theirs, the heavenly Tao wasn't to be messed with. Su Chingkue didn't want to beat around the bush with him either, and asked directly, Leader, what exactly do you want me to do? Just say it directly. The leader laughed awkwardly twice and asked, which of those lineages, besides the Qin family, has problems? Su Chingkue raised her eyebrows. Except for the Chen family all have problems, but it wasn't very serious. Nothing basic involved. Just a little bit of a fight or I'd have gotten them all killed that day. Su Chingkue paused and said, with the exception of the Young family, you should clean up as soon as possible. They have quite a few lives on their hands. Anything else? The leader asked. Just in case she said anything else that blew up. Nope. What else do you want to know? The leader choked, daring her to ask before she got to the point. Don't ask or don't tell. Chapter 88. You asked them for it. Don't you have anything to tell me? Su Chingkue was dumbfounded. What could she have to tell him? But he didn't want to guess. You can speak directly. After catching so many Vulcan ghosts 2 days ago, won't you update me on the situation and the Taoist temple this morning? Su Chingkue choked. She really hadn't thought about giving him a report, but didn't know where to start. Leader, let me find Tang Songnian to come over and give you a report. I don't know how to say it. Then he muttered to himself. The testimonies are given to the state security. You ask them for them. Leader immediately angry again. Their own good national security, and now are almost to her special administration work. What things are handed over to the national security? Their workload has increased abruptly. He also heard that the special administration of the Daily Idol in the conference room inside the painting. Immediately, he added, I heard that you guys from the Special Administrative Bureau are free to draw inside the conference room. Su Chingkue was even more speechless. She had only taken over the Special Administrative Bureau for 3 days, and what happened in the past was none of her business. Immediately shook his head. I don't know. I've only taken over for a few days. What the hell do I know? Leader thought also no. Su Chingkue, this person is to be positive to tell her clearly. Simply cannot beat around the bush. Otherwise she does not understand even if. She may also be the wrong meaning. Su Qingkite, if you know even more, feel innocent. Their cultivation world generally can hands never quarrel. Not to mention the single place she lives. And no one will dance to her. Not wanting to listen to the leader asking here and there at all. Su Chingkue wanted to leave on the spot. But the leader has something to let her go so easily. Su Qingkite helpless, he in the end to say or not he, and what purpose? She still have a lot of things to do it? Although it is not impossible to see, but the national leader is related to the fate of the country. Generally cannot see Su Qingkite or do not want to see. Just let nature take its course. The leader does still have some things to ask her, but after he just refused to do so, he is now not very want to ask, then directly waved his hand to drive people. You hurry back. Now you take over. You that the Special Administrative Bureau will be good management. Cannot be like before. Hearing that she could finally leave, Su Kingris immediately stood up. I know. After saying that, he disappeared inside the leader's office without being picked up at all. The leader sighed harshly. With such a person in their country, I wonder how things are going to work out in the future. Su Chingkue was planning to go over to the newly bought house to take a look. This house was not far from the school. It was a small 3-story building with a small yard. Su Chingkue, you did not look carefully, just casually counted this courtyard with their own destiny. So they chose it. Now let's go check out the renovations and then we'll go to see city to pick up grandma. When Su Qingkite arrived, it happened that Tang Shuizhen was also there, and he was looking inside the house with 2 people. Master, you're here. Tang Shuizhen was very excited, and then introduced. These 2 are from the decoration company. I'm taking them to look at the layout of the house, and then you can decide what furniture to add or see if there are any modifications to be made. Su Chingkue habitually looked at the 2 men's faces and said, there's nothing to add. Just clean out the yard. Tang Shuizhen was a bit strange. Didn't the master come to promise in the morning? But he didn't ask much. Directly towards the 2, he said, I'm sorry. I'm going to make you guys make a trip for nothing today. The 2 of them snorted coldly in a very angry manner. But seeing Su Chinkue's old-fashioned look, the anger couldn't be sent out. The two of them looked at each other. Then they said toward Tang Shuezhen, "We've come all the way here, and now you're the ones tearing up the treaty, and we won't refund the deposit." How could Tang Shuezhen not see the gleam in the eyes of the two men? And also sneered. "When I first gave the deposit it was said to be refunded. You guys want to obscure it now. How is it obscured down? We are following the regulations. I'll speak directly to your boss about the specifics. You can go back now." With that said, he had a look of sending off. Two people are also angry. They are not big decoration company. Usually they can also be obscured from the benefits. Did not expect half a day down. Tang Shuezhen a little not on the road. Not even a pack of cigarettes. Not to mention what hard work fee. That's why they're thinking of punking them. Tang Shuezhen was also very angry. But then asked, "Master, did you see this a long time ago? Seeing is how you're going to get screwed. Master, it's fortunate that you came over today. Otherwise I would have been screwed and would have delayed you." Su Chinkuei comforted. "It's fine. There's no need to change the decoration. My grandma is still very strong now. Let's see what she wants to change it to after she lives in." Tang Shuezhen nodded repeatedly. And then he said, "Master, you said before that you wanted to take on fortune-telling and face reading, and I found an order in the past 2 days, but they're in a hurry, and they said they can't wait until the weekend, so it's best to meet tomorrow." Su Chinkuei was slightly surprised that this person acted so swiftly. It's only been 2 days since he found the list. Do you understand exactly what's going on? Tang Shuezhen now had the appearance of a formal assistant restored, turning over a pile of information in his hands and said, "The person who invited me is called Gong Jilin, my college classmate, and she said that the one who had problems was her sister. Here's the material she sent over. Take a look. I've summarized it all." Tang Shuezhen handed Su Chinkuei a document while introducing the situation. It is clearly written. Clearly Gong Jilin's sister Gong Jiqin's now appear in detail. Su Chinkuei only glanced at her and said, "She can't die now. I'll go fetch grandma over first. You tell her I'll go over on Friday to take a look." Tang Shuezhen was silent for a while, looking at the material above. Just can't die yet. Seeing that he didn't believe her, Su Chinkai pulled out a few talismans and handed them to Tang Shuezhen. "If she's not at ease, you can give her this talisman and she won't die." Tang Shuezhen took the talisman and trusted Su Chinkuei very much. Since she said she couldn't die, then she couldn't die. Su Chinkuei went to the supermarket to buy a bunch of things again. Household items, and ornaments that she thought were quite pretty. Enough to fill the trunk of Tang Shuezhen. After returning home, Su Chinkuei was still remorseful that she had forgotten to buy seeds. She also wants to make a vegetable garden for grandma yard. She had heard that old ladies nowadays like to grow vegetables inside their flower beds, and she thought her grandmother would like that too. Chapter 89, Calculating Su Chinkuei. Tang Hakjin helped her return her things and went back. The living room became quiet all of a sudden, but Su Chinkuei's ears heard two distinct breathing sounds. Sighing secretly, "This ghost is so unafraid of death now? Still dare to run in front of her." Su Chinkuei looked at the front and said, "What the hell do you three want to do? Hurry up and reincarnate. Don't bother me." The 14 or 15-year-old girl bounced up to Su Chinkuei and said, "Sister, you can see me. Why don't you guys go to reincarnation?" Su Chinkuei saw that the three of them were not tainted with resentment, but they had obviously been dead for a long time. The middle-aged man floated up and said, "We don't have ghostbusters to take us away when we die." The woman ghost also came forward and said, "Yes, yes, yes, we died there in the back, but our first 7 days are over, and no one has taken us to reincarnation. I'll send you guys off?" Su Kingris asked, sending them away so she could organize this house. "Yes, yes, can sister really send us to reincarnation?" The little girl excitedly pulled on Su Chinkuei's hand. Su Chinkuei casually waved her hand, and a stately gate slowly appeared in the house, but the door is still in a closed state. Su Chinkuei is a little surprised. How long has it been? Why hasn't Master opened the ghost door? What are they up to? The family of three was also a bit overwhelmed by the sight of the tightly closed ghost door. They had never seen a ghost door either, but had heard from the ghosts in the neighborhood that it should look like this. But why was it in a tightly closed state? Su Chinkuei didn't want to force it open, so she burned the table for her senior brother. It only took a moment for her master to send her a message. "The ghost gate will open now, but your senior brother and I are going out for an indeterminate return date, so if you need anything, look for Tushan." There was no message after one sentence. Su Chinkuei didn't believe it 100% either. She knew that her master's brother was definitely hiding something from her. "I don't know now. She'll find out sooner or later." The ghost door slowly opened, and the family of three bowed their thanks to Su Chinkuei bureau before entering the ghost door. Early the next morning Su Chinkuei planned to go to Sea City to pick up her grandmother. Before Su Chinkai went out the phone rang. It was an unfamiliar phone. Su Qingkite casually counted it. Just knew who was on the other side. The eldest uncle of the original owner. This is the original owner's cell phone. And Su Qingkue has not changed to a new cell phone since then. Hello. It's Qingkite. When are you going to go home on vacation to see your big uncle? A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Su Qingkue realized that something was wrong, and immediately began to pinpoint the birthday of her eldest uncle according to the original owner's memory, counting to his 8 characters, then counting what he was doing right now, and then revealing an evil smile. I'll return today, Su Qingkue said. AI. It's good to be back. When the time comes, I'll ask your aunt to prepare delicious food for you, the man said softly, a happy tone still in his voice. I'll go to the station first. The phone had just hung up when the middle-aged woman next to her came up and asked, so what did Deathstroke say? She said she's coming back today. What did Lin Xiao say on his side? Dabu Su changed his tone from earlier on the phone. It's already been contacted. Lin Xiao told us to just bring her directly to the restaurant for dinner, the woman said. Uncle Su nodded with satisfaction and said, that's good. There must be no mistakes this time. Ko Yuan. Don't worry. I know, the woman said. Su Guanyuan wrapped his arms around the woman and said, it's still you who understands me best. The woman pouted and nudged his chest. You know better than that. Su Qingkue didn't take them to heart at all, and already knew what they wanted to do anyway. Immediately set off to take the car to Sea City. Sea City is quite close to a city. Take the train 50 minutes to arrive. Once you get out of the car, go straight to Su Guanyuan's house. Knock, knock, knock. A voice from inside asked, who is it? The door opened after that. What came into view was the face of a woman in her 50s or 60s. A woman who was somewhat affluent, but with a pair of dangling eyes that flatly spoiled the whole face. She reacted the instant she saw Su Qingkite, pulling Su Qingkite into the house and said, Qingkite is back. Why didn't you say something when you came back, so that your eldest uncle could pick you up? As soon as he entered, he saw the man sitting on the couch, moderately built, but with a prominent beer belly, narrow eyes and a short center. Su Qingkue secretly thought that the two were a very good match, and greeted her with a face as usual. Great uncle. Great uncle. Looking around he didn't see the original owner's grandmother, and immediately asked, Uncle, why don't you see the grandmother? Su Guanyuan feigned a sigh and said, your grandmother hasn't seen you for a long time, misses you, and went out to buy you food. A wink at the woman as he spoke. The woman used an excuse to say, Qingkite you sit down first, I'll go wash a fruit for you. With that, he entered the kitchen, followed by Su Guanyuan, who closed the kitchen door as soon as they entered. Yuehua. Quickly call young Lin, Su Guanyuan said anxiously. Huang Yuehua hurriedly took out her own cell phone and dialed a phone number. As soon as the phone was connected, Huang Yuehua changed to a pleasing look and said, Lin Xiao, I'm bothering you. Do you think it's okay today? The man there obviously knew what he meant by that, and immediately said, yes. Then what you promised us before? Huang Yuehua asked cautiously. I won't go back on my word on what I promised you, as long as you get things done. Fine. Thank you Shaolin. We'll arrange it right away. Huang Yuehua nodded his head while waiting for the other party to hang up. Yuehua, is it done? Su Guanyuan asked worriedly. It's done. Huang Yuehua had a happy face. Then coming out of the kitchen with a pot of fruit, she said, Qingkite, quickly taste if this grape is sweet. Su Qingkite looked at them with a smirk on her face. Huang Yuehua instantly panicked a little when she saw Su Qingkite's eyes, but as soon as she thought of her plan, she instantly felt that it was impossible. Su Guanyuan said, it's rare for Qingkite to come back, and it just so happens that it's time for lunch. So let's go out and eat outside as a family. Yes, I know of a hotel that has particularly good food. How about a treat from Great Auntie today? Huang Yuehua concurred, still looking at Su Qingkue. Yes, thank you Great Uncle Great Auntie. Su Qingkue obediently agreed, just to see what the hell they were up to. After saying that Huang Yuehua was about to pull Su Qingkite out the door, Su Qingkite pretended to have a tangled look on her face and said, eldest uncle, what about grandma when we go out? Su Guanyuan stalled, but it was Huang Yuehua who reacted first and said, Xiaoyu is following your grandmother. Just let's rendezvous at the hotel together when the time comes. Su Qingkue put on a difficult face and said, alright then. The three of them took a cab to a luxurious hotel. The second floor is the dining area. Su Guang far away from the box. Chapter 90, Su Guanyuan's calculations. After entering the box, Huang Yuehua ordered food, and Su Guanyuan frequently looked at his watch, looking very anxious. Eldest uncle, when will grandma arrive? Su Qingkue asked with wide, innocent eyes. Qingkite wait a little longer. Your grandmother has Xiaoyu with her. It's fine. Let's order first. Said also gave the menu to Su Qingkite. She also asked her what she wanted to eat. Looking at the menu of several $100s a dish, Su Chingkue was again refreshed cognition. So expensive It seems that we have to earn money in the future, or else we won't be able to eat good food. Nor did she order anything. She wasn't here to eat either. She was just idly trying to see a good show. After ordering the food, Huang Yuehua said, "Xingkite, this hotel's dessert is especially delicious. I'll bring it over for you to try." Su Chingkue nodded from goodwill, revealing an innocent look as she asked, "Eldest auntie, just call the waiter." Huang Yuehua choked. Her face stiffened and said, "Great auntie doesn't remember what the name of the dessert is, so go check it out to find out which model it is." "Yes, it's so delicious I want to try it too." "Thank you, great auntie," Su Chingkue said obediently. Huang Yuehua glanced at Su Chingkue and went out. She didn't feel right, but couldn't detect what was wrong. Su Guangyuan began to talk to Su Chingkite again. The words are now difficult. Let her help the family. When you go out to work in the future, you can't forget your family and do that kind of ungrateful thing. Su Chingkite sneered in her heart. How did this kind of person have the nerve to say such words? They were the ones who drove the original owner out of the house, and now they were brazenly trying to help. How in the world can there be such shameless and faceless people? Huang Yuehua went out and returned shortly afterward, carrying a tray with a cup of drink and a piece of cupcake on it. Placing the tray in front of Su Chingkue, she said, "This cupcake is especially delicious. Chingkue, quickly try it." "Yes, thank you, great auntie." The moment the cake entered the mouth, Su Chingkue tasted out that it was filled with ecstasy, but didn't show it and ate all the cake without changing her face. This cupcake was indeed very tasty. It was the ecstasy inside that spoiled the texture a bit. "Great auntie, this cupcake is really delicious," he said and gave an innocent smile. His eyebrows arched and not at all defensive. Huang Yuehua brought up another drink next to her and said, "This drink is also very good. Try it." Su Chingkite sipped her drink slowly. The couple looked straight at her. She just pretended she didn't know and continued to drink. After a long time, Su Chingkue held her head dizzily and said, "Eldest auntie, my head is a little dizzy." He fell asleep on the couch with a thud. Huang Yuehua came over and shook her, getting close to her ear and shouting, "Chingkite, Chingkite, wake up." Seeing that Su Chingkue didn't have any reaction, put her heart down and said, "Guan Yuan, fainted to death." Su Guangyuan also looked at the sight and asked, "When will Lin Xiao come?" Huang Yuehua was also worried and looked at her cell phone several times without seeing any new messages coming in. But thinking of Lin Xiao's usual behavior, she could only continue to wait. Ku Guan, wait a little longer. Su Guangyuan had no choice but to continue waiting. After all, he had a request. After waiting almost 20 minutes, the couple waited for the person they were to wait for. Although a young man in his 20s looked handsome, his eyes were dark, his feet were weak, and it was obvious that the whole person appeared to be lacking in vitality. Su Guangyuan greeted him and said, "Young Lin is here. It's been a long time." The man known as Lin Xiao didn't look squarely at Su Guangyuan as he walked in on his own and asked, "Where is everyone?" Looking around, he saw Su Chingkue lying unconscious on the sofa, a playful look on his face. "This is it. Yes, 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 this is my niece, Lin Xiao. You see the investment we talked about before?" Su Guangyuan asked carefully. Lin Xiao looked at Su Chingkue's fair little face and said, "Naturally, it counts. I'll hit $5 million of investment to you tomorrow." Thank you, Xiao Lin." Su Guangyuan nodded his head for a while before pulling Huang Yuehua and saying, "Xiao Lin, we won't bother you anymore. We'll wait for your good news." Lin Xiao waved his hand and let them go out. Su Guangyuan walked out with a smile on his face, and when he reached the door, his eyebrows frowned slightly, and unbelievingly he continued to twist the door handle. Still unscrewed, Lin Xiao raised his eyes in displeasure when he saw that they were delayed in going out. Su Guangyuan forehead are anxious out of sweat. Pulling the whole face of the meat smile, "Lin Xiao, this handle cannot be unscrewed." "Wait a moment, I call the waiter." Lin Xiao disbelievingly went up and twisted it himself. Really didn't twist it and couldn't pull it apart, saying, "Deal with it quickly." Yes. Su Guangyuan answered while taking out his cell phone to call the front desk. But the call went out for a long time without being answered. Su Guangyuan was even more anxious, afraid that Lin Xiao would think they were deliberately not investing in them. "Lin Xiao, no one is answering the phone. Let's wait a little longer." This time watching the drama has seen enough. Su Chingkite sat up from the sofa. Already know what they are going to do, also know their intentions. There is no need to be merciful. "Uncle, I heard you were going to sell me." The voice suddenly came from behind a few people, startling them. Chi turned her torso only to see that Su Chingkite had already woken up. Su Guangyuan smiled sarcastically. "Chingkite, you're my own niece. How could eldest uncle do such a thing?" In his heart, he was complaining about how Huang Yuehua's ecstasy didn't work so well. The person woke up all of a sudden, And wouldn't the investment go down the drain? Really? Wasn't Big Uncle going to sell me to him? And for $5 million? Su Chingkui said sarcastically. Su Guanyuan did not know what to say for a while. His heart was all about what to do with his investment when she heard it. Huang Yuehua was also shocked and rounded up the conversation. Xing Kite, what are you talking about foolishly? You are our own niece. There is no one in the world who is closer to us than us. Don't you guys just want to sell me for money? Admit it openly and honestly that I can still spare you guys once. Su Chingkui shrugged her shoulders. Huang Yuehua wanted to say something else, but Su Chingkui directly disliked her back again. Don't talk to me about affection. And don't talk to me about closest relatives. I don't have relatives like you guys. Su Guanyuan was furious as he came straight towards Su Chingkui, holding back before he grunted heavily and went to sit down on the sofa next to him. The man next to him looked at a few people in a good way, and did not say anything. He is like to find a beautiful girl. That is also agreed by the family. The ones like this that are obviously problematic that he can smooth over are fine, but the ones that he can't just watch the fun. The corner of Su Chingkui's mouth hooked up into a smile and said, when I pick up grandma later, you guys better not show up in front of me. Su Chingkui, do you have any idea what you're saying to yourself? Su Guanyuan roared as he stood up in a violent rage. Chapter 91, we're doing this for your own good. Xing Kite, don't say such things. We're doing this for your own good. Huang Yuehua said. Su Chingkui didn't even listen and directly said, of course I know what you guys are after. But of course, if you guys were to appear in front of me, I can't guarantee what would happen. Saying this, he turned his head to Lin Xiao next to him and said, Mr. Lin is better off staying out of it. And I would like to caution Mr. Lin that walking too much at night will lead to bumping into ghosts. Lin Xiao did not believe her words at all. And even more so, he did not take a stand. He just looked at the hustle and bustle. There is no pretty girl always have to be someone to pay the bill, is not it? Then the two couples in front of him. Su Chingkui knew that they didn't believe, and didn't explain too much. They would know by then. There was no hurry. Su Chingkui, you dare to try walking one? Su Guanyuan growled from behind. Incompetent rage. Su Chingkui snorted. Incompetent. After saying that he didn't care about them, pulled open the door and left. Huang Yuehua wanted to stop, but flinched when he came into contact with Su Chingkui's sharp eyes. Not daring to move at all, he stiffened in place. At this time, Lin Xiao from the back voiced out, Mr. Su, it seems that this investment has no chance with you. Su Guanyuan finally came back to his senses. He had just been so focused on arguing with Su Chingkui that he had forgotten that Lin Xiao was still watching from the side. Lin Xiao, you give us another chance. Lin Xiao stood up and said, no chance. Saying that, he turned around and left. Su Guanyuan's husband and wife hurriedly chased after him and stayed behind. Lin Xiao, give us a chance. Next time we will definitely be able to do it. Lin Xiao didn't care about them and drove off in his sports car, leaving the two couples who stood still and ate a mouthful of car exhaust. Su Guanyuan cursed. Little mourner, Guanyuan, what should we do now? If Lin Xiao doesn't give the investment, the company is going to be unable to support itself. Huang Yuehua said, what can we do? Go to the old lady and ask her to persuade that mourner. Said he greeted a cab. Su Chingkai took a cab to the first hospital in C City. As for Su Guanyuan, said the old lady went out. Su Chingkai half believe. Count the old lady's 8 characters only to find out that the old lady is sick. When Su Chingkai arrived, the old lady was chatting with the people in the next ward, and was very happy to see Su Chingkai come in, pulling Su Chingkai's hand and saying, how did Iris come here? Did she go to school properly? Grandma, I'm fine. I want to take you to a city for a few days. Su Chingkui said. The old lady wasn't too happy about it. Just do well in school. You don't have to worry about grandma. Knowing that Su Guanyuan and his wife were on their way to the hospital, Su Chingkui didn't want to confront them anymore and only wanted to take the old lady away quickly. She looked the old lady straight in the eye and said, Grandma, will you fulfill me for once? The old lady looked at her granddaughter with a straight face and wondered what was going on, but she agreed knowing that her granddaughter would not harm her. He also cheerfully bragged to the people next to him. This little granddaughter of mine is going to take me to a city to play for 2 days? Auntie Liang, this granddaughter of yours is really filial. These words of praise Su Chingkai was not able to hear. She had tripped up those two couples. They would be delayed for some time on the road. She had to take advantage of this opportunity to hurry up to do the discharge and leave. After communicating with the attending doctor that she could be discharged, Su Chingkui was also relieved that the old lady didn't really have any major problems. Only her blood pressure was a bit high. Being angry at home and not wanting to see those ungrateful children and grandchildren, she took advantage of her high blood pressure to go to the hospital to lie down for 2 days, and she was afraid that she would be angry with the problem. When Su Chingkai finished the formalities and returned to the ward, A group of people looked towards her in unison, and one of the aunts said, "Auntie Liang, this granddaughter of yours is really good looking. Do you have a date?" The old lady glared at her and said, "My little granddaughter is still young. Your son is in his 20s. The aunt smiled and said nothing more. Su Qingkue didn't interrupt, quickly packed up the old lady's things and left immediately. By the time the two couples arrived at the hospital, Su Qingkue had already arrived at the moving station with the old lady. "Grandma, are you hungry? Shall we have noodles or dinner?" Su Qingkite held the old lady's hand as she waited for the train in the station. It was now past the point where she ate at noon, and she didn't know if any of the old ladies had eaten lunch. The old lady smiled and said, "Grandma isn't hungry. Is Iris hungry?" "Grandma, I'm not hungry either. I ate at lunch," Su Qingkue said. The old lady happily followed her granddaughter. "Let the car on the car. Let go wherever." Put simply, did not ask what happened. Su Qingkue brought the old lady all the way back to her house in a city, and the time was already afternoon. The old lady carefully surveyed the house before she had time to sit down and ask what happened. "Iris, tell Grandma what happened. Did your eldest uncle bully you?" Su Qingkite didn't hide anything from her, and told the old lady everything one by one. The old lady snapped the table, her anger rising. This rebellious son. The old lady was simply enraged. What kind of sins did she create to raise such a child? Simply corrupting the reputation of their old Su family. The old lady is called Liang Qingqing, used to be the daughter of a big family, but because of the war, did not live a few years of comfortable days. The family went bankrupt. She later went to medical school with her own efforts, and then fought on the front line of saving lives until she retired at the age of 65. The old lady is also the best person to the original owner. The original owner was able to successfully finish high school in the first place. In addition to the two aunts, the one who helped the most is the old lady. Su Qingkue said while calming the old lady, "Grandma, will you live with me from now on?" "No, no, no. My Iris is the one who will do great things in the future. Grandma can't trip you up." The old lady waved her hand repeatedly. "But I want to live with Grandma." Su Qingkue pouted. She had no relatives, but the trick of pampering herself in front of her master still worked. "Iris, you still have a long life ahead of you, but Grandma is old and can't stay with you for too long. In 2 days Grandma will go back." The old lady persuaded with a straight face. "Grandma, I want to be with you. Don't want me. Okay." Su Qingkue profoundly played her usual trick of dealing with her master. "One sentence," said crying. The old lady hurriedly pulled a tissue to wipe Su Qingkite's tears and said with a heartbroken face, "Kite, don't cry. Grandma's here. Grandma, will you live with Iris?" Tears snapped and fell from Su Qingkite's eyes, with a great sense of "I'll keep crying if you don't say yes." Okay. In the future, Grandma will live with our Iris." The old lady quickly agreed. It was too hard on this little granddaughter who had grown up without a father or mother to say anything but compromise. But the heart also sighs. The granddaughter is still in college. The money is certainly not much. His own pension can still subsidize a little. Just hope her little granddaughter will grow up quickly and get married and have children and be happy. The old lady wiped Su Qingkue's tears well and was finally relieved. Chapter 92, Receiving Grandma. Looking again at the very large house they were in now, he asked, "Iris, whose house is this? And where do you live now? Are you doing well at school?" Su Qingkite took out the housebook from under the coffee table and gave it to the old lady, offering a treasure. "Grandma, this is the house I bought. We'll live here from now on." "Okay." The old lady turned over the housebook with a trembling hand and found Su Qingkue's name written on it in utter disbelief. Then he dropped the housebook in his hand and pulled Su Qingkue's hand with both hands. "Kite, you can't do illegal things. Grandma still has some money. Do you have enough?" Su Qingkue gently patted her hand. "Grandma, look at this," said another from the drawer inside the flip out a document to. "Is her in the police department of the certificate of the external staff? Specifically looking for Zhuo Zhanyang help to get just to let the grandmother to rest assured." Su Qingkue smiled. "Grandma, don't worry. I'm now a supernumerary in the police department. I have money now." The old lady wasn't that easy to fool. She asked, "Iris, tell me the truth. Supernumeraries don't have that much salary to be able to afford a house here either. Grandma is either talking about you or you are still young. We can't do anything illegal." Su Qingkue helplessly laughed, and turned over the rewards from the police department. "Grandma, I helped the police department catch a lot of Taofan, and I also helped the police department solve a large child trafficking case. These are all bonuses. Just rest assured, I won't do anything illegal." The old lady saw Su Qingkite said so, also slightly relieved, but the heart still has doubts. She will beat her bank card into Su Qingkite's hand. This is not a loan to buy. How much money is left?" "Grandma, here there is still a little bit. You take it first to pay back the loan." "Grandma, I now have a salary of 30,000 a month, and there are bonuses for cases I've solved. Don't worry, Your granddaughter has made a fortune now, and can support you. Su Qingkite was beside her for a while more to comfort her, and only then did the old lady feel relieved that she could finally take a good look at this houses, even happier to see the very large flower beds outside, and the lawn. Su Qingkite said, Grandma, how about planting some flowers and plants for you here in the future? The old lady gave her a sidelong glance and said, Plant what flowers and plants? When I find some vegetable seeds to plant in a couple of days, then there will be fresh vegetables to eat all year round. Grandma, you are so witty. The two planned what should be planted inside the yard again and saw that it was getting a little darker. It was only then that Su Qingkite took the old lady out to eat with her, and when she came back the old lady was already getting sleepy. She just went straight to wash up and go to bed, and Su Qingkue pondered in her room about getting the old lady an amulet. After rummaging through the storage bracelet all over again without finding any satisfactory ones, he suddenly thought of a very large piece of warm jade at his senior brother's place, but then he thought that his senior brother was out of town. When he comes back go to his place and snub a piece back, but now there was none. So he had to choose a water drop-shaped jade inside his storage bracelet. Su Qingkue pulled in her own golden light of merit as well as her mana and carved 3 formations on the water drop-shaped jade pendant, as well as inscribed talismanic seals. It can protect the old lady 3 times, and even if it doesn't, it will give you a warning, and you can get there quickly. Carving formations on such a small thing was very time-consuming, plus she was really unfamiliar with formations. She hadn't learned them properly before, so now she could only draw something simple, and by the time she finished, the sky was already cloudy. Su Qingkue could only release another small paper figure to go to class for her. She was recently planning to talk to the school about taking a break from her studies. She wasn't from this world. It didn't matter if she wanted a diploma or not, but many people in this world still needed them. Thinking about it she went to bed. After Su Guangyuan and his wife arrived at the hospital after a traffic jam, it was already 2 hours later. Anxiously ran to the old lady's ward and heard that the old lady had been picked up by Su Qingkue, and was immediately furious. Su Guangyuan viciously kicked towards the corner and said, This deathstroke is specifically against me, right? Guangyuan, don't be angry. Make a call and ask the old lady where to go. We'll hurry to pick her up. Huang Yuehua said. She was also very upset in her heart. Had she known that she would have put down more ecstasy and let her faint for a few days and nights. Now messed up their own investment is also empty, and may offend Lin Xiao. How she is so ill-behaved, white blind to raise her so many years. Raise a dog are better than her. Su Guangyuan took out his own cell phone, called the old lady's phone, did not get through, and then called Su Qingkue's phone, and then realized that he was pulled black. This sinner, how could our old Su family have such a selfish person like her, so indifferent to her family? I should have known to let her die outside in the first place, not knowing to take care of the family at all. Huang Yuehua chimed in. Well, that Death Star can't be messed with. We have to think of other ways to do it, Su Guangyuan said. Huang Yuehua went through the relatives of her family in her mind and had another idea in her heart. Since Su Qingkite's side cannot be engaged, their Su family is not only Su Qingkite a girl, his big sister's side is not still a Chuning. That girl is also in college now, and she's good looking, so it would be a blessing for her if she were to be looked at by Lin Xiao. The thought crossed my mind, but now was not the time to say no. It was only a matter of waiting for the latter to lure Su Guangyuan step by step and for him to agree. And Su Guangyuan's side is still thinking, the old lady was picked up just right. Do not need to be scolded by her. He can still fall clean. He then added, you find a private detective and find out where that bereaved woman and the old lady are. If it doesn't work this time, I won't be able to get her next time. Okay, I'll look for it later. Now go back to the factory first. Huang Yuehua said. Lin Xiao, who had just left the hotel, was now in a bad way. Having just left the hotel when he was rear-ended, it was hard to deal with it and get someone to drive myself home, but just as I got into the elevator, I was stuck there for 2 hours. When I was thinking about how I was so unlucky today, the combination lock on my door ran out of power, and I couldn't open the door even after half a day of tossing and turning. Finally, you can only go back to your parents' house, and on the way, you were also hit by a falling billboard on the car, and Lin Xiao, who scrapped 2 cars in one day, finally started to panic. While asking his parents to find a guru, he checked if today's events were man-made. Chapter 93, it might have tripped the circuit breaker. Gong Jilin is now really very anxious in the heart. Her sister is now thin uncharacteristically, but is still saying that their body is not a problem, are losing weight to reduce. She just think her sister has a problem, so she wants to find a master to see. She originally did not have any doorway, but also by chance heard that Tang Shueishan side know a master. She showed up at her sister's door early in the morning with a bunch of stuff, intending to see how she was doing. After all, the master wouldn't be able to come over until tomorrow. Inside the house is a little dark. Did not see people, Gong Jilin will directly shout. After all, usually her sister every day at home. When I turned on the light, I saw Gong Jichin collapsed on the floor. Sis, how are you doing? Gong Jichin stood up along with her sister's hand. It's fine, just a little dizzy. Let's go to the hospital. Gong Jichin laughed. The family doctor came to look at it. It's just a bit of hypoglycemia. It'll be fine if you slow down. Gong Jilin also knew that she couldn't be persuaded, so she directly pulled out a peace talisman folded into a triangle from her bag and gave it to her. Sister, this is a peace talisman that I have specially begged for you, so take it with you. Good, he said and put it right inside his pocket. Her sister would often bring her things over, so she usually just accepted them. She touched her head and said, I feel pretty good now. I don't feel as muddled as I did before. Lin Lin, thank you. We are sisters. Gong Jilin laughed. Sister, I've invited a master to come tomorrow, so we'll have a good look then. Gong Jichin forehead. She actually does not believe in these, but cannot carry her sister especially believe in these. It's not good to brush off her sister. She had to promise. Lin Lin, only this time, don't believe in this in the future. Those masters are all lies. I'm just hypoglycemic. Gong Jilin nodded perfunctorily. Anyway, what she thought in her heart is that this time cannot be there is a next time. She will be able to find a reliable master. Just as the two people were chatting happily, the lights inside the house suddenly all went out. Gong Jichin said helplessly, it might have tripped a circuit breaker. Gong Jilin, however, does not feel right. It is still broad daylight outside. Why is it so dark inside the house? Now without the lights on, the house looks like evening. Keep in mind it's high noon and it's sunny. It wasn't like this the other day when she was here. She was puzzled, but didn't say anything, and seeing her sister skillfully pulling on the electric switch, she asked beside her, Sister, have you been tripping the switch a lot lately? Gong Jichin thought for a while and said, it does seem to be. This week has jumped 3 times. Your brother-in-law has already found someone to come to fix it. It's about the day after tomorrow. He said it might be the line aging. Gong Jilin was surprised. Sister, your house is only 4 or 5 years old. Why is it aging? Gong Jichin herself is actually not very clear. This house they just moved in more than 4 years, but recently there are often problems. Back then, this house was designed and built by her husband himself, and they moved here after they got married. But I don't know what the reason is, but lately there have been a lot of problems, either tripping or leaking water pipes. Gong Jilin looked around the house and still felt something was wrong, but it's hard to say anything in the face of my sister, so I can only wait until the master comes tomorrow. Realizing that her brother-in-law was not at home, she asked, Sister, why isn't my brother-in-law at home? He's not at home to take care of you even when you're like this. Gong Jichin's face was full of happy smiles. She had something to do to go to the company, and only just went out. Suddenly the lights inside the living room dimmed again. This time Gong Jichin also frowned. Together, the two men walked over to where the electric switch was and wrenched the trip switch back on. But the lights inside the living room didn't come back on. The two sisters got a little weirded out too, but didn't think anything else of it. Just think it's a power outage. Gong Jichin was embarrassed and said, Lin Lin, you go back first. The power may have gone out at home. Gong Jilin pulled out her cell phone and was still able to receive a Wi-Fi signal from the house next door. She was sure it wasn't a massive power outage, but a power outage in the house. Sister, call the housekeeper to fix it. But Gong Jichin was in a dilemma. All the servants in the house were dismissed yesterday. Gong Jilin looked at Gong Jichin with a disapproving face. Sister, you're not in good health right now. Why are you still dismissing all the servants in the house? Who's going to take care of you? Look at you, just fell down in the house. No one knows. Gong Jichin is also a little helpless. There is a maid, unclean hands and feet. Her husband is afraid of the danger, so she dismissed the group of servants. Just now he went out to find a suitable maid. Then he said, your brother-in-law has gone to find a suitable maid. Don't worry. Gong Jilin was still a bit uneasy. Sister, why don't you go home and stay for 2 days? Gong Jichin directly shook her head and said, I'll be worried if your brother-in-law comes back and can't see me. I promised her to have dinner together in the evening. Gong Jilin was very speechless for a while to her love-brain sister. But her relationship with her brother-in-law had become increasingly sticky over the past few years. Then he did not suspect anything. Sis, there's no electricity in the house now either, so let's go for a walk. Gong Jichin still shook her head and said, I'm not going. The house is quite good. Wait for your brother-in-law to come back. If you have something to do, hurry up and do it. Gong Jilin is even more speechless. The people in their family, not to say how shrewd, but the love brain is only one of her sister. Alright then, I'll stay with you and chat. I'll be back when my brother-in-law gets back. Sister, why is it so dark in this house? Don't you see that the weather outside is quite nice? Gong Jichin also do not know what is the reason. Recently the house inside more and more dark. The family every day have to turn on the lights, and there is no sunlight shines in. With that she shook her head. Gong Jilin knew the layout of her sister's house, which was surrounded by nothing to cover it. So how could this be so dark? She wanted to get up and take a look, but before she could take a closer look, it looked like a dark figure had suddenly flashed before her eyes. She pulled Gong Jichin's hand in surprise. Sister, did a figure just pass by? Gong Jichin didn't see it and shook her head. Are you looking at this the wrong way? Gong Jilin also shook her head and wondered if she had misread the situation. Then he sat down again. Although the light inside the living room was a bit dim, for once both saw a figure, who was standing not far from them. Ah! Gong Jichin screamed out directly, but the figure was still in place, unable to see her face clearly, but knowing clearly that she was watching them. The two hugged each other tightly. Lin Lin, what's that? Chapter 94. Run for your life. No, don't know. Gong Jilin also did not know what it was. Trembling and unable to speak, the figure's face gradually appeared. The other five senses could not be seen too clearly. Only one mouth kept moving. There was no sound coming out either, and it was only recognizable by the mouth that said, "Run, run, 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 run." But the two were so stunned that they basically didn't see what she said, hugging and shivering. At that moment a voice came out of the doorway. Chin Chin, why don't we have Cantonese food for lunch today? As soon as the words fell, a man pushed open the door and entered. And just at that moment the figure over there quickly disappeared in front of them. The man saw the two hugging as soon as he came in. With a worried look on her face, she asked, Jin, what's wrong? The two men let go with a shocked look on their faces and looked at each other, a bit unrecovered and unsure of how to put what had just happened into words. Gong Jichin looked at the man, as if he had only come back to his senses after a long time, and whispered, No, it's fine. A dark light flashed in the man's eyes. His face was still a gentle smile. He pulled Gong Jichin's hand and patted it. It's good that it's okay. They turned to Lin Lin and asked with a smile, Why is Lin Lin here today? Have you eaten? Wu Dongyuan's face was a warm and elegant smile. Gong Jilin looked at her brother-in-law. A strange look rose vaguely in her heart, and the place in her bosom where she put the peace talisman suddenly burst into a rolling heat. She pressed her mind and smiled. Came to see my sister. Let's eat together then. Just so I can cook. While saying this, he also pulled up Gong Jichin's hand and said worriedly, You need to eat more. Look at how much weight you've lost recently. Said also did not wait for the two men to answer, and went directly toward the kitchen. Gong Jilin just wanted to say that the power outage at home, but when he turned his head, he saw Wu Dongyuan pressing the switch, and the lights inside the kitchen lit up at once. Gong Jilin pulled out the peace talisman from her bosom with a roll. He had a feeling that he didn't know if what he had just seen was real or if both of them had been mistaken, but looking at the peace sign in his hand, he thought it was unlikely. With a heavy heart after eating, Gong Jilin once out of the door to feel even more out of place. She stood in the doorway a turn around. She saw her sister's home straight up there. Straight panic. She also had the vague feeling that the entire house was hidden from view as if it were hidden in a thick fog. She walked quickly outside, calling Tung Hakjin as soon as she stepped out of the neighborhood. And the peace talisman that had been rolling all night finally stopped burning after she stepped out the front door. Hey Hakushin, is the master free right now? I don't feel right. This point in time to receive a phone call, Tong Shuejian also faced confused. It is now almost 10 o'clock. Normal people who call this time but still, he answered. The master went out of town today and won't be back until tomorrow. Gong Jilin suddenly a little deflated. Looking back in the direction of the house, is always a feeling of uneasiness in the heart. Previously did not notice. Now in the other direction to look closely at this house. Gong Jilin even more feel wrong. The house actually does not have a balcony. Such an important thing. They did not pay attention to it before. Then can the master come early tomorrow? I'll talk to the master. And the master has said that I won't die yet today. Hearing Tang Shuejian's words, Gong Jilin was even more unable to sit still and directly twisted her head back. Her sister is still in there. Only as soon as she returned to the door, she saw Wu Dongyuan fully dressed and carrying a suitcase as he was heading outside. He smiled and said to Gong Jilin, Why is Lin Lin back? Did she forget something? Gong Jilin barely pulled out a smile. It's fine. It's just that I don't want to go today. I want to be with my sister. Wu Dongyuan continued to smile. That's really great. There's an urgent matter in the company. I have to go to B City. I'm relieved to have you accompany Chin Chin. Brother-in-law, it's so late. Let's go tomorrow. Wu Dongyuan's face was full of worry. There's no way. I can only go and take care of it before it's too late. You help me take care of your sister. I'm in a hurry. I'm leaving first. Looking at Wu Dongyuan's distant back, Gong Jilin felt how he was panicking. Like there's someone behind you. But there was a shake of the head to shake the thought away. But as soon as he entered the door, the peace sign began to grow slightly warm. She secretly asks her sister's peace talisman if this is the case, and Gong Jichin pulls out the peace talisman and realizes that it's still the same. Gong Jilin is staying at home today, and Gong Jichin is also very happy. The events of this afternoon kind of scared her, even though I thought I was mistaken. I couldn't help but feel scared inside. The two of them were lying on the bed together talking about things when Gong Jichin climbed up and said, "I'm going to the bathroom." Gong Jilin continued to play with her cell phone on the bed. A video had not yet been swiped. Then Gong Jichin's screams were heard. She rushed over to the bathroom, only to see "run" written in 2 huge bloody letters above the huge mirror inside. Gong Jichin was already paralyzed with fear, her face pale and her eyes full of panic. She hurriedly helped Gong Jichin up. "Sister, are you alright?" Gong Jichin looked at the mirror in horror. Lin, there's a ghost." Gong Jilin looked around the entire bathroom and didn't find anything strange. "Sis, you saw something." Gong Jichin shrank in Gong Jilin's arms and tremblingly stretched out her hand to the mirror. "I saw a woman somewhere." Gong Jilin looked closely at the mirror again, and there was nothing else but those 2 words. "Sis, there's no one there. Let's go out first and get a master to take a look." Gong Jichin cowered in her arms in fear and didn't come out. Her whole body was trembling. Gong Jilin felt more and more that there was something wrong with this house. "Sister, let's go to a hotel tonight." But when she heard this, Gong Jichin shook her head and said, "Not going. It's so late now." Gong Jilin is even more incomprehensible. "It is definitely not safe here now, so why don't you hurry up and get out of here?" Gong Jichin, however, did not give her the opportunity to ask a rhetorical question, so she directly said, "Your brother-in-law will be back tomorrow night. It's fine." Suddenly she recalled that her sister hadn't been out of the house for a long time. She didn't come when asked to go shopping. She came over to see her all by herself, and she was sick at home on the last day of her parents' festival. Looking back now, it's been most of the year. "Sis, we're going out for the night and we'll be back tomorrow." Gong Jichin still shook her head. "Don't go. Go to sleep." Gong Jilin didn't even know whether to say her sister was a big nerves, or stupid. All have already seen the ghost, can still fall asleep, but see that she was already lying in bed asleep. More than that, I don't know what to say. She looked closely at her sister, pale and thin, lying there breathing very softly, feeling as if she were going to be gone the next moment. She couldn't sleep, looking around her with fear and worry plus sandwiched together in her mind. More than that, I don't know why things are the way they are. It all feels different since my parents died. She just mumbled her thoughts and leaned back against the bed. Didn't sleep all night. Chapter 95. You little glutton. Su Qingkite slept until noon before getting up. The old lady had already prepared the noon meal and was waiting for her. "Grandma, we'll just go out to eat. You don't need to worry about doing housework. I'll find someone to do it later," Su Qingkue said. She really hadn't done housework before and had no idea how to mess with it, but she didn't want the old lady to have to worry about housework at 76 years of age. Seems like you have to work hard to earn money and find someone to take care of the old lady. When the old lady saw her up, she laughed and said, "Iris is up. Come over for lunch. You can't sleep so late in the future. It's the same if you eat breakfast and then go back to sleep," he said, bringing out the food. All hot. "Grandma, have you eaten yet?" I've eaten. You work well outside and go to school. I'll cook for you." The old lady looked at Su Qingkue with a smile. Su Qingkue had already made up her mind to take a break from school, and she didn't know what to tell the old lady about this matter. The old woman noticed her silence with a sharp eye. "Iris is going to tell Grandma about something." "Grandma, I want to take some time off from school," Su Qingkue said truthfully. The old lady didn't ask why, so she nodded her head and said, "Grandma, Iris will support you in whatever you do." "Grandma, why don't we go shopping this afternoon?" The old lady was right next to her as she watched Su Qingkite eat her breakfast. "What does Kite want to buy?" "Buy clothes." "Yes, our Iris is so good looking. She needs to wear something nice." Su Qingkite did not say that she just wanted to buy a few clothes for the old lady, and then buy some daily necessities. Yesterday took over rather hurriedly. The old lady did not even have a few clothes. Su Qingkue excused herself to change her clothes after eating and went back to her room. "We need to find the old lady someone to keep her company. Otherwise it's not a good idea for her to be home alone every day." And that was when Su Kingris was looking at the female ghost in front of her, which she had just asked White Impermanence of a city to find for her. "What's your name and are you willing to help me work?" Su Qingkue asked. "Willing to be willing, Lord Qingkite. My name is Lin Jadeite. You can just call me Xiao Chui. My family used to be an imperial chef, and I can cook, and I can clean up after myself," the female ghost happily said. "It's good that you're willing. I'll make you a body. Is it okay if you help me take care of Grandma?" Su Qingkue said. Okay, I'll work hard and will take good care of Grandma," Xiao Chui said happily. "This is Lord Qingkite, the one who can defeat Lord Yen." Su Chinkue sat on the futon and used scissors to cut the small paper figure, then drew charms on the small paper figure, clicked on her eyes, and said, "Do you try to see if this body fits?" Xiao Chui happily floated into the small paper man, and in an instant the small paper man grew larger into Xiao Chui's shape, and then Xiao Chui had a shadow and was able to stand and walk on the ground. Su Chinkite handed her another talisman and said, "This is the soul-fixing talisman. It can protect your soul and walk outside peacefully." Then he added, "Do a good job, and I'll find you a ghost cultivation technique in the future." "Really? Thank you Kayakite-sama. I'll do a good job." Jade jumped 3 feet in joy. Su Chinkue lost her smile. She also didn't know where in the world a city white impermanence came from, and found such a lively female ghost for her. "You stay in your room first. Later I will take Grandma out, and then you will come over again. You can't let Grandma know your identity." "Lord Kingris, I know." Excitement drifted inside the room as Su Kingris shook her head and went with her. By the time Su Chinkue returned from the mall with the old lady, Xiao Chui was already busy inside the kitchen. Only then did Su Chinkue see that Xiao Chui had already prepared dinner: braised pork, pot roast, steamed fish, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and rib soup. Xiao Chui saw Su Chinkite and shouted, "Chinkite de." Before she could finish shouting, she was stopped by Su Kingris' eyes. She instantly understood in seconds and said, "Miss Kingris and Grandma, dinner is ready. Come and eat." The old lady looked over suspiciously. It was unusual to look at an extra person in her own house after an afternoon had passed. Su Chinkue was the first to introduce. "Grandma, she's Xiao Chui. She'll be taking care of you at home from now on. She's a very good cook." The old lady took a look at Xiao Chui and then Su Chinkite. Then she pulled Su Chinkite to the outside of the garden and whispered, "Kite, is this the person you hired? Is it reliable?" While saying that, he also looked over to the side of Xiao Chui's kitchen. Xiao Chui also looked in the direction of the garden with a worried face. She was also afraid that Grandma didn't like her and that Lord Chinkite didn't want her to stay. Su Chinkue said, "Grandma, she's very reliable. Don't worry." The old lady still doesn't quite believe it, and is a bit worried that Su Chinkite is spending money recklessly, saying, "She's so young to be a nanny now? It's expensive, isn't it? It's not easy to earn money now. Don't spend money recklessly. Grandma can take care of herself." Su Chinkite took the old lady's hand. Her pale hand's skin was a bit rough and there were some age spots on it. Rubbing it, she gently said, "Grandma, you believe me. I want to give you the best life. In the future when I'm not at home, I'm relieved that you have her to take care of you. And since this house is so big, it's still better to have someone to clean it." The old lady shook her hand back and said, "You're an idea person now, but you have to be safe out there." "I know." Su Chinkue nodded, knowing that the old lady was worried about her. "What is the situation in Xiao Chui's family? Looking so young?" the old lady asked. "There's no one left in her family. She's the only one left. It just so happens that I know her well, so I thought of recruiting her to come over and work." Su Chinkue ambiguously said, "Not really a lie. Xiao Chui was already a ghost at the bottom of 200 years. There was indeed no one left at home." The old lady sighed and said, "That's a poor one." Su Chinkite smiled as she pulled the old lady inside and said, "Grandma, have dinner. I'm starving." "You little glutton." The old lady snapped. "Grandma, you have wronged me." "Where did I?" Su Chinkue retorted with a smile. The old lady patted Su Chinkue's hand that was holding hers. Her face was all smiles, but a strange look flashed under her eyes. Su Kingris didn't notice in the slightest, and the three of them happily ate dinner at the dining table. During this time, Xiao Chui made the old lady laugh, and the dinner passed off pleasantly. The old lady enthusiastically arranged a room next to Xiao Chui's for her. Xiao Chui was also very happy. The two of them went to look at the room with each other. Xiao Chui again, the two people bought back one by one to regulate the things. Su Chinkite had to go back to her room to read the documents. Tang Song Nian had sent her a few management programs for the Special Administrative Bureau, as well as the Rewards and Punishments program. She had to finalize them as soon as possible while she had the time. Chapter 96, Problems with This House. Early the next morning, before Su Chinkue had gotten up, Tang Xuezhen had already arrived. Once the old lady heard that she was here to find Su Chinkue, she happily welcomed Tang Xuezhen in. "Young man, have you had breakfast yet? Let's have breakfast together." "Thanks, Grandma, I've already eaten." The old lady in the side to see Tang Xuezhen how to see how satisfied. This young man looks talented, although not as good looking as their own little granddaughter, but look isn't honest. "Xiao Tang, how many people are there in the family?" Tang Xuezhen was unsure, but still answered seriously. "The family is now 3, and there is an older sister who is already married." The old lady nodded with satisfaction. "What kind of work do your parents do at home?" "My parents are both teachers." The old lady had wanted to ask if the family had a house, but seeing Su Chinkue coming down from upstairs, she could only dismiss the idea, planning to ask next time. "Sister Iris, Seeing Su Qingkai come down, Tang Xuezhen hurriedly stood up to greet her. Su Qingkai nodded in greeting and walked towards the dining room for breakfast. Tang Xuezhen followed up with a fart, a bit unable to carry his grandmother's chain of questions. Sister Iris, what I said before. She called me this morning to ask me when you were free to come over. Su Qingkai ate her breakfast while saying, I'll go over later. Tang Hakjin's mouth was wide open with joy. It was the first thing he'd ever done for the master, and it was going to be a good one. Then he talked to Su Qingkai about Gong Jilin calling him at night. Su Qingkai nodded her head and didn't say anything. She couldn't die in a short period of time with her talisman. Finished breakfast and said hello to the old lady before heading out. Tang Xuezhen drove Su Qingkai's to Gong Jichin's home. Gong Jilin was happy when she opened the door and saw that it was Tang Xuezhen, but seeing that there was just a very pretty young lass behind him, and no master, he got a little anxious on the spot. After inviting them in, he asked Tang Xuezhen secretly, Xuezhen, where is the master? Has he not arrived yet? Tang Xuezhen followed her example and secretly whispered, coming. Gong Jilin suspiciously looked behind him. Still only that little girl. She thought it was Tang Xuezhen who brought the insight. That girl is a master? Tang Hakjin nodded. Gong Jilin's eyes were full of disbelief. Such a young master? But now is not the time to question it either. Since Tang Hakjin said yes, that's it, she welcomed the two of them inside the living room and sat down before she said, Master, my sister hasn't woken up even though she's been sleeping until now. Did something happen to her? You show me first. As soon as Su Qingris arrived at this house, she knew what the situation was, but after all, she had to charge people money, so she still had to make it clear. She led the two upstairs, and when Su Qingris saw Gong Jichin, she began to sneer. With a wave of his hand, a spiritual force entered Gong Jichin's body. After only a moment, Gong Jichin woke up. Looking at the trio gathered around her bed, she was a little confused. Lin, what's going on? Sister, this is the master I hired. Gong Jichin struggled for a long time without sitting up from the bed, and her face became even more pale. Su Qingkai had no choice but to add another spiritual power to her. She just got up from the bed with an apologetic look on her face. Sorry, my blood sugar was a little low this morning. After a night of fear and trepidation, Gong Jilin also began to harden up and directly retorted. Sister, don't you still think there's something wrong with this house now? The figure from yesterday, and the blood writing, and the fact that you couldn't be woken up this morning. That's what's wrong here. I own my own house. I know myself. There's no problem here. This house was designed by her husband. There can't be a problem. Su Qingkai didn't want to listen to them argue and directly said, it is indeed the problem with this house. No way. Gong Jichin's loud retort startled Gong Jilin. Sis, Su Qingkai snorted. Didn't you notice it in your heart a long time ago? No, there's nothing wrong with my house. After saying it like he was sure of himself, he also muttered, it's all okay. Su Qingris didn't know what to say. At this point in time, she was still lying to herself. You know it yourself. You're just too afraid to face it. You think that's going to bring him back? It won't. He'll just watch you die. Su Qingkai's words completely enraged Gong Jichin as she shouted, all of you get out of my house. Leave my house. Get out. Shouting and throwing things at a few people in a very maniacal manner. The expression was hideous and scary. Scaring Gong Jilin. She had never seen a sister like that before. After reacting, she directly asked Su Qingkai about the situation. Master, what is this situation? Su Qingkai pinched her and fixed her in place so that no one would disturb her before saying, your sister has been bewitched. What? Seeing that she didn't even look like she was reacting, Su Qingkai directly said, the parasites are slowly affecting her mind. I'll remove the parasites first, then you guys can discuss it. Good, I believe you. She looked at Su Qingkai with a burning gaze. Su Qingkai laughed lightly. She liked the dryness of it. Lifting up one of Gong Jichin's hands, with a stroke of her fingers, a gash appeared on her wrist, and a fat, rounded worm burrowed out from the place of the wound. As soon as it appeared, it crawled towards Su Qingkai, and with a light sweep of Su Qingkai's fingertips, the bug turned into two and fell to the ground. As soon as the parasites left her body, Gong Jichin felt her head suddenly clear. She couldn't understand herself, why she had become that way. It's clear that you feel in your heart that something is wrong, but every time your body doesn't act the way you want it to. Su Qingkai untied her from the fixation spell and said, tell me about it. Gong Jichin sat on her butt on the ground, looking at her hands, her eyes full of disbelief. I don't know. I feel like it wasn't me. Gong Jilin hurriedly helped her up. Sister, it's okay, we'll listen to the master. We can definitely figure it out. Gong Jichin also held her sister's hand back and comforted. Lin, I'm fine. Then he looked at Su Qingkai and said, thank you. May I ask your name? Tang Xuezhen stepped forward and introduced. This is Master Su Chinkue Su. Master Su. Thank you. Without you I'd still be as disoriented as before. Gong Jichin bowed directly towards Su Chinkue. Su Chinkite reached out and gently helped. Your sister out of the money of. Oh's goods too clear, no need to thank. Gong Jichin guffawed. A far cry from her hideous appearance just now. Now it looks like a big girl. A few people resumed their seats, but it was Wu Dongyuan over there who said that he was traveling on business, suddenly spitting out blood from his mouth, which scared the woman beside him. Brother Yuan, are you alright? We'll go to the hospital right away. Don't be afraid. The woman's face was anxious, picking up Wu Dongyuan and about to go out. Wu Dongyuan hurriedly held down her hand. Something happened over there. I need to go back. What? Something happened on which side? Hearing Wu Dongyuan's words, the woman was also shocked, her eyes full of disbelief, and even her voice began to tremble. Jen, what then? Chapter 97, I'm going to kill you. Wu Dongyuan patted her hand soothingly. I'll go back and take a look first. Don't be anxious. After saying that, he wiped the blood off his lips, endured the pain in his chest, and rushed to Gong Jichin's side. The woman stomped her foot in the back with hatred. Straight away, he packed up all the valuable things inside his home, planning to run away with them if the situation was not right. Wu Dongyuan felt the presence of the compulsion inside his body while rushing, but no matter how he sensed it, he couldn't sense the presence of the compulsion, and even less the presence of the one in Gong Jichin's body. The pace back toward the house couldn't help but quicken. A few people sat back on the sofa, and Gong Jilin hurriedly stopped Gong Jichin's bleeding. It's okay, sober now. Then she looked to Su Chinkue and sincerely thanked her. Thank you, master. If it wasn't for you, I would have been finished. Su Chinkue nodded slightly in response. My husband designed this house, but after I moved in, I felt something was wrong, but didn't think much of it and cut back on the time I spent here. Gong Jichin smiled miserably, and when Gong Jilin saw her sister in this state, she asked, then why have you been living here every day for the past 6 months? The expression on her face was all struggle, and she was silent for a long time, as if she had figured it out. Slowly, he said, because I saw a ghost inside this house. I told him about it, and then I couldn't help but want to stay here every day. The voice was full of sadness inside, but the expression on his face was one of mockery. Gong Jilin took her sister's hand tightly and comforted her. Master, is there a problem with this house? She returned the grip on her sister's hand. With courage, Su Chinkue nodded and said, don't you guys find this house strange? And you have all wood furniture in your house? Hearing Su Chinkue's words, Gong Jilin hurriedly nodded her head. Gong Jichin also said, my husband prefers wooden furniture, so when we first got this house, we customized all solid wood furniture. Tang Xuezhen also became interested and asked directly, what's the problem? What does this house of yours look like to you when you look around the side? Su Chinkue didn't answer directly either, but asked them instead. Gong Jilin shook her head as she didn't live over here permanently and hadn't seen what the side looked like. On the contrary, Gong Jichin's eyes widened and she trembled. Like a coffin? Su Chinkue nodded appreciatively. This house of yours has no balcony and the windows are small, so from the outside it looks like an upright coffin. And the furniture in your home is all made of Yin wood, and the placement is also placed in accordance with the gathering of Yin array. After a long time you will be assimilated into a half, and then you will not be far away from death. When Gong Jilin heard her words, she couldn't help at first, and plopped down on her knees although she didn't know what it was. It was certainly not something good. Master, please save my sister. I'm willing to give you all my family's belongings. Tang Xuezhen hurriedly pulled her up. Just do what we discussed before. Having said that, what the Zong congregation doesn't understand is that her husband did it. Gong Jichin, who was next to him, said, Master, what else is going on? You say it all. I want to know if he has a bottom line or not. Sister Iris, is that what affected her earlier when she said she didn't want to go out? Su Chinkue nodded appreciatively. It was supposed to last you a year or so at most the way this house is. Something in your family has been protecting you, but now it's almost dissipating. The two sisters looked confused, neither knowing what she was talking about. Su Chinkue wasn't a fan of suspense either, and directly said, is your family enshrining a statue? A fox-like one. The two sisters nodded in unison. Their old home did enshrine a fox statue that had been kept in their family for generations. After their parents passed away, they still worshipped on New Year's holidays as before. That's the family fairy your family enshrines. Without it you'd have turned into a pile of white bones long ago. Su Chinkue said the cruelest words in the calmest tone. Both sisters were shaking with fear. Before he could react, Tang Xuezhen got excited. The family preservation fairy? Su Chinkite felt amused. No, it was originally an ordinary little fox. Your family's ancestors had a kind heart and buried it properly. The little fox became your family's family fairy in order to repay your family and accept your family's offerings. Seeing Tang Xuexian's curiosity about this, Su Qingkue gave him a little more information about the various kinds of home-preserving immortals, until the sound of a door opening appeared at the door. Gong Jilin stood up with a face of indignation, or Gong Jiqin was quick to pull her back. She saw that Su Qingris had been sitting on the sofa without moving, so she wanted to see what the master had to say. Su Qingkue already knew that this person would come back. East and West is to wait for this person to come back, or else this good show is not even staged. When Wu Dongyuan saw the 4 people sitting on the sofa, he quickly collected the expression on his face and walked over with a smile on his face. A hand pulled Gong Jiqin's hand. Qin, I'm back. The company's matter is not very serious, so I came back immediately to accompany you. Then, as if he had only just reacted, he smiled apologetically and said, I'm sorry, I didn't know there were so many people in the house today. Has everyone eaten yet? Su Qingkue smiled and said, I haven't eaten yet. Amazement flashed within Wu Dongyuan's eyes as he looked at Su Qingkue, but it was immediately hidden. With a smirk on his face he said, I'll get you some food then. I'm so sorry the house sitter hasn't come to work yet. Su Qingkue took in his demeanor, but still had a smile on her face as she said, Yes, I want to eat something made by the Zimu compass. Seeing his unresponsive face, Su Qingkue added more fuel to the fire and said, I also want to eat one made of yin wood, and one made of animal blood. Wu Dongyuan also reacted at this time, and he knew in his heart that what he had done had probably been discovered. You're a friend of Jin's, aren't you? What are you talking about? In the rest of his eyes, he saw Gong Jiqin and her sister's eyes looking at him with indignation, especially with Gong Jilin's look of wanting to kill him. It was clear that they both already knew everything. He didn't show it on his face, but his hands peeked into his pockets. From inside, he fished out a small box and secretly opened it. On her face, she was playing dumb and looked at Gong Jiqin. Qin, what are you guys talking about? I really don't know. Gong Jilin finally couldn't help herself and directly kicked at him, angrily cursing, Surname Wu, do you have a conscience? At the expense of my parents who think so highly of you, and gave the company to you to take care of. This is how you treat my sister. Are you still not a human being? I can't believe you want my sister to die. Having a dog knows more about gratitude than you do. I'm going to kill you. Chapter 98, they'll have to go in if they're dead. Wu Dongyuan finally couldn't help himself when he heard her words. What he hated the most was their Gong family, using this matter to talk about things, otherwise he wouldn't have thought about getting their family killed. Shut up! He shouted angrily and then swung a slap towards Gong Jilin. Fortunately, Tang Xuexian pulled a hand. Gong Jilin fell on the sofa, but it was Wu Dongyuan who, because of the exhaustion of this slap, was unsteady in his center of gravity and fell to the ground at once. Su Qingkue secretly pinched at the back. Wu Dongyuan rushed forward regardless and was about to hit the 2 sisters. Of course Tang Xuexian couldn't let him actually hit someone. He stopped in front of Wu Dongyuan, but he blocked the 2 people tightly. He didn't manage to hit the 2 of them and directly said sorrowfully, I had wanted to let you die a little slower. In that case you all die for me. Su Qingris had been watching him and knew where his eyes were looking. Mentally, he sneered, but just wanted to see a good show. Gong Jilin was pulled by her sister. Otherwise this attendant would have already rushed to Wu Dongyuan. If you can't rush up, your mouth won't spare you. You white-eyed wolf. My father cultivated you like that and introduced my sister to you. This is how you treat my sister. You are a white-eyed wolf with no conscience. You shut up. You have yourselves to blame for what's going on in your house. Looking down on people all day long. Who are you to look down on me? You all deserve to die. Those 2 old fools died a good death. Ha ha ha. You all deserve to die. Gong Jilin forgot to even struggle this time, and looked at Wu Dongyuan in shock, her eyes faintly glistening with tears. In a trembling voice she asked, Did you do my parents' car accident? You bastard. I'm going to kill you. Wu Dongyuan had now abandoned his usual warm and gentle appearance, and his entire person had become hideous. He laughed out loud, his face contorted. So what if I did it? Those 2 old s are dead so I can take over the company. Then as if he wasn't relieved, he continued, and then all I have to do is get you killed and the company is mine. Whoever made your family look down on me in the first place, towering over me at every turn. Your family should all die off and be used as stepping stones for me. He looked at Gong Jiqin. I didn't want you to die so early, but who let you discover my secret? The 2 sisters had been shocked beyond words, tears brushing down their faces. Gong Jiqin fainted all of a sudden. She has been living here, body was already very weak, and now all of a sudden heard this terrible news. The inside of the living room was a mess all of a sudden. Wu Dongyuan looked at his masterpiece with his afterimage and was very happy. As long as they were all dead, he could still enjoy his current life. And what did it matter if he was exposed now? But Su Chingkui wouldn't give this disgusting thing a chance to get on top of her. Directly pulling with mana, a bulbous worm appeared in front of everyone's eyes. I've got your bug. What are you going to do about it now? Seeing that his greatest reliance had fallen into someone else's hands, Wu Dongyuan was completely unacceptable. Pulling out a dagger, he stabbed it directly towards Su Chingkui. The dagger had already reached Su Chingkui's face, and could no longer go any further when it was still an inch away. Wu Dongyuan increased his efforts, but it was like a wall in front of him that didn't shake at all. Who the hell are you? Su Chingkui directly threw him out with a wave of her hand, and the dagger fell with a crash. Wu Dongyuan fell right next to the dagger and directly copied it, attacking Su Chingkui once again. Su Kingris looked at him with a smile on her face. This person was really very courageous. Normally people would already be ready to run away at this time. Pinching the trick to hold him in place. This gave Gong Jichin a bit of mana to wake her up as soon as possible. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw the immobilized Wu Dongyuan and got up shakily, snatching the dagger from his hand. He was about to stab him. Su Chingkui just looked on and said, "Murder is against the law, and you'll also go in to squat in a jail cell, and wait until you're dead to be judged by the hell." She paused and said, "It's honestly not worth it." Tang Xuezhen hurriedly stopped her again, now pulling one on one side. He just felt so tired. Gong Jilin is also a pugilistic. That side cannot break free to lift the foot to kick that side. The favorites also gave her a kick in the pants. Wu Dongyuan couldn't move and couldn't speak, and fell straight to the ground. It hurts to look at it. Gong Jilin is still trying to stretch his legs and kick. Tang Xuezhen could only let go of Gong Jichin and hold her at the waist for fear that she would go up and kick someone to death. She'll have to go in when the time comes. Sister Iris, hurry up. I can't hold it anymore. Su Chingkui laughed softly. Just let go of them directly. I can't. They'll have to go in if people die. Let go. He can't die. Then she faced Gong Jichin and said, "What else do you want to know? I can tell you." Gong Jichin sat paralyzed on the ground. "Master, please tell me all." Su Chingkui nodded her head. It seemed that she wasn't stupid enough to that point. Being able to come to her senses all of a sudden seemed just fine. He also orchestrated your meeting at school in the first place because he knew you were the daughter of a rich family. Step by step he gained your trust and became your lover. And after graduation he joined your family's company after your recommendation. Originally, your parents couldn't see him, but you insisted, so they recognized him. He carefully prepared this house when you were married 4 years ago to allow you to die silently, and without the blessing of the house fairy, you would have died over a year after your wedding, because you never died the way he expected. He had no choice but to start hitting on your parents, and he orchestrated the crash while your parents were away and forged the will. He was afraid that your relatives would dig deeper into the will, so he just wrote that he would be allowed to run the company, but the shares and everything would be in your possession. When he had basically gotten a hold of the company, he wanted shares in the company, so he put the subcompulsion inside the subcompulsion on you. You are less affected by the subcompulsion because you are sheltered by the family immortal, but as the family immortal's power becomes weaker and weaker, you will listen to him very much until you transfer all the shares in your hand to him, and that is the time of your death. Su Qingkait's words both sisters heard. They completely dare not imagine the original parent's death, also his handiwork. Gong Jilin directly kicked him in the heart. "My family is so good to you. Why do you want them to die? Where did we wrong you? You're an orphan who grew up with my parents funding your schooling, and this is how you repay our family? ####. Thanks to the puppa for pulling out the typos. Bishop Red Heart. Chapter 99. What happens to scum in the future? She kicked fiercely with one foot after another, directly causing Wu Dongyuan to spray blood from his mouth. Tang Hakjin could only cut him off again. And, of course, wait until she kicks before stopping. After all, it's not too much to ask how such a person would die. Why? Where did our family wrong you? Ooh. Until this moment Gong Jichin's inner defenses completely collapsed. What happened in his own home and the death of his parents was because he led the wolf into the house. Gong Jilin couldn't think of anything else and turned her head to comfort her sister again. Su Qingkui sighed. There were actually times when humans were much scarier than ghosts and monsters. Tang Xuezhen didn't know how to persuade them, and the two sisters hugged and cried. It was only until the two people gradually quieted down that Su Qingkui said, "I can help you with the problems you're having, and this house, and I've already called the police, but people can't be brought back to life when they're dead. I hope you know that." Gong Jichin wiped away the tears on her face. "Master, what will happen to this scum in the future?" Su Qingkui laughed lightly. She was a funny one. A lifetime of torture in prison. She bowed deeply towards Su Qingkui and took out another bank card and handed it to Su Qingkui. "Thank you master for letting me see this person's true colors." Tang Xuezhen happily took it. Su Qingkui pulled out 2 talismans from her bag and waved away the yin qi from her body. handing her the talismans. You guys move out of this house as soon as possible. I've handed over the matter of your parents to the police and it will be investigated soon. Master, can I meet my parents? Su Chingkui was surprised, her mouth reciting the spell. Seeing that she didn't beckon the two up, then he pinched his finger and counted. Your parents have already gone to reincarnation. They have done many good deeds in this life, and their merits and virtues are so deep that they don't need to queue up to go to reincarnation already. Gong Jilin had a crying and laughing expression on her face. Mom and dad have been doing charity all their lives, and it turns out it really works. Seeing the two so sad, Su Qingkite still kindly enlightened, people in this life, good and evil have become calculated. Do not be lucky, think that retribution cannot be on their own. In fact, people will eventually be calculated clearly after death. But it was clear that her enlightenment was of little use, and the expressions on the two men's faces did not ease a bit. Gong Jichin thought about how she had relied on the family immortal to protect her during these days of muddle, and asked, Master, our family's family immortal, how is it now? Su Qingkite glanced at the transparent fox shadow behind her and said, It's quite tragic. All the merit and mana that had been accumulated for hundreds of years was used to save you, and in a few days it will be dissipated in the heavens and earth. Her words made Gong Jichin, who had just stopped crying, no longer be able to hold back her whimpering again. Su Qingkui is a little helpless, crying what originally is the truth. Why is he so stupid where do I deserve him to treat me like this? It's all my fault, it's all my fault. If it wasn't for me, Mom and Dad wouldn't have died, the family fairy wouldn't have dissipated. Seeing her fall directly into self-blame inside, Su Qingkui hurriedly voiced out, he hasn't dispersed yet. If you're crying, you'll really be dispersed. She immediately came back to her senses and looked at Su Qingkui with two teary eyes. Master, what can I do to save him? Su Qingkui looked behind her at Fox Shadow, who kept shaking his head before saying, Master, don't say anything. Is it worth it if you fall apart without talking? Su Qingkui's mouth didn't move, but the sound did reach the Fox Fairy's ears. Worth it. The Fox Fairy nodded her head gently, looking at Gong Jichin with deep love inside her eyes. This was also something that Su Qingkui had no way of understanding. She didn't understand the love affairs on Earth, just like she didn't understand why Yunling had to marry that demon race. You end up with a dead body and a dead soul. She doesn't understand, but she won't say anything. Individuals have their own karma. 3 incense sticks a day, and after 3 years he can be immortal. Su Qingkui also knew why the Fox Fairy didn't let her say it, but such a heavy-hearted one didn't want to watch him die. Su Qingkui then said the method. Over there. He then saw the Fox Fairy cast a disapproving look. He didn't want to tell Gong Jichin. Su Qingkui sighed and dialed a trace of the golden light of merit that she hadn't yet refined to the Fox Fairy. Protect you from death. Master, this is too expensive. I can't take it. Su Qingkui directly shut him up and said, I'll have Gong Jichin settle the bill. The two sisters had understood everything clearly by now, and the next step was for them to solve it themselves. Su Qingkui could only provide the police with materials. The few police officers who came this time were finally not from the police station of Zhuozhengyang. After a few friendly greetings, they took Su Qingkui's 4 people back to the police station to record their statements, for which Su Qingkui, who was already very familiar with the situation, did not have any comments. Gong Jilin originally promised this single is 2 million, and then Gong Jichin gave the bank card inside 5 million, as over to help Fox Fairy pay. After the case was tried, Wu Dongyuan was sentenced to life imprisonment, but he died not long after going in. The etiology is multifunctional failure. When Tang Shuezhen told Su Qingkui was eating breakfast and just smiled and didn't say anything about the result. How could the compulsion backlash be so good? Plus Su Qingkui was using extreme techniques to break the connection between the child and mother compulsion, and the mother compulsion was injured. The mother compulsion would then absorb the host's power and restore itself, and Wu Dongyuan was not the one who raised the child and mother compulsion, so he simply did not understand how the follow-up should be handled. It led to the present situation, where he himself was eaten by the mother parasite. But this person who gave him the child compulsion can still get it out, otherwise it's not reassuring. After 2 or 3 days, Su Qingkui finally went to the office. Lu Xiaoqing greeted Su Qingkui as soon as she saw her. Sister Qingkui, you're back. Su Qingkui pushed open the door to her office, which had been redecorated. Lu Xiaoqing rambled behind her and complained. Sister Qingkite, there's a 15 or 16-year-old boy who keeps staying inside your office and won't say anything when asked, and he's even mean to me. I'll help you teach him a lesson, okay? Lu Xiaoqing nodded frantically while handing Su Qingkui the materials in her hand. Cloud Merchant, get your ass over here. Su Qingkui resumed her seat on her soft sofa. Yun Shang moved to the door of Su Qingkui's office one small step at a time, just like a pissed-off little daughter-in-law. It directly gave Su Qingkui a laugh. straightened and glared at him. Yun Shang hurriedly slipped in front of Su Qingkue, but with his head lowered as if he had been bullied in some way. Lu Xiaoqing laughed very unkindly from the side. Yun Shang glared darkly at Lu Xiaoqing, but Lu Xiaoqing didn't wimp out at all and hid behind Su Qingkue to provoke him. Yun Shang was instantly furious, itching to directly get Lu Xiaoqing killed, but looking at Su Qingkue in front of her, he instantly shriveled up again. Chapter 100, Keep it with you. Su Qingkue saw it very truly. Two childish brats. Xiaoqing, you go work first. Su Qingkue directly just walked away from Lu Xiaoqing, wanting to talk to Yun Shang. Lu Xiaoqing glared at Yun Shang in dissatisfaction before reluctantly going out to work. There were only two people left inside the office, and Yun Shang stood in place expectantly, goose-stepping to death in his heart. After a long time he said hesitantly, "You knew my mother?" Su Qingkue's beautiful eyes glared as she drank. "Where's the name calling?" Yun Shang reacted tremendously and directly jumped away, looked at Su Qingkue with a goaded look, and hesitantly opened his mouth. "Duh, Lord." Su Qingkue held her forehead, once again bellyaching about how Yun Ling could have given birth to such a stupid thing. "Call me Auntie Qing." Yun Shang's face was full of struggle. Although this woman in front of him was very powerful, she was a teenage girl doll. Su Qingkue's eyes narrowed as she coldly looked at Yun Shang. Not convinced, Yun Shang spoke dryly. "Auntie Qing." Su Qingkue nodded in satisfaction before saying, "Your mother and I are sisters." The cloud merchant's eyes were full of disbelief. She a human, and he was a Teiyukai, and his mother was supposed to be a Teiyukai as well. Su Qingkue also did not want to control. This little kid has to be put around to control it. Otherwise he can go up to the house in a minute. From now on, you follow me around and you can't leave me 3 meters away. Do you know that? I don't. Who do you think you are? Yun Shang's lack of cooperation had occurred to Su Qingkue, but she didn't really care. Putting up a boundary inside the office, he backhanded the cloud merchant and huffed him against the wall. Smiling, she asked him, "Do you listen?" The cloud merchant stalked his neck with a defiant look on his face. Su Qingkue laughed softly and pulled out his essence from inside his storage bracelet. One hand held a small knife. "Do you know what kind of knife this is?" The cloud merchant shook his head frantically as he felt the hot breath above the knife. "It's made of golden obsidian spirit stone, specifically for cutting taiyaki. Do you want to feel it or not?" Yun Shang frantically shook his head. "I don't want to. I obey. I will listen to you in the future." Su Qingkue nodded in satisfaction. Whether he was convinced in his heart or not, but as long as he obeyed on his face. Turning his head, he saw the smiling Tang Songyan in the doorway again, and wanted to punch him so badly. Carrying a pile of papers, he said, "Chief, is there time to discuss this?" Su Qingkue nodded proudly, as if she wasn't the one who had just threatened someone with a knife. The two of them discussed the rewards and punishments, as well as the management regulations for a while longer before finalizing them, and Su Qingkue transmitted a copy directly to Secretary Bai. "Anyway, if you give it to him, the leader is sure to see it." Su Qingkue looked at his forehead that was vaguely red, a little strange, then casually did some math. A look of watching the show came over his face. Tang Songyan keenly saw the change in expression on her face and was a bit puzzled. Su Qingkue didn't give him an explanation either. Drew a yellow sheet of paper out and drew a talisman for him. "Deputy Director Tang, keep this with you." After saying that with a snickering expression on his face, he ran off first himself, leaving behind a puzzled Tang Songyan. And look at the good cloud traders. Su Qingkue took Lu Xiaoqing to the basement again. And yesterday, Elder Yingling had already taken away all the ghosts down there. She was just going down to remodel now. After all, according to the current strength, the more powerful night ghosts couldn't be shut down. The main thing now is to widen the space a bit and then divide the inside into smaller and smaller rooms to make it easier to hold them. She had a feeling that this much later ghost was going to come in and feel it. In the evening, Tang Songyan was invited to a reception. It was the birthday of Master Hua, who was a longtime friend of their family, and they were specially invited. And Master Tang had arrived long ago. Tang Songyan then presented Elder Hua with a gift as usual before being called out. "Tang Songyan, where have you been lately? You haven't been seeing anyone. Have you gotten raw with us?" A young man who had been sitting behind Elder Hua came up and hooked his shoulders as soon as he saw Tang Songyan. Tang Songyan barraged the man twice but didn't barrage the man, considering what he usually does. "Forget it. Something's been going on lately and it's not very convenient." Hua Xiao doesn't intend to let him go just like that, and directly hooks his shoulders and walks away. Go, we've been waiting for you for a long time. Tell me about you. All of a sudden it's like you've disappeared. You used to be able to at least see each other, and now. Tang Songyan's face was full of black lines. If it wasn't for the fact that he was his own hairdresser, he would have hooted up long ago. "Ever since I was a kid, I've been taking advantage of my bad health and making moves on myself." Hua Xiao brings him inside a group of people's gaming room, all of whom are his childhood hairdressers. Hua Xiao, it's still you who has a way. Normally you can't let him out. Matsunen, come and sit down. How's the body? 4 young men greeted the two. Obviously all of them were very aware of Tang Songyan's physical condition. Tang Songyan unloaded the aura on his body and sat on the seat they had specially set aside and laughed. It's quite good now. Can't die. Qian Xin, who was sitting on the far side, poured wine for everyone and gave Tang Songyan a glass of white water alone. Only then did he raise his glass and say, "We haven't gotten together for most of the year, so let's clink." The others grinned and raised their glasses and laughed at each other. A few people were chatting when a young girl walked in. She looked at Qian Xin with a pout. "Big brother, so you guys are hiding here and didn't even call me." Then he poured himself a glass of wine, looked at the empty seat beside Tang Songyan, and sat directly beside Tang Songyan. A few people glanced at each other, their eyes all filled with a look of watching a good show. Hua Xiao is even smiling with a lewd look on his face. On the contrary, Tang Songyan sat very calmly in his original position, not feeling a thing about the extra person next to him. "Ming Ming, come sit over here." Qian Xin was aware of this cousin's mind, but also knew that his brother was not interested in her. Qian Mingming delicately smiled. "Big brother, it just so happens that this place is empty, so I'll just sit here." The others even looked like they were watching the show. Tang Songyan directly stood up and said, "I'll go back first, you guys continue." But before he could leave his seat, he was pulled by Qian Mingming by the hem of his shirt, a pitiful expression on her face. "Brother Songyan, do you hate mine?" Tang Songyan's brow was furrowed to death, and his eyes just looked at the hem of the shirt she was pulling on. Contacting the gaze, Qian Mingming immediately retracted his hand, with a saddened look. "Brother Songyan, we haven't seen each other for a long time either." It was true that Tang Songyan didn't care about her at all, but Qian Mingming didn't want to just let go of Tang Songyan's golden lump either. She raised her cup with a smile and poured another cup for Tang Songyan, her face all bright smiles. "Brother Songyan, let's have a drink. Thank you for taking care of us since we were little." When Tang Songyan saw Qian Xian's embarrassed face, it was obvious that he didn't know what was going on right now. ####. Merry Christmas, babies. *3, ***. Chapter 101. Let the Chen family's second house be finished. He took the cup from Qian Mingming's hand and smiled with a playful face. Everyone in the circle knew that he didn't like women close to him at parties, plus he wasn't in good health, so it was usually just the few of them. "I don't remember I have any sister. In the future don't bite a brother." After saying that, he directly threw out the cup in his hand. Qian Xin rushed forward. "Song Yan, I'm sorry." Tang Songyan smiled. These were the brothers he had grown up with since childhood. He naturally knew their character, and what happened today was not something they agreed to. "It's fine. I'll go back first. Help me pass a message to your second uncle. I, Tang Songyan, am not something they can miss." After saying that, Tang Songyan directly left, leaving several people looking at each other with very ugly faces. Qian Xin stared at Qian Mingming with both eyes. Qian Mingming only felt that she was being targeted by a ferocious beast. "Big brother, I just haven't seen Brother Songyan for a long time and wanted to have a drink with him." Qian Xin face all mocking smile. "Things are like what they all know. All to this time still pretend what big tail wolf. You go back. I'll tell grandpa the truth about today." "Big brother, believe me, I really didn't do anything. I just wanted to chat with Brother Songyan." Qian Xian's eyes narrowed as a cold aura flashed in his eyes. Qian Mingming suddenly winced and hurried out. Hua Xiao laughed. "Old Qian, these people in your family are really as usual." Qian Xin sighed, a very bad expression on his face. These cousins in his family one by one just want to marry into a rich family, who is not a good choice. Always thinking of these close friends of his. A few more tosses and he'll have to lose all his friends. Qian Xin also laughed. "It can't be helped. As the saying goes, the heart is not enough for the snake to swallow the elephant." A few others laughed and chatted about work again. They are basically the established heirs of the next generation in the family and are therefore involved in the work of the family. After Tang Songyan came out from the gaming room, he planned to go home. After all, there were many things like this. That is, he usually did not participate in such a party. He had already encountered several times. More than a few people hit on their Tang family. When he passed the corner, a young male waiter rushed out with a tray in a hurry, and all the drinks on top of the tray directly spilled on Tang Songyan's body. Tang Songyan exuded a cold aura all over his body, and a cold aura flashed in his eyes. The waiter apologized as if he didn't see it, bowing frantically beside him. "I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. Tang Songyan thought about Qian Mingming just now. If this was also her doing, he wouldn't mind letting the second house of the Qian family be finished. Looking at the suit that was already all wet, Tang Songyan directly turned around and walked away. A bodyguard stepped forward and directly took the waiter away. Another bodyguard escorted Tang Songyan upstairs to change his clothes, only for Tang Songyan to feel a rolling sensation inside his clothes pocket as he entered the elevator. He hastily pulled something out of his arms. It was clearly the talisman Su Chingkue had given him in the morning. He believed Su Chingkue, someone who could get so much attention from above, was not some usual person. Without moving, he put the talisman in his hand back inside his pocket, feeling where there was something wrong with his body. Nothing unusual was found, but the talisman in his arms was getting hotter and hotter. The bodyguard was the first to enter the room to check, and only after no suspicious person was found did Tang Songyan enter. The room was lit with incense inside, and it was a sweet apple scent. Not that there was anything strange about it, but when the bodyguard went out, Tang Songyan felt something wrong. His body suddenly appeared a dry heat, but the bosom charm is indeed issued a burst of coolness. He suddenly wanted to see what these people were up to, and sat directly on top of the couch without moving, and closed his eyes. After waiting a moment, he saw the sound of talking coming from the window. Menjiang, the medicine should have kicked in. Quickly go inside. Good. Stick to the plan. Tang Songyan then heard the footsteps of someone coming from over the window. The corners of his lips curled into a smile. He wanted to see who dared to hit his Tang Songyan. A young girl slowly walked up to Tang Songyan, got close to his ear, and shouted twice, "Brother Songyan! Brother Songyan!" See, Tang Songyan did not respond, the smile on his face even more, and tugged on Tang Songyan's sleeve, to see that he still did not have another reaction, and shouted 2 more times, before finally letting go of his heart. With a smug look on her face, she said, "Tang Songyan, you can only be mine, Li Menjiang, in the future." After that she hammed and hawed and laughed twice. The sound was almost like a psycho. Tang Songyan sneered in his heart, and the Li family didn't need to exist anymore. Li Menjiang was complacent for a while before she started to get on Tang Songyan's clothes. Tang Songyan felt the scorching heat inside his body, and after realizing that it wasn't as severe as before, he appeared to be even cooler with the talisman in his arms. He opened his eyes straight away. A pair of eyes that looked like they could see everything. It directly startled Li Menjiang. She shivered and loosened Tang Songyan's clothes, but seeing Tang Songyan who had already woken up, she planned to do neither. Pull harder on Tang Songyan's clothes. It wasn't until he ripped the buttons off of Tang Songyan's shirt that he was kicked out by Tang Songyan. Your Li family is really good. Tang Songyan sneered. Li Menjiang stretched out one finger, pointing at Tang Songyan, with a tremor inside her voice. You. She didn't say it halfway through your sentence. Why have I not fallen for your schemes? With a hook of his lips, Tang Songyan said what she hadn't finished. Just at this time there was a huge slamming sound at the door. Tang Songyan was very calm, but it was the Li Menjiang next to him who was shocked. The first ones to come in after the door was smashed open were Elder Tang and Elder Hua, and when they saw the disheveled Tang Songyan, as well as Li Menjiang standing next to him, their faces sank. Neither of the 2 old men were any good, and looked around at the onlookers with bad eyes. A woman dressed like a noblewoman rushed in from the back, hugged Li Menjiang and shouted, "Menjiang, are you alright? Are you hurt? Is Tang Songyan sorry for you?" Her words came down. The people around her were secretly snickering. They were basically the head of each family. This kind of tactics, they had seen a lot. Looking at them now is like looking at a clown. Being able to come over to take a look, or thinking about whether or not he could get on the line with the Tang family. After all, it was said outside that the youngest son of the Tang family was physically weak. Li Menjiang looked at the crowded room of people. One did not do anything, directly began to commission. The tears in the eyes brushed down. When the woman saw Li Menjiang in this state, she instantly felt that she had succeeded in her ploy, and turned her head with a very aggrieved and insulted expression to the 2 old masters. "Elder Hua, you have to be the judge for our Menjiang." Although her words were spoken to Elder Hua, they were geared towards Elder Tang. Chapter 102, We're late. Everyone understands what is meant by it, but after all, everyone was an old fox, and they all looked as if they were watching the show, and didn't want to help out. The woman saw that no one was going to help. Speaking again, he said, "Elder Tang, our Menjiang is a yellow-bloomed girl. What can we do if we say something like this out now?" Elder Tang didn't care about her at all, taking the jacket that the bodyguard had brought with him and draping it over Tang Songyan's body, chiding, "You don't know to wear a little more in such a cold day." Tang Songyan pulled at the corner of his mouth and smiled. "Dad, I know, Tang Laozi was a bit fat in his old age, and his jacket looked a bit too big on Tang Songyan's body, but it didn't affect his all-over temperament at all." Seeing that his son was dressed, Elder Tang's pair of sharp eyes stared straight at both mother and daughter Li Menjiang. It showed them both in a cold sweat. The woman pumped up her spirit. Tang Laozi, this matter is Tang Songyan is not right. The old master sneered in his heart, but was looking at Elder Hua. What do you think about this? Elder Hua still has a cloudy look on his face as he says, you and Song Yan go back first. I'll give you an explanation for this matter. Then looking towards Li Menjiang's mother and daughter and the people present, he said in a cold voice, even in my Hua family you dare to get these filthy things. You guys really have a lot of guts. I don't care if you guys are watching the show or getting in on the action. If I find out, you guys weigh whether you can carry the Hua and Tang families. Then he turned and let his son make the arrangements. Hua Xiao quietly winked at Tang Songyan. Tang Songyan also nodded gently. The circle then dispersed. When Tang Mingliang and Tang Songyan's father and son sat in the car, Tang Mingliang asked Tang Songyan what had happened. He'd panicked earlier when he'd gotten a message from his son asking him to bring someone to the room. This son has been weak and sickly since he was a child, and he is always afraid that he will not be able to carry on and die. Tang Songyan pulled out the talisman from his bosom that had gone still and laughed, just to see which one had the guts to be so big. They said there's something wrong with the incense in the room. Should we call Tang Yu over to take a look? Tang Songyan cupped the talisman in his hand. The smile on his face slowed to fall. No need. It's fine now. Tang Mingliang looked at his son suspiciously. Are you hiding something from me? Tang Songyan smiled and said, no, Dad. Thanks to your timely arrival. When he said this, Tang Mingliang became even more suspicious. Tang Songyan just smiled and didn't say anything. How could he say that he felt something was wrong when he saw Su Qingkuei's strange expression this morning? Then he ran into Qian Mingming who posted up again. He felt even more out of place, so he got someone to check it out. I didn't think anyone would really dare to hit him, or with such unorthodox tactics. This time to make a big fuss is also to let those who want to pounce on see clearly. Their own family can resist the Tang family's retaliation. Tang Mingliang saw that his son did not speak, and did not want to ask. His own this son from childhood is a slap in the face character. Asking him isn't as quick as figuring it out for yourself. Tang Songyan smiled. That side has been concerned about Tang Songyan Su Qingkite. See, people did not get their way suddenly and a little regret. Should not give that charm. How nice to watch the show from the sidelines yourself. We'll see if the man Tang Songyan can still keep the expression on his face when the time comes. What a blunder. There was a deep sigh while thinking about it. The old lady watching the TV next to her was still a bit worried when she saw Su Qingkue suddenly sigh. Then he asked, Iris, what's wrong? It's okay, Grandma, I'm trying to work. The old lady nodded and said, it's good that you're okay, be safe out there. Su Qingkue desperately nodded her head in agreement. There was also a quick change of subject to talk to the old lady about me things inside the neighborhood. They're in a villa area, still a bit of a distance from the house next door. But she didn't expect that in only 2 days the old lady would already be very well acquainted with the neighborhood. I know who has a few people in their family and what they do in their home. Su Qingkue really admired it a million times over. Chatting with the old lady for a while longer, waiting for her to go back to her room to sleep. Su Qingkue then received a call from Lin Nanny, but when she answered, it was Tang Mingyue's voice that came from inside. Qingkite, let's eat together tomorrow. I'm back in school. Lin Nanny snatched the cell phone from her hand and said to Su Qingkue, Qingkue, I'm back at school too. Let's all eat together. Yeah, good. What are we going to eat tomorrow? In response to their invitation, Su Qingkue happily agreed. There's a new hot pot restaurant over on Mingyuan Road. Let's go and try the flavors. Responding to Su Qingkue was Tang Mingyue's bright voice. But before Su Qingkue could agree, Lin Manny's disgusted voice came again from over there. That one isn't good. Let's go eat Huayang cuisine. I've heard that there's one that's quite good. What's so good about Huayang cuisine? Let's go eat hot pot. Su Qingkue just listened to the two of them bicker with each other before saying, let's eat northeastern food. I want to eat goose stewed in an iron pot. The two of them lost their voices in unison, and in the end it was Lin Manny who said, then let's eat northeastern food. There's one over on Ping'an Road that's particularly tasty, and tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock, we'll gather at the door. After Su Qingris agreed, she chatted with the two of them for a while about what to eat before hanging up the phone. Su Qingkue arrived at the entrance of the hot pot restaurant early the next morning, but Lin Manny and Tang Mingyue had arrived long ago, and the three of them entered the hot pot restaurant with each other and went to the private room that had been set up a long time ago. Su Qingkue asked curiously, why hasn't Shur come yet? Tang Mingyue said, Shur said her cousin came over to see her and brought her along for hot pot later. Su Qingkue nodded in understanding, but there saw two people. Frowning slightly, both of them were tainted with a little bit of yin qi, so he casually asked, where else did you guys go today? Lin Manny and Tang Mingyue both looked at each other, neither knowing what Su Qingkue meant, but still shaking her head very honestly. Lin Manny said, we came out of school together in the morning and didn't go anywhere. Su Qingkue nodded in understanding, casually waving away the yin qi staining their bodies. but the trio waited for the ordered dishes to be served, and Guan Shishir had not yet come over. Tang Mingyue anxiously called her. Who knew that the phone rang at the door? Guan Shishir pushed the door in with an anxious face, followed by a pretty young girl, but this girl was a bit pale. With an apologetic face, she said, "Sorry we're late. My name is Qiu Xiaoting, is Shishir's cousin." Guan Shishir hurriedly pulled her to sit down and introduced her to everyone. "This is the one I told you about. My cousin." Several people greeted Qiu Xiaoting enthusiastically, and by this time the hot pot dishes were already on the table. Lin Manny greeted them and hurriedly started eating. Chapter 103, So She's Really Dead. During the gaps in the meal, Su Qingkue frequently looked at Qiu Xiaoting, before giving a smile of relief. Lin Manny was the first to see her look, her eyes revealing a curious look, but he was too embarrassed to say it explicitly in front of others, so he had to send a message to Su Qingkue and then gestured for her to look at his cell phone. Su Qingkue looked at her question and smiled brightly, nodding at her. Lin Manny looked at the girl beside Guan Shishir in shock. It's very normal, not at all noticeable, but looking at the man's pale face and the figure that was going to be gone when the wind blew, suddenly it wasn't so hard to understand. Several people ate and drank their fill before Su Qingkue looked at Qiu Xiaoting and said, "You should go home. This is not where you should stay." Aside from Lin Manny, everyone else looked at Su Qingkue, none of them understanding the meaning of her words. Even Qiu Xiaoting looked confused as she said, "I don't quite understand." Su Qingkue sighed, "You're already dead, and it's not good for Shishir's health for you to stay around her now." Seeing that everyone was looking shocked, Lin Manny covered her face, suddenly feeling that being too smart wasn't so good. Otherwise this time she could have been shocked along with them. Qiu Xiaoting pointed one finger at herself and said with an incredulous expression, "I'm dead, but aren't I still here now? Don't you talk nonsense, don't I know myself?" Qiu Xiaoting at this time obviously didn't believe her words, thinking it was just a joke, but Su Qingkue said with a straight face, "You died in the hospital a month ago after falling ill. Your parents took you back home for burial, and you came out of the old country yesterday, didn't you?" Guan Shishir suddenly opened her mouth as she stood up prancing, her mind suddenly remembering many things. She remembered her mom telling her a month ago that cousin Xiaoting was very sick inside the hospital and might not be able to carry on, but at that time her grandmother was also being treated inside the hospital and she didn't understand what was going on behind the scenes. It's only been a month now, so even if it's cured, it's unlikely that you'll be able to just get out of the hospital. She took Qiu Xiaoting's hand and didn't let go, but her voice trembled. "Mom told me you were seriously ill and told me not to be sad." Qiu Xiaoting was also confused when she heard this from her. She did treat her illness inside the hospital a month ago. She had been sick since she was a child, and she was used to running to the hospital all the time. After falling asleep in the hospital one day, I opened my eyes the next day and was in my hometown. But she was so much better and she was so happy that the only thing that felt wrong was that neither her parents nor her brother were around. She assumed that her family had sent her back home to recuperate. Plus the fact that the maid in the house had been replaced with a new one and had also told her that she was to get some rest, so she didn't suspect anything. Until after 7 days of sleeping in the old house, suddenly there were many more servants in the house, all handsome men of various types, and all her favorites. She thought her brother had arranged it for her. After 3.5 months of living with a couple of dudes, she hadn't waited for her mom, dad, and brother to visit her. She asked the housekeeper at home and he couldn't tell her, only that they were busy and she couldn't get through to them. She wanted to leave her old home to go to her parents, but none of the servants in the house would let her leave. It wasn't until yesterday evening, when she drove out by herself with only the servants in the house, tossing and turning, that she suddenly remembered that her Shishir cousin was attending school in a city. She has never been to college in her long life, so she wanted to ask her out to see her. And then it was Guan Shishir who took her to dinner with her roommates. She didn't feel a thing. How could she be dead already? Wasn't she well here now? She couldn't believe it. Her eyes widened, as if she knew what she was thinking. Su Qingkue said, "You are indeed dead, but you don't know it yourself." Qiu Xiaoting shook her head frantically, disbelief written all over her body. "No way. I'm not dead. I'm still fine. Look, I can still touch people now. How can I be dead already? Cousin, take it easy. I'll call and ask my aunt." With that, Guan Shishir took out his cell phone and dialed Qiu Xiaoting's mother's number. It wasn't until her own mother's voice came out over there that Qiu Xiaoting cried, "Mom, I'm Xiaoting." The sound of something falling came from the other side of the phone, and then the female voice that was flooded with tears. "Xiaoting, why did you come back? Are you not having a good time over there? Do you want mom to burn more things for you? What else are you lacking?" True to form, the first thing parents ask is what their child's shortcomings are, no matter how their daughter is doing. As soon as Qiu Xiaoting heard her mom's words, she couldn't take it in even more. Her eyes were red and her lips were trembling. She just couldn't believe that she died like this, but she didn't feel anything at all. Mom, am I dead? When did I die? Hearing her daughter's question, Shio's mother was also confused for a moment. Shio's father next to him also heard the conversation between the mother and daughter, and hurriedly took over the cell phone, and seeing that the note on it was sure, he hurriedly asked, shouting, "You're with sure, aren't you? And where are you guys right now?" "Dad, I'm in a city." Shio's father looked happy. "Wait there, Mom and Dad will be there soon." Su Chingkue also heard their words and said, "Do you need my help? I can take you there." Guan Shishir and Xiao Xiaoting looked at Su Chingkue, their eyes full of pleading. Su Chingkue could not help when she saw the yin qi staining Guan Shishir's body. Said, "Tell me your father's birth date and I'll take you there." Xiao's father on the other side of the phone naturally heard it, and in the joy of being about to see his daughter right away, he completely forgot about the fact that you can't just tell someone your birth date. "Just say it yourself over there," Su Chingkue said. "You guys stay here, I'll take them over to take a look." Lin Manny and Tang Mingyue hadn't come back to their senses yet, and when they heard Su Chingkue's words, they hurriedly nodded their heads. Then Su Chingkue took Guan Shishir's hand while pinpointing the exact location of Xiao's father and drove the ghost path directly over. Xiao's father only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and 3 people appeared in the house, and his daughter was among them. Mother Qiu immediately took her own daughter in her arms, whimpering and crying. Xiao's father didn't feel good next to him and secretly wiped his tears. His daughter is still alive. Looking at Guan Shishir as well as Su Chingkue, he said very politely, "Master, you're the one who sent Xiaoting back, aren't you?" "Thank you." Su Chingkue didn't want to accept this and said, "She's already dead and can't stay on Earth, so I hope it's better for you guys to make it clear as early as possible." Xiao's father nodded. He knew that people and ghosts were different. Only after the mother and daughter over there had cried enough did Xiao Xiaoting look at the home she had lived in for over 20 years. It wasn't until she saw the black and white photo in the middle of the living room that Xiao Xiaoting remembered. She did die. She was resuscitated at the hospital that day. She didn't make it. Turns out she's really dead. She's a dead man. Chapter 104, You Should Go Back. Su Chingkue and Guan Shishir just sat next to each other and watched this family of 3 talk. It wasn't until they had already basically finished talking about all the recent events that Su Chingkue spoke. "You should go back." Mother Qiu hurriedly blocked in front of her daughter, her eyes glaring fiercely as she looked viciously at Su Chingkue. Su Chingkue gave a mocking smile. "Don't you guys understand that people and ghosts have different paths?" Then she looked at Xiao Xiaoting and said, "Go back as soon as possible. If you hadn't met me, you'd have been dispersed long ago if you had met an ordinary Taoist priest. Ghosts who come out of hell privately are punished." Xiao Xiaoting stood in front of Qiu's mother and said, "Mom, don't worry, I'm doing well down there." Mother Qiu suddenly couldn't control her whimpering and crying again. Instead, it was Qiu's father, who had eased up next to him, who asked, "Master, how did our family Xiaoting get out?" Su Chingkue looked at the very subtle expression on Xiao Xiaoting's face and said, "After she died, she didn't know that she was dead and took advantage of the defense change to come out through the cracks in the ghost gate." A few people looked at each other, obviously not quite understanding. At that moment the door was thrown open with a bang, and the elder brother of the Qiu family rushed in anxiously, shouting, "It's really you, big brother." Big brother Qiu hugged Xiao Xiaoting tightly, voice raspy and choked. "Xiaoting." Xiao Xiaoting also hugged her brother tightly, her voice similarly choked. After a while, big brother Qiu let go of Xiao Xiaoting before looking at his parents. He had just come back after receiving a message from Guan Shishir. Not realizing it was true, he took his sister's hand tightly and said he wouldn't let go. Su Chingkue was helpless, but looking at this family, she still had to make it clear. "After she goes down you guys can burn paper to her as often as you like. She's doing quite well down there, and she can dream to you guys. There's no need to look so attached to her." When Guan Shishir heard her words, she wanted to laugh a little in her heart. Qin Kite was really still the same. It doesn't pay to be dead. Big brother Qiu also reacted and took Xiao Xiaoting's hand and asked, "Xiaoting, did big brother receive what he burned for you?" Xiao Xiaoting suddenly remembered the several handsome men who suddenly appeared in the house. Her small face flushed and she slapped big brother Qiu on the waist, collapsing her little face into anger. She said, "So you got all those people?" Qiu big brother suddenly scolded, but also a little aggrieved. These are his special customized, in order to let his sister each like. He is in accordance with the most handsome those who redo. Spent a lot of his money it. He suddenly came over and asked, "Xiaoting, just tell me if you like it." Xiao Xiaoting's small face instantly reddened. "When I think about my days with those dudes, I feel like I can't think about it." After poking fun at his sister, the uninformed big brother Qiu also talked to Guan Shishir to find out more about the current situation. When he heard this he immediately told Qiu's father and mother, "Mom and Dad, I know you can't let Xiaoting go, but Xiaoting will still be able to entrust us with her dreams in the future. And if she meets any ordinary Taoist priests, we won't be able to do anything if Xiaoting gets beaten up. So let's let Xiaoting go where she needs to go. The big deal is that we'll try to earn more money to burn more things for Xiaoting in the future, so that Xiaoting can live a life of stretching out her hands and flipping her mouth down there. Don't you think so? Just now, Qiu father had already talked about Qiu mother, and she now knew that she was wrong just now. She said, "Master, I'm sorry, I was just thinking out of turn, don't be offended." Xiaoting saw that her parents had agreed for her to go back, and she was reluctant to do so, but she also knew that she couldn't go back if she didn't. It was a fluke that I got to see my parents this time. Mom, Dad, Big Brother, I won't be able to stay with you from now on. You guys be good. Mother Qiu wiped her tears while holding up a smile and said, "Dream for us often in the future." Xiaoting nodded vigorously. Su Qingkite saw that this family had accepted this matter, and did not have any rebellious mentality, and was also relieved that this matter was in charge of Shi's cousin. She did not want to immediately break her up. Holding open a ghost door, a solemn gate was erected in the air, and the Qiu family was shocked beyond words. In the eyes of her family's encouragement and dismay, Xiaoting takes 3 steps forward and 3 steps backward to enter the ghost gate. In order to exempt her from punishment, Su Qingkue burned a bunch of golden treasures for white impermanence again. Let him watch over it. In the saddened look on Qiu's family's faces, Su Qingkue said, "Farewell." Father Qiu was the first to react, stopping Su Qingkue and Guan Shishi, with an apologetic face. He said, "Thank you, Master. We have offended much just now. It just so happens that it is also mealtime now. How about dining together?" Su Qingkue shook her head. When she left the house in the morning, she promised her grandmother that she would go back for dinner. Father Qiu had persuaded for a while, and seeing that Su Qingkue really didn't want to eat, he solemnly said, "Master, if you need to use my Qiu family in the future, please feel free to ask." Su Qingkue laughed. "No need. I made my move for Shi's sake." Then she braced herself for the ghost path and took Guan Shishi away, not giving the Qiu family a chance to speak at all. Su Qingkite looked at her watch. She had been outside for too long. It was almost dinner time now. She had to hurry home, or you'll miss dinner. After getting Guan Shishi back to the dormitory, Su Qingkue rushed home, not even seeing Guan Shishi's expression of having seen a ghost. Su Qingkue returned home just as the meal was just being served. Grandma and Jade even said they were going to call her to find out when she was coming back. "Grandma, did I come back just in time?" "Yes, yes, yes. You kids are the most punctual with your meals." Su Qingkue pouted. "Grandma, I didn't. Come on over and eat. It's all your favorites today." The old lady greeted with a smile. Su Qingkue smoothly pulled on the old lady's hand. The old lady was very happy, and patted his granddaughter's little hand. While eating, the old lady also chattered to Su Qingkue about the surrounding neighbors, learned that the right side of them was a little girl who lived alone and didn't go out of her house every day. "I didn't know about it today until the old lady sent a special treat over." The old lady also lamented. "That girl is really very good looking, but barring that it just feels like the person is kind of not very happy. All day long, he looks sad and doesn't talk to people much." Su Qingkue specifically glanced to the right. She'd seen the neighborhood here, and there was no inn, so it wasn't a big deal. She then didn't care much. The old lady obviously didn't have to ask her to say anything, just to talk at the dinner table. Seeing Su Qingkue focusing on her meal, she chatted about the family on her left again. Speaking of this, the old lady had an angry look on her face and huffed. "That family is simply inexplicable. With their mouths open and shut, they look down on the country people, and anyone who looks down on them with an arrogant look." Su Qingkue laughed. "Grandma, you shouldn't associate with them in the future. It ruins the mood." The old lady nodded back. Chapter 105, It's not going to rain today. Yesterday after dinner, Su Qingkite left with Guan Shishi. Tang Mingyue was not convinced, and today she said she would take Su Qingkite with her to go shopping. Su Qingkue couldn't carry her pleas but could only agree again. But today they had an appointment for the afternoon, going for a snack first and then going for dinner together. The three of them chatted inside the group for quite a while before settling on what to eat. Su Qingkue could only listen to them. After all, she was indeed the one who stood them up yesterday. As soon as the several people converged, Tang Mingyue happily ran forward, then followed the scent and stopped in front of a small stall, where the square-faced middle-aged boss handed the pancake fruit in his hand to the man in front of the stall. While gathering the tools in his hands, he shouted at the top of his voice, "Pancake fruit cluck, pancake fruit cluck, pancake fruit cluck, pancake fruit cluck." Tang Mingyue greeted, "Qingkite, Manny, and Shishi, do you want some pancake fruits?" The stall owner looked at the four good-looking girls in front of him and smiled with a kind face. "Do you want to eat pancake fruit? $10 for a set." Tang Mingyue looked at them with an excited face. unable to hide the longing in her eyes. Squirming for a moment, he said, I can't finish a set. Su Chingkui realized. Then I'll eat some. Tang Mingyue nodded excitedly. The boss also saw it and boasted to Su Chingkui, girl, it's not that I'm bragging to you. I've been selling pancake fruits here for 10 years, and my family's is the best on this street. In his heart, he sighed. This girl is so good looking, her skin is so white, and that little face is so delicately grown. Tang Mingyue pulled out $20 and handed it to the boss. 2 sets. Guan Shishir looked at Tang Mingyue in surprise. Don't you usually scan codes? Tang Mingyue scratched her head in embarrassment. The New Year's money from the New Year's Eve. It hasn't been spent. Guan Shishir nodded understandingly. All her New Year's money was directly deposited in the bank. The boss collected the money, and his hands began to work, pouring on the batter and spreading out a complete round cake. And his hands kept moving and asked, do you want it spicy? Want. Tang Mingyue's pair of eyes looked straight at the movements in the boss's hands. The boss looked at Tang Mingyue and instructed while spreading the cakes. You little girls don't go over to Huayang Road at night, okay? Tang Mingyue asked with a puzzled expression. Boss, why? The boss sighed and said, a few days ago a young girl disappeared over there and hasn't been found yet. You guys are so good looking. It's even more dangerous to go over there at night. Go back earlier. A few of them nodded their heads in agreement. They hadn't planned to go over there, but they answered their boss's kind offer. Su Chingkui gazed at the boss, as if she had read him through, and spoke. When you go back later, don't take the small road. Take the big road. By the look of his face, he is an honorable man. He gives them a reminder, and she gives him an aphorism to avoid this. Good. The movements in the boss's hands were unceasing, while still responding to Su Chingkui's words. He didn't actually take Su Chingkui's words to heart, but he thought the 4 girls looked good, and he himself happened to be giving them a heads up as he was closing up his stall and heading back before the rain came. Cutting a full pancake fruit in half with a knife, the boss smiled and said, come on, try it. I make the best pancake fruit. Tang Mingyue couldn't help but take a bite first when she received it. Then her face was full of happiness. Kite, quickly taste it. It's really delicious. The owner would smile back, so he neatly made another set and then began to clean up his stall. Thank you, boss. You made it delicious. Tang Mingyue said very sincerely to the boss after tasting it. Hearing the compliments, the boss was also very happy, looking at the 4 girls in front of him and a little worried. Little girl outside is not safe. Quickly go home. Look at the sky is about to rain. Tang Mingyue raised her head to look at the sky. The sky was filled with dark clouds, the feeling of black clouds pervading the sky. She was a bit indecisive as she looked at Su Chingkui beside her. Su Chingkui received her look and said, it won't rain today. The boss was very disapproving. This cloud is so dark it's almost overpowering. How can it not come down? Go back now. Su Chingkui didn't care if the boss believed her or not, and prepared to go eat. A man hurriedly ran and stopped in front of the owner's stall, gasping for breath as he said, Uncle Wang, give me a set of pancake fruits. Su Chingkui looked sideways and realized that it was actually Tang Shuezhen. I don't know what I'm doing today, but I'm wearing a white shirt and suit pants, but the shirt is a little wrinkled, and I'm carrying a large black bag in my hand. Just now when he passed by, a trace of inchi got on her skirt. It was a rarity that any inchi dared to stick to her. Seeing that he didn't see him, Su Chingkui took the initiative to call out, Tang Shuezhen. Tang Shuezhen jerked his head back and realized that it was Su Chingkui, running over with a fart. Sister Kite, why are you here? Seeing the pancake fruit in Su Chingkui's hand, she had a look of realization. Uncle Wang's pancake fruit is indeed delicious. Then he secretly told Su Chingkui again, Sister Kite, I've found a big order. Do you want to take it or not? Su Chingkui looked at him suspiciously. Seeing that the two were acquainted and on good terms, Lin Manny said, let's go eat together. Several people did not have any opinions, and Tang Shuezhen said, I know that there is an iron pot stewed goose in this neighborhood that does a very good job. Let's go together and try it. Tang Mingyue and Guan Shishir nodded their heads in unison once they heard that it was an iron pot stewed goose. They had wanted to eat it for a long time but had never gotten around to it. Su Chingkui looked on with great novelty. In front of them was a large pot in which a large goose was being stewed, gurgling and bubbling with aroma, and Tang Shuezhen was holding a pot of yellow paste in his hand. What is this? Su Chingkui asked curiously as she watched him stick the paste piece by piece on the side of the pot. It's cornmeal mush. Stick it on and eat it with the goose later. It's very flavorful. Su Chingkui had never eaten it at all, and Tang Mingyue's few people had never tried the experience of sitting around in front of an iron pot like this to eat, so they all felt very novel at once. Thump, thump. The door of the box was knocked, and the waiter pushed a cart of dishes in, lifting the lid for the iron pot, and instantly the scent wafted throughout the box. Tang Mingyue held the bowl in one hand and the chopsticks in the other, very excited, her eyes burning at the waiter. Can we eat now? The waitress, a middle-aged woman, looked at the good-looking few girls and smiled. You can eat now. This pot roast and slipped pork section are also very delicious, he said as he served their order from the food cart. The dishes are finished. Your friends haven't come yet? The waiter asked. They had ordered at least a dozen people's worth of food, and now there were only 5 of them, so how could they finish it? Be right there. Be right there. Tang Shuizhen snorted. Chapter 106 8 pounds of goose. Gone. He ordered so many dishes just so they would be happy to eat, and if they couldn't finish them, they would pack them up and go back to eat themselves. The waiter went out after serving the food. Tang Mingyue and Su Qingkue had already started to eat, and while eating, they didn't forget to recommend it to a few people. This pot-boiled pork is so delicious, crispy and tender. Su Qingkue picked up the pot roast and put it in her mouth. The lips and teeth were indeed delicious, but it was still Xiao Chui's cooking that was better. Tang Shuizhen only watched as the pot roast, slipped meat segments, ground pork, plucked groundnuts, and soy sauce big bones in front of him disappeared at a very fast speed, into the mouths of all 4, followed by the pot of goose and cornmeal cakes. In the end, he ate only a piece of pot roast and a cornmeal cake. 8 pounds of goose. Gone. He wondered if the owner of the restaurant had lied to him, when in fact the goose was not 8 pounds. Tang Mingyue touched her small stomach and burped. Guan Shishir and Lin Manny were already paralyzed in their seats, while Su Qingkue, who had eaten the most, was slowly drinking tea. It's so delicious. We'll come here again next time. Tang Mingyue had a satisfied face. Tang Shuizhen was shocked. All of his Iris sister's friends were big appetite kings? A few others nodded in unison. This family's iron pot goose stew was indeed delicious. Tang Mingyue looked at Tang Shuizhen. Brother Tang, you still know where else is delicious? Introduce it to us. Tang Shuizhen hastened to give Tang Mingyue a lot of stores. Obviously he's only been here a few days and I don't know how he knows so many stores. This side of the boss selling pancake fruit. See, Tang Shuizhen did not take the pancake fruit and left. In the back of the rush to shout, but did not shout back, had to pack up their own stall to go home. He pedaled his little tricycle and hurried home, walking to the alley 1 street away from his home, through which there were 10 meters to go before he reached his home. If he didn't take this alley, he would have had to walk an extra 15 minutes on the main road. He had just pedaled his tricycle to the entrance of the alley when the pretty girl's words suddenly flashed through his mind. Don't take the small road, take the big road. He tried to keep going in disbelief, and the words came back to him. Don't take the small road, take the big road. Looking at the darkness of the unlit alley because of the dark clouds in the sky in the late hour, he finally had the heart to turn the car around. Just trust that pretty girl for once. Jiju, it's time to eat. Why are you so late? Didn't you call back and say you'd be home soon? The boss's wife asked casually as she brought today's meal to the table. Wang Jiju wiped a handful of sweat on his forehead and went to wash his face before returning to the table. Today, I took the Nationality Avenue side to come back, but also blocked the traffic for a while. He was kind of regretting it at this point. He shouldn't have listened to that girl. Originally more than 20 minutes to return home, now a full clock, but also ran into the traffic police to check the car. Almost his dinner guy was detained. Come back is good. That alley is dark and unsafe. Don't go that way at night. His wife obviously knew the road he often traveled, so she advised him. Hey, Wang Jiju answered while picking up his food, but in his heart he was unconvinced. He had been gone for more than 10 years, so there could still be a problem. The next day, the day just dawned. Wang Jiju has packed up the stall. The couple rode a tricycle to the entrance of the neighborhood stall selling pancake fruit. More and more people were buying pancake nuts, basically from inside the neighborhood. An older sister, who ate their pancake nuts every morning, asked, Jiju, did anything happen when you walked down that alley last night? With that, she also pointed to the alley not far from their neighborhood. Sister Wang, he came back last night by Nationality Avenue. What happened over there? Wang Jiju wife asked. The people who come to buy pancake nuts are all acquaintances. Another older woman said with a thankful face. Fortunately you didn't go that way last night. There was a psychopath hacking at people with a knife. I heard that one was killed and one was injured. Scary Lou. Yeah, I heard the guy's intestines were stabbed out and he died on the spot. Another passerby was also stabbed twice and taken to the hospital where I heard he's still unconscious. At this point one person in line behind me told all about what happened yesterday evening. When? Wang Jiju's wife asked. Oops, it's just after 6 o'clock. Don't your families usually come back that way? Just wanted to ask. Luckily you guys didn't run into it. Wang Jiju was so shocked that he forgot to spread the batter in his hands. Suddenly he remembered the words of the pretty girl who had told him to take the main road, and that he had closed his stall a little early yesterday, and that he happened to be in that alley at 6 o'clock. If he hadn't turned around and taken the main road, would he have been the one stabbed by a psychopath? In an instant he was thrown into a cold sweat, not daring to think about that consequence at all. The batter on top also turned into a ball because of his delayed movement. His wife saw that he looked stunned and reached out to shake him. Jiju, what's wrong? Wang Jiju came back to his senses. His hands were a bit trembling, and a fine sweat perspired on his forehead, barely pulling out a smile. Daughter-in-law, you come, my hands are a bit weak. His wife took the tools in his hand and asked with a worried look on her face. Not feeling well? Let's close up and go to the hospital? The older sister who was waiting for the pancake fruit in front of her also said, if you don't feel well, go and have a look. It's okay if we don't eat today. Wang Jiju's trembling hands and feet sat down on the small stool next to him, and he could not control the hand shaking at all, and he barely smiled. It's okay, thanks guys, a little hypoglycemic. The little girl in the line behind her hurriedly fished out a bar of chocolate from her bag and handed it over. Boss, eat this. Wang Jiju's wife took it, opened it and stuffed it in his mouth, and said to the little girl, thank you Xiaoli. Then he turned toward the customers in line behind him and said, ours doesn't usually do this, so please, I'll make the pancakes today, so don't mind. We all chatted away together with a snort. Only Wang Jiju was still trapped in the aftermath of fear. Only after several people had eaten and drunk their fill did Su Qingkue ask, what have you been doing for the past 2 days? Tang Xuezhen was confused by the question. He's been going for a list for the last 2 days. Seeing his lack of understanding, Su Qingkue added, you went somewhere wrong. Tang Hakjin thought back carefully and shook his head. Su Qingkue sighed, knowing that it was unreliable. She could only forget about it herself. She pinched herself for a moment and asked, which particularly crowded place did you go to? Tang Xuezhen slapped his thighs and finally remembered. I found someone who is willing to give this much, as long as you give a solution. He held out a slap as he spoke. He's in a theater group, so there must be a lot of people there. Su Qingkue nodded. Tang Xuezhen asked happily, you promised. Su Qingkue glared at him. Chapter 107, the opening ceremony failed. I'll set you up and pick you up in the morning. Is that okay? Su Qingkue nodded her head in agreement once more, and Tang Xuezhen happily left. Seeing that she had finished settling everything, Tang Minghua pulled her along to go shopping. A slightly chubby assistant director jogged all the way to the director. Lao Guo, it's ready, let's go. Director Guo stood up and lifted his steps forward. Before he could take 2 steps, he was pulled by the assistant director behind him. Lao Guo, is it really okay this time? Director Guo sighed, his face all tired. This is to find the Hong Kong City Masters to choose the day, and then failed to achieve on behalf of us. This movie cannot be shot. Right, said also pulled his few hair. Why don't you think again and find 2 more masters to take a look? The assistant director also had a headache. He was so worried that he lost his hair every day during this period of time, and if he continued like this he would go bald. Director Guo looked at a few hairs in the palm of his hand. His heart ached to the point of not being able to breathe. And then lose his hair. He will become a Mediterranean at a young age. No more waiting. Big deal. No more shooting. Director Guo's heart was crossed. Lao Guo, do you know how much you'll have to pay? I know, but if this opening ceremony doesn't work, how are we going to shoot down there? He took a step through the crowd that looked a bit disorganized. Things don't go well. This opening ceremony or incense extinguished. Or if the incense breaks then no filming. The big deal is to lose money. The main actors and supporting cast of the cast were already waiting in front of the offering table, all looking at the director with a sad face, fearing that their drama would be cut off at the waist. Director Guo followed the process of inserting 3 joss sticks on the offering table, and before he could return to his original position, one of the joss sticks on the table snapped and fell to the ground. His mood hit rock bottom. Could he really not make this movie on his own? Just then a man ran in with a grin on his face. It's none other than Director Guo's nephew, Xia Mingfei. When Director Guo saw him like this, he glared fiercely. Xia Mingfei took it as if he didn't see it and happily said to Director Guo, Uncle, I found a master. Director Guo and the assistant director both frowned in unison. How could a master be so easy to find? But looking at his nephew, Director Guo still held his tongue and asked, what master? A very powerful master. I heard that she was the one who solved the Lin family's matter. Director Guo's frown deepened. When the Lin family started a house there, they had seen it. But it's not good to say anything with the Lin family because they don't have a deep friendship with them, and I heard that some time ago, the Lin family suddenly moved out, and they haven't been affected at all. Director Gui was also aware of this and asked happily, are you serious? Xia Mingfei nodded. He had also been introduced by the Lin family, but he had yet to meet the master himself. Only his assistant was seen. Yesterday he even asked the master's assistant to come here and look around, and today the master finally agreed to come over and look around. Director Guo suddenly cheered up and said, "When will the master come over to watch?" Xia Mingfei suddenly spoke in embarrassment. "Uncle, I promised the master that I would give her $5 million when it was done." The assistant director's eyes widened. "How much did you say?" Instead, it was Director Guo who comforted the assistant director. 500 is 500. Just look at how much we've lost from the recent shutdown. The assistant director sighed. He had to spend money every day. If he dragged on, the cost might even be more than $5 million. It was best if he could solve it once and for all. One can only nod in agreement. Tang Xuexian brought Su Qingkue to the crew, and by this time the crew was in complete disarray, and the other assistant director couldn't catch his breath all of a sudden and came to the hospital. Xia Mingfei, with whom he had an appointment, was waiting for him in front of the gate, all anxiety. When he saw Tang Xuexian arrive, he greeted him, and it wasn't until he saw Su Qingkue get down from the car that Xia Mingfei finally couldn't help but ask, "Is Master here?" Tang Xuexian pointed at Su Qingkue and said, "This is Master Su." Xia Mingfei looked at Su Qingkue suspiciously. This pretty girl was wearing a dress and didn't look half like a master. Tang Xuexian could only pack his bags and say, "Really? You believe me?" It was at this point, Xia Mingfei had no choice but to bring the two inside. Let's beat a dead horse. Turning east and west to finally see Director Guo on a small mat in the corner, Xia Mingfei ran over and instantly sat down on the small mat in front of Director Guo. "Uncle, how are you doing? I brought the master." Director Guo still looked disheveled. Looking towards Tang Xuexian and Su Qingkue, the two were younger than one another and did not have the appearance of a half-dozen masters. It was even more disheveled. "Director Guo, hello, I'm Master Su's assistant. Can you tell us more about the current situation?" Director Guo didn't hold out much hope now, and when he saw someone ask, he just said it. "And there's nothing the show isn't going to do that can't be said. The incense for our opening ceremony broke just as we put it in, and yesterday was the third time." He sighed again when he finished, and his whole body was downcast. Su Qingkue glanced around and said directly, "There's a male ghost over there who broke your incense." With that she reached out and pointed over to the offering table. Guo Guide followed the direction of Su Qingkite's finger to look over. The offering table is still their own yesterday's incense appearance. Where there are any ghosts, it's still in its original state because it hasn't been packed up yet. "Little girl, there are no ghosts in this world. Don't scare yourself." When Director Guo said this, Su Qingkue was speechless. He burned incense and made offerings to the Bodhisattva, and now he says that there are no ghosts in this world. Does it mean that he only believes that there are gods and goddesses in this world, and does not believe that there are ghosts in this world? Su Qingkue was helpless, but after all, she had to collect people's money and could only say seriously, "There really is a male ghost. Girl, our crew is clean. Where are the ghosts?" As soon as the slightly chubby assistant director came over, he heard someone say that there were ghosts in their crew and instantly became angry. He looked at Tang Xuexian and Su Qingkue with a furious expression on his face, acting as if he couldn't get by without giving a statement. Tang Xuexian was even more helpless. They were the ones who invited them, and now they were the ones who didn't believe them. "Girl, don't say such things in my theater group. It won't be good to make a scene when the time comes," Director Guo said. He looked at the girl in front of him, young but with an outstanding aura. He also mixed in this circle for more than 10 years, seen countless beauties, but temperaments so outstanding, but also the beauty of such a prominent has not seen. Talking voice cannot help but soften a few points. Su Qingkue smiled faintly, not caring. She had come here to earn money in the first place. Having money will give grandma a good life. She pinched her finger with one hand, and two streaks of golden light flew out from her fingertips and did not enter the foreheads of Director Guo and the assistant director. Director Guo also saw Su Qingkue's gesture until the golden light didn't enter his forehead, and a look of fear spread across his face as he covered his hands. Chapter 108, I want to ask for your help. What have you done to us? Ming Fei, what kind of people did you bring in? God damn it. Go, go, go. The assistant director saw this and started to kick people out. He was an atheist, and now faced with people who said their crew was haunted and didn't know what they had done to them, the genius didn't like it. Although they would also get the opening ceremony, which he didn't really believe in very much, Director Guo believed in it, and he was just an assistant director, so it was even worse to say anything. Director Zhang, Director Guo, our Master Su was very powerful, and now you're the one who invited us, and since you don't believe in this aspect, you're now inviting us for a joke? Tang Xuexian was very confident in Su Qingkue's abilities, and seeing their half-hearted disbelief also made him angry. What a thing to call it. Deputy Director Zhang heard this and became even more angry, splitting his head and cursing at Xia Mingfei, you give me a wide-open dog eyes to see. Where is the ghost? If you can't say it, you'll get out of my way. Xia Mingfei was scolded like a quail, not daring to say anything. Over there, Guo director's eyes have been staring at the offering table, while tapping on the shoulder. The assistant director is still cursing Xiamingfei, and does not turn around to look, waving his hand. Don't mind me. Dare to say that there are ghosts in our crew. See if I don't spray him to death. Xiamingfei didn't dare to speak either, and lowered his head to be scolded. What are you looking at? Cheating on my head. Mingfei, usually you look quite stable. What's going on today? Director Guo was still beside him and continued to tap Director Zhang's shoulder. Seeing that he hadn't looked over, he was so anxious that his movements sped up quite a bit. This side was angry as hell. And over there, Director Zhang, whose shoulder was raw from Director Guo's slap, finally couldn't help but turn his head back. Old Guo, why do you keep patting me? My shoulder is swollen. Director Guo's eyes didn't dare to leave as something over there was also looking straight at him. Look over there. Director Guo stumbled over his words, pointing his finger in the direction of the offering table. Director Zhang looked over in the direction, only to see a young man with a bloody head, a greenish-black face, and his entire body covered in cement standing right in front of the offering table, but his eyes were fixed on them. The blood on his forehead dripped down his cheek, and Director Guo, who had superb eyesight, also saw that a small puddle of blood had dripped all over the bottom of the man's foot, but the staff around him were busy as usual, and no one saw him at all, except them. Ghost ah! Zhang director shrieked out. The whole person pounced on the next Guo director. Guo director's body plate where can carry his nearly 200 pounds of physique. The two people both fell to the ground. The staff next to them had sideways glances. They all heard Director Zhang shouting, and some of them even looked to the side, as if they wanted to see where the ghost was. Su Qingkai didn't open his eyes to Tang Xuezhen. He didn't see it and secretly pulled Su Qingkai's sleeve, whispering, Sister Iris, there really are ghosts. Can you show me too? Su Qingkui had no choice but to open her eyes to Tang Xuezhen as well. Tang Xuezhen, who had already had the experience of seeing a ghost once, was not as flustered as the two Goi guides, but he was also a bit scared. At this time, there were already many staff members on the scene who had started whispering, and were also frequently looking this way. Director Guo and Director Zhang managed to climb up, not daring to look that way at all. The two of them lowered their heads to find Su Qingkui. Master, please help me, Guo guide said. He saw a child ghost on the other side besides the male ghost, and an old man ghost. He didn't dare to look to the side at all now, thinking that there were ghosts everywhere. It was safer to look at the floor. He was in this circle, and although he didn't really believe in gods and goddesses, he had heard of many people raising little ghosts, and had always maintained a skeptical attitude towards these things. But now that he was directly up against it, he was still simply terrified. After all, people were afraid of the unknown. Seeing that Su Qingkui didn't say anything, Director Guo bowed directly in front of Su Qingkui. Master Su, please take a hand to help me. This movie I prepared for a long time is my heart and soul. I want to continue to shoot. All he could think now was that his worldview was starting to reshape. Not 100% convinced by this extremely good-looking girl, but she must be a capable one if she could open her eyes. Next to the onlookers of the staff simply shocked bad. After all, the Guo director looked good to talk. The face of a good old man look. But one into the filming state is really to say on the scolding. Regardless of whether you are a movie star or a movie queen. Now to a young and beautiful young lady so respectful. They are still the first time to see. Could it be that this young lady is a C-market investor? Or a rich second generation? Su Qingkui could tell at a glance that he was a generous and grounded person with a harmonious family. And she reached out and beckoned toward the male ghost. Come here. Before Director Guo could react, a green and black ghost face appeared in front of his eyes, scaring him back and forth. And Director Zhang even directly hid behind Su Qingkui and closed his eyes tightly. Master Su, he won't hurt me. Guide Guo also wanted to hide behind Su Qingkui, but the ghost was right in front of him, and he didn't dare to move a single inch. It won't be. He folded the incense just to ask for your help, Su Qingkui said. Director Guo and Assistant Director Zhang didn't understand what it meant and both looked at Su Qingkui. The staff at the scene also looked at this side, and did not dare to get too close for fear of the director, so they watched from a short distance away. I'm sorry to trouble you guys. I just wanted to ask you guys to help me call the police. I didn't realize you guys couldn't see me and made a mess. I'm sorry, the male ghost said to Director Guo with a face of shame. While saying so, he also bowed and apologized to Director Guo, and the blood on his forehead was flung everywhere, and also flung onto Director Guo. Even if he had seen more, Director Guo was also frightened at the moment. A slip of smoke to hide behind Su Qingkui. Shivering. The staff who couldn't hear the sound next to them were even more confused. The director of the opening ceremony is not crazy? The male ghost is a bit ashamed to see the scared to death Guoguan, but he has just died not long ago. Ghost power is not high, cannot put back the terrible image on the body. He very sincerely went around to Director Guo's side. Director, I'm sorry, don't be afraid. I didn't mean to scare you. Seeing the ghostly face that suddenly appeared in front of him, Director Guo almost fainted in fear. Or it was Director Zhang who was beside him who helped him. Be so scary. It's scary as hell. In a shaky voice he asked, you want me to help you call the police? Aha. The male ghost nodded frantically, the blood on his head flinging back onto Director Guo and Director Zhang. In order to prevent them from shrieking out again, Su Qingkue flicked 2 dashes of spiritual energy onto them, and a flash of warmth crossed their bodies, their hearts that had just felt thumping just a moment ago quieting down a bit. Why did you call the police? Director Guo, who had already smoothed out his mood a bit, still had a slightly shaky voice. Chapter 109, I've been killed. I've been killed and bricked into a wall. I can't get out of here and I don't have a ghostbuster to take me away. So I just want you guys to help me call the police. The male ghost said with a sincere face. Instead, it freaked out the 3 big men next to him. You said your body is on our set? Director Guo couldn't believe it. They had been on this set for half a month and had found nothing. No. May. Even the Director Zhang next to him was shocked, because he was the one who found the set, and the setup was also arranged by him together with the props team. And now to tell him that there was a corpse on their set. It's just scary, okay? Really and truly, I've been dead for 2 months. And the body is in the wall to the right of the utility room over there. The male ghost saw that both of them didn't believe him. He got anxious and hurried to explain. As soon as he got excited, the yin qi on his body started to spread out in all directions, scaring Director Guo and Director Zhang even more not to dare to leave behind Su Qingkue. Then I'll call the police. Director Guo also believed a few points when he saw how excited the male ghost was. Let the police find out if it was true or not. Everyone in your crew gather up and wait for the police. The murderer is inside. Su Qingkue saw Director Guo calling the police from the side, so she instructed Director Zhang. Director Zhang happened to want to leave this place very badly and flew out from behind Su Qingkue, disappearing in front of everyone at once. Director Guo, who had returned from the phone call, wasn't so scared of the male ghost in front of him, and moved over a couple of stools for Su Qingkue to sit down. Master Su, let's wait for a while, the police will be here soon. A few people looked at each other and sat down. Su Qingkue is not a person who talks a lot. Director Guo doesn't know how to open his mouth. Tang Xuezhen is still angry. Next to Xiamingfei is now like a quail. So much so that the atmosphere of the field, all of a sudden, was condensed. Master Su, do you know who the murderer is? To have something like this happen on their crew was more or less going to suffer, but actively reporting it to the police should be much better. It was 4 punks. I was beaten up by them, and they pushed me, and my forehead hit the corner of the table before I died, the male ghost said on one side, and as he did so, his yin qi churned. Su Qingris lifted her eyes to look at them without a trace of emotion in them, as if he would have to have his soul scattered if he was affecting her. The male ghost immediately covered his mouth with both hands, not making a sound. Over here, Director Zhang also ran over. Master Su, the people are all gathered together. He was now completely trusting this beautiful girl in front of him, and this kind of person with special abilities could not be offended. Su Qingkue casually swept a glance. First row, second from the right. The girl in the scarlet blouse, the murderer is her. The others can disperse. Saying that, with a wave of her hand, a faint golden light flew out from her fingertips and went straight into the girl's body without anyone seeing it. There is a karmic thread in everyone, and this woman is tainted with extremely heavy karma, or connected to this male ghost beside her. Master Su, this is our female third. It can't be. Director Zhang couldn't believe it very much. This girl was quite dedicated and didn't look like someone who would do such a thing, but he wasn't very sure. After all, he knew people. Master, is it really her? She is my girlfriend. Ah, how could she kill me? The male ghost also couldn't believe it very much. After all, it was his girlfriend that he had been with for 8 years. Those punks are the ones she hired. Why our 8-year relationship. She actually wants me to die. The heartbroken male ghost could no longer control himself. The yin qi on his body once again surged. This time it was even more so that even Su Qingkue's warning didn't work. This ghost is so troublesome. Let's break it up. Don't hold me in gear, Ray. As soon as that thought was out of her mind, Wyoming Gun's voice lilted in her ear. Su Qingkue choked and could only give up on the idea. Wyoming Gun suddenly appeared beside Su Qingkue. No one else saw it. He disliked this male ghost very much. He really didn't know anything about it. He was almost going to have his soul broken, and he was still sad. Director Guo didn't know what was going on, but he very keenly sensed the murderous aura emanating from Su Qingkue's body. He hurriedly stepped forward and said, Master Su, we're troubling you with our crew. Saying that, he pulled out another card from his wallet and handed it to Su Qingkue with both hands. Master Su, please accept it. Su Qingkue withdrew the aura from her body, signaling Tang Xuezhen to take it quickly, then finally gave up completely on the idea of getting the man ghost killed. Tell Director Gua. Bring her here. Director Zhang had the sense to go and call the girl over. After all, the aura just now scared him as well. The people gathered together over there are all whispering, they don't know what's happening over here, frequently looking this way. In the way of the director's usual pressure, also don't dare to get too close. Su Huanhuan, come over here for a moment. Director Zhang directly shouted as soon as he approached. Is there something wrong with Director Zhang? Su Huanhuan wondered what so many people were calling themselves alone for. Director Gui is looking for you to talk about the movie. Director Zhang casually said an excuse. Su Huanhuan then followed with joy, wondering in her mind if calling her at this time was going to add to her drama. As soon as she approached behind Director Zhang, the few men on the field looked over in unison, and the male ghost even had an angry face as he leaned behind her to gnaw on her head. Tang Xuezhen also watched. This Su Huanhuan he also knows. This 2 years read up female artists. There are many fans like her like this. Director Gua, you're looking for me. Su Huanhuan smiled slightly towards Director Gui as soon as she got close. The expression on her face was controlled just right. Even the angle was just right, displaying her best-looking side in front of Director Gua. Sit down. We're waiting for someone. Director Gua resumed his original appearance in front of the actor. Director Gua, who are we waiting for? He said and glanced at Su Qingkue. This woman was actually better looking than himself. Crazy jealousy flashed in her eyes, and she didn't know which gold master was holding them up. If she dared to rob her, she would have to get them killed. In his heart, he had already begun to think about how to deal with Su Kinkies, but on his face, he did not show it and asked the director with a smile on his face. Wait for the police. Director Gua didn't really want to care about her either. How did he pick her in the first place? Regretting it to death. Hearing the word police, Su Huanhuan had a moment of panic, but then thought about the impossibility. No one knew about that incident. Director, why do we need the police to come when our crew is fine? Su Huanhuan continued to strike up a conversation with Director Gua. She just wanted to strike up a good friendship in front of Director Gua, so that he could bring her along for other plays in the future. Gui is a famous director in the industry with many big productions. You'll see when it comes. After saying that, he didn't care about her. He was controlling himself not to look over to her side. As soon as he looked he could see the male ghost open his mouth and gnaw on her head. It's too scary to glance at. The atmosphere on the field was once again grave. Chapter 110, Don't Want to. Su Huanhuan, however, began to feel uneasy. She felt a cool chill on her head from the moment she sat down, and there was nothing when she touched it. The heart was getting flustered and restless. Director Gua, I'm not feeling too well. I want to go back to the caravan to rest for a while. Just wait here. Director Gua's voice was firm and unrefusable. Su Huanhuan panicked even more in her heart. Director Gua, I'm really not feeling well. I'll leave first. After saying that, he lifted his leg and was about to leave. And before he could take a step, Su Qingkue raised his head. Sit down. A cold voice made her sit back down. Su Huanhuan was very flustered. Her current couldn't control her body. She could only sit upright on the stool, unable to speak or move. A fine sweat came through on his forehead, and it was cool on his head in what should have been a very hot day. She frantically glared at Director Gua, asking him to help her, but no one present dared to look her way. The group waited in silence for over 20 minutes. 2 police cars drove into the theater group and came down with 8 police officers. The police officer at the head of the group had a stout figure, a righteous face, and a pair of gleaming eyes, which filled people with a sense of security at first sight. It was none other than Zhuo Zhengyang, whom Su Qingkue was very familiar with. Director Gua hurriedly greeted him. Hello, comrade police? I'm the person in charge of this crew. I'm the one who called the police. My name is Zhuo Zhengyang. I'm the first captain of the A City Criminal Investigation Brigade. What did you say about a corpse you have here? Zhuo Zhengyang asked directly after shaking hands with Director Gua. Captain Zhuo, it was a male ghost who told me that his body was built into the wall. Director Gua opened her mouth with deliberation. She even felt it was a bit ridiculous. A male ghost said that? You're talking about a ghost? Zhuo Zhengyang couldn't believe what he was hearing. What ghost? It's just a ghost. A male ghost. He's got a bloody hole in his forehead. He's covered in concrete, and he says his body is in the wall of the utility room over there. What are you talking about? Where is the ghost? You are reporting a false police report, no? A young policeman besides Zhuo Zhengyang couldn't help it. This person is a ghost as soon as he opens his mouth. Where is the ghost in this world? Guo Guide saw that both of them did not believe in the appearance. Suddenly faced to them to see not see ghosts. So he greeted them. You come with me. Guide Guo led Zhuo Zhengyang to Su Qingkue. This time there was no need for Director Guai to introduce him. Zhuo Zhengyang stood in front of Su Qingkui with a big smile on his face. Master Su, I didn't expect to meet you here. It's really my luck. Su Qingkui was speechless. This person really did have a surprisingly large number of names for herself. Every time we meet, we are called something different. It felt like he only remembered his last name, Su, and nothing else. Open your eyes. I'll have you all arrested later. What feudal superstitions are being preached here? Before Zhuo Zhengyang finished exchanging pleasantries with Su Qingkui, the little cop next to him was furious. Just now it was a ghost. Now it's an eye-opener. Wait, what else? This girl is so good-looking. It's not good to do anything. But it's not good to preach feudal superstition and cheat people. Little Han. Zhuo Zhengyang called out to the little cop, who skulked back. He just couldn't stand to see this kind of promotion of feudal superstition. When he first started working there was an old couple who was cheated out of all their retirement money by an old Taoist priest. Now he couldn't help it when he saw this kind. Master Su, the young comrade has had less experience. His body is in the wall over there. Dig it up yourselves. After saying that, Su Qingkui pinched a trick, and 2 splashes of golden light didn't enter their foreheads. Both of them saw the male ghost who was chewing on the girl's head at once. Ghost! The little policeman could no longer control himself to lean towards Zhuo Zhengyang. Zhuo Zhengyang accepted it quite well. After all, it is not the first time to see it, and only for a moment he cleaned up his mood. He pointed at Su Huan and asked, "This is?" It was really the male ghost on her head that was so eye-catching. Su Qingkui raised her eyebrows. "It's just what you think." Zhuo Zhengyang realized that. Really? With Master Su in the room, it is easier for them to handle the case. Just ask the ghost directly, and get back to me if you need anything. She knows that Zhuo Zhengyang is an extremely righteous person, and she is relieved to leave it to him. Zhuo Zhengyang's side greeted the male ghost and went over, and Su Huan, who had not been able to move, finally felt that her head was not cool. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, a police officer came up and handcuffed her hands and took her to the police car. She couldn't move, couldn't speak. Both eyes were filled with panic. Her eyes were resistant, and she was finally carried away by the 2 policemen. The wall is being knocked down over at the utility room, and a circle of people are milling around outside the cordon. Even Director Guai and Director Zhang have gone over. Zhuo Zhengyang, however, sat in front of her. "Master Su, you haven't been to our place for a long time. Our people miss you." Su Qingkui gave him a blank look. She'd be damned if she believed it. Zhuo Zhengyang gave a sarcastic smile and asked, "Master Su, can you give me the bottom line? Is there anything else here?" Su Qingkui was speechless. "There is, but you can't solve it." Wait. When Zhuo Zhengyang heard her words, his rising heart was finally put back into solid ground. He squared his shoulders and said, "We will bring the murderer to justice." Su Qingkui, however, didn't care about him. These matters were not for an ordinary person like him to manage. What's more, she couldn't figure out more things in her mind. She didn't have time to pay attention to him. She had dealt with everyone in the Qin family before, and the things that couldn't be explained before were cleared up. But the 2 most recent ones don't compute. What even she couldn't figure out was bound to be no small matter. Who flooded the Kirk's ancestral tomb and who got rid of the merit that disappeared inside? Xiao shouting out of the crack is how to come to know that after the death of people, not reincarnated ghosts in hell have a special place to live. Generally cannot appear on earth. Where did Wu Dongyuan's parasites come from? And who taught him the methods of the coffin room? There is also that male ghost with strong ghost power now. Usually ghosts that have died for 2 months, even if they died with grievances, would not have such strong ghost power. The ghost would have become a red-clad ghost in a short time if she hadn't found it now. You have to realize that turning into a red-clad ghost also requires chance. Not just any ghost can become one. What's more important is how the cloud business came to be in this world. Who was behind this? It was like a huge net covering her now. Zhuo Zhengyang didn't disturb her when he saw that she was thinking about things, and went to deal with things by himself. Su Qingkui counted again, and did not count out. According to her current cultivation cannot count out. Either there was a heavenly way to help hide it, or this person's cultivation level was higher than hers. Either way, it wasn't what she had hoped for. What's more, now that her master and elder brother are not here, according to her current cultivation level, meeting those who are more powerful than her is a life of resting. Su Qingkai tangled for a long time, did not come up with a way, can only give up for the time being, intends to send a letter at night to ask Tushan. The master asked her to look for. She is so obedient, of course. If something is looking for him law, and with that, he didn't want to. ####. Fellow papapas, take the day off tomorrow. I'm going to Harbin for a few days to experience the Northeast morning market, bathhouses, and the ice world. Wavy dash. No one can stop a southerner from going to play in the snow, wavy dash, wavy dash. Chapter 111, People will do whatever it takes for their own good. This side of things has all been handed over to the police to deal with. And when things are understood, she will send the male ghost to hell. Su Chingkui knew that according to Zhuo Xingyan's ability, this case would definitely come to light. On the way back, Tang Xuexian drove while asking curiously, Sister Iris, why did Su Huanhuan kill him? 8 years of affection. How could he lay his hands on him? Su Chingkui let out a light laugh, causing Tang Xuexian to get embarrassed. But the heart does wonder. People will do whatever it takes for their own good. Su Chingkui let out a sigh as she finished her sentence. Human desires can never be filled. And many people will do things that hurt others to fulfill their desires. Team Zhua, come here. Xiao Han stood at the door of the utility room and shouted. Zhuo Zhanyang looked at Su Chingkui's back as she left, and wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Why? Dug it out. Take a look. Zhuo Zhanyang crossed the cordon. The wall inside had been pried open a little bit to confirm the location of the body, and the forensic scientist was getting the whole wall down, intending to bring it back. Team left. It's confirmed. The body is male. Time of death around 50 days. Zhuo Zhanyang looked at the male ghost that had been circling around the corpse and asked, What's your name? The male ghost looked around, pointed to his nose and asked, You're asking me? Zhuo Zhanyang nodded. My name is Zheng Mingyuan. I'm from B City, and I work at Linghui. How did you die? Zhuo Zhanyang continued to ask. Xiao Han can see the male ghost, but there is no special reaction. Is always looking at the male ghost, is a little afraid. A little panic. But after seeing more will not feel anything. The other police officers who could not see the male ghost were not calm. Looking at Zhuo Zhanyang talking to the air with a serious face. Scaring the hell out of people. A young forensic pathologist sneaked close to another person's ear and said, Master, is the left team hallucinating from too much stress? Don't talk nonsense. Get to work. The middle-aged forensic pathologist didn't think anything of it. He could have encountered anything after being in their line of work for a long time. I think it's just demonic. The young coroner muttered and went to work. On the night of September 25th, Su Huanhuan asked me to meet here, but when I came in I met 4 men who beat me up, robbed the money I was carrying, and in the middle of the pushing and shoving my forehead hit the corner of that table. The yin qi on the male ghost began to scatter in all directions, and the whole ghost began to go crazy. Just before he could get up from his madness, the yin in his body was absorbed by the talisman on his head. The male ghost quieted down. I wasn't dead at that time. I begged them to save me. I begged them to call 120, but they didn't listen, and they bought a few bags of cement, so they buried me. I was suffocating alive. I wasn't willing. I didn't want to die. After saying that, he even cried. The sound of ghosts crying is really bad. Zhuo Zhanyang frowned. We will investigate. Don't worry. Not caring about his ghostly cries, he turned to Han and said, Take someone to check it out. Captain. And they moved on. By the time Su Chingkui knew the aftermath of this matter, it was already many months later. All the male ghosts went to their reincarnation early that time. Su Huanhuan and a few of the people who did it were caught and arrested. Director Guo's movie had also been released, and he had sent Su Chingkui many movie tickets for the premiere. But Su Chingkui was out of town at that time, so naturally she didn't have the time to see it. And now Su Chingkui was about to go home when she received a call from Lu Xiaoqing. Lu Xiaoqing told her to come to the station quickly. Su Chingkui thought that it was just as well that she didn't have anything to do right now, so she made a trip to check it out. Just as he entered the front door, he saw a large group of people standing just inside the hall, all of them with somber faces. Su Chingkui frowned, but didn't bother counting, so she asked directly, What happened? Tang Songyan came out from the back carrying a pile of papers, handing it directly to her. He then said, The 21 people who were out on a mission before and never returned are missing. Su Chingkui instantly frowned. Those 21 people had been out on assignments since she took over the Sarah. She hadn't cared much about it before when she was still able to make contact. The day before yesterday they said they needed backup, so I sent a team there, but this morning that team disappeared as well. Su Chingkui looked at the materials while Tang Songyan introduced this mission. It started when someone reported that a lot of people had gone missing over in G City. Basically people who had come to G City to visit, and the police over there had been checking for a long time and hadn't been able to find anyone. Hundreds of people are now missing, and it's already having a huge impact on the area. They could only report it up one level after another, and it finally reached the Special Administrative Region. Director Zhou felt that this matter was tricky, so he directly sent 21 people, one of whom was also a person whose ability could be ranked in the top 3 in the bureau. It was the fact that they had been getting feedback back before that reassured them, so they didn't bother with them much. But the squads that Tang Songyan had sent behind him all had the 5 thunder talismans given by Su Chingkui in their hands, and if they went missing, then this matter was definitely not ordinary. Su Qingkai looked at the messages they had sent back. These Lu Xiaoqing had already been organized into a book. Su Qingkai could see it at a glance. Rather very convenient. Lu Xiaoqing, this person ability is very good. Just a little bit of personality change. Su Qingkui looked at the materials while saying, I'll go over there. You guys study hard at home. The group of people immediately felt bad, knowing that what Su Qingkui said about studying well was not just any old studying well. It was to be carried out step by step according to the plan she had laid out. And now that there were dozens of them, only 2 of them would be able to meet her requirements. It's simply dark as hell. Director, I want to go too. With a look of eagerness, Tua Hailing stood in front of Su Qingkui. Su Qingkui shook her head and said, You can't solve this matter. Study hard. There are plenty of opportunities to go out. To Hailing's collapsed, and she really wanted to see it. Su Qingkui looked around and didn't see Yun Shang. A frown. Where's the cloud merchant? Lu Xiaoqing and Tua Hailing looked at each other, and at once the 2 of them disappeared into the crowd in unison. Su Qingkui understood what was happening as soon as she looked over. Cloud traders, show up in front of me in 3 seconds. After Su Qingkui had silently recited 3 times in her heart, Yun Shang still didn't appear, and Su Qingkui was exasperated and laughed, reaching out her hand into the air. The cloud merchant appeared in her hand in the next second. Looking at the spicy hot pot still in his hand, he hooked his lips and smiled. Chapter 112, I was wrong. The cloud merchant was instantly jolted. How could he forget how horrible and terrible this woman was? I can't wait to go back a minute and appear in front of her immediately. He hurriedly stuffed the spicy hot pot in his hand into the nearest Tang Sungyan's hand, and with a smile on his face, he curried with Su Qingkui. Auntie Ching, what are you looking for, my little one? Tang Sungyan was also infuriated and laughed as he looked at the spicy hot pot that suddenly appeared in his hand. This little kid still needs to be beaten up before he'll listen. Seeing that Su Qingkui didn't say anything, Yun Shang hurriedly admitted his mistake again. Auntie Ching, I was wrong. Su Qingkui didn't want to say more to him. She was afraid of dying of anger if she said too much. Thinking about the already unimpressive office I just saw, I decided to stay away for the last while, redecorate and go back. Come on, you're coming with me. After saying this, he lifted him and tore open the ghost door, pinpointed the birth date of those people, and walked into the ghost road. She was afraid that if she looked at him for a second, she wouldn't be able to stop herself from hitting him. This bear is still safer when you have to keep him around. Otherwise there's no telling what he could get up to. The damn kid had just already entered the ghost path and was so curious that the ghosts around him were almost tossed. Su Qingkui couldn't help but kick above his ass, kicking her out from inside the ghost path. This was the last place where they disappeared, and Su Qingkui had come here according to the last squad Tang Sungyan had sent out, with the 8 characters of one of them hanging in the balance. But as entered here, Su Qingkite felt wrong. She hung counting of people actually not in. This was a small village. It looked like there should be about 60 or 70 families, but the entire village covered an area that wasn't small. Just as we arrived at the entrance of the village, we saw some particularly old grandpas sitting under the trees at the entrance of the village chatting or playing chess. Seeing the 2 of them, Su Qingkui and Yun Shang, they looked around curiously. An older man enthusiastically came forward and asked, Little girl, young man, what are you doing here with us? Su Qingkui looked at this grandpa's face and smiled. My brother and I are here to travel, and I heard on the internet that you have a particularly nice view here, so I came over specifically to take a look. Moncler Outlet Store, a pat on the thigh, laughingly said, Girl, you are not being cheated. Our place where there is a fun place, oh, the scenery is not there. You guys quickly go back. Next to the grandfather also came over and said, Yes, a little girl, we have what to see in this place. It's better in your town. Little girls nowadays don't live the good life in the city and come to our poor place without knowing what they are doing. Then another Moncler Jackets outlet stabbed him in the waist and then gestured in the direction of the back again. Moncler Outlet Store one look at him and he understood what he meant. Smilingly, he said, Don't be angry, girl, we usually have fewer people here. Su Qingkui didn't get angry either and smiled. Master, we've come all the way here, so we'll stay and take a look. Is there a place in the village where we can stay? Moncler Outlet Online, seeing that Su Qingkui wants to stay. He was even happier. In the past, when outsiders came to our village, they all stayed at the village headman's house. You go ahead. The first fork in the road, the one with the small red brick 3-story building is. After Su Qingru smiled and thanked the grandpa, she led Yun Shang inside the village. The further inside she went, the more interested she became. She had at least recovered half of her cultivation now, and there was actually someone in this world who could shield her from prying eyes, and to block out traces of existence in front of her. Interesting. The corner of Su Qingkui's lips hooked up into a smile, staring the Yun Shang next to her, all the time recalling that he hadn't provoked her recently. Had he? looking at her progressively horrified expression. He suddenly wasn't so sure. The two made their way to the village headman's house, which was indeed a small 3-story building, more than a little nicer than anyone else's in the village. Su Chingkue went up and knocked on the door, and out came a middle-aged woman in her 40s. She looked suspiciously at the two exceptionally good-looking men and women at the door. "Who are you looking for?" "We're here on a trip, and we heard the older woman outside the village say that the village headman's house has a place to stay, so we thought we'd ask." Upon hearing Su Chingkue's words, the woman's one face overflowed with smiles. She quickly sidestepped. "Come on in, come on in. We don't get many visitors all year round. It's really nice of the girl to come." After saying that, he also shouted towards the house, "Old Yuan, come out quickly. There is an honored guest coming to the door. Come on, come on." As soon as the words fell, a middle-aged man in his 40s came out of the house. He first sized up Su Chingkue, then sized up Yun Shang, and finally a smile spread across his face. "Girl, welcome to play in Yuanjia village. Quickly enter the house, have some lunch together, and later let your mother-in-law clean up the house for you." He was full of simplicity and honesty, but Su Chingkue was a person who could read faces, and she just smiled at his words. Yun Shang was very obedient now. He would go whichever way Su Chingkue went. The village head was full of Han Xiaodong amount greeted Su Chingkue sat down, and the meals on the table were normal 2 small fried. "Ali, go fry 2 more dishes." Seeing that the two had been silent, the village headman added, "Girl, you'll sleep on the 2nd floor at night, okay? I'll have my mother-in-law clean it up later." Looking at Su Chingkue and the two of them, a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. Seeing Su Chingkue nodding, she added, "You've come at the right time. Our village has a festival tomorrow, so girl stay and observe the ceremony tomorrow." "Yes, thank you village chief." Seeing Su Chingkue agree, the smile on the village head's face deepened. After lunch, the village headman was very enthusiastic and took Su Chingkue and Yun Shang around inside the village. "Girl, the fruits in our village are especially delicious. You must try them," said Su Chingkue as he brought Su Chingkue to a forest of persimmons. It's now almost December and the persimmon grove is still lush, with persimmons hanging from every fruit tree. Su Chingkue's lips curled into a smile. The village chief picked another basket of persimmons for Su Chingkue, saying that she should take them with her to eat on the road. Coming out of the persimmon forest, the village headman again led Su Chingkue and Yun Shang around the corner towards a main road. The village headman smilingly introduced, "This is our village's ancestral hall. Our village's people are basically all surnamed Yuan. It's the big surname here." Su Chingkue raised her eyes and looked over. The shrine was in the style of red bricks and black tiles, but it was indeed much more luxurious than all the houses in the village. The carvings are magnificent. It was impossible to imagine a rich and magnificent shrine inside such a poor-looking village. The village chief saw that Su Chingkue had been looking in the direction of the ancestral hall. Then he explained, "Miss, this is not the time for the shrine to open. We can only go in when the shrine opens tomorrow. Go back then." The evil aura of this place was overwhelming, with a rushing grievance aura added to it. There's nothing to see. The thing inside had also been watching Su Chingkue as she passed by, but Su Chingkue had already hidden her cultivation. The thing inside didn't notice her cultivation. She would come tomorrow to see what was inside. ####. Happy New Year's Day in advance. Treasures, in the new year, I hope that all of you pupupa's hearts are in the right place and that you get to read your favorite text every day. P.S. The Northeast is really super fun, and the iron pot goose stew was literally stewed on the spot. Shocker. The bathhouse was really like a palace. My sister-in-law almost rubbed a layer of skin off me. It was so powerful. Chapter 113, Ancestral Blessing. The next day was the day of the sacrifice. The event is held on top of the square in front of the shrine and the whole village goes. Early in the morning, the village chief's wife came to call Su Chingkue and Yun Shang. Su Chingkue took a look and it was only 6 o'clock. Looking at the person outside the door, Su Chingkue asked, "Auntie, why are you so early today?" The village headman's wife smiled and said, "The event starts at 8 o'clock. So you have to have breakfast at 6 o'clock or you won't make it to the auspicious time." Looking at Su Chingkue's still beautiful face, the village head's wife became even more enthusiastic. "Miss Su, come and have breakfast. Our old Yuan has already gone to make arrangements and arranged a good spot for you." Su Chingkue nodded, and when Yun Shang saw that she didn't say anything, he followed. When I arrived at the restaurant, the table was really ready to eat a lot of food, meat porridge, buns, and donuts. Just after sitting down, the village chief's wife served Su Chingkue and Yun Shang a bowl of meat porridge. Smiling, she said, "Miss Su, quickly taste auntie's handiwork." Su Chingkue glanced at the porridge in the bowl. The corner of her lips hooked up into a smile as she slowly began to drink the porridge. Yun Shang also found out, but he wasn't afraid of so little at all and directly scooped a spoonful of meat porridge and ate it. The village chief's wife was relieved to see that both of them had drunk the porridge. The smile on his face grew even wider. He also sat on the side to get things for the two men and was very welcoming. When the two had eaten almost as much as they wanted, the village chief, 6,000 characters, wondered in his heart how these two had not fainted yet. What about all the ecstasy? Doesn't it work? And then thought, it can't be. They've used it so many times. Even elephants can be mesmerized. Seeing that she had eaten almost enough, Su Chingkui closed her eyes and collapsed on the table. Not to mention, the man's craftsmanship was not bad. Seeing this, the cloud merchant followed her example and plopped down on the table. The village headman's daughter-in-law was very happy to see this, so she said that it was impossible for the ecstasy not to work. Immediately took out his cell phone and dialed the village chief's number. Old Yuan. It's done. Quickly bring someone back to get rid of it. Happy voices also came from the village chief's side, and he immediately recruited a few young boys to rush home. Su Chingkui and Yun Shang then listened to the conversation between the two, very much wanting to know what else they could have pulled off. The two men were directly carried away on top of a stretcher by the people brought by the village chief, put them directly inside the shrine. As soon as 8 o'clock rolled around, a group of 70 to 80-year-old men with the same clothes on. On top of the clothes was embroidered a 5-clawed ferocious beast with a serpent god's beast head, and there was a pair of fangs on top of that beast's head, and the eyes were reddish, which made it look very evil. After the old men had grouped together and danced around, they knelt down in unison and shouted, "Ancestors bless." All the villagers outside kneeled down. Then the old man said, "Chant." All the villagers outside then started chanting. As the mantra was recited sentence by sentence, those scriptures surrounded the villagers as if they had turned into substance. Those scriptures seized a bit of green light in the villagers' bodies and floated toward the center of that pile of rose, the lifeblood of humanity. There was some white light that floated from the villagers' bodies to the center of the row on its own accord. It was the power of human faith. Regardless of whether it is a good or evil God that is believed in, human faith is pure and simple. Then the old man cried out again in a loud voice, "Please, ancestor, receive the offering." Immediately, Su Chingkui felt a measuring gaze on her body, with a probing gaze hidden in the shadows. Is this sacrificing her as an offering? That's only if they have the guts to rush to pick it up. Already knowing what was behind it, Su Chingkui didn't want to pretend anymore. Rolled over and stood up from the altar, the wyvern immediately appearing in his hand, chasing after the gaze that had just sized himself up. The lance swept, and in a single pick, a ghost and something that wasn't humanoid were swept out from inside a pile of rose. The change of heart at this moment made no one in Yuanjia village react. They didn't react until Su Chingkui had already gotten rid of all the tablets on it, and the few old men who were jumping at the front of the line were instantly infuriated and fainted. The village chief stepped forward with a grim look on his face. "Who are you?" There were a dozen other young and strong people nearby, surrounding Su Chingkui and Yun Shang. "You guys don't want to leave Yuanjia village today." As soon as the village chief waved his hand, a dozen or so people quickly stepped forward, wanting to take Su Chingkui and Yun Shang down. But how could Su Chingkui let them get close so simply? Making a wink towards Yun Shang, the cloud merchant immediately stepped forward and knocked them down one by one. Finished with a disgruntled grimace. "It's too weak to even push." Su Chingkui lost her smile. "They are all mortals. What more do you want?" Looking at the Yuan village people outside who were about to rush in, Su Chingkui softly said, "Ding." Everyone outside was instantly frozen in place, then picked up the ground. The discovery was the beast embroidered on top of those old men's clothes. He had been stabbed by the Wyoming lance and was also locked by Su Chingkui's fixation spell, so he couldn't move at all now. "Who are you?" He struggled for a moment and could only speak. Su Chingkui didn't care about him and directly touched a bead from him. The hidden soul bead. That's why he was able to hide his scent and his probing. "Who are you? How long have you been here? How much life have you absorbed from the villagers?" Su Chingkui repeatedly asked questions, and the beast simply shut up. If he didn't say it, Su Chingkui could naturally know. Gave him 2 straight punches, knocking him out of his mouth. Then he asked, "Release my men, or spit them out if I beat you." The beast's neck was sticking up, just not answering, and Su Chingkui wasn't a good talker. Laughing coldly, he gave him a few more punches, and then with one hand, a thunderbolt struck down from above his head. 3 thunderbolts fell straight before the beast spoke, hastily begging for mercy. I'll talk. He was now dying, but Su Kingress no longer needed him to say it. She could find it herself, and just now she was giving him a chance. Since he didn't want it, she couldn't be blamed. With a wave of his hand, he directly tied him up tightly, then beckoned up the ghost that has become nearly transparent next to him. Just now when she invoked the thunder, she incidentally invoked 2 for him as well. Ghosts and monsters are most afraid of such supreme young things. Just 2 thunderbolts had split him almost transparently, and just now Su Chingkui had already seen his face clearly. and had no pity or sympathy for him. She lifted the transparent spirit and handed it to the village chief. "This is your old ancestor? Do you know what he's done?" The question was followed by a mocking grin on her face. Then he added to himself, "He takes life from you every time you worship and chant, and the more devout you are, the more life he takes." The village chief and the others who couldn't move were all wide-eyed, all without a single person believing it. The inside of her eyes were filled with resentment towards Su Chingkue. Chapter 114, a total of more than 500 people. Su Chingkue also had no more intention of talking to them. Straight away, the ghosts are tied up as well. After a moment of groping in the center of the tablet, a hole slowly appeared next to the offering table, a staircase running downward. "You watch them here and bring them in when the police arrive." The cloud merchant waved his hand indifferently from the spot. They were all mortals. Where else could they run? After Su Chingkue finished speaking, she headed down the stairs. Only halfway up the stairs, he could smell the thick odor of blood coming from below, and although he had known the situation, Su Chingkue still let out a deep sigh. Underneath the shrine was a huge space, as big as half a stadium. 3 huge pillars were erected in the center, and the ground was all covered in dried, dark brown blood that made people's hearts flutter. There were still corpses by the corners of the walls, limbs and arms littered throughout the space, and at first glance there were 50 or 60 of them. When Su Chingkue looked around, she still saw the group of people trapped in the corner that had been sent out by their special authority. A huge iron cage trapped them inside, all bound by a thick yin chi. A pair of eyes looking hopefully at Su Chingkue. Lei Hao was the first to speak, and a big man cried out, "Chief, you've finally come to save us." Woo woo. The few people inside his group were also looking at Su Chingkue with excited faces, their eyes filled with pleas for help. Su Chingkue was speechless. How could she have taught such a person? Not stable at all. The other 21 had yet to meet Su Chingkue, but had long since heard about the fact that their special administrative bureau had gotten a new director. Immediately, he also looked at Su Chingkue with tears in his eyes. "You know they've been locked up for 3 days now, watching that horrible beast eat people every day. They're going to go crazy if they stay any longer." When they were first given the task to come and investigate, it was quite normal at first, and they only felt that the yin chi of this place was heavier than other places, but didn't see what was causing it. The captain then said to stay here for a few days to see what happened, but stayed inside the village for a week with nothing happening and no one missing. While they all feel that the person who called the police made a mistake, a little girl goes missing from the village. It was a native of the village, and they helped to search for 2 days, but they didn't find it. But the captain realized that the yin chi of their shrine was heavier. The next day the village chief told them that their village shrine was preparing to hold an annual festival and invited them to attend. They also wanted to see what was going on with the yin chi of the shrine, so they agreed. At first it was all normal activity until they were about to go up and check the rose when a ghost general level ghost and a strange-looking monster appeared inside the rose. They fought him for a while, and eventually all of them were outmatched and all of them were brought inside this basement, and then they watched that strange beast eat people. On the contrary, they were still tied up and couldn't do anything. No one was listening to the shouts from the side, and the beast seemed like it didn't understand human speech. That is, until 2 days ago, when 21 people joined forces and secretly released a paper crane for help. But while they were full of waiting for the big force inside the bureau to save their lives, Lei Hao several were also caught. Their hearts died at once. But now suddenly the tables have turned and someone has come to their rescue. Lei Hao saw that it was Su Chingkue who came in alone and anxiously shouted, "Chief, there's a monster. Be careful." The corners of Su Chingkue's mouth twitched as she thought of that strange-looking thing that was indeed a monster. With a wave of Su Chingkue's small hand, the iron cages in front of them scattered in all directions. The yin aura that had imprisoned them on their bodies dispersed. Lei Hao, who had gained his freedom, and the group members inside his group all flew towards Su Chingkue. They thought they were going to die here, but they didn't expect the chief to come so promptly. The little girl inside his group, Huang Yangjing, cried and wanted to hug Su Chingkue. Su Chingkue looked at the dark brown bloodstains on her body and dodged to the side in disgust. Huang Yangjing's tears instantly flowed down. "Director, you dislike me." "Oh." Su Chingkue didn't say anything and just hid further away. Lei Hao had no choice but to go up to comfort his group members, but got tears and snot from Huang Yangjing rubbing up against him. Lei Hao suddenly also disliked Su Chingkue looked around inside this space. Although she had known that the souls of these people had all been eaten, she was still upset to the extreme when she saw it now. Filled with human bones and corpses. Some people really can't be called human. The others weren't familiar with Su Chingkite either. They couldn't even speak up. But it was Huang Yangjing who followed Su Chingkite, who had been crying just a moment ago, who was now silent. Just now they were only thinking of escaping, but now that they were out they also began to look at their surroundings. Although they were cultivators and were usually accustomed to seeing life and death, they still couldn't help but be a bit moved by such a tragedy now. Chief, here? Su Chingkui nodded. Take it back and greet it properly. Chief, I will. And absolutely do not let them go. A few people also did not wait long for the police to come. Enough to dozens of police officers to see their attention. After receiving Yun Shang's signal, a group of police officers went straight to the basement. Then they saw this horrible scene. Some of the younger cops threw up right next to them, and the older ones couldn't help the nausea in their hearts. They had seen a lot of bloodshed, but this was the first time they had seen such violence. The police officer in the lead came forward and said, "You are Master Su Ching-Kaitsu, right? I'm the director of G City Ganganju. My name is Xia Union. I thank you on behalf of G City." Although Su Chingkui was surprised that he a director personally came over, but it was justifiable for such a big thing. After reading his face, he was indeed an upright man with a layer of meritorious golden light on his body, showing how much he had done for the people. Even the heavenly Tao is recognizing him. Su Chingkui said, "I'll be blunt. Xie Yunyan was also a very dry person, directly letting the police officers get to work and following Su Qing kite himself to listen to her. The entire Yuan family village has mutilated a total of 384 people over the years, and their corpses have basically been eaten by the monsters. There are about 60 of them here." After a moment of silence, Su Chingkui continued, "Their souls were also eaten, so they might be able to retrieve some of the undigested ones as well. Of course, I will give you a list of names, and of course, you can also bring all of the people from the Yuan family village back for interrogation. Their entire village is involved in it, attracting tourists through rituals, selling the good-looking ones, giving the average ones to monsters to eat, and some to underground organs, totaling more than 500 people who have passed through their hands. ####. Happy New Year's Day. Poses. Chapter 115, The choice is yours. Xia Yunyan's eyes widened in disbelief that there was so much evil hidden inside this quiet little mountain village. The flesh on his face trembled and his hands clenched into fists. Taking several deep breaths calmed the mood down a bit. He assured, "Don't worry, we will definitely find out the whole thing and give everyone an explanation. I trust Director Xie. I'll leave the people of Yuanjia village to you, but that ghost and monster are not something you can handle. I'm going to bring them back to a city." Troubled Director Su. Xia Yunyan also knew that ghosts and monsters were not something that ordinary people like them could handle. "I will send someone to hand you a copy of what is involved." Xia Yunyan nodded in agreement. The two spoke briefly before exiting the basement. There was still evidence to be taken down there to send the body away. It was only when Su Chingkui came out that she saw that the people from Yuanjia village had all been handcuffed and were squatting outside the square with their heads in their hands, and a few loaded police officers were staring at them closely. Seeing Su Chingkui come up, Yun Shang nudged towards the people of Yuanjia village, signaling that none of her had run away. All of them were there. Su Chingkui reached out to scratch his head. The cloud merchant ducked away in disgust. Su Chingkui gently sked, and Yun Shang instantly wimped out, quickly moving 3 meters away from Su Chingkui. As soon as the people of Yuanjia village saw that it was Su Chingkite, they immediately cursed, "You are to blame. You shall not die. You'll get what's coming to you. I'll be a ghost and I won't let you go. The ancestors will kill you for sure." Ha ha ha. Su Chingkui didn't want to say anything more to them. After all, this kind of person wasn't worth wasting her breath on. It was Huang Yangjing who couldn't help herself and said in a loud voice, "You people are the ones who deserve to die. Organ trafficking and human abduction. This pile of one thing after another. You have 10 lives are not enough to compensate for it. Aren't you afraid that the spirits will come back to claim your lives?" Huang Yangjing fiercely scolded them. Su Chingkui pulled over the tightly bound monster next to him, and it couldn't be said to be a monster. It was just a kind of unjust soul coalescing into something. In a place where many animals have died unjustly, it is possible to create a single, united spirit of injustice from the various animals. It's possible that this resentful spirit is just muddled and only knows how to take revenge. Or it's possible that it could develop a consciousness like this monstrosity. Originally, they would be sensed by the hell after taking revenge and directly caught in hell to be punished. But this grudge spirit got the hidden soul bead and avoided the inspections of the Enin DD. "Spit out all the souls you've eaten." The spiteful spirit stared with 2 large eyes and just didn't move. Su Chingkui wasn't a good talker either, as she directly punched the spiteful spirit in the stomach, knocking his entire soul body to transparency. Then, regardless of whether he was willing or not, he directly got his still undigested soul out. There were only 13 souls left, and these souls were still confused as soon as they came out. Some were swallowed without even knowing how they died until they died. Some died after having their organs cut out alive, and some even watched directly how they were swallowed by the monster. A boy was the first to come back to his senses, and with his still slightly confused eyes open, he looked around until he saw that all of the Yuan family village was handcuffed, and then he reacted completely. He floated in front of the village chief and viciously choked him. His face all horrible greenish black. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. The mayor couldn't see the ghost, but he could feel a pair of hands around his neck choking him. He struggled desperately, but the force on his neck was getting heavier and heavier, and he could no longer breathe at all. Set. A clear female voice rang out. The village chief only felt the force on his neck loosen, and he was suddenly able to catch his breath. The extreme breathing made him cough. The male ghost was now immobilized, and his eyes were filled with bearish anger. Su Chingkui said softly, "You won't have a chance to reincarnate if you kill him now. Are you sure you want to kill him?" The male ghost's eyes were filled with resentment and it was written all over his face that he wanted to kill him. "You are now killed and died. As long as you did not get involved in human life can be reincarnated in a good life. But if you kill him now, you and he are also the same, will be the soul of the soul or go to hell to be punished to put into the road. They are now harming so many lives, and after accepting the laws of the earth, they will have to go to hell to be punished or their souls to be dispersed." The male ghost calmed down a bit after hearing Su Chingkui's words, but the killing intent in his eyes still hadn't dissipated. Su Chingkui added, "The choice is yours." Then he unlocked the fixation spell for him, and seeing the confused look on the face of Director Xia next to him, Su Chingkui gave him and all the police officers another temporary opening of the heavenly eyes, which would close on its own in a couple of days. In fact, everyone is just born when the eyes of heaven are not closed, just the years and the influence of the living environment. Everyone grows up after the eyes of heaven will gradually close. Of course there are some people who are born with celestial eyes that don't close and will see many more things as they get older, which is an excellent gift for studying metaphysics. Xia Yunyan looked at the 13 ghosts that died in miserable conditions in front of him, and his eyes instantly reddened. For the people who suddenly appeared, he also knew that they were ghosts, but after really seeing it, he still couldn't control himself, and all he could think of in his heart was to kill these people now. One of them, a young girl of 14 or 15, was a hole in her chest, and the heart that beat inside was gone. He drew the pistol he had brought with him, a grim look on his face. For the first time he wanted to kill the murderer. At that moment his heart was extremely torn. He was a people's policeman, and now such horrible thoughts appeared in his heart, but he couldn't help himself. The black hole of the gun was pointed at the village chief, and the moment his finger was on the trigger, he suddenly threw the pistol out of his hand. Su Chingkui watched, but did not intervene. This was something he should experience. He puffed out a ragged breath. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, and one of his hands was trembling uncontrollably. "Director Su, just now, it's compulsion," she said as she looked over at the tightly bound and disgruntled spirit. In order to prevent him from compelling other people, Su Chingkui directly took him into the talisman. And by the way, the ancestor of that Yuan clan village from before was also taken away. "We'll have to go back and take our time with the interrogation." Xia Yunian saw it too and a cold sweat broke out on his body. What if he had just been compelled to pull the trigger? What a scene now. It's unthinkable. Su Chingkui looked at the other ghosts and said, "It's fine if you want to take out your anger, but what I have to tell you is that you can't be reincarnated if you kill someone with human life on it, and you have to be punished. The choice is in your hands. I'm just reminding you. The police are here now, and your affairs will be investigated and cleared up for you, and the laws of earth and the rules of hell will not make it easy for them." Chapter 116, I hope so. The dozen or so ghosts looked left and right in utter disbelief. The girl stood timidly in front of Su Chingkui. In a small voice, she asked, "Sister, can I go to reincarnation now? My mom said we'll be mother and daughter again in our next life. I'm afraid if I go late I won't be able to make it in time. What if someone else snatches me up?" Su Chingkui glanced at him her face, and after a moment of silence, she said, "Yes, but don't you want to see them take the law into their own hands?" The girl smiled. "I know Chief Xie. He's the best cop we have there. I trust him." Su Chingkai glanced at Xia Yunian, and then with a single-handed pinch, a solemn ghost gate appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The girl walked inside without a trace of attachment, and Su Chingkui leisurely said behind her, "In her next life, she'll be your daughter." After saying that, he extracted his own golden light of merit and virtue and did not enter on the girl's soul. Yun Shang skimmed his lips from the side. "You have so much merit golden light to give to others, can you give some to me?" "No." The cloud merchant was immediately choked speechless. Su Chingkui turned toward the remaining ghosts again. "You guys can go in if you want to go reincarnate now, or if you want to wait for the results." No one answered her words, but instead, the remaining ghosts all rushed towards the people of Yuanjia village, punching and kicking them directly. Xia Yunian directly turned around and looked at the sky and the landscape, just not their side. The police officers next to him turned their faces away when they saw that their chief had turned away from them. Only after a few people had beaten up all the people from the Yuan family village did they stop angrily. The male ghost that was going to kill the village chief in the beginning has also calmed down now, and after beating the village chief too out of anger, he has been standing on the side and watching the others do it. A young girl stepped out, her face covered in blood, her whole face scratched, one arm hanging limply at her side. She bowed towards Su Chingkue and thanked her. "Thank you, master. I'll go to reincarnation now. There's no one left in my family and I don't have anything to hold on to. I'm sure that the police uncles in our country will give me justice. You saved me. I didn't have the chance to repay you in this life. I will definitely repay you in my next life." After saying that, without waiting for Su Chingkue to change her answer, she walked inside the ghost door without looking back. Su Chingkue looked at the remaining ghosts and placed a ban on all of them, storing them all in the talisman. Then the nearby Yin Chi was absorbed into the talisman again before Su Chingkue left with the people from the special administration. After all, there was nothing dangerous here anymore, and the rest Xia Union and the others could handle. Pull a ghostly door straight open and take the ghostly path back to the office. Looking at these unkempt people, Su Chingkue instantly felt that she had no eyes, and directly dismissed all of them. Only after all the people had left did Su Qingdao release the grudge spirit. As soon as they were released, the spirits ran in the direction of the window. But Yun Shan wouldn't give him this chance, directly turning around with one turn and blocking in front of the resentful spirit. Seeing that he couldn't run away, the spiteful spirit turned around and tried to run in another direction again. But Su Chingkue wouldn't give him that chance either. Set. One word set him in his place. Su Chingkue asked directly, "Who is the person behind you?" "HM. He didn't answer Su Chingkue and asked again, "Is there one of you who plays with parasites? Another who plays with formations? And a demon race?" Su Chingkue's words were not a question but a statement, and the spiteful spirit instantly widened its eyes, but then suddenly reacted and quickly hid his skull. Su Chingkue had already seen it and didn't care. She continued, "Where are they now?" The spiteful spirit had started to stop talking, but it wasn't going to end now just because he didn't talk. Su Qingkite directly reached out and grabbed a bit of his soul, began to count, but actually counted a piece of fog. There is a trace of dragon gas around. Already knowing what she wanted to know, Su Qingdao didn't want to see him and directly threw them all inside hell. After most of the month, Su Chingkue was having dinner with her grandmother when the news of G City happened to be broadcast on top of the TV. The people of Yuanjia village have been on the news because of their belief in a cult that mutilates people and traffics women and children. The internet is completely blown up with so many people dying in this demonic village. There are so many others who are young and have great futures ahead of them who have lost their lives because of the ignorance of some people. One by one, the people of Yuanjia village were sentenced to death, and after death, they would inevitably go to hell to be punished. And the ghosts that Su Chingkue brought back from Yuanjia village before going to reincarnation. The people's emotions are very resentful and excited. But this matter must give the people an explanation, for which the leader's hair has turned gray. He very emotionally gave Master Changming. Now there is Su Chingkue this uncertain also do not know whether it is good or bad. Master Changming is very open-minded. He smiled and said, "Leader, now there is Su Chingkue. In the future, even if I pass away, the country also has someone to protect. She is still young. Her nature is inevitably a little jumpy, but in the future it will be fine. I hope so." What the leader dares not say is that he feels that no one can suppress Su Chingkue, and now he doesn't even know whether it was right or wrong to let her take over the special administration in the first place. He had also saved the intention of letting Su Chingkue teach in the first place, trying to train a few more such talents for the country, so that the lineage would not grow in the future. But Su Chingkue now, she was kind of regretting it. No one could control her. Su Chingkue didn't have time to care what the leader's side thought. She was now planting vegetables with her grandmother inside the yard. Clumsy and clumsy, Su Chingkue, who had never planted a field at all, was disliked by her grandmother. Only one digging job was salvaged. Now preparing for the new year, the weather is still very cold. Fortunately, Tang Shuezhen had the foresight to install a thermostatic shed for the yard. Otherwise the yard would have been covered with snow by now. Looking at the one person and one ghost who were choosing seeds over there, Su Chingkue said, "Grandma, I like to eat eggplant." The old lady held a packet of eggplant seeds in her hand and said, "I know, you little glutton are just right. The eggplants need to be nursed. We'll plant something else first." Su Chingkue hemmed and hawed, digging out a plot of land with rows and rows of small pits for grandma to put soybean seeds in. The grandchildren work well together. One digs the hole, the other puts in the beans. By the time the two men and one ghost finished working it was already afternoon. Xiao Chui went to prepare dinner early. The old lady is carrying a shovel to shovel the snow. It snowed heavily at noon today, and now the snow is over her feet at the door. Su Chingkue was relieved to see that she was fully dressed. The clothes she was wearing were all very thick, and she had the warmth talisman she had prepared with her, as well as the peace talisman. Definitely can't freeze her. While keeping an eye on the old lady, Su Chingkui looked at the documents Tang Sungyan had given her. It's documented on there that there hasn't been any major dangerous stuff that hasn't been able to be solved over the years. Chapter 117, The little girl across the street hanged herself. Su Ching Kite only read a page. The old lady ran in a hurry. While running also shouted, "Kite! Something big happened. The little girl across the street hanged herself." Su Ching Kite hurriedly held her up, fearing that she might accidentally fall. Although with her talisman, it didn't matter if she fell, but looking at her made people worry. "Grandma, what's wrong? You slow down." Helping her smooth her chest, the old lady eased up. "Iris, hurry up and call the police. The little girl across the street hung herself." Su Chingkai pinched with one hand and suddenly her face sank. "Grandma, you're at home. I'll go take a look with Xiao Chui." "Don't worry, there's no way for the old lady to worry at this time. And she can't help even if she goes there with her old arms and legs." As soon as Su Chingkui and Xiao Chui left the house, they instantly moved directly inside the house on the opposite side. Then a young girl was seen hanging on the windowsill, just visible from the front door of her own house. So no wonder the old lady was able to get a big fright. Su Chingkui took Komura one step closer, and the girl hanging from it cringed. The whole body stiffened visibly, but she stiffly carried Su Chingkui's gaze. Su Chingkui laughed lightly. "I'll give you 3 seconds to come down." The girl's body stiffened even more with the terrifying pressure. The rope above then disappeared and the girl fell straight to the ground. She crawled to Su Chingkui with a trembling body and spoke shakily. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare anyone. I have to hang for a while every day." Su Chingkui knew early on that the girl who lived in front of them was a ghost, but as she had no ill will towards her grandmother, she left it alone. Grandma had a body protector she had made specifically for her, and the Generaline Qi would have cleared itself. She also knew that the older generation of Chinese were very close to their neighbors on the left and right, all of whom they could get along with, and she stayed out of the way even more. "But I didn't think that today she could scare Grandma. You are now an earthbound spirit. Would you like to be reincarnated in hell?" The girl was a bit confused by Su Chingkui's words. She had thought about reincarnation before, but she had been killed, and she hadn't seen the Ghostbusters since she had gone into hiding on her first 7 days. After she was silent for a long time without answering, Su Chingkui became impatient and wanted to just shove her inside the ghost gate. But the girl finally spoke. "I don't want to be reincarnated, and I'm not happy that the person who harmed me is still alive." Su Chingkui frowned at her and asked, "Do you know how many years you've been dead yourself?" The girl looked at Su Chingkui in surprise, not quite understanding what she meant by asking this. "You've been dead for 50 years, and you haven't noticed a huge change in this neighborhood?" The girl looked around, remembering what she remembered, and it sure didn't seem like it was the way it was now. Su Chingkui had to say, "The murderer was caught and sentenced to death in the 3rd month after your death. So your murderer died a long time ago, and is now all punished in hell for 50 years. The girl's eyes widened as she hadn't been able to get out of here and had been experiencing the events leading up to her death. One death at a time, one fear at a time, had dulled her thinking a bit, but she kept thinking that she would wait for that murderer to fall and kill him. Now she's been told that the murderer has long since been caught, and her wish has long since been granted. Whoa. The girl was crying and couldn't catch her breath, looking very pitiful. But what kind of person was Su Chingkui? "Tell Xiao Chui directly that she should go back to pacify the old lady first, and she will be here to send this female ghost away." The girl cried for a long time until Su Chingkui's patience ran out and she stopped. "Are you telling the truth? Won't you go down and see?" Saying that, he directly invoked the ghost door and said to the female ghost, "Hurry up and go inside. I want to go home for dinner." The girl wanted to say something else and was directly kicked into the ghost gate by Su Chingkui. "Then lift your feet and go home for dinner. This ghost is too annoying to cry." The old lady asked with a worried face. "Iris, is it really alright? Is that girl alright?" "It's okay, don't worry Grandma. It's all a misunderstanding." The old lady patted her chest with a look of fear. "That's good. I'm afraid that young girls nowadays can't think for a moment and do things that can't be undone." Then he pulled Su Ching Kite again and said in a nice voice, "Our family kite can't do such a thing. Something has to be told to Grandma." "There's Grandma there?" Su Chingkui nodded her head in agreement. Changing the topic again, he said, "Grandma, the weather is too cold now. Tomorrow let's go to G City for 2 days. "Okay." The old lady directly waved her hand and refused. "Grandma is fine here. I'm at home every day. I'm not cold at all." Su Chingkui directly put on a pitiful expression. "Grandma, I want to go play." What the old lady couldn't stand the most was this look on her face. It was heartbreaking and pitiful to watch. One could only nod in agreement. Su Chingkui cheerfully said, "Then let's go and taste the morning tea in G City. I heard that the morning tea there is especially delicious and the things are especially exquisite." "Grandma, I've looked at the weather. The weather in G City is just right now. It's not too cold and not too hot. You don't even need to wear a down jacket. And we can even go see the ocean and play on the beach when the time comes. Su Qingkui's words made Xiao Chui very heartfelt. She had never been out of her house in her life. And after her death she had stayed in the hell without reincarnation. She had never been to the seaside at all. And she didn't know what the seaside was like. The old lady was also a bit perturbed. She had been to the beach when she was younger. But that time it was for work. Then she and the old man, both of whom worked and had a bunch of children to support, never traveled far at all. When I got older, I didn't go out even more. Now that his little granddaughter was going to take him out to play, he was still very happy in his heart. But on his face, he blamed Su Qingris for spending money recklessly. Su Qingkui had to use her own stalking techniques to coax the old lady to eat half a bowl more for dinner. The three of them talked for quite a while and started packing, not even realizing that the Tang family on the other side was indeed in a panic. Tang Songyan, the second brother of the Tang family, suddenly fell to the ground unconscious. The entire Tang family was anxious and sent to the hospital, where a series of tests concluded that Tang Songyan was in perfect health, but not a clue about his fainting. The doctors at the hospital looked into every aspect and just couldn't find anything wrong with him. It wasn't until the next day that Tang Songyan's skin began to crack and layers of skin fell off downward. Just one day's work. Tang Songyan directly invited the people inside the special administration to come over to look at it, but none of them could see any problems, and several team leaders stood together to discuss the situation. Tua Hai Ling said, "Deputy Tang, why don't you ask the director to come and take a look? We have limited ability to see nothing. The director gave us the manual. We haven't studied it clearly yet?" Chapter 118 Dragon Vein moved. When Tang Songyan heard it, he felt that it was also true that this looked wrong. Immediately, he called Su Qingkui, but at this time Su Qingkite was accompanying her grandmother to play with water on the beach and did not hear the phone ringing at all. It was only when Tang Xuezhen, who came along with her, saw Su Qingkui's cell phone keep ringing that he found her. Su Qingkite looked and found that it was Tang Songyan, and thought that it was for her to go back to work. This phone call immediately did not want to pick up, but the old lady was watching from the side. "Iris, what's wrong? Who's calling? Oh, why don't you answer?" Finally had to take his call. "Hello, Director Su. There's something I want to ask you for," Tang Songyan said bluntly. There was no room for slow pleasantries in his big brother's situation right now. "Oh, what is it?" This time it was Su Qingkui's turn to be curious, but she didn't want to do the math. After all, she was rather lazy. Why should she do the math herself when she could know it from someone else's mouth? "Is it convenient for you to take a video call?" Su Qingkui turned back to look at the old lady and realized that she, Xiao Chui, and Teng Shui were picking up shells on the beach. So she said, "Yes." Tang Songyan's call then hung up, and then less than 3 seconds later, his video call came through. Once connected, what appeared inside was not Tang Songyan's face, but a very chapped and dry, human body. Su Qingkui originally thought it was a corpse, then realized that there was still air. When Donald Trump saw that the phone was connected, he hurriedly came over, following the dry body. The thing that caught Su Qingkui's eyes was the large faceplate of Elder Tang. "Master Tang, Qing Kite Girl, help! I can't lose my son in old age." Su Qingkui hadn't even begun to speak when old Master Tang's side began to complain. Instead, it made Su Qingkui happy. The surrounding Tang family members were also looking at Elder Tang with a speechless expression. How could anyone talk about their own son like this? "I'll take a look at it first. You bring your phone closer." Tang Songyan immediately obediently brought his cell phone up to his big brother's face, and Su Qingkui frowned as soon as she looked at it. Where has he been lately? Because the sound was unamplified. All the people in the Tang family heard it. Tao Yulian, Tang Songyan's wife, hurriedly came up and said, "He went to W City a few days ago to deal with the affairs of the branch, and when he came back, he still went to the company as normal, and he didn't say what happened in W City. Give me his birth date." Elder Tang, who was also watching from the side, immediately stated Tang Songyan's birth date. Tao Yulian retorted from the side, "Dad, wasn't Songyan born at the time of Yin?" Elder Tang also did not say anything. His own the second daughter-in-law occasionally brain is not quite enough, but the person character is good. He also do not want to count. Su Qingkite received the birth date and 8 characters and began to pinpoint. Originally looking at his face pinpointing will be a little more accurate, but she just looked at his body actually stained with dragon chi. It will be necessary to produce the 8 characters as an aid. What's more, he was just an ordinary person. Although he had a deep ancestral shade seal on him, it was impossible to involve the dragon chi. In thinking about a recent event, Su Qingkui, who normally didn't like to use her brain, couldn't help but start thinking. Sure enough, once he did the math, he realized that this person had actually secretly visited the Dragon Vein. He was now rejected by the Dragon Vein. There's nothing really wrong with it per se, it just looks serious. This was the warning given to him by the dragon vein, and also because the shade of his ancestors was deep enough in him, otherwise he wouldn't even be able to return. Su Chinkue pinpointed the location of the dragon vein in W City and realized that things were not good. The dragon vein had really been moved. The expression on her face gradually turned grim. Then she coldly spoke. If your family doesn't want to live, they can die now. But what can be touched and what can't be touched? Don't you know? Looking at Su Chinkue's grim face and those unceremonious words, the faces of the Tang family members present all sank. Tao Yulian was the first to open her mouth and scolded. Who do you think you are? Do you know what kind of existence our family has in a city? Do you still want to stay in a city? The old man's face also looked a bit bad, but he knew Su Chinkue's character, and his eyes signaled his granddaughter Tang Xinshin to pull her mom down. Tang Xinshin usually basically followed the old master around and listened to him very much. Instantly, he stepped forward and pulled his old mom behind him, but Tao Yulian's mouth still had no intention of stopping, and started shouting again. My big brother is the head of the Tao family in a city, and my man is also the next successor of the Tang family. You know what the consequences of offending our family are, you shameless hoof, and our family is also something you can talk about. Tang Xinshin had no choice but to pull and drag her to the door. Su Chinkue didn't say anything either, just looked at them with cold eyes. Elder Tang was all cold sweat on his face from the way she looked at him, directly asking, Ching Kite girl, please tell me what happened. As long as it's our family's fault, I will never condone it. Su Chinkue also knew that she had just relented, so she said, he went to the dragon vein and was rejected by it. His body was tainted with the dragon's chi, and coupled with being cursed by someone else, the injuries on his body were the only reason why he couldn't get better all the time. His words made the Tang family members not know what to say. Even if they didn't know any better, they knew what the dragon vein and the curse were. Is this something a normal person could move? Master Tang slapped his thigh and shouted, confused, don't even know what to say. The elder brother of the Tang family, Tang Songnan, was the first to react, and while he comforted Elder Tang, he solemnly said, Director Su, don't worry, when something like this happens in our family, it's impossible for our Duan to show favoritism, and we'll give the world an explanation. Su Chinkue looked at Tang Songnan, who had a righteous face, did some math, and realized that he was indeed a very righteous person, and that he had been to the battlefield, and the golden light of merit on his body was simply blinding. His face eased a bit and said, he met someone 3 months ago. This person had something to cover it up. I didn't count it, but Tang Songyan went to the dragon vein with him. The dragon vein has been moved. This is a big matter that concerns the world's life. I hope you can understand. Also, I've calculated that a portion of the dragon energy inside the dragon vein has been stolen. I'll immediately report this to the leaders, and I'll recover the dragon energy from my side as well. It doesn't matter about the injuries on his body right now. I'll help him lift the curse and he'll be fine in 3 days, but he'll have to suffer the backlash of privately stealing the dragon's chi on his own. No matter what reason he moved the dragon vein, he'll suffer the backlash. I hope you guys can understand. The Tang family's crowd was all blown away by Su Chinkue's words, and for a moment, they were all unable to come back to their senses. As soon as they heard that they would be subjected to backlash, they were all nonplussed. Even Elder Tang looked at Su Chinkue hopefully, hoping that she would think of a way. ####. Fellow papapas, the Northeast is really super fun, and I'm so tempted to take 2 days off and play for 2 more days. There are still so many places I want to see. If you papapas like this one, everyone move your slim little hands and rate this book. Thank you. Chapter 119, Another Death Dealer. But Su Chinkue didn't want to care. Another death-defying person. Dragon vein, this kind of thing care about the rise and fall of a country. Hundreds of millions of people's lives are involved in it. Not polite to say that everyone in this country, the lifeplate is connected with the dragon vein. Now, he is still dead set on moving the dragon vein, knowing that there is no egg under the overthrow of the nest. Some people are so brain dead that they can't understand such a simple truth. This country has been stable for a long time now because a large number of predecessors sacrificed for this purpose and exchanged a lot of blood for it. There were even many arcanists in front of them who had paid the price of their lives to stabilize the dragon vein. One by one, they don't know how to cherish even if it's not enough, and now they still want to take the blame. Su Chinkue also admires their ability to make death. Clear Kite Girl, is there no other way? Elder Tang finally asked. This second son of his was not like his elder brother who inherited his mantle and entered the army, contributing to the country, but he was also the one who grew up under his careful care. Before Su Chinkite could return, Tang Songnan pulled the old man away. He knew the seriousness of the matter, and he knew that his dad knew it too, but his dad was prone to taking the bull by the horns now that he was older. Tang Songnan said with a solemn face, Director Su, please help lift the curse. I will personally report this matter to the leadership. Su Chingkui nodded over there, the unhappiness in her heart easing a little. Raising her eyes again to her grandmother, the three were now on the beach choosing the shells they had picked up. The heart's unhappiness instantly dispersed. She could have just left it alone. But Grandma was here, and Grandma was really loving her as if she were her own granddaughter. What about her grandmother if this country goes wrong? When Tang Songnan saw that Su Chingkui wasn't looking at her cell phone, he stopped and waited for her. Su Chingkui said, aimed the cell phone at his face. Tang Songnan had been holding his cell phone, and immediately followed Su Chingkui's words and aimed it at Tang Songyan's eyes. Su Chingkui chanted the incantation while drawing the charm on the phone screen, the last sentence and the last stroke falling at the same time. The talisman glowing with golden light then appeared on Tang Songyan's face through the cell phone and instantly disappeared into his body. After only a moment, Tang Songyan opened his eyes, the skin on his body slowly healing. Su Chingkui snapped and hung up the phone when she saw this. The words of thanks from Elder Tang were blocked inside his throat. Originally, she had thought that she could get rid of them by bringing her grandmother out to play, but she didn't realize that she wasn't even in a city anymore, and those people still had to look for her. Looking at how much more money is in the account than before, it doesn't seem like a no-brainer. Backhandedly, he messaged the leader again about the matter, regardless of the reaction on his end, and put the phone away when he was done. The old woman, seeing that she had finished her call, walked back from the beach and showed her the shell she had picked up like a little child. Su Chingkai looked pretty good too. Grandma, we'll go back and make it into a wind chime and hang it on the balcony. It's sure to look good. The old lady nodded approvingly. The two of them discussed what to make it look like again, and eventually planned to go back and do it. When it was already 8 or 9 o'clock when they returned to the hotel after dinner, Su Chingkui recruited Xiao Chui and said, I'm going out for the night. Keep an eye on Grandma. Make sure you don't let anything go wrong with her. Xiao Chui didn't ask her what she was going for and nodded her head frequently. Lord Qingkite, don't worry. I will definitely take care of Grandma. Su Chingkui nodded her head. She knew Xiao Chui's ability, but Ji City was the location of the Dragon Vein in the south, so she was not afraid of the unexpected. The world was now not the same as she had thought it was before. The world needed to be more careful with someone more powerful than her and with her in the light and the other in the dark. After arranging for her grandmother, Su Chingkui hurriedly headed towards W City, where the Western Dragon Vein was located. The entire country of China has a total of 5 dragon veins. According to the normal human beings in this world, it is impossible to find the correct location of the dragon veins in one's lifetime, and the only people who really know about the dragon veins are the old men around the leaders. So who did Tang Songyan go into the dragon vein with? And what was used to get rid of the dragon chi? Su Chingkui couldn't calculate anything now that she was facing that person hiding in the shadows, so she could only go and see for herself. Just as Su Chingkui was flying rapidly over China, 2 unexpected people appeared at the entrance of her villa. Su Guanyuan looked at Huang Yuehua anxiously. Are you sure this is the right place? No one is home in this darkness. Huang Yuehua also do not know. She looked for a private detective to check. The first to check is the University of A, but the school inside that Su Chingkui is like no old lady this person. Everyday normal classes and classes. Even the school door are not out. The private investigator has been following the old lady for half a month and hasn't even seen her. It wasn't until the private investigator inadvertently discovered the old lady's presence in the neighborhood that he followed her step by step to find this place. The material he gave her was this villa. Looking around at the silence and the lack of people at all, Huang Yuehua suddenly wasn't too sure. Su Guanyuan got angry when he looked at her expression. Why don't you hurry up and ask? It's not easy to come in this neighborhood. Do you still want me to return without any success? Huang Yuehua was startled by him, but went to the next house and rang the doorbell. Inside, a middle-aged woman in her 40s came out, looking like a babysitter. She asked, Hello, what can I do for you? It's now 9 o'clock and who in their right mind would want to come to the door at this hour? Huang Yuehua put a gentle smile on her face. I'm a relative of the family next door to yours. I wanted to come over today to take a look, but seeing that they weren't at home, and I couldn't get through on the phone, I wanted to ask them where they had gone. The nanny looked and looked. Those who worked in their place knew that they couldn't say much about their employer's business. And the man said he was a relative. But what kind of relative comes to the door at such a late hour? And only said, I don't know. You guys ask someone else. Huang Yuehua didn't give up. Then you know how many days they're going out? The nanny became even more wary in her heart. And without even opening the door to her own home, she conversed with Huang Yuehua through the iron door. I really don't know. Ma'am, why don't you ask someone else? We're not familiar with next door either. Huang Yuehua was angry in her heart. Just a nanny. Actually dare to take Joe. Are some who do not know what they are? With a cold grunt he turned and walked away. Su Guanyuan was standing not far away, and when he saw Huang Yuehua walking back with an unhappy face, he knew that he must not have asked. also exasperated. Continue the investigation tomorrow. See where they really went. The company at home can't wait. Do you know, if you screw up again this time, you know the consequences. After saying this, he left without looking back. Huang Yue's heart was aggrieved and hard to bear, but he didn't dare to resist. Chapter 120, The world is in chaos. After 2 days of not going to her, she came to him on her own, unable to avoid him. Kongwu, tell me what I did wrong. Don't ignore me, okay? Lin Shanshan looked at Su Kanyu with a sad expression on her face, and Su Kanyu knew that he could only coax her first right now, and she's a good-looking face, even though she's clingy every day. You're fine and I'm not mad. The expression on Su Kanyu's face was one of sincerity, and Lin Shanshan instantly believed his words. There was a happy look all over his face. Kongwu, really? You're really not mad at me? When Lin Shanshan heard his words, she immediately pretended to be a little birdie and leaned into his arms. Su Kanyu wanted to push her away very badly, but held back hard. With her own family's company won't go bankrupt, and if it does, they'll have nothing. It was all one could do to desperately resist the urge to push her away. How could I be angry with you? I love you more than anything. It's just that I'm afraid I'm not good enough for you. And there was another sigh. You also know that my family is not able to turn over the money now. Our family is anxious and on fire now. I am just not in a good mood. Don't worry about it. He said this as if he had moved himself, and his eyes were still red. Lin Shanshan cupped his face with a heartbroken expression. Kongyu, don't worry. I'll go back and talk to my dad. He'll definitely agree to invest. Don't worry. I'll help you. She said it with conviction, but Su Kanyu didn't completely believe her, and instead hugged her. The inside of her voice was full of emotion. Shanshan, it's really great. Our family is saved. Thank you. There was also a single tear shed very emotionally after that. Lin Shanshan was even more heartbroken, and hurriedly helped him wipe away the tears from the corners of his eyes, while still packing her bags. I will definitely convince my dad. Don't you worry. Su Kanyu only wants to get investment in her and nothing else. This woman has money in her family but her brain is not good. He's just trying to use. And when he gets the investment, what use is she? Sam, I'll be good to you for the rest of my life. I love you. Lin Shanshan listens to his confession and gets even happier, thinking that she's going to talk to her dad about investing tomorrow so Kongyu can marry her. Looking at the blush on Lin Shanshan's face, Su Kongyu continued his efforts and directly coaxed Lin Shanshan to find her way out. All night long, he was unable to extricate himself from Su Kongyu's sweet words and fell deeper and deeper into them. Su Qingkue sped along, finally arriving at the place where the dragon vein was located in W City. Master Clarity and Jiang Chang were already waiting at the foot of the mountain. They had done the math themselves since they received the news from Su Qingkue, but they hadn't figured out that the dragon vein had been stolen. But they also knew that Su Qingkue couldn't possibly lie to him, so they flew over directly by airplane. The places where the dragon veins were located were usually mountain ranges, and they had tossed and turned all the way, and their old bones were about to be tossed away. Seeing Su Qingkue fly directly over, without even having to touch the ground with her feet, she was very envious of when they would be able to have such an ability. But the booklet that Su Qingkite gave them, he didn't study it thoroughly, and it should be very difficult to do what Su Qingkite did. Seeing Su Qingkue come down, they hurriedly greeted her. This mountain range was too long and they didn't know where the dragon chi was stolen. They could only rely on Su Qingkue. Su Qingkue also knew that they were waiting for them. Follow me. Master Clarity and Jiang Cheng hurriedly followed. Su Qingkue walked as fast as she could inside the big mountain. The two men following behind her were not having a good time. Simply keeping up with Su Qingkue was going to take a lot out of them, not to mention that the inside of the mountain wasn't a good walk, and it didn't take long for the two of them to consume a great deal. Su Qingkue still wanted to take advantage of tonight to get it over with quickly, and tomorrow she had to go back to accompany her grandmother to the amusement park. Offended. As soon as the words fell, Su Qingkue carried one in one hand and quickly took to the air, flying away at breakneck speed. Before Master Clarity could react, his entire body was suspended in the air, and he was startled. Jiang Cheng even directly shouted, Master Su, put me down. I'll walk by myself. No, you guys walk too slow. Su Qingkue directly refused. At their speed, they wouldn't even arrive at dawn. She carries it as fast as she can and she's going to the amusement park tomorrow. The internet says that the amusement parks in G are so much fun that it would be a loss if you didn't go once. Master Clarity was only shocked for a moment before relaxing. As long as there was no danger anyway, this experience is still relatively rare. When is he going to be able to fly through the air like that? But what Jiang Cheng thought in his heart was that this person did not know how to respect the old and love the young at all, and his little heart was about to be scared out of his chest. With Su Qingkue, the three of them quickly arrived at the place. looking around at the camping stuff that hadn't been removed yet, and the huge downward hole. Both Chang Ming were silent. This person stealing dragon chi was digging directly into it? If they hadn't actually seen it, they wouldn't have believed it. They would have thought that there was some kind of huge magical power. It seems they were overthinking it. Su Qingkai also looked around. While looking at the pinch, these people have been away for more than a week. Cannot help but look at Chang Ming. Two people? Such a big thing. They actually do not know at all. Don't even know how they guard this country. Go inside. Su Qingkui jumped into the hole carrying two more. Master Clarity and Jiang Chang wanted very much to say that they could come in on their own without having to carry it. When I came in, the bottom had been dug down to the size of a room, and there were signs of a fire inside. There is also a very small hole down the center. The dragon chi inside was bubbling out, and Su Qingkui knew what was going on as soon as she looked at it. Master Chang Ming and Jiang Chang were very angry when they saw the dragon's chi bubbling outwards, which was related to the national fortune of the Huasha country. Just to be trashed like that. Su Qingkui frowned as she did the math. She actually couldn't count the stealers. She pulled out the turtle shell that her master had prepared for her and sat cross-legged. Redivining. The trigrams show the man is in the south. Without a specific place, Su Qingkui restarted her trigrams. Just after touching that person's place, that side knew about it and quickly counterattacked, and Su Qingkui violently spat out a mouthful of blood without noticing. She couldn't believe that the man across from her was actually him. How could he be here? And he was actually already at the transitional succession stage. How he came to be in this world. Master Chang Ming saw Su Qingkui vomiting blood and stood by the side very anxiously, but he knew that he couldn't interrupt during divination. You can only do it from the sidelines. Su Qingkui wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth, her heart still very shaken. The world is a mess. It was getting out of control. Tendo hadn't shown up in a long time, and she wasn't sure she could keep her grandmother safe now. Chapter 121, Master Su. How's it going? Seeing that she had collected her trigrams, Master Clarity hurriedly came over and asked, Master Su, how's it going? Su Qingkui forced a smile and said, count on being in the south. She had just finished speaking when her own eyes widened, and G City was also south. The Dragon Pulse is also in G. Grandma is also in G. She suddenly became nonchalant. She didn't know what the man wanted, but he definitely knew that she hadn't recovered her cultivation. Master Chang Ming was a little worried when he saw Su Qingkui pause in an instant. It's fine. I'll reinforce the formations here and go to the south later to take a look. You guys go back and keep an eye on the dragon vein of a city. She looked at Master Clarity very solemnly. Wherever there is a problem is fine. The dragon vein of a city cannot be a problem. Without the two of them realizing it, they basically began to listen to Su Qingdao's words. And even more so, they followed her arrangements without any discomfort. Master Clarity and Jiang Chang nodded their heads very solemnly. Don't worry. We will definitely look after the dragon vein of a city. Su Qingkui nodded, knowing in her heart that they wouldn't be able to carry a single move against that person. But still, someone must watch, must not appear now. The dragon energy are stolen. After many days to realize, the dragon vein didn't repel the three of them either. And Su Qingkui took out a spirit stone and set up a defense formation. She was really not proficient in formations, and only knew those few defense formations. The dragon chi here was about 1/5 missing, and Su Qingkui still had to find a way to recapture it back. After bringing the two out, Su Qingkui collapsed the room below and placed another protective grand formation on the ground, leaving only the two at the foot of the mountain. Su Qingkui hurriedly headed towards G City. Although the trigrams showed that Grandma didn't have any problems, there was now a realm higher than hers that could affect his trigrams in minutes. She still had to see it for herself to feel comfortable. Su Qingkai returned to G City. The day had already dawned, and the old lady had already gotten up and washed up. Seeing her intact grandmother, Su Qingkui was relieved. Just a quick peek and Grandma didn't look any different before she changed and came out. Iris, get up. Let's go down for breakfast. Yes, Grandma, let's go eat intestinal noodles. I heard it's a specialty of G City. Very tasty. Su Qingkai took the old lady's hand and said with a smile. The old lady also laughed. Good. We Iris want to eat. We'll go. Su Qingkui went downstairs while asking Xiao Chui if anything happened last night. Jade shook her head. She had been watching from inside her grandmother's room in her spirit state last night and nothing had happened. Su Qingkui instantly put her heart down, and wondered even more about what that person wanted to do. Is it the idea of hitting the dragon vein? But after her hanging calculations, the dragon vein of G City showed no signs of being moved. The man was as good as gone. Iris, which flavor would you like? The old lady and Jade looked at the menu hanging on the wall. Su Qingkui looked back and looked over as well. Grandma, I'm going to eat the egg one. Xiao Chui was also beside her. Grandma, I want to eat fresh meat. The old lady cheerfully went to order food. At the back finally caught up Tang Shueishan panting. Grandma, you guys came out for breakfast without calling me. The three of them looked back at him in unison, and the old lady had a dazed look on her face. What flavor does Xiaodan want? Tang Hakjin looked on and knew that they had really forgotten about him. Humming, he couldn't help but add, fresh meat. The old lady covered it up with a smile and went to order him another. And while comforting, Grandma's treating you. Tang Hakjin was infuriated again. They're really so over the top. The owner of the store and the customers also saw the 4 grandchildren, plus a couple of young men who were really good looking. A grandpa struck up a conversation with the old lady. Big sister, these are your families, so handsome. You are blessed. The old lady looked at the 3 sitting together. How could she not control the smile on her face? Yes, our family has good genes, said with great glee. The diners around them were older lords and ladies, and when they heard their conversation, they all looked at the 3. In his heart, he thought that the genes were really good. The women were beautiful and the men were handsome. And then he thought about his own family. While waiting for the intestinal noodles and looking at the old lady, Su Qingkue also smiled. It was as if she was feeling for the first time that she had a loved one. When I was young, I was surrounded only by my elder brother and master, and the day-to-day practice and study. When he grew up, he met Yunling, but he could only see him once in a long time. And then he met the ruler of the kingdom of Li. But it's the first time I've felt like a loved one. It's not the same feeling as master and brother. Tang Shueishan brought the intestinal noodles over one by one, and the old lady smiled and added small dishes to them. Such a small matter Su Qingkue still wanted to let her grandmother do it. She was now hardened and had no problem going anywhere. A few people were eating breakfast and chatting about going to the amusement park later, but it was Xiao Chui's cell phone that suddenly rang. When she answered the phone, Xiao Chui said to Su Qingkite, Sister Kite, Sister Yang next door told me that someone went to our house last night, and left again after not seeing anyone. Su Qingkite knew what was going on. Last night when she was halfway across the street she noticed a movement in front of her house, but it wasn't a break-in and she didn't sense any danger. Plus she was in a hurry, so she didn't care. Does anyone know? Xiao Chui placed her cell phone in front of Su Qingyu, and this surveillance video was just enough to see the faces of Su Guanyuan and his wife. I know, it's fine. The old lady was talking to the next table, but she didn't hear them. Only when the food was almost ready did the 3 of them set off for the amusement park. Su Qingkue played while contacting her master, but she didn't see a response half the time, so it seemed that this matter could only be resolved on her own. At the time when Su Qingkue several people were having a good time at the amusement park, Su Guanyuan and his wife came to the door of Su Qingkue's villa again, but I still didn't see anyone. But I bumped into the grandpa next door who was out walking. Su Guanyuan hurriedly came up and asked, Hello, Grandpa. Moncler Outlet Online looking at Su Guanyuan. His eyes inquired what he had to do. Su Guanyuan pointed at Su Qingkue's door and asked, Grandpa, I'm the eldest uncle of this family. This girl hasn't called home for a long time. Our husband and wife didn't feel at ease so we came to take a look, but it seems that this girl isn't at home. You're a neighbor, and I was wondering if you know what she's been up to for the past 2 days? About looking at Su Guanyuan, and remembering Su Qingkue's face that resembled a heavenly fairy, he felt that the man in front of him was unreliable. I don't know. I don't know them well. After saying that, he wanted to leave. But how could Su Guanyuan let go easily? The security of this neighborhood was very strict. It was not easy for them to come in. I had to patiently say, Master, I am really her eldest uncle. Then he pulled out a photo of him and the old lady and showed it to the grandfather. Look, this is my mom. Chapter 122 Shutting Su Guanyuan Out. Moncler Outlet Online. It was really the old lady from the next door. And he took another look at Su Guanyuan. Then still continued. I don't know. I'm sorry. With that, he opened the door and went inside, shutting Su Guanyuan out. Su Guanyuan did not believe in evil, and went to the left side of the house. The door was opened by an old lady. She looked askance at Su Guanyuan and said in a very arrogant tone, What for? Su Guanyuan's breath stems up. What kind of messed up people live around this Death Star? Su Guanyuan wasn't in a good mood anymore and spoke directly. Do you know where the next door's gone? The old lady slammed the door, her words still lingering in the air. Hell knows where they're going. Su Guanyuan ate another closed door. The heart is furious. He really didn't know what could be done now. The company side of the company was not able to turn over the money now, and if it went on like this, it would go bankrupt. He came to the old lady because he wanted the money she was holding. Plus, if Su Qingris could live in such a house, she must have money in her hands, more or less. It gives the company a little reprieve, and now they've been unable to find anyone. He walked away very indignant. He just didn't forget to urge Su Kangyu to get the Lin family to invest in them as soon as possible. Su Qingkue accompanied her grandmother out during the day and went to check on the dragon vein at night. Now she had just rushed to the dragon vein in G City and checked out the entire dragon vein. There were no signs of people coming, and defense formations were placed here as well. Su Qingkue sat cross-legged on the dragon's head position alone, restarting her trigrams and hanging up her calculations on the man. Still no sign of the man was counted. It seemed like he was at least at a mid-transition cultivation level now. No longer thinking about anything else, he headed back towards the dragon veins of L City and C City, both of which showed no signs of having been moved. Su Qingkue still started the trigrams in these two, but it just didn't count. If we can't recover the dragon's chi, something is bound to happen within China, so it seems we have to plan ahead. He rushed back to G City overnight, lost some of his cultivation, and hung up to calculate the impact of this loss of dragon energy on the country of Huaxia. Dragon veins and national fortunes are not something that ordinary trigrams can do. Plus the country of Huaxia is a country with extremely strong fortunes in this world. Thus Su Qingkue had expended her cultivation and essence blood to get a little result. No matter if it was the middle of the night or whatever, Su Qingkue made a phone call to the leader. Hello? The leader's voice was thick with sleep within it. Su Qingkue said nonchalantly, Leader, the dragon's chi hasn't been recovered, and you're still in the mood to sleep. The leader was helpless, but he couldn't say. What happened? Su Qingkue glanced at her cell phone. The time on it showed 3:20. Embarrassed, he rubbed his nose. The dragon veins of the other places are fine, but the dragon energy of W City has not been recovered, and I can't find anyone else. The leader was surprised, but he had already heard this matter from Master Clarity and was not that shocked. Clarity has already told me. Just do your best. What I want to talk to you about is not this matter. Now that the dragon chi of W City has not been recovered, and the dragon vein has been damaged, a natural disaster is bound to happen in the area. So get ready. Su Qingkai's words made the leader startled. Cheng Ming came back and told him that something might happen, but said it was possible, although he also let people get ready. But now Su Qingkai said it was inevitable. The previous preparation would not have been enough. I see. Did you figure out the exact time? Although the leader's words were questionable, his tone was certainly affirmative. Noon today to noon tomorrow. That's the only approximate time I'm counting, and the area is roughly west of W City. The voice from the leader's side suddenly stopped, leaving only the sound of his heavy breathing in the air. Is it costly? Su Qingkue let out a light laugh, mockery hidden in her voice. Even if that person's cultivation was high, something like this that involved the lives of billions and billions of people would be enough for him to drink a pot of water no matter which world he was in. You said it was big. I used up half of my cultivation in order to calculate this. Send the compensation to me tomorrow or I won't do it next time. Thinking about it is very angry. Why should she spend her cultivation and essence blood for the sake of this country, knowing that cultivation can come back through their own cultivation? Essence blood that is to use a little less. Su Qingkue put down, you go to sleep. Then hung up the phone and got angry. Is she out of her mind? Why get involved when you're not having a good time? The leader's side is pissed off. No one ever hangs up on him first, before the words are finished. The leader's wife looked at the man who had gotten up to take a phone call and was pissed off and didn't know what to say. It's obvious that you already know the outcome and you're still pissed off. I don't know whether to say he deserved it or not. The leaders were no longer in the mood to sleep, and hurriedly got dressed and climbed up for the meeting. Having foreseen the danger, all they had to do now was to minimize the damage. Su Qingkue wasn't in the mood to sleep anymore, and made another phone call to get Tang Xuezhen up. Tang Xuezhen touched his cell phone in a daze, saw that it was Su Qingkue's call, and immediately climbed up to answer the phone. Hey, Iris. He sounded more confused than the leader. Su Qingkue cut straight to the chase. You get up quickly, tally up my money, and as soon as you see news of a disaster, donate half of my money to the Red Cross in W City, and exchange all the remaining half for supplies to be sent to W City within 3 days. Hearing Su Qingkue's serious words, Tang Xuezhen was also confused. Puzzled, he flipped open his cell phone. The news didn't say anything about what was happening in W. It was still very quiet. Sister Iris, what's going on in W City? Su Qingkue didn't give him a chance to think carefully. I've made a list for you. Just buy these things. The quantity is up to you, but the speed should be fast. Knowing that Tang Xuezhen was surely going to ask something, she directly interrupted him. Don't ask. Go do it. Thinking of Tang Songnian, who was working seriously, and the rich purple aura on his body, the repercussions of this incident on their family couldn't possibly be light. Suddenly soft-hearted Su Qingkue sent another message to Tang Songnian. As for what to do is something he should think about. After doing so, Su Qingkue looked straight up to the sky. Humans really are selfish and self-interested creatures. It has been from time immemorial. She had always thought that this world, a world without cultivators, was a world where she could always live peacefully. No need to work, no need to practice, no need to defend herself against everyone every day. But now it seemed she was wrong. He hadn't been the same world since she came into it. Since she could come into this world, so could others. She was the one who took it for granted before. Thinking of the disappearing master and brother, and Tushan, who had been silent, and then disappeared with them, Su Chingkue felt like she had walked inside a huge trap, and the person who laid it out never showed up. Chapter 123, This sun is really wasted. The leader's side arranged for the army to evacuate the masses on the west side of W City. Most of them, but in order not to cause panic, coupled with the fact that the population is simply too large, inevitably there is still a portion left. But there were also military forces arranged to be on hand, who didn't know exactly what the coming natural disaster was going to be, and they did their best as a nation to keep the masses safe. Once 12 noon arrived, all was calm. But, as we all know, the quieter it is, the more it is a precursor to a coming storm. Until the evening, the earthquake was urgently observed by the Seismological Bureau, and the local people received a countdown on top of their cell phones. The army, which had been arranged to be on the ground, began to move quickly. Today Su Chingkue didn't go out, so she stood on the windowsill of the hotel, looking in the direction of W City. Now that she was in the bureau, she would have to accept the karma of whatever the outcome of the day was. She was in this bureau from the beginning. She cleared the dragon's chi for Tang Songyan, and hung up to calculate the location of the natural disaster, and prepared in advance. This is the cause, then the next is the effect, and all of them will have to bear it. Tang Hakjin walked in hurriedly. Seeing Su Chingkue, she directly said, Sister Kite, the money has already been called over, and the supplies are still being prepared. I know, go about your business. Although she said this, Tang Xuezhen was still very worried. Sister Iris, there is something I can do. Su Chingkue smiled and said, Don't worry, just get your supplies ready. We're ready for today. Tang Xuezhen didn't believe it at all. How could Iris' sister look like she was fine with this kind of look right now? Sister Iris, you have to tell me if something is wrong. Su Chingkue looked at him as he grated. If you say another word, deduct your wages. Tang Hakjin quickly disappeared in front of her. Su Chingkue lost her smile. The people around her, how they all looked unreliable. He waited until Su Kingris counted the things over there and there were no deaths before he put his heart down. Injuries and loss of property were inevitable, and she was confident that the leader's side would be ready. Come to G City also a few days, has not been able to find that person's traces. Su Chingkue also ready to go back. The old lady is already remembering her vegetable garden. Sure enough, as soon as the old lady got back to the hotel, she was chanting to go back. Su Chingkue agreed with alacrity, and they had been out for a week. People have been coming to her house every day lately, so she'd like to go back and check on them. The next morning, Su Chingkue took the old lady and Xiaochui, and together they went to take a plane home. They also went shopping for many specialties that evening, which the old lady said she was taking back to share with her neighbors. Su Chingkue could only favor helping her carry her things. The mood has stayed good. It's just that things that don't look good are very much coming to one's attention. The three of them went back happily and saw Su Guanyuan and Huang Yuehua standing right in front of their house. The old lady's face instantly pulled down. She hadn't forgotten that they were going to sell his family Iris before. Su Guanyuan saw the old lady with sharp eyes and hurriedly pounced on her. Eyes red. Mom, where have you been all this time? You've worried us to death. Huang Yuehua also came up. Her face was full of anxiety. Mom, you said you came to a city and didn't tell us. We looked for you every day. We haven't been able to find you. We are about to call the police. Been looking for me for 2 months? Do you believe that yourselves? The old lady didn't believe any of their bull asterisk. She herself taught her son what temperament she herself knew well, and he was not naive to that extent. Xiaochui hurriedly opened the door to bring everything inside. The old lady went in with an angry grunt, and Su Guanyuan followed when he saw this. The two followed the old woman's side as soon as she entered, carefully coaxing. They didn't want to make this trip either, but the Lin family side didn't agree to invest in them. Even if their daughter was dating their son, they had no choice but to come back to the old lady, who they knew definitely had money in her hands. When the old man died, the family's belongings were given to the old lady, as well as the old lady's pension over the years. There was definitely a good amount of money. With this money, their family's company would be able to tide over for the time being. Thinking of this, Su Guanyuan couldn't help but look at the villa again. Although it wasn't large in size, it was in a place like a city where every inch of land was gold. If they had this villa, wouldn't their family company be able to soar into the sky? And then what Lin family? Only he could beg for his share. At once Su Guanyuan's eyes, looking at the old lady and Su Chingkue, became even hotter. He must get his hands on this villa. The look at the old lady became even more sincere. Mom, I just came to see you. Look at how long it's been. And you didn't come home to see us. Huang Yuehua immediately chimed in from the side. Mom, your eldest grandson is chanting about you every day at home. Mom, why don't you come back with us for a couple of days? We didn't even take good care of you. It's me as a son who's unfilial, said, the eyes even more red. Outsiders feel that they are unable to give up their own mom. But both the old lady and Su Qingkue knew exactly what they were. There was no intention of taking the bait. When the couple saw that neither the old lady nor Su Qingkue chimed in, they were both very unhappy in their hearts. But the face did not show, and the tone of coaxing the old lady became more sincere. Both Su Qingkue and the old lady knew that they had something up their sleeves, but having just returned from a flight, they didn't want to deal with them. The old lady directly kicked people out. I'm tired. You guys go back. How could Su Guanyuan let go of this opportunity? Mom, are you blaming your son? The old lady couldn't help herself at once. She had been on a 2-hour flight, more than an hour in the car, and now it was already noon. And this son had been jabbering in front of her, and he hadn't even had a drink of water when he arrived home. She had just reached for the quilt when these two started preening. She kind of completely saw that this son was really wasted. No wonder when the old man was leaving, he told her not to follow the oldest family and to take care of this little granddaughter. The old man still had a better eye for people than she did. She couldn't believe she hadn't seen them until now. The old lady immediately cold face. I know you are here to follow what for. Already made a will. When 100 years later are left to Iris, you do not need to pretend in front of me now. I will tell you that it is impossible. You die this heart. He also stopped looking at them and just stood up. Xiao Chui, ask them to go out. Su Qingkue instantly wanted to give the old lady a round of applause. She had just been thinking that if the old lady was soft, he would give them the slip. But the old lady didn't let her down. Chapter 124, please get out of here. The couple still wanted to say something. Xiao Chui directly took a broom and rushed forward, viciously saying, you are not welcome in our house. Please get out. Huang Yuehua directly opened her mouth and started cursing, but only one word came out of her mouth before she completely lost her voice. Her mouth was still moving, but there was just no sound, and she covered her throat in horror, one hand pointing towards her mouth as she anxiously looked at Su Guanyuan. Xiao Chui knew that the only one with such tactics was her sister Iris, and watched as the old woman went into the kitchen without being seen. Xiao Chui immediately dropped her broom, took one person by the collar in one hand, and quickly dropped them at the door. Su Qingkue saw that they were still trying to knock on the door, immediately put a quiet charm on the door, so that even if it was noisy outside, you couldn't hear it inside. Watching the old lady was very normal and very energetic as she took tools from inside the utility room to the vegetable patch. Su Qingkue was very shocked. The old lady was already 75 years old. Was she still so energetic now? Unsure. She even went to take a look, and indeed there was no difference. Xiao Chui started making lunch, and Su Qingkue had to lie down by herself. It's just good to be home. Brushing up on the news online by the way. Tang Xuexian's side had already shipped the first batch of supplies over, although he knew in advance and was prepared. But W is a populous city, and the whole west side has a few million people, and evacuating most of them, and now only the injured, has been good. Combined with the quick delivery of salvage and supplies, it won't be too much of a problem. After all, if people are still around, there is hope. The state would step in for the rest, and Su Qingkue didn't want to care. She just wanted to find that person now. If he didn't get him killed, his name wouldn't be Su Qingkue. Su Qingkue was still thinking about getting people killed, but she was pissed off that she never found anyone over here. In addition to Su Qingkue, who was almost exasperated to death, there were also the two people who were exasperated by Su Qingkue who were just thrown out and driven away by the security guards. Huang Yuehua spat viciously despite her image. The security guard who was inside the security booth saw this and immediately came out. Ma'am, you are spitting freely within the boundaries of our neighborhood. We can ask you for compensation. Huang Yuehua was even more upset. Compensate for what? Which I did you see me spit? Be shameless. Su Guanyuan only felt humiliated, exasperated. He twisted his head and left, and Huang Yuehua hurriedly followed. The two of them immediately rushed back to see city again. Without taking care of the old lady, he still had to think of other ways. Huang Yuehua also knew that this matter was also her fault. When the old lady was still at home, she should have coaxed her to take the money out of her hand. It's making them too passive right now. If they didn't have the funds to invest, they would really be bankrupt. There would be no life as it is now, and who would look up to the family in the future? Looking at Su Guanyuan's sinister face, Huang Yuehua spoke cautiously. Guanyuan, isn't there still young Lin? Su Guanyuan glared at her fiercely. It was this unreliable woman who couldn't do anything. What was the point of having her? Let Kangyu coax that Lin family again. Their family is so big that a little leakage from inside their fingers would be enough to bring our company back from the dead. Su Guanyuan's words Huang Yuehua didn't dare to disobey. Since the last time she messed up, Su Guanyuan hadn't been kind to her. I know. I'll teach Xiao Yuel and make sure he takes the Lin family's daughter. Su Guanyuan nodded with satisfaction. Their company was accumulating goods. Their funds were broken. They couldn't pay their wages. And if they didn't have any more funds coming in this month, they would have to declare bankruptcy. Su Kangyu received a call from his mom asking him to coax Lin Shanshan. He was reluctant. That woman is a love brain. Followed him around day after day. Couldn't shake him off. No matter how many times he coaxed her, he didn't get any investment at all. So who else would be happy to coax her? But the thought that his obsequious cousin actually had a large villa, Su Kangyu's heart then began to flood. While responding to his mom, he began to think about how he could get that house. The idea of wanting to get a house is getting to the top of the list. His mom had taught him from a young age that everything in this house was his. Then that house too. Only he can live in it. What right does a money loser and an old miscreant have? Having made up his mind, Su Kangyu began to prepare to make his move. He drove straight to a city. All that was going through his mind and heart was that he was about to have a big villa. According to the address his mom said, he smoothly found the neighborhood where Su Chinkue was. But this neighborhood is very strict. The guards and security guards did not let Su Kangyu in at all. He was angry all of a sudden. The thoughts in his milky mind growing out of control. Cursing, he said, I have a house here, but you won't let me in. Who gave you the guts? Get out of my way. The security guard was taken aback as he looked at his maniacal appearance. The doorman asked from the side, Sir, you have something to say. You said you have a house here, but we know all the owners here. You tell us which one is yours. As long as we verify it clearly we will definitely let you in and apologize to you. The doorman's words were justified. And the curious onlookers on the sidelines were more than convinced. They all opened their mouths, and an older woman with a head full of white hair spoke up. Young man, which building did you say was yours? I've lived and stayed here for so long I basically know them all. So tell me. The others chimed in. Yeah, say it. The others were just saved to watch the show. But there was another older woman who said disdainfully, just like him there's a house here. He can't even afford a toilet. Can he? There was a heck of a laugh after that. The people around them were a bit embarrassed. They just wanted to watch the fun. They didn't want to offend anyone. People who can afford to buy a villa in this neighborhood are not simple, and it's best not to mess with them if you can. Su Kangyu raised his head high and said smugly, Area B, number 4, is mine. He rubbed his head when he was done. He was usually very tolerant and camouflaged like he was. Today something was off for some reason. The doorman and security guards were just amazed when they heard this door number. They didn't even need to check. They knew who it was. There were a lot of good-looking people in their neighborhood, but it's still the first one that looks as good as this owner, especially with that outstanding temperament that you won't forget once you've seen it. Plus her old lady, who often gave them some good food she made herself, was getting very impressed with their family. Sir, are you remembering wrong? The owner of this house is a lady, and it doesn't look like you, so why don't you think about it? The doorman's words made Su Kangyu's nose turn crooked with anger, and the wrongness he had just reacted to was thrown to the back of his mind. Doesn't that mean he's daydreaming? He hatefully pulled out his cell phone and called Su Chinkue, but Su Chinkue had already blacked him out, so naturally this call didn't go through. Just the older woman added, this person is like to think too much. My house next door is the grandparents and grandchildren, but there is no mail. Want to have some face? The gathered homeowners also looked at the older woman. The older woman also tilted her chin, full of condescension. Chapter 125, He's daydreaming. My house is next door to theirs. How many people can we not know? There is no such person. He is daydreaming. The words of the elder lady, coupled with the fact that he couldn't get through to Su Chinkue's phone, Su Kangyu became even more angry. When had he ever suffered this kind of anger? There was a moment of confusion in his head, and he rushed straight up to punch the older woman. The old lady is also a smart person, directly to the side to hide. Mouth also shouted, hit people. Hit people. I'm telling the truth. How can you hit someone? I'm going to call the police to have you arrested. The doorman and security guards see this side has made a scene. This is the entrance to their neighborhood. The owners are to go from here. If something happens they cannot explain. The doorman spoke again. Sir, why don't you go back first? The owner of Area B no. For that you said is really not you. Why don't you verify it and come back? Su Kangyu's head was already completely confused, and he wasn't willing to go in and see that big house today. He had now decided that the house was his. Usually anything good can be his. His mom said that the family property is all his. He is just going to live in early now. These people just can't see that he is good. He said angrily, You tell Su Chingkue to come out. That's my house. The doormen were confused. They all knew who the owner was, and it was the last house they had here. Or the general manager himself had arranged it. And it was someone they hadn't even met. The doorman and the security guard looked at each other and finally called Su Chingkue. Su Chingkue and her grandmother were fertilizing the vegetable field inside the back, and it was a bit strange to receive a call from the doorman. But Su Chingkue, carrying the phone in one hand and pinpointing with the other, quickly realized what was going on. She picked up the phone and without waiting for the other side to speak, she said directly, "Hello, please help me get rid of him, and in the future, if he ever shows up here, you can just call the police." Seeing that the doorman was able to get through to Su Chingkue, Su Kangyu walked straight over and reached out to snatch the phone from the doorman's hand. "Su Chingkue, get the hell out of there. That's my house. Su Chingkue is full of black lines. Where did this come from? Are you out of your mind? I suggest you go to the hospital, and if you can't, open yourself up and pour the water out of it. You money loser. Everything in the Su family is mine. Get out of here. That house is mine too." After saying this, Su Kangyu had a moment to regain his senses. He felt a little less awake now. He normally wouldn't say this in front of so many people. He shook his head again, hearing the three words money loser. Su Chingkue recalled the original owner's memory of her life in Su Guanyuan's house. They acted as if they cared for and loved the old lady in front of her, but as long as she wasn't there they beat her and scolded her, asked her to do chores, and didn't give her enough to eat. Obviously, her parents still left money down when they died, but Su Chingkue never even saw it, and suffered a few years of dicing in Su Guanyuan's house. They also act like it cost them a lot of money to raise her and want her to subsidize the family when she grows up. Su Chingkue hadn't thought about having this before, but now that she had run into it, how could she let them go? "What did you say? Say it again." Su Chingkue's cold voice didn't make Su Kangyu flinch. He had already inquired about it. The smallest set of houses here cost $30 to $40 million, and the one Su Chingkue is living in now costs $50 million. As long as he has this money, he won't have to worry in his next life. When the time comes, he'll dump that dead woman, Lin Shanshan, and find someone younger and prettier. "You give me the house or I'll beat you to death. What right do you have to live in such a nice house, you money loser? Get out of here." Su Chingkue was all but exasperated and laughed. This man's brain is full of water, isn't it? Otherwise none of them could say something like that. Not a good-looking guy, but a pretty good thinker. "You mourner, you dare to talk to me like that. I've given you face. See if I beat you to death. You wait and see who beats who to death." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Su Chingkite thought of just now remembering Su Kangyu's beating of the original owner at home. "Since you've already done so much for her, why don't you help her fight back?" Su Chingkue felt very good at the thought. After all, this was what the original owner had asked for. If anything happens, it's the original owner's fault, not hers, because Su Chingkue had just been digging in the mud. She turned on the speakerphone, which led to both the old lady and Xiao Chui hearing it. The old lady grimaced and went to the side to wash her hands. Su Chingkue knew that she was in a bad mood and went to wash her hands as well. Su Kangyu over there was still happy. She felt that Su Chingkite was just scared of him, thinking that she would be able to get that big house when Su Kingris came out later. She couldn't control the smile on the corners of her lips. He hadn't even thought that Su Chingkue would not give it to him. After all, he had known since he was a child that everything in their Su family would be his in the future, including his second uncle's family and that old woman's. He is the only male member of their Su family. His second uncle is left with a money loser. How to continue the flame in the future? The fragrance of their old Su family still depends on him. He was so beautiful in his heart that he didn't even see the complicated expressions on the faces of the onlookers next to him. The next-door family's matron directly spat and scolded. "I've never seen such a shameless one, hitting the autumn breeze to the point of asking for someone else's house. So thick-skinned." Anyone who had just thought she spoke harshly now didn't. Others chimed in. "It's bad luck to be related to someone like him. My wife may talk tough, but I've never done anything so shameless. Thinking you're the emperor of the land. This tutelage is really something. As the saying goes, spoiling a child is like killing it. Yeah. Is shamelessness contagious? But stay away from him." Su Kangyu also heard their words, but he was blissfully unconcerned. He would soon be a multimillionaire, and would not be in the same class as these people in the future. He's trying to be upper class. He grunted and casually dumped the microphone on the tabletop. After leaving the janitor's room, he was now thinking about how he was going to beat up Su Chingkue. Just give her a beating like the old days and see if she listens. Su Chingkite's side brought the old lady over, and when she saw that she didn't speak, she didn't even know how to comfort her. The old lady was heartbroken for Su Chingkue. She didn't even know what kind of life her little granddaughter used to live. The old man used to tell her not to trust the oldest family too much. She didn't think it was a good idea. They were all her own, but now she realized how wrong she was. It all came from inside her stomach and he didn't even suspect them. I used to think that her iris was getting silent because she missed her mom and dad, but now I realize that was because she was scared of being beaten, right? The old man had always told her to be nice to her little granddaughter for that very reason, I think, but she hadn't listened to the old man at all. Now that her little granddaughter is so filial, she is ashamed to receive it. Chapter 126, the previous decades were all for nothing. She had a very heavy heart, and she felt that she had lived those previous decades in vain. By the time Su Ching Kite and the old lady Dao, Su Kangyu was already on the verge of a fight with the elder lady. It was a nearby security guard who pulled the two apart. Seeing Su Chingkue, Su Kangyu instantly began to fool around. His face went bad too. He had hated the good-looking cousin since he was a kid. With a foxy face, you can seduce people. The moment Su Kingris approached, he picked up the stick of the security guard next to him and rushed up. Before anyone could react, it swung viciously towards Su Chingkue. Seeing the extremely slow stick, Su Chingkue didn't want to give him any good looks and directly kicked him in the stomach. Su Kangyu let out an ouch and instantly started rolling on the ground. Su Chingkue, you funeral pyre, you shall not die. You dare to hit me, I won't let you go. Su Chingkue coldly lowered her face. Try it. She knew what was going on the first moment she saw Su Kangyu, but she didn't want to care. The old lady didn't react at all to the fact that the previous harmony in the house was all an illusion. How much her little granddaughter had suffered at home. Su Kangyu stood up with his stick. Compensator, you dare to hit me. You're finished. He said that he was about to hit towards Su Chingkue, but the old lady was one step ahead of him and threw a slap in his face. Su Kangyu, where are your manners? Su Kangyu blared viciously at the old woman. Old woman, you seek death. No one had dared to beat him since he was a child, and today, after being beaten by two pussies, Su Kangyu felt that he had lost all his face. Immediately, he was furious, waving his stick in his hand. But how could Su Chingkue give him this opportunity? Directly reaching out to snatch away his stick and give him another kick. When the old lady looked at this grandson, she felt like she was recognizing him for the first time, and the strangeness was frightening. Shut up. Su Chingkue threw a slap over and swelled the other side of Su Kangyu's face as well. After what happened just now, the people next to him didn't want to care. Plus Su Kangyu was this kind of person. Not a bit of tutelage. It looks like he's been spoiled by his family. Su Kangyu has now been dazzled by that big house. He is thinking that as long as he has this house, he will be able to live a human life in the future. Su Ching Kite does not want to dwell with her. This thing she went back to break with Su Guan Yuan couple. Not to get them, she is not Su Ching Kite. As if she had made up her mind, the old lady said, a few comrades, please help me call the police. And in the future, if this person appears again, you don't have to tell us. She thought it over. She had already wronged her little granddaughter before. She couldn't do it again in the future. The doorman and security guard looked toward her in unison. She nodded firmly. Su Kangyu quit. The house hasn't arrived yet. He climbed up, pointed at the old lady, and said viciously, old lady, I'm your grandson. She's just a money loser. In the future, everything in this Su family will be mine. You give me the house right now or I'll make you look good. Su Chingkue didn't care about him and said, everyone heard it. He threatened to blackmail me. The onlookers nodded their heads in unison. This kind of person was simply sick. They couldn't even look at him. The old lady turned around very unimpressed. Thank you everyone. After Su Chingkue thanked the people present, she followed behind her. The onlookers ate a big melon, and when they saw that the people had left, some of them also left, leaving a few to see how Su Kangyu was taken away. Su Chingkue didn't know how to comfort the old lady. She used to think that there was harmony in the house, but that was just a good disguise on their part. Plus the fact that when the old man wasn't dead, the two of them lived in a flat share and had little contact with the family. They were naturally very well disguised in order to get the money from the old lady's hands. The old lady also had the old master to protect her. She only needed to dedicate her life to healing and saving people. The rest was solved by the old master, and she had even less contact with this kind of shady stuff. Grandma, let's go back to dinner. Good. Although the old lady agreed with a smile, Su Chingkue knew that she was in a bad mood. Su Ching Kite had no relatives around her since she was a child, and this was the first time she had ever felt affection, and she simply didn't know how to comfort her. She was even more unsure of what attitude the old lady was treating them with, and while she could have peeked inside her mind, she didn't want to do that when confronted with her. Just now, as soon as she got close, she realized that Su Kangyu had the aura of a parasite on his body, and because she didn't know what the old lady's attitude was, she didn't make a move and didn't say anything about it. Iris, Grandma told you, you have nothing to do with them. Just live your own life. You don't have to worry about Grandma from now on. Do what you want to do. Grandma just wants you to be healthy and happy. Su Chingkue nodded. her mind wondering indeed whether she should tell her about Su Kanyu's parasites. Su Kanyu's outrageous behavior today was all because of the influence of the compulsion. Back home the old lady said very solemnly to Su Ching Kite, "Kite, remember, you don't owe anyone. I know, nobody bullies me." The old lady patted Su Chingkue's hand, but her expression was eye-wateringly lost. Su Chingkue was furious. She had managed to raise her grandmother to be cheerful. She must have killed the parasite. After dinner, Su Chingkue went back to her room to tell her fortune and couldn't find the man. A parasite breeder she could still not find. Sure enough, when the first hexagram was counted, it was obvious that something was covering it, or the odor she was familiar with was what the man had left behind. But counting the second time around, the shading is noticeably less heavy than in the front. Inside the room of a large hotel in Sea City, a young and pretty little girl was teasing the bug in her hand. An old woman next to her said with a grim look on her face, "Do you realize that sooner or later she will find out about you?" The little girl was full of concern. "It's not like I'm afraid of her. You people are just too timid. Look at how long it's been since the exalted Lord took away the dragon chi, and they haven't even traced us. She can't do anything with this ability." The old woman's scornful look was all hidden under a huge hat, making it hard to see. She stood up straight away, looking at the girls with disgust in her eyes. "I'll go back first. You go back to resume your duties as soon as possible." The girl waved her hand full of concern. "Come what may. What's the hurry to leave?" A clear female voice appeared out of nowhere inside the room. "Who?" The girl quickly got up from her seat, the little snake inside her cuffs stirring. The old woman also gripped the cane in her hand. Su Chingkue appeared in front of the two men out of thin air. Chapter 127, If I can kill you once, I can kill you twice. Who are you? The two men looked at themselves intently. Su Chingkue didn't panic and sat down on the empty sofa next to her. "Didn't you guys count me out today? How could you forget so quickly?" They knew who the visitor was. They just couldn't quite believe how this person had found their location so quickly. The two of them looked at each other and reached some sort of agreement as the two of them rushed towards Su Chingkue in unison. "Set." Just a simple word set the two in place. The inside of their eyes were filled with shock. This kind of ability could only be done by their exalted lord. "Dare to count on me. You guys don't have a lot of guts." Not caring about the two people's shocked eyes, Su Chingkue asked again. "Say, where is he?" The girl shook her head frantically and asked, "Who?" Su Chingkue looked at the old woman again. "Where is he? Where is the dragon energy?" "I don't know. Your holiness' whereabouts are not for us to know." Su Chingkue doesn't care. "You don't say it now. So I'll just see for myself." She started soul-searching straight away, and if they didn't say anything she would have to do it herself. In the eyes of the two shocked people, Su Chingkue placed both of her hands on their heads, searching through all of their memories and waiting until she found what she wanted. Su Chingkue let them go. It doesn't matter in the slightest what they turn out to be. After Su Chingkue tied them up, 5 people came in from outside the door, and it was clearly the Tuwa Hai Ling team. As soon as they came in they were still looking around cautiously, and it was only when they saw Su Kingris that they leaned over. "Director, take these two back to the station and lock them up, and you go back and tally up everyone who hasn't been on a mission for tomorrow." Su Chingkue disappeared into thin air after she finished speaking. She was going to find that asshole. Tuwa Hai Ling was still thinking about reporting back to Su Chingkue. Who knew their chief would leave so quickly? Su Kingris didn't know that there were people behind her who were still thinking about her, and she was now so angry that she wanted to kill someone. It flew by at breakneck speed, so fast that no one saw it. It was only when she arrived at the place that Su Chingkue realized the familiarity of the neighborhood. It wasn't the location of the Western Dragon Vein, and she'd even gotten a defense spell here before. Just as she reached the foot of the hill, she felt the man's scent keenly. She followed the scent and found a cave with a statue of Buddha directly across from it. It was just that this Buddha statue didn't have any Buddha nature and was haunted by an evil aura. Before she could speak, the man's voice came from all directions. "Coming pretty fast?" A young man appeared in front of the Buddha statue and looked at Su Chingkue with a light smile. "Not as good as you. So good at hiding. Ha ha ha, you're still the same as before." Su Chingkue wasn't here to catch up with him. Her eyes were stern, her delicate hand moved slightly, and several talismans flew out at great speed, scattering in all directions. Wrap the man in it. The Wyoming gun hung in front of him, and at the slightest movement on his part, it would strike. He wasn't the least bit flustered, shaking his sleeves slowly. "You're no match for me now. Ching Kite, you're nothing without Ing Lin. Xian Lin, you're so confident that if I can kill you once, I can kill you twice." Su Chingkue's hand movements were unceasing, and the talismans quickly surrounded him. All at once, he appeared in front of him. "That's not known until we fight." With that, he began to strike, and a lightning bolt struck his body. Xian Lin laughed lightly. "You know, these are of no use to me." Su Kingris also knew that. After all, She knew him as well as he knew her. They had hunted each other for nearly 100 years and knew each other's abilities very well. Only this time Su Chingkui came prepared, throwing out another large handful of 5 thunder talismans. Only this time it was the Buddha statue behind him that was wrapped. A thunderbolt struck down towards the Buddha statue, chopping the statue of Buddha with zippy sparks. You seek death. Xianlin let out a roar. It came at Su Chingkui. Su Chingkui didn't care at all. Such they had fought countless times before. I just didn't realize that his original body had also arrived in this world. Xianlin tried to kill Su Chingkui when she attacked his essence. Su Chingkui flung handfuls of talismans in her hands onto Xuanlin's body. Xianlin were confused. When did Su Chingkui become like this? Before they were most against close-up big. Now it was good. Su Chingkui did not give him the chance to get close at all, and directly dumped talismans. Su Chingkui drew out the meritorious golden lights that hadn't been refined recently and transformed them into a whip. Shaking his whip, he attacked Xianlin. Every time she wielded the whip, the golden light of merit on her body had to be consumed. Luckily there was quite a bit left before, otherwise it wouldn't even be enough for her to squander. Right now, she hadn't recovered all of her abilities, and her realm wasn't as high as Xianlin's, plus she had the magic power to trigram the matter of the country's fortune before. It's even less of a match for him now. She could only rely on the weakness of an evil cultivator like Xianlin who was afraid of the golden light of merit to fight quickly. Qingkite, why are you becoming less and less martial? Ask you for any wudu. Su Chingkui returned, instantly flinging a whip in front of Xianlin again. Because of his fear of the golden light of merit, Xianlin was a bit intimidated, and he had never fought Su Chingkui in a fight that was so stifling. With a wave of his hand, the Vajra mortar and pestle on top of the Buddha statue flew towards him. Dang it! The sound of weapons clashing rang out. Su Chingkui wielded her whip and directly then wrapped it around the Vajra mortar and pestle in his hand. With a force from Xianlin's side, he yanked Su Chingkui forward several steps. Su Chingkui had no choice but to shed the whip in her hand, which turned into golden light and dissipated in the air. Xianlin laughed coldly. She, Su Chingkui, also had today. Approaching at extreme speed, Su Chingkui was struck by the Vajra pestle. Spit out a mouthful of blood. When he struggled to his feet, he wiped the blood from the side of his mouth and slowly spread a cold smile. The whip that had just disappeared slowly appeared in her hand and then coalesced into a sword. Su Chingkui didn't give up at all. Carrying her sword in her hand, she lunged towards Xianlin. Dang! The long sword and the Vajra pestle clashed together. Both of them used their full strength. A huge wave of energy formed around it, and everything around it was rippled. Xianlin looked at Su Chingkui incredulously. Do you not want to die? If I can kill you once, I can kill you twice. Let's all die together. Xianlin was taken aback. It was the first time he realized that Su Chingkui was so crazy. The two are at a standstill. Suddenly, boom! A loud explosion came. Then came the sound of the Buddha statue shattering. Click 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 click. The Buddha statue quickly shattered into a pile of fragments. Su Chingkui hooked her lips in a smile when she heard the commotion. Got it. Get out of the center of the standoff quickly. Chapter 128, Die. Genrin looked over in the direction of the voice. The anger reaches its peak. Qingkite, I'm going to kill you. Only to see that the huge Buddha statue from earlier had broken into pieces. The Wyoming gun that started it all still stood next to him, as if taunting him. That Buddha statue was Xianlin's essence, and with the statue gone, he was much better at fighting. Xianlin wanted to run, but at this time, how could Su Chingkui let him go? Turning the lance into meritorious golden light and absorbing it into his body, carrying a Wyoming gun in his hand. It's still best to use a Wyoming gun. Dang! The wyvern lance and the Vajra pestle met again, and Xianlin was fuming. This time, he would not let Su Chingkui go no matter what he said. Gritting his teeth fiercely and using all his strength, the Vajra mortar and pestle stuck into Su Chingkui's chest. After all, the gap between their realms was still there, and Su Chingkui's blood sprayed on Xuanlin's face. You die. Then Xianlin quickly drew back his Vajra pestle and turned around to get the broken pieces of the Buddha statue. Su Chingkui fell to the ground with a thud, and Wyoming gun quickly shot out, trying to stop Xianlin, but he was, after all, a gun and had spiritual awareness, but was no match for Xianlin. Su Chingkui was even more unable to let Xianlin just run away. She pulled out a handful of 5 thunder talismans, and these were drawn with merit golden light. Many thunderbolts quickly fell, basically splitting Xianlin's main body. There was no way for Genrin to rush into the mine, fish for a piece and leave. The blood on Su Chingkite's body couldn't stop spreading all over the place, and Xianlin's Vajra pestle and mortar was covered with evil Inchi resentment. Those drilled into Su Chingkui's body through the wound. There's no way to repair her wounds. With her last ounce of strength, Su Chingkui condensed the remaining golden light of merit to the place of the wound. The wound heals quickly once the attached breath is removed from it. except she just passed out before she was done. Wyoming Gun is on the verge of crying. He is a weapon spirit. What to do now? Take the master where? Home? I can't. Grandma will worry. Here? No. What if he comes back later? With a cruel heart, the tip of Wyoming Gun picked up Su Chingkite's clothes and brought him away from this cave. Fly directly towards the city. Crying and cursing as he flew. The leader and the white secretary were working inside the office, when suddenly a burst of alarms sounded outside the leader's office, and the white secretary rushed out to check. Just before he could get out, a group of guards came in outside. The Wyoming Gun was just like that, with Su Chingkue on the tip of the gun, coming in through the window of the leader's office. Master Clarity and Jiang Chang, along with a few other old men, quickly came over to the leader's office. When he came in, he saw Su Chingkue lying on the sofa covered in blood. A lance stood beside it. The leader looked at Su Chingkue, who was already drenched in blood, and his mind was confused. What's going on with this? White, call the doctor. Yes. Secretary Bai hurried out, and Master Changming and Jiang Cheng came in at this time. Looking at Su Chingkue, none of them knew what was happening, but looking at Su Chingkue, who had less air in and even less air out, the two rushed over to check it out. Seeing the wound above the chest, and the evil aura that covered it, Master Clarity immediately sat down cross-legged, reciting Buddhist scriptures with his mouth. A gust of Buddha's light wrapped the wound in Su Chingkue's chest and cleared some of the surrounding yin qi and grievances, but there is just too much attached to it. Jiang Chang and the remaining few people also sat down cross-legged, using their own methods to remove the yin qi and resentment from Su Chingkue's wounds, but they didn't clean up much with all their strength. Master Clarity looked at the leader who had been watching from the side and snorted. Leader? The leader knew he was unsettled as soon as he heard it, but spoke. What is it? With our abilities, Master Su can't finish clearing the yin qi from his body, and the wounds on his body can't heal without it, so I'd like to borrow something from you. The leader gave him a sidelong glance. What's that? I want to seize a little purple energy from you to use it. Violet? Master Clarity nodded frequently, and purple qi was also the best thing to use to cleanse evil qi. Jiang Chang said, you have a lot on you. It's no problem to grab a little. He also understood Master Changming's words. The purple qi was indeed the best method, and the purple qi on the leader was uncharacteristically thick. A little less is no big deal. Looking at him with conviction, the leader nodded his head in agreement. He knows them and they will only do what is right for this country. When several people saw the leader's agreement, they sat down cross-legged in a group and surrounded the leader in the center. Although it had been agreed upon by him, they didn't have Su Chingkue's magical ability to reach out and pull it down. They could only use the most primitive methods. Rip off a piece with your own strength. Su Kingress had no idea that there were so many other people working for her. There was also the old lady. She covered her chest and kept looking out from the doorway. Even Xiao Chui called her without hearing her. Xiao Chui had to walk over to her. Grandma, what's wrong? Not feeling well? The old lady turned around and saw that it was Xiao Chui, and the uneasiness in her heart grew even heavier. I'm a little uneasy in my heart, and Iris didn't know where she went last night, so why hasn't she come back yet? Xiao Chui didn't know either. Last night Lord Chingkite only said he was going out for a trip. He didn't say how long he was going out or where he was going. Grandma, Sister Iris is probably busy. She must have a lot of work to do again now that she's been promoted. You don't have to worry. Maybe she'll call back later. The uneasiness in the old lady's heart didn't disappear because of Xiao Chui's few words, but instead her heart became even more uneasy. She couldn't help but take a step forward, with the stairs below her, and all of a sudden she didn't stand still and lunged forward. Grandma, be careful. Xiao Chui threw the dish in her hand out and quickly held her grandmother up. Grandma, are you okay? The old lady shook her head. Thanks, I'm fine. Xiao Chui very uneasily helped the old lady into the living room. After that earlier, the old lady's heart was suddenly not as flustered as it was earlier. But there is an emotion that stays in the heart. The leader anxiously walked around the side, looking at Su Chingkue who was still lying on the sofa. Master Changming, this blood has been stopped and medicine has been administered. Why haven't you woken up yet? Master Clarity's head was filled with black lines. With such a serious injury, it would be a good life if he didn't die, which is so quick to wake up. Since a few people pulled a ball of purple qi from the leader's body and placed it on Su Chingkue's wound, the blood was stopped, but the wound was still hideous and gruesome looking. The leader looked at Secretary Bai who pushed the door in. Bai, how's it going? The phone was answered by the old lady. Everything is fine on her side. She's just a little worried. I told her that I sent Master Su to the south on an errand. It'll take about a month before she comes back. Xiao Bai was the first to think of saying something to Su Chingkue's family, so he went to make the call. Changming masters several people do not know how to mess up. Seize the leader of the purple qi thing they have done. This has been the last method. But how come Su Chingkue hadn't woken up yet? Chapter 129, One More Chance. To Hai Ling looked at the chief who disappeared in front of her. Very envious. When will I be able to cultivate to the director's realm? Directly arrest those two people back to the bureau and lock them up, and then quickly follow the director's arrangement to tell Deputy Director Tang about this matter. He then arranged for people to gather in the conference room. Only that he did not see the secretary return after waiting for a long time. Sister Tuo, do you think the chief is delayed by something? Duo Hai Ling wasn't so sure, but the director had arranged it, so there must be a reason. Wait a little longer. The others were fine with waiting a while. Others took out their notebooks and just started practicing. The director has given them a book that they have not yet studied thoroughly. So many good things that they still have to learn to be their own. A group of people were studying talismans inside the conference room and also exchanging experiences with each other, which was very harmonious. It was only when they waited until the evening without seeing Su Chingkui appear that they felt something was wrong. The director used to be very punctual and this would not happen at all. There was nothing more that Tuo Hai Ling could do. The director's notice was conveyed by her, and now that the director hadn't returned yet, she still had to explain herself to the deputy director. Tang Songyan didn't really care and directly asked her to tell them to disband. Su Chingkui wasn't that kind of person. Something should have delayed her, but there had been a less than peaceful feeling in his heart. On their side, they were still worried that they hadn't waited for Su Chingkui to return, and Su Guanyuan and Huang Yuehua were even more worried. They couldn't believe their son, who dared to do such a thing. Huang Yuehua looked at Su Guanyuan. Guanyuan, Xiaoyu is our only son. What can we do now? I can't live without him. Shut up. Su Guanyuan was annoyed right now, and he directly interrupted Huang Yuehua's words. Huang Yuehua couldn't hold back even more when she saw Su Guanyuan like this. Her eyes reddened and the tears in her eyes quickly fell. It's all because you taught a good son to do such a disgraceful thing. When Su Guanyuan saw her like this, his mood became even worse. He's got a bunch of stuff going on right now, and this son can't help with anything and is dragging him down. Guanyuan, let's pay the bail and let Xiaoyu go home first. Those places are where people can stay. The company is already like that. Where is the money to pay his bail? 2 days inside to reflect. Su Guanyuan said this. Huang Yuehua were willing. This is her only son, but her lifeblood. But looking at Su Guanyuan, he wouldn't pay her son's bail either. Huang Yuehua instantly felt her heart a little cold. They're so many years as a couple, and their son were ultimately no match for his company. Guanyuan, how can you let your son suffer in there? You're his father. The crying got louder after saying that, but Su Guanyuan didn't react much. Huang Yuehua felt even more that this would not work. She had to think of something else. Her mind turned, and she added, Guanyuan, Xiaoyu is not at home, so what can we do about the Lin family's daughter? A worried look on his face. His face was all about what was good for Su Guanyuan. Su Guanyuan thought about her words, but could not help but also think of the Lin family. Although the Lin family did not invest in their family, but as long as their daughter's heart is still in Xiaoyu's body, when it is time to help the in-laws. Thinking about this, Su Guanyuan is again thinking about how much money he still has, and whether the company can carry to raise funds. Looking at Huang Yuehua's appearance again. After all, it is a person who has been paired for decades. Su Guanyuan finally said, you go and pay the bail, and tell him to coax the Lin daughters, and if he doesn't have that meaning to invest, tell him not to come back either. Huang Yuehua only heard that she was going to pick up her son and come back, and didn't even listen to the words that followed. Su Guanyuan has now been bewitched for the sake of investment. Her son cannot marry a woman like that. Too sticky. Not good. Ever since Su Kanyu had been locked in, he had felt his head suddenly clearing up. Not the same as before when he had been a bit groggy. He then thought back to himself, what he had done in front of Su Kingris and the old lady. A cold sweat broke out, but he couldn't say anything. Even if the police questioned him anymore, all he could say was that he was jealous, whether the police believe it or not. He's in jail now anyway. He didn't even think it was him at that time, and felt like his head was stuck in a paste. He just crouched in the corner, thinking about his somewhat maniacal self during the day. He was still in a trance until Huang Yuehua came to post bail to get him out. Huang Yuehua looked at her son in this state and became even more distressed. Xiaoyu, were you bullied in there? Don't be afraid. We're out. It was only when he heard Huang Yuehua's voice that Su Kanyu seemed to react that way. Mom, it's horrible in there. Why don't you come get me out? Mom's here now. So when you get back, get some rest and don't think about anything. Su Kanyu nodded. He listened to his mother the most. Only his mom wouldn't lie to him. Huang Yuehua brought Su Kanyu back with a heartbroken face, but over there Su Guanyuan, whose company is now on the verge of bankruptcy. How can he be willing without getting the investment? He contacted Lin Xiao himself this time. Lin Xiao's side saw that it was Su Guanyuan's phone. There was a moment that he didn't want to answer it. The last time something made him lose 2 cars. Although it wasn't their doing, but it was all their fault. They are still thinking of browbeating their sister in exchange for investment. But they don't think about whether their family is willing or not. Thinking of Su Chingkue's stunningly beautiful face again, Lin Xiao suddenly answered his phone. Good day to you, Mr. Lin. I'm Su Guanyuan from Guanyuan Corporation. I don't know if you still remember? As soon as he connected, he heard Su Guanyuan's fawning voice. He sneered, and how could he not know? What's up? Hearing Lin Xiao's unsavory voice, Su Guanyuan's heart flooded with mutterings, but he still spoke out his intentions. Young Lin, I have a good item over here. It's especially nice. Are you interested? Lin Xiao knew what he meant as soon as he heard his words, and thinking about the last time he had seen that stunning face, he was suddenly interested. Tell me about it. 20 years old, college student, I sent you the picture. Take a look. Lin Xiao looked at the photo Su Guanyuan sent over, and it was indeed a little beauty. That little face looks like it wants to be pinched twice, but Lin Xiao wasn't prone to trusting him like that. After all, there had already been a foregone conclusion. Do you know the consequences? Su Guanyuan heard his question and knew what he was asking. Young Lin, don't worry. I'll make sure to arrange it properly this time. There won't be a single mistake. Lin Xiao looked at that white and tender face inside the photo and suddenly wanted to get on and squeeze it. Their family has no one to fear in this sea city, so what's there to fear? Then I'll give you another chance. Su Guanyuan was even happier when he heard Lin Xiao agree. Just before the words of thanks could be uttered, Lin Xiao's side hung up the phone. He knew that Lin Xiao, this person, was already known far and wide for their good sex here. As long as he could look at it, then the subsequent blessings would not be less. And he's always been a promise keeper. As long as it arrives, then the funds will arrive on that side as well. Su Guanyuan thought in his heart about how to coax her to come home. As long as she arrived at home, it was still not his call at that time. Throw it at Lin Xiao's bed. His investment will arrive, and the company won't go bankrupt. Chapter 130, the calculator is crackling with calculations. His side of the equation crackled, but Su Chingkue was still lying inside the leader's lounge, without the slightest hint that she was going to wake up. Although it wasn't like the beginning when there was less air in and less air out, the leaders and Master Changming were still worried. They still wanted to check and examine the wounds, but the wyvern gun stood right in front of Su Chingkue's body, forbidding anyone to approach. A few people were even more unsure of what to do. According to their ability now is really cannot understand this is not the same as they have encountered before What Master Changming and the others didn't know was that Xin Lin was an evil monk, and his cultivation was higher than Su Chingkue's, and the evil qi that he left behind would keep on infiltrating Su Chingkue's body, and it would also corrode her consciousness. Luckily, they used the purple qi to help her remove the rest of it, or else as the evil qi eroded step by step, Su Chingkue would have to account for it. Su Chingkue didn't wake up, while Su Guanyuan was starting to move. He was about to lose his hold and had to go down early. Making up his mind he said about it. He arrived at Su Chingkue's doorstep early that morning. The smile on his face did not diminish as he looked at Xiao Chui's guarded face, until she saw the old lady saying very sincerely, "Mom, I know I'm wrong, I shouldn't have done that. It's all because Yuehua has been blowing pillow talk in my ear. I know I'm wrong now. You must forgive me." He even pretended to wipe the corners of his eyes when he finished speaking, looking sad. The old lady now does not know how she should face the son. If it is to say that he is not wrong, no, it would be even more unlikely to say that he was unaware of all this ahead of him. But in the face of this son who had always had high hopes, the old lady couldn't be cruel. "Get up," then added in disgust. "So grown up and still crying. Mom, son knows, son will change in the future." The old lady sighed. In her heart she was actually disappointed in this son. She thought again of the son most capable of taking up her mantle, but sadly gone early. Su Guanyuan saw that the old lady's face had eased before he said what he had come over today. "Mom, isn't your birthday coming up soon? I've arranged it all for you. We'll have a nice dinner as a family for your birthday this year. I did something wrong in the past. I'll definitely apologize to Iris. We're all family. Breaking bones is still connecting tendons, so we can't be separated like this." His words were very sincere, but the old lady wasn't a fool. And what's more, she had a little bit of resentment towards him right now. She didn't exactly take his word for it either. "It's not anything important. No need to do it. Just take care of yourself." Looking at this son, she began to sigh in her heart. When she gave birth to him, she followed the old man to devolve, and at that time, she did not have enough to eat and wear, and did not treat this child poorly. After the vindication and return to the city she had been thinking of compensating this son, not knowing when she had raised him to have such a temperament, and it was also because she, as a mother, had not done a good job. Su Guanyuan looked at the expression on the old lady's face, which had eased up even more, and knew that there was a show. Mom, just promise me. I'm also sorry for Lao Air. And even more sorry for Iris. I'll definitely be good to her in the future. You must give me this chance. I know. With the old lady's salty words, Su Guanyuan knew that she had agreed. Immediately, his face was unable to hide his excitement. Mom, that's really great. Don't worry. I'll never be a jerk again. Iris was left behind by the oldest too. I will treat her well in the future. The old lady didn't believe him at all. She just thought that after all, it was her own son, and it was fine for her to be entangled with them. Her Iris didn't owe them anything. Iris is on a business trip and will be gone for a month. Apologizing or anything else is not necessary. Just live your own lives, and there is no need to prepare for the birthday banquet. And I, a 70 to 80-year-old woman, don't need to do it either. Su Guanyuan, who had just been very happy, was directly confused when he heard the old lady's words. Hadn't he already promised just now? Mom, we haven't seen each other for a long time as well. We're just having a meal together. It just so happens that it's also almost New Year's Eve, and my little sister hasn't seen you for a long time as well. She even called me last time to ask me about it. Seeing that the old lady was unmoved, Su Guanyuan had no choice but to add, Mom, Ying even came to the house to look for you a few days ago, and we're all very disappointed to see that you weren't home. My little sister has also said she wants to take you home with you for a couple days. Su Guanyuan sentence by sentence. The old lady listened attentively. When she was at home, her youngest daughter came to the house from time to time to accompany her. Now for so long, have not seen her and Ying. There's a little bit of wanting too, especially since that Ying girl is a delight. Mom, why don't you go back with me for 2 days? It's almost New Year's Eve, and it's weirdly cold for both you and Iris to be here. After Su Guanyuan finished his last sentence, the old lady also wanted to go back to see her little daughter. Then I'll go back and stay for 2 days, and I'll tell Iris when she's not home. Xiao Chui, who heard from the side that the old lady was going to leave, was anxious. He had promised Lord Qing Kite to take care of Grandma. If Grandma goes back to Sea City, should she follow? Grandma, I'll follow you. The old lady just wanted to say no, but Xiao Chui immediately spoke up. Grandma, just take me there. I haven't been there yet. I'll see it with you. The old lady thought about the time she had spent with Xiao Chui and felt that it would be strangely lonely without Xiao Chui by her side. Then he agreed. Okay, Grandma will take you to eat delicious food. We have a lot of delicious food there. Xiao Chui was instantly happy. She had completely fallen in love with the food on Earth since she arrived on this Earth. Su Guanyuan just watched from the side. He wasn't interested in who the old lady took back. He just needed an excuse. And the old lady was the perfect excuse. He very enthusiastically said to Xiao Chui, Girl, welcome to our home. I'll fix you something delicious. Thank you. Just call me Fear Jade. Although Xiao Chui didn't like him, she still had to give him face in plain sight. Hey, Miss Xiao Chui, then let's get ready to leave now and arrive home just in time for lunch. When the old lady heard this, she didn't refute it, and promised to go back to live for 2 days just to go back for 2 days. So she directly let Xiao Chui go to pack her luggage. The old lady looked at her room. Obviously there was only a small bag when she came. Now there was a room full of things that could barely fit. Chapter 131. Come in and sit down. Tang Songnian saw that the next day, Su Qingkue still did not appear. Then also a little anxious. Called her phone many times but no one answered. The leader and Master Changming looked at the cell phone that kept ringing. They also wanted to answer it, but there was a long gun next to them that was eyeing them, so they didn't dare even if they had the guts. Just like that, they watched as Su Qingkue's cell phone rang over and over again. Master Changming had been observing Su Qingkue's situation from the side, and was also annoyed by the ringing of his cell phone. Jiang Cheng directly greeted Huai Minggun. Brothers, you give me your cell phone. It's not a good thing to keep ringing. Who is your brother? I have no father or mother. The sound that appeared in the air, Jiang Cheng and Master Clarity were both a bit confused. Who's talking? It wasn't until Jiang Cheng looked at the wyvern gun guarding Su Qingkue's side that he asked incredulously, You speak? The two men were certain that it was him. That, you can give me your cell phone. Jiang Cheng continued to fight and negotiate, just in case Wyoming Gun didn't agree. Wyoming Guns dialed his cell phone to their side. Ignoring the shocked expressions of the two men, he returned to stand beside Su Qingkue. That, and you're psychically aware. The answer to Jiang Cheng was still only a hum. Jiang Cheng didn't mind and looked at the wyvern gun with even more blazing eyes. That, your master Su's weapon? Jiang Cheng's words Wyoming Gun even more do not want to answer. So obvious things still have to ask. Jiang Cheng might have thought that he had asked a very stupid question, but it was the first time he had seen a weapon that produced consciousness, having only seen it on top of ancient books before. His eyes blazed at Wyoming Guns, and Wyoming Guns was all turned inside out by his look. Jiang Cheng felt as if there were a lot of questions and kept pulling Wyoming Gun to talk. It also didn't matter if they got an answer from Wyoming Guns or not. They could go on and on all by themselves. Even Master Clarity, who had been with him for so long, didn't know that he turned out to be so talkative. Just as Wyoming Guns is being annoyed to death, Tang Songnyan is called away. The person who called him away was his third brother, Tang Songjin. After Tang Songnyan came to work for the Special Administrative Region, the company in his hands was temporarily handed over to Tang Songjin for management. But today he suddenly called Tang Songnyan very anxiously and asked him to come over. By the time Tang Songnyan arrived, several police officers were already waiting inside. Seeing him arrive, Tang Songjin introduced, "Several officers, this is our company's general manager Tang. We will definitely actively cooperate with the investigation in this matter." Tang Songnyan had already been informed of the situation, so he told the police truthfully about their questioning. Finally, he added, "Regarding the deceased, he was an employee of our company, and we will definitely follow the company's rules and regulations to give compensation outside the law, but we also want a few officers to investigate the whole thing clearly." Several police officers were also very polite. "Of course, we will definitely investigate." When the police were sent away, Tang Songjin sat down on the sofa with a bereft face. "Sango, what do you think about this one?" Tang Songjin loosened his tie and was in a bit of a bad mood, but faced his little brother and told the truth. "This time it's not simple. I don't believe it's just a simple jump. This is already the second life. Which one is heartless?" Seeing that Tang Songnyan didn't say anything, Tang Songjin added, "You go back first. This matter will definitely be investigated by third brother. No one can get their hands on the Tang family's territory. I suspect that this matter is not so simple. I'll call someone to take a look at it later. You don't want to make a fuss yet. What's the hint?" "No, I just had a feeling." Tang Songnyan didn't know what was wrong with him, but as soon as he entered inside this office of his, he had an uneasy feeling. He hadn't felt this way before when he was inside the office every day, and he hoped he was overthinking it, but he'd always trusted his instincts. Something else? Tang Songjin is not a fool. He knows how arcane the place his little brother is in right now, plus his little brother's experience since he was a child. He quickly thought of that aspect. "It's possible. I'll call the station first to see if it is, or not, and then you can investigate the families." Tang Songjin also understood what he meant. "Okay, I always thought that thing before was normal and didn't investigate it carefully. I'll have Tang Wen investigate it later." Tang Songnyan nodded and called Lu Jianing again, who had the best ability to read feng shui in the bureau. "Get him first to see if there's something wrong with the feng shui." Lu Jianing also agreed readily, but the people under his hand were clamoring to come along and take a look, and he had to take them all with him. When they got to the entrance of the building, one of the people inside his group, Wu Quan, immediately chilled his face. "Brother Ning, something's not right here." Lu Jianing and the others saw his movements. Then he asked, "What's wrong?" Wu Quan's family used to work at the city god temple, and although it didn't go down in his dad's generation, their sensitivity in the face of Yin Shi was much better than others. As soon as he arrived he sensed the Yin aura that twined around the neighborhood. "It's a little heavy on the Yin." Lu Jianing frowned, looking at the towering buildings in the neighborhood, and the people coming and going. How could he see that there could not be a very heavy Yin Shi? Sure, Ning, you know what my family does, I still have that sensitivity." Lu Jianing nodded. He knew that it was the few of them who didn't feel the presence of Yin Chi around them, and the talisman didn't react. "Let's go in first and take a look. Something must have happened when Deputy Tang called us here." A few people nodded and went in together. They were the ones who were supposed to come and see for themselves, so of course they had to listen to the arrangements. By the time a few people arrived, the two Tang Songnyan brothers were already waiting inside. "Here, come in and sit down," Tang Songjin greeted. Tang Songnyan also got up to introduce. It wasn't until he said he was his brother that Lu Jianing and the others realized that the two looked too much alike. Tang Songjin also told everything. "We have already had 2 people jump to their deaths here in the last month. We suspect that the feng shui here is bad. Please help us to take a look. It's not that their family doesn't know other masters, but they can't get in touch with them temporarily right now. And those masters are for the people above them, and it depends on the time when they can give them." The building had been feng shui read in the first place, and they had been here for years without any problems. Chapter 132, The Heavenly Chopper. Lu Jianing stood up straight away and walked over to the window. He pointed at the 2 buildings outside. "Deputy Tang, Mr. Tang, look over there." The 2 Tang Songnyan brothers looked over in the direction of his finger. Lu asked, "Was that building on the right built behind you?" Tang Songnyan recalled that there were only 2 buildings in the original area, and a new one was built in the back, but there wasn't much going on either side, and they had moved in for quite a while. "Yes, it was newly built after we moved in. Originally, if there was only one building on the left, it wouldn't have affected you. but then there was a new building on the right behind it, and the two buildings were on top of each other, and it would have affected you. Neither of the two brothers, Tang Songyan, had ever studied anything about feng shui and didn't really know much about it. Lu Jianing also saw that they shouldn't know much about it. And again, look, do you see that this building is right up against the gap between the two houses? And from here it looks like a sharp sword splitting down the middle. This is the Heavenly Chopper. The Heavenly Chopper is the master of blood and light. Both brothers looked to the house on the right, which is the Lin family's. The Lin family was a family of metaphysics. They didn't believe that they would not understand this feng shui issue. Then it was intentional. After Lu Jianing finished, he looked at Tang Songyan with a bit of embarrassment. Deputy Tang, that's all I can tell. But just now down there Wu Quan said that this place is a bit heavy with yin qi. Ask him. With that, he pushed Wu Quan out. Wu Quan was also helpless. How could their team leader be so unreliable? He had no choice but to step forward as well and say, Deputy Tang, I sensed a yin qi surrounding the building's vicinity when I was down there. It's not the kind of yin produced by the freshly dead that dissipates in 2 days of sunlight, but the kind found in ghosts. You know? Tang Songyan didn't understand, but Lu Jianing and the others did. He touched his head in embarrassment. It's still a pretty powerful ghostly creature. In accordance with my ability I didn't even see where he was. His comment made a few other people even more embarrassed that they didn't even see the yin qi. Thank you. I'm sorry to bother you guys with the trip. Let's eat together later. Tang Songjin was worthy of being an old man. Although such news was very explosive, it still didn't make him show anything wrong. The expression on his face was still the same. The 5 people in one of Lu Jianing's groups all looked at Tang Songyan. Tang Songyan didn't know what they were looking at themselves for. I'm going to trouble you guys with this, and I need you to help us with this sky chopper. Lu Jianing's family has been a feng shui master for generations. That is, after entering the modern era, feng shui masters do not mix well, and their family is left with 2 people. Before falling down, the family had lost some of their ancient books in that decade, but there was still enough for them to use on a regular basis. It's that the feng shui master only reads feng shui, and his practical ability is so weak that he used to be bullied in the bureau. Their family didn't used to have to stay at the bureau. They could have taken orders themselves, but they were weak in the real world. Plus their antiquities were too inviting, so his dad and grandpa agreed to join. The bureau also does not care about them outside to take orders. After joining them is quite a bit easier, although still looking for recruiting people think, but at least not a large scale to get them. He wrote and drew on a piece of paper, then handed it to Tang Songjin. You will be able to dissolve the heavenly chopper by placing it in the same way as the aspect. Then he looked at Tang Songyan and then at the 2 buildings outside. Suddenly jerking back the paper in Tang Songjin's hand, he marked another point on it. In a very solemn tone, he said, this would work better with a large axe instead, but this blade must be pointed at the building on the right. Several people were all people who understood, plus they had all heard about the Lin family, so they thought of it. Lu Jianing is trying to use the Tang family's hand to straighten out the Lin family. Tang Songjin took the paper he handed over as usual. Their Tang family has never been afraid of anything. They have been provoked to the head. If they are still so good at talking, then they are not the Tang family. They didn't know before that the 2 people left in the Lu family were also so powerful in terms of feng shui, and they were still happy to make friends with a feng shui master and pay something. Thank you Master Lu. Just in time to eat together. Tang Songjin was very enthusiastic and directly led them to go. As for the unsolved problem of yin qi, they couldn't solve it. There was always someone who could, and there were still many masters that their Tang family had made friends with. Lu Jianing and a few others weren't able to resist Tang Songjin's enthusiasm, so they followed along. It was a good meal. It wasn't until after sending them all back that Tang Songjin's face displayed a grim look. 5. What do you think? Tang Songyan's face didn't look good either. The Lin family was blatantly dealing with their family, so they couldn't let them get away with it. So what if it was a family of metaphysics? It wasn't like their Tang family didn't dare to mess with it. Send someone to check it out first, and I'll talk to Dad about the rest. Okay, I'll check it out. You're just a little bit better now. Don't work too hard. I can handle this side. Tang Songyan smiled helplessly. 3rd brother, my body is fine now. Tang Songjin had a look of disbelief. His little brother's health had never been good, and he had always been sickly since he was a child. Tang Songyan also do not want to explain. He has explained many times during this time, but none of the family members believe him. Has been the same as before to him. It feels like he is going to be GA the next second, but in reality he had no problem climbing up in his current body. Go home. Dad is still waiting for you at home. You don't know what you've been up to for so long. You don't come home every day. Tang Songjin complained and was about to take Tang Songyan home. It's not that Tang Songyan doesn't want to go home. It's that his dad is at home every day chanting for him to follow Su Chingkue. He was so tired of hearing it all that he had to excuse himself from going home, but he also knew that he would have to go home and discuss the day with. While they were still discussing things on their side, the special administrative region did blow up on its side. Just like before, the two teams they sent out on the mission went missing, completely unreachable. It wasn't a difficult task. It was just that someone had reported that ghost fires had been appearing inside the mountain, and they were either there to deal with it or to check out the situation. Who knew that the people had disappeared just as soon as they got there? The last news they got back looked like there were a couple of regulars who disappeared with them, and I heard they were there for a reunion. It's all in one company. Now they've disappeared en masse. The police also started a search in the mountains over there, but they haven't found out anything at all. Only traces of their brief stay were found inside one of the villages that had been abandoned for a long time, and they disappeared completely behind them. The people on the side of the special administration did not give up, and used other means of tracking, but they failed as soon as they reached the foot of the mountain range over there. In this way they have not been able to find anyone, and today Tang Sungnian is also asking them to use other means to look for them first. Now that the man has not been found and the director has disappeared, the special administrative region is on edge. Chapter 133, Leave Me Alone. Su Kingris was still lying inside the leader's lounge, but her consciousness seems to have left the world. She didn't know where she was, and every day she just watched those two live their lives, and no one heard her when she spoke, and no one could feel her presence. The man touched the woman's stomach and smiled with a gentle smile. Xing Shu, what's a good name for our child after birth? The woman also touched her stomach with a gentle face. Think of one. Something that sounds better, but not like the one from Ming Qiao's family called Baozi. Be more elegant. Good. I must think of a civilized name. Our daughter can't be called Bun Bun Buns. The woman nodded her head very approvingly. Su Qingkue just stood by and watched their daily life. Every day was just the two of them talking to their stomachs and then going out for a walk. Su Qingkue had also thought about leaving this place, but she had tried countless ways, and she hadn't been able to leave their side. She'd always suspected that maybe it was something that had already happened. A memory of one person, but definitely not of those two. Until this day, someone appeared who shocked him. Ying Shang, what are you doing staying home every day? I haven't seen you go out for so long. A man in blue robes appeared in the doorway, directly interrupting the couple's routine of talking to their stomachs. The man bristled unhappily. Busy? Don't bother me. What are you busy with? The matriarch is calling us. Come on. Su Qingkue raised her eyes to look over, and saw her master standing in the doorway, but that didn't seem to be her master, who now gave off a very young impression. The whole person was lively and vibrant, unlike the master she remembered, who was unsmiling, stern, and deep beyond words. She walked over to make sure, but as before, her whole body went through him. There was no one who could see her, and she had no mana, no sense of smell. She could only see and hear, like a bystander who could only quietly watch it all unfold from the sidelines. What did the matriarch call us for? I have to speak to my daughter and tell her of my great accomplishments. You can pull it off. Say you're 300 years old and your wings haven't grown yet. The man gave her master a hard stare. Her master was unconvinced and glared back again, adding sarcastically, it's not likely to be a male child. You're the one who hangs on to your daughter every day. The man instantly quit and chased after her master. But her master is not a vegetarian. Immediately hit back. The two people quarrel, but it can be seen that the two people have a very good relationship. The woman didn't intervene either, just watched them fight. Finally, he also reminded, the matriarch is calling you. Don't hurry up and go. If you're late, you'll have to be lectured by the great elder. The two men stopped when they heard this. The two people who had been fighting so hard just a moment ago were now saying how quiet they were. Su Qingkite could only watch them talk from the side, watching them fight, and finally the man followed her master out the door, leaving the woman alone in the house, but with a smile on her face every day. There was no way for her to leave the woman's side, and she wanted to find out if that was her master. She thought that was her master, but why was her master so different from the later him? And so the days passed. The man and his master never returned, and the situation here seemed to become more and more dire. The look on the woman's face grew anxious. Su Qingkue didn't know what had happened, until a loud thud came and the ground shook. The woman finally left the house holding her stomach, and Su Qingkue realized that the place they were on was actually an island. Many people she had seen before flashed their weapons and charged straight up, while others reverted to their original form and charged as well. They took the woman, and the two children, and protected them at the very back. The woman anxiously watched from the window, and it was only then that Su Qingkue saw the dragon with large wings flying in the sky. Her eyes widened instantly. It was Yinglong. She had always assumed that there was no longer an answering dragon in existence. After all, she had also heard of the incident 10,000 years ago when Yinglong was suppressed by the 5 clans in a joint effort, and in the end, the entire clan perished. That now this is the truth about the demise of the Yinglong clan 10,000 years ago. Su Qingkue was a bit in disbelief, but there was no one to explain it to her. The woman looked out anxiously, wondering what she was looking at. That was until she saw her master walk in with a gloomy face, already completely devoid of the sunny optimistic look she had seen before. Xing Shu, the matriarch asked me to take you guys to leave first. The woman didn't move, but asked, how is Ying Sheng doing? The master didn't answer and simply pulled the two children beside him and headed out the door. When he saw that Xing Shu didn't move, he even turned back and said, let's go first. Dragon Island isn't safe right now. Qingsu seemed to sense something, and the tears in her eyes brushed down. Is Ying Xiang? Not. Master returned and expressionless. Yes. All of Qingshu's fantasies were immediately interrupted. She rubbed her stomach, then gave a miserable smile. You take our child and go away and take good care of her as she grows up. After saying that, Qingsu held down her stomach. Master rushed back to stop it, but it was too late. The woman had taken her original form and a black egg appeared under her stomach. Ying Lin, take care of the child for me. She cupped the egg in both hands and rubbed it on her face before handing it over to Ying Lin. Ying Sheng said if it's a girl it will be called Iris, and a boy will be called Song. Ying Lin didn't say anything. Now that time was urgent. Their Yinglong clan couldn't all fold at Dragon Island. The patriarch had asked him to leave Dragon Island with the last hope of the Yinglong clan. Then he had to do it. He took the dragon egg and the two children and left Dragon Island through the secret passage. And Su Qingkue followed Ying Lin out. She knew it was indeed her master, and she could very well be the egg in his hand, but she had no way to verify that she was here and no way to leave. After all this validation, it had become clear that this was something that had already happened and there was no way to change it. She could only watch from the sidelines. She had been watching Ying Lin lead them on the run, through wave after wave of pursuits. Tian is injured and ends up escaping to Nine Tails territory. With the help of Tushan, he tore through an opening to where she had lived before. Those two children left when they grew up, and Su Qingkue didn't see where they went. But the egg she was in never hatched. Ying Lin cultivated while incubating the eggs. I don't know if Tushan helped them avoid being tracked down, or if they didn't expect them to run to the lower realms. The calm has continued, and Su Qingkue's range of vision had been around that egg. Haven't been able to leave. Chapter 134, Going Out for a Big Meal. It's been a week and Su Qingris still hasn't woken up. The leader comes to see a little bit every day. It's almost like worrying more than your own daughter. And Su Guangyuan was finally ready. He held up the old lady and laughed very hard while he did so. Mom, it's your birthday today. I've called my little sister and the others over. We're going out for a big meal together. All your favorites. This was something he had discussed with the old lady before, and the old lady didn't refute it, so she went along with what he said. Don't be so wasteful, just eat plain. Su Guangyuan said with a grin on his face. Mom, how can that be? Just listen to me. The old lady also listened to his arrangement. She wanted to see her Iris the most today, although she had sent messages to her every day, but she still missed her Iris after all this time had passed. She wondered if Iris would come. Su Guangyuan and Huang Yuehua both helped the old lady walk into the hotel. Immediately, someone took them to the reserved box. Su Guangyuan was also very happy and sat beside the old lady, opening the menu and placing it in front of her. Mom, look, I've ordered a few of your favorites. Anything else you'd like? We'll order it all today. The old lady was not very excited, so she shook her head. These are enough, just make the arrangements. But seeing Su Kanyu across the street, the old lady's interest was even less. She had never forgotten how this grandson treated her Iris. Su Guangyuan acted as if he hadn't seen her expression, and the expression on his face remained happy. His target today was not the old lady in the first place. It was just a reason. And now that the bureau had been organized, whether or not there was an old lady next was not very important. He took the menu himself and went over it with the waiter on the couch next to him. Then after whispering something to the waiter, he gave the waiter the menu. He returned to the table with a happy face and suddenly looked at Chen Yingying. Yingying, come sit on your grandma's side. The last time you came you didn't even eat before going back. Chen Yingying hurriedly waved her hand. Great uncle. I'll just sit here. Next to her, Su Lifang instead frowned deeply. This big brother of hers was not such a person. She had felt something was wrong from the moment she walked in the door earlier. Her elder brother and sister-in-law were usually high-eyed people. How could they be smiling like this? They're all burned out if they don't get something going. But she didn't say anything about it, and looked around at the people who were quite happy, making it even worse to say anything. Su Guangyuan didn't know that Su Lifang had begun to suspect him, and continued to play the dutiful son beside the old lady. The old lady remained disinterested. Only Su Guangyuan and Huang Yuehua spoke to the old lady at the dinner table. Everyone else was as silent as they could be. The meal was very strange for the family, and only Su Guanyuan's family was very happy. Before leaving, Su Guanyuan commanded Su Kanyu to take the old lady out first. Then Huang Yuehua took Chen Yingying to the side. Yingying, auntie has something to talk to you about. Su Lifang's two families were by the old lady's side, and they didn't even realize that Chen Yingying didn't follow her, but was taken away by Huang Yuehua. Auntie, what is it? Chen Yingying usually disliked this aunt. She had always looked down on their family. You go with your aunt and uncle to a place. We have a surprise for your grandmother. You give us a hand to help us bring it over and set it up, and we'll give your grandmother a surprise at night. Auntie, then ask my dad to go. He's strong and I'm afraid I can't help. Huang Yuehua pulled Chen Yingying's arm and headed inside the hotel. Yingying, your parents are with your grandmother right now. Wouldn't they all know when you call them now? It wouldn't be a surprise. Chen Yingying looked at her grandmother who had already walked to the door. What surprise? You'll see if you come with me. It's absolutely great. She'll love it. Huang Yuehua spoke with conviction. And Chen Yingying did not doubt it. Just follow Huang Yuehua to the underground garage. Only what she doesn't realize is that there are a lot of people waiting for her down there. Chen Yingying followed Huang Yuehua all the way to the front. There was not a single person in the underground parking lot, and the rows of cars were very quiet. Auntie, where's that thing you were talking about? Huang Yuehua only focused on walking forward. She was a bit panicked and didn't even dare to look back at her. It's right out front. I couldn't find a parking space when I came in today and parked inside. Chen Yingying didn't suspect anything and continued to follow Huang Yuehua inside. After walking for another 2 minutes, Chen Yingying's heart couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. She asked again, Auntie, haven't you arrived yet? Huang Yuehua didn't dare to turn back. It's here. You wait here for a while. I'll take it out and you help me take it up together and set it up. The old lady. Several people had already walked to the hotel entrance. Su Guanyuan took the old lady to the car and smiled as he said goodbye to Su Lifang and the others. Why is Yingying missing? Su Lifang looked behind herself and didn't find her daughter's figure. I haven't seen her since I came out just now, so call and ask. Her husband, Chen Jixian, also looked to the side and did not see his daughter. Su Lifang took out her cell phone and saw Chen Yingying's message, which said that she left first and asked her friend to go shopping. She held her cell phone in front of her own husband. Angrily, she said, this Yingying left first and also said a word, running so fast. Chen Jixian does not care. The girl is growing up, all have their own favorite things. About a few friends to go out together is also normal. Come on, don't worry about it. She's old enough to know what's important. Let's go back too. Okay. The couple drove back as well. Chen Yingying's side was still in the underground parking lot. Huang Yuehua got into a car. She was bored and waited in the front, pulling out her cell phone to make a call to her mom and dad, but found that there was no signal here. Just as she was playing with her cell phone, a handkerchief covered her mouth and nose from behind. She reflexively tried to struggle, but the strange smell from the top of the handkerchief filled her nostrils. Instantly she felt, it's over. She's done. A coma ensued. Huang Yuehua looked at Chen Yingying, who had fainted on the ground, and glared at the man behind her. The man smoothly carried Chen Yingying up, and then took a step up from the escape route. It wasn't until the 8th floor, after dropping Chen Yingying on the bed, that the man turned back to Huang Yuehua and said, settle the bill. Huang Yuehua didn't renege on the bill either, and directly took out 5 bundles of money from her bag and handed them to the man. The man gets the money and quickly disappears. Huang Yuehua finally couldn't control her inner happiness and panic. She took out her cell phone tremblingly and called Su Guanyuan's number, which only rang once, a signal that they had discussed. Chapter 135. Iris, come and save me. Looking at Chen Yingying, who was limp on the bed, Huang Yuehua was very happy. Their company was going to be saved. After fixing this little girl, when she is cleaned up, she will trick Su Qingkite, that little girl. To think about it, she is happy. When the fun was over, she too left the room. Only Chen Yingying was left alone inside the room. Lin Xiao is happy at this time. As long as you spend a little money, someone will take the initiative to send up. No matter what, when the time comes to take photos, there is no fear that they will not listen. It's not up to him what to do with it in the end. It makes him very happy to think about it. Lin Xiao watched the surveillance while imagining what he would have to do after getting her. No one in their family dares to mess with them in Sea City yet. With that, he went inside the room and touched Chen Yingying's face with one hand, still rubbing it for a while. It's really good looking, and this skin is tender. It's worthy of being a department flower. Ha ha ha. He let out a chuckle as he said it, all triumph in it. Chen Yingying had actually been conscious. The talisman she had been placing on her chest had been glowing, keeping him awake, but she had no strength in her entire body. There was no way for her to escape, and she felt like she was really done for. She was even more surprised that her aunt would treat her like this, and she hadn't offended her in any way. She wanted to beg. She wanted to struggle. But she couldn't. She was awake and feeling everything around her. Help! 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 She screamed in her mind, but not a sound came out of her mouth. You'll be good from now on. Maybe I won't like you in a few months? Of course Lin Xiao didn't know what was going on in her mind. He was still rubbing Chen Yingying's face. Chen Yingying was now about to be scared to death. Why did she meet such horrible people? Woo-hoo-hoo. Inside her mind, she suddenly remembered Su Qingkue telling her earlier that she should call her if anything happened. Iris, come help me. Woo-hoo. Her heart was still screaming for Su Qingkue while Lin Xiao had already begun to strip her of her clothes. Su Qingkue certainly didn't hear it. Her consciousness was still trapped inside her previous memories. But still, someone else heard it. After sending the old lady back, Xiao Chui quickly turned into the appearance of a ghost and flew towards the hotel. She didn't know what had happened, but she saw Su Guangyuan's cell phone, and it said that they had already sent Chen Yingying inside Lin Xiao's room in a state of ecstasy. She had just met Chen Yingying. That was the granddaughter that the old madam loved so much. She had to go and check on her. If anything happened to her, the old madam and Lord Qin Kite would definitely be angry. The thought of Lord Qin Kite getting angry made her even more flustered. She didn't know where Chen Yingying was right now and could only float outside the window to look over one by one. After looking at several floors and not seeing anything, she was tempted to get another ghost to help her look. Suddenly it occurred to her that she could find her way there by virtue of the connection. She pulled a hair from inside her pocket. It was the old woman's, and following that would lead to her blood. When all was said and done, Jade was still looking for someone outside the hotel. I don't know that the people inside the hotel are about to be scared to death. A figure floated to the window and looked dead inside the room. Many people have called the front desk directly to say they saw something unclean. The front desk could only repeatedly assure them that there was absolutely nothing unclean in their hotel. When Xiao Chui found Chen Yingying, she was cowering inside a corner, and next to her, Lin Xiao had already passed out and fainted. Xiao Chui didn't care about anything else. She directly went in through the wall and floated all the way to Chen Yingying. Are you alright? After waiting for a long time she didn't see Chen Yingying look up at her. It took her a moment to remember that she was in the state of a ghost, and that people in general couldn't see her. It could only go back inside the body that Kiyoshi-sama had made for her. Chen Yingying only felt a pair of feet appear in front of her. Now she was full of panic, didn't even see who the person was, and directly cried and shrunk backward. Except that behind her was the wall, and she couldn't retreat in any way. Oh, I have money. I'll give you money, don't you hurt me. Mom, come help me. Iris, help me. Ooh, Jade's brain hurt from her noise. Stand up. When Xiao Chui's voice came out, Chen Yingying looked upwards until she saw Xiao Chui's face, her eyes revealing distrust. What do you want? Xiao Chui also did not care about her, directly grabbed her collar and pulled up. Are you leaving or not? Chen Yingying nodded frantically as soon as she heard go. She had already tried just now. The gate side was locked. No one heard her no matter how much she shouted. How does it go? She glanced at the man lying over there and went over to kick him again, quickly returning to Jade's side. Hold on tight. Xiao Chui picked up her collar, and Chen Yingying was left with her feet dangling in the air. She clasped her hands around Xiao Chui's waist in fear, and in her heart she thought, she can't be a bad person too. Xiao Chui didn't give her a chance to think about it either, and directly let her down through the window in a single leap. Ah! A mournful scream resounded throughout the hotel. Xiao Chui was speechless. Didn't you do a great job just now when you mentioned someone's penis? After putting Chen Yingying in a safe place, Xiao Chui didn't want to care. She still had to go back to take care of the old lady. Lord Qin Kite had gotten her a ghost cultivation technique specifically, and her cultivation level was now unknown how much higher, so she would take good care of the old lady and repay Lord Qin Kite. Chen Yingying's entire body was now in a state of confusion. She also knew Xiao Chui. After all, she was the one who followed her grandmother around, but she didn't know she was so good. She jumped straight down the stairs, unharmed. Who are you? Xiao Chui looked at her clutching her hand. There take you angry. He wants to go home. I was sent by Iris to take care of Grandma. Let go of me. I'm going back. What just happened? You know? Aha. Chen Yingying instantly wanted to cry. She didn't understand why it was like this. What had she done wrong? Get back in there quick. You guys are on your own. Xiao Chui simply feels speechless. Just such a thing. Directly find the family to solve, not on the line. They are here to think what it is, but also to bother. Adults settle adult matters. It's not like you don't have someone behind you. But Chen Yingying obviously didn't think about it, and she fell inside self-doubt. Xiao Chui took out his cell phone and called Su Lifang to come pick up Chen Yingying, and also told Su Lifang about this matter one by one. As for how Su Lifang's side reacted, it was out of her consideration. She always knew what her mission was, how the others cared if she lived or died. She was just a ghost. He wasn't a human being, and knew that what she did now would always be punished in hell later. Chapter 136, They're all unprofitable. Su Lifang saw her daughter squatting in the street and was immediately distressed. The heart even more resentful Su Guanyuan. The previous grudges plus this time he counted his own daughter. This matter will definitely not let them feel better. Chun Yingying cowered and went back with Su Lifang. Su Lifang couldn't help the heartache in her eyes. After the old lady's birthday, she wanted to go back to a city. But how could Su Guanyuan and the two of them let her leave just like that? That neighborhood of Su Qingkue's? It's a struggle to get in. The two of them could only be persuaded to stay for 2 more days. As long as the old lady is in the hands, are you still afraid that Su Qingkai, that little girl, will not take the bait? Ha ha ha. When that time comes, his company will be on the next level and see who else dares to look down on him. He wants them all to die. But the old lady has made up her mind. How they persuade is useless. Directly let Xiao Chui pack things ready to go back. The expression on Su Guanyuan's face instantly became untenable and became sinister. The couple sneaks into the room to discuss it. Guanyuan, what should we do? The stuff hasn't arrived yet? Su Guanyuan's face was covered in hatred. I'm thinking of a way. You go keep her for a while. Huang Yuehua could only lead the order to go. And when she saw her son, who was sitting next to her, not saying anything, she was furious. Xiao Yu, why don't you go find Shanshan? You have to help out with the family. Su Kongyu, however, just sat there. He didn't respond to how he was told. His face was unnaturally pale. He didn't even give Huang Yuehua a look. Huang Yuehua couldn't persuade her son to go into the old lady's room again. Mom, you're staying for 2 days. We as sons and daughters-in-law haven't properly honored you yet? No need. I'll go back to see Iris. Just live your own lives and don't worry about me. An old woman. After saying this, she didn't care about Huang Yuehua. This daughter-in-law she saw clearly. And no, it's seeing this son through as well. It's all unprofitable stuff. Her old woman had lived in vain for the previous decades, and she was still sorry for Iris. Her little granddaughter had been so good to her, while she was repeatedly putting her Iris aside. She would have to spend the rest of her days with Iris, and if she didn't need her company, then she would live her life alone. Huang Yuehua saw that her husband's idea did not hit, but also a little bit of panic, just to see Su Kangyu directly pulled on the old lady's door, but also locked on the outside. Huang Yuehua was instantly angry. Even if it was her usual very favorite child, she was still furious at this time. Xiao Yu, what are you doing? Quickly open the door. The old lady just watched, just to see what the two of them wanted. Xiao Chui watched as well. She had felt that Su Kongyu's entire being was off since the day she first arrived, but she wasn't one to be nosy. Plus this family is so disgusting that even if she knew she wouldn't say anything. It was even stranger watching him today. The whole thing was kind of crazy. He was the one who wanted to take the old lady back to a city as soon as possible, or else when Lord Qingkai came back, what would she say? Su Kongyu didn't listen to them at all and stood outside making he laughter, very scary and oozy, gives you goosebumps. Xiao Yu, it's mom and grandma, what's wrong with you? Open the door first, okay? Seeing that being tough didn't work, Huang Yuehua began to talk softly, but it was obvious that soft words didn't work either. I'm dying. Su Kongyu chattered this sentence outside, scaring Huang Yuehua inside. Xiao Yu, how could you possibly die? You're still in good shape. Earning big money later? I'm going to die. I don't want to die. Su Kongyu cried as he spoke. Xiao Chui hugged the old lady tightly. She was only responsible for protecting the old lady. She didn't care about others. 2A. What's wrong with him? The old lady was more puzzled than feeling scared. How did this family become like this? It was a grandson she couldn't say she liked much, but at least it was her grandson and she was still trying to figure out what was going on. He's really dying. The old lady held Xiao Chui's hand tightly. What happened? How did he die? Xiao Chui sighed. He got into something he shouldn't have, and now his entire insides are almost eaten. The old woman opened her mouth for a long time without uttering full words. He has the scent of a compulsion on him. That compulsion is gnawing around inside him. He's now left with an empty shell, and the great Luo golden immortals can't even save him. The old lady suddenly lost her breath and almost fainted. The jade pendant on his chest emitted a soft white light, wrapping the old lady inside, and all of a sudden he was able to breathe again, and although he regained his stability, the man still fainted. Xiao Chui rubbed her nose sheepishly. Fortunately she had Lord Qingkai's magic weapon, otherwise she would have made a big mistake. Huang Yuehua didn't believe the words of the two men at all, but listened to her son outside shouting over and over again, I'm dying. I don't want to die. You save me. A little more convinced, she picked up the stool inside the room and slammed it against the door, trying to break it open. But the stools are falling apart and the door is not damaged at all. Xiao Yu, you won't die. You have mom? Hearing her words, Su Kangyu's voice became even more mournful. I don't want to die. Ha 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 ha. I don't want to die. Let's all die together. Ha 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 together. Su Kangyu had already gone mad throughout. Xiao Yu, there's mom here. You won't die. Can you open the door first? Die together, die together. Su Kangyu carried out a big bucket of gasoline inside his room and poured gasoline inside the living room while shouting, die together, die together. And every now and then, a ha-ha laugh bubbles up. It scared Huang Yuehua and the old lady inside the room enough. Xiao Chui didn't care at all. She was only thinking about how to take the old lady away now. The house they live in is on the 16th floor. And I don't know if the old lady would be able to survive a jump from here. Of course the others weren't even on her radar. It's just that I just called the police and asked them to come out as soon as possible. Huang Yuehua then lay on the door and heard her son's voice and smelled the strong odor of gasoline. Son, will you open the door? There's something we need to talk about slowly. Whatever you say mom promises you. I want to die together. Okay? Su Kangyu suddenly came up to the door and said this, causing Huang Yuehua to shiver again. But now is not the time to be afraid. Xiao Yu, mommy knows that mommy loves you the most. Whatever you want mommy will promise you. Will you open the door first? Mom won't force you to do anything you don't want to in the future. You can do whatever you want. Okay. All of our family's money will be yours from now on. Okay? And the company will be yours. Chapter 137, Don't move. Put your hands on your head. Huang Yuehua spoke sentence by sentence inside, but Su Kangyu didn't care at all. His head had now been taken over by the parasites. There wasn't a trace of human emotion at all. He had been completely manipulated by the parasites. The parasite will fulfill every order given by its master, including death. Huang Yuehua is still playing the emotional card, but Su Kangyu isn't the same Su Kangyu anymore. There wasn't a single reaction to his word bar. No good. I want us to die and go to hell together. A large bucket of gasoline doused the entire living room. Xiao Chui knew it was useless to keep talking like this. If she really ordered all the houses, what would the old lady do? Then he went straight over and kicked the door to the room open. Police responded to the 911 call and immediately notified the fire department, which quickly responded. Huang Yuehua saw the door of the room kicked open and hurriedly ran out. Su Kangyu put down the bucket containing gasoline in his hand and slowly pulled out a lighter in front of Huang Yuehua. Huang Yuehua went crazy and rushed up, knocking Su Kangyu down. The lighter in his hand then fell out with a grunt. Su Kangyu immediately reacted, lifting off Huang Yuehua and crawling over in the direction of the lighter. But the instinct to survive made Huang Yuehua cling to his legs. Su Kangyu kicked several times in a row, but Huang Yuehua didn't let go. Finally Su Kangyu got mad and fished out a teapot from the coffee table and ruthlessly smashed it over Huang Yuehua's head. Huang Yuehua was directly stoned. Su Kangyu viciously retracted his foot and took a step towards the lighter. And when he was still a step short, Xiao Chui kicked him out, picked up the lighter on the floor and flung it straight out the window. Su Kangyu fumed and rushed towards Xiao Chui. But Xiao Chui was a ghost, so how could she let him get close? Slipping Su Kangyu around the living room twice before Xiao Chui held him down. Just then a large group of police rushed in. Don't move. Hands on your head. Xiao Chui hurriedly let go of Su Kangyu and squatted down next to him. Su Kangyu was released and stood up straight away, and two policemen quickly stepped forward to hold him down. Let me go. Let me go. Die together. Die together. When he shouted this, the police were even less likely to let go of him, cuffed him straight away. A few police officers quickly looked and checked the whole house around. The living room was full of gasoline, and quickly arranged for another retreat. Jade turned to go back to her room and was held down by two policemen. Grandma passed out and I'm going to hold her. A couple of policemen didn't believe it, and the doctor in the back went inside the room to carry the old lady out on top of the stretcher. Xiao Chui follows behind the doctor, but the police want her to go back to the station for a statement. Xiao Chui was very helpless. Comrade policeman, I'll follow Grandma. Can I go to the police station later? No. You need to cooperate with the investigation. Then can you take Grandma to the police station? She's fine. The doctor was beside himself. No, she's old enough to be checked out at the hospital. The three parties looked at each other in dismay, and finally the police side arranged for someone to follow Xiao Chui, who had no problem following her grandmother to the hospital. Although she knew her grandmother's health was fine, she still had to see it to know. The police quickly finished taking evidence, and the hospital took away Su Guangyuan, who had been smashed unconscious, as well as Huang Yuehua inside the living room. The family almost ended up in the hospital. Su Kangyu has not spoken since entering the police station. The whole person disheveled sitting on the stool, facing the police's inquiries indifferently. When the police returned to the police station with the old lady who had woken up, Su Kangyu still didn't speak. The police followed the process and temporarily took Su Kangyu into custody. Then the usual inquiry was made of Xiao Chui, who told the whole story in full. Xiao Chui hoofed it back to a city with the old lady. The old lady did not speak all the way. Xiao Chui, heart worried, but also do not know how to comfort, can only bring him back to a city as soon as possible. After all, nothing can happen to grandma, and it's her job to protect her. It was late at night and the leader's office was completely quiet, but the guards outside remained dedicated. Two silhouettes suddenly appeared inside Su Chingkuei's room. Her seal is about to break. Prepare to reinforce it or continue it. Seal it. The way things are now, it's not good for her to get involved. Those people won't leave us alone, let her stay here. Ying Lin, have you thought this through? Do it. Jelly. Ying Lin didn't care about him and directly pulled out his magic weapon and used it to reinforce the seal. Tushan had no choice but to come up and help. And how could the Yinglong bloodline be sealed so simply? The two of them expended all their mana to repair the broken seal. Ying Lin then simply glanced at Su Chingkuei and left. Tushan mentally slurred. What kind of dog friend had he made? Call them when you use them, and toss them aside when you don't. He's really too hard. Ying Lin, you really don't regret it. Tushan shouted as he chased after him, but Ying Lin didn't care about him at all. Su Chingkuei had been lying down for a long time and finally woke up on this morning. She opened both eyes and looked around. Wyoming. Poof. The wyvern snorted coldly and returned to her. Su Chingkuei rubbed her head, feeling as if she had forgotten something. Master Clarity and the leader were very happy to see her awake. Master Su will open up when you wake up. Thanks guys. Su Chingkuei smiled brightly as the leader glared at her. Su Chingkuei touched her nose a little embarrassed. I'll go back first. If something comes up, look for me. With that, he quickly left the leader's lounge. What's she running for? Leader? I don't know. When Su Chingkuei returned home from the Ghost Road, Xiao Chui and her grandmother were not at home. She lay in bed thinking about what had happened in the meantime. New Year's Eve was 3 days away, and she'd been out for almost a month. Something must have happened in it, but she didn't think about it at all. Remembering only the last moments of her fight against Genrin, she trusted her instincts. Something else had definitely happened. Wyoming, what's been happening all this time? Nothing happened. Tell the truth. Su Chingkuei didn't believe his words at all. There was definitely something going on, or else Wai Ming would have just given her a hump and wouldn't have been as serious as he was now. Well, last night I sensed a familiar aura, but I was trapped before I could react. Genrin? It wasn't him. I only felt it for a moment. It wasn't him. I know. Su Chingkuei also does not have to know. As long as you can know that it is not the enemy on the line. This time she is too badly injured. If she is against the kind of Shang Xianlin, she really does not have the slightest chance of winning. Xianlin must have run away. Su Chingkuei pinched and counted for a while, but she still hadn't found Xuanlin's location. Looks like he's hiding it pretty well now. Su Chingkuei counted a few more dragon veins, and found no signs of theft, and finally put his mind at ease. If Xianlin took advantage of this time, and steal dragon veins, Master Changming a few people are not his opponent. It seemed that Xianlin was also badly injured, but he just didn't know how well he had recovered. It was still necessary to find Xuanlin's location as soon as possible and get him killed in order to have peace of mind. Su Chingkuei was still thinking about it when the sound of the door opening came from the doorway. Seeing the shoes in the doorway, the old woman thumped up the stairs, usually having to hold the handrail on the stairs, but now she ran as fast as she could. Chapter 138. He felt remorse in his heart. Iris, you're back. Yes, Grandma, I'm back. Su Chingkuei smiled and took the old lady's hand. It's good to be back. We're making dumplings for dinner today. The old lady also held Su Chingkuei's hand back. A lot of the things that happened in these days were not acceptable to her, and now that her granddaughter had returned, it was as if she had a backbone, and her whole body breathed a sigh of relief. But it was not good for her heart. One of her soft-heartedness almost made her granddaughter fall inside a reckoning. And although Iris didn't come, her granddaughter Ying was trapped, and her heart felt even worse. If she hadn't been so soft-hearted that time, was it possible that her Ying wouldn't have been in that kind of danger? Su Chingkuei was also very happy to see the old lady, although she saw that she didn't look too good. But she usually doesn't ask what others don't say. The big thing is to ask Xiao Chui later. Okay, Grandma, I'll have it stuffed with cabbage and pork. We can eat whatever Iris likes. The old woman quickly perked up, turned around and went downstairs to prepare the dumplings. Su Chingkuei called out to Xiao Chui. Xiao Chui, what happened recently? Xiao Chui was also afraid that Su Chingkuei would blame her, and did not dare to hide it, telling things from the beginning until it came to the point where Su Kangyu was eaten by the parasites because the parasites backfired on the whole person. Xiao Chui only looked at Su Chingkuei with a weak heart. She could have found out earlier, but she had no good impression of those people and basically ignored them. And in the end, Su Kangyu died like this. Then Su Guanyuan and his wife were also jailed for tax evasion. Su Chingkuei didn't care and skimmed her mouth. The original owner's conditions didn't include that family. all of them were not to be made to die. Su Kangyu found his own parasites and tried to put parasites on her. Who would die if he didn't? He wanted to put a compulsion on the old lady and her, but that compounder was afraid of being discovered, so he put it directly on Su Kangyu. Compassionate Master was captured by her, but also locked inside the basement of the Special Administrative Bureau. All the abilities were abolished. Su Kangyu body without a compulsion commanded by the compulsion cannot just eat him. But when she thought of the Lin family, Su Qingkuei's eyes were stern. When she let these families go, she didn't expect them to dare to make a demon in front of her, so it was no wonder that she was out to fix them. Since they didn't know how to discipline their families, she didn't mind helping them do it. Okay, I know. Thanks for taking care of Grandma for me. Xiao Chui waved her hand repeatedly. Lord Qingkite, this is what I should do. Grandma is very good to me. Su Qingkue smiled and nodded. Go thank your neighbors to the left and right when you have time. Qingkite-sama, Grandma and I have already prepared a gift to send. Nor did she wait for Su Qingkue to speak. Dropping a sentence, I'm going to go make dumplings. It could be seen that she was afraid of Su Qingkue. Su Qingkue smiled and shook her head, calling again to ask about the recent situation at the bureau. Hearing that there were a few big issues in the bureau that had no way to be resolved, Su Qingkue promised to visit the bureau tomorrow, before happily making dumplings with Grandma. When the old lady saw her granddaughter, she was in a much better mood, and all the worries in her heart were put aside. Su Qingkue's hands were strong, and she was directed to the side to knead the dough. The two of them, she and Jade, were mixing the filling right next to each other. The two hadn't put much pepper on their mouths to mix it up, and the corners of Su Qingkue's mouth slowly hooked up. This kind of day was really good. Su Qingkite was a bit happy. Master and elder brother were also very good to her, but within her life since she was a child, there was only cultivation, and Master's uncooked meal. She had never eaten human food since she had broken away from the valley. What is Iris waiting for? It's time to roll out the dough. The old lady's words brought her back to her senses, and she looked at the old lady's demeanor, wondering what her reaction was to Su Guangyuan's family. Grandma, I'm sorry I didn't make it back in time for my eldest uncles. The old lady looked over in surprise at her words, and then all the expressions on her face closed up. Iris, it's Grandma's fault. If it wasn't for Grandma's soft heart to go back and live with them, she wouldn't have caused Ying to have an accident. Grandma was really fooled by her heart. Su Qingkue laughed. Grandma, what does this have to do with you? No matter who it is, it can't stop someone from wanting to do harm. You're very nice. I like you very much. Besides, I'm at fault if you say so. If only I had rushed back sooner, I wouldn't have left you to face all this alone. The old lady took Su Qingkue's hand very solemnly. Iris, you still need Grandma. And Grandma is happy that this time here is the happiest I've been since the old man left. But Grandma still wants to say that their family's business has nothing to do with you. It's Grandma they have to do with. You just need to live your own life. Don't think about anything else. They're not your responsibility. Iris is so good. We should fly freely. We can't be tripped up by things. But now Grandma is dragging you down. I'm sorry, Iris. Grandma, you're not wrong. It's all their own fault. The old lady broke into tears. Yeah, it's all their own fault. The old lady patted Su Qingkite's hand and put away the smile on her face. From the day they came to the house, Grandma had already figured it out. Kite doesn't need to worry. And they broke the law. And people need to pay for their actions and for their wrong mistakes. Su Qingkue also smiled. This old lady is really a sensible old lady, although sometimes a little soft-hearted. But it's okay. I understand. Grandma will live together from now on. The old lady's fingers stuck a bit of flour on Su Qingkue's nose and said smilingly, rolling out bread dumplings la. Talking things out, the haze in the old lady's heart was swept away, and the whole person was happy. Su Qingkue quickly kneaded the dough and rolled it out, moving in a single motion. The family enjoys making dumplings. Of course the others weren't so nice. Huang Yue's whole body was a bit crazy and delirious since she knew her son was dead. Su Guangyuan was just regretting that he should have done it earlier. He should have gotten the old lady killed and gotten the money in her hands, or else there wouldn't have been such a thing. More than anything, he should have gotten Su Qingkue killed when he was 15 or 16 years old, so that he wouldn't be angry with him in the future. And now the family's situation is all blamed on Su Qingkue, that bereaved star. The remorse in his heart. Chapter 139, the one who calculated Ying. I can't wait to get those people killed, or my own company won't be able to find out what's wrong. When he rises again, that's when those people will be on their knees begging for him. Su Guangyuan's side was still thinking about making a comeback in the future. The Lin family's side was going crazy. Lin Jialiang swept the entire inside of the study to the floor and slammed it inside the study. Say that again. The man standing in the doorway, not daring to say a word, stood with his head down. Didn't I tell you guys not to mess with him? Are you stepping on my words as if they fell on deaf ears? Family master, Kai didn't mean it. That's not unknown? If you say it's not intentional, then it's not intentional. Then how did the Qin family lose it? Do you not remember it? Do you want me to help you recall it? The man flopped to his knees. Family master, please save little Kai. I only have this one son. He has no talent and I didn't force him. He's just an ordinary person. Hearing these words from him, Lin Jialiang became even more angry. When the Qin family was in trouble, he had informed not to mess with anyone related to Su Qingkite. Now there were actually people who dared to touch Su Qingkite, and those who dared to touch her cousin. Did these people think that their Lin family's life was too long? That their lives were too good, and they wanted to experience the results of the Qin family? Do you have the slightest idea what Su Qingris really is? Why didn't you say it earlier and only now? How long have things gone by? The man was silent and didn't know what to say. They thought that things could be kept under wraps and just solve themselves. Who knew that his son told him that he had even put ecstasy on Su Qingkite in the past? If Su Qingkue recalled it, they still had it good. It can only be reported to the head of the family, and there is still room for reprieve for offending the head of the family. But without a life, there is really nothing. We thinking about. You guys are thinking that you can hide it and Su Qingkue won't pursue it, right? You guys aren't stupid. At Lin Jialiang's words, the man dared not speak even more. Lin Jialiang looked at him and sat down on the chair disheveled. He had always thought that he was the head of the Lin family, and a person of status in this country, with connections and power in his hands, and in the metaphysical circle, their Lin family could rank in the top 3. But now that his life was not in his hands at all, thinking about Su Qingkue's warning at the beginning, and the country's thunderous measures, he suddenly felt that this family head's job was not at all interesting. Not only that, but you can lose your life if you're not careful, and you have to wipe the asses of those below you. Get up! Lin Jialiang's faint voice. The man became even more afraid and cautiously raised his head. Head of house, prepare something and go tomorrow to make amends. He found it even less interesting. Lifting his feet, he headed for his room. It was just that he wanted to make amends and apologize. And Su Qingkue didn't really want to accept it. Last time he let them off for the sake of the leader. This time it wasn't so simple to let them off. After eating the dumplings and accompanying the old lady to watch 2 episodes of a dog-blooded TV series, Su Qingkue arrived at the Lin family mansion. In his hand was a Wyoming gun, standing aggressively in the yard. Hearing the briefing, Lin Jialiang hurried to the courtyard. Director Su, long time no see. Su Qingkue smiled and said, Lin family master, I'm not going to talk to you in any kind of scene. I'm here today to get back at you. You all know what the consequences are for the Qin family, so I'm giving you a chance. So you should take it. Lin Jialiang's head was suddenly throbbing with anger, but also don't want to provoke this bogeyman. The old Qin family is also one of the most important existences in their circle. Even she can't catch a single move. A photo is gone. He thought to himself that neither of his 2 selves could compare to Elder Qin. Director Su, why don't we sit down and talk? No need. I have things to do. Lin Jialiang's face darkened even more. He was afraid of her, but it didn't mean she could lower his face like this. Holding back, he finally pulled a smile. Then Director Su will give you a satisfactory explanation later. Lin Xiao, who was bringing up the rear, was on the verge of going crazy with fear. He could not have imagined that things would turn out like this at all. He had always thought that if he reported to his family, as long as the head of the family stepped in, this matter would be resolved, and then he would be his cockney and have nothing to do with him anymore. Now that the head of the family is so respectful to this woman, then he has good. If you get handed over yourself, you'll have an even worse time. He panicked at the thought of it. He wanted to run. He wanted to get out of here. Just before he could turn around, he was held down. Not caring if he struggled, he directly held the man down in front of Su Qingkue. Director Su, he's the one who counted on your cousin. I've brought you the people, as well as these are the sincerity of our Lin family. I hope you'll let our Lin family live. Lin Jialiang is now just broken. After this time, say anything to restrain the following people. No longer come once Lin family really have to finish. Su Qingkue knew what was inside that box without looking. The Lin family's sincerity was quite sufficient. According to her understanding, it was basically a quarter of the Lin family's goodies, with a building attached. Su Qingkue thought it was okay. Lin family master is joking. When did I ever want the Lin family to be finished? I just came to seek justice. I'm taking the stuff and the people with me, and I hope the next time I don't come in this way. Take care, Director Su. Su Qingkue drew a small teleportation array on the spot and gave the things to the leader. The building was of course reserved for Chen Engying, but of course if he didn't want it, he would give Lin Kai to her. The leader was also speechless when he received the box that Su Qingkue transmitted, and only when Master Chang Ming and a few others left with the box cheerfully did the leader react that it was not for him. Su Qingkue lifted the back of Lin Kai's collar and headed towards Chen Engying's house at breakneck speed. when Su Qingkue arrived. The three members of the Chen family were all sleeping inside their room. Bang bang bang. A knock on the door. Su Lifang can only get up and open the door. Seeing Su Qingkue outside the door are a bit unbelievable. Iris, it's so late. Come on in. Seeing the person she was carrying in her hand made it even stranger. Little auntie, the one who counted ing on this. I got it for you. As soon as Aunt Chen came out of his room, he heard such explosive words, and for a moment he didn't know what to do with his expression. Su Lifang hurriedly pulled her to the side. Iris, are you doing something illegal? Tell me honestly, there is little aunt here. Don't be afraid. Auntie has money and will get you the best lawyer. Su Qingkue's face was filled with black lines, but in her heart, she was happy. Little aunt, don't worry. This is the compensation that their family agreed to. Ying signed it to make it effective. If you don't want the compensation you can also beat him up and send him to squat. Chapter 140, A Building. Su Lifang looked at the document she handed over and was even more shocked. A building? Downtown? Su Qingkue nodded. Chen Ying heard the sound and also came out. And when she saw Lin Kai, she was furious and came up to give him a kick. You scum! You go to hell! Unsatisfied with one kick, he kicked again. And then Auntie Chen could only pull her own daughter away. If she kicked out a person, she would be in big trouble. Oh, Dad! That's him! That's him! Aunt Chen hugged his daughter tightly and whispered comfortingly. Dad knows, Dad is here. Su Lifang looked at the father and daughter over there, her heart aching. Iris, Auntie doesn't know how you do it, but Auntie wants to know if it affects you at all, and if it doesn't, put him back. Auntie doesn't care. It's okay. Chen Ying directly hugged Su Qingkue's hand. Iris, I don't want compensation. I want him to squat in jail. She already knew about Chen Ying's choice, so it wasn't anything out of the ordinary. Well, whether you want compensation or not, he is going to jail. He can only spend the rest of his life in jail. Su Qingkue's words had a stabilizing effect, and the family quieted down. Chen Ying was silent for a long time, and then as if she had made up her mind, she directly tore the transfer letter to shreds. Iris, I don't want compensation. I know this compensation is only given because they have you. There are many other girls who have no one to back them up and end up begging for help and getting trashed by this scum. I want him to pay accordingly. I know. Then called Zhuo Zhengyang to carry people away. She did not want to carry back. Zhuo Zhengyang is so helpless. Now it is already 10:30, and the place where she is C City. His own people in a city. How fast he cannot pass off. In the end, we had to get the local police to come to our door to raise the man. Su Qingkue didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed about making people. She felt quite good anyway. Only when the police that came took Lin Kai away did Su Qingkite say goodbye to Su Lifang. The family watched her leave and wanted to keep her for the night, but Su Qingkue said she had to go back. It's been over a month since I've been with my old lady, so I need to spend more time with her. And with that thought happily went home. Just thinking about what I seem to have really forgotten and haven't been able to remember. Early in the morning Su Qingkite arrived at the office, but as soon as the office door opened, Su Qingkite felt her fire soar. This asshole thing of a cloud merchant has totally made his office his home, with all the messy stuff in it, and the takeout that I didn't throw away after eating it yesterday. Cloud business. Su Qingkue's shout startled the entire building. Lu Xiaoqing covered her face, listening to her own director's angry roar, while looking at the Yun Shang next to her. She was helpless in her heart. You get out of there or you'll get your ass kicked. The cloud merchant shook his head frantically, fighting the urge not to go out. He hid inside Lu Xiaoqing's office cabinet and didn't come out no matter what Lu Xiaoqing said. Lu Xiaoqing smiled slightly. She was the director's obedient little secretary. The cloud merchant felt bad at once, but before he could stop it, he saw Lu Xiaoqing shout, Sister Iris, Yun Shang is here. The cloud merchant glared at her fiercely. Lu Xiaoqing spat her tongue out at him and twisted her face to snicker. Yun Shang was indignant in his heart, thinking of how to get back at him, and he didn't wait for Su Qingkite to come to him. He came out on his own. Seeing Su Qingkue standing in the doorway looking at herself, Yun Shang's heart was weak. Su Qingkite hadn't come to the office for so long that he had used the office as his own turf and saw her coming. The cloud merchant was in a panic. He moved forward step by step, and Su Qingkue glared at him fiercely. He quickly came out, licking his face and smiling. Auntie Qing, when did you come back? Su Qingdao gave him a glance. If I don't come back, are you planning to tear down my office? No. How could I do such a thing? I was watching your office for you, not letting anyone else in. Su Qingkue didn't eat him at all. I'll give you 3 minutes to clean up my office. The cloud merchant didn't dare to say no and grabbed the door. Lu Xiaoqing rushed to give her a report on what had happened during this time. There were a few things that were important right now, but according to their ability they could also handle them. Su Qingkue directly asked Lu Xiaoqing to gather those who didn't have any tasks to the conference room to concentrate. Tang Sungyan saw and heard Su Qingkue come back and came over as well. Su Qingkite walked to the door of the office and saw Tang Sungyan standing right in front of the door, while the inside of the office had been refreshed. After Tang Sungyan greeted him, he followed him into the office, not caring whether Su Qingkue was happy or not, and sat down directly on the sofa. Then she was given a document straight away with their rewards and punishments for the recent period, as well as their work. As soon as Su Qingkue opened it, she saw that it was written in bold and enlarged font. 162 5 thunder talismans were missing, and 221 peace talismans were missing. Su Qingkue, you've been away for a while, and here's the reward for that lack of time. Tang Songyan's expressionless sentence. Su Qingkue couldn't believe what they had been doing all this time with so many rewards, and that's even with half of the talismans they drew having to be turned in. Previously, Su Qingkue said that the condition of teaching them to draw talismans was that they had to hand over half of the talismans they drew. The materials needed to draw the talismans were paid for by the bureau, and the portion of the Special Administration Bureau that they held in their own hands could be recovered according to the stipulated price. The fact that there was still a shortage of so many talismans in this situation showed just how many tasks they had done in this period of time. Tang Songyan saw her look of disbelief and explained, "Everywhere reports unnatural cases to the Sarah, and I've set up sub-bureaus in several important places according to geographical distribution." Su Qingkue couldn't do anything else. This was something they had discussed before, and she was aware of it. It seemed that they would have to be taught to draw talismans seriously in the future. How long would they have to draw talismans by themselves? Seeing that she didn't have any other expression, Tang Songyan discussed the recent events with him again. The most important thing right now was that a ghost at the level of Ghost General had appeared over in W City, and Su Qingkue was needed. Su Qingris also looked at the material. According to the current situation of the Special Administration, they really couldn't beat the Ghost Generals, but Su Qingris also wanted to be lazy. New Year's Eve is in 3 days, and I have to accompany my grandma to buy New Year's goods. Turning his eyes, he saw the cloud merchant standing next to him, hanging back, looking down at his toes. Su Qingkue gently coughed twice. The cloud merchant blocked out the sounds around him and didn't look over at all. Cloud traders. As if in shock, Yun Shang jerked his head up with a look of "What are you calling me for?" Su Qingkue instantly wanted to hit him again, her hands itching to do so. Seeing him in this hangdog state, he felt sorry for himself for not doing anything. Chapter 141, I'm just kidding. The cloud merchant is very keen to run, but how could Su Qingkue give him this opportunity? Directly striking out and grabbing him, the cloud merchant looked unconvinced. Go beat up this ghost general and bring him back. While saying that, he placed the materials in his hand in front of him. Yun Shang took the materials with a reluctant face, still trying to struggle a bit more. Didn't you say not to go out of this building? I'm not going. If you don't want to, then forget it. I'll find someone else, but barring that, I'll post your location later. Su Qingkue made a gesture to draw back the material in his hand. Yun Shang took a big deep breath and licked his face and smiled. Auntie Ching, I'm just kidding you. I'll be right there. Su Qingkue's face immediately changed into a smile. Okay, waiting for your good news. Yun Shang hated in his heart. How could there be someone as bad as Su Qingkue? I'll be sure to kick her ass later. Su Qingkue found it funny that Yun Shang, this little brat, could only use threats every time. But it's been a good time and I've been inside the office building and not gone out. So that's commendable. Tang Songyan only felt amused, the corners of his mouth curving. Only after settling the recent matters of the Special Administrative Bureau, did Su Qingdao look at Tang Songyan. Then frowning, he said, "What have you been doing all this time?" Hearing her sudden question, Tang Songyan didn't react for a moment. Didn't go there. Why? Oh. Su Qingris only said the word "oh" and continued to play with her cell phone. And Tang Songyan became even more confused. But he had become very familiar with it, and her character of saying what came to mind didn't really care. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, "Is my second brother still salvageable?" Su Qingkue didn't even raise her eyes. "Let's see how you guys want to choose." Tang Songyan was listening from the sidelines, and although he knew in his heart that his second brother had done something wrong, the affection of his relatives made him want this little exception. Are there any other options? Su Qingkue also did not beat around the bush. Directly said, because of his reason the dragon vein was stolen. A natural disaster occurred. This thing and the people, things that were harmed to produce the karma will be reacted to his body. Although he is not the mastermind, but he is also an accomplice. The way of the heavens is fair. Everyone will have to pay the price. Do you still want to know? Su Qingkue's question caused Tang Songyan to be silent for a long time before he made up his mind. I want to. He will die unexpectedly early in this life. But in this life he has accumulated a lot of merit and virtue. Plus your family's ancestral shade is deep. All punishments will be on himself and won't affect his family. And he will go to hell to be punished for 500 years after his death. Su Chinkue's emotionless voice spoke even colder words. No matter what it is, for the dragon vein cannot be moved. Regardless of that country is the same. The dragon vein dissipation represents the dissipation of this country. Will quickly cause war and strife until the dragon vein is generated again. To protect a side of peace. She made it so clear to Tang Songnian that she hoped that Tang Songnian's family would not do anything out of the ordinary again. Or else even if the ancestral shade was rich, it would not be able to withstand their tossing. I see. Thanks. Tang Songnian was alone on the sofa thinking for a long time before he ventured this sentence. Su Chinkue didn't want to care. She had already made it clear enough. And it was also considered revealing the precedent. She was also going to be punished. If they still wanted to toss it, she wouldn't care. Tang Songnian fell into silence again after saying this. And Su Chinkue didn't want to care. She wasn't that kind and had to help him out. Tang Songnian received a phone call and headed out the door. Su Chinkue stood up after him while sipping her milk tea. I'll come with you. Tang Songnian was a bit surprised. Is something wrong? Aha. Su Chinkite walked outside first by herself. And when she saw that Tang Songnian didn't follow, she even turned her head and asked, Aren't you going? You know what happened? There's nothing I don't know. Come on. Tang Songnian hurriedly followed. Not knowing himself what had happened, Tang Songnian drove and returned to his company. There were already 2 policemen waiting inside. The police also went through the details, and when they saw Tang Songnian come in, they just pulled out their law enforcement license. Mr. Tang Songnian, we suspect that a missing case is related to you. Please come back to the police station with us for investigation. Tang Songnian didn't even know what had happened. He hadn't come to the company for a long time since he had gone to work for the Special Administrative Bureau, and the last time he came was when he was looking for Lu Jianing to look at the feng shui. It has nothing to do with him. Calls Wei Zhongyang. Su Qingkite came out from behind Tang Songnian. A cup of milk tea was already finished and she was sucking the pearls at the bottom of the cup one by one. The 2 policemen were both very happy to see Su Chinkue and came up to greet her with a smile on their faces. Counselor Su, why haven't you visited us at our bureau for so long? Hello guys. Su Chinkue greeted him and then sat down on the sofa in a very self-conscious manner. The 2 policemen and Tang Songnian followed suit and took their seats. Tang Songnian still doesn't know what happened now. The people at the company only said that another disappearance was related to their company and the police needed his assistance in the investigation. But what exactly was going on he didn't know. One of the policemen, Tiger, asked, Counselor Su, why do you say he doesn't know? With a perfect parabola, Su Chinkue threw the empty cup in her hand into the trash can not far away. The missing person is underneath this building. What? The 3 people present all looked towards Su Chinkue in unison. And Su Chinkue said unhurriedly, It's been 8 years since you died. Isn't it a bit late for you guys to find this place now? The 2 policemen didn't care if Su Chinkue was contemptuous or mocking. They only knew that this age-old case was finally going to be solved. Tang Songnian was even more shocked. This building was their own project. He designed and built it. And now he was told that there was a case in this building. His brows furrowed deeply. Director Su, what exactly is going on? Tiger looked left and right. Then said, 8 years ago our bureau received a report that her husband had disappeared. At that time our police department actively investigated. But we never found anyone. Instead, 8 people disappeared at the same time. We haven't given up on our investigations over the years. And some time ago we realized that they all had something to do with this building. And our captain asked to please return to the investigation. Tiger spoke clearly. Then he asked Su Chinkue, Counselor Su, where are their bodies? Su Chinkue looked at her cell phone, double-minded, and without lifting her head, she returned, in the foundation. Chapter 142, This one can't be beaten. Several people looked towards Su Chinkue in unison. The 8 entrapped dragon fiend, using 8 corpses with different but complementary destinies to set up a formation, using their wronged souls as the eyes of the formation, and setting up a formation large enough to encompass the entire building. Su Chinkue didn't intend to open her mouth when she finished speaking, but when she saw the 3 people casting their eyes in unison, she could only explain the rest clearly, forgetting that they were just ordinary people. The 8 entrapped dragon sire Lord of Jail, Tang Songnian, Tiger. Tang Songnian also had a moment to regain his senses. There are 8 bodies under their building, still inside the foundation. It means there was a problem when the foundation was first laid. Thinking of this, Tang Songnian's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Daring to make a move on their Tang family's territory. It seemed that he didn't want to live. I'll call the police to go down and dig it out. Tiger's words made the other policemen as well as Tang Songnian look towards him. He is a policeman himself, so what's the point of reporting to the police? He suddenly felt as if he had said the wrong thing and rubbed his nose in embarrassment. It's embedded inside the foundation. You dig down and the building collapses. And don't you want to know who it is when the person who did this goes to so much trouble? Her face was all impish smiles and her eyes were all cold. Troubled Director Su, do you need any preparation? Tang Songyan asked directly. After a period of time, he also knew that Su Qingkue didn't like to beat around the bush, and that it was best to say things clearly in person. Wait for the night. Su Qingkue wanted to go out to eat again after she finished speaking. She had missed out on so much delicious food after being in a coma for a month. What a shame. She's going to eat it back now. Glancing at the time, I'm going home for dinner. I'll be back tonight. I'll call you then. With those words, he disappeared inside the office. Tang Songyan had already seen it many times and didn't have any special reaction. But the two Tiger Z's were indeed startled. They knew that Counselor Su had special skills, but they didn't know it was so special. The two men looked at each other in dismay and finally asked Tang Songyan to go back to the police station for questioning and to go through the process. Su Qingkite returned home. Xiao Chui had already made lunch and was waiting for Su Qingkite. It was all her favorite food on it, and the old lady pulled Su Qingkue over with a smile. It's all your favorite food. Come on over. Su Qingkue nodded her head with a cheerful smile. The old lady told her about the neighbor next to her as usual, and since the female ghost in front of her had been sent away by Su Qingkue, someone had moved into the house in front of her a few days ago. But the old lady said very sadly that she had not met anyone yet, and was thinking of making good friends with the new neighbors. Su Qingkue reached out and pinched a little bit, and found a little something, but it wasn't very serious. So she said, Grandma, next time you go at 8 or 9 in the morning, you'll be able to see someone. The old lady didn't ask Su Qingkue how she knew, and was all excited. Really? Then I'll go and take a look tomorrow. The old lady usually with Xiao Chui in the home to get the vegetable field. There is no friend. Just like with the neighbors around the nagging. She cannot be at home every day. The old lady wants to make friends, just make it. There is no danger on it. The old lady was even happier, and thought about what treats she would bring to the door tomorrow. Su Qingkue said as she ate, she's allergic to eggs. Iris, how did you know? Seeing that Su Qingris knew so clearly, the old lady still couldn't help but ask. Su Qingkue pretended to be profound. Grandma, you have to believe in my skills. The old lady was suspicious. Jade twisted her face and snickered. Su Qingkue ate her fill at home and went back to the station. The people and ghosts they brought back during this time were all inside the basement. The other people in the Special Administrative Bureau could not open the ghost door. They could only wait for Su Qingkue to send them all away. As for how the hell below the judgment is the matter of the hell, they are only responsible for sending them there. When Su Qingkue went down to the basement, Lu Xiaoqing followed up with her ass again. Didn't the volcano ghost send it to Iron Senpai? What are you still doing in the basement? Lu Xiaoqing said with a face of hatred. Our village chief did not agree to rewrite the genealogy, but only agreed to start another page for me. How can that be done? I'm also a meritorious member of the clan. Yesterday Sister Tua told me she captured another Vulcan ghost, so I'm going to go and beat it up again, and try to get my name engraved on the shrine's monument. After saying that and making an inspirational gesture, Su Qingkue had a helpless look on her face. Although it is the ghost of the nest country, but humans stay with the ghost is ultimately will also have an impact. The light is poor luck. The heavy is to see blood. This Ninny also wants to go up and beat the crap out of Vulcans every time she sees one, and she's not afraid of the effect it will have on her. Too much contact with ghosts is bad for your health. Lu Xiaoqing smilingly took Su Qingkue's hand. I'm not afraid with Sister Kite. There was no way around it, so Su Qingkue had to lead her along. And generally as long as it didn't involve the bottom line, she would agree to anything she could. Su Qingkite came to the basement, and sure enough, many people, ghosts had already been imprisoned inside. At that time, when Su Qingkue redecorated, it was a good job to make a small room, directly under the entire compound are hollowed out, the hole into a special place to lock up ghosts. As long as you're locked in there's no chance of escape. Lu Xiaoqing brought his own stick and happily walked forward, looking at the door signs, one by one, before finally stopping at the door of a cell. After more than a month of Tang Songyan's management, the Sarah was now managed in a very standardized manner, including what people, ghosts and demons had committed and what punishments they had received, which were all written in a clear and unambiguous manner. Everyone else just needed to follow this regulation, and a separate disciplinary body had been set up to manage the arcane artists inside the special authority. As long as they made a mistake, they would be caught and brought back to be locked up. Su Qingkue had specially reserved a place for them, scaring them so much that none of them dared to make a mistake yet, regardless of what they thought in their hearts. Su Qingkue was very happy anyway. As long as they didn't make any mistakes, she was still very nice to talk to. Seeing that Su Qingkue was still behind her, Lu Xiaoqing opened the door herself, and the ghosts inside were already trapped and immobilized by a special formation. Lu Xiaoqing directly smiled and carried his own stick, immediately going forward to fight. Su Qingris raised her eyes to look. This ghost was a very young manlike man, although his face looked like that of a Vulcan. Su Qingris knew the original reason as soon as she hit her eyes. Xia Cheng, this can't be beaten. Lu Xiaoqing's hand that had already swung out urgently retracted, looking at Su Qingkue with a confused expression. Iris, isn't he from Vulcans? Yes, but he's done nothing wrong. He's a Vulcan who died a normal death, and if you hit him now, you'll be tainted with karma, and you'll lose more than you gain. Lu Xiaoqing was very trusting of Su Qingkue, and when she heard her say this she withdrew her hand. The expression on her face was all pity. Su Qingkue felt amused and patiently explained. Although he's a Vulcan, he hasn't done anything bad in several lifetimes. Lu Xiaoqing was even more lost. Such a good opportunity was gone again. But Su Qingkue was thinking more. There was no way that Tua Hailing and the others didn't know what was going on with this volcano ghost. So what was the point of capturing it back now? Chapter 143. Su Qingkite this side is still thinking about Tua Hailing it. Tua Hailing this side came. See Su Qingkite two people against Guanwagua ghost's room. The heart of a sudden. Run straight over. Chief, because there has been no one from the netherworld over in the Vulcans to come and extradite the ghosts that died in our country. We met them outside, captured them, and would like to ask you what you can do. Tua Hailing's explanation Su Qingkite was also unexpected. Normally people who die elsewhere have specialized netherworld staff to extradite their ghosts back to their place. For example, in our country's city god temple, when the countrymen died outside, the city god would go all the way to extradite their ghosts back. But the lack of staff on the Vulcan side to extradite was something she hadn't expected. If you get it to hell, hell can blow up. Of course not. Su Qingkue had a headache. How about they all just fly away from their souls? I was thinking about how well you guys have been studying lately, and I'll find some time to calibrate. To Hailing was shocked. School exams? What? The sky is the limit. They are going to finish. Bureau. Director. Then I'll go back and get ready. Ready for what? Su Qingkue didn't understand. It was just a school exam. What was there to prepare for? Chief, I'll go first. The words had barely left his mouth when the man disappeared. Su Qingkue. No choice, but there are other things to do. And the school test is still waiting until I have time. After looking at the people they had recently brought back one by one, Su Qingkue had a plan in mind. It seems that these lineages really need to be fixed. They can't be let off lightly like last time. Mentally, I wondered how I would tell my leader about this. Thinking about it Su Qingkue started to get angry. Obviously what she wanted to do most after coming to this world was to do nothing and just eat gourmet food every day. How come there were so many things to do now? It wasn't at all what she thought it would be. Immediately going back to the office to sue those worldly families. Su Qingkue was happy, but the lineages that received the notice sent down by Master Clarity were not happy. There was no idea what was going on and how suddenly they were being asked to rectify the situation. All afternoon Su Qingkue was inside the office, discussing about how to reorganize the lineage and how to protect the dragon vein. When darkness fell, Su Qingkue went to Tang Songyan's company, where Tang Songyan was already waiting. Su Qingkue sipped her milk tea while walking in front of her. Tang Songyan just followed behind and didn't ask what she was up to. Walking straight to the bottom parking lot of the building. It was now after hours and there weren't many cars in the bottom lot. Does the chief want to prepare anything? When Tang Songyan saw Su Qingris standing slowly inside the parking lot drinking milk tea, he finally couldn't help but ask. No, wait for me to finish my drink. After saying that, he sipped the milk tea in his hand more seriously. Tang Songyan was helpless. She waited until she had finished her cup of milk tea, then took out a couple of candies and slowly ate two more. It was only when Tang Songyan's patience was about to run out that Su Qingkue spoke again. Stand away. Otherwise, she was afraid of what Tang Songyan would do if he fainted from fear. At least he was a human. Good. Tang Songyan immediately took a few steps away from her. Su Qingkue looked at the place, looking for a suitable place to start. This building has always been surrounded by a fainting shihir because of the 18 trapped dragon demon. In the daytime, there was no feeling, just like a normal building, but at night, those who were inside this building would feel a cool swish. Su Qingkue quickly pinched a spell and drew a talisman in the air with one hand. In the next second, the talisman turned into a huge net glowing with golden light, and shrouded down in the middle of the parking lot. The shrouded area quickly turned into a dark hole surrounded by a circle of golden light. That's when Zui Zhangyang came in. Seeing this scene, one was directly shocked with his mouth wide open. One eye was wide open. Tang Songyan was also shocked beyond words. Come on over and take a look. You'll have to put it back later. Zui Zhangyang brought Tiger up to look, and Tang Songyan also looked over. Only 8 bodies lay neatly packed beneath the pitch black hole. Zui Zhangyang, they are police officers. See, the body is not so scared. Usually when handling cases more or less will meet a variety of corpses. But just as they were about to look over carefully, Zhuo Zhengyang seemed to see one of the corpses open its eyes. A pair of black eyes without eye whites just looked straight at Zhuo Zhengyan. He took a quick step back, but those eyes were still on him. The gaze fell on him like substance. He tried to avert his eyes, but realized with the benefit of hindsight that he couldn't, and that by moving away from this body, he'd be locking eyes with another. Instinctive fear made him want to scream, but the eyes that were there kept him from doing so. He was breathing heavily. The eyes in front of him kept tempting him forward. Moving forward. Zhuo Zhengyang still has a little bit of sanity, knowing that he cannot go forward. The front is a deep pit, but he cannot control himself. Stay true to your heart. A cool voice rang out as a foot stepped on the edge of the cave entrance, pulling all his sanity back. He hurriedly retracted his foot. In looking down the hole, the bodies were still peaceful and quiet. Not a hint of opening their eyes. All this just now seemed like a hallucination to him. Zhuo Zhengyang was startled and quickly returned to Su Qingkuei's side. The tiger next to him was in the same situation as him, breathing heavily. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, and there was panic in his eyes. Tang Songyan is a little better. Not as serious as Zhuo Zhengyang and the two of them, but his forehead still cannot help but seep out a lot of sweat. It's just an illusion. Thank you, Counselor Su, for saving my life again. Zhuo Zhengyang quickly thanked him. Tiger followed suit. Thank you, Counselor Su. The expressions of the two were very sincere and deliberate, and they even bowed to Su Qingkuei in unison. Zhuo Zhengyang is really scared. He has been a police officer for so many years. Every time he is at the side of Director Su, he meets Chi-Chi strange things. Fortunately, he has a strong will. Otherwise he would have stepped in just now and come face to face with the body below. Su Qingkuei threw a talisman towards the hole, and the few corpses inside quickly burst into flames. Ah! Ah! Several shrill shouts resonated throughout the parking lot. The parking lot is another enclosed space that echoes layer upon layer. Several people, Zhuo Zhengyang, had goosebumps. Then there were the cries that rose and fell, and Su Qingkuei didn't show the slightest sign of wanting to stop, until the sound from below faded away. With a wave of her hand, Su Qingkuei got all the corpses from below up, then pinched her hand and restored the cave entrance to its original state. Chapter 144, My son was in a car accident. Okay, you guys take the body back and dispose of it. The rest is under the jurisdiction of the S.A.R. You'll be told when the killer is caught. Zhuo Zhengyang also has no opinion. This kind of thing they really cannot be solved by ordinary people. It is still necessary to have specialized personnel to deal with. All they can do now is go back and look for the victim's family to come and claim the body first. Su Qingkuei looked left and right. Things were settled, and she didn't wait for Tang Songyan to speak. Directly, the matter has been solved. About the murderer I will catch back. You don't need to worry. Remember to settle the bill tomorrow. Tang Songyan still had things he wanted to ask, but Su Qingkuei quickly disappeared in front of him. Xiao Chui shouted at her to go back for a late-night snack, so she couldn't miss it. Tang Songyan was so helpless, but could only stay and take care of things. They Tang family because of Tang Songyan's matter. Other people are looking at the follow-up of their Tang family. If something happens again, there is no guarantee that other people will think that the Tang family is dying and they can get a share of the pie. And now all they need to do is to keep them from getting up to that. Tang Songyan's side of the situation Su Qingkuei didn't know. She was currently at home eating a midnight snack that Xiao Chui had gotten especially for her. As for Guan Shishir, whom Su Qingkuei hadn't seen for a long time, she was now very alarmed. She felt that everyone in their family was now wrong, but she couldn't tell where it was wrong. She looked at the in-surgery light that was on. A trance. Suddenly there was a roll in her arms and she quickly snapped back to her senses, not daring to look over there again at all. But just for a moment she heard the conversation of her relatives next to her, only to see her father say in a very disgruntled tone, "Why hasn't little Jia come over yet? What time is it now? And you're still out playing wildly. Wait a little longer. It may have been delayed on the road. I called earlier to say it was already on its way. Sister-in-law, Jia is not here yet, and you don't talk about him. Sibling, didn't I say that Xiao Jia was delayed on the road? And your family's little fan hasn't come yet either. So what's the point of coming here? Did our Xiao fan go to talk business? Unlike your family's Xiao Jia, who doesn't know what he's doing all day long." Guan Shishir listened to the conversation between her mom and her second aunt. Her head suddenly drifted off a bit again, and she wanted to go up and help her mom. But before she could take a step, the peace talisman that had been hanging on her chest flashed a golden aura. Her head cleared quickly. Reaching up to his chest, the clear pouch that had held the peace talisman had only a smudge of ash left inside. The thought of the roll she had just had completely flustered her. This was the peace talisman Su Qingkuei had given her when she had said she would contact her if she turned to ashes. Guan Shishir hurriedly took out her own cell phone and dialed Su Qingkuei's number. but there was no answer on the other end of the phone until the ringing stopped. Tubshits wants to hit it again. Just before her call could be dialed, the cell phones on her dad's and her second uncle's side rang first. Her father was shocked and his face was full of disbelief. My son was in a car accident. I don't know what was said over there. Her father hurried out the door, and her second uncle looked the same. Guan Shishir was even more uneasy in her heart. Did her dad just say it was her brother who was in the accident? No, it won't. Guan Shishir now only felt as if her feet were filled with lead, unable to move a single step. Mother Guan went forward and wiped away the tears on her face. Sure. Don't worry. You stay here and watch Grandma. Mom will go take a look. After saying that, Mother Pipe left in a hurry. In an instant, the doorway to the operating room, which was still full, was left with only Guan Shishir alone. Her head was starting to fail her again, and she could only hastily pull out the other piece talisman Su Qingkue had given her and place it in her hand. The moment she held it in her hand, she felt like her head was clear, without the chaotic feeling she had just had. Guan Shishir pulled out her cell phone, wanting to call and ask her dad how her brother was doing now, but then again, I'm afraid it will affect them. One can only look anxiously at the operating room and wonder even more when the surgery will be over. Su Qingkue had just finished eating and started drawing talismans. She still owed over 300 talismans. I should have known that this standard would not be so high in the first place, and now I'm drawing a talisman to death. In order for no one to disturb her concentration on drawing talismans, Su Qingkue threw her cell phone directly inside her storage bracelet. She didn't care if it rang. No one was going to stop her from drawing the talisman anyway, and she was going to do it all night. She heard Guan Shishir when he called her, and she casually did some math and realized that her life wasn't in danger, and it was the perfect time to take advantage of the situation to find out what was going on, so she didn't answer the phone. Just this side of Guan Shishir was now even more panicked. The peace talisman in her hand was burning for a while. She intuited that something was not right here. She wanted to leave, but his feet felt like they were glued to the ground, and he couldn't move at all. Her eyes swished with tears. The passing nurses just thought she was sad and no one came to give her a hand as she tried to get out of there. Guan Shishir just stood stiffly in front of the operating room with her face full of tears, until the operating room opened and her grandmother came out from inside the hospital room. Suddenly she could move. Just looking at my grandmother, an inexplicable emotion flooded my heart. It's like fear. It's like dread. She dropped to the floor momentarily, and as she looked toward the hospital bed where her grandmother lay, she thought she saw her grandmother looking at her. Her head was confused and she suddenly winced. No way. Grandma just got out of surgery. There's no way she's watching her. But she no longer dared to look at the bed, and kept her head down, waiting for the doctors and nurses to wheel it away. She was suddenly fiercely relieved. Jingle. It was only when she heard the phone ring that Guan Shishir pulled the chair next to her and sat up. Seeing that it was his mom, he hurriedly answered the phone. Mom, is brother okay? Guan Shishir asked anxiously. You take the elevator to the 8th floor. Guan Shishir clearly heard the sobbing inside her mom's tone, and even though her feet were very numb and she couldn't feel a thing, Guan Shishir didn't want to wait. She held onto the wall as she made her way up the stairwell, 1 foot at a time. Her brother will be absolutely fine. She soothed herself with this, but the uneasiness in her heart grew even greater. Mother Pipe saw her daughter coming over holding the wall and rushed over to support her. Shish, come and take a look. Mother Guan's eyes were red, her hands were trembling, and all the flesh on her face was moving, but in the end only this sentence came out. Guan Shishir didn't know what to think, and didn't dare to come up at all. She was afraid that her brother would really have an accident. The doctor at this time was talking about the condition of Guan Yingjie, and the traffic police are talking about the scene of the accident. It turned out that her brother suddenly hit the guardrail by himself while driving, without slowing down at all, as if he didn't see that guardrail, and crashed straight into it. The traffic police couldn't believe it because the average person would instinctively hit the brakes if they realized there was a guardrail in front of them. It would also steer to the side, and Tu Bingjie's car just crashed straight into it. Chapter 145. How big a thing? Crying what? And there was a good chance that her brother would now become a vegetable and never have his own consciousness again. Tubsy couldn't control it any longer. Sitting straight down on the floor, she didn't understand at all why such a thing would happen to their family. Grandma just got out of surgery and something happened to my brother. Why on earth would that be? She felt like she couldn't even cry. Mother Guan also looked at her son from the side, and didn't have the energy to care about her daughter. Guan Shishir just kept sitting on the ground, frozen. The rolling heat in her hand made her react, immediately pulling out her cell phone and wanting to call Su Kinkies, but seeing that it was already past 11. In the end, she still didn't call Su Kinkies. Wait for tomorrow. After Grandma Tub's surgery, she woke up the next day in good spirits. The doctor originally said she only had a 30% chance of getting this surgery. The surgery was now a great success and I was awake the next day. Pipe father and mother were taking care of Grandma Pipe inside the hospital room. But several people were not in a good mood. Grandma Pipe asked, "What's wrong with you guys? Don't come to see my wife if you're not happy." "Mom, I'm going out first." Pipe mother took the lead and went out. Just as soon as she was out of the hospital room, the repressed sobs in her heart could not be controlled and cried out fiercely. Guan Shishir kept holding the peace talisman and looked at the strange way her grandmother was looking at her. Chills all the way down his back. Couldn't help but run out eventually. Once she was out of the hospital room she felt like she had come to life. And finally there were no eyes falling on her like shadows. "What's going on here?" Grandma Pipe asked her son, a little upset, as she looked at the people running out. "Mom, I'll go check, don't worry." After saying that, he didn't look at Grandma Pipe, and Father Pipe went out. Only he didn't see that at this time there was no longer concern in Grandma Guan's eyes, only a piece of coldness remained. Guan Shishir looked at the peace talisman in her hand, and with a sharp eye, she realized that the writing on the top of the peace talisman was not as clear as it was originally. Just next to her, the Pipe father and mother pulled her straight away and went to her brother's hospital room on the 8th floor again. Inside, 2 hospital beds, one for her brother and one for her cousin, both of whom were now lying there senseless because of a car accident. Guan Shishir felt like the sky was falling. Why did one day turn into what it is now? One family, 3 people hospitalized, and clearly before they waited with anticipation for their grandmother's surgery to be successful. Now the OR was successful, but then something happened to their family. Her head was a little foggy as she watched her mom and dad discuss things with her second uncle and aunt, but she didn't hear a word. It was like something was clouding the inside of her head, and a voice kept luring her away. It was only a burst of the peace talisman in her hand that brought her back to a sudden moment of clarity. The moment of clarity was quickly seized and she hurriedly pulled out her cell phone. Called Su Chinkue. "Kiyoshi, pick up the phone." The phone kept ringing, and Tubbs felt like her head was going to be unconscious again. Looking anxiously at the phone, praying that Su Chinkue would pick up the phone soon. At the last second when the ringing was about to stop, Su Chinkue's voice came from the other side of the phone. "Shish." Su Chinkue's voice caused Guan Shishir's head to instantly clear up, without the chaotic feeling she had just had. "Clear kite. Woohoo." Su Chinkue's face was full of black lines. "What's the point of crying? Can crying solve the problem?" "Well, what happened?" Tubbsy huffed and puffed about what had happened over the days. It turns out that from the time she came home from vacation she had a feeling that something wasn't right at home. Her brother was usually of average ability, but he would work hard every day. But in recent times he seemed like a different person. Spending his days drinking, doing all the things he hadn't done before, and his whole habit wasn't what it had been. Moreover, Guaning Jie, who used to be very caring and loving to Guan Shishir, now bursts out at her without moving and almost hits her. And then there's the fact that her grandmother has terminal lung cancer, and the doctors have given her an ultimatum that there's no need for surgery, and that the success rate of surgery is less than 10%. But some time ago, her grandmother's medical checkup suddenly got much better, which would have been something to be happy about. But ever since her brother had changed, she had been feeling off, and the peace talisman Su Chinkue had given her would show signs of burning from time to time. Turns out she didn't care. But when her grandmother went into surgery yesterday, the peace sign rolled so hot that it almost burned her. "Okay, I know. Don't worry. Did you give your family all the peace charms you were given earlier?" Guan Shishir barely stopped crying when she heard Su Chinkue's question. "It's given. Everyone has it." "Okay, wait for me there. I'll be there in a few minutes." "Chinkite, thank you." "Well, what's the big deal? What's all the crying about?" Su Chinkue was a bit emotional. People really were all such complicated creatures. But having promised Guan Shishir she went over to take a look. Guan Shishir's side was very happy to hear Su Chinkue agree to come over. She believed in cleansing iris and knew she was a person of great ability. The steward's father and mother were also around to hear her call. Mother Pipe came over and asked, Sure. Who are you calling?" Guan Shishir wiped her tears and said, "Mom, Chinkite is my classmate. A very capable master. I invited her over to take a look." "Invite any guru. Don't trust those messy gurus." Guan father was very unconvinced. Since he was classmates with Guan Shishir, then he was the same age as her. What could this age know? Which of the ordinary masters didn't study for decades? What could they know at that young age? And what happened to their family was just a normal accident. Aunt Guanair said beside her, "Yes, sure you are still young. Don't just believe in everyone. They are the most capable of deceiving people. They can exaggerate a little, and they are also prone to exaggerate things." Uncle Tubby nodded approvingly as well, all with a very disapproving look on his face. "Dad, Chinkite will really be a big deal." The peace talisman before was drawn by Chinkite. Seeing that her family disapproved and questioned her friend in this way, Guan Shishir became anxious. Hurriedly, he defended himself, but it was obvious that Father Pipe and the others didn't believe him. The expression on her face was close to saying that Su Kingris was a liar. Guan Shishir was also in no mood to defend herself. When Qing Kite had visited, her parents would surely believe her. Qing Kite was so capable, she must be able to know what happened to their family. With such a mood, Guan Shishir just sat outside the hospital room and waited. She had settled down quite a bit now. She no longer had that confused look that she had just had. She now felt very awake. There was no voice inside her head to tempt her either. She could finally look around. Chapter 146, Am I Right? Su Qingkue saw, when she came over, Guan Shishir sitting alone at the entrance of the hospital room, and the rest of the housekeepers were inside Grandma Pipe's hospital room. Qing Kite, you're here. Guan Shishir saw Su Qingkue as if she had seen a savior, and hurriedly went forward. My mom and dad, they're both in there, but they don't believe you. It's okay, I'll go in and see what's going on. You don't have to worry, it won't look good if you cry again. Su Qingkue comforted Guan Shishir before pushing the door in herself. Everyone inside the ward looked over in unison. They were a single room, and they didn't even know what they were doing when a pretty young girl came in on one side. And you are, girl? Su Qingkue looked straight at Grandma Guan's face and was instantly enlightened. I'm a classmate of Shishir's, and she said to ask me to come and see what's going on. Father Guan reacted in an instant, and seeing Su Qingkue's exceptionally young and beautiful face, his heart became even more disbelieving. Girl, it's a pain in the ass to run, but there's really nothing going on in our house. Pipe Mother also do not believe, but the other party is their daughter's classmate. Pipe Mother also did not say the words to death, smiled and said, You are Su classmate. I heard Shishir said you. Our family is really fine. Shishir is young. Do not understand these. Really trouble you. Later auntie to take you to dinner, how about it? Mother Guan's words were to treat Su Qingkue as if she was Guan Shishir's classmate, but Su Qingkue didn't want to care about them. She looked straight at Grandma Pipe in the hospital bed and said, Are you seriously okay? Grandma Guan's face flashed with a flash of weakness, but she quickly reacted. Her face was all pale, but her voice was very neutral. It's really fine. It's been a hard run. Su Qingkue just looked at her. Grandma Guan then only glanced at Su Qingkue's eyes before quickly averting her gaze. Those black and white eyes looked like they were looking right through her. Auntie Guanair got upset and looked at Su Qingkue sarcastically. Little girl, are you an adult, coming out to cheat at such a young age? Our family is not one you can lie to. Guan Shishir hurriedly pulled at second Aunt Guan. Mom, Dad, Grandma, Qing Kite really does have real skills. Su Qingkue patted Guan Shishir soothingly and looked at Grandma Guan seriously. Is it really worth it to trade 2 grandchildren for a lifespan? The expression on Grandma Guan's face was completely flustered, but she controlled her expression well and quickly returned to her normal appearance. She feigned anger. Get out of here, you liar, cheating on my housekeeper. Su Qingkue looked a little amused at her feigned anger and added, Evil spirits are not that easy to deal with. You have to think clearly. Grandma Guan was now in a complete panic. She had just finished surgery and had no way to get up from the bed, but her hands were still able to move. She fished for the remote control on the nightstand and threw it towards Su Qingkue. It was just that the remote control didn't hit Su Qingkue as she had expected. Instead, it suddenly stopped when it was 10 centimeters in front of Su Qingkue's body, and then it fell straight to the floor. Everyone in the room looked over, a little shocked, wondering what was going on. Father Guan looked at Su Qingkue and then at Grandma Guan, suddenly suspicious of her. Mom, did you really have nothing to do with Jie's car accident? Grandma Guan covered her chest and said, Are you doubting me now? I have worked for this family for so many years and raised you 2 brothers, and this is how you treat me. With shame all over his face, Father Pipe said, Mom, I'm sorry, it's not that I don't believe you. I'm just asking. You'd rather believe a liar from nowhere now. Are you my son or not? Jia is my grandson. How could I do this to him? She's a liar, you trust her and not your mom. Pipe father usually listened to their mother. Heard her say so. The doubts in his heart also dispelled. His mother so like grandson. Usually treat Jia is also extremely good, but also said that in the future the family business will be handed over to Jia's. Surely has nothing to do with her. Mother Pipe knew, just by looking at her husband's face, what was going through his mind right now. More than that, I know that my husband is a fool and listens to his mother for everything, and hardly has any ideas of his own, and whatever his mother says is what she wants. She, the daughter-in-law, and the 2 children had to step aside. Despite this, she was still suspicious of the old lady. She didn't ask Grandma Guan either, and directly asked Su Qingkue, Classmate Su, sure said that you're a capable master, so please tell me what's going on at home. She didn't trust Su Qingkue, but she trusted Grandma Guan even less. She knew how much Grandma Pipe had done to stay alive. And she knew Grandma Pipe well enough to know that she would do anything to stay alive. A man who had been in the mall for decades, valuing power and money was not something she could understand. But she knew Grandma Guan. What was it to sacrifice just 2 of her grandchildren? If she could, she was sure she would sacrifice everyone so she could live herself. Wasn't a statue recently enshrined inside your living room? Su Qingkite said in the affirmative. And Guan Shishir said, yes, it was brought back by Grandma a month ago. And she asked each of us to go and offer incense, saying that it was a blessing for peace. And Grandma said that it was a statue of Goddess of Mercy, but it was usually covered with a red cloth. So I don't know what it is. It's not a god or a Buddha in there, but an evil spirit. What? Ghost? How is this possible? Several people reacted differently, but only Mother Pipe was silent. She had always felt that something was wrong with her statue, but couldn't quite put her finger on what it was. Now it seems she's feeling good. What are you saying? That's just an ordinary statue. Where are the ghosts nowadays? Little girl, don't lie to our family. Sure is at least your classmate. Will your conscience be at ease like this? Seeing that the tough ones didn't work, Grandma Pipe began to use gentle moral abduction. But Su Qingkue was the one that Guan Shishir had called in to help, so she naturally didn't care about her. She made a deal with the evil spirits, using the souls of both Guan Jie and Guan Yingfan in exchange for her physical health and 10 years of life. That statue is the medium. When Guan Jie was offering incense, his soul was already eaten. The Guan Jie in the back is the evil spirit. The car accident today is only because Guan Jie's body can no longer support his soul. He needs to be replaced. And Guan Yingfan was his next target. Only Guan Yingfan's own chi was affected because he spent a long time with ghosts, and today he had an accident and his body was seriously injured. So he had no choice but to eat Guan Yingfan's soul as well. Am I right, Mr. Tube Wing? Chapter 147, Really Don't Know. Su Qingkue's eyes burned as she looked towards Uncle Guan Er, who had been silent inside the corner. He gave a sarcastic laugh and said, I don't know what you're talking about. My son was in a car accident, but I don't know about the evil spirits you're talking about. Really? After saying these words, the expression on her face quickly turned cold, and she directly stretched out her right hand, pinching with one hand. In the eyes of the shocked crowd, a blackened mass floated out from inside Guan Rong's body and landed in Su Qingkue's hand. Instead, Guan Rong fell limply to the ground. The blackened evil ghost struggled frantically in Su Qingkue's hands. Let go of me. I can do whatever you want, as long as you let me go. But no matter how much he begged for mercy, no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't get out of Su Qingkue's grasp. Su Qingkue said, Ms. Yang, do you know him? Grandma Guan, also known as Yang Ying, had been very shocked, and now also finally knew that this person had real skills, and she knew everything she had done. She didn't want to argue. The essence of her body was gone in a flash. Her face went pale for a moment and she slowly closed her own eyes. Neither father nor Mother Pipe responded after a while. Mother Guan ran to Grandma Guan's hospital bed in 2 steps and 1 step. Mom, why are you doing this? Xiao Jia is your grandson. Why are you doing this? Grandma Tubby never opened her eyes, sort of acquiescing to the matter. Seeing this, what else does the mother of the tube not understand? Instantly paralyzed on the floor, losing her voice and crying. And Auntie Pipe too hugged her husband's body, completely in disbelief that the person from before wasn't her husband, and unable to react at all to what was happening now. The hospital room was a mess. Guan Shishir and her own mother hugged each other and cried bitterly. Grandma Guan closed her eyes, not wanting to face reality. But Su Qingkue wouldn't give her that chance. Her icy voice said, Yang Ying, your lifespan is over. Using other people's souls to trade with evil spirits, forcing them to stay on Earth, and violating the rules of the Heavenly Tao's operation. Do you know the consequences? Mom, why on earth are you doing this? Jie is still so young. He has a long life ahead of him. Are you so tolerant? I don't know which words touched Grandma Guan. She opened her eyes and said, What's wrong with me? I've raised them for so many years, fed them, clothed them, and now it's time for me to need them. Ha ha ha, I'm not dead yet, so they want to know how my property will be distributed after my death. So I'll just stay alive and let them dream about it every day. Asterisk held the steward for many years. These people don't know anything. What is the use of having them? It is better to give me to make up my life. I can still take care of the steward. In their hands, the steward can go bankrupt tomorrow. Pipe Mother trembling stood up, eyes full of resentment. Just because of this, you want my son to die for you? What did we Mother 3 do wrong? I want a divorce with your forked son. You do not agree to say anything. Pipechin 2 families cannot afford to lose this face. It's your 2 forked son that's hitting you. Who are you to use my son's life? Tubby's crazy words knocked Grandma Tubby's moralizing back to reality. She slapped Grandma Pipe hard across the face. Then he walked over to Su Qingkue. Master, please save my son. I'm willing to pay any price. Su Chingkui gently shook her head. Your son's soul has already disappeared between heaven and earth after being eaten. There is nothing I can do. Hearing this news, Tubby's mother broke down even more and she rushed to Tubby's father, punching and kicking him. Pipe father, a big man, didn't even manage to resist, and was beaten by Pipe mother and screamed. Aunt Guanair didn't care about her man anymore and ran to Su Chingkui, asking anxiously, Master, where is my son? Su Chingkui shook her head. Their souls had been eaten and completely dissipated into the heavens and earth, and even if their bodies were still there, they had no souls and would remain unconscious vegetative beings. Mother Pipe beat Father Pipe up and said hatefully, we're getting a divorce. Then he ran to Su Chingkui again and asked, Master, what will happen to their family in the future if they do something like this? Su Chingkui didn't answer, only shaking her head. Mother Guan didn't know whether she understood or not, pulled up the dumbfounded Guan Shir and left the hospital room. The ward emptied at once. Su Chingkui was here to catch ghosts. She didn't want to be involved in anything else. Another human who had made a death wish, leaving these men of the housekeeper behind. She was ready to go back as well. As soon as he opened the door, Mother Pipe was still standing in the doorway, directly handing a card to Su Chingkui. He again asked what he wanted to ask in his heart. Master, Shir has been muddled for the past 2 days. Is she? Yes, but Shir had the peace talisman I gave her on her body, so the evil spirits didn't succeed. Originally Shir brought a peace talisman for each of you, but your son didn't take the peace talisman to heart and simply threw it away. Otherwise it could have saved his life. Mother Pipe's face was full of shock and dismay, regret and other emotions. After a long time, she said, everything is fate, and it's my fault that I never made up my mind before. Thank you for saving Shir's life. We're friends, but thank you anyway. They won't hurt Shir in the future, right? No, the evil spirit has been captured by me. Su Chingkui looked at Guan Shir, who had been unable to return to her senses, and, a little worried, pasted an elaborate talisman on her forehead. Then 2 more peace charms were given to the Pipe mother. Shir, there's no need to think so much. Everything in this world has a cause and effect. You knowing me was the cause. Me helping you was the effect. Your brother losing the peace talisman was the cause. And now that he's gone it's the effect. So it's not your fault. You don't have to think about it so much. There's only 1,000 days to be a thief, not 1,000 days to prevent a thief. You know? Guan Shir couldn't accept it. She had always thought that her family was very amicable, except for her second aunt who would be a bit eccentric, but it didn't occur to her that her mom had actually wanted a divorce for a long time. She knew even less that her family had always counted on each other in this way. Only she lives inside a carefully packaged family atmosphere, happy and carefree every day. She was the only one who was protected this well. Guan Shir raised a face that was about to cry. The inside of her eyes were full of tears. Qingkite, thank you. It's good to know you. I understand what you said. I'll learn to grow up in the future. And I'll take good care of my family. It's good that you understand. Call me if you need anything. Don't carry on alone. A reluctant smile lifted up on Guan Shir's face. Good. Chapter 148, Where are the others? Su Chingkui was still a bit emotional when she went back, but this kind of self-inflicted death, she didn't want to care at all. Releasing that evil spirit, Su Chingkui slapped him against the wall in disgust. Tell me, where are the others? As soon as the evil spirit left Su Chingkui's hands, it immediately ran outside. But this was Su Chingkui's territory. How could he possibly run away? Sure enough, before he could run to the window, he was yanked back by a force. Su Chingkui backhanded him and hooted him to the wall again. Say it properly, or else think for yourself. I know I'm wrong, please let me go. I'll never dare again. I'll give you whatever you want. I want to know exactly how many of you there are. So tell me. Su Chingkui used a consultative tone, but the evil spirit was scared to death. Not a word. Both sides are the ones you can't offend. Your name is Su Kong. Born at the beginning of the last century. You died at a time of war. You escaped the Ghostbusters' scrutiny and committed crimes on Earth. Over the years you have eaten a total of 152 people's souls, tempting their loved ones to trade with you. Someone found you over a decade ago and made a deal with you. So where is this person? The evil spirit no longer knew what to say. He had no idea how Su Kingris knew about this matter, as he had never told anyone else about it. What isn't is that I'm a wandering ghost, and it's always been just me. He can't even admit it, and he doesn't dare to admit it. If he does he'll have to die. It's okay if you don't recognize it. I'll know anyway. Asking you just doesn't want to do it. After saying that, Su Chingkui directly searched his soul and then crushed his entire soul body. This evil deeds are not even a chance to go to hell to be punished. Directly soul to soul is the best result for him. From within the evil ghost's memory Su Kingris knew that there was another person above him, A Taoist priest. But nothing else. He has to do whatever that Taoist priest tells him to do. This time, the seduction of the butler was also arranged by that Taoist priest. Su Chingkui was finding it more and more amusing. As usual, the leader got some more important ones for him to know. When the leaders know, it means that Master Clarity and the others also know. And they will deal with many things. She can be sneaky too. He quickly went home to be lazy and gave Lu Xiaoqing and the others an early vacation when he left. It was just that Su Chingkui wanted to be lazy. And things still came to her. It was already New Year's Eve, and Xiao Chui and the old lady were already busy in the kitchen preparing dinner. Zhuo Zhengyang called Su Chingkui. As soon as she heard her cell phone ringing, Su Chingkui knew that there was absolutely nothing good. As expected, when she saw the 3 words Zhuo Zhengyang on it, Su Chingkui was like putting her cell phone inside the storage bracelet. Out of sight, out of mind. Reaching out and counting for a moment, Su Chingkui still answered the phone. While eating the snacks that the old lady had prepared for her, she watched the 2 of them work inside. It was only then that Su Chingkui answered the phone. Master Su, good New Year. Have you eaten yet? Get to the point. Okay, Master Su. This matter is a bit tricky because we're not sure if it's related to metaphysics. Carefully. Su Chingkui picked up a bag of potato chips and clicked on it. Zhuo Zhengyang listened to the voice on the other side of the phone and was also a little helpless. People have been killed in our precinct since last month. 1 every 7 days. And we now have 6 victims. We've gone through multiple investigations and haven't found a single clue. And the 6 people aren't connected in any way. There were also no signs of man-made traces at the scene. So we suspect it's related to metaphysics. But there's no evidence to prove it's related to metaphysics. Send me photos of those victims. And photos of the scene. Okay, just a moment. After only a short while, Su Chingkui's cell phone received a bunch of photos sent over by Zhuo Zhengyang. Su Chingkui looked over one by one. And Zhuo Zhengyang's breathing became heavy. It had been waiting for Su Chingkui's reply. Seeing the last victim, Su Chingkui let out a light laugh and said, "Don't worry, it's a human who did it. I'll help you get the murderer back later. You guys should take a vacation." Then without waiting for Zhuo Zhengyang to speak, he immediately hung up the phone. I'm really convinced that I have to work in the middle of the year. It's really hard for them too. Working almost all the time, 365 days a year. Su Chingkui nibbled on a potato chip and walked barefoot to the kitchen. When the old lady saw her like this, she feigned anger and said, "Iris, you need to wear shoes even at home. It's so cold. There's underfloor heating in the house. You have to wear shoes even with underfloor heating." Okay. Su Chingkui decisively gave up talking back and said, "Grandma, I'll go out for a while. An hour. It's New Year's Eve. What are you going out for? It's cooling down today. Wear more. It's cold outside." The old lady heard that she was going out and said with great concern, "Also got her a very thick down coat." Su Chingkui didn't want to wear it at all. Her current body, even if she went out naked, she wouldn't have any problems at all. But Grandma's concern was still something she had to live with. Get dressed and pull away from the ghost path. Then throw the clothes inside the storage bracelet. Joke's on her. This down jacket is so dark it doesn't suit her aesthetic, affecting her beauty. Su Chingkui walked inside the ghost road and walked to a place before exiting the ghost road. Outside is a basement. The environment was very dreary and there was a musty smell in the air. Su Chingkui wrinkled her pretty nose in disgust. And in front of her was a Taoist priest sitting cross-legged. "Hi." Su Chingkui greeted her in a friendly manner. But the Taoist priest in front of her obviously didn't see it that way as he looked at Su Chingkui warily. Secretly, he pulled out a flag and hid it behind his back. "Who are you? I came to get you. That's only if you've got it in you." After saying that, he directly waved the flag in his hand, which had a gust of gloomy wind and pushed straight at Su Chingkui. The Taoist was very pleased with himself, and although he didn't know where this person had come from, it didn't stop him from trying to get her killed. Su Chingkui took out a cup of milk tea from inside her storage bracelet, slowly inserted a straw, and tun drank it. The ghosts that were added inside that cloudy wind were directly dispersed by the wyvern gun before they even touched Su Chingkui. The Taoist priest instantly had his eyes glazed over, wanting to eat Su Chingkui's heart. Waving his hand again, several ghosts rushed out from the side to pounce towards Su Chingkui. Su Chingkui didn't even move from where she was standing, drinking milk tea while watching the Taoist priest's performance, exasperating the Taoist priest across from him even more. Before the ghosts could pounce in front of Su Chingkui, she directly reached out and crushed the ghosts that had already been refined by the Taoist priest and helped him in his evil deeds. The Taoist priest was even more shocked. "Who the hell are you? Came to get you. Ah, and by the way, I'd like to know one more thing. Where are the rest of you?" The Dowser didn't react for a moment to who she was talking about. Chapter 149, I Can Send You to Hell. Seeing Su Chingkui's very certain look, She understood who she was talking about, but he can't say. I don't know what you're talking about? Su Chingkui was helpless. How is it that every one of them acted like they didn't know like this? She's done the math alright. Forget it. Su Chingkui directly grabbed the Taoist priest's collar and directly and forcefully nullified his cultivation. Then he dispersed all the ghosts around him and carried him directly to Zhuo Zhangyang. This time, I still haven't gotten any news from Xian Lin. It seems that Xian Lin, this dog's ability to hide has been refined a lot. Su Chingkui was not panicked at all. According to those injuries Xian Lin had now, he wouldn't be able to heal without a few hundred years. Now getting so many people to collect yin qi and soul should be Xian Lin wanting to recover quickly. We need to find him quickly, or more people will get hurt. Zhuo Zhangyang was a bit shocked to see Su Chingkui appearing directly inside the office, but having already seen it last time, the excuse was only shocked for a moment. Su Chingkui handed him the Taoist in his hand and said, "You guys need to hurry up with the trial, he's about to die." What? Su Chingkui ran away after saying that he told his grandmother that he came out for an hour, and now most of the hour has passed, so he has to hurry back. That Taoist priest drove ghosts to harm other people's lives and plundered their vitality, and now has no cultivation. The punishment of the heavenly Tao, and the backlash, was enough for him to eat a pot. I don't think I'll live long in this life. I'll soon be punished in hell to live and die. Su Chingkui was still thinking about how to find that dog Xian Lin in her mind. How he's getting better at hiding. Zhuo Zhangyang knew Su Chingkui's nature and wouldn't say anything for no reason. Immediately, the Taoist priest was dragged inside the interrogation room for questioning. The Taoist priest said whatever he was told to say since he had no more cultivation, without a hint of concealment. Probably also knew he had a short life ahead of him. On the third day, he died suddenly in the detention center. Zhuo Zhangyang was very glad that he was lucky to have the help of Counselor Su. Otherwise he could not even catch this kind of person. Su Chingkui had a happy new year at home. At home, we eat while sitting, standing, or lying down, and it's a free and easy life. It's just a matter of turning around and it's time to go to work. Su Chingkui sighed with a sigh. Anyone who works this early in the morning, she feels as if the year is over. What Su Kingris didn't know was that Xiao Chui had helped her reject a bunch of door-to-door New Year's greetings. Ever since the first day of the first year when the Tang family came to pay New Year's greetings, Su Chingkui complained to Xiao Chui about why they had to come to pay New Year's greetings to her, and she didn't want to see them. She didn't want to get out of bed. Xiao Chui then refused all those who came behind to pay their respects. The reason was that her Lord Qingkike was now practicing and not seeing anyone, directly rejecting those metaphysical families, as well as the Ku family, the Wan family, the Lin family, and others that Su Chingkui knew. It was only then that Su Chingkui was able to spend a few days eating and drinking at home, but Xian Lin hadn't been found yet, and Su Chingkui still had to go to work at the Special Administrative Bureau. As soon as she arrived at the Sarah, the cloud merchant grunted and wriggled in front of her. "What's wrong with him?" Su Chingkui asked Lu Xiaoqing. Lu Xiaoqing laughed softly. That ghost before was too able to hide, and tossed around on the clouds for a few days. Su Chingkui realized, it seemed that she was really angry, but she doesn't care. Kids get angry after a while. "Chief, there's something you need to go over in person. Here's the information. Take a look." Just after arriving at the office, Lu Xiaoqing handed over a document. Su Chingkui looked at the paper in her hand. Someone had reported that there was a problem in a village. Tang Songnian then sent someone to deal with it, but when the people came back they all said that nothing had happened. People below continue to report that there is a problem. There was nothing else to do but to let Yin Shan go, but Yin Shan got angry and was determined not to go. Lu Xiaoqing could only tell Su Chingkui that she wanted her to go and take a look because the police over there kept saying that there was really something going on. Su Chingkui agreed with alacrity. She secretly did a fortune-telling and the trigrams showed that she had an unexpected blessing this time. Su Chingkui comforted Yun Shang and went out. Yun Shang is cared for here by several secretaries of Lu Xiaoqing, and will not be subjected to any unhappiness. On the contrary, when they couldn't solve things, they would come to ask Cloud Merchant for advice, and would bring him delicious food. He's living it up at the Sarah now. Su Chingkui followed the address and took the ghost path over. Because the leader said she was flying in the sky and the radar would pick it up, Su Chingkui was left speechless. It was none of her business. But in order to take care of the old man's mood, Su Chingkui still seriously walked the ghost path. Convenient and frugal, just not as fast. It's a small village in N. It's very remote, more than 100 kilometers from the nearest town, which leads to the people inside being very poor. When Su Chingkui arrived, she saw that the standard of living of the people inside was almost still stuck at the turn of the century in this country. This is the result of several years of precise poverty alleviation by the state. Otherwise the place would be even poorer. Su Chingkui had put on an invisibility talisman and didn't let anyone notice. Casually, he walked inside the village until he stopped in front of a house. The look under Su Chingkui's eyes was grim. There was also cursing coming from inside. "Why don't you go and get the laundry done? You money loser." The woman's shrill voice was so loud that it hurt her eardrums. Then another careful voice came from inside. "I'll be right there." After a while a skinny girl came out from inside, with a very large wooden bucket full of dirty clothes in her arms. She walked in front of her, and Su Chingkue followed right behind her. After following her all the way to the river's edge, Su Chingkue softly said, "Is it worth it?" The girl looked around in a bit of a panic, not noticing anyone, but still all alert. Su Chingkue appeared in front of her, and her gaze fell straight onto Su Chingkue. It took a long time to say, "It's worth it, but you won't have a chance to be reincarnated. You'll be soul destroyed in the punishment of heaven. You can still be reincarnated if you stop now." The girl didn't care about Su Chingkue and took out the clothes in her hands one by one to clean them. After a long time, seeing Su Chingkue still standing there, she spoke again. "I have no regrets. They all deserve to die." She looked straight at Su Chingkue and said, "I know you're a capable one. I'm requesting you that this matter be treated as if you don't know. I'll accept the punishment after it's over, but they all deserve to die." Su Chingkue looked at her for a long time before handing her a talisman and saying, "Depends on your fortune." The girl looked at the talisman that was handed to her and wiped her hands on top of her tattered clothes before accepting it with both hands. "Thank you. You're a good man. I'll take care of this whole thing. You don't have to worry." Su Chingkue also gently hooked her lips and smiled. "If you don't die, I can send you to hell." The girl looked at Su Chingkue in shock, the expression on her face all but inquiring whether it was true or not. Chapter 150. Su Chingkue nodded gently. "If you don't die, I'll give you a chance." The girl nodded desperately, but Su Kingris knew that she didn't believe in herself that much, and that what she had now was nothing more than her performance. Gain her trust and accomplish your goals. But Su Chingkue didn't mind. Someone like that with a bottom line, a purpose, a downward spiral, and who had suffered so much, she was willing to give her a chance. Su Chingkue said she didn't care, put on her invisibility talisman, and sat on a tree not far from the girl's house to eat a snack. She wanted to see how far the girl could go. It was getting dark. The noise from the girl's house finally became much less, and then the inside of the village faded into silence. The girl slowly walked out of the room and stood in the doorway for a moment before going to the woodshed to get a wood chipper. Hands up and the family is out of breath. The girl glanced in Su Chingkue's direction as she went out the door, but she quickly withdrew her gaze. The whole thing turns into a girl in a long red dress who enters the house next door with a wood chipper and kills the man of the house. She killed a village of men and turned around to see Su Chingkue behind her. "Are you going to kill me now?" Her nails were long and slender. Her face was constantly changing expressions, and her limbs were very uncoordinated, but her body was very uniform when she killed just now. Su Chingkue looked at her current soul body, which was covered in stitches. "I told you, I'm staying out of it." When the girl heard Su Chingkue's words, the expression on her face became even stranger. "Ha ha ha ha, we finally got it. I'm relieved. Ha 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 ha, relief. I want to go home. Woohoo." A variety of girlish voices appeared on the girl's body, from laughing to crying to maniacal. "Is it worth it?" Su Kingris asked her once more. Hearing her words, the voices on the girl returned in unison. "It's worth it." Su Chingkue laughed softly. "Then let's leave the next matter to the police." The girls looked like they had heard something funny and the voices on them let out a harumph in unison. "Ha ha ha. Police? What use are they? We wouldn't be dead here without them. They are all executioners." "Executioner. They shall not die. Kill them. Kill them." Su Chingkue looked at her increasingly uncoordinated body and said, "They will all be subject to the law, including everyone here." But apparently the girl doesn't believe it. She roars angrily, her eyes turning blood red. Su Chingkue didn't care. Believe it or not, it was all the same. Everyone here would receive punishment. After only a moment, Zhuo Zhengyang ran over with Tiger, looking at the girl in front of him with her whole body on guard. "Master Su, it's already been arranged." Su Chingkue nodded. "Do it, Master. Who is she? Murderer, or victim?" Zhuo Zhengyang raised the wooden barn in his hand and aimed it at the girls. The girl didn't panic at all. Instead, she looked at Zhuo Zhengyan with resentment. If Su Chingkue wasn't around, perhaps she would have come up long ago and ripped apart Zhuo Zhengyang and Tiger. "Just take them all back. You can't move her on this one." Hearing Su Chingkue's words, Zhuo Zhengyang put the wooden silo in his hands down, but his eyes were still on guard. But it was also cool to start making arrangements. It didn't take long for a group of SWAT officers to come in from all sides and surround the entire village inside. The modest village, which had already been massacred by the girls, was now left with women and children. There wasn't a bit of resistance when the SWAT team came in, and the lights went on in the homes. Then there was the sound of trained SWAT officers, fainting people with dead people in every house. The SWAT team was shocked speechless as they entered each home, and every man had his head chopped off. The face is all cut up. The bottom was even chopped up. It was the first time they had seen such a scene in all their years of practice. Zhuo Zhengyang took out his handcuffs and walked towards the girls. Go back with us to be investigated. Su Qingkui covered her face. Had she not made it clear enough just now? Why did this man still think he could handcuff a stern ghost? But before she could stop it, she saw the girl hold out her hands very cooperatively. Zhuo Zhengyang immediately handcuffed her and also greeted Tiger to take her away. Su Qingkui had to cut him off, and the two of them were still looking at her in surprise. No need to take her back. The two were even more surprised. Su Qingkui held her forehead and said, "She's a ghost. Can your police department hold her? How can I see ghosts? Don't I have to open my eyes to see ghosts?" Tiger's problem Su Qingkui completely understood. Amusingly, he said, "This is a grievous ghost with a very strong grudge, all able to walk in the sunlight and show itself in front of people only." Tiger looked warily at the girl next to him, in utter disbelief that she was actually a ghost. But he believed Su Qingkui's words. The girl had been watching the movements of the SWAT officers around her, with a strange expression on her face that seemed to cry and laugh, and seemed very bizarre. Su Qingkui looked at her and sighed. "Tell me everything about yourself." Only then did the girl look back at Su Qingkui, but still spoke. "My name is Lu Yanyan. They sold me here. I was like an animal. I tried to escape. I escaped, but you guys brought me back. I'm going to kill you. Why did you kill me? Why did you pick me? I didn't want to die. You all deserve to die. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I don't want to die. Kill them. Kill them. All of them must die. Ha ha ha. All must die." The voices on the girls came out in unison, startling Zhuo Zhenyang and Tiger. But still, when he heard the contents, his heart tightened. There was no way he could guarantee that everyone would be like him, but he still felt ashamed that they would have someone like that within their ranks. "Don't worry, those people will receive the law," Zhuo Zhengyang solemnly assured, and the voice on the girls gradually decreased. Finally only one voice remained. "My name is Lu Yanyan. I'm a student at University B. 5 years ago I was taken directly by human traffickers not far from the entrance of the school, and then I was sold here to a man who already had a wife to be a plaything. I didn't obey, I escaped. I thought I had succeeded, but in fact it was another trap. I went to the nearest police station and called the police. They calmed me down and said they were going to send me home. Only I ended up back here. They tortured me, abused me, and after I died I had to be married by them in a shadowy marriage, and my body was eaten to the bone by the village dogs. Do you know how long I've waited for this moment? All these evil people deserve to die and be punished in hell. Ha 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 ha." Chapter 151. Both Zhuo Zhengyang and Tiger were silent. His face was all shame, remorse, and anger. All sorts of expressions didn't do justice to how they were feeling right now. Su Qingkui said, "Tell them directly. They are not the people you met before." The girl, now that she had gotten her revenge, didn't care about anything, so she just told her all about the past 2 years. Su Qingkui already knew, so she didn't listen in place and headed straight for the back of the mountain. This girl was trafficked here, or all the girls inside her body. Not only her, but all the young girls inside this village are trafficked from outside. The people of this village have almost made a long-term deal with the traffickers. The traffickers trafficked these girls to the men here, and when the girls were played to death or had to run away, they would just beat them to death. They are then sold to men who died without marrying to get married, and then the boys born to these girls are given to traffickers to sell, and the girls are given to poorer families as child brides. Su Qingkui couldn't believe that in a country like this, after years of governance, there would still be such a place. So a crime forms an almost complete closed loop. Su Qingkui knew just how much torture and humiliation these girls had suffered. So Su Qingkai asked them if they regretted it, and they said they didn't regret it. So Su Qingkai didn't intervene. Although Su Qingkui would also be caught inside this karma, she didn't care. People are the ones who have to pay for all the choices they make. Whether one calls her cold or heartless, that's life. People can only control what they can and what others want. If others don't want to, it's called meddling. Step by step, Su Qingkui walked towards the back of the mountain, the place where all the yin she gathered. It's also the place that will be made up of that patchwork of many girls' souls. Below the back of the mountain was a huge sinkhole, and Su Qingkui saw a thick aura of resentment, deep white bones, and an eye full of desolation. A man sits on a platform in the middle of a sinkhole. "You haven't run yet?" Su Qingkui said. The man was also honest and straightforward. "I know I can't run away. So you're going to tie your hands? Ha ha ha. No way." Su Qingkui didn't care either. "So you're planning to fight me then? Then tell me where Xianlin is?" The man began to laugh again, and Su Qingkui ran out of patience. Not intending to listen to him, straight away, he drew his Wyoming gun and pointed it at the man. The man wasn't flustered at all. "There's no way you can be told the location of the exalted lord. You'll never find him. Oh. Su Chingkui replied indifferently. Then the Wyoming gun flew out and understood him with a single shot. Wyoming? Haven't searched your soul yet? Huai Ming said in a disdainful tone. There really isn't a single capable fighter in this world. Su Chingkui was simply furious and laughed. He was the one who killed. She was the one who took the blame. And the heavenly Tao would only look for her trouble. The man was already dead, but his soul was still there. So Su Chingkui had to put his soul away and go back to slowly interrogate him. But there's no denying that despite his impure intentions, he gave those girls a chance for revenge. Though he was just going to practice ghosts only. It seems that Xuanlin's injuries are very serious, and now practicing ghost eating can be done to the point of desperation. It seemed he hadn't recovered at all from his last injury, and he had to find him as soon as possible to put an end to it. Su Chingkui went back after explaining to Zhuo Zhengyang. There's evidence and everything on this side of things, so if they check it out, they'll know all the truth. She believed that Zhuo Zhengyang and their character would give these girls justice. The souls of those killed by the ghosts of the girls here had already been swallowed, much less reincarnated, and even if the girls could be made to spit it out, it wasn't like it was any of Su Chingkui's business. Those who do evil are considered good when they end up like this. Otherwise, according to her temperament, she would put them inside hell, layer by layer, to feel the penal code of hell, and then cast him into maggots until his soul was scattered. Another very emotional day. Su Chingkui was in a bad mood. Go back to tossing the people of the special administrative region. She said she was taking a school test and was ready to change her team leader. But everyone could tell she was in a bad mood. The conference room had been emptied and groups of people stood together like quails, none of them daring to make a sound for fear of being beaten. Su Chingkui drew her Wyoming spear and stood right in front of them. Today is the time to change the leader of the group. Those of you who have the ability to challenge your leader can do it. If you don't do it, you will default to the leader's re-election. As soon as Su Chingkui finished speaking, some people went up to challenge their group leaders, and others challenged the leaders of other groups. Su Chingkui drew formations so that they wouldn't affect others. Anyway, as the field fought feverishly, Su Chingkui watched with furrowed brows. How come these people haven't grown at all in their abilities? How come they're still the same as they were a month ago? After reading all of their challenges, Su Chingkui's brow furrowed so much that she could pinch a fly. They didn't dare to speak again when they saw Su Chingkui's unhappy appearance. Su Chingkui was so helpless and wanted to curse. But she couldn't. Xia Cheng, give them the materials. Okay, chief. Lu Xiaoqing held a pile of materials and handed out a copy to each person. Su Chingkui saw that they had all received the materials before she said, "These are in line with what you're learning now. Seriously, learn them for me. If after 3 months you still have no growth at all like you do now, then you'll learn them for me 24 hours a day. No sleeping. You can tell me if you don't understand anything, but no slacking off." These people in the special administrative region are also very helpless in their hearts. Not that they do not want to learn. It was Su Kingris who was too demanding. Not everyone was a pervert like her. They're just an average person. Talented but not as sick as him, alright. These days they had also learned very carefully. They just didn't meet Su Chingkui's requirements. After arranging them, Su Chingkui felt really happy to have accomplished something. The only thing she needed to get behind her was to find that dog Xianlin and get him killed. And she should be able to swing it. And Xianlin, who was inside a deep forest, simply wanted to whip Su Chingkui out of her skin. He roared and sent the 2 men who came to report flying. "Qingkite, I don't share the same fate as you." After he finished yelling, a long time passed before he asked, "Did you bring the stuff back?" The 2 men lay on the ground for a long time without being able to get up. One of them, who was slightly older, trembled and knelt in front of Xianlin. "Your Holiness, he's dead." Xianlin became even more angry. As long as he cultivated a few ghosts at the level of ghost generals to replenish him, his injuries could heal faster. But now a bunch of useless guys couldn't even handle this point. Chapter 152, Sitting and Waiting for Death. Xianlin was simply furious. Why was it that every time he ran into Su Chingkui, nothing good ever came out of it? There's only one way to do this now, he thought darkly. Thinking about the Imperial Destiny person I met earlier, Xianlin finally made up his mind. Can't sit around and wait any longer. In order to live in this world, in order to get Kiyoshi Kite killed, Su Chingkui didn't know a thing about Xuanlin's side's intentions. She was still teaching them to draw talismans and cultivate. This was the first time she had learned that people's comprehension was really uneven. What some people say he just doesn't understand. Su Kingris wanted to break their heads open to see what kind of structure was inside. How could they be so stupid? But there is no way. The leader explained. Su Chingkui had to teach patiently. As long as one ignored Wang Yanli's thumping brain, the image was still perfect. Su Chingkui disliked them for not being enlightened, and they were afraid of Su Chingkui knocking their heads. The entire inside of the conference room was as quiet as a chicken. It wasn't until Tang Songyan called Su Qingkue away that they breathed a sigh of relief in unison. There was only one thought on his mind: the chief was really horrible. Tang Songyan laughed. You give them a little more time. There's not enough time. They need to be the first to start learning it before something happens and no one can use it. Tang Songyan didn't understand Su Qingkue's words and looked at her with a slight sideways glance. Why? Su Qingkue sighed. I feel like the aura is reviving a bit right now, and more capable people will definitely be born in the future. So we need to train them all up earlier. I'll set them up. Well, over to you. Hearing Tang Songyan's words, Su Qingkue decisively handed this matter over to him, and she came to realize that she really didn't have the skills to teach people. Every time I get angry at myself my liver hurts. It's better not to toss yourself, but still give Tang Songyan another way. A few of that Master Clarity's disciples are quite good at learning. I'll get them to assist. Tang Songyan smiled and nodded, looking a little amused at how relieved she finally looked. Su Qingkue tried to run after she was liberated. She had a vague sense of where the Xianlin was, and went to check it out as soon as possible. It's all yours. Su Qingkue followed her senses and opened the ghost road. The last time he gave Xianlin a fight, Su Qingkue's blood sprayed on Xianlin's body. I hadn't been able to sense the direction of my blood before, but now I suddenly felt it. Whether it was the trap Xianlin had prepared for himself, or the fact that his power was now degraded, Su Qingkue had to check it all out. And now she felt that the spiritual energy of this world was beginning to revive. The heavenly Tao hadn't appeared for a long time, and something was definitely wrong with this world. Then the most destabilizing factor is Genrin. Su Qingkue followed her senses to the inside of a deep mountain. There were formations on the outside, and it looked like it should be Xuanlin's lair. Su Qingkue flew to crack the formation to go in and check. There was most a small house with a complete resting space and the items left behind by Xianlin that hadn't been taken away. Sure enough, it's Xuanlin's lair. Su Qingkue secretly sighed, having come a step too late. But Su Qingkue wouldn't let go of this good opportunity and did a fortune-telling in place. Counting on Xianlin, the dog actually went to a city. It was a bad feeling. Su Qingkue pulled open a ghostly path and headed inside. Tweak the tiger to get away from the mountain. But the ghost path Su Qingkue pulled open quickly closed. Su Qingkue also suffered a backlash. Just at this time, the surroundings violently changed up, surrounded by lush trees, and she was standing in the middle of the formation. It's a trap. It was still a huge killing formation. She had always been unfamiliar with formations, and now this kind of complicated killing formation was even more unfamiliar to her. The surrounding trees changed their positions in a chain, and Su Qingkue's position soon became the center of the formation. A gust of dense fog rose from the side, and Su Qingkue knew without looking that it must be poisonous. You can only temporarily block out your 5 senses. Studying this killing array carefully, it was just that the killing array had already been activated and had been in operation, and it was really a bit difficult for Su Qingkue, a person who didn't know much about arrays. While seizing the sword chi inside the formation, he looked around for a way to break the formation, but according to Su Qingkue's meager knowledge of formations, she could only see that it was a killing formation and nothing else. Once again, he regretted that he hadn't properly learned formation techniques from his master, and every time it came to this, it was the time he suffered. Su Qingkue could only draw out her Wyoming spear. A shot went over and cut off all the trees around her. Only soon the formation shifted and the trees she had just cut off were gone, still intact in front of her. Su Qingkue had a headache. Another day of losing out. Wyoming? What to do? I'm a gun. What are you asking me for? Su Qingris felt that if Huai Ming were a human being, his eyes would have rolled up to the sky by now. How about we kill our way out? Su Qingkue suggested. Look at what you're saying. Are you speaking in human language? Killing out still requires me to contribute. Wyoming Gun's tone was filled with disgust. He. Su Qingkue laughed sarcastically twice. If you don't contribute, then do I? Look at my white and tender little hands. You've got to have some face. Su Qingkue didn't want to argue with him either. And while dodging the sword chi, she said, I'll start. Regardless of Wyvern's exasperated voice, Su Qingkue directly carried Wyvern and started sweeping. Regardless of any special changes in the formation, Su Qingdao only knew one thing. That is, in the face of absolute strength, all tricks are for naught. Tang Songyan laughed as he looked at Su Qingkue, who had run out of sight, but didn't care and was ready to go back from work. Xianlin watched Tang Songyan drive out, then quickly followed, until he reached Tang Songyan's house. He sat leisurely on the sofa in Tang Songyan's house. Tang Songyan saw him as soon as he opened the door and came in. The movement of his hand gave a start, but the expression on his face remained unchanged. I wonder who your honor is. Tang Songyan placed the briefcase in his hand at the foyer as usual, changed into slippers and walked in. Xianlin smiled and said, You're quite calm. Aren't you afraid that I'll do something to you? Don Pine laughed young. so what do you want to do? He had nothing to fear, and had seen his fair share of storms over the years. Wanted a little something from you. What if I don't give? It's not your turn not to give. Xianlin made a direct move after he finished speaking. Only his hand had just reached Tang Songnian's face, when an overpowering force appeared in Tang Songnian's chest, directly piercing through his palm. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Tang Songnian. He knew that the power just now was the handiwork of Qing Kite, and he also knew that it was Qing Kite who was protecting this human. Then he'll be even more eager to get him out of the way. Xianlin attacked Tang Songnian again. Tang Songnian hurriedly dodged to the side. But how could he, a mortal, dodge an evil practitioner with high cultivation? Only dodged Tang Songnian for a moment before he fell into his hands. Xianlin hemmed and hawed and laughed twice, leading Tang Songnian away quickly. Chapter 153, What do you want? Tushan kept looking at Ying Lin. He was now unable to see what he was doing at all. Ying Lin, what the hell do you want? Ying Lin didn't care about him, and only looked fixedly at the light screen in front of him, and the image on it was clearly that of Tang Songnian being taken away by Xianlin. Tushan was also sulking. He really didn't want to care about Ying Lin anymore. All day long he was like a gourd without a mouth. Just look at the curtain of light, knowing full well, but not striking out on your own. Tian stood by and watched coldly. He couldn't even read him now. Ying Lin, you really don't care? Ying Lin finally turned back and said very seriously, no matter what, you're not allowed to control it either. Tushan bristled. He didn't care who cared. Ying Lin twisted his head back to continue looking at the light screen, not knowing if he was talking to himself or to Tushan. They're going to have to stand on their own eventually. I can't protect them forever. Toussaint was practically laughing with exasperation. He was the one who fought tooth and nail to take away, and now he's the one who says let it go. Now that they're both in this hole and can't go back, he'd like to let go. Why didn't he let go in the first place, when he was being hunted down and seriously injured? Blaring fiercely at Ying Lin, Tushan huffed and puffed. He really had the bad luck of his life to be friends with Ying Lin. It's almost like he's owed it. Su Qingkue, who was being chanted at, was still trapped inside the formation and couldn't get out. It was worthy of the formation that Xianlin had purposely laid down for her. The surroundings had already been tossed around by Su Qingkue, but she still hadn't been able to get out. In his heart, he cursed Xianlin 1,000 times, but Xianlin didn't know that Su Qingkue was scolding him. He cheerfully brought Tang Songnian back to his lair. Intend to think of a way to strip the purple aura from Tang Songnian's body. By the time Su Qingkue broke the formation and came out, it was already the next night. She huffed and puffed her way back to a city. But before he could sit down and rest for a while, Elder Tang called to say that Tang Songnian had disappeared. Ask her to help save Tang Songnian. Su Qingkite had no choice but to only take out the yellow table paper and vermilion sand, draw the talisman, and write Tang Songnian's birth date. Start pinching. I just didn't expect that Tang Songnian was taken away by Xianlin. But what did he capture Tang Songnian for? Xianlin wouldn't do anything that wouldn't benefit him, and it was only after luring himself away that he did it. Tang Songnian definitely had something he wanted on him. Su Qingkue carefully recalled Tang Songnian, and suddenly realized that the most attractive thing about Tang Songnian was his Earth King destiny and the purple chi that filled his body. Su Qingkue frowned slightly. Normally there was no way for an outsider to snatch something like purple chi without the consent of the person himself. But if Xianlin made a forceful move, Tang Songnian was bound to get hurt. Not to mention, Xianlin would be a nuisance if he wanted her Earth King's fate to replace his fate. Knowing what it was about, Su Qingkue began to make preparations. If Xianlin had gotten hold of Tang Songnian's purple chi, he believed that he would soon be able to recover to his original realm. It will be even harder to kill him then. Can only start preparing to do it now, while he's hurt right now. Making up her mind, Su Qingkue took out all the yellow table paper and vermilion sand. Since he wanted to completely get Xianlin killed, he certainly had to be prepared. After drawing the talismans she needed, Su Qingkue explained to the old lady and left the house. The last time Su Qingkue was injured, she sprayed her own blood on Xianlin, and this blood was a perfect locator. She pulled away and walked in. It would be quicker to take the ghost path. Xianlin also knew that the formation he had left behind wouldn't be able to stop Su Qingkue for much longer, so as soon as he returned to his lair, just arrange for the people under your hand to block the outside to buy him time. And he himself led Tang Songnian into the deepest part of the cave. He also regretted that he had known that he had stolen all of that one dragon vein last time. He only thought of using the dragon vein to restore his mana, but he didn't realize that Su Qingkue was also in this world. Now that the dragon vein was protected, it wouldn't be so easy to steal it again. Placing Tang Songnian in the center while he sat cross-legged in the middle, the purple chi could only be taken with his consent or by force. He's just ready to take it by force now. Originally, it wasn't difficult to take a mortal's purple chi, but Tang Songnian was an emperor's destiny, so it would always take some time. Taking it out will take some refining. Su Qingkue advanced all the way along the ghost road. Recently, she didn't know whether it was because Xuanlin's injuries didn't recover and his realm had dropped. Before, he was still able to hide the marks he left behind, but now he didn't even have any way to hide the marks. Su Qingkue advanced all the way with her Wyoming gun, finally stopping at the foot of a mountain range. He knew Xianlin was here, but there was no way to pinpoint the location. His positioning had become bright and dark since just now. Wyoming, did you sense it? What are you asking me for? I'm an artifact, not a dog. Wyoming's angry voice didn't sit well with Su Qingkue. She was just used to teasing him, and she was happy every time she saw him jumping on his feet. Ha ha ha. Tang Songyan's purple chi had long since been drawn out by Xianlin, tossing Tang Songyan aside, and was now sitting cross-legged on the ground, refining the purple chi. He could sense that Su Qingkue was looking for her, so he quickly covered up the mark Su Qingkue had left on his body after regaining some of his strength. He had been able to cover himself properly before, but when he went to grab Tang Songyan, he was injured 3 times by the talisman Su Qingkue had left on Tang Songyan's body, and he didn't have much strength left. Coupled with the fact that there was basically no aura present at this time, he couldn't even recover, so he could only carry on. When he regained his strength, he absolutely had to dismantle Su Qingkue. Su Qingkue didn't even know about the fact that Xianlin had already gotten his hands on Tang Songyan's purple chi. She was still looking for Xuanlin's trail inside the mountain range. In his heart, he cursed Xianlin. How could he hide so well? But Tang Songyan was still in Xuanlin's hands, so Su Qingkue could only continue to look for it, until she found a separate mountain. And Su Qingkue had a feeling that Xianlin was here. She and Wyoming sneaked closer to the first two, and Xianlin also sensed Su Qingkue's proximity. And while refining the purple chi even more vigorously, he secretly hoped that those under him would be a bit more competitive and be able to block Su Qingkue for a moment is a moment. But what she didn't know was that Su Qingkue didn't follow the rules and kept the invisibility talisman attached to her body. And when she saw Xuanlin's group of men, she didn't even look at them and passed right in front of them. Su Qingkue had come in right at the most critical time of refining, and there was no distraction at this time now. Wyoming guns immediately snuck in and hid next to him. Su Qingkue immediately took action when she saw Xianlin, first flinging out a bunch of 5 thunder talismans to surround Xianlin. This was something she had specially prepared for Xianlin, and it was all painted with meritorious golden light. Chapter 154 Wyoming, get out of the way. Xianlin looked at Su Qingkue with a wide-eyed expression of hatred. Su Qingkue, it's you again. Can't we all just keep our hands off each other? Su Qingkue smiled faintly and said, no way. You've captured the people around me, and you're asking me to let you go. You're thinking beautifully. Xianlin could only continue to speak kindly. After all, this was the critical period for refining the purple chi. He couldn't give up midway. I'll give you whatever you want, and with just the 2 of us coming over in this world, how about we support each other and fight for the whole world together? Su Qingkue held her forehead, profoundly feeling that this person was really sick in the head. Immediately, he refused. Not really, I'm not interested in world domination. But Xianlin didn't give up either, and continued to persuade, while the refining action on his hands was unceasing. His mouth kept blathering on and on. You see, the arcane artists in this world basically can't fight. As long as the 2 of us join forces, by then this world is ours to say. Not good. Why would I want to fight for world domination? How tiring. Su Qingkue's words spoke. Xianlin choked, and he was at a loss as to what to say. It simply didn't occur to Su Qingkue that this person was oil and salt. Su Qingkue, however, didn't want to let him go, saying slowly beside herself, you were the one who did the Ku family's ancestral tomb before, weren't you? It was also you who raised ghosts in various places, wasn't it? And it was also you who created the Netherlands. Xianlin silently didn't know what to say, and in his heart he slandered, you know it all. Why are you asking me? But still, he wanted to stabilize Su Qingkue and seize the time to refine it. Su Qingkue's expression was light, her heart clear about his thoughts, but she didn't move. He had his own ideas. Then she had hers. Are you really not together? You see, now I have purple chi and dragon chi. As long as it is refined and absorbed, the heavenly way of this world, we can carry a handful of this world. Wouldn't it be nice to get him down and we'll be the heavenly way? Don't think so. Xianlin was completely enraged. Qingkite, don't toast and eat the punishment. If we really fight, it's not certain who will lose and who will win. And I know what you're trying to do with that gun by your side. Don't you feel a little stupid doing the same trick twice? Su Qingkue looked at him askance and laughed. Don't think so. Just be useful. Then, as Xianlin stared in disbelief, the wyvern returned with a fragment. And that was precisely Xuanlin's only remaining essence, which was now completely in Su Qingkue's hands. Qingkite, you seek death. Xianlin immediately put away, cutting off the refining of the purple qi, putting it away and pouncing on Su Qingkui. Su Qingkui didn't wimp out either, and pounced on her with the Wyoming gun in her hand. Xianlin immediately ducked to the side. He himself is an evil monk. After death possessed inside the statue of the Buddha, received incense offerings to cultivate. That Buddha statue was his essence, and now that his essence had been taken away by Su Qingkui, he simply hadn't lost his mind. Dodging Su Qingkui's attack, he held the Vajra mortar and pestle in his hand, facing the tip of the gun that Su Qingkui swung over again. Dang! There was a crunching sound, a clash of weapons. This time the two quickly backed away. Su Qingkui was now trying to get him completely killed here, and after the two of them dispersed, she quickly turned back and stabbed at Xianlin again. This was right up against Xianlin's Vajra mortar and pestle, and the two were indistinguishable. The fight has come and gone, but the cave place is small. More or less rippled Tang Songnian, who was lying unconscious on the ground. Su Qingkui more or less tied her hands in order not to hurt him, but Xianlin didn't have such thoughts, and his movements shook down many of the rocks inside the cave. Su Qingkui threw the Wyoming spear away and drew out a whip condensed from the golden light of merit, swinging it fiercely towards Xianlin. She knew that although the current Xianlin was still in his realm, he was severely injured and had not recovered his mana, although she hadn't recovered to her prime either. Her injuries had healed and it was definitely possible to get Xianlin killed. Xianlin hurriedly held his Vajra mortar and pestle to block the whip Su Qingkui swung at him. Only the whip quickly wrapped around the Vajra. The 5 thunder talismans that had just surrounded the side also slashed towards Xianlin in unison. Su Qingkui directly withdrew her whip, and the Vajra pestle and mortar was directly jerked over by Su Qingkui, while Xianlin over there was already submerged in the lightning of the 5 thunder talisman. Qingkite, you scumbag! Su Qingkui raised an eyebrow. Soldiers are never too deceitful. Xianlin, you wouldn't have just realized that now. Besides, where am I mean? You're the one who didn't hold it steady. Xianlin had been completely exasperated. Qingkite, you go to hell. Xianlin came towards Su Qingkui with his bare hands, but Su Qingkui was prepared and directly lashed over. Xianlin took the opportunity to dodge to the side and was about to reach out to retrieve the Vajra mortar and pestle that had fallen to the ground. But how could Su Qingkui give him that opportunity? Wyvern Gun, who had been protecting Tang Songnian just now, quickly stepped forward and delivered a direct blow to the Vajra. The light of the Vajra mortar and pestle dimmed. Xianlin saw it from the side and became even more enraged. Su Qingkui's whip followed. Xianlin was originally an evil monk, and what he feared most was the golden light of merit. One can only desperately duck to the side. In just a moment's time, Xianlin was lashed a few times, and each time the golden light of merit and virtue hit his body. It was a nuisance. His solidified soul body was already unstable, and coupled with the fact that his main body was not in his hands, Xianlin hated Su Qingkui even more. He gritted his teeth and wanted to die with Su Qingkui. Originally, a sliver of his soul came to this world, following his previous feats and experiences, using Yin Qi to grow his cultivation, stealing Dragon Qi to replenish his soul, and waiting for this to be completed. He would dominate the world. Who knew that it had appeared that Su Qingkui would also come to this world, and had even been recognized by the heavenly Tao of this world. His body was full of the power of merit. Not only had his cultivation been restored, but he was not rejected by this world. Xianlin hated it even more when he thought about it. All he wanted now was for Su Qingkui to die, and since he couldn't live, Su Qingkui wouldn't want to live either. Qingkite, you don't want to live alone. I'll drag you along with me even if I die. Xianlin dodged Su Qingkui's whip and gathered a ball of power in his hand. Ignoring the pain of the merit whip on his body, he lunged towards Su Qingkui. The Wyoming gun crossed in front of Su Qingkui, blocking Xuanlin's path. But Xianlin had already made up his mind to bring Su Qingkui to die with him, so how could he give up so simply? The power in his hand slammed into the wyvern gun, and Su Qingkui threw a whip at his wrist. Xianlin was in pain, and his soul body was scorched by the power of merit, but he still didn't let go, and a crack suddenly appeared on the body of the wyvern's spear. Su Qingkui panicked a bit. Huai Ming, get out of the way. Sweeping the wyvern to the side, he hardened himself against the Xianlin strike, but Zhenren didn't escape either, and was struck through the chest by the Wyoming gun. How could Xianlin give up so easily? As his soul body slowly began to surge as one strike failed, Su Qingkui was startled. Chapter 155, Protecting Tang Songnian. In his heart, he cursed Xianlin, this dog, for actually wanting to self-detonate, and now he was trying to drag all of them to their deaths. Wyoming, protect Tang Songnian. Su Qingkui only had time to instruct Wyoming gun. Xianlin looked at them with a smile all over his face. The soul body self-destructing. As long as it started, it couldn't stop. Qingkite, die together. Who's going to die with you? And if you're going to die, you're going to die far away. Surrounded by the tyrannical power generated by Xian Lin's self-destruction, Su Qingkue didn't even have the means to open the ghost road. Su Qingkue didn't know what was finally going through her head, and at the last moment of Xuanlin's self-detonation, she urgently shielded Tang Songyan, but the formation she had dropped couldn't carry the huge energy coming from the self-destruct and shattered layer by layer. It soon landed on Su Qingkue's body, and the wyvern gun once again blocked in front of Su Qingkue. It was just that he already had cracks in his body from that strike just now, and now he couldn't carry it at all. The cracks in his body increased dramatically. Su Qingkue couldn't watch the Wyoming lance shatter, blocking the sweeping energy while storing the Wyoming lance inside her body. Her entire body fought to the death to protect Tang Songyan. At the last moment when her consciousness disappeared, she didn't see Tang Songyan in front of her suddenly open his eyes. Golden light flashed inside, and a barrier was erected in front of Su Qingkue, protecting her tightly. Until the huge energy generated by Xian Lin's self-destruction dispersed, it was only at this time that the entire mountain was flattened above. You can see the stars in the sky if you look up. Tang Songyan helped Su Qingkue up inside. Why do you do such dangerous things every day? Even a small world like this can toss itself nearly to death. How could there be something as stupid as you? The tone inside was all dislike, but the meaning was full of concern. The wyvern gun also appeared suddenly beside the two. Tang Songyan naturally saw it, and he said softly, Ling Yu, it's been hard on you these days. No hard work. Ling Yu, please continue to protect her next as well. Don't let anyone know her identity. I will. Don't you worry. Tang Songyan nodded, then easily picked up Su Qingkue and left step by step. Su Qingris realized that the scenery in front of her had changed, and she could now see her fleshy little hands as she emerged from the egg. Watching himself slowly cultivate, eating, cultivating, and playing with another boy who looked exactly like him, she suddenly felt that such a scene was very familiar to her, as if she had experienced it before, but she was sure she had no memories of this within her memory, much less a boy who looked exactly like him. She had clearly grown up with her master Sifu when she was a child, and at that time, her Sifu was already in his late teens, and it wasn't like he looked like her. She had learned a long time ago that here she could only watch. She could do nothing. Looking at her master's meal that both of them disliked, Su Qingkue smiled unkindly. She also very much disliked her master's cooking when she was a child. It's really bad, the bad kind of bad. She had watched the two grow up, but master had disappeared for a while every now and then, coming back covered in frontal wounds. Su Qingkite didn't know what he had done. She could only be anxious beside her. She could only see what the little girl saw inside her eyes. Until one day, when Tushan came back carrying his already unconscious master, Su Qingkue became even more anxious. For the first time she hated herself so much for not being able to do anything. Without saying anything, Tushan took it upon himself to heal Ing Lin's wounds, then instructed, Ing Song, Ing Kite, pack up your things, we're leaving here. The two little kids rushed off to pack their things. Then Tushan took the two small children and the unconscious Ing Lin and tore through the barriers of space to a whole new world, found an island to settle down on. Ing Lin also recovered quickly and took care of them as always. But the people above had found out that they were hiding inside the small world and had been frantically searching for them. Ing Long's growth time was too long. Hundreds of years had passed and the two children were still the same as before, not yet reaching adulthood. In 100 years' time, they had changed 4 or 5 small worlds, until the 5th small world, when they were finally caught up. Tushan, take them away. Tushan gritted his teeth in hatred. Ing Lin, hurry up and go. I don't owe them anything. I'll lose them halfway, believe it or not. Ing Lin looked straight at Tushan and smiled. The face of the scenery, suddenly bright smile. Tushan's heart trembled violently. Tushan, you're the only one I trust anymore. The little flutter in Tushan's heart instantly turned into anger. Ing Lin, I don't owe you anything. Hurry up and leave. Ing Lin had no choice but to follow along, but the people behind them would not let them go so simply, chasing them all the way until they were all cornered. Ing Lin's body was already soaked in blood, and Tushan was no exception. Only the two children were slightly better, but not by much. Ing Lin spoke again. Tushan, you take them away. Tushan's eyes were already red as he stared at Ing Lin. The one I want to take away is you. What do they have to do with me? Ing Lin suddenly fell silent. He couldn't leave them alone. They were his responsibility. He was silent for a moment. Tussaud really wanted to just knock him out and take him away, but he knew that he would hate him for the rest of his life if he did. The two children were obediently sitting next to each other in a healing position. This place wasn't safe either. They would be discovered sooner or later, so they could only seize the time to heal their wounds while they could. At night, Tushan was keeping watch beside him, and Ing Lin had fallen into a state of deep cultivation and would not wake up easily. Ing Kite slowly stood up and softly said, Uncle Tushan, I'll take a look around. Tushan narrowed his eyes at her. Kite was not afraid at all and looked straight at him. Don't go far. Kite nodded her head obediently. Tushan sat back down again, looking around warily, until he inadvertently saw that on the seat where Kite had just sat, there was a storage ring, and a sound-retaining jade tablet. Tushan suddenly felt that something was wrong, put out his own divine sense, and never saw Kite's figure. Tushan hurriedly called Lin and Song up and told them what had just happened. Lin felt bad and hurriedly checked the words that Kite had left for them. Uncle Lin, Uncle Tushan, take your brother and hurry up. I won't be able to accompany you in the future. Lin's eyes were wide with hatred as he glared at Tushan, so close to grabbing him by the collar. Why didn't you stop her? Tushan was also infuriated, but he still couldn't bear to be angry with Lin and could only coax. Then let's go find him? It was just this scene that Su Chingkue could not see. She could only follow the little girl, who had already transformed into the appearance of Long. Ahead of them were the people who were chasing them. The man in the lead, seeing that there was only one small dragon, Kite, was filled with disdain. You still dare to come to the door? Hand over the item and I can let you live. Chapter 156, You're dreaming. You dream. As soon as the words fell, Kite rushed up, only she was still a minor dragon and couldn't fight so many people. Finally she glanced in Lin's direction with them and made up her mind. When Lin and the others were about to set out to find Kite, they saw Kite's life card shattered. Both stood frozen in place. Tushan didn't do anything about it and put his last strength into it, pulling out his magic weapon and breaking the barrier of the world once again, going to another small world. Su Chingkue was watching from the side. She was admiring her, being ruthless to herself and others. It was just that the moment Long blew himself up, the energy was too great, and she drifted inside this small world in a daze. Or perhaps Kite's had dissipated into the heavens and earth, and her perspective was blurred, muddling along with the wind. Su Chingkue had seen the landscapes of this world, the humans of this world, and time passed slowly like this, until her immediate vision wasn't clear at all, and she could no longer float with the wind. All she could do was stop at a tree and fade into unconsciousness. By the time Su Chingkue came to her senses, several months had passed, and the injuries on her body had actually healed. As soon as he opened his eyes he saw the old lady's worried face. She had a lot more gray hair on her head, her face was noticeably more wrinkled, and she looked a little tired. Grandma, Iris, you're awake? The old lady joyfully took her hand. Su Chingkue sat up and looked around her room. Grandma, I'm fine. The old lady looked at Su Chingkue with tears in her eyes, but the expression on her face was happy. It's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine. You must be hungry after sleeping for so long. Grandma will go prepare food for you. Saying that, she immediately went out, and while walking, she also greeted Xiao Shui, to make her favorite food. Su Chingkue grinned. The old lady's way of showing her concern was still the same as before, preparing delicious food when she was happy. Taking the cell phone that was placed on the bedside, Su Chingkue glanced at it only to realize that it was already the end of May, and she had been lying in bed for 4 or 5 months, but after feeling his body, he realized that there was no problem at all and didn't understand how on earth he had come back. I don't know how her body got better. She was lucky to get her life back in that situation in the first place, which would be like now, not injured at all, and restored to the original peak realm. She thought about it for a long time and couldn't figure it out. Call out the Wyoming gun. Wyoming, how did I get back? Huaiming stood right next to him and said without blushing, I don't know. I was already back in his city when I became conscious. Su Chingkue was suspicious. There were only the 3 of them in the beginning. It couldn't have been Tang Songyan, a human. Who sent them back? Could it? You really don't know. She looked at Su Chingkue suspiciously, but the Wyoming gun was a gun and didn't have an expression, and his voice didn't change a bit, but Su Chingkue still didn't believe it. Where's Tang Songyan? Su Chingkue thought of when Tang Songyan was in that kind of place and wondered if he had been injured. Though she was shielded in the front, there was no telling how he was doing in the back. He's fine, and he's still working diligently for the Secret Service. Su Chingkue was even more surprised that Tang Songyan, an ordinary person, was not injured in that situation. Moreover, his purple chi had already been taken away by Xianlin, and he was still fine. Wyoming gun also did not want to say more. Put down a sentence, you go ask Tang Songyan, and then fire back inside her body. Su Chingkue couldn't help it, feeling the power that filled her body, and the power that had returned to her peak state. She was still purely happy. Time passed quickly as Su Chingkue felt the changes in herself. She didn't respond until the old lady called her. The old lady held her hand. Full of worry, Iris should eat more. Today's dishes are all your favorites. All the old lady wanted to do now was to look at her and see her healthy and in front of her. When Su Kingris was first sent back by the leader's people, it scared the old lady. She has been worrying for the past few months that this Su Chinkue won't wake up, and what if she turns into a vegetable? But the leader's side has always said that there is no problem. She also didn't dare to relax. Every day she watched. Every day she secretly took Su Chinkite's pulse herself. Every time her pulse was steady and strong. There was no problem. She had a period of time when she began to doubt her own profession, doubting the work she had done for decades. The leader's side was also very responsible and arranged for a doctor to keep an eye on it. But she couldn't help worrying about her poor little granddaughter. Su Chinkue held her hand back and comforted. "Grandma, don't worry. Haven't I already woken up now? I was just too tired before and my body needed to recuperate. That's why I slept for so long. Grandma is relieved when you're fine. Before you kept sleeping, Grandma was afraid that you wouldn't wake up. Now that you're awake, it's good. Grandma is relieved." The old lady brought Su Chinkue to the dining table. And it was true that all of the food on it was what she loved to eat. Xiao Chui stood next to her with tears in her eyes. She was also worried that her Lord Chinkite wouldn't wake up. Even though she was a ghost and knew it wouldn't be like that, she was still worried. "It's really good to see that Lord Kiyoshi is well now. Sister Iris, sit here and eat all your favorites." Xiao Chui pulled out the chair at hand and shouted for Su Chinkue to go over and sit. Su Chinkue was helpless, but it was not good to brush off their good intentions, so she could only go over and sit down. And then it was the two of them who watched her eat. It didn't really matter if she ate it or not. She'd already been disenchanted anyway, but it's hard to look at them and say it. Su Chinkue was eating seriously, and the two men were helping her with the food beside her. When the leader brought Master Clarity and a bunch of them over, this was the scene he saw. Su Chinkue was sandwiched in the middle, the two of them pinching dishes one after the other. Their plates were piled high. Su Chinkue said, "Leader, have you eaten yet? Would you like some? Xiao Chui's craftsmanship is very good." The leader waved his hands. "No, no, no." Xiao Chui poured them tea and served them dim sum, and then returned to Su Chinkue's side, wanting to give her a dish. Su Chinkue waved her hands repeatedly and said that she was full and would eat again in the evening. Xiao Chui sighed. She still had to prepare delicious food for Lord Chinkite at night. Only then did Su Chinkue pull herself away and went to sit down on the leader's side. When the leader didn't say anything, she didn't say anything either, and took her own cup and poured the tea. Chapter 157, Leaving a Pit. In the end, it was the leader who couldn't hold back first and asked, "Little friend Su, what exactly happened that day?" A whole mountain disappeared, leaving behind only a pit. Su Chinkue didn't hide anything and told all about that day. "By not soliciting work for myself, I'm just flat out done with what happened that day." Thinking of this, Su Chinkue remembered again and asked, "Leader, how did I get back that day?" The leader had long been prepared, knowing that she would ask about this matter, and handed a piece of paper to Su Chinkue. "The day you and Tang Songyan suddenly appeared inside my office. This paper says that your body is fine, just need to rest for a while. I got the doctor to come over to look at it. The doctor also said that you don't have any problems, so I was relieved to send you back home." Su Chinkue pinched the paper in her hand. This kind of paper was only available in her original world. The humans in this world had no way to make this kind of paper. It doesn't say anything about it. It probably means that none of them have any health problems. They just need to recuperate for a while. Su Chinkue didn't know who it was. Could it be that other than Xianlin? There were people from her original world who had arrived here. Su Chinkue narrowed her eyes dangerously. It was better not to have one, or she wouldn't mind getting him killed as well. Su Chinkue, who had already gradually developed a sense of belonging to this world, would not allow such a thing to happen. Seeing the look on her face, the leader asked, "Is something wrong?" Su Chinkue returned to her senses and put away the paper in her hands, smiling, "It's fine, don't worry." The leader obviously didn't believe it, but he didn't ask more questions, and after discussing the matter of the special administrative region with her for a while longer, the leader took his leave. "Leave Master Clarity a bunch of people here." Su Chinkue looked at their burning eyes and asked in amusement, "What's wrong with you guys?" A bunch of people looked at Master Clarity in unison, and Master Clarity, being unable to do anything else by the crowd, hesitantly opened his mouth and asked, "Master Su, can I ask you for a favor?" Su Chinkue smiled and nodded. "Yes, go ahead." Master Clarity hesitated before saying, "We have a few disciples with quite good qualifications. Can we ask you to bring them around to teach them for a while?" Su Chinkue held her forehead, thinking of the scene where she had taught them how to draw talismans at the Special Control Bureau earlier. She wanted to take back what she had just promised. "Why don't I give them the detailed steps and let them learn it on their own?" Su Chinkue discussed with them. She knew she wouldn't be able to teach anyone. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to help but hit them. A few people looked at each other. Then it was Master Clarity who spoke up again. "Don't worry, they are all very obedient. You can just bring them around and guide them once in a while. Seeing their very serious hungry look, Su Qingkite still advance. I teach very strict. Not satisfied, I will also hit people. They cannot carry. Clarity master, a few people cannot care what she said. Heard her meaning is agreed. The whole person is happy. Where can still hear what she said later. It's good that you promise. It's good that you promise. I'll have them come over and wait later. Just let them do whatever you need. As soon as Master Changming finished speaking, several people stood up with a very tacit understanding and bowed deeply towards Su Qingkue. Then he disappeared in a puff of smoke, as if he was afraid that Su Qingkue would suddenly backtrack. Su Qingris was truly helpless. She would definitely do what she promised. They didn't have to be like this. Seeing that the guests in the house had already excused themselves, the old lady returned to Su Qingkue's side to take his hand and admonish him. Tell her not to do dangerous things, not to get into danger, and to think about the people at home who are worried about her. It's okay to let her not work in the future. She has a pension to support her. Su Qingkue smiled one by one and agreed. Anyway, for this one she said yes or no. Whether she did it or not was up to her. Anyway, according to her ability, no one in this world can hurt her except for the heavenly Tao. Su Qingkue received the old lady's caring and loving attention all afternoon until it was time for her to go grocery shopping. Only then reluctantly took Xiao Chui out to buy food. And before leaving the door also urged her, do not go out. Home security. Su Qingkue's face was filled with black lines, but not going out is impossible. The old lady just went out. Su Qingkue opened the ghost door. Familiarly, she found her senior brother's place, and sure enough, there was nothing in it. Slipping away again, she went to the place where her master had lived before, which was already empty and pressed like it was inhabited. It's nothing like the poetic look it had before, and now it's just an empty house. Su Qingkue wouldn't give up. The one who had saved her earlier in that self-explosion must have been her senior brother or master. She didn't believe there could be anyone else but them. Even more so, she didn't believe that there was anyone else in this world besides her and Xianlin. So the only people who could have saved her in that situation would be her master and elder brother. She now suspected that master had lied to her even when he said he had something to go out, or else there was no way to explain a lot of things. If her master had been watching from behind, and if her master had been silently pushing, things would have been explained. Not having found anyone, Su Qingkue would not give up easily. Carrying the Wyoming gun in her hand, she killed all the way to Tushan's territory. When he came up, he shouted, Tushan, where is my master? Tushan was simply exasperated and laughed by her. Before he saw him or Uncle Tushan called out. Now they were all directly calling out names. This little heartless one has been hurting him for so many years for nothing. He came out slowly and saw Su Qingkue getting angry. Where your master goes is none of my business. Look elsewhere. Su Qingkue didn't believe him. His master said to look for Tushan if he had something to do. So obviously Tushan was sure to know something. She threatened outright. I'll tear your place apart if you don't tell me. Tushan was even more furious and laughed. Try dismantling one. I'll break your legs. See if I dare. Quickly hand over my master. Your master, he has long legs. He will walk on his own. How do I know where he is gone? Hurry and find out for yourself. Su Qingkite rushed up with her gun. She knew she couldn't beat Tushan, but she also knew that Tushan wouldn't hurt her. As expected, Tushan felt a brain ache when he saw the charging Su Qingkue, but he always believed that if you can't mess with it, you can't hide from it. Tushan immediately buggered off, his entire body disappearing into thin air. Su Qingkue was furious. She was simply an asshole. She cursed in the direction where Tushan disappeared. Tushan, you clinical villain. If you want to find someone, find them yourself. Leave me alone and I won't know if you come back. What are you doing coming to me when you don't look after your own master? There really wasn't a trace of Tushan's words in their entirety. Su Qingkue stomped her foot hatefully. Next time she would make Tushan look good. She would make sure to eyeball Tushan in front of her master. Let Tushan never enter his master's door for the rest of his life. Chapter 158, She doesn't believe it. Su Qingkue went back when she made up her mind. She didn't believe that she couldn't find them. Those were the only places her master could go, and she couldn't believe she couldn't squat her master if she squatted. Su Qingkue's thoughts were naturally unknown to Tushan. If he knew, he might really want to break Su Qingkue's legs. He turned east and west into a small courtyard after he got off on Su Qingkue's side. Inside, there was a handsome man in green clothes who was looking at the light screen in the center of the courtyard. And it was clearly the Yinglin that Su Qingkue was currently looking for. And he didn't even raise his eyelids when he heard the commotion of Tushan coming in. Tushan was very self-conscious and sat down on top of the stool in front of him. Seeing that Yinglin hadn't been bothering himself, Tushan finally had no choice but to speak first himself. That little girl came to me just now. Aha! Yinglin faintly answered, the expression on his face not even knowing what he was thinking right now. Aren't you curious what she's doing here? Yinglin's expression remained faint. I saw it. Tushan was really pissed off to the point of vomiting blood this time. But looking at Ing Lin in front of him, Tushan couldn't say anything hard. He could only stay by his side in silence. After all, he was used to it all these millions of years. After a long time he silently spoke up and asked, "When are you going to get out?" "When she grows up." After saying this, Ing Lin turned his head to look at Tushan, who had been accompanying him, and suddenly laughed. "When the time comes, we'll go and settle in that fox demon's world." Both of Tushan's eyes lit up, looking at Ing Lin with disbelief. "Really? Sure." Tushan was simply so happy that he immediately stood up. "I'll go prepare something now. You can't back out." "No, don't worry. You wait for me." Tushan dropped that and ran out the door. Ing Lin lost his smile and shook his head. He was still the same as before. He hadn't changed in all these years, but he himself didn't seem to be the same person he used to be. He didn't remember much about his life on Dragon Island back then. What Su Chinkue didn't know was that Tushan really knew where her master was, and that he was really the one who hid it, and that her master was going to go with him. Not having found her master or brother, she could only go back to work to earn merit. She also wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to earn more merit, and by the time she successfully passed through the transition stage, she would be considered an expert, so she wouldn't have to worry about her master and elder brother every day. When Su Chinkue returned home, the old lady hadn't returned yet, and she let out a deep sigh of relief. The old lady was really too capable of chanting, and she couldn't carry it off now. After breakfast the next day, Su Chinkue went to work at the Special Administration Bureau as normal. Now that she could clearly feel that the aura of this world had begun to revive, then things were going to get even better for the TB. More people with metaphysical gifts will appear in the future. Be ready now to take some people in for later. Sister Iris. Ooh, you're finally back. As soon as Lu Xiaoqing saw Su Chinkue, she pounced on him, crying as if she had been bullied. Su Kite was still thinking like this. Lu Xiaoqing's next sentence was, "Sister Kite, you're not here. That bastard Yun Shang bullied me. He made me serve him every day. Oh. Sister Iris, you have to do it for me." Su Chinkue looked askance at Yun Shang standing next to him. Yun Shang still looked like a teenager of 15 or 16 years old, but his destructive ability was not small. Standing there in a dangling manner, just looking at him made him want to punch him. No one inside the Special Administrative Bureau could beat him, and with Su Chinkue out of the picture, no one could hold him down, which led to a period of time where he was literally letting himself go. Inside the Special Administrative Region, a bunch of people complained to Tang Songnian, but Tang Songnian was just a human being and couldn't do anything about it. There you have the current scene of a group of people waiting to sue. Su Chinkue touched Lu Xiaoqing's soft little head and soothed. "It's fine. I'll make it up to you. I'll beat him up later." When Lu Xiaoqing heard Su Chinkue's assurance, she immediately put away the crying on her face and replaced it with a smile. He also pulled Su Chinkue and pouted. "Sister Kite, you're the best." Yun Shang naturally heard it from the side, and he only had one thought right now, and that was to run. But Su Chinkue's eyes were locked tightly on him, and he was half unable to move, let alone run. At once, he regretted in his heart. Had he known that he would not have been so dejected in the first place? When Tang Songyan saw Su Chinkue coming, he rushed to find her. There are still a lot of things that need to be worked out. Su Chinkue also listened carefully to his words, but managing that she didn't understand. She could only do it. Tang Songyan obviously knew, after all, had been working together for so long, and directly gave Su Chinkue a pile of materials, on which were all the incidents that had not been resolved in the recent period of time, which were still relatively serious. A large part of it would have been given to the cloud merchant to work out, except that the cloud merchant was a slacker and had to rest before going out again. Su Chinkue had to take it all. Only after the matter was finished did Su Chinkue talk to Tang Songyan about something else, and the purple chi in Tang Songyan's body had already been drained away by Xianlin. It looked more like an ordinary person now, but Su Chinkue was feeling more and more out of place. Normally the chi in a person's body is roughly categorized into purple chi, white chi, red chi, black chi, and gold chi. After the purple chi in Tang Songyan's body was gone, it should have turned into the appearance of no chi, and finally slowly turned into the appearance of an ordinary person's white chi. But he was now actually slowly condensing purple chi out of his body. His purple energy can still regenerate? Su Chinkue completely turned her understanding upside down. The most unbelievable thing for her is that there is a circle of golden light inside the purple chi. That is the dragon chi. What she couldn't figure out she didn't want to think about. After all, she firmly believed that if she didn't know now, she would find out one day sooner or later, but also took the initiative to ask, "How are you feeling right now?" Tang Songyan was surprised, then said with realization, "It's quite good. Thank you for coming to my rescue." This time it was Su Chinkite's turn to not know what to say. She didn't ask this because she wanted Tang Song-nyen to thank her. She just wanted to find out if there was anything wrong with him right now. You're welcome. The two of them looked at each other without knowing what to say, just as Lu Xiaoqing came in and interrupted the atmosphere. Sister Iris, there are 6 people outside looking for you. Who? Su Qingkue truly didn't know who it was that could come looking for her the day after she had just woken up. They say you're the one who promised? Su Qingkue was even more confused. Come in. Then Lu Xiaoqing came in with 5 men and 1 woman, and several young people formed a long line in front of Su Qingkue. In unison, they bowed 3 times towards Su Qingkue, and Su Qingkue's head was filled with black lines. Is this about giving yourself away? Chapter 159, he died on the spot. Tang Song-nyen sat next to him, his lips slightly hooked up, obviously in a very good mood. Su Qingkue glared at him, watching a good show come over her. Hello Master Su. My name is Rao Ji. Hello, Master Su. My name is Jiang Zhua. Hello, Master Su. My name is Shi Guan. Master Su. Hello, my name is Yun Fengfeng. Good day, Master Su. My name is Shoujuan. Good day, Master Su. My name is Lu Wan. Before Su Qingkue could speak, they started introducing themselves in unison, and also spoke very neatly one by one from left to right. The arc of Tang Song-nyen's lips widened even more. Su Qingkue only felt a brain ache. Who sent you guys? Afraid that they would take turns speaking one by one again like earlier, Su Qingkue added. You sent one of you to speak. Since they looked at each other for a long time, then very tacitly pushed Raoji out. Su Qingkue looked at his boarded-up Buddhist dress and his bare head, and suddenly realized who he had been sent by. Sure enough, just as she thought of it, she saw Raoji say, Grandmaster Su, you promised our master to teach us before, and we're here to report for duty. Anything you need us to do in the future, we will do our best. Good. Su Qingkue's brain hurt, thinking about how she usually educated people. Now she was really weak. She glanced at Raoji's small bald head and wondered if it would stand up to her knocking. Sigh. It's so hard. Raoji didn't know why Su Qingkue was looking at her head so often. Could it be that her hair had grown out? Su Qingkue had no choice but to say, it just so happens that I'm going out right now, so you guys can come with me, and how much you can learn in it is up to you. After all, it was a promise that had been made to the people. Su Qingkue would try to do as much as possible, but of course, it was all up to their own abilities. Now she was going to a city university, which was also Su Qingkue's school. Before that, she had been letting the little paperman go to help her with her classes, and then she went straight to taking a break from school. Now it's also the principal's side of the family that's sending people to say that there's a problem inside the school. Tang Song-nyen has already sent someone to investigate. A girl committed suicide by jumping off a building for various reasons, but after the jump there have been various incidents at the school, and to top it all off 4 students are now dead. It's all the people associated with that girl. It also involved a boy, and the girls liked the boy, but the boy's statement said that he didn't know the girls at all. That's what's fishy. A couple of the girls have been involved with this boy before. Su Qingkue looked at the photos above and felt how these people looked so familiar to her. It took a long time of careful thought to realize, isn't this Chen Hang? His housemaid marinara is very good. Su Qingkue started drooling just thinking about this. Taking a group of people to the university of a city with great vigor. Tang Song-nyen couldn't suppress the corners of his lips in the back anyway. Master Su, what are we going to do now? Yun Fengfeng was a cute girl and asked very happily when she heard that Su Qingkue was going to take them out. There's something going on over at the U of A. Let's go check it out. A few people in the back looked at each other when they heard that it was the University of A. Finally, it was Lu Wond who said, I know about what happened at the University of A. The principal came to my dad, and my dad said that the lowest was a ghost general, and he couldn't handle it. A ghost general? So powerful? Yun Fengfeng exclaimed, then asked worriedly, Master Su, what then? It's okay, let's go ahead and check it out. Su Qingkue listened to them while sending a message to Chen Hang, when they added their contact information. He also sent her lo mein from time to time, and then she took a break from school and never saw Chen Hang again. Chen Hang's side received the news that Su Qingkue had said to come over and immediately got up from the bed, put on his clothes and ran outside. The roommates all looked at Chen Hang and asked, Chen Hang, what are you doing? There are still classes in the afternoon. I'm going out. Sign me in for my afternoon class. Said complete person was no longer inside the dormitory. Several people looked at each other, not knowing what to say. One of them added, do you think our school's recent events have anything to do with Chen Hang or not? What can it matter? That guy Chen Hang is with us during the day and night. He goes home to watch the store on weekends. He has that time to have his feet in 4 boats. Chen Hang's classmate in the next bed voiced out. The others nodded as well. Chen Hang didn't have the time to do such a thing even if he was in a separate body, as he usually was. He might as well watch the store more often if he had the time. It's also true that I just don't know what those girls see in Chen Hang. A sister controller. Might as well look at me. The classmate next to him saw his narcissistic look and was viciously disgusted. Look at you. What do you have? I'm suave looking. Have some face. A couple of the boys were talking and fighting. Chen Hang went straight to the school gate when he received Su Qingkuei's message. He has been really unlucky lately. He had even thought about looking for Su Qingkuei before, but he also knew that he didn't have any relationship with her. So in the end, he didn't say anything, until Su Qingkuei contacted him first. Seeing Su Qingkuei appear at the school entrance with 6 people, Chen Hang hurried out. Master Su, you're here. Su Qingkuei frowned as she looked at his face, then looked in the direction of his chest, where the peace talisman she had drawn hung. Only now the energy on it had been almost depleted. If she hadn't come today, Chen Hang would probably have been directly killed by the female ghost, and then looked at the campus that was already shrouded in yin qi. What a stern ghost. Well, you know what's been happening at school lately? Show me where the jumpers are. Hearing Su Qingkuei's words, he froze slightly before nodding. You follow me. Su Qingkuei thought back to the bright young man from half a year ago, sighed, and handed him a peace talisman. Even after repaying him for all that brisket, Chen Hang received it with joy, and then told Su Qingkuei and the others about this matter. It turned out that there was a girl named Fang Yanli, who had been pursuing Chen Hang, but Chen Hang didn't like her and rejected her outright. That girl confessed to Chen Hang many times. Chen Hang refused, and finally directly saw her and avoided. Fang Yanli's family had a change of heart, and her mental capacity was too poor, plus Chen Hang's refusal. Jumped directly from the classroom on the 6th floor of the school building. He died on the spot. And the campus forum above did not know who spread the word that it was because of Chen Hang's refusal that caused Fang Yanli to jump off the building. Then a bunch of people crusaded against Chen Hang at the top of the forum, and also published his information on the forum. And now no one believed in him anymore except for the people in their dormitory. Chapter 160, Continue painting tomorrow. The incident became more and more intense, and then 3 female students died one after another inside that school building. And all of these female students had confessed their love to Chen Hang. Chen Hang was even roasted on the fire, and everyone said it was because of him that this was happening. But what does that have to do with him? Can't he refuse them if he doesn't like them? And he is really not familiar with them. His home is close to the school. Usually when there is no class he goes home. The classmates he is not very familiar with. Not to mention the female classmates from other departments. He is even less familiar with them. But now that they're all blaming him for the deaths of several girls, isn't he innocent? Chen Hang's eyes reddened as he said these things. Su Qingkuei didn't know how to comfort others. Take me to take a look. Good. Chen Hang immediately raised a smile, but he very skillfully put his hat and mask on as he entered the school gates. The whole thing was wrapped up tight. Su Qingkuei walked in front, while Yun Fangfang several people whispered behind her. Yun Fangfang said, Hey Luan, did you realize that the entire campus is so big that it's basically shrouded in yin qi? Luan nodded. See, a ghost that my dad can't even solve must be a very powerful ghost. We have to be careful later on. Several of the others nodded with very serious foreheads. Chen Hang was familiar with the school, and after taking a shortcut that took only 10 minutes, several people arrived under the school building where the incident occurred. Master Su, this is the place. The entire perimeter of the building still has seals left by the police. The school buildings are all closed up right now. Su Qingkuei just took one look at the scene and realized what was going on. But today she had brought a few others along behind her, and having saved to see what they could do, she asked, What do you see? Rao Ji had been the leader of the several people, and again he came out first and said, The yin qi is very heavy, but there are no wronged souls. Right, it's logical that there should be ghosts here that would create resentment after resenting the death of 4 people, but this place is very clean. Jiang Zhuo also said, The entire inside of the school is heavy with yin qi. It is reasonable to say that the school is a place of vigor. The yang qi is the most abundant. There won't be so much yin qi. Lu Wen said. Su Qingkuei nodded her head in praise. According to the metaphysics, these few people deserve to be personally taught by Master Changming and the others. This aspect of talent alone was very good, and these are the ones who have already opened their heavenly eyes, or whose heavenly eyes are not closed, simply born to do this. Good point. So do either of you see what's going on? Su Qingkuei asked the several people to shake their heads in unison. Then he looked at Chen Hang and said, Chen Hang, thank you, we'll come back tonight. Chen Hang was a bit anxious. He wanted to say that there is no way to solve it now, but think about it, he is not very familiar with Master Su. This kind of words cannot be asked. Then he swallowed his words inside. Okay, you can call me again if you need anything. Su Qingkuei led the group back, and Chen Hang watched from behind. He actually wanted to ask Su Chingkue if he could fix it, but he also knew that he didn't have the position to do so. Su Chingkue didn't owe him anything, they weren't even ordinary friends, and hung her head and went back to the dormitory. He didn't even want to stay inside the school if this matter wasn't resolved, and now everyone blamed him. Think it's because he's got his feet in several boats, but he was really wronged. Su Chingkue brought the group of them back and arranged for them to draw talismans before going to spread out on top of the sofa. From the bottom of my heart, it's so hard to work. If only I didn't have to work and mingle every day. But her wish wouldn't be granted, and it wasn't long after she had laid down that several people found her again, asking for tips on drawing charms. One can only get up again and carefully teach them all over again. Of course they weren't able to escape Su Chingkue's headbanging while teaching and mumbling about elfin brains. After Su Chingkue left, several people all came together. Rao Ji rubs his head and wants to cry. It hurts too much to knock your head. Yun Fangfang took out the talisman she drew wrongly and said, I can't draw well here where I turn. Can you guys? A few people looked at where she was pointing as if they couldn't draw it themselves, so they all fell silent. Rao Ji rubbed his head even more sadly. If this continues, his head is made of adamantium cannot withstand the knock-off. A few others rubbed their heads and kept quiet. Yun Fangfang, being a girl, was probably the one among them who got knocked around the least, but she also felt like she couldn't carry it off. In a consultative tone, she said, why don't we go back tonight and ask again? I think if I don't do the fun here now, I'll get beaten up when I go back, and then it won't be something as simple as a knock on the head. Zhang Zhuo was still trying to draw the talisman, but it didn't stop him from answering their words. When they thought about it, it seemed like it was indeed the case. Although their grandfather and master would not knock their heads, their ruler strikes on the palms of their hands also hurt a lot. Thinking about his grandfather's ruler, Shi Guan crossed his heart and said, I'll go and ask, and then I'll record it and show it to you. It's better for one person to be beaten than for us all to be beaten. A few others nodded very approvingly. Closed June said, then we'll take turns later. Seeing that everyone agreed, Shi Guan gritted his teeth and headed towards Su Chingkue's office, but he didn't know that Su Chingkue had heard them all. In the back of her mind, she thought about how they were so afraid of her, and she wasn't exerting herself. Make up your mind to restrain your hand later. So when Shi Guan arrived, Su Chingkai very kindly demonstrated what he didn't know a few times, and slowed down so he could see clearly, not knocking him on the head the whole time. Shi Guan exited Su Chingkue's office in high spirits. He felt that it was definitely because he was too talented that Master Su didn't knock him on the head. He then publicized the story to a few of his buddies, who were very disbelieving, but it wasn't good to go in front of Su Chingkue and ask for proof, so he could only watch him fool around. It set a few people's teeth on edge. Su Chingkue also listened to their noisy voices inside. It's true that they are still young, because they were going to take them to University A in the evening. Su Chingkue arranged for them to draw talismans and told them to make sure they succeeded with one today. Put several people on the fire and drive them. In addition to the family is doing talisman business. Closed June. A daytime success of A. Other people do not know a day to draw and paint waste how many talismans. One did not succeed. This led to Su Kingris wilting one by one when she saw them at night. Su Chingkue couldn't help but feel amused, and gave one of them a peace talisman, comforting them, never mind, keep drawing tomorrow. I'll teach you to draw the 5 thunder talismans then. They were all talented and simple-minded youngsters, and Su Chingkue didn't mind teaching them more, but how much they can learn is up to them, as long as they weren't too stupid. Su Kingris believed that they could learn some simple things. In fact, before Su Chingkue had also compiled a book, a list of talismans for them, writing all the various talismans on how to draw them, and it was obvious that many of them had not learned. Chapter 161, You Can Do It Later. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Su Chingkue took them on a ghostly path to the A University. Walking the ghost path for the first time, they all stared in curiosity when they saw the scenes inside the ghost path. They can't even summon the ghost gate now, let alone the ghost road, which they've never even seen. Out of the ghost road they all looked at Su Chingkue with bright eyes. Su Chingkue was helpless and drew a big pie. Learn it carefully, and you guys will be able to do it in the future as well. Yun Fangfang very seriously raised her own little fist in assurance. Master Su, we will definitely be as good as you in the future. Well, you guys are going to make it. To reach her current level of cultivation, according to the spiritual energy of this world, it was basically impossible for them. But Su Chingkue was not someone who would strike people down, and immediately encouraged. Su Chingkue led a few people past the police seal and directly inside the building. It was now 9 o'clock. This building has had few students coming through since the murders. It was still night, and the fact that none of the buildings had lights on made it seem particularly eerie. It's just that everyone in the room is dealing with ghosts and monsters on a daily basis, so they don't care. Several people were expressionless as they followed behind Su Chingkui until several people walked outside the door of the classroom where the accident later occurred. Rao Ji went up first and pushed the door open. This classroom was empty, with only a piano in the middle. The piano, which was now playing itself, with the black and white keys on it falling in sequence, was not bad. It's just that a few people are able to open their heavenly eyes, so they can naturally see the female ghost sitting in front of the piano. This female ghost was all red, and the expression on her face was a gentle scowl. Su Chingkui stepped to the side and said to them, "You guys make your move, I'll watch from behind." The 6 people looked at Su Chingkui in unison, their eyes filled with disbelief. Lu Wan directly want to run. This is his father cannot solve the severe ghost. He went up will not send food. Su Chingkui directly said, "I won't deliver the food. You guys go up and practice, I'll watch from behind. I won't let anything happen to you." Master Clarity had been instructing Rao Ji that he must listen to Su Chingkui, so he did not resist at all. Fiddling with his own Buddha beads in his hand, he headed for the female ghost. Several others saw this and pulled out their own weapons to follow. The most ruthless was Closed June, who put all the charms on his body. Almost even on his brain he wanted to put one on his head. He just looked at the constipated expressions on several people's faces, and he didn't end up sticking it to his head. Su Chingkui was watching from the side. The female ghost looked at the 6 people who rushed up. With a fierce face, the movements of her hands all became intense, and the sound of the piano became very sharp. Yun Fangfang directly threw out a talisman to interrupt the movement in her hand, or else a few people would have to be annoyed by the sound of the piano before they even started to do anything. The opponent was a ghost general, and several people were very careful. Rao Ji is playing assistance for a few people on the side, and Closed June is even throwing talismans on the side when he knows he can't beat them. Not a hint of getting close. As expected, a few people together couldn't carry it for long. They were directly flipped to the ground by the female ghosts. The female ghost had now completely turned into a stern ghost, and she roared, "Who are you? And why did you come to spoil my good deed? Your good deed is to kill all those girls and eat their souls." Su Chingkui's words irritated the female ghost, and the yin chi in her body churned. "What do you know? They all deserve to die. Chen Hang can only be mine alone. It's better if I eat them up. They're all inside my body. Don't they like Chen Hang? Then they'll watch me and Chen Hang love each other in the future." She started to laugh after saying this, leaving Su Chingkui a few people speechless too. Yun Fangfang even directly spat. "People, Chen Hang wants to hide when he sees you. What kind of daydreaming is that, isn't it? People don't take you seriously at all." The female ghost became even more maniacal. The yin chi inside the classroom was already as black as ink. "Impossible. Chen Hang can only be mine. You all go to hell." After saying that, a large strand of yin chi came towards Su Chingkui and the others, and there was also a fury chi hidden inside. But before the yin chi could reach Su Chingkui's few people, it was blocked by a once transparent one. The female ghost's eyes were red as she glared at several people, but they all stayed quietly behind Su Chingkui, not doing anything at all. Su Chingkui beckoned, and the female ghost was lifted into Su Chingkui's hands. Yun Fangfang, several people looked at Su Chingkite in shock, then looked at each other, indicating that none of them had seen the movements in Su Chingkite's hands. Su Chingkui didn't look at them either, and directly asked the female ghost in her hand, "You have to pay a price for doing these things. You can regret it." The female ghost, also known as Fang Yanli, was lifted up in front of Su Chingkui, and it was only when she looked at Su Chingkui's face that she realized that this was the girl that Chen Hang had been delivering halibut to before, and the red light in her eyes became even more intense. She viciously cursed at Su Chingkui. "You are the one who seduced Chen Hang. He can't see me. I should have gotten you dead first. You're all going to hell." Hearing her words, even the monk Rao Ji wanted to laugh. Wasn't she the one who deserved to go to hell the most, killing so many people and still doing wrong inside the school? Su Chingkui fatally said, "Whether I'll go to hell or not I don't know yet, but you're going to have your soul scattered today." After saying that, he slapped Fang Yanli and directly slapped her into a state of black mist, then put it in his hand and balled it up into a ball. Pulling out a yin gathering talisman, he absorbed all the surrounding yin chi into the talisman. A few people could clearly see that the yin chi around them was basically gone, and with all that was left, a few days in the sun would basically be gone. Several people's eyes shone brightly as they looked at Su Chingkui. Two big words written inside their eyes: they wanted to learn. Su Chingkui lost her smile. "Go back and teach you guys." As soon as they were out of the school building, they saw Chen Hang waiting outside, and now he wasn't wrapped up as tightly as he was during the day, revealing his original face. Yun Fangfang was very sure that it was indeed a good-looking boy. Seeing several people come out, he hurriedly went forward and asked, "Master Su, are you all right?" "It's okay, it's been resolved, and the police will come out with a briefing in a few days." Chen Hang was relieved to see that a few people were fine. Su Chingkue and the others said that they would come over in the evening. He didn't know what time it was. He was waiting outside at 9 o'clock, but he never saw them come, and there was no movement inside the school building, so he thought Su Chingkue and the others hadn't come yet. I didn't expect Su Chingkue and the others to arrive long ago, and to settle things so quickly. He didn't ask what it was about, but he could feel it, and he could often feel that something wasn't right around him in recent times. It's good that you're fine. Chen Hang breathed a sigh of relief before handing over the food box he was holding. This is made by my mom. There's your favorite lo mein, I hope you don't mind. Chapter 162, what do you see? Say thank you to your mom for me, and you can send me a message if you need anything in the future. Then Su Chingkue led the way back. Su Chingkue wants to go back to swinging for the fences right now and doesn't want to do anything. It was so troublesome to bring someone with her. If she was alone, she would just go over there and crush the severe ghost directly. There was no need to wait for the night or spend so much time. Yun Fongfong's few people didn't know that Su Chingkite, who had just separated from them, had begun to dislike them, and now they were all going home in high spirits, sharing what they had learned today around Su Chingkite. The elders of the family were made very happy. Su Chingkue didn't know what they were thinking, and in her mind, she was thinking about how to get rid of them tomorrow, so she could have a little bit of time to swing for the fences. It just wasn't up to her to think about it. The next morning, 6 people were waiting inside her office in unison. Good morning, Master Su. They greeted her very enthusiastically when they saw her. In unison, and neatly, like shouting slogans. Tang Songyan snickered beside him, and Su Chingkue glared at him, still having to struggle to bring them along today. Just like bringing up a child. Today they're going to a small village in J. All the people in that village died overnight. The murderer has not even been found now, and the report to the Sarah is that the local police need assistance. Su Chingkue actually didn't want to go. She had gone to 2 small villages, both of which were shady places that really didn't interest her at all. But Tang Songyan had sent people to deal with it before, and hadn't found the murderer, nor had they seen any of the lich ghosts, who they all knew had done it, but even more so, they hadn't found any traces of the lich ghosts. That's what kept staying. It could only be Su Chingkue going by herself. Su Chingkue sighed. Another day at work. Yun Fongfong. Several people looked at Su Chingkite hopefully. Su Chingkite, who had originally said that she wanted to take the airplane, silently withdrew her hand. She didn't want to fly either, but the leader said it was a bad influence and she had to follow the customs. Not flying was just what she wanted now, and pinching her fingers opened the ghost path and localized it to the local police station. Director Lin saw his office, a blackened passageway appear, and then saw several people walk out from inside his passageway, startled, and looked warily at Su Chingkue's several people. Su Chingkite took out the materials Tang Songyan had given her from inside her storage bracelet and said, Director Lin, hello, I'm Su Chingkite from the Special Administrative Bureau. I'm here to investigate the incident in Liao's village, and this is my ID. Director Lin looked at what Su Chingkue handed over and asked for a long time before he could stabilize his heart that was almost beating out of his chest. Reaching out a hand warily, he took the documents in Su Chingkue's hand over. Seeing the 3 words Su Chingkue and then seeing the number below, he reacted. Giving Su Chingkue a salute, he said, Good day, Director Su. I'm Lin Jiadong, the director of J City's Shiqing Precinct. Hello, Special Authority Su Chingkue, they are my assistants. Please take a seat. Director Lin politely brought Su Chingkue to sit on the sofa. Director Lin, let's get straight to the point. You introduce me to that village, Su Chingkue directly said. Su Chingkue was used to seeing a person and looking at his face, and of course she could see that this Director Lin was a good police officer who was dedicated to the people. Like Chief C at the time, it was well liked by the locals. He wasn't one to beat around the bush, and when he saw Su Chingkue ask, he directly said that he didn't even need to look at the notebooks and materials. Liujia village is the smallest village in our city, with a total of only 59 households and 256 people, deep in the mountains, and very inconvenient to get in and out of. When our city first practiced relocation, it was thought to move their village out, but their entire village disagreed. For this reason we purposely built a direct road to the township for their village, although because of the terrain, only one vehicle can pass through, but their contact with the outside world is much more convenient. Over the years after the country's precise poverty alleviation policy, their village has gradually become richer, but their xenophobic thinking has remained unchanged. Su Chingkue didn't want to listen to his long-winded speech and gave him a direct look. Director Lin wanted to say more, but when he saw the look in Su Chingkue's eyes, he instantly understood and started talking about the case directly. It happened on April 21st. That day the whole Liao's village died. We checked all the surveillance in the neighborhood and found no suspects, but the way they died was very strange. Both eyes were wide open and the coroner gave a report of death from shock. Su Qingkue nodded her head to indicate that she knew. Let's go to Liao's village. Director Lin looked at his watch and said, Director Su, why don't we go tomorrow? Liao's village is very far from ourselves. The drive takes 5 hours. If we leave now we won't be able to make it back. All tomorrow we'll leave early in the morning. What do you think? Don't worry. It'll be quick. We'll take the ghost path there. When he finished speaking, he looked at Rao Ji and said, Rao Ji, pull him and don't let the ghosts inside the ghost path get close. Master Su, don't worry. I will definitely take care of him. Rao Ji assured very solemnly. Then he gave him another peace talisman and instructed, Director Lin, take this and follow Rao Ji closely, or else he'll be eaten by ghosts. Oh, Director Lin had no idea what the few people were talking about, only to see another black channel appear inside his office. Su Qingkue took the lead and walked in. Then Rao Ji took his hand and dragged him directly inside the passageway, with the people behind following in turn. His eyes widened as he looked around him, and as if he knew his shock, Rao Ji said, Close your eyes if you're scared. Director Lin wasn't that scared and quickly eased up, looking at the men with shocked eyes. There was just something even more shocking. They had only been walking inside the passageway for a little while when they saw Su Qingkue stop, and then a hole appeared in front of her, just like the one he had seen inside the office. Just as soon as he exited the passageway, he was shocked. This was clearly the village entrance of Liaojia village. He couldn't help but think in his heart, worthy of being the director of the Special Administrative Bureau. This kind of magical power is not something that ordinary people can have anymore. He's about to say sorry for all the decades of tripe he's had ahead of him, and it's about to be updated. Arriving at the new place, Su Qingkue asked the few people as usual, What do you see? Rao Ji's few people looked around, their brows furrowed. In the end, Rao Ji said, Master Su, I didn't see it. Su Qingdao didn't blame him either and looked at the others again. A few people didn't see anything, because now the Liao family village is just like any ordinary village, quiet and peaceful. It didn't seem odd in any way, except that it was unpopulated. Chapter 163, Taking Their Lives. But at times like these, the strangest is often the most normal thing. Su Qingkue looked in one direction, a little emotional. No wonder they didn't see it coming. But there was no explanation, saying, Go in and take a look. Rao Ji and the few others didn't have any opinions and directly followed Su Qingkue. Dangerous places they've been to a lot. They haven't been afraid, let alone being in their line of work. Commissioner Lin wanted to persuade him further, trying to say that he hadn't applied for a gun to come over today, and that it would be bad if something happened. But then thinking about Su Qingkue's ability, he shut up again. Seeing what they were capable of just now, none of their group were normal, and it wasn't certain who was in trouble. Immediately, he dropped his heart and followed them. He also saw that perhaps in their eyes he, the people's police, was the weakest being, the one who needed their protection. After several people came and they all surveyed the village, it really was just like what Director Lin said. Very small, all the families were gathered in one place, surrounded by mountains. The center of the village is a square. All the houses are built around this square. The entrance is not like other villages that sit north to south. All the houses in this village are built towards the square, looking like a pilgrimage. Su Qingkue suddenly stopped and pointed at a house and asked, Look at that house. What did you find? A few people look over. That is a very usual two-story small building. The area is also very small, probably only more than 50 square feet. The second floor has a balcony. The balcony above the planting of many flowers and grasses, just now are wilted bar. Rao Ji looked at it and began to close his eyes and recite meditative verses with his mouth. After a while he opened his eyes. This time C is not the same, or two-story small building. Only the outer wall are covered with black and brown things. Rao Ji carefully looked at the past. Actually is the bloodstains. I saw it. Su Qingkue nodded and said, You can't look at things on the surface. Sometimes your own eyes can deceive you. The other few didn't see it and looked at Su Qingkue in confusion. Su Qingkue also did not say anything. Cultivation things should be understood by oneself. It's just that none of them were people who would simply give up. Seeing that Rao Ji had understood, several people also looked carefully at the house over there. After a while, other than Shut Jun, everyone else understood what Su Qingkue was talking about. He was getting a little anxious. Su Qingkue comforted. Your strength is talisman making. You don't have to use your shortcomings to compare with other people's strengths. Master Su, I understand. Su Qingkue gave him a bit of assistance, which also allowed him to see the scene around him. Rao Jitsai said, Master Su, what's going on here? Su Qingkue smiled and explained, This is a ghostly spirit. Yun Fongfong was shocked. Could it be that we've been in since the village entrance? Yes, what you see now is only what she wants you to see. A bunch of people winced in unison. If it wasn't for Master Su, they wouldn't know how they would have died in here. Yun Fongfong instantly wanted to cry. She didn't think they could meet such a fierce ghost. All of them had already cultivated ghosts, and 30 of them he was no match for. Master Su, what should we do? We can't beat them. Yun Fongfong cried out. Su Qingkue felt amused and said, with me around, what are you afraid of? Then Su Qingkue brought them to the square and said, take a look. Then a few people looked around in confusion. Thinking about Su Qingkue's words just now, Director Lin just watched from the sidelines. He couldn't tell what they were doing anyway. He was just a poser now. All he had to do was follow. Su Qingkue looked at them and wanted to knock them on the head again. The left hand holds down the right hand so that their heads are spared. Knowing that they couldn't tell, Su Qingkue directly said, come out on your own, or I'll carry you out. Several people were confused by Su Qingkue's words, and then reacted to the fact that it wasn't said to them. After waiting for a while, the top of the square remained quiet. Su Qingkue let out a TSK. Then he pulled out a 5 thunder talisman and held it between his fingers. Suddenly a figure appeared in front of them. Only this one looked very strange. Yun Fongfong saw that directly her heart recoiled and wanted to vomit. All that was visible was that the man had only a head, and below his neck was a transparent altar, with the guts and blood writhing inside clearly visible. She had a stunningly beautiful face, but that face contrasted with her body in such a way that one could only feel horror. The moment Director Lin saw it, his eyes simply widened. He really had never seen anything like it in his life. Yun Fongfong covered her mouth and held back for a long time before asking, Master Su, she is? Su Qingkue's face was all grim, but she still patiently replied, it's the altar girl. Su Qingkue's eyes were grim, although she knew there was such a thing. It was only now that she was really seeing it that she felt chills all over her body. Oh, humans. The people who hurt themselves are often the ones they trust the most. Several of Director Lin's people had never seen anything like this before, and were even more chilled. Seeing the girl's appearance, the few people who had been talking behind Su Qingkue were now unable to speak. Are you guys here to keep me company? The girl asked them, cocking her head. Come to send you to hell. The look on the girl's face suddenly turned cold, and her icy words seemed to come from all directions. You guys stay with me. The air around them suddenly darkened, and then a gusty wind blew. Su Qingkue raised a protective shield for them before saying, I'll send you to reincarnation. The girl looked like she was looking at a little cutie. Look at Su Qingkue. The blood and flesh inside the altar became even more visible. You can even see the heart beating. She laughed out loud and taunted. I've killed so many people and you're telling me to send me to reincarnation. You're lying to ghosts. Su Qingkue was not the least bit moved, saying, I can send you to reincarnation when I say I can. The girl became even more disbelieving, feeling even more that Su Qingkue was lying to him. The gloom around them was even more intense. It directly wrapped Su Qingkue's several people inside, but it couldn't intrude into Su Qingkue's protective shield for a single moment at all. A few people looked at each other and were close to hugging each other. You are a good person's destiny in 10 lifetimes. This is your 9th, and the family you've been cast into is a patriarchal family. Su Qingkue's words caused the girl's movements to lurch before stopping in place. I only saw Su Qingkue continue. When you were born, there were already 3 daughters above this family, and they wanted a son so badly that they had thoughts of drowning you, but they knew of a partial recipe, and they decided to keep you. They didn't like you, but they were still as nice as they could be, and those years were some of the happiest you've ever had in your life. Until the day you were 3 years old, when they broke your limbs, stuffed you inside this altar, and put you under the bed for a whole month, believing that this partial recipe would give them a son. They just don't realize it's an evil spell that will eventually kill them. Chapter 164 What I Need to Pay. The girl listened to Su Qingkue's words without a single expression on her face. People wonder how she's feeling right now. Instead, it was Yun Fongfong in the back who got angry. She huffed. What's wrong with girls? Girls are good too. Su Qingkue smiled and stroked her head. She was considered to be someone who had lived a good life in this world, but inside many dark corners. How many girls spend their lives without being able to see the outside world and live their lives in confusion? And it's a life of persecution, dislike, beatings, and more girls, who don't even get a glimpse of the world before they are simply killed by their own biological parents. Their lives are over before they even begin. And the reason for hurting them is simply because they are not boys and they have no way to carry on the family name. The girl looked at them mockingly and said, you know all that, and you're going to send me to reincarnation? You can go to reincarnation whenever you want. Ha ha ha. The girl still didn't believe Su Qingkue's words, but she didn't make things difficult for them either, saying, you guys go, I've already avenged myself, and I don't want to go to reincarnation. Then the girl disappeared completely in front of the crowd. Director Lin stood beside Su Qingkue and asked, Director Su, is what you just said true? Su Qingkue nodded. It's true. Then it went on to say what it hadn't said earlier, spelling out all the misery of the girl's life. She was placed inside an altar with her limbs broken off because her parents knew of a recipe, and an old Taoist priest told them that if they made an altered girl out of their well-loved daughter, their family's next child would be a boy. When the girl was first stuffed in, she had thought she was going to die, but under that old Taoist priest's manipulation, time slowly passed and she gradually became one with this altar. Originally she hadn't hated it that much, but they hadn't had a son for 5 years in a row, and they felt that the girl had interfered with their luck in having a boy. They put the girl under the sun, and by this time the girl had turned into a half-human, half-ghost state, so naturally she couldn't withstand the sun exposure. But at only 8 years old she was extremely beautiful, and the group still wouldn't leave her alone, did a lot of things to her. Then their family still failed to produce a son, and indeed everyone in the village began to covet girls. They sell the girls over and over again to pay back the money. It seems that in this remote place, the ugliness of human nature is brought into full play, and the people in the village humiliate her and bully her. They didn't stop until they had played the girl to death, but the sin had been done. How could it be simply uncovered? And basically, all the girls in this village were killed shortly after birth, and there were dozens, if not hundreds, of girls who died over the years. Director Lin's eyes widened. He also knew that the phenomenon of sun preference would exist in many rural places, but there was absolutely no way for him to imagine that the evil of human nature would actually go to such an extent. And that's where they're not doing a good job. In their jurisdiction, they're not getting these girls down in a timely manner. It was a dereliction of duty on their part. So many lives, in places they didn't know about, disappeared. With the girl's departure, the square above returned to its original form, quiet and peaceful. It was just that Yun Fong Fong several people were silent. Su Chingkui laughed. Why this look? In life, many things are already set in stone, as long as one does not regret it. There's nothing to dwell on. Several people didn't know how to respond to Su Chingkui's words, but things were indeed like this. It's good to feel like it's worth it yourself, whatever everyone else thinks. Director Lin also looked sad and remorseful, but Su Chingkui did not know how to comfort him. Everyone has their own heart to insist on something. This is also other people do not have the ability to be on the side of the finger. They feel worthy of it is good, whatever other people have in mind. Su Chingkui smiled and said, let's go. Send her away as soon as possible. Her soul body is incomplete now, and she will be used by someone with a heart of gold. She was angry too, but everyone had everyone's choices and she couldn't get involved. Yun Fongfong's eyes turned red. Master Su, can she really go to reincarnation? Can, as long as she wants to. Raoji, a few people still didn't understand, so they asked directly, Master Su, after all, she killed so many people. She has already turned into a severe ghost. She can really still be reincarnated. You're forgetting that she's been a great benefactor and meritorious in her previous 8 lifetimes, and 8 lifetimes is enough to exchange her for a chance to start over. Master Su, let's go. She's really too pitiful. A few people didn't know where the girls were, so they could only follow Su Chingkui. Su Chingkui didn't go far, only returning back to the front of the small 2-story building. The girl floated out from inside the house. You guys get the hell out of here. You really don't want to go to reincarnation? Originally in this life you were supposed to be invested in a happy and fulfilling family. It's just that your reincarnation spot was taken. Don't you want to see your original parents? Su Chingkui's words caused the girl to freeze for a moment, but it didn't change its mind either. Su Chingkui had said, don't you want to know who took your reincarnation slot? Your original parents were killed by their own daughter in their last life, and they haven't had any children in this life, so you don't want to renew your relationship with them? Su Chingkui stopped looking at her after she finished speaking, and the girl stood in place without saying a word. Su Chingkui's words were seductive to her. She had been miserable all her life except for the first 3 years, and then the rest of her life. She didn't understand why this was happening. She clearly wasn't hurting anyone, just thinking about herself now. A chipper smile was all over her stunning face. I know you're a man of skill. It was easy to capture me and break me up, and you're telling me so much now because you see me as pathetic and want to help me out. But, as you know, I have killed so many people. There is no more reincarnation. So you go back. The girl finished and floated inside the small building. When Su Kingris heard her words, she lamented that by this point in time, she was still someone who looked out for her people. I can send you to the afterlife if you want. The girl's form paused, but still didn't turn around. If you continue to stay here now, sooner or later you'll lose your mind, be infested by the resentment in your body, and turn into a complete robot. She turned back slowly. So, what do I need to pay? Chapter 165, Wake Up Yourself. You don't have to give anything. Someone will naturally give it for you. Su Chingkui snorted dumbly with the girl, and several people did not understand what she meant. She didn't say much either. The girl slowly turned around. His face was full of smiles and the altar on him wasn't even as scary as it had been. Seeing Su Chingkue speak with such certainty, she also wanted to know what she was capable of. Su Chingkue directly pinched her knuckles, and a ghost door appeared in front of her. You didn't lie to me? No. You'll see when you get inside. Su Chingkue threw a golden light of merit over her. Then watch as she slowly walks inside the ghostly door. The others didn't understand why the girl suddenly agreed, but Su Chingkue knew. She's got the Een aura of death, coalesced from the grudges of the girls who were killed here. What they wanted more than anything was a happily ever after, and now that they had that chance, of course she would grab it. Director Lin felt that what happened today was more exciting than the decades before him, and he didn't even know what to do now except be heartbroken and blame himself. Su Chingkue looked at his expression and didn't need to pinch herself to know what was going on in his mind. Director Lin, she's already reincarnated and gone. I'll leave things here to you. The children who were killed here. I hope you'll find them all for burial. Director Lin nodded. It was something they could do. You can't keep a child out of sight all the time. The girl went to her reincarnation, and the ghostly spirits around her began to disperse. The crowd finally got a full view of the small village. A lot of the houses were a big mess of blood, and the middle of the square they had just been in was actually an ancient shrine. It was filled with rose, and all the houses in the village were built around this shrine. None of them knew what to say, and Yun Fangfang still had an angry look on her face. She hated. What's wrong with the girl? The girl is also very good. Let a boy kind of later is not to be angry with them. The people present were all men except Su Chingkue, and they didn't know what to say to Yun Fangfang's words. Many people have an inexplicable obsession with gender, thinking that boys are the way to go. Things are settled here, too, and the girl goes to the cast. Su Chingkue then said that she would take them back. Director Lin refused outright, saying that he wanted to be here to watch the crime scene, and that he would also wait here for his comrades from the police department to come over. The scene is fully revealed without the ghostly cover. Broken, dilapidated, and full of decadence. There were no flowers or plants, no cleanliness or tidiness. There was only dark black blood, and silent and eerie and full of blood. Yun Fangfang. Several people looked at the surrounding scenery in shock. Su Chingkue laughed. Anything seen by the eyes is not necessarily true, and the eyes can deceive themselves. A few people couldn't believe that they were being just mesmerized as soon as they walked in, and none of them noticed. Looking at them, Su Chingkue couldn't afford to crack down on them, and could only encourage. You guys learn seriously, and strive not to be cheated in the future. Yun Fangfang looked at Su Chingkite accusingly. Is there such a thing as him comforting people? It's simply solid. Su Chingkue touched her nose, a little embarrassed. But she's also telling the truth. Start learning seriously now so you don't get ripped off later. Otherwise you'll still get scammed in the future, and it won't be for nothing. Yun Fangfang smiled and asked Su Chingkue, Master Su, can we be like you in the future? Of course, you still have work to do. Whether it was considered a lie or not, that was what Su Chingkue said anyway. Anyway, according to what the leaders want, the burden of the country will still be in their hands in the future. Encourage as much as you can, and in the future, when you know the evils of the world, you won't have such thoughts now. Sure enough, when they heard Su Chingkue's words, a few people were like chicken blood. There was a lot of energy and passion. Su Chingkue silently turned her face away from them, afraid that she would burst out laughing. Several people waited where they were for a long time before a large number of police arrived here. The group was confused as they looked at the ready-made that was nothing like before. There were also people from the Special Administrative Bureau who had rushed over, so Su Chingkue decisively left the matter here to the people who had come. Yun Fangfang asked Su Chingkue with great interest, Master Su, how do we get back? Su Chingkue deliberately wanted to tease them. Take the airplane back. Yun Fangfang instantly wilted. Su Chingkue took it as if she didn't see it, pulled out her cell phone, and pretended to ask them for their ID numbers. Yun Fangfang directly pounced on Su Chingkue and cried out pitifully, Master Su, let's go back like we wanted to come. I want to experience it once more. Su Chingkue didn't say yes or no, so she looked straight at Yun Fangfang, directly making her look furtive. Only then did he chuckle. Then walk back on your knees. After saying that, he invoked the ghost gate, and before the crowd could react, he directly kicked them all inside the ghost gate. Yun Fangfang didn't even shout out in shock before going straight in. Unsteady body shape. Directly fell a dog. Su Chingkite sheepishly touched his nose, his hand a little heavy, but it shouldn't be in the way. Great body. Resistant to beatings. Considerate life's trials and tribulations. Su Chingkue quickly adjusted herself to the situation, so she treated their accusing eyes as if she didn't see them. Yun Fangfang. A few people didn't know what to do. Su Chingkite was not the same at all inside their impression. Previously, their master had told them that Su Chingkue was supposed to be in the mold of a man of the world, but why would he be the way he was now after coming into contact? Not a hint of a worldly man, and sometimes simply more immature than they are. They really are too hard. Su Chingkui didn't give them a chance to think about it more, directly picking them all up. It was more important to go back to a city. This time out, Su Chingkui sensed that things were a bit off. Before, I thought it was Xian Lin who did it, but now that Xian Lin is dead, then who is behind so many things that have happened recently? Su Chingkui was unwilling to do anything until he found out, and she always felt like there was a conspiracy going on in there. It was something she had overlooked before. Creating a Yin land and collecting Yin Qi, Su Chingkui couldn't think of anyone other than Xian Lin who would need to do so. And then there was her master and brother, who she hadn't been able to contact, and she always had the feeling that they were doing something amazing. Su Chingkui instantly felt a headache. She came here obviously to swing for the fences, so why is she now going bald with worry every day? She wanted so badly to wake up the person she was in the beginning. Chapter 166, Return to a City. Su Chingkite and her group returned to a city. The old lady was already at home waiting for Su Chingkite to come back for dinner. She hadn't spent more than a few days at home since she woke up. The old lady reads about her not being at home every day. Su Chingkui smiled. Grandma, I'll be home for dinner more often in the future. Su Chingkui's assurance, the old lady was instantly happy and said repeatedly, That's good. That's good. Today's dishes are all your favorites. Come over and get ready to eat. Good. While the three of them ate, Su Chingkui thought about things. Then he looked at the old woman who was eating seriously, and she was just like before, not even adding gray hairs to her temples. It was only Su Chingkui who suddenly smiled, said, Grandma, let's take a trip back to Sea City in a few days. The old lady asked a little strangely, What's the point of going back to Sea City? What's the fun in it? Su Chingkui smiled at what she was looking at, then said, Going to play, just like we went to G City to play before. I've heard from people on the internet that there's a lot of fun to be had in Sea City too, but I haven't been there yet. The old lady didn't doubt it and agreed decisively. Okay, our Iris can play for as many days as she wants. Then we have a deal. The family finished the meal with great joy. Su Chingkui then went straight back to her room, having things to do tomorrow. After contacting her master as usual and not getting a reply, Su Chingkui wasn't annoyed. Can't reach her and can still do the math on her own. Lately she's been feeling like she's missing a memory more and more. Then it means that she really is missing a memory. And it's possible that this memory has something to do with master. Only the next morning, the leader urgently called Su Chingkui to his office. Many people had already gathered inside the conference room when Su Chingkui arrived, including Master Clarity and others that you would normally see and hear about in the affairs of the state. Su Chingkui instantly looked at the leader. In the back of his mind, he wondered if there was something he hadn't noticed. But Su Chingkui made some serious estimates and didn't find anything out of the original destiny. The site leader Su Chingkui changed naturally saw it, but she didn't say much, just called for all the papers in hand to be sent out to everyone. After everyone had received the document, the leader said, All of you are the pillars of our huaxia, and I won't say anything else off topic today. What you all got in your hands is the news that our meteorological department observed the first typhoon of the year is about to make landfall. Su Chingkui turned the document in her hand over to look at it, and it really did contain a detailed record of the starting point of this typhoon and the predicted movements. Only in the middle of the road had already turned hard folded 90 degrees. The direction once again become huaxia. Then this twist in the middle is intriguing. Su Chingkui reached out and briefly pinched her hand, then smiled. As expected, the leader said from above, The most important thing about inviting you all here this time is that this typhoon is making landfall in our country's city of F. Once it makes landfall, it will cause unpredictable damages. And on behalf of the country, I ask that you all stop the typhoon from making landfall on our territory. Su Chingkite just listened without saying anything. But it was Master Chang Ming who took the initiative to come to Su Chingkite and asked, Master Su, do you have any solutions? Seeing that Su Chingkui hadn't begun to think about it, he added, It happens every year. After all, people can make a typhoon turn around, and we can make it blow back. It's just a matter of who's more skillful. Su Chingkui nodded in understanding. When Master Chang Ming saw that Su Chingkui still didn't say anything, he was a bit anxious. He asked once again, If Master Su has any solutions, just say them quickly. We'll all listen to you. Su Chingkui was speechless. Hadn't they done this many times before? Why even ask her? She didn't do it. Master Clarity, just listen to you. Do whatever you say. Master Clarity was dumbfounded. That's not what he said before. The leader was still talking up there, and the two were already complimenting each other down there. Master Changming was dumbfounded. He was still thinking that by following Su Chingkui, he would be able to not have to put in so much effort this year. But he didn't expect Su Kingris to not eat his words. By the time the leader had finished and left, the two were still down there wrestling with who they should listen to. In the end, Jiang Chang, who was sitting next to them, couldn't help himself and said, "You two just calm down for a while, we need to hurry up and get going." The two men shut up then. It wasn't that Su Chingkui couldn't do it alone. It was that he couldn't stand to see Master Changming actually wanting to throw everything at him. How can he give her everything? He has a temper too. After Jiang Chang came over to make peace, the two quickly stopped complimenting each other and instead listened attentively to what Jiang Chang had to say about the layout of this mission. Su Chingkui yawned as she listened, but she didn't want to do it. She was lazy, so all he wanted now was for her to be in the back of the line when they did it. A bunch of people quickly assembled in F-Town. Su Chingkui followed right behind the crowd, not at all conspicuous, and no one mentioned her. On the contrary, it was Master Clarity who passed in front of her every now and then, making her very speechless. The place where they were stationed was just off the coast, and the army had taken control of the circle around them. It already feels like a storm is coming, but Master Chingming's teeth itched with anger when he looked at Su Chingkui's lack of urgency at all. In the end, he couldn't help but find Su Chingkui on the beach. "Grandmaster Su, this time the other party also knows that we'll make a move, so if we're undefeated at that time, we'll lose more than a little bit." Su Chingkui nodded. She naturally knew. "And then what?" Master Clarity choked, half speechless. Su Chingkui laughed. "Just don't worry. Aren't I here?" Master Changming was still uneasy. He looked at Su Chingkui and said, "Master Su, if we really were to be won over by another country this time, our country's face would be all gone. It would be a great shame to lose face and honor." Su Chingkui nodded decisively, indicating that she knew. Only Master Clarity didn't get it, and he huffed and puffed. Directly next to Su Chingkite looked stunned. How did she not realize before that he was so angry, this person? Now this is throwing up their sleeves and quitting. Jiang Chang laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten up. "Ha ha ha. Master Su, ha ha ha. You don't mind, ha ha ha. He's always been like this in nature, so bear with me. He doesn't mean any harm." Jiang Chang laughed so loudly that everyone around him looked over. Su Chingkui was speechless for a while. How come no one she meets is very trustworthy looking? "Will you stop laughing? You've been watching a good show here for so long. What the hell are you doing here?" Jiang Chang hurriedly stopped his laughter and said in a very serious manner, "I'm here to express my gratitude to you. My little disciple said that you taught him a lot." "Thank you. If you need my help in any way, you can just open your mouth. I'll never excuse myself." Chapter 167, Quieter. No need for words of thanks. Su Chingkui shook her head. The few of them were all good learners and quite fun to be around, so Su Chingkui didn't mind teaching them a bit more. But how much they can learn is up to them. Jiang Chang smiled and nodded before adding, "What do you think of this time?" Su Chingkui looked at him with a slight sideways glance, then smiled and said, "What do you see?" Su Chingkui this time is really a little surprised. Before he every time to see him is behind Master Changming. Did not expect. He can see out of Master Changming cannot see. Jiang Chang didn't hold his head up either, but just worried. "I always feel that something is not right this time. It's only June at full count, and the earliest big typhoon before wasn't as early as now." He paused and added, "Maybe it's a gut feeling. I always feel like something's not right." Su Chingkui nodded and said, "Something is indeed wrong." From the moment she first began to pinch, it was obvious that someone was covering up, but she still counted, which was why she wasn't going to make a move and wait for the last minute to deal them a fatal blow. "I just didn't expect Jiang Chang to be so perceptive." Jiang Chang had a shocked expression. "Master Su, there really is a problem. Well, let's have the regulars pull out of the area for now. You guys do it early and I'll watch from the sidelines." Jiang Chang nodded seriously and then went to find someone to discuss it with. Su Chingkui continued to look at the churning waves. She always felt that there was a scent inside that she was very familiar with, but can never remember where I met it. No one could know how Su Chingkui was feeling, but it was her beloved master who was still watching her right now. Tushan didn't chant beside Ing Lin since he had gotten his promise, and just watched him to see when he would be done with things here. He looked at the light screen and bristled. "Can you make a move yourself? You're a saint's strength and you're lifting your little disciple to play every day." A look from Ing Lin completely shut Tushan up. She still has to walk her own path in the future. None of us can help, and she has her soul patched up now. It's just a matter of the last step. You can't be bad. Ing Lin's words made Tushan vomit to death. When had he been bad? He's obviously always listened to him. He really is so wronged. But Tushan didn't dare to say it, and only watched from the side. He was used to doing it directly, and he really couldn't get it to work with this kind of counting. He suddenly asked, "When do we leave this world?" "When things are understood." Tushan sighed. "That's what you say every time. So how long will it take to understand this?" Ing Lin gave him another look, and Tushan shut up decisively. As the sky darkened, Jiang Chang finally returned to Su Chingkui's side again, and he whispered, The leader told you to make sure that the people's property is safe. Su Chingkui nodded. The leader is still like this. Worrying about everything? When has she ever made a mistake? She is very reliable. Okay. Only her shattered leader didn't hear her. Jiang Chang stretched out his own tablet to show Su Chingkui as he pointed at the schematic on top of the screen. We'll wait until we make our move here, which is about 20 minutes away. Su Chingkui looked at the place he was pointing at. The corner of her mouth hooked up slightly as she said, "Yes, you guys make your preparations." Although the leader of this mission didn't say that Su Chingkui should be in command, everyone came to ask Su Chingkui's opinion without fail. After all, everyone was fully aware of her strength, so if you weren't afraid to die, you could challenge her to see, but they know that everything speaks with strength. Jiang Chang went off to make preparations, and Su Chingkui still hadn't remembered where exactly she had met this aura. It was so familiar. She must have been exposed to it for a short time, but she didn't remember any of it now, and she didn't think it was as simple as losing her memory anymore. After another while, the crowd was ready, and Jiang Chang came over to call Su Chingkui. They were indeed ready when Su Chingkui arrived, and the crowd sat in specific positions, setting up a proper formation. Su Chingkui watched from the side, and then they started casting spells. The mana followed the guide in the center and then went straight to the sky. Su Chingkui pinched her fingers while feeling their movements. Sure enough, Su Chingkui sensed the danger that was speeding by and changed direction. Instead of breathing a sigh of relief, the crowd looked in the direction of the sky and once again rose in formation, maintaining the changed direction. Su Chingkui also pinched her lips to feel the current situation. Soon their faces changed and they increased their mana output. In an instant that sigh turned the typhoon, which had already turned sharply, forming a wicked 90-degree bend. The crowd didn't just give up. They were ready for a long battle. After all, the typhoon could be changed before it made landfall. As soon as it did, there was no chance of change. It is their country's property and people that will be lost when the time comes. With all their strength, the group once again reversed the direction of the steering typhoon. Jiang Chang cursed, "Are they taking vigor pills this year? How come they're so fast?" The guru sitting next to him said, "Don't talk sarcasm, be serious." "Where am I not serious? They're not right this year. They used to be able to change it twice at the most, and now it's the third time, and they're still able to change it?" The grandmaster next to him also nodded and frowned. Something is indeed wrong this time. Could it be that they've hired outside help? Does anyone have any outside help to lend them? Another master interjected. "So tell me what's going on today? How can you explain to the public after twisting it down?" The typhoon jumped the street. Jiang Chang now really didn't know what to say. They hadn't met anything like this before. Did they really hire outside help? But who has someone in their family who can lend them at a time like now? A bunch of people couldn't figure it out how to think about it. We can only all come together to consume each other. It was not until the slightest light of day that an unsmoked war came to a halt. Neither party was pleased. Later on, when they were really not as good as the other party, Su Chingkui still stepped in, but it was to secretly give them the help they needed to make it work. They've been held down, but the typhoon hasn't made landfall yet, so there are still variables. They rested directly where they were, and when they were rested, they would look again and try to beat them down directly. Anyway, in their hearts this battle, they can only win but not lose, otherwise their face still want to be. Su Chingkui didn't know what they were thinking, still looking at the tumbling waves, quieter today compared to yesterday's choppy conditions. Chapter 168. It was just that Su Chingkui knew that this was the prelude to an approaching storm. In this situation now, the quieter it is, the more dangerous it is. Su Chingkui had now been paying attention to the people who were playing against Jiang Chang and the others, and Su Chingkui had always felt that there were definitely more than just people from other countries in there. There's definitely someone else hiding in there, but she couldn't see it now. Almost everything was obscured by the mist. Logically, such a thing shouldn't exist, but ever since Su Kingris woke up from her slumber, she felt more and more out of place. It's the people around him who have a feeling that something's not right. She narrowed her eyes. It had better not be someone who was in on it, or she would show him how to spell the word regret. At noon, Jiang Chang and the others looked at the pictures coming back from the satellite, which showed that the typhoon had reversed its direction and was coming straight towards their side. At this rate there's a day left to land. Master Clarity hurriedly organized the people and changed direction again, determined not to let this typhoon make landfall in China. Looking at the way they were already exhausted, Su Chingkui said, "I'll do it." Su Chingkui didn't engage in any arm twisting with them, directly reversing her direction and then using her mana to make the typhoon accelerate. At the rate it's going, it'll land in another country at 5 p.m. Master Clarity looked at the photos that came back from the satellite and was a bit in disbelief. "How did you do it?" Su Chingkui smiled and said, "I'm going out for a trip. If the leader is looking for me, just tell him that I'll be back in a couple days." After saying that, Su Chingkui directly rose up in the air and flew directly towards the middle of the sea. The crowd present looked at Su Chingkui with admiration and even more envy. Su Chingkui sped along, and there was nothing on the empty sea. But Su Chingkui knew that there was definitely a control here. It's just that all the nearby seas are very calm and there's no turbulence. Su Chingkui hurriedly swept over the sea, suddenly stopping, then folding back and stopping at a place. Drawing his Wyoming spear, he attacked at a point directly in front of him. The place shattered piece by piece like a mirror, revealing a small island inside, quiet and peaceful, with a great vibe up on the island. But Su Chingkui wouldn't let her guard down like that. She landed on the beach and looked around her. There were still things over there that hadn't been packed in the rush to leave, and Su Chingkui suddenly knew who that person was. She hooked the corners of her mouth in a mocking smile. Dare I say that both she and Xianlin were just a pawn in someone else's hands. Su Chingkui lowered her head and muttered, "You used me as a pawn. Did you go through me?" Knowing who it was, Su Chingkui had no need to stay here. Quickly leaving, she had one more thing to confirm. Su Chingkui also didn't go back to the coast of F City, but went straight back to her home in a city. The old lady of the house was busy with Xiao Chui in the kitchen. "They mean they're making dumplings. I said that I would wrap more dumplings this time, put them inside the refrigerator, and take them out when I wanted to eat them." Su Chingkui smiled and walked into the kitchen. The old lady said happily, "Iris is back. We're having dumplings today." Su Chingkui walked into the kitchen while asking, "Where did Grandma go today? I seem to have seen someone who particularly resembles Grandma." The old lady cheerfully said, "Grandma has been at home today. Are you looking at it wrong? Grandma is just an ordinary old lady. Many old ladies look alike. I didn't think that Iris, would ever look at it wrong." Su Chingkui wrapped her arms around herself and leaned against the kitchen doorframe. Looking straight at the old lady, smiling faintly, he said, "Is that so? But I think it's really the same as Grandma then. Even the scent is the same." A flash of panic flashed in the old lady's eyes, but it quickly passed again as she said smilingly, "Grandma is all at home today. What is Iris doing at the door? Come in and make dumplings." Su Chingkui was still leaning against the doorframe, not moving. Suddenly she smiled mockingly and said, "When did you come to me?" She said the inquiry in an affirmative tone, which made the old woman flinch. But the old lady still didn't say anything. She just smiled and said, "Iris, wasn't it you who picked up Grandma from Sea City?" The movements in her hands didn't stop, but Su Chingkui knew she couldn't be wrong. It was just that she didn't want to admit that she hadn't realized it after so many months had passed. When did it first come to light? Maybe the last time, or maybe a few days ago, but none of them were found at the beginning. "Iris, is Grandma treating you badly?" The old lady's hand movements did not stop, still wrapping the dumplings in her hand. Seeing that Su Kingris didn't answer, the old lady asked again, "When did Iris find out?" "It was you that I picked up in Sea City from the very beginning. That's why you came with me when you said you would, without saying anything about going back to Sea City, and even more so with your strange attitude towards Su Guanyuan's family. You've been here so long. What's your purpose? It should have been easier for you to get your hands on me before when I was defenseless." The old lady smiled faintly, finally putting down the dumpling skins in her hands as she looked at Su Chingkui and said, "If I say there is no purpose, do you believe me?" Disbelief was written inside both of Su Chingkui's eyes. The old lady was a bit helpless and didn't say anything as she sighed deeply. Su Chingkui asked again, "Where is the real old lady?" "Long gone to reincarnation." She looked at Su Chingkui again after saying this. Only Su Chingkui still didn't believe her. She couldn't believe that all this effort to stay by her side served no purpose. She was even less convinced that a person's purpose could be so simple. "Aren't you going to make everything clear?" Su Chingkui looked at the old lady, then added, "Including how you fooled me on both sides at the same time." The expression on the old lady's face stalled and she ended up saying nothing as she sighed. "You'll find out later." Obviously this argument of hers was not accepted by Su Chingkui, who directly drew her Wyoming gun and pointed it straight at the old lady. The old lady's face didn't even change as she laughed. "The current you is no match for me." Su Chingkui had always adhered to the idea that she would only know if she could fight or not. It's too early to say anything. She's as good as she says she is, and she'll have to try to beat it or not. The Wyoming gun was pointed at the old woman and wasn't about to let go. The old lady was helpless. "You're not my match now. I'll tell you later. Is it up to me? Take that." Su Chingkui directly held the Wyoming gun in her hand and headed directly towards the old lady. But the space inside the house is just a bit small. Two people can't cast it all. In the end it was the old lady who just ran away, only leaving behind a sentence telling Su Chingkui not to be angry. Su Chingkui was already pissed off, so how could she still not be angry? She wanted to beat her up right now. She'd lied to him from the beginning until now, and she'd be sorry if she didn't. Chapter 169, Anger. Su Chingkui wanted to chase after her, but she couldn't. which pissed her off enough. Mentally cursing, I'll have to beat her up when I find her. Thinking about those days when she was cheated, Su Chingkue became even more angry. But Su Chingkue also felt strange. What was she doing staying by her side all the time when she was fine? She wouldn't believe her if she said there wasn't a conspiracy. Su Chingkue pulled open the ghost door once again, and she had a thought in her mind that she wanted to go and ask her master if it was true. Now he was all but certain that master hadn't been out of town at all, and must be in a place watching over her. Just what master was going to do she didn't know. She had a guess in her mind, but she wanted to go and see if it was true. All the way to master's place with a heavy heart. Su Chingkue didn't want to admit it in her heart, but thought of the places she had been ignoring before. It doesn't seem so hard to understand. Master, I know you've been watching me, and I just want to know, did you set this up? Lin was literally right there at the light screen looking at Su Chingkite, and knew that Su Chingkite already knew part of the story, and now she wanted to know the truth. But think about her purpose. Lin ended up saying nothing. He looked at Su Chingkue in the light screen in silence. On the contrary, it was the Tu Shan next to him who was offended. He said, your little disciple is angry now. If you don't coax it, you won't be able to coax it well by then. Lin glared at him. Tu Shan shut up decisively. In the back of his mind was the thought of what the hell. He didn't need to be coaxed anyway. Thinking about it, he began to watch the show with a sense of peace. Su Chingkue didn't get a reply from her master and knew that her master had made up his mind. Instantly, he turned around and went back. She could tell without him telling her. Back at home, Su Chingkue packed up her things and left the house. Leave your cell phone and stuff at home. Even the leaders couldn't reach her. No one knows where she went. In the end, the cloud merchants of the special administrative region were all pulled out to find Su Chingkue. But still no luck. Su Chingkue didn't actually go anywhere else. She just stayed next to the dragon vein. It took a few days to set up a large formation. A great formation formed by extracting the power of the dragon vein. Then smiled and looked in the direction of the sky. Suddenly there was a loud clap of thunder in the clear sky, followed by dark clouds. The sky was rapidly overcast, even turning over the exploding thunder. The smile at the corner of Su Chingkue's mouth didn't have the slightest intention of hiding it. Instead, he smiled wider and wider. A thunderbolt struck directly at Su Chingkue's feet. Su Chingkue laughed. Are you already afraid to show yourself now? Or is it because you're afraid? Because the situation is now out of your control. You feel like everything is out of your own hands. A thunderbolt struck Su Chingkue's feet, splitting the surrounding dirt empty. Only the small area where Su Chingkue was standing remained. Su Chingkue didn't move anywhere either, but looked in the direction of the sky. The clouds were now so thick that it was no longer at all possible to see what appeared to be clear just a moment ago. Everything just looks like a storm is coming. Tian Dao's anger was not even on Su Chingkue's mind as she continued. You had originally planned it out, but you realized that your world was out of your control, and an unexpected person, me, had appeared. A violent clap of thunder exploded. The people inside the surrounding cities were instantly stunned and hid in their homes, not daring to go out. The expression on Su Chingkue's face was the same as always. She continued, you're on my side, and you're wondering how I, an outsider, came to be, because you realized that you couldn't control me, that you had no way to sway my mind, and you were afraid that your purpose would fail. You looked at me, but you didn't find what you wanted to know. You commanded Xianlin to appear before me. As soon as Su Chingkue's words fell, an even more violent thunderclap rang out. A ray of thunder hurriedly struck towards Su Chingkue, but that thunder didn't hurt Su Chingkue in the slightest. Instead, it was as if it was being controlled, stopping at the place in front of Su Chingkue and not advancing an inch. The expression on Su Chingkue's face was still a smile, but Tendo was truly angry. Very dense thunder struck down towards Su Chingkue's head. Su Chingkue, who had now recovered her mana as well as her realm, wasn't afraid of his little thunder at all. Let all the lightning strike on his body. In the end, it was all absorbed by the wyvern gun. You're really scared now, because you can't do anything about me, the outsider, completely now. You were going to kick me out of this world, but you realized you couldn't do it yourself. You find that Earth is completely out of your control. You find that Earth is going out of your control as well. You're completely flustered and you've concocted a plan of your own. Su Chingkue's words came one after another, and with every word she said, the heavenly Dao became angrier. Finally a bunch of thunder, shining down together on the mountain Su Chingkue was on. At this point, you still won't show up? You shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Tendo's voice exploded in the sky. All the humans around them heard it, and even fewer dared to go out. All nestled in their homes, or houses. There was utterly no one walking in the streets. Of course, Su Chingkue certainly didn't know. She had chosen this place because it was far from human habitation. There's no need to leave early if there's no one next to you. and she also knew that the Heavenly Dao's favorite thing was thunder, which struck down without moving, weirdly annoying and best without humans around. The thoughts in Su Chingkue's heart were unknown to Heavenly Dao. All he knew was that the thoughts in his heart were all known by Su Chingkue. One's own purpose. How can one's own thoughts be known to an outsider? He was very angry. A slender thunder struck down towards Su Chingkue's head, and this one was not the same in the slightest as a bunch of them just now. It contained a very terrifying energy on it. The pile just now didn't even add up to be as strong as this one thunder. Su Chingkue also squared up and drew her Wyoming spear, stopping it above her head. She didn't believe he wouldn't kill her. I just don't know why he didn't do it before when he hid himself for so long, but it doesn't stop her from confronting him now. The Wyoming gun was already very skillful. After all, it had been following Su Chingkue for many years, and taking it to file mines was something she did often. A lightning struck down, and the body of the Wyoming spear was instantly covered in lightning. Zip, 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 flashed the sound of electricity. But soon, the sound of electricity on the wyvern's body was absorbed by it. Seeing that his thunder was so simply gone, the Heavenly Dao was furious as the dark clouds in the sky rolled over once again. A thunderclap exploded. The leaders far away in a city soon knew what was happening over here. Chapter 170. He urgently called Su Chingkue to ask her what had happened, but no one could get through to Su Chingkue's phone. Finally the leader huffed. Su Chingkue is simply bold. The little white secretary snickered from the sidelines, and held back a particularly hard laugh, ended up taking a hard look from the leader. Su Chingkue then watched the dark clouds rolling in the sky, still with a look of watching a good show. Even more so, the Heavenly Dao was furious. The last silhouette gradually appeared in front of Su Chingkue, and he used the same old lady's face. It was only Su Chingkue who skimmed her mouth in disgust. The mouth also does not spare him. Laughed, yo, shed come out, not hiding in the sky to put thunder? A strong wind whistled past towards Su Chingkue's face. Su Chingkue slightly sidestepped her head, and the strong wind passed by Su Chingkue's ear. It landed with a thud on the big tree behind it. The entire tree disappeared by the roots. Su Chingkue slightly tilted her head, a puzzled expression on her face as she asked, your ability has dropped so much la. How come you haven't made up for it? Tendo got even angrier. One after another powerful winds whistled towards Su Chingkue. Su Chingkue dodged sharply to avoid it, but the mocking expression on his face didn't show a trace of convergence. Once again, the Heavenly Dao was pissed off enough. Su Chingkue dodged while mocking. You're using a human body now, and you're looking at the ability to do even less. What responded to Su Chingkue was an even denser and stronger wind. Su Chingkue skimmed her mouth in disgust and uttered, don't you have anything else besides this trick? It was more than enough to infuriate the Heavenly Dao. He would have tried to use other tricks, but he could no longer control the items of his world now that his powers were diminished. There are few things that can be manipulated by him now. This matter was certainly known to Su Chingkue from the previous 2 days when she had confronted him at home. Otherwise he couldn't have, before for maintained well, suddenly appeared broken. The only explanation is that he is not as comfortable with manipulating things in this world now as he was before. Most obviously, he now had no way of knowing what Su Chingkue was doing at all times. That's why his breath was left on the island, because it was an emergency departure. After a while, he stopped, and he looked at Su Chingkue and asked, who the hell are you? Didn't you know? Su Chingkue asked rhetorically. He continued to remain silent, then asked again, how much do you know? Su Chingkue hooked the corner of her mouth and asked rhetorically, which of you don't look like I know? He was furious and looked viciously at Su Chingkue. If I were in my heyday, you'd dare talk to me like that. You're not even half the man you were in your prime now, are you? Su Chingkue's words exasperated the Heavenly Dao again, but she acted like she didn't notice, and the expression on her face was still smiling. Tendo's current face was still that of an old lady. Su Chingkue said in disgust, can you change your face? I looked diaphragmatic. The expression on Tendo's face stalled, but he still didn't change his face, still talking to Su Chingkue with the old lady's face. The expression on Su Chingkue's face was all disgust. Tendo looked like he'd gotten one back, and the expression on his face finally wasn't one of anger. The Heavenly Dao was about to say something else, when suddenly the surrounding scenery suddenly changed, and a huge transparent formation rose up from the ground, enveloping both Su Chingkue and the Heavenly Dao within it. Fire bubbled in Tendo's eyes as he looked at Su Chingkue. Su Chingkue laughed, you're allowed to lie to me. I'm not allowed to lie to you. Su Chingkue, you seek death. The dark clouds in the sky continued to churn. There was no longer a single light in the sky, as if it were night. The rain was pouring down, and there was no longer a single visible thing around. But neither of the two people present were normals and were largely unaffected. White Secretary urgently ran into the leader's office to report. The leader for the first time to see so flustered White. Looking up, he asked, what happened? Leader G City's Dragon Vein neighborhood is now like night. It seems that something bad has happened. This is the material that came back. Take a look. The little white secretary handed over the tablet. And the leader really saw the ink-like sky of G City. White flipped the page again. And it was full of discussions from G City netizens. Why is this rain so abnormal today? And there's no mention of a typhoon coming? This rain is just like pouring down. Even if our city drainage system is good, it will be flooded, right? It's dark and cold, so I don't dare to go home or go out. I just took a nap and it scared the hell out of me. I dreamed that our whole world was shattered into pieces like a mirror. Me too. I dreamed that all the buildings in our city collapsed and everyone was buried underneath. Brothers, in front of you cannot scare people. I'm timid. I can say, I dreamt about it too. Me too. +1, +10086. This sudden downpour in G City has left everyone feeling a little strange. The usual weather forecasts are not 100% accurate, but it's the first time I've seen one like today's with no preview at all. The story quickly hit the hot seat and everyone was talking about their thoughts and experiences online. It was reasonably a simple dream that wouldn't produce such an effect, but it happened to so many people that when people discussed it, it didn't seem right. The little white secretary looked at the leader, waiting for him to make up his mind. There are already many people asking under the official platform what exactly is going on, and this matter still needs to be explained to the public, or else the matter will keep festering, which will give opportunities to unsuspecting people. The leader was holding a tablet in his hand, carefully looking at the messages from the netizens on it. There was a long moment of silence before he said, "I'll think about it, and you can help me contact the leaders." White nodded and went out to make the arrangements. But the thoughts of the leader's heart were alarming, and he knew that this was not a simple matter. But now that he couldn't contact Su Chingkue, the leader directly contacted Master Changming, bothering him to come over. The complete rise of the heavenly Tao made the air feel like it had stopped. The ground began to shake and a huge crack appeared, like an earthquake, and the skyscrapers began to shake. Almost instantly, the small area within the formation exploded, and the earth was completely torn apart. A terrifying aura emanated from Tendo's body. Wyoming Gun blocked in front of Su Chingkue and looked at Tendo warily. Although the current heavenly Tao didn't have the same abilities as before, he was after all the heavenly Tao and still couldn't be underestimated. Your power has really deteriorated a lot. Su Chingkue's words caused the heavenly Tao to roar out. The earth trembled, and a black aura came towards Su Chingkue. When Su Chingkue fixed her eyes on the past, the heavenly Tao had finally shed its human body and turned into a huge auger dragon with a dragon's head and snake's body, with a pair of pitch black wings spread out behind it. This is your real body. Ha! A dragon? Chapter 171. Just before Su Chingkue's words fell, a ghastly wind came towards Su Chingkue's face. Tendo's furious voice shouted, "I'm not one of those lowly things. It looks like an auger, doesn't it?" A wind headed towards Su Chingkite. Su Chingkite dodged while saying, "You realize that your position is unstable, and that heaven and earth are vaguely going to produce a new heavenly Tao. You're in a hurry, and you're trying to increase your abilities in other ways. Shut up, shut up. I'm the heavenly way of this world." While Su Chingkue dodged, the words in her mouth still didn't stop. "You found the Tai Sui that had strayed into this world, tempted the humans to create another world, and used the lives of the humans to regain your abilities. But what you don't realize is that the reason why heaven and earth autonomously produced the lesser heavenly Tao was because you were no longer fair, and you had selfishness. What this world needs is a fair heavenly way, and when you are no longer fair, the world will no longer need you, and the world will produce its own fair heavenly way. Shut up, shut up. What do you know? The world can only be mine." Su Chingkue didn't care about his words in the slightest and made a trip to hell. Although she hadn't regained her memories yet, she already knew what had happened and her own birth. Su Chingkue just had to get it all out. You find that the more you use the things of this world, the weaker you get, and you want more power to get the newborn Tendo. Sadness flashed across Su Chingkue's face. She had only been in this world for a while. She wasn't even able to do such a thing, and the heavenly Tao of this world was actually able to do such a thing. "I'm going to show everyone that I'm the master of this world." Su Chingkue's face was covered in a mocking smile. "Then try to see if your purpose can still be accomplished. You, a human, dare to fight against the heavenly Tao." The heavenly Tao hissed and fluttered his wings. A pair of wings that should have been glowing with the golden light of merit were now as black as ink. Su Chingkue felt even more ironic. Backing up at breakneck speed, he eventually stopped in one spot and then mouthed an incantation. The moment the heavenly Tao was about to strike in front of Su Chingkue left the range of the formation with a flash. Suddenly the entire formation lit up. The formation activated and the spiritual energy inside continued to gather. The golden dragon chi of the ground slowly coalesced inside the formation. Tendo flapped his wings, his sharp feathers stabbing at the barrier of the formation. Ripples rippled above the barrier of the great formation, but still very firm. Su Chingkui still wanted to stimulate him in. She smiled and said, "You know, a new heavenly Tao has now appeared, and it's right under your nose." The heavenly Tao instantly became enraged, fluttering its wings madly, setting off gusts of wind, which were laced with yin qi, and attacked towards Su Chingkui. He roared, "Shut up, I'm the heavenly Tao. I am. You're not now. You haven't been for a long time." Su Chingkui's words made the heavenly Tao even angrier. Everything around them had been leveled. All that was left was Tendo, who was trapped by the formation, and Su Chingkui, who was standing next to him. The heavenly Tao had no way to break free of the formation and could only desperately attack it. The ripples on top of the formation aggravated, and gradually it was already too late to repair. Su Chingkui knew she couldn't wait any longer. She entered the formation carrying the wyvern gun. A set of shots swung toward Tendo. This was the first time since Su Chingkui had come to this world that she had juggled her gunplay so seriously. It used to be casual or played out by Wyoming guns themselves, but now it clearly needed to be taken more seriously. Su Chingkui's attacks were basically resisted by Tendo's large wings, and he was barely injured. But Su Chingkui had already made so many preparations. She wouldn't just let the heavenly Tao go. He is no longer fit to be the heavenly Tao of this world. Then he will have to step aside. Su Chingkui fought with Tendo. Suddenly Tendo felt his feet bound by something. Having taken a shot from Su Chingkui, he hurriedly pulled away from Su Chingkui. Only then did he see a golden ray of light wrapped tightly around his ankles and wrists at the bottom of the big formation. And it was getting tighter and tighter. He struggled desperately, but it was the dragon chi condensed from a country's chi, deadlocking him, and it was not something he could easily break away from. Su Chingkui had originally just wanted to borrow the power of the dragon vein, but she hadn't expected that the dragon vein would now take matters into its own hands. This heavenly Tao had done exactly how many things in this world to make the dragon vein of this world treat him like this? The heavenly Tao was naturally aware of this, and he roared in anger, "You also dare to go against me? I will break you up." Then he looked at Su Chingkui and sneered, "It's just such a formation. I'll be able to break free soon. When the time comes, you'll eat all of you and restore my power." Su Chingkui wasn't flustered at all as she smiled and asked, "Do you still have this strength now?" As soon as Su Chingkui's words fell, wisps of golden light floated in from the distance, the dragon chi from all over the place. Some of the dragon veins had already developed self-awareness, and what they wanted to do was naturally to change a fair heavenly Tao. "I'm going to break them up. I'm going to break them up." Tendo frantically attacked inside the formation, but the dragon chi coming from everywhere surrounded him, leaving not a single space where he could open. "I am the way of heaven. I am the way of heaven, and no one is qualified to judge me." His eyes looked viciously at Su Chingkui. You are not qualified. You can't even ostracize me from this world now. Are you really still the heavenly Tao of this world?" The Wyoming gun hovered in the air and landed in front of Su Chingkui. Su Chingkui laughed. "The most regrettable thing you did would have been not getting me out when I first arrived. Gives me the chance that I can kill you." The heavenly Tao's attacks kept coming towards Su Chingkui, but they were basically stopped by the wyvern gun, and a large portion of the rest were blocked by the formation. "I suddenly realized yesterday who I am and what Master wants to do." Su Chingkui slowly closed her eyes. "But I don't want the path he's laid out for me." "Then it's just going to be your death." Hands were forming a seal in front of his chest. The heavenly Tao completely panicked, and even more violent attacks came towards Su Chingkui. It was just that the previous attacks were able to be blocked by the wyvern gun, and naturally, all of the current attacks were blocked as well. The complicated hand techniques were dazzlingly fast. Su Chingkui softly whispered, "Broken." In that instant, a huge energy coalesced above Tendo's head, and within a few breaths, it was complete. Heavily towards Tendo. "Ah!" The heavenly Tao dissipated into the heavens and earth before he could cry out. Chapter 172, Then I'll order takeout. In the next moment, the sky, which was still cloudy just a moment ago, soon gradually dispersed. The air felt oppressive and disappeared. The sun is coming down again. It was like a new life. And Su Chingkui's face turned pale as her body shook. Su Chingkui looked at the people quickly running over there and fainted with peace of mind. Tang Songnian picked up Su Chingkui, who had already fainted, very helpless, and said in a tone of hatred, "You can't do anything without making a fool of yourself day after day, can you?" Then in a very disgusted tone, he said, "It's really bad luck for me to be your brother, wiping my ass behind you every day. Can't you save your breath? If Master and I weren't here, would you be tossing yourself out?" His mouth said disgusting words, but the movement of his hand was unceasing, very skillfully placing Su Chingkui on his back, and his mouth was still chanting, "I, Ing Song, am really convinced. Can you stop for a bit?" "No, how can you possibly come out and save me if I subside?" Su Chingkue's muffled voice sounded on Ing Song's back, causing Ing Song's pace to lurch. Then he asked helplessly, "When did you find out?" Su Chingkue rubbed her head against his neck, her voice muffled. "The last time I was in a coma. The day I woke up I smelled your scent inside the room." Ing Song was even more surprised. "You're not." "I woke up from my first coma feeling like I had lost a memory, and then when I passed out again, I put a truth spell on myself." Ing Song were almost laughed at, carrying Su Chingkue step by step outside. "You're really getting off on this." Su Chingkue heatedly smiled. "The day I woke up, I remembered the memories of my past life and suddenly understood what Master and you were trying to do." Then she shamelessly boasted, "I'm so smart, of course I'm going to play Tendo for a fool." Ing Song didn't have the heart to say, "You also know that people are heavenly Tao. How dare you?" "Brother, with you, I'm not afraid." Su Chingkue's words made Ing Song even more unsure of what to say. His heart softened beyond words. It's his sister. She came out of the same egg as him. How could he bear to blame her? Seeing that Ing Song didn't say anything, Su Chingkue asked again, "Brother, what about the rest of my memories? You don't have Ing Long's body right now. Master has sealed it for you. You'll slowly remember it later." While Ing Song slowly talked to her, Su Kingris slowly fell asleep on his back. When Su Chingkue woke up, it was already 3 days later, and Ji's city had already returned to its original state. Only the place where they had fought was still a mess. Su Chingkue stretched, her bones crackling, and glanced at the cell phone at the foot of her bed. She had overdrawn her power, and it had been a surprise to wake up in 3 days. Tang Songyan pushed the door in, and Su Chingkue was a bit afraid to recognize him. "Brother?" Ing Song didn't have the heart to say, "I'm still your brother." Su Chingkue suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Only she hadn't been happy for long when Ing Song's next sentence made her feel like the sky had fallen. "The leader sends you word that you'll have to pay for the mountain in G. A very large sum of money." Su Chingkue immediately rolled up from the bed and pulled open the ghost path about to walk in. Ing Song's quick eyes and hands grabbed the back of her collar. Su Chingkai looked at Ing Song. "I don't compensate. I at least do good things. Why should I compensate? I want to talk to the leadership to reason. The leader's out of the country, and you can't see him even if you go now." But how could Su Chingkue just give up like that? Taking the cell phone on the bedside, called the leader directly. But there was a delay in getting through on the leader's end. Su Chingkue, that angry directly put the phone into the space bracelet. Intends to see no evil. She hadn't been free for much longer when there was a knock on the door outside, and Ing Song looked at Su Kingris' angry appearance and finally went to open the door himself. The people who came were all from the Sarah and the Cloud dealers. Su Chingkue got angry and directly slapped him on the head. He glared angrily at Su Chingkue. "Why are you hitting me? Hair over your eyes. No pass. Cut it quick." Hearing Su Chingkue's words, Yun Shang couldn't hold back even more as he roared. "Are you sick? Who's sick? Tell me exactly, and see if I hit you." Su Chingkue, who had been angered just now, directly vented it out on Yun Shang. The Cloud merchant is now outraged. He couldn't beat her himself, so he endured. Su Chingkue was happy, but all of the people from the Special Administrative Bureau didn't dare to stay at Su Chingkue's house for much longer, and quickly all excused themselves and left. Su Chingkue was helpless. Was he that scary? She was obviously a good talker. Ing Song thought it was funny. "What are you like? You don't have any idea in your own heart." Su Chingkue sighs, sitting paralyzed on the couch, thinking about his previous memories. Her master had really done so much for them. After she blew herself up in the first place, Tushan took Ing Lin and Ing Song and ran off to another world in a hurry. But they knew that sooner or later they would be discovered, and the three of them now had no chance against a family. Ing Lin decisively led them to lurk and look for opportunities. What he needed to do was to secure the bloodline of Ing Long. And he did. They hid in one place for thousands of years without being discovered. Ing Lin went to the original place where she blew herself up to collect a trace of her scattered soul. After slowly warming her up so that she regained a trace of consciousness, he threw her into hell to begin her reincarnation. The rest of the soul continues to be warmed on the body. The original Su Chingkue was also her, a glimpse of her soul in reincarnation. Su Chingkue had always felt that her memories were incomplete because of this reason. Because she lost all the memories of her past life and her present life. Only in this life, she had memories of being in the cultivation continent, but the rest of her memories were absent. Ing Lin, for her sake, sensed the situation of this heavenly Tao and specially got her over here, just wanting her to replace the heavenly Tao of this world. It also puts Ing Song by her side to protect her. But Su Chingkue didn't want to do anything about the heavenly Tao. She just wanted to swing for the fences and live her life. Being a Tendo was too tiring. It really didn't suit her. She just wanted the old days of having someone to protect, and then mingle. Ing Song looked at her with disgust. He had never seen someone with no pursuits like her. All the previous teachings of the master were indeed in vain. Ingson disliked it, but Su Chingkue wasn't moved in the slightest. She sat paralyzed on the couch and cried out, "Brother, I'm hungry." Ingson didn't have the good sense to say, "You've already eliminated the grain. You won't be hungry." Su Chingkue rolled around on the sofa. "I don't care. I'm hungry. I want to eat something delicious. You make it for me. Do I look like I can cook to you?" Ingson's words made Su Chingkue remember the unorthodox things she used to eat as a child and she was instantly deflated. "I'll order takeout then." Full story.